Year 41 of Konoha. The Second Great Ninja War had just ended, followed by a baby boom. It was exactly the time when a new batch of fresh recruits entered the Ninja Academy. Kakashi, now 5.5 years old, was already standing as the student representative to welcome the new students. "Hey, Kakashi." The goggles-wearing child version of Obito leaned close to the listless-eyed, spiky-haired child version of Kakashi. Somewhat disgusted, Kakashi pushed Obito away and said grumpily, "Idiot, stay away from me." Obito, usually loud and carefree, now seemed hesitant, shifting awkwardly, as if he had something difficult to say. "Obito, is there something you want to say to Kakashi?" A girl with purple markings on her cheeks leaned in. This was Rin Nohara, the only one of Minato's team to die in the future Third Great Ninja War. "Idiot, just say it. The Hokage and the others are about to arrive." The Ninja Academy didn't have a very standardized system. There were 2 semesters a year, and each semester took in new students. The study period was also random, usually depending on the war situation. If there was no war, you studied a few more years. If there was war, you graduated and went to the battlefield early. After all, no matter how beautifully you described the Ninja Academy, in the end, it was just an assassin training institution. As if he had made up his mind, Obito leaned close to Kakashi's ear and said, "Kakashi, a member of my clan is entering the school today. He's a terrible person. He especially likes to target me. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's a very, very bad person. And I heard that the clan sent him to school this time specifically to deal with you." Ouch. A stone bounced off the back of Obito's head with a crisp sound. "Goggles, it's not a good habit to talk bad about people behind their backs. If there were some BGM and cherry blossoms falling, it would really feel like a cheesy romantic drama. Unfortunately, there was none. Damn it. I'm not called Goggles. I'm Uchiha Obito." "Okay, Goggles, I know Goggles." The boy speaking had short black, curly hair, lively and bright eyes, and a smile that conveyed pure innocence. "Goggles." Obito immediately turned red with anger. If Rin Nohara hadn't held him back, he would have rushed up to fight Uchiha Kagami to the death. Uchiha Kagami was the boy's name, the same as the second Hokage's subordinate. He was originally an orphan of the Uchiha clan, adopted by Uchiha Kagami's wife. To commemorate her deceased husband, she gave him this name. Indeed, people here did have such a hobby. Just like the later Uchiha Sasuke, who borrowed the name of Hiruzen Sarutobi's father, Sasuke Sarutobi. In their tradition, this represented respect and remembrance. Of course, Fugaku doing such a thing was probably expressing submission. Yes, Uchiha Kagami knew the direction of the future because the day before he transmigrated, he had argued all night on a forum about the issue of the Konoha timeline. In the end, both sides provided a lot of evidence, but neither could convince the other. It was too messy, impossible to sort out. They had agreed to rest for a day and then continue the debate, but Uchiha Kagami broke the appointment. "Fine, let me see what the hell is going on with this timeline." Looking at the 3 children in front of him, Uchiha Kagami felt a bit nostalgic. If he were an outsider, he could also joke about Kimui can't hide tears. But as an Uchiha, that wasn't funny anymore. If he hadn't known that the root cause of the Uchiha clan's destruction was the problems left over from the founding of the village, killing Aruntu wouldn't have stopped the situation at all. Uchiha Kagami would have liked to kill him right away. "Kagami, don't bully Obito." An old woman holding a baby who already had the beginnings of a round nose approached. The baby was Uchiha Kagami's adopted younger brother, the future Shursui of the body flicker. "Sigh, Grandma, I was just giving him a friendly nickname. Look at him, he's so fierce, like he's about to run over and hit me. Rin, let me go. I'm going to beat him to death." "Miss Pretty, let him go. I want to see how he's going to beat me to death." Watching the 2 arguing at the school gate, Kakashi shook his head helplessly. "Uchiha Kagami, right? Settle down and get ready for the entrance ceremony. The Hokage will be here soon." The maturity of children in the ninja world was extraordinary. In the original world, 5 or 6-year-olds could barely express themselves coherently, but here the faster ones had already started killing and setting fires. Uchiha Kagami sized up Kakashi with interest. Listless-eyed, spiky-haired Kakashi. Kakashi's forehead bulged with a big angry vein as he clenched his fist tightly. "I am Kakashi Ataki." Kakashi emphasized word by word. This had already crossed the line into nickname bullying. This nickname was even worse than that idiot's. Obito, who had been red with anger, now turned a different shade of red. "Ha ha ha." Listless-eyed, spiky-haired Rin Nohara covered his mouth, nodded apologetically to the others, and dragged the blissful-faced Obito away. Fury, excitement, happiness. With a little more stimulation, he might even awaken his Sharingan. Stepping closer to Kakashi, Uchiha Kagami patted his shoulder and showed a harmless smile. "Please take care of me from now on, Kakashi-kun. Grandma takes Shursui home now, ja-ni." When all the children of this semester had arrived, and not yet too old Hiruzen Sarutobi took the stage to speak. It was the same old will of fire passed down from the first Hokage without much improvement. A vague, self-contradictory set of values. Getting more and more bored, Uchiha Kagami narrowed his eyes and sank his mind into a spiritual space. In a dark red cubic spiritual space, a vermilion iron railing divided it in 2. Through the sealed railing, a thick smell of blood wafted out. Above countless dried corpses was a god of slaughter, soaring in a sea of blood. Ryomen Sukuna. The name came from a fictional ghost with 2 faces and 4 arms. He was once a real human who 1,000 years ago in the golden age of sorcerers defeated all sorcerers by himself. He was the symbol of evil, the extremely cruel king of curses. Now two souls from different times and spaces intersected in the ninja world. Good morning, four-armed freak. On the other side of the seal a huge shadow flickered, and a pair of scarlet eyes shot out fierce light. Kid, I told you, don't look up at me without my permission. The terrifying darkness swept forward but couldn't penetrate the seal at all. Uchiha Kagami smiled, and looked up, completely ignoring Sukuna's threat. At first he was indeed a little scared, but after trying a few times, and seeing that Sukuna couldn't break the seal to kill him. This was a familiar battlefield for Uchiha Kagami, arguing across a screen. What was there to be afraid of? Moreover, as he grew older he found that he had some control over the seal. You should be grateful to be able to hide in my body. I heard they're already sending Kakarote to beat you. Who is Kakarote? Uchiha Kagami raised his little hand and punched it once. That's right, a person who can blow up the earth with one light punch. Sukuna was angered to laughter. Kid, there has never been such a strong person in history. What nonsense are you talking about? Short-haired, short-sighted thing. Uchiha Kagami curled his lip and waved his hand. Forget Kakarote, the people of this world have already beaten you up. Do you know what that means, Oi? It means a group of people each of whom can pick you up and beat you. Shut up. The original Sukuna would never have lost his composure so easily, but now it was different. This damn seal didn't give him even the slightest chance to take over this kid's body. He couldn't even sense what was happening outside. Damn it. He had just killed Satoru Gojo, and was about to give his victory speech when he was thrown into this godforsaken place. Damn, does space / have such a strong after effect. At the corner of the seal, Uchiha Kagami saw a wisp of black energy seeping out, then resealed the space. Familiar with the process, he picked up the wisp of black energy and swallowed it. Some techniques about slashing appeared in his mind. Alright, I've collected today's rent. I'll be back after I digest it. See ya, bastard. Come back. In the darkness, Ryomen Sukuna raged helplessly. Uchiha Kagami could not yet absorb too much of Sukuna's power, the principle similar to that between Naruto and the Nine Tails. He was too young, his body not yet developed. If the entity inside him were the Nine Tails, Kagami would try to reconcile with it, but Sukuna is a complete egoist, inherently evil, finding joy in killing women and children. To Kagami, Sukuna was merely nourishment for his own growth, a resource. Compared to Sukuna, the bloodline of the Uchiha clan was far more worthy of exploration. The Sharingan, the ultimate manifestation of In, released the spiritual energy of imagination that creates form from nothing. Once the Mangekyō awakens, it can even wield the power to distort time and space. The cursed power of the King of Curses is also a manifestation of In release. In release and Yang release, simply put, are spiritual energy and physical energy. Having an adult soul plus Sukuna as an In release battery, Uchiha Kagami's spiritual energy was off the charts. If he hadn't consciously trained his body and controlled his spiritual energy growth since the age of 2, he might have awakened the Mangekyō at 8 years old. In Kagami's view, awakening the Mangekyō too early was not a good thing unless absolutely necessary, as it put too much strain on the body. Itachi Uchiha fell ill as a teenager, likely because he awakened the Mangekyō before his body fully developed. Too bad Shursui was killed before the after effects could manifest. Having another case would have helped Kagami assess. You mean Obito? Obito's half-white Zetsu body was not something easy to obtain. No, wait. Maybe it wasn't that hard. Just as Kagami was pondering how to get in touch with the mud-loving Toby, the teacher's voice rang out from the podium. This afternoon is a practical combat class. For the new students, we will test shuriken throwing. The second Hokage founded the Ninja Academy, but in his era it was still rudimentary, more like a jounin leading multiple disciples. The true establishment of the education system integrating the various ninja clans happened during the third Hokage's term. He even cultivated elite ninja like the 3 Sannin. More importantly, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were commoners, a fact that spoke volumes. No matter how many mistakes the future Hiruzen Sarutobi would make due to his tolerant weakness, the current god of shinobi had not yet fully aged. Hashirama Senju was invincible, securing the best land, but after his death came 2 successive great ninja wars. And remember, Konoha was victorious in both. You can say the third Hokage is bad, but you cannot say he is weak. As an Uchiha, Kagami indeed regarded the third's faction as potential enemies, but he would not underestimate them. Orphaned and alone, he had for the first time felt the warmth of what was called clan. He could not allow the future of the clan's annihilation. He would not blindly follow the story's original timeline. He and Sukuna were variables. It would be foolish to plan according to the original timeline. Except for some major events whose timing he could not change, he needed to selectively forget other things to avoid influencing his judgment. Uchiha Kagami, what are you thinking? Kurenai Yuhi, sitting next to him, lightly tapped his shoulder. I'm thinking about how to eliminate the third and his cronies, the evil forces. Kagami turned away without responding. Compared to Sasuke, Uchiha, who was one of the few normal Uchiha, Kagami's personality was more similar to Itachi's. Arrogant, proud, feeling he could bear all karma alone. Itachi would destroy his clan for the village, Kagami would destroy the village for his clan. Is there even a need for Konoha without the Uchiha? So Kagami did not want to form bonds with these people. Bonds were like poison. Obito had the heart to destroy his clan, but did not retrieve Kakashi's giving up an invincible posture. Sasuke got entangled with the stubborn Naruto and said he wouldn't attach his arm as atonement. What sin did he have? Young girls, the more you ignore them, the more they are interested in you. Of course, only if you're good looking. Little Kurenai leaned closer again. Your hair is a bit curly too, is it natural? Kagami got up in disgust and left to find a place to eat his lunch. Other people Kagami could still ignore, but who was Kurenai Yuhi? She was the talent, who could use conventional Jinjutsu against a Mangekyō user. Talking to her, Kagami feared it would affect his own intelligence. Only a slightly wronged little girl remained, wondering why Kagami was so obviously averse to her. Did I do something to make him unhappy? Curly hair looks nice, doesn't it? When Kagami opened his lunchbox under a tree, a few boys surrounded him. Uchiha brat, you're pretty cocky. Young Asuma, a toothpick in his mouth, stepped closer. Don't you know Kurenai is my good friend? What's with your attitude? Kagami ate his food, said blandly. Not only that, you'll marry and have children in the future. Asuma was stunned, his face flushed bright red. You? What are you talking about? Marriage? Too far away. But you Uchiha, your words. By the way, the child won't look like you, it will look like an Uchiha. Kagami interrupted him. Get him. Beat him up. My treat. Enraged Asuma charged first. A minute later, sitting on Asuma's back, Kagami continued eating. Now let me answer your first question. Stepping on Asuma's hand, Kagami said blandly, we Uchiha are just that cocky. Don't mistake me for that goggle-wearing kind. Let me go? I wasn't ready before. The commotion attracted more onlookers and Asuma's face grew even redder. You think this is a kid's fight? You can try again. Kagami finished his lunch, stood up, and pressed Asuma's hand into the ground. Crack! A faint sound of bone breaking. Kagami turned his cold gaze, suppressing Asuma. If this were a battlefield, I could have killed you when you attacked. That instant of genuine killing intent pierced Asuma's nerves. Glancing at the growing crowd, Kagami quickly withdrew his killing intent and silently walked through the parting crowd. He did not pretend to be friendly or build good relations with his classmates. He was not confident enough to fool the old foxes like the third with his acting skills. In their eyes, a normal Uchiha was just like that, short-tempered. Playing the turtle. That was only Fugaku's style. Uchiha geniuses must be sharp, arrogant, and proud. The relationship between the village and the Uchiha had not yet reached the point of assassinating young geniuses. Otherwise Kakashi and Shisui would not have lived past 10. When that time truly came, the madness hidden deep in Kagami's eyes would surpass even Sukuna. Only a monster can control a monster. Uchiha Kagami hailed as a once-in-a-generation genius of the Uchiha clan. A few little brats huddled together with Asuma, his face bruised and swollen, listening especially intently. Although Uchiha Obito disliked Uchiha Kagami and was disliked by him in return, seeing the third Hokage's son get beaten up actually stirred a sense of clan pride within him. He even beat Asuma, so it's not like he's targeting me specifically. I heard his Uchiha-style taijutsu has already reached the level of a police force member, and he's mastered fire-release ninjutsu. Kakashi, who had been indifferent at first, now found himself somewhat intrigued. Many Uchiha clan members didn't participate in the village's ninja rank assessments, but becoming a police force member was tacitly considered equivalent to Chunin-level combat strength. A child of 5 or 6 could reach such a level. But thinking about himself, Kakashi felt it wasn't impossible. He had already planned to apply for early graduation, and his father believed he possessed strength no less than an average Chunin. The afternoon combat class required all students to participate. To allow for recuperation, the third Hokage had decided to extend the original 3-year system to 6 years. However, the current batch were mostly born after the Second Shinobi World War, generally only 5 or 6 years old with hardly any upperclassmen. Moreover, a few years later the Third Shinobi World War broke out, and the 6-year system was changed back to 3 years. Of course, Asuma wasn't the type to tattle just because he got beaten. He wanted to settle the score himself. So he sought out Uchiha Obito to gather intelligence. But Obito got knocked down in just a move or two when he was bullied, so what did he know? He could only offer some rumors of dubious authenticity. Asuma-kun Kagami-kun won't participate in combat training. Noara Rin, who was bandaging Asuma's wound, kindly warned the two conspirators. He's a new student today, he'll only demonstrate shuriken throwing. Besides, you started it by provoking him, so let it go. How can I let it go? Asuma groaned in frustration. If it were just him getting beaten up, he might have let it slide. But that guy insulted Kurenai. That was absolutely unforgivable. Next match, Kakashi versus Uchiha Obito. During the interval, the teacher began calling names. Kakashi felt a bit resigned. Why did he always end up paired with Obito and Guy? He already disliked these boring practical exercises, and he kept running into the two dead lasts. Unlike Kakashi, Obito got completely fired up when his name was called. Oh, this time I'm definitely going to beat you. Kakashi, how boring. Wait a moment. A voice suddenly rang out, and Uchiha Kagami stepped out from the crowd. Sensei, I request to replace Uchiha Obito. Huh. Kagami-kun, you just enrolled. Uchiha Kagami walked straight toward Kakashi, and from his wide dark blue sleeve a beautifully sheathed short sword slid into his hand. Kakashi's pupils contracted. A short sword, even if only 60 or 70 centimeters long, couldn't be hidden in a child's sleeve. That was a ninja tool summoning technique. With a father like Hitaki Tsukumo, Kakashi knew more than the average student. That was precisely why he felt it was a waste of time at the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Kagami curved his lips into a smile. Uchiha Obito has brought shame to our clan. To be a Uchiha, and yet a dead last. This is the reward from the clan elders demanding I defeat you and reclaim the Uchiha's top spot. Sodi no Shirayuki, a very beautiful blade. As the oldest ninja clan in the shinobi world, although the best of the Uchiha had been packed away by Uchiha Madara, the remaining collection was still beyond the reach of other clans. This was a weapon forged from chakra metal on par with the Kusanagi grade. If Orochimaru could gather several Kusanagi blades, how could the Uchiha, a clan renowned for swordsmanship, lack them? Uchiha Kagami had absorbed and digested a significant amount of Sukuna's spiritual energy, manifesting remarkable swordsmanship talent, and such aptitude led the clan elders to regard him as the next Uchiha Izuna. A monster like Uchiha Madara was beyond their wildest dreams. Only those who had truly lived through that era understood that Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were not on a level achievable by ordinary ninja. Watching Uchiha Kagami approach step by step, Kakashi took down the sword case from his back. From Kagami's stance and aura as he gripped the sword, even before it was drawn, Kakashi could sense that edge. He would not avoid the fight. This gesture already signified his acceptance of the challenge. Wait. The teacher stepped between them, smiling wryly. You can spar if you want, but you can't use ninja tools. And besides, Kagami-kun, don't pull out such dangerous things. The teacher, a seasoned shunin, spotted the explosive tag Uchiha Kagami was holding in his other hand. Why do you even have an explosive tag? Not allowed. I was planning to distract him with the sword and then hit him with this. Much more efficient. Uchiha Kagami reluctantly put back the explosive tag and hung the short sword at his waist. Only then did Kakashi notice the tag, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This guy, is he insane? Uchiha Kagami assumed a stance and beckoned to Kakashi. Come on. Kakashi frowned coldly. You're the challenger, aren't you? Uchiha Kagami seemed to think of something and smiled. Let me kindly remind you. The last person who said that got cut in half. The seal of opposition. The seal of opposition. The teacher shouted desperately, trying to assert his presence. Uchiha Kagami readily followed the advice, raised two fingers, and then crooked them toward Kakashi. So arrogant. Kakashi raised the seal of opposition. Before the teacher could even shout start, the very next instant. Boom. A cloud of dust exploded, and the two small figures crashed together. Kakashi's form flickered, and a swift straight punch drove straight at Uchiha Kagami's chest. Dodging to the side, Kagami quickly grabbed Kakashi's wrist with his right hand, using the momentum to pivot and try to throw Kakashi off balance. Kakashi, however, was not so easily dealt with. He stomped his left foot hard on the ground to steady himself, and with his other hand drove an elbow toward Kagami's abdomen. Uchiha Kagami had to release his grip and leap back several paces to evade the blow. You're strong. That brief exchange alone led Kakashi to conclude he's not beneath me. Uchiha Kagami struck a palm toward Kakashi's face, smiling. You're not bad either. Their movements were lightning fast, exchanging blows with fists and feet, their techniques shifting and varied. Every collision produced a dull thud, and the air was thick with tension. Amazing. Kakashi is amazing. That new student is amazing too. So fast. So Kakashi hasn't been serious all along. This is youth. Is this really at a student's level? Even the teacher at Chunin was stunned by the strength displayed by these two children. Kakashi was strong. He had always known that. But that Uchiha boy was not losing ground at all. And judging by their expressions, Uchiha Kagami seemed more relaxed. In the Hokage's office, when there was nothing urgent to handle, Sarutobi Hiruzen liked to use the telescope technique to observe the Ninja Academy and keep an eye on the growth of these young saplings. Now, watching the fierce battle in the crystal ball, he felt the future of Konoha was thriving and bright. Ninjas were a high-risk profession, as such competition was normal. Bonds would grow through such competition, becoming the branches that connect the leaves. Perhaps the change in the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village could start with these children. Full of hope for a bright future, the third Hokage didn't berate Shimura Danzo for entering without knocking. After watching silently for a while, Danzo spoke in a low voice that Uchiha brat is a genius. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and smiled. Kakashi's talent is already remarkable, but this child is just as strong. Because Minato Namikaze was already beginning to shine, the third didn't use the word supreme. After all, compared to that child Minato, even Kakashi fell short. Hiruzen, that brat is a typical Uchiha. I've already investigated. He's close to the radical faction within the clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's relaxed brow slowly furrowed. As long as he stays in the academy for a few years, he'll come to understand the importance of comrades. Don't you get it yet? The more talented the Uchiha, the more uncontrollable they are. Shimura Danzo said in a grave tone. Let me train him in secret. Only my methods can turn him into someone useful to the village. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Impossible. I will never allow a village child to join Root. More importantly, now is not the time to aggravate the conflict with the Uchiha. From the shadows, Danzo's single eye gleamed with malice. Have you forgotten the second Hokage's warning? The Uchiha are a clan born evil. The reconciliation you dream of is impossible. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, slightly smoke swirling before him. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Boom. The door slammed shut, and the conversation ended on a sour note. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. That was. After a clash, Uchiha Kageme's hands moved swiftly through hand signs, startling the teacher into shouting. All students, scatter. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply, his hands moving rapidly. Fire release, great fireball technique. Earth release, earth flow wall. The great fireball technique, a signature jutsu passed down through the Uchiha clan, was widely known in the ninja world. Almost every Uchiha's first learned jutsu was the great fireball technique. Having heard from Obito that Uchiha Kagami could use fire release, Kakashi assumed he knew the great fireball technique, so he reacted the moment Kagami began forming hand signs. Boom. The raging fireball shattered the earth wall. Kakashi had made the right move, but underestimated the strength of Kagami's jutsu. Damn it. The Chunin teacher sensed danger and used the body flicker to save Kakashi. Bang. But before the fire wave even reached him, Kakashi's body burst into a puff of smoke, leaving only a charred log in his place. Substitution jutsu. When did he? Bang. Uchiha Kagami turned and crouched, fist clashing with Kakashi, who emerged from a hole in the earth. A fierce taijutsu battle erupted anew. This is already a real battle between ninjas. Obito, forgotten in a corner, muttered, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of unwillingness. The Uchiha clan valued strength, and he often heard clan members praise Kagami, but when their gazes fell on him, Noara Rin timely offered comfort, patting Obito's shoulder with a smile. Obito, you're great too. I believe you'll become a remarkable ninja someday. Yeah. The gloom that had just risen in Obito's heart was dispelled by the girl's smile. So Uchiha Madara was quite perceptive. Had Rin lived, Obito would never have awakened his Mangekyō. Really, you should thank Lord Madara's blessing, Obito. Earth release, earth wave. Compared to his peers, Kakashi's chakra reserves were already over the top. This was a lower-ranked version of the earth flow wave. The ground rippled like waves, disrupting Uchiha Kagami's movements. Among those under 10 who have fought me, Kakashi, you are the strongest. Uchiha Kagami leaped over the waves, a faint smile never leaving his face. But I'm tired of this game. Your purity is still lacking. The moment he spoke, a crimson glow reflected in Kakashi's eyes. A terrifying blood-sea demon crashed into his mind, instantly freezing both his body and spirit. Jinjutsu Sharingan Sukuna Special Edition. The double Tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Kagami's eyes slowly emerged as he walked closer to Kakashi. His hand rested on the hilt of Sodi no Shirayuki. Slap. The teacher's hand landed on his shoulder, voice trembling. Enough. You and Kagami. He looked down and saw the crimson in Uchiha Kagami's eyes, swallowing nervously. Indeed, he had heard of an Uchiha prodigy who awakened his eyes at 5. But to awaken directly with double Tomo. Perhaps he awakened even earlier, evolving to double Tomo by age 5. Either way, it was terrifying enough. The entire field fell silent. Watching Uchiha Kagami clash with Kakashi, they had considered the possibility of Kagami winning, but they completely couldn't understand how he had won. Until Uchiha Kagami swept his gaze over the crowd, and that crimson glow fell upon their eyes. Even children knew what this was. One of the 3 great dojutsu, the ultimate manifestation of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami was satisfied with the awe of these brats. That's right. The Uchiha need no bonds, you only need to grovel and look up at me. Even without the Sharingan, he was confident he could defeat Kakashi. But why hide it? A person's character is influenced by environment, education, and other factors, but there's also an important part. The body. Poor lungs make one sorrowful. Poor liver makes one irritable. Poor stomach makes one resentful. With Uchiha brains, being arrogant is only natural. Wearing brocade at night, that would be like Uchiha Fugaku. Kagami's personality was shaped by Uchiha genetic factors, but mainly by his own mentality. In his past life, he had no parents, no relatives, no friends. If not for being born in modern times, he would have been a marked, unstable element, in ancient times trained as a death soldier. And here, the sea ends where the sky serves as the shore. The crimson faded from his eyes as Uchiha Kagami said calmly, "My name is Uchiha Kagami. I hate reckless challenges, I hate being disturbed during meals, and I hate Uchiha Obito. That's all. Uchiha Obito." In the Hokage's office, the smoke concentration had exceeded limits. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the crystal ball, his brows furrowed. This child needs proper guidance. He summoned his secretary and said in a low voice, "Jiraiya has been teaching Minato lately, right?" "Yes, Lord Hokage. They are currently training in the Forest of Death." After a moment of deliberation, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided not to act too quickly. Let the child stay in the Ninja Academy for now. Maybe interactions with peers will change his personality. If that fails, we'll let that little sun shine on this Uchiha brat. In Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw a light that united everyone, more dazzling than his ninjutsu talent. If not for his performance on the training ground, Uchiha Kagami would have seemed far more well-behaved than Obito. He neither caused noise nor slept during class. Although he ignored the teacher when called upon, he had long mastered the Ninja Academy curriculum. Not to mention walking on water or climbing trees. He had nearly completed chakra nature transformation in clan lessons. The limit of chakra nature transformation is the Rasengan. He wondered if Minato Namikaze had figured it out yet. This was also Kagami's current research subject. He had complete step-by-step lessons and a known answer to reverse engineer. If he could use it before Minato, then the Uchiha clan would be the official producer of the Rasengan. Minato Namikaze. If you weren't Jiraiya's disciple, I'd dare accuse you of plagiarism. Of course, all of that hinged on Kagami developing the Rasengan first. Kagami sat quietly, his consciousness sinking into his mental space. Before the massive gate, Kagami sat down to train. The Rasengan had 3 stages: rotation, power, and maintenance. Kagami was stuck on the 3rd stage. The Rasengan was like a small typhoon gathered in the palm. The hardest part was maintaining that state. Kid, what exactly is going on outside? And what's with those eyes of yours? The Sharingan Jinjutsu infused with Sukuna's cursed energy was an experiment Kagami had tried. The results were good. If not for the teacher's intervention, Kakashi would have stood there until morning. This also allowed Sukuna to sense a bit of the outside world. Chakra is a perfect fusion of spiritual and physical energy, while cursed energy originates from negative emotions, being only a type of spiritual energy. From Sukuna's perspective, almost every kid outside had cursed energy. He even sensed several powerful cursed energies nearby comparable to top-tier sorcerers. Such a density of strong individuals was abnormal. Most importantly, it was the first time he had directly witnessed Kagami's eyes. Though he didn't think they could harm him now. To use an analogy, he was like a wild buffalo, and the Sharingan represented a lion. No, comparing it to a dragon egg was more apt. He had a vague premonition that if these eyes hatched, they could easily shatter his immortal body. In his spare time, Kagami glanced at him and said flatly, "That's why it's annoying. Others either get a cheat code or a system issuing quests, but I only have you, a mediocre thing." Kid, what did you say? Quiet, Sukuna. This world is far more dangerous than you imagine. Creatures that can kill you abound. Drop your unnecessary recklessness. Listen to me, and maybe you'll get a chance to appear as my summoned beast. Sukuna roughly guessed the meaning of summoned beast, and his cold voice rang out. Before reaching the top of the world, I don't mind begging for mercy. Compared to me, you're the one who's overestimating yourself. With such little power, you dare expose yourself to other strong beings. I'm different from you. Uchiha Kagami smiled at the corner of his mouth, the chakra orb in his hand, showing signs of stabilizing. If I die, it means I was never anything more. I won't grovel like you just to survive. His crimson eyes met the god of slaughter in the darkness. I clearly know my own insignificance. Does that mean I should shrink away? To do what is known to be impossible, Sukuna? You've lost the most important human instinct. You're just a rather powerful beast. So you can only be a mount ridden by me. Kid, you're just a mortal using this unknown cage to bind me. Don't talk big. Uchiha Kagami leaned closer to the seal, a slight smile curling his lips. Sukuna, one day, I will open the seal and put a leash on you. After his explosive display on the first day, no one dared to approach Uchiha Kagami in the following days. During the day, he would feign sleep, cultivating the Rasengan within his spiritual space. Returning home in the evening, he trained in physical arts. At night, he studied theoretical knowledge. With 7 hours of deep sleep each day, Uchiha Kagami's life was remarkably fulfilling. Kakashi, who had originally planned to graduate early, temporarily abandoned that notion after a crushing defeat. He doubled his already inhuman training regimen, awaiting the day he could surge ahead and avenge his humiliation. Seizing the rare opportunity when Hatake Tsukumo was at home, Kakashi voiced the confusion that had been gnawing at him. Father, Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan is different. I've seen Uchiha Shinobi use the Sharingan before, but that inexplicable sensation eluded Kakashi's ability to articulate clearly. Hatake Tsukumo, having learned of the situation, smiled and ruffled his hair. Feels more ferocious, doesn't it? Kakashi felt the description was off, but couldn't find a better word. I also have Uchiha comrades. Their clan's eyes don't awaken as readily as the Hyugas. It seems to require a special event, a powerful emotional shock, to trigger the awakening. That child named Kagami awakened the Sharingan at such a young age. He must have experienced something sorrowful. Kakashi, you should help your comrade overcome his difficulties. Kakashi's small deadfish eyes betrayed his confusion. That guy didn't exactly seem like a bitter, vengeful soul. Though Uchiha Kagami caused no trouble at the academy, his hobby was bullying Uchiha Obito. Consequently, Uchiha Obito had recently stopped provoking him, spending his days instead with Asuma and the others plotting revenge against Uchiha Kagami. Having one less person buzzing in his ear, Kakashi actually felt a bit relieved. Pushing aside these thoughts, he finally stated his main purpose. Father, I want to learn your swordsmanship. Hatake Tsukumo ruffled Kakashi's hair, a sense of pride swelling in his heart. In truth, he hadn't been keen on Kakashi graduating early, but the Ninja Academy indeed offered little reason for Kakashi to remain. That was why he had previously agreed to apply for early graduation. Now that Kakashi had dropped the subject, it seemed he intended to defeat that young man first. His thoughts mirrored the Third Hokage's. Both believed the two children could forge a bond through competition. Alright, since you've laid a solid foundation, I'll formally teach you the secret body technique passed down through the Hatake clan, the 1,000 years of death. Haha, just kidding. I'll teach you swordsmanship. As night fell, Uchiha Kagami had just finished his physical training and stepped out of the practice ground when an Uchiha clansman appeared before him with a body flicker. Kagami the Elder wishes to see you. Unlike the Hyuga clan, where several house heads wielded more authority than the clan leader, the Uchiha clan's leader was normally the supreme authority. But Fugaku, having just become the clan leader, was still too young. Many clan matters were decided by an elder from the previous generation. It was akin to the future relationship between the Third Hokage and Minato Namikaze. This clan elder was a member of the radical faction advocating the seizure of the Uchiha's rightful status through force. It was not the first time Uchiha Kagami had visited the elder's courtyard. He waited in the living room. Before long, a lean, scarred man in his 40s or 50s emerged, a fierce scar running across his face. Uchiha Shinhwa, the leader of the Hawk faction. The Uchiha did not heed the weak. Had Fugaku not awakened, the Mangekyō Shinhwa would have been the strongest in the clan. Elder Shinhwa. After a simple greeting, Uchiha Kagami sat cross-legged in silence. Shinhwa nodded inwardly, pleased with this junior of the Uchiha. Cold by nature, decisive in action, arrogant. He was the ideal Uchiha youth in Shinhwa's eyes. Very much like the late Uchiha Izuna, whom he admired. I've heard about what happened at the Ninja Academy. You did well, Kagami. You've also met the Third Hokage. What do you think of him? Uchiha Kagami was silent for a moment, then said flatly, he is an outstanding ninja with excellent leadership abilities. He is magnanimous and possesses formidable strength. A very objective analysis. Uchiha Shinhwa nodded. Good. You haven't been influenced by some ignorant clan members who think the Third Hokage is just a powerless old man. Shinhwa said gravely. I have many grievances with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but I must admit that among our generation only he is worthy of the title of Third Hokage. Your grandfather also had a chance. But unfortunately, Uchiha Kagami shook his head, making a judgment about his ancestor who shared the same name. Even if ancestor Kagami had not passed away, he would not have contested the position of Hokage with the third. That's true. Kagami, you already possess the mindset of a clan leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen is considering abdication. The fourth Hokage might come from the three legendary Sannin. Given your age, we should aim for the fifth. Shinhwa was about to elaborate when Uchiha Kagami pushed himself up from his knees. Elder, did you summon me just to discuss content that belongs in a clan meeting? In the time of the first Hokage, they fought for the second. In the time of the third, they fight for the fifth. Always placing hope on the next opportunity. From my perspective, Uchiha Kagami met Shinhwa's eyes without flinching. You are no different from clan leader Fugaku. I'm leaving. If you have grievances, save them for the clan meeting. Wait. Uchiha Shinhwa's face was impassive, his voice low. Are you suggesting you want to contend for the fourth? No. I have no interest in being Hokage. Uchiha Kagami turned his head, his tone indifferent. Since when does the Uchiha clan need the title of Hokage to prove itself? Elder Shinhwa, I despise this cowardly mentality among the clan. Even you share it. I appreciate your gifts, but don't expect me to follow your arrangements. And don't lecture me. With that, Uchiha Kagami turned and walked without pause until he reached the entrance. Uchiha Shinhwa's voice called out, I will wait for you at the training ground tomorrow and teach you all the ninjutsu I know. An old fossil like me has no right to order you around, but at least let me be of some use. For the future of the Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami paused mid-step. I understand. Walking through the clan's territory under the moonlight, some shops were preparing to close. Kagami, are you enjoying school? I heard you defeated that genius of the Hitaki clan. Haha, as expected of Kagami. Remember to stop by my place tomorrow morning. I'll have red bean soup ready for you. Along the way, the clansmen greeted him warmly. Uchiha Kagami smiled and responded to each one, a stark contrast to the coldness he showed Uchiha Shinhwa. The temperament of the Uchiha clan, influenced by the power of their eyes, grew more aloof and cold as one's strength increased. But ordinary Uchiha clansmen were no different from common folk. Counting those who had not yet awakened their eyes, there were over 2,000 people. Obito, Itachi, even a despicable guy like me cannot imagine. How could anyone lay hands on these neighbors, these blood-related elders, women, and children? At home, his grandmother was still coaxing little Shisui. Shisui's parents had died in battle after his birth, leaving only 3 people in this household. Compared to the orphans of ordinary shinobi, the lives of Uchiha orphans were far better. For instance, Kagami was adopted. Those from less fortunate families were also looked after by fellow clansmen. After all, even the second Hokage had acknowledged that the Uchiha were a clan more loving than the Senju. Lost love turns into hatred. Then the Uchiha simply need never lose love. I will protect the fate of this clan. Grandmother, I'm home. Your chakra natures are fire, lightning, and earth plus the yin release from the Sharingan, granting you 4 innate chakra affinities. Shinhwa took the chakra test paper and said, not bad. These attributes are well suited for practicing our clan's techniques. That guy is probably around the level of a special grade Jujutsu sorcerer. Sukuna's voice echoed. In the mental space, Sukuna had finally secured the privilege of sensing the outside world for 2 hours each day. Same as you. Kid. The reason I'm rated special grade is that special grade is the highest rank. I know. So how many of your fingers would you say he's worthy? Uchiha Kagami allowed Sukuna this window of freedom solely to use him as a measuring unit. Sukuna felt the kid's words were somewhat disrespectful, but after a few years he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. 3 fingers maybe. But kid, my current strength can't be described by mere 20 fingers. I've already. Ignoring the rest of Sukuna's words, Uchiha Kagami turned his attention to Shinhwa. Shinhwa was no ordinary three-tomo user, his strength was the strongest tier below the Mangekyō. Originally, Uchiha-Kagami despised cross-world power comparisons, but now deeply immersed in this situation, he had no choice but to consider it. Sukuna was now at his peak, having mastered the space slash. Compared to the Nine-Tails with both Yin and Yang chakra, it was impossible to know for now. Konoha would never allow the Nine-Tails to come into contact with the Uchiha, given the painful lessons of the past. Fire release and the Sharingan are the foundations of the Uchiha survival during the Warring States period. I don't know lightning release techniques, but I'll teach you simple earth release later. You already know the Great Fireball technique, so I'll teach you. The Great Dragon Fire technique. The main purpose of the Great Fireball is to obscure the enemy's vision and trap their position. The Great Dragon Fire is a high-speed flame attack for a decisive strike. Watch closely. Shinhwa slowed his movements, and from the corner of his eye he noticed Uchiha-Kagami had already activated his Sharingan. He nodded approvingly. Without needing to be told, he knew to activate the Sharingan to observe chakra flow. Good. See, Shun Mao In. After completing the hand seals, a flame burst forth like a dragon's breath, streaking at incredible speed and instantly exploding into a massive ball of fire at the center of the lake. This technique is best used with the Sharingan's assistance to increase the chances of hitting the enemy. After several attempts, Uchiha-Kagami formed hand seals and channeled his chakra. Boom. A jet of blazing flame shot out, a slightly smaller dragon fire exploding in its wake. Excellent. As expected of you. Even the stern Uchiha Shinhwa couldn't help but smile. Then I'll teach you the next fire. Not for now. Uchiha-Kagami shook his head. I still need to master this technique. Haste makes waste. Once I've fully grasped it, I'll learn the next one. Shinhwa pondered for a moment and smiled. Haste makes waste, an insight rare for a child your age. Cultivation indeed requires patience. Then practice on your own, and ask me if you have any questions. It's just a matter of proficiency. I can also practice during the day. With that, Uchiha-Kagami took out the short sword Shinhwa had given him, Shiobaishua. Elder Shinhwa, could you please guide my swordsmanship? In the ninja world, there was no clear distinction between swords and blades. Even those who used swords were said to practice swordsmanship. I almost forgot. Your talent in swordsmanship exceeds that in fire release. Shinhwa drew his long sword and nodded. Come, you may attack whenever you wish. Swish. The moment the words fell, Uchiha-Kagami's small figure darted forward, Shiobaishua, sliding from its sheath, a brilliant flash of light gleaming. Clang. Blocking Kagami's slash, Shinhwa commented. Your speed and timing are both good, and your strength is comparable to our clan's Chunin. Kagami, you are a genius worthy of our ancestors. Uchiha-Kagami knew whom Shinhwa was comparing him to, Uchiha Kwanai. Unfortunately, even Uchiha Kwanai's most memorable identity was merely that of Madara's younger brother. A red glint flashed in Uchiha-Kagami's eyes. I don't want to be worthy of our ancestors. I am the one who will surpass them. Shiobaishua thrust forward, aiming straight for Uchiha Shinhwa's throat. Uchiha-Kagami was no match for Shinhwa, so he naturally went all out, unleashing killing moves relentlessly. Uchiha Shinhwa remained unruffled, sidestepping to effortlessly evade the fierce strike, while simultaneously swinging his long sword toward Kagami's arm. Turning back to parry, a resounding clang rang out as the two blades clashed violently, showering sparks. By the lakeside training ground, the dance of steel and shadow grew relentless. Kagami's attacks grew faster while Shinhwa's defense was impenetrable, occasionally countering. Just as Shinhwa relaxed slightly, Kagami, who had been gripping the sword with both hands, suddenly freed one hand. His left hand extended toward Shinhwa's face, 4 fingers spread flat. Not good. Years of combat experience allowed Shinhwa to sense the danger instantly, and his 3-tomo Sharingan manifested in his pupils. Kai. FSSSS. An invisible slash swept across, yet the last moment Shinhwa barely evaded the terrifying cut that would have torn off half his face. But a clear gash still appeared on his cheek, crimson blood dripping down. What was that? It was like a blade of invisible wind, somewhat reminiscent of the wind blade he had encountered before. But that was an A-rank wind release technique. Where did Kagami learn it? Moreover, there was no sound of wind. If it were a wind blade, the 3-tomo Sharingan's insight would have easily avoided it. After the strike, Uchiha Kagami's stamina was completely drained, and he collapsed to the ground. This body was still too frail. He estimated that excluding the chakra spent on previous techniques, he could only execute 3 or 4 Kai slashes at full strength. The fundamental ability of two-faced Su Nuwa, when developed to its extreme, was the spatial cutting slash. This is a secret technique I created myself. It's nothing more than stolen power from me. Su Nuwa snorted contemptuously. Ridiculous. No matter where it came from, the fact was that he was the one using it. After a moment of silence, Shinhwa smiled wryly. Kagami, you used such a dangerous technique without warning me. Uchiha Kagami gave a guileless, awkward laugh. Haha, I knew Elder Shinhwa could handle it. To be honest, if it weren't for my Sharingan blocking, this invisible slash would have been extremely difficult. I won't ask how you learned this ability, but I suggest you keep it as a hidden trump card and not use it lightly. Without warning, this technique could instantly kill a special Jonin. Ninjas were notorious for having high attack power but low defense. It was said that even a ninja of Senju Jujin's caliber could be killed by a kunai. Sunua's slashes were like the Chiyuan slash, a cutting attack highly effective against the fragile bodies of ninjas. Setting aside the outliers, and those few Mangekyō Sunua had the strength to slaughter the entire ninja world. Elder Shinhwa, my body is too weak. I want to undergo herbal baths. Besides regular training, herbal baths were also an important means of improving physical constitution. However, such consumption was continuous, and it would take at least a few years to show significant results. Even the Uchiha clan could only produce a few portions. They had to exchange resources with other clans to obtain the herbs, a troublesome process. Recently, only the young Fuyu had enjoyed this treatment. This was also the reason Uchiha Kagami had demonstrated Kai, to showcase his worth and encourage Shinhwa to invest more heavily. Even a clan as loving as the Uchiha would not invest endlessly without seeing your value. Shinhwa pondered for a moment, touching the wound on his cheek. Agreed. But the herbal bath must last at least 2 years without interruption. That means you cannot graduate early and take on missions. Huh. When did I ever say I wanted to graduate early? Uchiha Kagami laughed. With 3 precious years of training time, only a fool would graduate early to serve those old fogies. You have a point. Year 43 of Konoha. A confidential mission became common knowledge, spreading like wildfire. Tsukumo Hatake abandoned his mission to save his comrades. At the Ninja Academy, despite 2 years of relentless training, Kakashi still couldn't defeat that person. He even felt the gap between them widening rather than narrowing. He often wondered why Kagami didn't graduate early, given that his strength far surpassed the academy instructors. But now he had no mind to challenge Uchiha Kagami. His father. Kakashi had never seen his father so despondent, utterly devoid of life. Somehow he found himself under a large tree, stopping before Uchiha Kagami, who was eating his lunch. Kagami. Between comrades and missions, which matters more? Uchiha Kagami swallowed a piece of chicken leg and looked up at the bewildered Kakashi. He had heard of Tsukumo's situation and was pleased to see such internal strife among his rivals. Stir it up, stir it up. When only a few old-timers remain, it'll be easier for me to uproot them. Of course the mission is more important. We are ninjas after all. Kakashi's face contorted with inner conflict. That was the answer most would give, even he himself believed so. Then, if completing the mission means abandoning a comrade, what should we do? Setting down his lunchbox, Uchiha Kagami said calmly, that depends on the importance of the mission and the rank of the comrade. If you're referring to your father's matter, I think he made a mistake. Kakashi lowered his head dejectedly. You think so too? Of course. As a powerful ninja, he allowed a bunch of weaklings to judge him freely. If he killed a few of the loudest villagers, there'd be no public outcry. Father would never raise his blade against innocent villagers. No, he's about to. After 2 years of growth boosted by herbal baths, Uchiha Kagami now stood taller than Kakashi. He stood up, grabbed Kakashi's hair, and forced him to meet his gaze. Your father is a weakling. Because his ideals shattered, he wallows in self-pity. If he had courage, he'd strike at the masterminds behind this. Instead, he chooses the weakest target. What do you mean? A slight smile curled on Uchiha Kagami's lips, as he thought Tsukumo might be a potential ally. From his outsider perspective, Tsukumo's death wasn't caused by the villagers' insults. He wasn't that fragile. What drove Tsukumo to take his own life was the denial of the will of fire he had believed in all his life. The village's higher-ups, who always emphasized the importance of comrades, allowed him to be humiliated, revealing their true stance. The Hatake clan was originally a samurai family from the Warring States era. Tsukumo was more a samurai than a ninja. He chose to end his life because he realized he had sworn loyalty to the wrong people. His beliefs collapsed. Lacking the courage to strike at the Third Hokage and others, he could only end his own life. Let me be clear. Uchiha Kagami grabbed Kakashi's hair and shook it. Only at times like this would Kakashi not bristle. Patting his head, the texture felt nice. Your father is thinking of suicide. You have time to ask questions here, but better go check on him. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. He had never considered that possibility. The situation was grave, but he never imagined his father would go that far. He bolted, not even taking time to say goodbye to Uchiha Kagami, and rushed out of the academy gate. Watching Kakashi's vanishing figure, Uchiha Kagami narrowed his eyes. He wouldn't invest much effort to save Tsukumo. If Kakashi couldn't dissuade him, then so be it. If he did survive, he probably wouldn't align with the Third Hokage's faction anymore. Obito and Rin, who always cared about Kakashi, approached. Reluctant to speak with Uchiha Kagami, Obito still asked for Kakashi's sake. Kagami, what did you say to Kakashi? Kagami-kun, where is Kakashi? Glancing at the two, Uchiha Kagami countered Obito. Goggles, if you had to sacrifice your clan for a mission, what would you choose? That's obvious. I'd never sacrifice my clan. I'd complete the mission without harming my clan. It must be said, time and experience change a person. Obito was the kindest Uchiha, and Madara had seen this trait, which is why he chose him. An Uchiha with such rich emotions, once fallen into darkness, would indeed be terrifying. Rin, what about you? Uchiha Kagami turned to Rin Noera. After a moment's thought, Rin smiled. If a sacrifice is necessary to complete the mission, I hope it's me. Truly, a pure will of fire. Rin, I'll protect you. The will of fire has no right or wrong, only the actions of those who uphold it. Sacrificing oneself for the next generation's peace is worthy of praise. But many leaders forgot this original intention, including Hashirama Senju. The village was built to protect children, yet later. To protect the village he could kill even his closest friend and his own child. One cannot have everything. Madara Uchiha saw this truth, and chose to leave. Victory without sacrifice is impossible, and it inevitably breeds hatred. So Kagami, what about you? Obito gathered courage to ask. Between mission and clan, what do you choose? If one side must be sacrificed, I'll kill the one who issued the mission. Uchiha Kagami answered bluntly. That's just like you, Kagami. Wait, we were asking about Kakashi, weren't we? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. No need to know. In such matters any choice is wrong, and none is wrong. That's too hard to understand. Well, you're a stupid, Goggles, so it's normal you don't get it. Goggles is fine, but why add stupid? Can't you just call me by my name? At least have eyes like mine before you talk to me about this. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly spun, and the overwhelming ocular power directly knocked Obito unconscious. Again. Obito whimpered before losing consciousness. Every few days Uchiha Kagami would hit him with that ocular power. So what if you have Sharingan? Is it necessary to show off like that? Uchiha Kagami did like showing off, but using his Sharingan on Obito so frequently wasn't just for show. Obito was the key to contacting Madara Uchiha and those white Zetsu. Through the reverse summoning seal, injecting a bit of ocular power each time. One day, he would meet that legendary ninja. Obito, you're just a mouthpiece. During class, Uchiha Jing had already devoted the entire time to rest. Listening to the teacher's lecture on the podium, he found the quality of his sleep improved, allowing him to dedicate all his nighttime hours to training. The Ninja Academy instructors had no choice but to accept this, for even though he slept through every lesson, he consistently secured the top scores in both theoretical and practical exams at the end of each semester, by a landslide. They had even taken the initiative to propose early graduation to Uchiha Jing, but he declined. The children here were pleasant to talk to, the lunches were delicious, and the naps were wonderfully comfortable. Why would he want to graduate? Becoming a genin to chase cats and dogs, escort merchant caravans while eating soldier pills. What was the point? Although tensions between the nations remained high, the catalyst for the Third Great Ninja War had yet to emerge. That catalyst was the disappearance of the Third Hokage. During the Third Hokage's administration, Sasori's parents had been killed on a mission by the White Fang of Konoha Tsukumo Hitaki. Considering the alliance treaty between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, the Third Hokage forbade Sasori from seeking revenge. Of course, it might also be that the Third Hokage knew Sasori was no match for the White Fang and was reluctant to let him act. Thus, Sasori redirected his hatred toward the Third Hokage, somehow eliminating him and transforming him into a human puppet. Afterwards, Mangekyō, unable to locate their Hokage, eventually began to clash with Konoha. Other villages soon joined the fray, igniting the most brutal conflict, the Third Great Ninja War. This was the first war in the era of hidden villages where all 5 major shinobi villages participated. It also cultivated figures like Uchiha Obito and Yakushi Kabuto, who would become major players in the Fourth Great Ninja War. The Yellow Flash, the AB Combo, Scorch Release, Pakura, the Copy Ninja Kakashi. Countless powerful figures rose to fame during this great war. Ironically, the most renowned Sharingan user of the Third War was an outsider, Kakashi. It seemed that by the end of the war, Shursui had also grown up. That kid. I hope his upbringing could alter his overly merciful nature. School ended. Kakashi, who had skipped class all day, leaned against the door. When he saw Uchiha Jing approaching, he straightened up. Jing, my father wants to meet you. Please. With that, he bowed 90 degrees. Even when Uchiha Jing had beaten him severely before, Kakashi had never been so humble. The medicinal bath was scheduled after Uchiha Jing's training, so there was enough time. At the Hitaki residence, a few lanterns provided little light, leaving the inner hall somewhat dim. Uchiha Jing walked in alone and saw the famed White Fang of Konoha. His once tall and robust frame now resembled a skeleton draped in skin. His white hair was withered, and his eyes held barely any light. At just over 30, the prime of a shinobi's life, Tsukumo Hitaki was steeped in an aura of decay. You must be Jinkuin. Kakashi often speaks of you. His voice was hoarse, as if completing a full sentence required great effort. Hello, Jonin Hitaki. Uchiha Jing disliked initiating conversation, so he waited for Tsukumo Hitaki to speak. Kakashi conveyed your words to me, Jinkuin. Your Sharingan possesses an insight greater than any Uchiha I have ever encountered. I truly cannot comprehend. May I borrow your wisdom? Tell me, what is the right path? Uchiha Jing frowned slightly. He was not adept at psychological counseling, so he decided to get straight to the point. Jonin Hitaki, do you know who leaked the details of that mission? I have a rough idea. It should be the Hokage's advisor, Lord Danzo. Danzo did it, and the Hokage did not stop him. That is the situation. Uchiha Jing laid out the facts directly. You want to kill yourself because your idealized image of the Third has shattered, right? What does idealized image mean? It means you cannot see his true self. From your perspective, the Third has always been a perfect, benevolent elder. Jinkuin's metaphor is apt. So why wouldn't the Third Lord help me? How could he help you? The news has already been made public. Could he declare that comrades are more important than missions? Then what about the missions from the daimyo and nobles? Who would trust Konoha? Declare that missions are more important than comrades. Then what about the will of fire? He always advocates the value of cherishing comrades. How would the villagers view him? This is an inherently unsolvable problem. Tsukumo Hatake fell silent. Uchiha Jing spoke slowly. The third is a human being, and all humans have selfish motives. He cannot overthrow his own foundation for your sake. Moreover, this incident of yours is actually beneficial to the third's faction. After all, a person with a stain cannot compete for the position of the fourth Hokage. I never wanted to become the fourth Hokage. Tsukumo Hatake's voice rose slightly. Whether you want it or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you have the ability. Uchiha Jing's cold gaze shattered the last vestiges of Tsukumo Hatake's illusions. From their perspective, there is nothing wrong with their actions. They probably never imagined that you would consider suicide because of this. They merely wanted a flawed blade, not a vessel that might become the jewel. In my opinion, after this incident, they will move you from the light to the shadows, using you for unspeakable deeds. What would they want me to do? Uchiha Jing pointed at himself and smiled. Isn't that obvious? They'll use you against the Uchiha. We Uchiha are the greatest unstable factor in their eyes. Jinkun, we are all comrades of the same village. Why? There is no why. Whenever people gather, conflict will inevitably arise. Only by subjugating their own kind can humans experience the pleasure of superiority. This is the poison called power. I am much older than you, yet I see things far less clearly. That's normal. You haven't received the right education. I did spend a few years at the Ninja Academy. We are not talking about the same thing. Uchiha Jing waved his hand impatiently. He had already spoken too many lines today, which did not fit the aloof Uchiha persona. I won't console you. If you truly cannot bear it, suicide is indeed a good way to escape. After all, Kakashi already lost his mother, losing his father as well wouldn't change much. Uchiha Jing had said many things, but in the end it was the last sentence that proved decisive. Could Kakashi, who was not yet a shinobi, truly adapt to a life without a father? Tsukumo Hatake was a war orphan. Having grown up without parents, he could hardly imagine the pain of losing them. If Kakashi were already a ninja, he might have comforted himself believing that Kakashi could endure. He had not eaten for days. With great difficulty, he moved his body and performed a Dajiza before the seated Uchiha Jing. Tell me what I should do, I beg you. Tsukumo Hatake was a blade. When left to his own thoughts, he easily fell into a dead end. He was still accustomed to finding someone he trusted and following their instructions. A faint smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Jing's mouth. It's simple. Whatever decision you make, even if it's wrong, you must stick to it. Go and beat up everyone who says you're wrong. Tell them that comrades are more important than missions. If they don't accept it, beat them until they do. You can break their limbs, and if you're really angry, kill one or two. At worst, you'll spend a few years in prison. Given your achievements, you won't be sentenced to death. I understand. Tsukumo Hatake pondered for a moment, then looked up at Uchiha Jing. Jinkun, it seems you have already chosen which side to stand on, the Uchiha or the village. Uchiha Jing shook his head. It's not about which side I choose. It's about which side chooses me and then becomes the victor. A 3-tomo Sharingan at the age of 7. How much longer will you let this slide? In the Hokage's office, the 4 pinnacles of Konoha's power were gathered. Led by Hiruzen Sarutobi alongside the Hokage's advisor Danzo Shimura and the 2 high-ranking counselors Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane. The child is studying diligently at the Ninja Academy. Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice, Danzo, I've told you before, stay out of the Ninja Academy's affairs. Heh. A sinister smile curled on Danzo Shimura's lips as he coldly retorted, have you forgotten what this means? Have you forgotten those eyes? The Mangekyō. Koharu Utatane mused softly, shifting her gaze toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Given the talent Uchiha Kagami has displayed, if he were provoked, there's a strong chance he could awaken the Mangekyō. That kind of power is far too uncontrollable. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke with a somber expression. I have a plan. What plan could you possibly have? You should just hand him over to me for training. I guarantee he will belong entirely to our side. Hiruzen, Koharu Utatane, and the other counselor seemed visibly tempted. They had lived through the era of Madara Uchiha, and they knew what a Mangekyō meant. Subconsciously, they elevated the potential of the Mangekyō, thinking how wonderful it would be to possess a controllable one. Oh, how splendid that would be. A 7-year-old with 3 tomos surpassing even the historical records of Madara Uchiha. If this didn't lead to the Mangekyō, even they wouldn't believe it. He hadn't wanted to mention it, but seeing his old friends leaning that way, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a sigh and said, I've already sent for Jiraiya to return. I plan to have him take Uchiha Kagami under his wing. Jiraiya, huh? Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane exchanged a glance and nodded. Jiraiya was their top candidate for the 4th Hokage, and they trusted him to handle this. But Danzo was far from reassured. That man who disregards village rules and runs off wherever he pleases. How could he be entrusted with an Uchiha? Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at him and said calmly, he taught Minato. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane, who had been wavering, were completely put at ease upon hearing this. Minato Namikaze. He was the most perfect candidate they had in mind for the 5th Hokage. That's because Minato Namikaze was exceptional in his own right, not because your disciple was a good teacher. Danzo made his final protest. If it really comes down to it, I'll teach him myself. I raised the 3 Sannin after all. there's no issue there. You're raising a tiger that will surely bring disaster. That brat will cause immense harm to the village. I can see the dense darkness he harbors within. I won't regret this, Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi stated with unwavering resolve. That child has done nothing wrong. I will shape him into a fine ninja who cherishes his comrades. And you? Don't think I'm unaware of what you've been doing. As for Tsukumo, call it off. An aging tiger may be old, but it still retains its fierce might. Facing Hiruzen Sarutobi's gradually chilling gaze, Danzo Shimura said nothing, but the door of the Hokage's office bore the brunt of his frustration. Bang. Honestly, at his age you'd think he'd learn to close a door gently. Nightfall. Within the Uchiha clan grounds. Having just bathed and cleansed himself after his herbal soak, Kagami's grandmother announced that he had a visitor. Kagami-kun, sorry for the intrusion. Clan head, please come in. Uchiha Kagami offered a formal formulaic invitation. He belonged to the radical faction, showing little reverence to Fugaku, the leader of the passive faction. It was Obito and Itachi who slaughtered the clan. It was Fugaku who let it all happen. Forced by the times, not a personal fault. One could say that, but as the head of the Uchiha clan, failing to change anything was a sin in itself. No need. I'm here to deliver an invitation. A rare smile appeared on Fugaku's ever-stoic face as he handed over an invitation. Tomorrow is my child's 7th-day celebration. I hope Kagami-kun can make time to attend. Uchiha Kagami took the invitation and looked up to ask, have you decided on a name? Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. It's a boy. Fugaku beamed with a proud father's smile. It's fortunate that Sasuke inherited his mother's good looks. Otherwise he'd end up like Itachi, looking aged and weary at such a young age. Alright, I'll be there. Watching Fugaku walk away, Uchiha Kagami's gaze darkened. Itachi's birth signaled the beginning of the countdown to the Uchiha clan's annihilation. A decade or so. That's time enough. Lying in bed, having slept enough during the day, Uchiha Kagami sank into his mental space. Hey brat, that man you met during the day. What level is he in this Konoha village of yours? Sukuna's voice echoed. In these 2 years, the strongest he'd seen was naturally Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even across his millennium-long life, such a formidable individual was a rarity. It was a pity that the man's vital energy had begun to wane, otherwise Sukuna would have relished a challenge. As for Tsukumo Hatake from today, his strength might not measure up to the old man from before. Yet even lean as a rake, that swordsman's razor-sharp aura earned Sukuna's respect. He had a deep appreciation for the strong, especially those with such unyielding conviction. Pondering Sukuna's question, in terms of raw power, Tsukumo Hatake was slightly stronger than the current 3 Sannin, but not yet on par with the Third Hokage and his peers. Most crucially, there was Kushina Uzumaki, a wild card in any calculation. A fully manifested Ninetales would absolutely surpass the current combined strength of the entire village. Only sealing arts could hope to contain it. To keep Sukuna from getting too arrogant, Kagami decided to factor in all of Konoha's formidable shinobi, past and future, into his assessment. After all, he did ask about the village. He'd rank somewhere beyond the top 20. That old man you saw before. To put it nicely, he's the village chief, but there are plenty stronger than him. Interesting. Amidst a sea of blood and corpses, Sukuna cackled. Brat, let me borrow your body for some fun. Give me just 5 minutes of activity each day, and I'll teach you how to wield my power. Uchiha Kagami extracted a clump of writhing black energy from the gaps of the seal, kneaded it, and stuffed it into his mouth. He shot Sukuna a disdainful glance. You think I need you to teach me? Give me 2 more years of this, and I'll have your secrets laid bare down to your very underwear. How are you even doing this? Sukuna was utterly baffled. He felt no weakening in his power whatsoever. His cursed energy was actually growing within this mental space. In just a few short years, it had amassed more than the Jujutsu world had accumulated in centuries. He had already grown stronger than his original prime, yet against this bizarre seal, he remained utterly powerless. Even his space / couldn't cut through this seal. Swallowing the black energy, Uchiha Kagami sensed that once he fully digested this whole, unleashing his cleave would be far easier. With ample chakra, perhaps he could even use it as a standard attack. Activating his Sharingan, he entered his training regimen. Thanks to the medicinal baths over these 2 years, his physical development was roughly equivalent to that of a 13 or 14-year-old Uchiha. Naturally blessed with more chakra than the average shinobi due to their immense spiritual energy, the Uchiha's true chakra ceiling was nevertheless determined by their physical energy. Certain members of the Senju and Uzumaki clans could boast chakra reserves comparable to the tailed beasts. In contrast, the Uchiha were perpetually lacking in that department. Even Madara had to grab a Ninetales as a power bank to sustain a multi-day battle against Hashirama Senju. Thinking about it, he cast another disdainful glance at Sukuna. The tailed beasts were creations of the Sage of 6 Paths, Yin-Yang release. Each one could serve as a battery, albeit with varying capacities. But Sukuna only possessed Yin nature. And since Kagami's spiritual energy far surpassed his physical energy, he had plenty of Yin release chakra to spare. Hey, brat, what kind of look is that? Uchiha Kagami curled his lip. Your power isn't all that impressive. I was thinking of getting you a neighbor, you know. You insolent fool. What do you mean by that? Whoosh. Uchiha Kagami's control over the seal had grown. He could now fully mute Sukuna's voice, sparing himself from the raucous tirade. Extending his palm, a sphere of azure chakra materialized. Kagami began attempting to infuse it with fire-release nature transformation. The moment a flicker of flame touched the chakra sphere. Boom. A violent explosion erupted. Unsurprisingly, failure. Uchiha Kagami lacked Naruto's sheer audacity to train with multiple shadow clones. He had to resort to tedious repeated attempts. If adding wind-release chakra to the Rasengan created the Rasen Shuriken, then what would adding fire-release create? At the Fugaku residence, Kagami Uchiha, now 7.5 years old, stood at about 5 feet tall, dressed in a loose indigo long coat for the celebration. His features were sharply defined, a faint smile perpetually playing at the corners of his lips. Shursue, now 2.5, followed behind him, glancing around with wide, curious eyes. Brother, there are so many people here. What's this for? To celebrate the birth of a child, Kagami Uchiha said indifferently, his gaze distant as he looked at the child, held by Makoto Uchiha. Kagami, you're here. An aging shinobi Kagami Uchiha's elder approached. He looked at the Fugaku family receiving their clansmen and sneered. I heard someone calling that brat the young clan head. Humph. We Uchiha aren't like the Hyuga playing at hereditary succession. Even Lord Madara back in his day was only called the young clan head after showcasing his talent. A babe in swaddling clothes. Is he worthy? If he grows up normally, perhaps he might indeed be worthy, Kagami responded coolly. He disliked Itachi Uchiha, but he wouldn't deny the boy's potential. I often feel those eyes of yours can see the future. Shinobi sighed, patting Kagami's shoulder with a smile. In a few more years you might be able to defeat Fugaku. When that time comes, I'll propose a clan duel. You are the one fit to lead the Uchiha. Kagami Uchiha shook his head. In a year or two the Third Great Ninja War would begin. Border skirmishes were already frequent. According to the original timeline, the Uchiha wouldn't have a chance to reach the Kirigakure battlefield until the war's end. Moreover, the clan wasn't monolithic. The radicals held the majority, but a significant number still sided with the village. Like Obito, who later joined Minato's team, was just a representative example. Where do you think Danzo's Sharingan came from before the night of the massacre? To put it even more cynically, Kakashi, keeping the Sharingan, was also the Uchiha clan's compromise with the Fourth Hokage. For a millennium, the iron rule of the Uchiha clan was to never allow outsiders to covet the Sharingan. To enforce this, they would mobilize the entire clan to hunt the offender down until death. Without Madara Uchiha, the Uchiha were but a group of weaklings subject to bullying, no longer possessing the spirit of the strongest clan in the ninja world. Fugaku probably didn't have the Mangekyō yet. He awakened it during the Third Great Ninja War. If it's just 3 tomo, I will challenge Fugaku Uchiha in a moment. Shinobi's pupils contracted sharply. So sudden. It's not that big a deal. Kagami Uchiha's gaze swept over the crowd, then he added, since everyone is here, let's have a fight first. I'm not ready to be clan head just yet. Fugaku was a fence-sitter lacking the talent to steer the Uchiha, but he was acceptable as a stopgap. Kagami Uchiha planned to emerge as the Uchiha clan head at the start of the Third Great Ninja War, so that the Third Hokage's faction would have less energy to target him. For the 7-day celebration of the clan head's child, nearly everyone eligible to attend the clan council had gathered, along with many ordinary Uchiha clansmen. At the banquet, Fugaku Uchiha offered a toast to Kagami's table. Elder Shinobi, thank you for your contributions to the clan. Kagami-kun and little Shursue Itachi is your younger brother. Please look after him in the future. Many clansmen exchanged glances. The division within the Uchiha clan was already apparent. The village still pursued a policy of appeasement towards the Uchiha, and Fugaku leaned towards peaceful coexistence. Most Uchiha in the military police force were doves. It was only later, when the village's oppression of the Uchiha became too severe, that the hawks overpowered the doves. At the village's founding, the Uchiha were weary of war and had even betrayed Madara Uchiha. Kagami Uchiha set down his juice and rose slowly. Clan Head Sama, on this auspicious day of passing the torch, I wish to seek your guidance in ninjutsu. Fugaku Uchiha's smile did not waver. Of course, I'll wait for you at your usual training ground tomorrow. Kagami Uchiha's lips curved slightly, his smile barely perceptible. Do I need to be clearer? I challenge you, Fugaku Uchiha. If it were an ordinary Uchiha youth, no one would take his words seriously. Like some Uchiha kid who keeps shouting he'll be Hokage. Do you think the Third Hokage takes that seriously? But Kagami was different. The Uchiha clan revered strength. Whether one had awakened their Sharingan was one standard. After awakening, each additional tomo represented a rise in status. Any Uchiha with 3 tomo was recognized as having Jonin-level combat power. Kagami saying this at such an occasion seems a bit inappropriate. An elder Uchiha spoke up, trying to give Fugaku a way out. Kagami Uchiha looked at him and said calmly, since when did we Uchiha need to consider the occasion for a fight? Has a long, comfortable life made you all learn from the Hyuga? If the Uchiha clansmen had differing views on the Hokage, then towards the Hyuga, the clan competing with them for the title of strongest dojutsu, all Uchiha felt nothing but contempt and disgust. What standing does the Hyuga have to compete with my Sharingan? But what stung even more was that the Uchiha currently lacked a Mangekyō and indeed couldn't overpower the Hyuga. The Hyuga prided themselves on their noble and pure blood, looking down on the boisterous Uchiha, who in turn detested those effeminate lot. Kagami's words effectively silenced the speaker. Fugaku's gaze darkened slightly, gesturing for Makoto not to worry. He looked gravely at Kagami Uchiha and said in a low voice, "You're not even a ninja yet. Isn't it too early to challenge me?" Kagami turned and slowly walked towards the door, the sound of his wooden clogs echoing through the hall. He turned his head, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning to life, in his eyes a fierce malevolent chakra surging forth. "Clanhead-sama, I'll wait 1 minute for you." Such strong ocular power. Not your ordinary three-tomo. After all, it's Kagami. He's certain to reach the realm of the Mangekyō. No one would fault Kagami for disrupting the celebration. To them, everything a genius did was reasonable and forgivable. Even the most rational Uchiha believed only in power. There was a large open space in front of the clan head's residence. Looking at Kagami Uchiha, Fugaka's expression was unreadable. "I don't mind admitting some weakness. If you truly wish to be clan head, I'm willing to mentor you for a few years to help you smoothly take over the clan's leadership. You're too young. You won't be able to handle the village's affairs. I know you've been influenced by elder shinobi, but some things are not as simple as you think." "You've got it wrong, clan head Sama." Kagami Uchiha shook his head. "I just want to test my own capacity. And besides..." Kagami Uchiha assumed a stance, a smile playing on his lips. "Nothing is as complicated as you think. This world has always been ruled by the strong, isn't that right?" Shun. An invisible razor-sharp force surged forward. Fugaka sidestepped, and a large swath of trees behind him was sliced clean through, crashing down with a thunderous roar. A flash of crimson appeared in his eyes. "As a new father, I suppose I'll treat this as a practical lesson for Itachi's education." A wave of overwhelming ocular power instantly spread out thick with oppressive force. A year ago, Fugaku had already defeated Shinhor to become the strongest of the Uchiha clan. As the clan leader, his skills in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu were flawless. Clang. With a single steel kunai, he suppressed Sodi no Shirayuki, the immense force reverberating. "Kagami, you are a genius, but even geniuses need time to grow." Ding. The kunai snapped, revealing a clean cut. Fugaka's pupils contracted. He knew that Uchiha Kagami possessed a special technique that could shoot invisible wind blades from his fingertips. But he never expected the technique could be channeled through a weapon. Fortunately, with the sharp inside of the Sharingan, he barely dodged the slash that had severed the kunai, touching the bleeding cut on his neck. "How ruthless, showing no mercy to your clan leader. Save your breath." Uchiha Kagami charged forward with his blade. If not for the thought of Sasuke's birth, secretly landing a few hits on Fugaku might have been enough to kill him. Invisible slashes were most terrifying when used for ambushes and assassinations. Fugaku began to take the fight seriously, gripping his kunai with both hands. Their attacks separated a mere instant before contact, creating an indescribable dissonance. Fortunately, the spectators were all Uchiha, many with activated Sharingan. They are constantly predicting each other's next move. Though it appeared to be a taijutsu exchange, it was a duel of insight between two ocular jutsu users. The more Fugaku fought, the more alarmed he became, for he realized, in terms of insight, his Sharingan was a notch below Uchiha Kagami's. Such terrifying talent. I can't compete with him in swordsmanship. With that thought, Fugaku broke away and began rapidly forming hand seals. Fire-style great fireball technique. Uchiha Kagami swung his blade, cleaving the fireball apart. What greeted him were dozens of blazing flames shooting toward him. The great fireball was merely a feint to obscure vision. The subsequent Phoenix Sage fire technique was the real attack. All flames were controlled by chakra, making them difficult to evade entirely. Amid the dancing flames, Uchiha Kagami spotted Shuriken, also manipulated by chakra. Itachi's Phoenix Flower Claw Crimson. No. How could a son be compared to his father? Fire style, the most offensively powerful nature, is best countered by water style in conventional combat. If one isn't skilled in water style, Uchiha Kagami swiftly formed hand seals, ending with a tiger seal. Fire style great dragon fire technique. A dragon of fire erupted from Uchiha Kagami's mouth, crashing through the fireballs with undiminished force. This technique prioritized power and precision over area of effect. The fire dragon soared high, its searing brilliance nearly blinding, the intense heat wave suffocating as if one were standing in a furnace. Wherever it passed, the air twisted and warped. Everyone knew all Uchiha could use fire style. Riding the dragon's momentum, Uchiha Kagami closed in on Fugaku, thrusting his palm toward his face. More than the majestic fire dragon, it was this gesture that sent a chill down Fugaku's spine. He knew well that this youth possessed an esoteric technique on par with a Kekkei Genkai. Release. SSSHH. The air was rent apart with a sharp howl. Countless slashes rained down on Fugaku. Boom. A shadow clone. Watching the dissipating smoke, Uchiha Kagami was not surprised. His Sharingan swept left and right, then stopped abruptly. Above, Uchiha Kagami looked up sharply, greeted by a sea of fire. Like blazing infernal flames, it swept down with overwhelming force, as if to devour the entire world in an endless conflagration. Fire-style great fire annihilation. A jutsu's power lies in its user. Fugaku's fire style was far from Madara's, but this display still awed many clan members. Shinhua frowned, channeling chakra to his feet, ready to rescue Uchiha Kagami. "Brother!" Little Shursui cried out in terror. If not for a clan member holding him back, he would have rushed into the battle. Facing the overwhelming tide of flames, Uchiha Kagami remained expressionless. His body slowly rose the ground beneath him, carved away layer by invisible blades. Within the spiritual space sealed away, Sukuna's 4 eyes were fixed on the outside world. Kid, you've got some nerve. SSHH, SSHH, SSHH. The grating sound of cutting grew louder, gradually drowning out the roar of the flames. Azure blades spun around Uchiha Kagami faster and faster, forming a storm. Each sword gleamed with icy light, crisscrossing sword chi cutting the air, the clang of blades weaving a thrilling symphony. What kind of jutsu is this? Such a terrifying pressure. The flames approached, reflecting on Uchiha Kagami's smiling face. He extended 2 fingers and raised them upward. I named this ninja art / thousand blade stream, majestic view. Rumble, an endless torrent of azure blades howled, obliterating the sea of fire. Irresistible. Fugaku, leaping high, had disbelief in his eyes. Having witnessed Uchiha Kagami's ferocity, he had unleashed this technique at full power, yet it was countered like this. Facing the inexorable blade stream, Fugaku gritted his teeth and formed seals. Great Dragon Fire Technique. 3 dragons of fire roared forth, encircling him in a protective ring. Using an offensive fire style for defense, showed his masterful control over jutsu. The dragons were shaved away layer by layer, but the blade stream that had shattered the fire sea was also consumed. Just as Fugaku relaxed, a silver blue light flashed before his eyes. What is that? Uchiha Kagami held a rapidly spinning chakra sphere and slammed it into his chest. Rasengan. Boom. The violent impact, like a cannonball, sent Fugaku crashing from midair, throwing up a massive cloud of dust. Clan leader. Fugaku. Captain. Many clan members rushed toward the dust. Someone quickly used wind style to disperse the smoke. In a spiral-shaped crater, Fugaku stood with ragged clothes, propping himself up on his knees. The Rasengan's power lay not only in its immense impact, but also in its sustained destructive effect. Upon impact, it continuously injected energy into the target, triggering a chain of explosions and devastation, causing massive area damage. Fugaku's chest bore a gruesome spiral wound. Sensing his chakra, he found it disrupted and difficult to mobilize. Ignoring the blood seeping from his mouth, he glared at the descending Uchiha Kagami. A powerful technique. Kagami, you truly are a genius. Uchiha Kagami was also breathing heavily. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Both at 3 Tomo, the Sharingan offered little advantage. In a direct clash, his chakra was inferior to Fugaku's. He had to use high-output techniques to quickly decide the battle. Uchiha Kagami looked up and sneered, as expected of you. Your usual rhetoric. He knew well his talent couldn't match monsters like Minato Namake's or Itachi Uchiha, nor did he have the 6 paths cheat like Naruto and Sasuke. Sukuna within him would never become an ally. Everything he wanted, he had to fight for himself. Since the age of 2, for nearly 2,000 days and nights, he had never dared to stop training. Also that when faced with unbearable situations, he wouldn't be left cursing his own inadequacy. The excessive chakra output made his hands tremble. Gripping Sodi no Shiryuki tightly, Uchiha Kagami slowly walked toward Fugaku. Fugaku also steadied his breathing. Though gravely wounded, he was not yet without fight. Tap. Shinhua's tall figure stepped between them. This sparring ends here. If they continued, one wrong move could lead to death, and Shinhua did not want to see either of them fall. Hearing this, Uchiha Kagami lowered his blade. He was willing to give Shinonome the benefit of the doubt, for the man had indeed taught him much. Fugaku, however, was less than pleased. After all this fighting, Uchiha Kagami appeared unscathed while he himself was bedraggled and humiliated. To simply end things here would be a blow to his pride as clan leader. Elder Shinonome. His expression darkened as he began to protest, but a gentle hand gripped his arm. Uchiha Makoto's delicate face was etched with worry, and she gave a small shake of her head. With a resigned sigh, Fugaku lowered his hand as well. Uchiha Kagami, having no intention of contending for the clan leadership, just yet spoke up. Thank you for the guidance, clan leader. Congratulations on the birth of your son. I'll take my leave now. Shursue, let's go. Staring blankly at Uchiha Kagami's retreating figure, the remaining Uchiha felt no anger at having their celebration interrupted. Instead, perhaps we were mistaken. It's not just Lord Izuna. Maybe he could even rival the legendary one. Enough. Shinonome cut off their murmurs, commanding, no one speaks of today's events. The clan leader needs rest. Dismissed. The village's surveillance of the Uchiha was ever present, but it wasn't yet all-seeing. Watching the direction Uchiha Kagami had disappeared, Shinonome frowned in thought. Unaware of the impending Great Ninja War, he felt Kagami's actions were far too aggressive. Even he, the head of the hawkish faction, couldn't fathom why Kagami would choose this moment to display his power. The truth was simple. Uchiha Kagami hadn't lied. He was merely testing his own strength. The brats at the Ninja Academy were unworthy opponents, and ordinary jonin never presented a real challenge. Striking against the village's high council was even more inadvisable. After much deliberation, Fugaku was simply the most suitable target. On the way back, Sukuna's voice echoed in his mind. The fusion of your slash and chakra, brat, that technique of yours is far too weak. A dog's mouth can't produce ivory. Did you think I didn't hear your muttering earlier? Uchiha Kagami replied nonchalantly. Sukuna scoffed. I won't deny your talent. I just think, compared to a domain expansion, the power of your technique is insufficient. You seem to know a lot about me, so you should know the power of a domain. Brat, form a binding vow with me. I won't take over your body, though I already have a physical form now. I can teach you domain expansion and the 10 shadows technique. Just grant me 3 minutes of freedom once a year. It's been so long since I've savored the thrill of killing. You detest those high-ranking bastards in Konoha anyway, don't you? How about I kill them all for you? Kagami had no doubt Sukuna could eliminate the third Hokage and his ilk, but his fear was that Sukuna might run into Uzumaki Kushina. Aside from the era of Hashirama Senju, the strongest combatant in each generation of Konoha was always the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Kagami as Sukuna's Jinchuriki wasn't confident in provoking that little firecracker. Sealing techniques held paramount priority in the ninja world. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki had fallen to them. The evil spirit of the land of demons, said to be capable of destroying the ninja world, was sealed by a mere girl. If he actually let Sukuna loose and he ran into a sealing master who decided to suppress him as a demon god, what then? Sukuna, I'm not lying to you. This world is dangerous. Staying in my gut isn't a prison. Ooh, I'm protecting you. Who do you think you're talking to? I don't need your protection. Damn it. Sukuna instantly bristled with rage. Raise your voice again, and it's a month in the dark room. Uchiha Kagami stated calmly. Sukuna fell silent. If he had never glimpsed the outside world, he could have endured the darkness. The next day, looking at his father who had prepared breakfast, Kakashi let out a long silent sigh. Father. Tsukumo Hatake beckoned Kakashi to sit and eat. After a long stretch of silence between them, Tsukumo finally spoke. Kakashi, I have decided to uphold my own convictions. Perhaps, as they say, I will be a ninja who breaks the rules of failure. The god Tsukumo smiled and continued, but I believe that those who abandon their comrades are worse than failures. I see. I will support you, father. Tsukumo Hatake smiled with relief. His greatest fear had been not earning Kakashi's approval. Perhaps that Uchiha boy was right. He didn't need to overthink things. The only one whose feelings mattered was Kakashi. Tsukumo Hatake retrieved the white light chakra saber from behind him and placed it on the table. Kakashi, you're old enough now. I've decided it's time to tell you the truth. Kakashi had a foreboding feeling. I did consider taking my own life to atone, but I don't want to make it easy for someone. As he spoke, the man known as Konoha's White Fang had a sharp glint in his eyes. I'm leaving the village. Kakashi's pupils constricted, and he shot to his feet in agitation. Father, I wanna. Tsukumo raised a hand to silence him. A solid hand rested on Kakashi's head, and Tsukumo smiled. You have precious comrades here too, don't you? Protect yourself. Protect your comrades. I will always watch over you, always love you. No matter what choices you make in the future, I will support you. Goodbye, Kakashi. Promise me. Promise me you'll take care of yourself. Poof. A plume of smoke erupted. Kakashi was left in silence, 2 streams of tears tracing silently down his face. Outside Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake, having received the memories from his shadow clone, paused mid-step and let out a long sigh. He turned to look back at the village he loved so dearly, his eyes swirling with complex emotions. Shun, shun, shun. A dozen ninja wearing bizarre masks appeared in an instant. Tsukumo Hatake, you've left the village without authorization. What is the meaning of this? One of them demanded. Gazing at them coldly, Tsukumo Hatake said quietly, rude is it? As an elite jonin of Konoha, he was well aware of this secret unit hidden in the darkness. The head of this organization was that man. He cast one final glance at Konoha, then turned away without looking back. Tell Danzo if he dares to lay a hand on Kakashi, I will kill him. Bastard. How dare you threaten Lord Danzo? Several root ninja immediately lunged forward, blades drawn, but while they were still midair, a white line flashed across. Accompanied by the thud of heavy bodies hitting the ground, blood sprayed and bodies fell. A murderous intent flooded the area, making even these root ninja hardened by brutal training tremble uncontrollably, their hands too unsteady to hold their weapons. The man who stood above the Sannin, the Konoha White Fang, who struck fear into hearts on the battlefield. How could someone like him ever be touched by those who dwell in the shadows of Root? It's not a threat. I'm simply stating a fact. Tsukumo Hatake's final words drifted back. Whether they call it desertion or exile, perhaps becoming a Ronin, is the ultimate fate for someone like me. The news of Tsukumo Hatake's departure was suppressed, officially reported as a covert mission. As the White Fang of Konoha, he was openly the strongest combatant beneath the Hokage. The impact of such a figure's departure was immense. At that moment, the Hokage's office erupted in fierce argument. We must declare Tsukumo Hatake an S-rank missing nin. He holds too many secrets. Dispatch the entire Anbu if necessary, but he must be killed. Danzo Shimura slammed the table with a roar. Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded him silently, his gaze growing colder by the second. They were not alone, the 2 senior advisors were also present. The 4 guardian deities of Konoha had convened. Koha Udatane spoke in a low tone. Danzo is right. Tsukumo Hatake knows far too much. If he falls into the hands of another village, it would be a catastrophe. Hamura Mitokado remained silent, his stance clear. Suppressing his rising anger, Hiruzen swept his gaze across the assembled figures, his voice hoarse. I believe in Tsukumo. He merely needs some time away to clear his head. Hiruzen. Let me be perfectly clear. Hiruzen stared impassively at Danzo. If Tsukumo has truly defected, who would pursue him? Me or Kushina? Or perhaps you, Danzo Shimura? Hiruzen was furious. The root cause of everything was Danzo's leaking of that top-secret mission. This matter should have been handled quietly. Tsukumo could have made amends for the losses he caused the village later. After this affair, Tsukumo had effectively forfeited any chance of becoming Hokage. In Hiruzen's view, a true Hokage, when faced with the dilemma of choosing between mission and comrades, should sacrifice himself to ensure the village's interests remain uncompromised. Both the second Hokage and he himself possessed that conviction. He genuinely wished for his disciple to become Hokage, but he would never frame Tsukumo to achieve that end. He was angry at Danzo, but also at Tsukumo. Was it such a big deal? Just a few harsh words. Was it necessary to escalate to leaving the village? This was the village you were born and raised in. Your son is still here. Danzo was momentarily struck silent. They all understood the White Fang's strength all too well. If there existed a Kage-level standard above Jonin, Tsukumo Hatake was undoubtedly a powerhouse of that tier. Every Jonin was an elite of the village, yet before that White Fang blade they would be reduced to mere foot soldiers. Before the Yellow Flash emerged, the White Fang of Konoha held the record for the most Jonin kills in the shinobi world. Danzo didn't consider himself inferior to Tsukumo. If it came to a fight, he'd wager it was 4-6 in his favor. The old man had the advantage. However, there was no need. He had more important matters to attend to. The shinobi world was in flux. If Hiruzen stumbled, he'd have to step in to take charge. After a moment's thought, Danzo decided he couldn't show weakness. He said in a deep voice, "Before I leave, hand over the spy missions in other villages. Who do you think is suitable to take over? Once the handover is complete, I will personally hunt down Tsukumo Hatake." Now it was Hiruzen's turn to fall silent. He knew exactly what Danzo had been up to, even if others didn't. Those were secrets so dark even the other two advisors couldn't know them. Where on earth could he find another Black Glove operator as willing and tireless as Danzo? He let out a helpless sigh. Let it be for now. Kakashi is still in the village. Tsukumo won't do anything to harm it. After all, there was precedent. Jiraiya had spent years in the Rain Village. Just then Hamura Mitokado spoke up. Jiraiya and Minato have returned. Minato has mastered the second Hokage's flying Raijin technique. They might be able to pursue Tsukumo Hatake. Hiruzen shot him a displeased look. Hadn't he already defined this situation? And this man was still talking about pursuit. Did he have a problem with his reaction time? They just encountered a tailed beast from a Wagakure. Let them rest for a while. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. Speaking of which, both Uchiha Kagami and Kakashi could be handed over to Jiraiya and the others for training. At the mention of the Uchiha, Danzo's crisis radar went off. Absolutely not. Kakashi might be fine, but Uchiha Kagami is definitely not someone Jiraiya can train. Perhaps remembering how much trouble Danzo had taken to cover for him, Hiruzen softened his tone slightly. Danzo, when you hear that name, do you only think of the Uchiha clan? Kagami is the name of our comrade. Both Hamura and Koharu showed fleeting looks of nostalgic reflection, but only Danzo remained unmoved. Kagami was influenced by the second Hokage, and this boy isn't Kagami's descendant, just another Uchiha who happens to share the same name. Notice the choice of words. Even for a fellow graduate from the same era, Danzo refused to acknowledge it as training, but insisted on influence. It was clear how he viewed the Uchiha, as some kind of evil entity. We must at least try. If he can integrate into the village like Kagami did. Hiruzen offered a benevolent smile. Well, it's almost dinner time. I'm sure your families have preparations underway, so I won't keep you. Given the number of people present, Danzo refrained from his classic theatrical performance. He shot Hiruzen a venomous glare and turned to leave. If I were Hokage, if they had chosen me as Hokage, the Uchiha would definitely have been subjugated. Second Hokage, why didn't you choose me? At that time, I was just a step too slow. Danzo was still fixated on the moment he had hesitated to volunteer. But if time could rewind, and he had stepped forward to hold the rear guard, perhaps the second Hokage might have survived after all. At the Konoha training grounds, Jiraiya slowly approached the devastated terrain. Controlling such a high-speed rotating mass of chakra is still too difficult, huh? Jiraiya peered down at Minato Namikaze, who was crouched in a crater. I've heard before that it's easier to shape chakra if you follow the direction of the swirls on the top of your head. If this technique... Minato gasped for breath, offering a wry smile. That's just a rumor, isn't it? Not necessarily. I've been shaping chakra in a right-handed swirl myself. Let me see which way yours turns. You've got two swirls, one clockwise and one counterclockwise. Forget it, let's take a break. Jiraiya pulled out a twin popsicle from his bag and split it apart. Which side do you want? Either one is fine. Suddenly a spark of insight flashed through Minato's mind, and his extended hand froze midair. Either side is fine. Forgetting the popsicle, Minato quickly got up and began channeling his chakra once more. If he shaped it in both directions simultaneously, a faint azure glow shimmered in the space around him. Jiraiya watched the chakra sphere stabilize in Minato's hands and couldn't help but marvel. As I thought. You're a true genius, Minato. Minato's face beamed with joy. The initial form is complete. I shall name it Light Ring Popsicle Inspired World Jiraiya Twin Style Sphere. Except for his naming sense. Jiraiya shook his head with a smile. Alright, get some rest. The third Hokage wants to see me about something. He mentioned I'd be taking on an Uchiha kid along with Tsukumo's son. I'll bring them by to meet you later. Uchiha, huh? Minato dispersed the chakra sphere, smiling. That clan tends to be rather reserved. The Uchiha comrades I've known before weren't very expressive with their emotions. Kakashi and Uchiha Kagami were summoned to the Hokage's office ahead of schedule. Aside from the occasions right after entering the academy, this marked Uchiha Kagami's first time in close proximity to the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a well-known smoker. Even with 2 children present, he continued to puff on his pipe, exhaling trails of purple smoke. This increasingly hunched old man was hard to equate with the supreme ruler of the Land of Fire. Yes, supreme authority. Ever since the ninja village system was established, the power to declare war or peace rested solely with the Kage of each village. When the second Hokage traveled to the Cloud Village to sign a peace treaty, did he need the daimyo's permission? When the third mobilized his subordinates, did he require the daimyo's consent? However, compared to the hundreds of millions of ordinary citizens, the several 100,000 ninja were far too few. A figure like the daimyo was needed to lead the common populace. The fire daimyo's role was merely one of nominal appointment. In truth, every generation of Hokage was chosen by Konoha itself. Even Danzo, the 5th Hokage, could intimidate the daimyo with a single glance. But what use was the daimyo's certification? If the village's jonin did not pass a vote of confidence, no one would have considered Danzo a Hokage even until his death. Only those carved into the Hokage rock truly count as Hokage. During the 3rd and 4th Great Ninja Wars, it was the Kage of each village who decided to wage war. The daimyos simply stayed within their borders. Even the Sand Village, which was most affected by economic pressures, later allied with Orochimaru, intending to demonstrate their strength to the Wind Daimyo through the Konoha Crush plan. The outcome, however, was rather comical. Coming back to his senses, Uchiha Kagami nodded. I have heard of Jiraiya-sama, a powerful ninja bearing the title of one of the legendary Sannin. Hiruzen Sarutobi wore a kind smile. Your abilities are outstanding. I wish for you to graduate early and train under Jiraiya. If you perform well, you may even become his disciples. The youngest jonin in the ninja world, Minato Namikaze, is his disciple, you know. Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Kagami's mind raced. The third Hokage had handled the Uchiha clan massacre with cold indifference. From his own standpoint, this was not a favorable sign. Yet before the incident occurred, Hiruzen Sarutobi still seemed willing to reconcile with the Uchiha. Perhaps his subsequent decision to place Minato, who was close to the Uchiha, in a position of power was also motivated by this consideration. What kind of person was Minato Namikaze? The charm demon of the ninja world, possessing the blonde-haired attribute. The Uchiha clan's millennial tradition and the ironclad rule against leaking the Sharingan were both waived for the sake of Minato's face. He hadn't even become Hokage at that time. Aligning with Jiraiya's faction was actually a signal released by the third. In every ninja village, the position of Kage was basically passed down between master and disciple, or father and son. The third wanted to tell the Uchiha that they had a chance, that they were still members of the village. Originally, he had favored an Uchiha boy named Obito, a child whose friendliness seemed uncharacteristic of an Uchiha. But now both Uchiha Kagami and Kakashi suffered from severe psychological issues. One with a withdrawn personality, the other grieving his absent father, both needing the warmth of a little son to brighten their lives. Hadn't the previous Uchiha members become more cheerful after interacting with Minato Namikaze? Hiruzen Sarutobi had played his trump card against dark, brooding characters Minato Namikaze. Kakashi had not yet recovered from the overwhelming sense of loss caused by his father's departure. Listening to Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, he nodded indifferently. If it weren't for Uchiha Kagami lingering at the Ninja Academy, Kakashi would have long desired to graduate. Uchiha Kagami had no reason to refuse. For one, Jiraiya's teaching abilities were undoubtedly commendable. Nagato Minato Naruto. It's Naruto. All of his disciples were at least Kage level, and even Yahiko could communicate with the Sage of the Six Paths. It wouldn't be bad to be Jiraiya's disciple. I may wish to kill your teacher, but that doesn't prevent me from becoming your disciple. Besides, isn't master slaying a tradition of the Konoha faction? Thump. Yo? Are you two Kakashi and Kagami? Perched half-crouched on the windowsill of the Hokage's office was a tall man with white hair. His long white hair reached his waist, and the red markings beneath his eyes were striking. Idiot. Can't you use the front door? Gazing at the wobbly window, Hiruzen Sarutobi cursed angrily. With a thud, Jiraiya landed and patted Hiruzen on the shoulder, saying dismissively, You're already old, and don't get too excited. It's bad for your health. Oof. You know I'm old, yet you don't hurry up and take over the burden. Hiruzen Sarutobi's ideal candidate for Hokage was none other than Jiraiya. Deeply loving the village, caring for his companions, possessing immense strength, desiring peace, and sharing the same hobbies as himself. Spare me. I couldn't possibly sit in your seat. Brushing it off with a laugh, Jiraiya's gaze shifted to the two boys. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiraiya. Was it that simple? Uchiha Kagami had already prepared himself for lines about being the Toad Sage. Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Kagami. An even simpler introduction. Young Kagami. Jiraiya stroked his chin, smiling. The old man mentioned one of his companions who shared your name. That was my grandfather, Uchiha Kagami stated bluntly. Unlike other transmigrators, he fully accepted his identity. His grandmother was family, Shursui was family, and most of the clan members were family too. Human hearts are made of flesh. Those who treated him well, Uchiha Kagami remembered. Is that so? By that logic you can call me uncle. So can you, Kakashi. Your father Sogeking took care of me quite a bit back then. Speaking which, Jiraiya wrapped his arms around both of them, his bristly white hair scratching against their tender faces. Uchiha Kagami nearly reacted with a kunai strike out of instinct. After struggling briefly and realizing it was difficult to break free without using his full power, he let it go. With dead fish eyes identical to Kakashi's, Uchiha Kagami said impatiently, Jiraiya-sama, you smell of women's perfume. It's too strong. Ha ha ha, you must be mistaken. That is the scent of food. You will taste it yourself one day. Embarrassed, Jiraiya released the two boys and exchanged a glance with Hiruzen Sarutobi. The two old perverts averted their gazes with unspoken understanding. He hopped onto the windowsill and waved at them. Come, young ones. I don't accept just anyone as a disciple. Catch me first as your initial test. Kakashi glanced back at Uchiha Kagami. Why are you looking at me? We aren't that close, are we? Watching the small white-haired boy chase after the large white-haired one, Uchiha Kagami shook his head in resignation. This Jiraiya was too extroverted, an introvert like him couldn't handle it. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him with smiling eyes. If you don't move soon, you'll lose to Kakashi. He knew exactly how to provoke the Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami sneered. Even if I gave him a 3-minute head start, he'd still only be able to eat my dust. Haha, young Kagami is very confident. Leaping onto the windowsill, he looked back at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Indeed, from those eyes Uchiha Kagami saw not a trace of malice. What a complicated man. Then again, humans are inherently complex. Uchiha Kagami gathered chakra beneath his feet and vanished in a flash of body flicker. Before long he caught up to Kakashi, leaving only a back view without bothering to speak a harsh word. Bastard. How dare he ignore me? Kakashi gritted his teeth and accelerated, but the distance between them kept growing. Gradually Uchiha Kagami noticed something unusual. Up ahead Jiraiya suddenly sped up, disappearing from view at a speed far exceeding that of an ordinary jonin. It was as if some urgent matter had suddenly occurred. Uchiha Kagami's thoughts shifted, and crimson hues appeared in his eyes. Saw it. Felt it. This extremely tyrannical chakra. It's the Nine Tails. A violent surge of chakra swept through the entire forest, a terrifying crimson-black thread connecting heaven and earth. The embodiment of destruction and ill omen. The strongest of all tailed beasts, the Nine Tails. Only when facing such a terrifying existence directly does one truly understand that it is a calamity-level monster. Blazing chakra like flames distorted the air with its searing heat, while invisible forces shattered mountains and colossal trees. What is that thing? Sukuna's voice was heavy yet laced with a hint of excitement. What an interesting world. The raw power of this beast even sent a jolt of awe through him. He yearned to cut it apart. Hey brat, let me out. Amidst a sea of corpses and blood, Sukuna's two-faced, four-armed demonic form roared. Let me kill it. I can sense it clearly. My destiny in this world is to cleave and devour this monster. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami halted outside the maelstrom of chaotic chakra, while the late-arriving Kakashi looked on in sheer horror. A stray dog needs no destiny. Quiet down. Uchiha Kagami immediately sealed off Sukuna's perception of the outside world, well aware of the Nine-Tails' abilities. The ability to sense malice. No one harbored more malice than Sukuna, and if the Nine-Tails were to detect his presence, it would spell trouble. The leaking Nine-Tails chakra had begun to erode Uzumaki Kushina's skin, forming 3 massive chakra tails. At this moment, Minato Namikaze pressed close to her, his palm placed on her abdomen to perform the sealing jutsu. Uchiha Kagami watched intently, his tomo spinning ceaselessly. Every sealing jutsu is extremely difficult to master, and few shinobi can balance training in both ninjutsu and sealing arts. Even a ninja like Kakashi would surprise Orochimaru by learning a sealing jutsu. Kagami also knew sealing arts, specifically the transcribed seal linked to his dojutsu. He had secretly sealed portions of his own dojutsu power within Obito's body, waiting for the right moment. With his knowledge, he could tell that the sealing jutsu Minato was using was quite advanced. It looked different from the 8 trigram seal he remembered. Seemingly incomplete. Could it be the 4-symbol seal? The situation remained deadlocked. Jiraiya, not being reckless, feared that forceful intervention might have adverse effects. Noticing Kagami's gaze, he quickly approached and asked, Kagami, how's the situation? On the battlefield, every dojutsu user is an exceptional intelligence agent. The consequences of the Nine Tails breaking its seal would be no less than a full-scale war for Konoha. That man is trying to seal that ferocious chakra. Uchiha Kagami pretended not to know how to refer to the entity, continuing deliberately. The red-haired woman also has sealing chakra within her, helping to restrain it. The situation is temporarily stable for now. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya could only watch anxiously, knowing that he must not interfere with Minato and Kushina at this critical moment. Suddenly the situation changed. A violent surge of crimson chakra swept through like a hurricane, sending even Jiraiya and the others flying. Kushina's body was completely engulfed by the chakra. 6 tails. Shink. A hand covered in black-red chakra pierced straight through Minato Namikaze's abdomen. Minato, run. Kushina, half submerged in the Nine Tails chakra, screamed in anguish. Get away from here. Don't worry about me. But Minato Namikaze held his sealing hand seal firmly, his gaze unwavering with intense determination. I won't leave. I absolutely won't. I could never bear to lose you. I will never hand you over. Ninetales. Within the mental space, the chains of the adamantine sealing chains suddenly tautened, binding the Ninetales tightly. Minato Namake's figure appeared here, raising a sphere of chakra high, colliding fearlessly with the tailed beast ball. Suddenly, a faint sound of dripping water echoed. A small figure stepped into this battlefield. Both Minato Namake's and the Ninetales were momentarily drawn to those eyes. Those are the Sharingan. The Ninetales flew into an instant rage, pouring out chakra in a desperate attempt to destroy everything before it. Seeing the Ninetales for the first time, Uchiha-Kagami understood the vast gap between mere depictions and reality. There were many descriptions of the Ninetales, varying from person to person. The first Hokage called its power too immense. Mito and Kushina described it as a power that could suppress the world, an emblem of destruction and ill omen. Because of Madara Uchiha's actions, the Ninetales' reputation was reduced to that of a servant to ocular power, greatly diminishing its prestige. But even Hashirama, the god of shinobi, relied on his wife's sealing jutsu to permanently bind the Ninetales. Its sheer chakra reserves alone exceed the combined total of the other 8-tailed beasts. Ordinary sealing jutsu are utterly ineffective. The entire village of Konoha had to establish a barrier to assist Kushina in suppressing this calamitous monster. And as for the claim that a Mangekyō could control the Ninetales, Uchiha-Kagami made his own judgment in that instant. Impossible. An ordinary Mangekyō cannot control the Ninetales. Sasuke was special, a reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths son, and so was Madara. Their ocular powers were inherently far superior to those of ordinary Uchiha. Fortunately, I too belong to the special category of Uchiha. Uchiha-Kagami was not a reincarnation of anyone, or rather, he was his own reincarnation, and through his constant exploitation of Sukuna, he possessed a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. The mental space was in essence his home turf. Surging dojutsu power flooded the entire mental space as Uchiha-Kagami shouted, "I am Uchiha-Kagami. I'm here to help you suppress this beast." Beast? Uchiha. Ag. The chains trembled violently. Kushina felt this was the most ferocious resistance the Ninetales had ever mounted. Ignoring everything else, Minato and Kushina each gave their all, desperately holding back the tailed beast ball's onslaught. The two spheres of chakra energy collided, not exploding, but locked in a stalemate, as if in a beam struggle. Uchiha-Kagami deliberately provoked the Ninetales, all the while sneakily collecting traces of its chakra and drawing them into his own mental space. According to the original course of events, Minato Namake's would successfully seal the Ninetales this time. But with him as a variable, things were uncertain. Only when the two were on the verge of giving in did Uchiha-Kagami decide to act. For now it was better to keep the Ninetales sealed within Kushina. Even if he coveted the Ninetales, he would have to wait until he grew stronger. His scarlet dojutsu power began to converge towards the Ninetales' pupils. This feeling. The Ninetales was reminded once more of the terrifying experience that man had inflicted upon it. That feeling of being like a marionette on strings was something no living being would willingly endure. Under the multiple assaults, it had little strength left to counter Kagami's ocular power. Before losing consciousness, its gaze fell upon Uchiha-Kagami. Those cold, merciless eyes. That contemptuous look, as if one were viewing livestock. "Madara, you bastard. So you've been reincarnated? And you were reincarnated into the Uchiha clan. Damn it." Boom. The Ninetales, momentarily distracted, was struck down by Minato Namake's Rasengan, and layers of chains swiftly bound its limbs and all Ninetales. Everything returned to silence. Konoha Hospital. "Is this the new disciple you have taken on?" Tsunade, with her generous figure, stood with her arms crossed, watching Uchiha-Kagami sitting by the window, and asked Jiraiya with a hint of curiosity. Uchiha-Kagami had been wearing clothes bearing the clan crest all along, so there was no need for introductions. Tsunade already knew he belonged to the Uchiha clan. To be honest, influenced by her second grandfather, she did not particularly favor the Uchiha either. Having just finished Minato Namake's surgery and seeing his beloved disciple stabilize, Jiraiya finally had the leisure to pay attention to other matters. By the window, Kakashi and Uchiha-Kagami were peeling tangerines. Kakashi meticulously tore away every strand of pith. Uchiha-Kagami, on the other hand, simply split the tangerine in half and ate one half, peel and all. The tangerines here were free of pesticides, and eating them with the peel was more nutritious. The taste was merely peculiar, but Uchiha-Kagami did not care. "Haha, I haven't decided yet. But thanks to you this time, Kagami-san." Uchiha-Kagami nodded in acknowledgement. "I merely felt I could be of assistance and acted rashly. I sincerely apologize." Kushina had been guarding by Minato's bedside. Hearing this, she shook her head. "The Ninetales nearly broke free this time. Thanks to your help, once Minato wakes up, we will properly thank you." "Haha, that sounds just like a married couple," Jiraiya teased. Noticing Kushina's red hair beginning to bristle slightly, Jiraiya quickly shut his mouth. If Kushina attacked him in embarrassment and anger, he would not be able to withstand it. Opening the 3-tomo Sharingan at such a young age. "You really are a remarkable kid." Tsunade gazed at Uchiha-Kagami, her expression ambiguous. Uchiha-Kagami nodded matter-of-factly. "That's correct. I am indeed remarkable." Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, seeing something. "You kid. Have you killed people?" Having experienced many battles, she could distinguish whether a person had taken a life, sensing that subtle shift in their aura. Uchiha Kagami paused slightly, but did not deny it. Last year the clan elders took me to eliminate a den of mountain bandits. In the eyes of ordinary people these bandits were ruthless criminals, but for new genin they were merely practice targets. Konoha deliberately preserved certain small bandit groups specifically to allow ninja to gain experience, preventing them from being unable to kill even when sent to the battlefield. To adapt to this process, earlier Uchiha Kagami had actually accompanied Shinka when he was only 5 years old. The disgust in Tsunade's eyes deepened. Killing people at such a tender age, the Uchiha. More importantly, Kushina had mentioned the Ninetales' final shout, and that name sounded familiar to her. She had asked her clan elder Tsunade. Madara. That name. For Tsunade, and indeed for the entire village of Konoha, was a nightmare. Did the Ninetales think this kid resembled Madara? In terms of talent, this kid was more terrifying than the Uchiha Madara described by her second grandfather. A 3-tomo Sharingan at 7 years old. Almost everyone believed Uchiha Kagami could reach the Mangekyō Sharingan level. The 3-tomo Sharingan corresponded to Jonin rank, while the implications of the Mangekyō were self-evident. Moreover, this kid's spiritual energy was unbelievably powerful. He could already affect the Ninetales. Uchiha Kagami knew what she was thinking and did not regret exposing his ocular power. Konoha lacked the courage to sever ties with the Uchiha. If they dared to strike against him at this critical moment, regardless of the cause of his death, the angry Uchiha clan members would pin the blame squarely on Konoha's leadership. Especially since he had displayed combat power capable of suppressing Uchiha Fugaku right in front of numerous clan members. He now represented the future of the Uchiha. Of course, risks still existed. But if one hesitated due to minor risks, they would not be Uchiha. Although he was not as arrogant as Uchiha Sasuke, expecting Uchiha Kagami to keep a low profile was unrealistic. Tsunade asked again, "Kid, does taking life bring you pleasure?" She wanted to use this question to test Uchiha Kagami's true nature. Uchiha Kagami frowned at her. "I became a ninja. Whether they are bandits or enemy ninja, they are merely targets to be eliminated. Killing enemies is a normal thing. I do not understand why you Tsunade Dano ask such a question." Tsunade's frown deepened. "You kid. You have no reverence for life." Uchiha Kagami sneered. Tilting his head slightly, his gaze turned cold as he looked at Tsunade, his feigned respect fading away. "On what basis do you evaluate me? I do not believe I need to maintain reverence for an enemy's life, nor do I think you have the right to judge me." Boom. The hospital room floor trembled as powerful chakra erupted around Tsunade. Gripping her fists, she glared at Uchiha Kagami and spoke word by word. "Whatdidyosay." The 3-tomo Sharingan appeared. Uchiha Kagami placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. He knew perfectly well that Tsunade currently had a fatal weakness, making her easy to deal with. "Enough. Can't you see the occasion?" Jiraiya rarely wore such a serious expression as he sternly intervened. "Tsunade, step outside first." Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Kagami, retracted her chakra, exchanged a look with Kushina, and the two of them walked out of the room together. Letting out alongside, Jiraiya's face regained its usual smile as he leaned closer to Uchiha Kagami. He squatted down to meet Uchiha Kagami's gaze and said calmly, "You are not a child. It is fine to tell you certain things. Tsunade's grandfather passed away in his prime because of your Uchiha ancestor. Her grandfather was the first Hokage. So, prejudice in people's hearts is like a great mountain." Uchiha Kagami said softly. Jiraiya pondered those words for a moment, then smiled. "That is quite a fine line. May I include it in my novel?" "Indeed. You should understand that many villagers cannot let go of the past and hold prejudices against your clan." Jiraiya placed his hand on Uchiha Kagami's shoulder. "I know there is a rift between the village and the Uchiha. This requires not only the efforts of the Uchiha, but also changes from the village. So would you be willing to become my disciple Kagami?" His gaze was ardent and utterly sincere. If he had been taken in by the third Hokage, perhaps he truly could have stood on the village's side. However, Uchiha Kagami understood clearly that the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha was irreconcilable due to Uchiha Madara and also the second Hokage. Tracing back further to Indra and Ajura, and even to Kagaya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths. If hatred could be resolved so easily, the world would not be plagued by endless conflicts. This conflict would ultimately end with the complete defeat of one side. Nevertheless, a sincere childlike smile appeared on Uchiha Kagami's fair face. "Of course I am willing. Teacher Jiraiya." Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to a contemplative Kakashi. That white-haired boy always made one want to pat his head. Sensing the heavy hand above him, Kakashi looked up to meet Jiraiya's eyes. "As for you, Kakashi-kun, you still need to pass the next exam." "I understand, Lord Jiraiya." Kakashi felt no sense of loss. His mind was still dwelling on Uchiha Kagami's words from earlier. Prejudice of the human heart. He had witnessed firsthand the pressure his father had endured during this period, and the Uchiha had always suffered from such bias. Even he himself felt that aside from that fool Obito, all other Uchiha were difficult to get along with. Was this not a form of bullying? He had thought this was Uchiha Kagami's complaint. But Uchiha Kagami's true thoughts. "Since you believe the Uchiha will bring disaster to Konoha, Then let your wish come true. Just then Minato Namikaze lying in the hospital bed let out a soft murmur as if waking up. Jiraiya hurriedly ran out and beckoned Kushina, who was waiting outside. Tsunade was not there, also feeling that her reaction had been over the top and uncomfortable staying. Watching the two embracing on the hospital bed, Jiraiya and the others tactfully withdrew from the room. Walking down the hospital corridor, Kakashi couldn't help but ask Uchiha Kagami softly, "What exactly was that monster?" Uchiha Kagami shook his head. "I don't know. You should ask Teacher Jiraiya." Hearing their conversation, Jiraiya led the two to a secluded spot before beginning his explanation. In the war-torn history of the shinobi world, there exists a terrifying entity deeply branded into people's minds alongside Calamity. Those Calamity-like beasts are called tailed beasts. The first Hokage, appreciating the tremendous power of the tailed beasts and seeing them as a deterrent to war, captured them and distributed them among the various villages. This was not something to be said to ordinary children, but neither Uchiha Kagami nor Kakashi were ordinary children. Jiraiya understood Kakashi. Although this child wasn't as gifted as Minato or Kagami, he was still highly talented. After a slight test, Jiraiya would accept him as his disciple. The tailed beast possessed by our village is the strongest of all the 9 tails, the one we saw just now. Those who seal-tailed beasts are called Jinchuriki. As he spoke, Jiraiya's expression grew serious. Remember, you must never speak of the 9 tails to anyone. The identity of the Jinchuriki is the village's utmost secret. If not for the fact that both would become his disciples, Anbu would have already processed their memories by now. Watching the sun set in the west. Alright, it's getting late. You should go home and rest. Assemble at training ground 4 at 6:00 a.m. tomorrow. Dismissed. With Minato safe, Jiraiya was eager to go gather material. The two walked a considerable distance out of the hospital. Uchiha Kagami turned to look at Kakashi, who was still following him. "Why are you following me? Your home is in the other direction." Kakashi snapped back to reality, realizing this wasn't the way home. But there was no one left at his home either. Uchiha Kagami, who had once had no family, could somewhat understand Kakashi's current state. After all, he was only 7 or 8 years old. Although Tsukumo Hatake hadn't committed suicide, Kakashi had become a child left behind. "Come back to my place for a meal. Remember, just this once." "Kagami, thank you. Thank you for saving my father." After a moment of silence, Uchiha Kagami said nonchalantly, "It has nothing to do with me. You don't need to feel like you owe me anything. Let me get this straight first. My actions benefited you. You need not be grateful to me. My actions caused you pain. You are free to resent me." "Kakashi, I don't care about your feelings at all. So why did you invite me to eat at your house?" Kakashi began to understand how to interact with a normal Uchiha. Don't listen to what an Uchiha says, or watch what they do. Facing such a terrifying tailed beast to protect a fellow villager, Kagami had acted without hesitation. Uchiha Kagami's home was located at the edge of the clan compound, occupying a considerable area. With all amenities present, it was considered wealthy among the Uchiha clan. His grandfather's pension was substantial, and the clan provided subsidies as well, so Uchiha Kagami's family had never worried about money. Once Uchiha Kagami became a ninja, a portion of his mission earnings would also be handed over to the clan for distribution to families unable to support themselves. The Uchiha were not like the Hyuga, who divided clan members into slaves and masters. Even the clan head did not have the power of life and death over ordinary clan members. Uchiha Kagami had also pondered why Itachi could do such things. He eventually reached a reasonable conclusion. It was because he had never truly interacted with the ordinary members of the Uchiha clan. Itachi was a genius since childhood, experiencing the battlefield at 4 and contemplating the village and the clan by 7. This was because Fugaku's educational approach was wrong. For a genius, such an educational method would cause him to overthink, leading to a self-destructive dilemma. Because even a genius cannot change the world or human hearts. Extreme intelligence leads to harm. Such people who consider themselves supremely intelligent often end up scarred and meeting a tragic end. So would normal education have been useful for Uchiha Itachi? It might have changed him, but Uchiha Kagami had no time or energy to reform him. Uchiha Itachi did not love the Uchiha. He only loved Uchiha Sasuke. Rather than reforming him, it was easier to destroy him. Has Shursui already started refining chakra? Seeing the young Shursui sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, Kakashi asked. He is no longer a 1-year-old child. He should begin learning. As he spoke, Uchiha Kagami noticed his grandmother cleaning vegetables and quickly took off his shoes, running over. "Grandma, I said I would come back and cook. You need to rest properly." His grandmother had also been a ninja in her youth, but retired due to severe injuries. Although she was not yet old, some hidden injuries had caused many health issues. Not only physically, but her husband's death had also dealt her a massive blow. These wounds could not be healed by time, they only worsened. His grandmother looked kindly at the busy Uchiha Kagami, then turned to see Kakashi. "I remember you. You are Mr. Tsukumo's child, aren't you? This is the first time Kagami has brought a friend home." Kakashi nodded somewhat awkwardly. After polite greetings, feeling embarrassed, he looked for something to do. Noticing the river fish in the vegetable basket, he took them out and skillfully began to prepare them. "I cook for myself when father isn't home. I didn't ask you." Uchiha Kagami went on processing ingredients himself. Using separate stoves, he and Kakashi began cooking. Kakashi was usually accustomed to silence, but encountering the even more silent Uchiha-Kagami, he couldn't help but speak. Is Obito's home nearby? Obviously, he also bears the Uchiha name. Uchiha-Kagami stir-fried the greens. 300 meters to the left when you exit, and that's his home. You seem to really dislike Obito. Not seem to. It is so. Is it because a failure like him has disgraced the Uchiha clan? Uchiha-Kagami fell silent for a moment, the only sound being the sizzling of fish frying in Kakashi's pot. I suppose so. Your fish is overcooked. It's not overcooked. This is Kakashi-style dry-fried river fish. Your vegetables are too mushy. Grandma has poor teeth, she likes eating vegetables. Kagami, you are actually a very warm person. The confusion in Kakashi's eyes gradually faded, and one could sense the smile beneath his mask. Giving him a cold look, Uchiha-Kagami warned, my orientation is completely normal. Don't try that with me. It's disgusting. Year 44 of Konoha. In the years following the Second Great Ninja War, the borderlands had seen constant skirmishes of varying intensity. Yet this time something felt different. Shinobi from Mangekyō poured across the border in large numbers, invading Konoha's frontier and leaving a trail of dead civilians and ninja in their wake. At the border of the Land of Fire, a man dressed as a wandering ronin moved through the mountain forest. His silver-white hair was unmistakable, the white fang of Konoha Tsukumo Hatake. Though he had left the village, the chaos at the border compelled him to quietly aid Konoha's shinobi. Those he saved chose to remain silent about his presence, and no reports were made to their superiors. In truth, Orochimaru, the current commander of the border forces, had long sensed Tsukumo Hatake's presence. A silent understanding existed between the two, unspoken yet mutual. Whoosh. Suddenly a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Tsukumo Hatake halted and evaded the unseen attack. His gaze followed. Several senbon needles embedded themselves in a tree trunk, emitting a faint corrosive smoke. Poison senbon. Asuna puppeteer. Senbon were needle-shaped weapons. If coated with poison, an unwary ninja could easily poison themselves. That was why heavily poisoned senbon were almost exclusively mounted on Tsunagekyu's puppets. Tsukumo Hatake's hand rested on his short blade, as his eyes swept across every suitable hiding spot. As footsteps sounded, a red-haired youth appeared before him. White Fang. I've finally found you. The boy's handsome face was expressionless, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. Like a puppet. Sasori of the Red Sand. Tsunagekyu's genius puppeteer. Tsukumo Hatake frowned slightly. He knew of this boy. Praised as the most talented puppeteer in Tsunagekyu's history and the grandson of the village's elder Chiyo. Most importantly, he was the one who had killed the boy's parents. You've come to avenge them, haven't you? Sasori nodded, then shook his head. I simply wish to turn you into eternal art. I am no longer a Konoha ninja. Letting you walk away alive is the greatest mercy I can offer. Tsukumo Hatake said in a low voice. Had he still been a Konoha shinobi, a prodigy like Sasori of the Red Sand would have to be killed on sight, or better yet captured and brought back to the village alive. But Tsukumo Hatake was not the kind of man to offer his throat to an enemy seeking revenge. If he chose to spare Sasori, it was purely out of pity for a boy who had lost both parents. The White Fang of Konoha. How arrogant. Sasori extended both hands forward, and the ground shattered. A massive crater opened as dozens of puppets burst forth. A storm of poisoned senbon rained down like a tempest of pear blossoms. To think he could control this many puppets. You've already surpassed your parents. A silver flash erupted. Wherever the blade passed, chakra threads were severed. A cascade of clattering sounds rang out as every senbon was shattered and deflected. Tsukumo Hatake's eyes were cold as he pointed his blade at Sasori of the Red Sand. If Chiyo had been responsible at all, she would have told you that a puppeteer can never defeat me. Tsukumo Hatake lacked wide-range offensive jutsu, and his chakra reserves did not match those of the most gifted prodigies. However, as long as his opponent was human, Tsukumo Hatake possessed the means to cut them down, especially a puppeteer whose true body was fragile. Against him, they were utterly defenseless. Dozens of puppets were destroyed, yet Sasori of the Red Sand showed no surprise. The White Fang of Konoha, renowned across the shinobi world, possessing such power was only natural. Grandmother Chiyo did tell me. That is why. I am no longer merely a puppeteer. Sasori's outer garment was torn away by a hook blade, revealing his puppet body. Chain links coiled within his abdomen like slithering serpents. Tsukumo Hatake's pupils contracted. His voice was low. Truly. Madness. No matter how many times it breaks, it can be repaired. Unrestricted by lifespan. This immortal art. Isn't it beautiful? You have fallen to the dark path. Tsukumo Hatake moved to raise his blade, only to find that his short sword, which usually obeyed his will like an extension of his arm, now responded with a noticeable sluggishness. This feeling. Could it be? Shink. In that moment of distraction, an iron spear tore through his arm. Boom. A massive cylindrical pillar of metal descended from above, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Tsukumo Hatake saw clearly, standing atop the metal pillar. No. He should say a human puppet. The third Kazekage. Why was the third Kazekage here? Why had the third Kazekage been turned into a puppet? White Fang of Konoha, to kill you I assassinated the third Kazekage. A hint of manic glee surfaced on Sasori's handsome face. Come, let us be immortal together. Magnet release iron sand dimensional art. Dark iron spread like creeping roots blanketing the entire sky. A bead of cold sweat traced down Tsukumo Hataki's forehead. This is truly troublesome. At the Konoha border command post. Inside the temporary quarters of Commander Orochimaru. So Jiraiya sent you all. Truly a formidable reinforcement. Long black hair, vertical golden pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the bridge of his nose, and pale skin. Orochimaru had not yet fallen to the dark path. His demeanor was merely cold. Minato Namikaze scratched the back of his head with a smile. Our apologies, Lord Orochimaru. The other border lines are also under pressure, so the professor could only send us. Orochimaru shook his head. Minato-kun, I wasn't being sarcastic. The three of you are genuinely formidable reinforcements. The youngest Jonin master of the Flying Thunder God technique. His gaze shifted to the two behind Minato, and he smiled. The most prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan promoted to Chunin on the very day he became a ninja. And the son of the White Fang of Konoha, Kakashi-kun. The man who alongside Kagami-kun is hailed as one of Konoha's twin stars. What enviable talents. After another year of medicinal baths, Uchiha Kagami's height had reached nearly 160 centimeters. His childishness had faded. One could easily mistake him for a boy of 14 or 15. Kakashi, 8 years old, stood a full head shorter, still not fully grown. Twin stars. How outdated. Uchiha Kagami said flatly. Does Kakashi truly deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as me? Ah yes, of course I can't compare to Lord Kagami. I'll go beat up whoever said that when I get back. Kakashi's dead fish eyes stared blankly ahead. Uchiha Kagami didn't understand. Back in the Ninja Academy years, every time he provoked Kakashi with a few words, the boy would explode in anger. When had he started speaking with such biting sarcasm? Minato Namikaze turned and clapped both of them on the shoulder. So rude. Pay your respects to Lord Orochimaru first. Following Uchiha Kagami, Kakashi had also passed Jiraiya's test. The three of them were now fellow disciples. A bond even closer than a standard squad. Like Hiruzen and Danzo had been. Kakashi had technically been promoted in seniority. He was originally meant to be Minato's student, but was now his junior fellow disciple. It's fine, Minato-kun. Orochimaru waved his hand. The situation is urgent, so I'll assign your mission directly. 12 li west of here, a squad of Suna shinobi was spotted. One of them is especially troublesome. Pakura of Sunagakure, a rare Kekkei Genkai user. Orochimaru's gaze settled on Uchiha Kagami as he spoke. Of those present, only Uchiha Kagami possessed a Kekkei Genkai. Kekkei Genkai were not all equal. Those that could be acquired through training were generally inferior to those passed down through bloodlines. And among inherited Kekkei Gunkai Dojutsu users held a special status. In simple terms, Kekkei Genkai users looked down on ordinary ninja and Dojutsu users looked down on ordinary Kekkei Genkai users. Those eyes. A Dojutsu Kekkei Genkai that no amount of training could ever obtain. Unconsciously, a flicker of greed surfaced in Orochimaru's eyes. For the sake of teacher Jiraiya, Uchiha Kagami suddenly spoke. In his eyes a crimson Sharingan manifested. Look at me with those eyes again, and I'll gouge yours out. The atmosphere in the command room suddenly turned icy. Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Kagami with a faint mirthless smile, his gaze growing progressively colder. Kagami-kun, it seems Jiraiya truly never taught you manners. A sinister fluctuation of chakra coiled around them like a massive serpent. Kakashi was the first, unable to bear the pressure, his hand resting on his short blade. Minato Namikaze glanced between the two, equally troubled. He held great respect for his teacher Jiraiya's comrade, yet he also knew well the temperament of this young Uchiha junior brother. He was a person even more difficult to get along with than the average Uchiha. Even when Jiraiya-sensei was instructing him, he showed not a shred of deference. Of course, there was also Jiraiya-sensei's fault. After all, how could one shift the blame for peeping onto two 8-year-old children? A short blade slid from Uchiha Kagami's sleeve, its blade gleaming like snow, a flash of light flickering past. Time itself seemed to freeze. Let's go, senior brother Minato. Uchiha Kagami turned and walked away. Minato Namikaze looked back at the frozen Orochimaru and said with a wry smile, Jiraiya-sensei explicitly said you must not use that technique on comrades. What sort of comrade is he? Uchiha Kagami walked leisurely, speaking calmly. If I must explain, I just sensed his covetousness toward my eyes. Not killing him is already out of respect for Jiraiya-sensei. Lord Orochimaru is a renowned veteran powerhouse. It was only because he considered you a comrade that he was caught off guard by your technique. You must not think. I know you, noisy yellow-haired senior brother. Kakashi caught up and patted Minato's back. Don't be down. My nickname is still white-haired dead fish eyes. Kagami is quite gentle with you. Kakashi, you're the truly gentle one. Minato smiled bitterly and glanced back. Lord Orochimaru should be able to dispel the genjutsu soon, right? In the command room, Orochimaru summoned a massive serpent that coiled around Uchiha Kagami. He had no intention of harming Kagami, but still wished to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Only when that arrogant face flushed red and Minato Namikaze began to plead did Orochimaru release the serpent's binding. Kagami-kun, remember, next time to show respect to your elders. Suddenly he sensed something amiss. Release. After a blur of vision, the layout of the command room came back into view. No one was there. His dark golden pupils constricted sharply, a bead of cold sweat sliding down Orochimaru's forehead. Jinjutsu. When had it been cast? Even if he was just a brat, I had prepared against Jinjutsu while locking eyes with the Sharingan. At that moment, I was definitely not under Jinjutsu. Then, it was when he drew his blade. Orochimaru clearly remembered seeing that flash of sword light, and then he had subdued Uchiha-Kagami. Such terrifying dojutsu. Such horrifying Jinjutsu. Is this truly a mere 8-year-old youth? Truly. Magnificent. In the dim command room, a greedy serpent flicked its tongue. Hey Kagami, what are the activation conditions for that technique of yours? Kakashi leaned in to ask. Uchiha-Kagami shoved him away impatiently. Don't you know a ninja shouldn't casually pry into another's techniques? That's an act of war. Kakashi leaned in again. That's between ordinary ninja. We're fellow disciples, oh what's the harm in telling me? Influenced by Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, and also because of Uchiha-Kagami, Kakashi had emerged from the psychological shadow of his father's departure. However, too much exposure to Jiraiya had transformed his hidden perverseness into an open one. He had even started reading Make Out Paradise. He was nothing like his father. No. A guy who could develop a technique like the 1,000 Years of Death could hardly be considered a proper person anyway. Truly scandalous, the Hitaki family. Minato Namikaze smiled as he watched the two juniors bicker. Kagami's technique is likely executed through the snow sleeve, isn't it? A genius idea. Using swordsmanship to cast Jinjutsu. Why not call it Uchiha Pitch Black Shadow White Moon Flower Illusion 1 Style. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Uchiha-Kagami reluctantly picked a name from his memory. It was a sword Jinjutsu he had developed inspired by watching Guja. Reflecting dojutsu through the blade's light was merely a small trick. Using another medium to cast Sharingan Jinjutsu. That he could control Orochimaru was due to Kagami's formidable ocular power. Such a plain name. I still think Uchiha Pitch Black. Stop showing off your naming talent. Uchiha-Kagami massaged his temples helplessly. Minato Namikaze was perfect in every aspect. Even from Uchiha-Kagami's perspective, he was a great sage without a single flaw. Not long after becoming Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze taught them both the Rasengan. After learning the situation, Kagami realized that the name Rasengan was indeed not chosen by Minato. Given his nature, unless his brain had shriveled, the technique name could not be fewer than 10 characters. This technique contained Minato's love for Kushina, and Uchiha-Kagami had no interest in stealing the naming rights. After pretending to study for 2 days, he began asking Minato how to add a nature transformation to the Rasengan. He clearly knew his own talent was inferior to Minato's, and he couldn't rely on cheats like Naruto. He struggled to grasp the development of the fire-style Rasengan. Minato Namikaze hadn't really considered this question. Indeed, Naruto's Rasen Shuriken was the ultimate form of the Rasengan, but Minato didn't need it. He could use the Flying Thunder God technique, just teleport and stick the sphere in the enemy's face. That was enough power. But since it was Uchiha-Kagami's request, he still spent considerable time developing the technique further. Recently, he had gained some insight into adding a nature transformation to the Rasengan. By the way, why did we come out? Kakashi suddenly said. We didn't seem to receive a clear mission. Orochimaru only mentioned a squad of Suna ninja. He didn't say how to deal with them. Minato Namikaze slapped his forehead. Sorry. I'll go back and ask Lord Orochimaru. What's there to ask? Just knowing where the enemy isn't that enough? A flicker of crimson light shimmered in Uchiha-Kagami's eyes. He had been anticipating this war for a long time. This would be the most brutal war in the history of the shinobi world, lasting nearly a decade. Countless ninja would die brewing endless pain, yet the flames of war would also temper true strength. In this war, Uchiha-Kagami would completely change the status of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha were the foremost clan of the shinobi world, not merely the Uchiha of Konoha. Among the mountains and forests, a squad of Sunagekure ninja moved stealthily. The disappearance of any organization's leader would have a tremendous impact on the group, especially when it came to the loss of a village's Kazekage. From Sunagekure's perspective, the most likely suspect to have struck at the wind Kazekage was the neighboring Konohagakure. Only Konoha had the capability to silently cut off all communication with the wind Kazekage. Otherwise, who else could have made a move? That was the strongest Kazekage. This squad of Sunagekure ninja was led by the Jonin Yura, and their mission was to create chaos in the land of fire. With Konoha's combat strength scattered, it would be easier for them to locate the third Kazekage. Suddenly, Yura raised her hand to signal everyone to halt. A hawk's cry echoed from not far away, and a massive black eagle dove straight toward them. The giant eagle hovered in midair, flapping its wings, and it was clear that a young man stood upon its back. His face was pale, carrying an eerie coldness, and his deep eyes resembled bottomless abysses. Nice to meet you, citizens of Sunagekure. I am Uchiha-Kagami. Yura's brows furrowed slightly, and she sneered. Brat wearing a ninja headband, yet knowing not a single ninja regulation. Ninjas are assassins who operate in the shadows. Did he really think this was some honorable profession? Whoosh. A crimson fireball curved through the air toward the giant eagle. The fireball's speed was not particularly fast, but it excelled in stability and extreme temperature. This was her Kekkei Genkai, the melt release. Both wind and fire nature transformations emphasize offense, and the resulting property change from fusing these two chakras was terrifying in power. Once a ninja came within range of this fireball, their bodily moisture would instantly evaporate, leaving behind nothing but a desiccated corpse. Yura had no time to play ninja games with this brat. Since he was from the Uchiha clan, it would be quicker to simply eliminate him. Thud! Uchiha Kagami dispelled his summon, and the billowing smoke obscured everyone's vision. Whoosh! A shuriken shot out from within the smoke, then split into two into four, and so on until they filled the sky visible to the naked eye. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Earth Release Earth Flow Wall. Yura quickly activated her Earth Jutsu, and a thick earthen wall rose up to block the incoming rain of shuriken. As a jonin, knowing several conventional ninja techniques was standard practice. She wondered why Konoha dared to send such a brat to intercept them. Now that they knew our whereabouts, they should have sent at least a few renowned jonin. Just as Yura was silently criticizing Konoha's command error, she heard the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh. When Yura heard the screams, and urgently turned around, over a dozen of her subordinates were already lying in pools of blood. How could this be? These were the village's elite shunin. Even as a jonin, it was impossible to kill them all. As she took in the scene before her, a bone-chilling coldness enveloped her entire being. Kakashi withdrew the short blade that had pierced through the Sunigakure ninja's heart and walked over to Minato Namikaze. Sorry, it took me 2 seconds to finish the fight. The screams he had just heard came from the opponent Kakashi had chosen. As for the others, they were already dead before they could even feel pain. Minato Namikaze, who had just personally slain over a dozen enemies, still wore a gentle smile. You've already done remarkably well. You're even more impressive than I was at your age. Kakashi knew Minato was merely comforting him. He knew full well that at roughly the same age Minato Namikaze had rescued Kushina from a squad of Kyumo ninja. Boom. Yura's earth flow wall shattered completely. Uchiha Kagami emerged from the dust, and smoke a hint of impatience on his face. For such weak opponents, there was no need for a feint and flank tactic. This was to teach you how ninja actually fight. Sensei Jiraiya entrusted me with taking care of you, and I believe it is necessary to let you learn how to battle properly. Yura gripped her kunai tightly, her eyes scanning left and right. She recognized Minato Namikaze, a Konoha jonin who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage. She quickly assessed the situation. If she fought him head-on, she would not fear Minato Namikaze. But what exactly was the Flying Thunder God technique? Every village possessed clear intelligence on it. The difficulty of learning space-time ninjutsu was enormous. Mastering the Flying Thunder God meant this blonde-haired youth could choose when to engage and when to retreat at will. The fact that he could instantly kill over a dozen shunin indicated his Flying Thunder God proficiency was not low. If he simply kite her, she would likely be worn down and defeated. Then, there was only one option left. Yura pivoted on her heel and charged toward Uchiha Kagami at full speed. She would seize this Uchiha brat and force the Flying Thunder God user to retreat. Not choosing to flee, but instead actively approaching me. A smile curled the corners of Uchiha Kagami's lips. How amusing. He was being underestimated. For a first battle that would make a name for him, he would show a bit of seriousness. Senbonzakura flowed like a slowly moving galaxy, radiating an inexplicable radiance. 4 fireballs surrounded Yura, ever vigilant against Minato Namikaze. If that Flying Thunder God user dared to approach her, she would burn him to a desiccated corpse. You play feint and flank. I'll strike where you must save. Yura knew exactly what the Uchiha represented. After all, they were the children of Konoha's largest clan. Minato couldn't possibly stand by and do nothing. Senior brother Minato. It's fine, Kagami can handle this. Minato showed no urgency to act. Without Kakashi knowing, he had sparred with Kagami many times before. In truth, if not for the extraordinary mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato would likely have been defeated by Kagami. Compared to Minato Namikaze, everyone else seemed utterly overshadowed. Those were words Jiraiya used to often mention, but now he rarely spoke of them. That lad is a true genius. Minato said sincerely. Genius. Those 2 words had accompanied Kakashi since he began his ninja training, and he had always been the object of every other academy student's envy. But compared to Uchiha Kagami and Minato Namikaze, he clearly realized the gap between himself and a true genius was still far too large. Sukuna's slashes contained the concepts of unravel and cleave. Unravel was the ultra-high frequency of the slash. Cleave was a killing blow guaranteed to deal fatal damage. After Uchiha Kagami absorbed and digested part of Sukuna's slashing technique, he developed the 1000-blade flow dense rain from Unravel, a directional high-frequency slashing attack. In terms of form and attack method, it resembled the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Cleave was adjusted based on cursed energy difference and intensity, a single slash capable of dealing a fatal blow. Unless one deployed the cursed wound death painting, the activation of Cleave required physical contact between Sukuna and the target as a prerequisite. Uchiha Kagami activated his Sharingan. The ocular power of the Uchiha was an extension of their strength, as long as he could see it served as a condition for activating his techniques. Yura's movement slowed as though she were moving through amber, every tiny motion infinitely magnified. She herself sensed this as well. But it was useless. She was less than 10 meters from the Uchiha youth, yet that distance felt like an insurmountable chasm before her. The blade's edge was as cold as frost, as luminous as a crescent moon. He simply raised his sword in front of him, a motion so simple yet completely incomprehensible in Yura's eyes. It was as though countless streams of meaningless information flooded her mind, bringing her thoughts to a standstill. In an instant, all the information converged. Regardless of importance or nature, everything was forcibly forced directly into her brain. And finally, only the noisy, mournful cries of cicadas remained. Sukuna observed the outside world through his seal. He knew Uchiha Kagami was developing this technique, but he never expected it to truly succeed. The Sharingan. Is it relying on these eyes? The Jujutsu world also possessed a pair of eyes similar to the Uchiha Sharingan, but whether from Sukuna's own perception or from the information gathered externally, these eyes could still evolve, possessing even greater potential than the 6 eyes. Moreover, Sukuna knew that this brat was actively suppressing the evolution of these eyes. This body was far more suitable as my vessel than Megumi Fushiguro. But this damn seal, why can't I cut through it? If this brat grows any stronger, I truly will be unable to break free. Outside, Uchiha Kagami's body shifted from solid to ethereal like a wisp of blue smoke. Accompanying the blade's flash, he passed through Yura's body. Slash released one blade, lament of the winter cicada. When the blade's radiance dissipated, it was as if nothing had happened. Yakura's body remained completely intact, yet the fireballs that had surrounded her were extinguished one by one. As was her life. This legendary kunoichi, destined to gain fame in the Third Great Ninja War and meet her end in its later stages, had died silently, without a sound. A slash against consciousness, huh? So Kagami, would your secret technique be considered in release? Minato Namikaze asked as he approached. While ordinary ninja knew only of the 5 elemental natures, thanks to Jiraiya's teachings, Minato Namikaze was aware that chakra had 7 types. In addition to the standard fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water, there were also yin and yang. His girlfriend was one of the foremost representatives of yang release, evident in her immense chakra reserves and extraordinary physical constitution. The Uchiha were the most outstanding practitioners of yin release. Uchiha Kagami nodded, sat down directly to begin recovering his chakra. Given his current reserves, he could only use a technique of this level 2 or 3 times at most. Developing this kind of technique, was it to counter me? Sukuna, residing within him, suddenly sneered. He had evidently learned from his slashing techniques, yet the effect was akin to unlimited void. The intent was too obvious. Uchiha Kagami remained non-committal, responding coolly. The defining trait of the 3-tomo Sharingan is copying. If it seems that way to you, then so be it. He was indeed wary of Sukuna. The seal was robust, showing no signs of allowing Sukuna an escape. But Uchiha Kagami had to consider the possibility: what if Sukuna did break free? Ordinary jutsu would be useless against him. Techniques that directly assailed the soul would certainly be effective. It wasn't just Sukuna, most ninja also feared spiritual attacks, which was why the spirit transformation technique was called the #1 assassination art. Yakura of the Scorch release from Sunagakure. I've heard of her. Kakashi remarked with a sigh. Just as expected of you, Kagami. Kakashi, I still preferred your old, arrogant self. Minato Namikaze smiled, patting both their shoulders. An impressive debut on the battlefield. You both performed excellently. I thought you might say capturing her alive would have been more valuable, Uchiha Kagami said, flatly shaking off Minato's hand. Minato shook his head. I wouldn't ask you to capture enemies alive. That would introduce unnecessary risk. Remember this one point. His tone and expression turned serious. On the battlefield, ensuring your own safety is the top priority, understand? Understood, Kakashi replied energetically. After a brief rest, he siphoned some of Sukuna's cursed energy to restore his own chakra. The technique used earlier was yin release, utilizing a greater proportion of spiritual energy, so replenishing chakra with pure spiritual power was also faster. Still, the Ninetales power bank was handier, boasting both yin and yang attributes, allowing for rapid recovery of both body and spirit. Last time Kushina went berserk, Uchiha Kagami had collected some of the Ninetales' overflowing chakra. It wasn't a surplus, not enough to achieve a tailed beast transformation like Kinkaku or Ginkaku. Using adult Kakashi as a unit of chakra measurement, it might be around a dozen or so Kakashis. Usually Uchiha Kagami used it sparingly for researching yin-yang release, unwilling to waste it on jutsu. At the command post on the Fire Country border, Orochimaru watched the group who had departed half a day ago return, initially assuming they were coming to ask for intelligence regarding their mission objectives. Instead, over a dozen intact Sunagakure bodies were laid out across the command post floor. After a Yamanaka ninja inspected them, they reported, their brains are intact, we should be able to extract some information. A Nara ninja with a pineapple-like hairstyle crouched before Yakura's body. This is Yakura, the Kekkei Genkai ninja of Sunagakure. Why does she have no wounds? It's Jinjutsu. Orochimaru's cold gaze fell upon Uchiha Kagami, his smile unnerving. I assume you killed her, Kagami-kun. No wounds. Killing a Kekkei Genkai Jonin with only Jinjutsu. You are even stronger than I imagined. Hearing this, the Yamanaka ninja collecting the bodies looked up. Uchiha, Kagami-kun, is it? Is that so? Did your Jinjutsu destroy her brain? It should have burned it away. You can try to verify if you'd like. Uchiha Kagami himself wasn't sure of the technique's actual effects as this was its first use on a person. Besides, he didn't care about the intelligence in Yakura's head. If he truly wanted to know something, simply hypnotizing her with the Sharingan would be more efficient. The famed secret arts of the Yamanaka clan were nothing more than scraps compared to the myriad abilities of the Sharingan. As they departed with the bodies, the command post returned to its state from half a day ago, with only the 4 of them present. Minato Namikaze immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. Orochimaru-sama, I sincerely apologize. Please forgive Kagami's impertinence. Orochimaru's gaze was deep, his voice betraying no emotion. This is no simple impertinence. Attacking the frontline commander. Kagami-kun. An act like this could get you taken in for interrogation by the ANBU. Uchiha Kagami was utterly unruffled, setting aside the fact that you looked at me with ill intent first. Being subdued by genjutsu from a little brat like me. Orochimaru-sama, wouldn't that be embarrassing if it got out? I could report only to the Hokage. I believe Sensei would consider my reputation. Orochimaru leaned forward like a serpent ready to strike. There are a few old fossils who are quite wary of the Uchiha clan. If they learned you possess such power, how could they sleep soundly? Are you threatening me? Perhaps. What will you do about it, Kagami-kun? Uchiha Kagami similarly leaned in, their cold eyes locking. If you want to play, let's play big. Because of Orochimaru's persecution, I would be forced to defect from Konoha, and at least several hundred Uchiha would follow me. Orochimaru let out a derisive laugh. Kagami-kun, are you unaware that even your clan's strongest ever didn't have a single follower when he left the village? That was because the clan didn't know then how many restrictions the Uchiha would come under. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru suddenly smiled. Indeed, it's quite unfair. A clan this powerful, yet unable to attain a corresponding status. Kagami-kun, what if I became Hokage and groomed you to be the next one? Hokage. It could be said that every Konoha ninja's initial dream was to become Hokage. Only a few managed to hold on to that dream to the very end. If anyone else had said such a thing, it would be pure empty promises, but coming from Orochimaru it carried weight. Now that the third was aging, Tsukumo Hatake had left the village, and both Jiraiya and Tsunade were unwilling to become Hokage. Orochimaru was the obvious next successor, his achievements already sufficient, and would not be surprising even if he assumed the role now. Only Uchiha Kagami knew that Minato Namikaze would overtake them all. Let's talk about it when you actually become Hokage. I think Senior Minato has a better chance than you. Uchiha Kagami was blunt, giving no face to the sneaky snake. The Uchiha's natural rudeness was one factor, and also because Kagami knew Orochimaru cared little about others' attitudes towards him. Hearing this, Minato scratched his head awkwardly. Haha, I'm still far from it. But I will definitely become Hokage. As he said this, the hand he had been forming seals behind his back was quietly lowered. Earlier, with the tense atmosphere, he had been prepared to act, even to kill Orochimaru to silence him for Kagami's sake. It couldn't be helped. Konoha couldn't bear the cost of the Uchiha clan leaving. Minato realized just how much damage a rift between these two would cause the village. Thankfully, Orochimaru-sama was only joking. Otherwise, to ensure the village's stability, he might have had to try and take down Orochimaru-sama. It couldn't be helped for the sake of the village. This was straight out of the Third Hokage's teachings. Orochimaru remained unaware that his death flag had been frantically waving moments ago. In truth, he had never intended to tattle. What he most wanted to see now was the kind of power Uchiha Kagami could display on this battlefield. And in just half a day, he had already received his first pleasant surprise. Scorch release. Tonight was going to be busy. Yet compared to the Scorch release, it was clearly the Uchiha Kagami before him that captivated Orochimaru far more. After the others had departed, he used his summoning serpent to notify his subordinates in Konoha, gathering more detailed intelligence on Uchiha Kagami. Prior to this, he had only known that this brat was an Uchiha who had awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan at a remarkably young age. It wasn't as if he had never seen a 3-tomo Sharingan before. It was merely passable neither here nor there. However, this brat's ocular power clearly surpassed that of an ordinary 3-tomo by far too much. Orochimaru even suspected that he had already awakened the legendary Mangekyō. Uchiha Kagami had never deliberately concealed his own information. Peerless Uchiha sword arts assisting in the sealing of the Nine-Tails rampage, with his ocular power mastering the A-rank jutsu developed by Minato Namikaze in just 2 days. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, and Jinjutsu, truly a master of all three. Beyond that, he possessed an invisible slashing attack whose power rivaled the Kekkei Genkai. Combined with his cold and decisive personality, a man like this, unless one could overwhelm him with sheer brute force, even Orochimaru could not devise a strategy to defeat him. Things like poisoning or sneak attacks were nothing but a joke under the gaze of the Sharingan. If I were to summon Manda, could I defeat him? Orochimaru was even contemplating resorting to his trump card. Kagami-kun, how high is the upper limit of the jutsu you use to kill Pakura? I have no intention of probing into the secrets of your jutsu, though I merely asked for the sake of subsequent mission arrangements. Uchiha Kagami pondered for a moment, then said, if the opponent is caught off guard, it should be able to kill an elite jonin. Strictly speaking, even the Hokage himself is only an elite jonin. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. This kind of first strike killing ability, is it really wise to reveal it so soon? A jutsu is developed to be used. What's there to hide? Orochimaru-sama, I advise you not to dwell too much on this jutsu. Uchiha-Kagami looked at Orochimaru with keen interest, his tone resembling that of a senior imparting wisdom to a junior. By the time you figure out a way to defend against this technique, I'll have already iterated and upgraded it several times over. This is what it means to have the composure of a genius. Orochimaru felt no offense, quietly ending the topic, and said, Minato-kun, what do you all think? Why has Mangekyō suddenly intensified its infiltration of the Land of Fire? Based on the intelligence we have, they seem to be searching for someone. Who could possibly warrant such a massive mobilization? It's the third Hokage. It wasn't Kagami who spoke. He wouldn't be foolish enough to leak such information about himself. A bloodstained man with silver hair abruptly appeared, pushing aside the curtain of the command tent. Tsukumo and I-sen. Hataki-senpai. Even Orochimaru was visibly startled, taking in the dense cluster of wounds covering Hataki Tsukumo's body. The most severe injury was at the wrist. Half of his palm had been sliced open. Hataki Tsukumo's face was pale, his gaze falling upon the stunned Kakashi. It's been a while, Kakashi. Thud. Kakashi could no longer suppress his emotions, throwing himself into Hataki Tsukumo's arms, sobbing silently. His uninjured hand gently patted Kakashi's back. Hataki Tsukumo's eyes filled with deep affection. And guilt as well. After all, Kakashi was still just a child. Abandoning him to leave like that had been truly inexcusable. After the touching father-son reunion, Orochimaru raised the critical question. Tsukumo and I-sen, what did you mean by the third Hokage? Suddenly a shinobi from the Nara clan barged in without announcement. The news was simply too explosive, and he had to relay it to Orochimaru at once. Orochimaru-sama. Intelligence from Yamanaka Inn. They're searching for the missing third Hokage, that's why. Ugh. He swept his gaze around the room and spotted Hataki Tsukumo. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, pointing at him. Guard the door. Don't let anyone else in. Tsukumo and I-sen, please continue. Compared to the intelligence contained in those Suna shinobi's minds, Orochimaru was far more interested in what Hataki Tsukumo had to offer. He was also quite curious as to who could have injured Hataki Tsukumo to such a degree. I encountered Sasori of the Red Sand from Mangekyō, the grandson of Chiyo. A prodigy puppeteer, I've heard of him. Skipping the need for explanations, Hataki Tsukumo's next words plunged the room into a deathly silence. He assassinated the third Hokage and converted both himself and the third Hokage into human puppets. I fought him. You could call it a mutual defeat. He managed to escape. So that's how it is. Kakashi looked at his father's battered body, then thought for a moment. Then if we just explain this to Mangekyō, they'll abandon the war and go after Sasori of the Red Sand, right? Only Kakashi in the room was that naive. Orochimaru shook his head. Without the third Hokage's human puppet corpse, Mangekyō won't believe us. They'll only think that not only the Hokage but also Sasori of the Red Sand were killed by us. Even if they did believe us, it wouldn't matter. Minato's mind was equally quick. Chiyoba is a shrewd woman. The moment she hears this news, she'll declare it's a Konoha scheme to drive a wedge and undermine Mangekyō's unity. They'll only pour more war resources in shifting from searching for the third Hokage to seeking revenge against Konoha in his name. Uchiha Kagami chuckled softly, looking at Kakashi. The best way to divert internal conflict is to turn it into external conflict. It wasn't just a ninjutsu talent. Kakashi felt his intellect was being crushed as well. Sensing his dejection, Hataki Tsukumo ruffled his hair. The specific arrangements are your affair. I'm just telling you this information before I leave. Leave? Father, where are you going? Hataki Tsukumo let out a sigh and gave a bitter smile. Sasori of the Red Sand's target is me. As long as I leave the Land of Fire, he'll follow me. Most importantly, he feared that Sasori of the Red Sand might make a move against Kakashi. A man bold enough to assassinate a Hokage, and succeeding, was far too dangerous. Orochimaru's brows knitted tightly. There's no need for such a trade-off. In my view, Tsukumo and I-san is more important than the third Hokage and Sasori of the Red Sand combined. I can pull some strings. With intelligence like this, it can completely erase the impact of your earlier departure. To be fair, Orochimaru genuinely hoped that Hataki Tsukumo would return to Konoha. In their early years on the battlefield, the three of them had received no small amount of care from Hataki Tsukumo. After Tsukumo's departure, Tsunade had been so furious that she refused to speak to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even he and Jiraiya harbored considerable resentment toward the third Hokage. Anyone with sense could see what had really happened back then. Hataki Tsukumo shook his head, smiling. No need. I've grown accustomed to my current life. The feeling of freedom is quite wonderful. Is that so? Orochimaru did not press further, choosing to respect Hataki Tsukumo's decision. Father, I also. Hataki Tsukumo stopped Kakashi from finishing his sentence, crouching down to meet his eyes, and said with a warm smile, wait until you've grown into a shinobi who can stand on your own, then make your own decision. He then turned to look at Minato and Kagami. Minato-kun, Kagami-kun, I'll leave him in your care. Knowing that Kakashi can follow you too, I'm at ease. Tsukumo-senpai, I will definitely protect Kakashi. Minato nodded firmly. Besides, Kushina, Konoha was the most important thing in Minato's eyes, and he deeply respected this great shinobi who had devoted most of his life to the village. Uchiha Kagami turned his gaze to Orochimaru. Now that you know this intelligence, Orochimaru-sama, what do you plan to do? Orochimaru's long tongue instinctively licked his lips, his voice sinister. Naturally, while Tsunagakure is leaderless, we strike them hard enough to make them feel the pain. A very wise choice. Uchiha-Kagami nodded in satisfaction. If it were those old men back in the village, they'd probably be discussing using this information to negotiate peace with Tsunagakure. Orochimaru, disregarding all regulations entirely, directly incorporated Minato's squad into tactical planning. After sending off Tsukumo Hatake, he convened several frontline jonin, among them an ANBU captain, Sarutobi Shinobi, the third Hokage's eldest son. With Orochimaru as the frontline supreme commander, he acted like an overseer whose approval was crucial for major decisions. In the meeting, he wore no mask, a young man bearing a striking resemblance to the third Hokage in his youth. After outlining the general situation, Orochimaru began to explain his plan. Currently, Tsunagakure is sending numerous shinobi to harass the Land of Fire's borders. Pushing them back individually is far too passive. I intend to concentrate our forces and launch a direct counteroffensive into the Land of Wind, forcing them to retreat and defend. After a moment of silence, the Nara jonin said gravely, "This would indeed force Tsunagakure out of the Land of Fire's borders, but Orochimaru-sama, if we do this, our border defenses will be left vulnerable, and Iwagakure won't miss such an opportunity." Among the 5 great shinobi nations, discounting smaller countries, the Land of Fire sits at the center of them all. Every great shinobi war by unspoken rule was the Land of Fire against the other 4. If it were just the Land of Wind, invading the Land of Fire wouldn't be worried. With Konoha's strength, they could easily crush them. The western front, where Orochimaru and the others were stationed, faced not only Tsunagakure, but also the nearby Land of Earth and Iwagakure. That old man Inoki would absolutely seize the chance to have Iwa Shinobi plunder the Land of Fire if he discovered Konoha ninja invading the Land of Wind in force. Orochimaru looked towards Minato. "I recall you've encountered Iwa's Jinchuriki, Minato-kun. How strong are they?" Unless it was a large-scale war, the Kage of each village typically stayed off the front lines, as protecting the village was paramount. Therefore, the standard highest military power was the Jinchuriki. Minato pondered for a moment, then replied, "They are very strong. Most importantly, they possess the ability for large-scale destruction, making sheer numbers meaningless against them." The tailed beast Jinchuriki's greatest strength was the ability to unleash the tailed beast ball, akin to a cannon in an era of cold weapons. Though top-tier powerhouses could toy with tailed beasts as if they were pets, ordinary shinobi, even a perfect combat specialist sovereign like Tsukumo Hatake, couldn't handle one. It was common knowledge that only sealing jutsu could effectively restrain tailed beasts. The Mangekyō Sharingan could also do it, though few knew of this. Orochimaru nodded. "Based on my gathered intel, Inoki has amassed a large force at the Earth Lightning border, investing little in the Western Front. Of course, he doesn't think the Land of Lightning is stronger than the Land of Fire. There's only one possible reason for him to act this way. The Jinchuriki have been stationed at the Earth-Fire border all along." At these words, the expressions of the few in the meeting shifted, a hint of fear creeping in. Fear of the tailed beasts was deeply ingrained in the hearts of most shinobi. "Minato-kun, can you currently handle one Jinchuriki?" Minato didn't rush to make promises. After careful consideration, he said, "Holding one off shouldn't be a problem, but they usually operate together, don't they? The tailed beasts of the Land of Earth were the 4 tails and 5 tails. Last time Minato and Jiraiya encountered them, they were together. This was the norm. Who wouldn't stick together in a high-level team fight instead of soloing?" Orochimaru looked towards Uchiha Kagami. "I trust Kagami-kun can hold off one as well. I will leave some shinobi to deal with Iwa's regular forces, and the 2 Jinchuriki will be yours to handle." Before Uchiha Kagami could even respond, a furious shout rang out. "Are you insane?" Sarutobi Shinobi slammed the table, glaring at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, what are you thinking, sending a child to face a Jinchuriki?" Normally, Sarutobi Shinobi wouldn't participate in tactical discussions, quietly observing from the sidelines. But Orochimaru's words were too outrageous this time, causing him to abandon polite formalities entirely. Deeply influenced by his father's will of fire, he was already dissatisfied with children like Kagami and Kakashi being on the battlefield. In his eyes, even a Uchiha child was still a child. He had already filed several reports requesting their recall, but Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't replied to him. "Shinobi Kagami is no ordinary child," Orochimaru stated calmly. "He killed a Scorch-release user in his very first battle. That's something even you would find difficult to achieve." Sarutobi Shinobi remained unmoved, asserting firmly, "Regardless, I will not consent to this deployment. I will request the Hokage recall Kagami and Kakashi." He turned to them, his concern evident in his eyes. "We haven't all died yet. This war doesn't require children like you to take such risks. Asuma often speaks of you. I know you are geniuses far beyond ordinary children, but the cruelty of war is something you cannot comprehend. Go back, please." His words were so persuasive that even Minato wavered, wondering if he should send these 2 junior comrades back to the village. If not for the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami wouldn't have wanted to participate in the war either. He knew all too well the horrors of war and the value of peace. Better a dog in peaceful times than a human in an age of chaos. Yet he understood even more that peace couldn't be achieved through compromise. Only through struggle could true peace be attained. You are a good person, but I don't need your kindness. Uchiha Kagami spoke calmly. I am grateful for Sarutobi Jonin's concern, but I am already a shinobi. I will follow Orochimaru-sama's orders. His gaze shifted to Orochimaru. With greater power comes greater responsibility. As the village faces this crisis, I wish to arrange for some Uchiha shinobi to join the battlefield. Is there a problem? War was the catalyst for the Sharingan, something Konoha's high command understood very well. So unless absolutely necessary, they preferred to confine the Uchiha within the village, keeping this cursed blade from tasting blood. Their judgment was correct, or rather the judgment inherited from the second Hokage was correct. When they were finally forced to let the Uchiha participate in the latter half of the Third War, it catalyzed Fugaku's Mangekyō, and Shirsui's and Itachi's Mangekyō were also influenced by this very war. Not to mention Kimui, arguably the strongest Mangekyō ability. Orochimaru didn't know the conditions for awakening the Sharingan, but he keenly sensed that Uchiha Kagami wasn't as righteous as he appeared. He certainly held some secret. What did it matter? Orochimaru cared little for the machinations of Konoha's upper echelons. He just wanted to see how far Uchiha Kagami could go. I will report to the Hokage to dispatch Uchiha reinforcements. He glanced at Uchiha Kagami meaningfully. Kagami-kun, you can give me a list later. No one knows better than you which Uchiha are more suited for battle. The two of them silently struck a deal. He would help Orochimaru gather forces, and Orochimaru would help him secure the rear. Even if the rear couldn't be secured, it didn't matter. Konoha was at its peak then, with the highest number of jonin in its history. Even the most pessimistic person wouldn't have imagined that this war would last 10 years, dragging the once prosperous Konoha into a quagmire. Rather, it was Minato Namikaze's death and the departure of the Sannin that nearly brought Konoha to its knees, eventually leading to the Hizashi incident. Orochimaru could afford to take such risks because his foundation was strong. An unnamed underground space. An extremely ancient man leaned against a stone chair with several tentacles extending from behind him, connecting into the unknown darkness. He had crimson eyes, and at first glance he looked like the legendary god of death. Long ago his name was more terrifying than death himself. The legendary shinobi who was mentioned alongside the shinobi god. Uchiha Madara. A white substance rose from the ground, breaking the silence. Lord Madara. It's starting. It's starting. Konoha and Suna have already opened hostilities at the border, and the other ninja villages seem eager to join in as well. After a moment of silence, a hoarse, sneering laugh, full of contempt, echoed. The ninja world is just like this. Even if we do nothing, people will never be able to coexist in peace. Hiruzen, the illusion of peace you maintained has completely shattered since your death. Omadara is about to start his empty conversation with Senju Hashirama again. White Zetsu waited obediently for a while. How is the task I assigned you proceeding? White Zetsu pulled out a piece of paper with names and intelligence suffixes. As you commanded, all the intelligence on Uchiha children aged 5 to 10 is here. First and foremost was the name of Uchiha Kagami. Awakening 3 Tomo at age 7. A genius such as this, even during the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara had never heard of. But it was nothing particularly remarkable. It is better to go far than to go fast. Uchiha Madara's research on the Sharingan was so thorough that he understood the Sharingan was not something that should awaken too early. Possessing power that the body cannot withstand during childhood is not a good thing. The more he understood, the more Uchiha Madara felt that Uchiha Kagami would not awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan, or if he did, it would not meet his expectations. This little kid was too calm, too mature. Although he did have people he valued, if something happened to his grandmother or younger brother based on this kid's personality, he would most likely figure out what happened without being clouded by anger. So he would never become the person Madara desired. Uchiha Madara carefully examined the list, finally locking his gaze on the name Uchiha Obito. He was very clear about the conditions for awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan. Besides the basic requirements, the most important was extreme emotional trauma. When an Uchiha loses a loved one, they gain power. Such a cursed condition. Therefore, the more emotionally rich an Uchiha is, the more intense the hatred they feel after losing their love. Go watch this kid named Obito investigate his intelligence in detail. I want to know what he values most. Sigh. Lord Madara, wouldn't Uchiha Kagami be more suitable as your successor? If I didn't know you were still alive, I would have thought he was your reincarnation. That talent that was about to overflow. Shut up. Uchiha Madara grunted. The true talent of the Uchiha is not some 3 Tomo Sharingan or ninjutsu. Uchiha Obito has higher potential than Uchiha Kagami. He paused. Also send a clone to make contact with that Kagami. He can serve as a backup. White Zetsu's words had touched him. Uchiha Kagami could not possibly be his reincarnation, but if reincarnation truly existed, could it be possible? After all, his personality was very similar to Izuna's, along with that extraordinary swordsmanship talent. Even his appearance bore some resemblance to the young Izuna. This was Uchiha Madara overthinking. The Uchiha were all beauty standards, but Uchiha Kagami's handsome direction matched Izuna's. Both were the clean-cut type. Even Fugaku, who was at the bottom of the beauty scale, could be praised for looking mature and steady. Let it be. After giving his instructions, Uchiha Madara slowly closed his eyes. He was far too old, and the injuries accumulated on his body were too severe. If not for the outer path Deva statue sustaining him, he would have died long ago. This sense of powerlessness annoyed him greatly. He only hoped to quickly select a backup to counter Nagato, then go meet his death. When he returns again, it will be at his peak. Konoha meeting room. The war situation was tense. Shimura Danzo had been very busy recently acting as the mastermind behind the scenes for other ninja villages, sowing discord among them. Transceiver Koharu and Water Meat Okado also traveled to the Fire Country capital to remind the daimyo to prepare war resources and not hold anyone back. Everyone realized the Third Shinobi World War might be coming. This was all foreseeable. After the suppression of the First Hokage was lost every few years after each village rested and recovered, they would want to redraw the territorial boundaries. After all, the Fire Country possessed the most and best territory and resources. The Kage of each village were not fools. If they allowed the Fire Country to develop in peace decades later, it would once again become a single dominant power like during the First Hokage's era. No one wanted to be a subordinate. Everyone wanted a piece of the Fire Country's rich land. Recent events had made the smoke in the Hokage's office even thicker. Hiruzen Sarutobi alone reviewed the frontline battle reports, constantly producing secondhand smoke. Should the Uchiha clan be ordered to advance to the front lines? Among the four great ninja of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi had the least prejudice against the Uchiha. But small did not mean non-existent. He both wanted to use the Uchiha as a blade and feared that blade becoming too sharp and harming him. According to Jiraiya, Kagami's heart was not bad, but compared to the village he valued the Uchiha clan more. This was an inescapable narrow-mindedness toward one's clan. In Hiruzen's view, because of this alone, he could never give Uchiha Kagami access to the highest levels of power. But Orochimaru's plan, if successful, could indeed end the military friction with the Wind Country. If they could quickly subdue the Wind Country and form an alliance, it might deter the other ninja villages. Even possibly delay the Third Shinobi World War. The word peace was too tempting for Hiruzen. After deep contemplation for a long time, he summoned a ninja. Prepare the ninja I marked on the list and head to the Western Front. Hiruzen did not completely follow Orochimaru's list. Those were all staunch Uchiha radical factions. He checked off half, then arranged for some moderate Uchiha to join, including Uchiha Fugaku. Hiruzen had conducted in-depth exchanges with Fugaku. He could see that Fugaku did not want the rift between the village and the Uchiha to widen and was willing to make some compromises. At dusk, Hiruzen personally received Uchiha Fugaku. After simple greetings, Hiruzen got straight to the point. Fugaku, what do you think? What kind of person is Kagami? Fugaku was slightly startled and replied with his head bowed. He is a ninja with extraordinary talent, very friendly to relatives and friends, and remarkable child. Although he had previously had conflicts with Uchiha Kagami, he would not bring such matters before outsiders. Hiruzen exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and said gravely, he is only friendly to his clan members, right? Hokage-sama. Raising his hand to signal him to listen, Hiruzen continued, I specifically arranged for Jiraiya to take Kagami as a student because I saw his talent. But over the past year or so, it seems his mindset has not changed. He is still not close to the other Konoha ninja. Sweat formed on Fugaku's forehead as he used his universal formula. Hokage-sama, he is just a child and does not know how to express himself well. You know what I want to hear is not that. From the time Fugaku could remember, Hiruzen had been Hokage. This authority accumulated over decades made Fugaku walk on thin ice. That casually spoken sentence made him feel like a child being scolded by a teacher at a loss. Hokage-sama, I will definitely change Kagami's mindset and help him build deep bonds with the village companions. Hiruzen revealed a smile. Then I leave it to you, Fugaku. A few days later, the 50 Uchiha ninjas led by Uchiha Fugaku arrived. At minimum, they possessed 2 Tomo Sharingan, with 7 among them, including Fugaku wielding 3 Tomo. This force was already sufficient to handle a small-scale battle. Fugaku, you're here. Minato greeted him with some surprise, and even Fugaku's perpetually stern face cracked a rare smile. In their early years, the two had undertaken missions together, forging a deep bond. It was precisely because of Minato Namake's existence that Fugaku believed integrating the Uchiha into the village was feasible. However, several dozen of the Uchiha clan members who followed Fugaku immediately walked over to stand behind Uchiha Kagami, forming a distinct line separate from Fugaku's group. The atmosphere grew awkward. Fugaku's face also showed a hint of embarrassment. After all, he was the clan leader. If they wanted to show their stance, they could have at least waited until they dispersed. Uchiha Kagami glanced at the people behind him. They were all youths, with only one possessing 3 Tomo. Jinka, how is Elder Shin's health? He looked at the young man with 3 Tomo among the group. Thank you for your concern, and my father's condition is still manageable. Jinka was Shin's son, sharing the same ideology as his father. Toward Uchiha Kagami, the designated successor of Shin's faction, he displayed subservient respect. Like his father, he firmly believed that Kagami could lead the Uchiha to prosperity. In recent years, the Uchiha clan had shown obvious signs of division. Fugaku advocated for integration into the village. As the clan leader, he should have been able to guide the clan. But Uchiha Kagami's talent was evident, and he had already actualized it. His strength was no less than that of the clan leader. The Uchiha who were dissatisfied with the village now had a backbone. They naturally refused to follow the crowd and stood firmly with Kagami. This was also what troubled Hiruzen Sarutobi the most. I've even arranged for my own disciple to be your teacher. Why can't you still open your heart to the village? What more do you want? Fugaku couldn't understand either. The third Hokage had sent such a clear signal. If Kagami would just behave even if he pretended to be approachable, then the position of Hokage might not be out of reach. Kagami couldn't explain. It was a matter of waiting. No matter how much the Uchiha did in the eyes of the third and others, they were still the inherently evil clan that needed to be guarded against. How could the Uchiha's worth compare to the teachings of the second Hokage? He didn't want to explain either. Fugaku's arrival had already shown that he had chosen the Hokage's side just as Uchiha Kagami had originally envisioned. Then there was no need to save face for this clan leader. According to Lord Orochimaru's orders, all Uchiha ninjas must follow my commands. Any problem with that clan leader Fugaku? Fugaku's expression darkened. He glanced at the wryly smiling Minato, then suppressed his anger and nodded. Of course, on the battlefield, every ninja should obey orders. He emphasized the word orders. Since Kagami was giving him a show of force, then he didn't need to hold back. He took a scroll from his chest and said in a low voice, then according to the Hokage's directive, Uchiha Kagami, you are to obey my orders. Uchiha Kagami was not surprised. He chuckled softly. Sorry, but when on campaign the sovereign's command may not always apply. I do not recognize clan leader Fugaku's command ability. In certain emergencies, I will act based on my own judgment. Just a moment ago, he was citing Orochimaru's orders, and now that I bring out the Hokage, he refuses to acknowledge it. Watching the two refuse to yield, Minato was also troubled. He knew the situation within the Uchiha clan as well as the inclinations of the village's higher-ups, a tangled web of relations that he was not yet able to sort out. To avoid escalating the conflict, Minato stepped in to mediate. We are all comrades of Konoha. Let's decide on the specific actions based on the battlefield situation. Our main mission is to defend the border. At least that goal is the same. A day earlier, upon learning that the Uchiha clan members were about to arrive, Orochimaru had led his forces toward the Land of Wind. Speed was essential. He wanted to catch Chiyo off guard. The current supreme commander of the front line was actually Hiruzen Shin's son, but facing these Uchiha, he wisely refrained from interfering. Most Uchiha looked down on non-clan ninjas equally. Their difficult nature was common knowledge, and his status as the Hokage's son held little weight here. There were few people whom the Uchiha would acknowledge, and fortunately Minato was one of them. Both Uchiha Kagami and Fugaku were willing to give face to Minato. Inside a simple camp tent at the front line, Minato spread out a map and pointed to a spot. I've observed the terrain. This is a must-pass route for a large-scale Iwagakure march. His finger indicated the northwest of the Land of Grass. There stood a famous bridge, one that would become even more renowned in the years to come. Canopy Bridge. If we station here, we can block any possible surprise attack by the main IWA force. I will leave Flying Thunder God seals along the Land of Fire border. If a few elite enemies take another route, I can lead a team to intercept them in time. With the Flying Thunder God technique, many tactical plans became simple. For now, IWA had not yet attacked Konoha. Only a few ninjas were roaming the Land of Grass. Even Minato Namikaze had not considered the thoughts of the Land of Grass. Such small nations existed solely as strategic buffer zones for the great powers. Why not just blow up the bridge? Uchiha Kagami remarked. After all, even according to the original course of history, this bridge would be destroyed. Minato gave a wry smile. It's a vital transportation hub. We haven't started a war with IWA yet. How could we do such a thing? Actively destroying Canopy Bridge would be tantamount to declaring war on IWA by Konoha. Since the First Shinobi World War, Konoha had never proactively declared war on another village. Uchiha Kagami had only mentioned it casually, knowing such an action was unreasonable. Suddenly he thought of another matter. When the Battle of Canopy Bridge occurred, Uchiha Madara should have been in the Land of Grass. So would he be there now? It was highly possible. After all, moving a piece of furniture as large as the demonic statue of the Outer Path was no easy task. But it was just a guess. The information Uchiha Kagami had gathered was too chaotic with many timeline bugs, so it could only serve as reference. Uchiha Kagami was not worried about encountering Uchiha Madara. For one, Madara was already old and frail, likely unable to use much power, and his Rinnegan was being fostered in Nagato. On the other hand, from beginning to end, Uchiha Madara had never killed a single Uchiha clan member. Even in the final battle, he gave Sasuke a chance to surrender. It was Sasuke who, oblivious to his own mortality, called him a relic of the old era and rushed to impale himself on the blade, nearly dying. Madara looked down on the Uchiha clan, but he would not exterminate his own kin. That was beneath his dignity. If not for the existence of Black Zetsu, Uchiha Kagami would have wanted to explain the entire situation to Uchiha Madara and reverently invite the founding ancestor to emerge. After deliberation, Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Kagami, and Uchiha Fugaku along with 5 Jonin-level combatants were assigned to garrison Canopy Bridge. Hiruzen Shin's son and the other ninjas were dispersed along the border near the Land of Earth to serve as sentries. The operation began, and they encountered a few IWA and Kusa ninjas along the way. Since war hadn't broken out after brief negotiations, the group passed through the Land of Grass under the pretext of a mission and reached Canopy Bridge. In a small country like the Land of Grass, it was not unusual to see ninjas from any village. Minato's team had all disguised themselves, and an 8-man squad did not attract much attention. Everything was calm, but only temporarily. Once news of Orochimaru's forces engaging in the Land of Wind spread, the Land of Earth would definitely make a move. Perhaps then, the storm would come. 30 kilometers directly ahead, a squad of IWA ninja is approaching rapidly. At least 3 of them possess chakra at the level of Jonin, with around 30 Chunin and Genin. Atop the canopy bridge, Minato Namikaze pressed his fingers to the ground, eyes closed, speaking in a low voice. This was the chakra sensing technique. The Flying Raijin is an extremely complex jutsu, far more difficult to learn than an average S-rank technique. If Minato had spent the time he used to master the Flying Raijin developing a Kekkei Genkai, he might well have succeeded. But that would be putting the cart before the horse. The Flying Raijin is far stronger than most bloodline limits. The prerequisite for learning the Flying Raijin is a powerful sensing ability. Minato had no authority to teach the Flying Raijin, but he did teach Uchiha Kagami the chakra sensing technique. Uchiha Kagami's current sensing limit was 10 kilometers, far below Minato's. That was talent. It seems the news of Lord Orochimaru's attack on the Wind Country has spread. Minato's expression turned grave. I wonder how his battle is going. Rest assured, Minato. Lord Orochimaru can handle it. A masked man wearing sunglasses in the group spoke. Aburame Shibi. Besides Minato Kagami and Fugaku, there were 4 other Konoha Jonin plus Jinka with his 3 Tomo Sharingan. They were Aburame Shibi Akimichi, Choza Nara Suzaku, and Yamanaka Inoichi. Nara Shikaku was serving as the overall commander on the Eastern Front, otherwise the current Ino Shikicho would have been complete. Except for Jinka, everyone present had a deep connection with Minato. This time, they had voluntarily joined this dangerous mission. The Third War had just begun, and most of the village's core strength had been charmed by Minato. It would be a miracle if Orochimaru won the Jonin trust vote. Only 30 kilometers left. They'll appear soon. How should we deal with them? Fugaku asked, arms crossed. Should we negotiate? Nara Suzaku spoke up. He had been handling all interactions with enemy ninja along the way. Though not as sharp as Nara Shikaku, his specialty was diplomacy. Minato frowned slightly, then looked at Uchiha Kagami. The two seemed to share a silent understanding, exchanging knowing smiles. Then leave it to you, Kagami. Oh. Uchiha Kagami shot forward in a single shunshin, his voice trailing. Jinka, follow me. Understood. Watching the two dart away, Fugaku looked at Minato in confusion. Did you just give an order? The 8-man team had no designated leader, but everyone tacitly accepted Minato's command. Only he could unite them all. Minato's eyes lost their warmth, turning cold. At this time, such an IWA squad can only be the vanguard scouting the Konoha battlefield. We must annihilate them, perhaps it buys me a little more time. After a moment of hesitation, Akimichi Choza asked, could they be on another mission? Even if they are, Minato said flatly, we cannot let them through. The Western Front is currently undermanned. That's a fact we can't let them confirm. At the very least, we must keep the main battle here, not in the Land of Fire. Unlike peacetime missions when Minato could afford to be somewhat sentimental, this was war. The Sand had already declared war on Konoha. Orochimaru, Hiruzen, and Minato all shared the same goal, to end the war in the Wind Country as soon as possible and prepare for what came next. Unlike the Third Hokage, who hoped to delay the war, Minato and Jiraiya had roamed the ninja world on missions and knew this great conflict was inevitable. So they would fight wherever they could. Better other countries suffer than the Land of Fire. Minato was kind to ordinary villagers, yet no outsider ever called him a good man. Gripping a special kunai, Minato ordered, Kagami has my Flying Raijin kunai. He'll take the vanguard, who we follow, and prepare to support. Shibi, Suzaku, Choza, Fugaku. Each pick a direction and form an encirclement. Not one of them may escape. Understood. Understood. The 5 quickly dispersed, but why was Kagami the vanguard? Not just Fugaku, even Shibi and the others didn't understand. Minato didn't explain, they would know soon enough. Moving swiftly, Uchiha Kagami rapidly formed hand signs, gathering chakra, while Jinka did the same. During his 2 years at the academy, Kagami had trained under Shinka, and Jinka was often present. The two had a considerable rapport, and it was during that time that Jinka had fully come to admire Kagami. He was an unparalleled genius, and it was fortunate to serve under him. The IWA ninja's presence grew closer. Kagami could faintly sense them. Closer. A little closer. When figures appeared in his field of vision, Uchiha Kagami slammed both hands onto the ground. Earth released swamp of the underworld. The squad was still nearly a kilometer away, and they didn't have the Sharingan, so they couldn't see Kagami and Jinka. The sudden swamp caught them off guard. The ground turned to mud, and except for a few who jumped up in alarm, dozens were ensnared and slowly sinking. What is this jutsu? Swamp of the underworld. This why? Could it be Jiraiya? It couldn't be Hiruzen Sarutobi, right? Some powerful techniques had distinct personal signatures, like a white-haired shinobi wielding a chakra blade, which made people think of White Fang. Though IWA, specialized in Earth release, their large-scale Earth techniques were mostly shaping jutsu that altered the landscape. This technique that changed the nature of the Earth was a Konoha specialty. The second Hokage's techniques were sealed in the Forbidden Scroll, and Konoha shinobi had access to all elemental natures, with unique flares thanks to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, could skillfully combine 5 different elemental techniques. He wasn't to be trifled with. Hiruzen Sarutobi was nearly the peak a non-Kekkei Jinkai shinobi could reach with no weaknesses, and in his 50s, he could beat a prime Orochimaru to death. Had it not been for his soft-heartedness at the final moment, Orochimaru could never have defected. Calm down. Don't struggle violently. I'll save you. Oishi Iwaga's stand guard. A Jonin formed hand signs creating stone pillars above the swamp as footholds and began rescuing teammates one by one. Earth release 4 earth flow walls. Boom. Thick earthen walls rose from 4 sides of the massive swamp. Oishi, break it, right? A burly IWA ninja covered his arm in rock and punched through one wall. Boom. Rock shards flew, dust billowed. Through the smoke, Oishi saw 2 eerie red glows. Unlucky for you. You hit the 1 in 4 chance. Uchiha Kagami curled his lips. Whoosh. Jinka leaped forward, unleashing chakra through his throat in a torrent. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Flames surged like waves, scorching the air. Earth release, earth flow wall. When it came to earth release, IWA were the experts. Oishi, who had just shattered one wall, quickly built another. His specialty was demolition and reconstruction. Fire and earth had no inherent advantage over each other. Jinka's great fire annihilation was powerful, but not enough to break through a wall from a same-rank shinobi. At that moment, the searing space suddenly grew cold. Sensing the icy een aura beside him, Jinka's heart burned with fervor. Yes, this was it. Such pure, such profound darkness. This was the man he had chosen. Uchiha Kagami placed his right hand over his left, extending them, as if holding a spear. This was not one of the 12 hand signs. This. You brat, have you stolen the 10 shadows technique as well? A massive shadow condensed before Kagami, forming pitch-black wolves. Each wolf was the size of a calf, splitting and multiplying until there were dozens. The pack exuded an ominous dark aura, and in their pupils were crimson Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, a bloodthirsty grin on his face. Go tier flesh and blood. Een release, sun-chasing savage wolves. The pack surged like a black storm, howling to the heavens. The earth trembled, and the scent of blood filled the air. The wolves bathed in flames, shattering earthen walls, like black clouds pressing down on the city. The earth flow wall shattered, and scorching fire waves dried up the swamp. The ninjas, still trapped deep within the mud, had no time to escape. Most resorted to casting jutsu to protect themselves, while the few who panicked were incinerated into charred corpses by the flames. Those ninja who had successfully resisted the flames hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief before their meticulously practiced earth release was shattered by pitch-black claws. Roaring, facing the black wolf lunging at close range, they could only raise their kunai to defend themselves. But the black wolf pierced straight through their bodies. Faintly visible within the vicious jaws of the ferocious wolf, and upon its sharp claws there lingered a pale blue glow. That seemed to be their souls. Damn it. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Damn it. I can't hit this thing at all. What kind of monster is this? The lead Jonin quickly analyzed the key point of the technique and shouted loudly, don't be afraid. These wolves' movement speed isn't fast, we can easily dodge them. Don't engage them head on. But before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent. I don't want to fight them head on either. Come save me. Uchiha Kagami naturally knew the flaws in his own technique. This een release possessed abilities similar to Kimi, capable of phasing through flesh to directly tear at the soul. Such a terrifying ability came with obvious drawbacks. The movement speed was very slow. A normal Chunin could easily harass it in a guerrilla fashion, exhausting Uchiha Kagami's chakra until he could no longer maintain the jutsu. Thus the counter-strategy was established: restrict the enemy's movement first. Drawing reference from the famous cage and fire tactic combined with the strategy of surrounding a point to ambush reinforcements. Uchiha Kagami deliberately controlled the wolf pack to leave the lives of 7 or 8 ninja intact. Several wolves surrounded each individual, waiting for their Jonin leader to come to their rescue. Among normal ninja, deep bonds of friendship still existed. After all, they came from the same village, grew up together, and trained together from childhood. Those sent out on missions together were usually master and disciple or close friends. Those 3 Jonin were fully capable of escaping on their own, but facing companions who seemed salvageable, they could not possibly retreat. Damn it. What evil technique are you using? Uchi glared at Uchiha Kagami, his eyes wide with rage, looking as if flames were about to erupt from them. Don't you have any new insults? You only know these 2 cliches, they lack any real sting. Uchiha Kagami kept 5 black wolves circling around him, preventing them from making any rash moves. Moreover, our attire and eyes are so obvious, and you're still asking who I am. You block of stone, is your brain also made of stone? Hearing this, Uchi carefully examined the eyes of Uchiha Kagami and his companion. Don't. Those are the Sharingan of the Uchiha. Don't look directly into those eyes. The heart-rending warning came too late. Roaring, Uchi stood frozen for a split second as a black wolf passed through his body, tearing out a pale blue spectral form. No. The female Jonin among the 3 let out a mournful cry, frantically extracting chakra. Earth release, splitting earth palm. She slapped the ground with one palm, and with continuous roaring sounds, a massive crack spread toward Uchiha Kagami and his companion. Click. Uchiha Kagami bit his fingertip and quickly formed hand seals. With a bang, a giant eagle spread its wings and took flight, carrying the two of them in a circle above. Ninja capable of flight in the shinobi world were few, at least none of those below were. A height of nearly 100 meters was well beyond the attack range of their jutsu. The stone-hidden village with its love for the earth could do nothing against the eagle in the sky. Of course, the third Hokage was an exception. On the back of the eagle, Uchiha-Kage looked somewhat listless. The previous two large-scale jutsu had consumed nearly as much chakra as an adult Kakashi. In release pursuing Sun Fierce Wolf's consumption was roughly equivalent to 4 or 5 Kakashis. This was only the cost of construction, and maintenance also consumed spiritual energy. Fortunately, it was in release where spiritual energy accounted for the majority. If it had been normal elemental chakra, Uchiha-Kage wouldn't have been able to sustain it. This use of in release was merely an experiment. Uchiha-Kage needed to familiarize himself with his abilities as soon as possible before the intensity of the war escalated and apply them to actual battlefields. Training and slaughter were two different things. He knew he needed to face the third Hokage, the Nine-Tails Nagato, and even those monsters from later periods. This war was crucial. He needed to undergo a metamorphosis through it, entering the world with his best state to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan and tame Sukuna. Only then was there a possibility of leading the Uchiha clan to survive in this chaotic world. Swish, swish, swish. The Minato Namake's group, who had originally intended to form an encirclement, saw the scene in the middle of the battlefield and revealed themselves one after another. What kind of jutsu is this? It looks a bit like our shadow secret technique, also in release. But the intensity is far greater than the shadows. As expected of the Sharingan. That's Uchiha stone-hidden Jonin. I've seen him before. I didn't expect he would be killed by Kagami. Large-scale Earth release plus such a bizarre in-release jutsu. Fugaku recalled the battle from last year. This guy's strongest suit should be that slicing secret technique. The Uchiha were a clan of geniuses. Fugaku, having become the clan leader, was everyone else's model child since childhood, with talent standing out among his peers. However, looking at the still slightly youthful Uchiha Kagami, he felt his own mediocrity. What he feared was not the power of Uchiha Kagami's techniques. Frankly speaking, if he fought Kagami openly, it was unclear who would win. He was afraid of the talent displayed by Uchiha Kagami. He could quickly master any ninjutsu, and had developed several secret techniques of his own. Once he awakens that legendary pair of eyes. What right do I have to remain the leader of the Uchiha? They are Leaf Ninja. Why is the Leaf attacking us? This is the border of the land of Earth. Are you declaring war by doing this? The team leader struggled to maintain his composure, his gaze sweeping around. Some things lose their meaning when stated too plainly. Uchiha Kagami spoke indifferently. Don't pretend to be ignorant. Old man Daimoku sent you to scout the Fire Country's border situation, didn't he? How dare you refer to the Hokage Lord that way? The lead Jonin was instantly enraged, his face somewhat twisted. Shameless Uchiha. Your vicious sneak attack will surely come to the knowledge of the Hokage Lord. Your entire clan will bear the wrath of the Hokage Lord. Heh. Uchiha Kagami laughed aloud. Didn't your Hokage tell you that both he and his master were brutally beaten by members of my Uchiha clan? If it weren't for Uchiha Madara's kindness, that old man would have died long ago. Madara. Kindness. Those from the Leaf who were familiar with this name found it hard to comprehend such a statement. Ayard. Damn it. Bastard. The enraged lead Jonin leaped into the air, charging toward Uchiha Kagami. Like Icarus, he sought to touch the impossible. A mocking smile curled the corners of Uchiha Kagami's mouth. Riding the giant eagle beneath him, he dove toward another direction, passing the other just by a narrow margin. In midair, the lead Jonin had no time to turn around. Uchiha Kagami's eyes fixed on a spot. There the soil had a peculiar bulge resembling a mole burrowing underground. The moment the Leaf Ninja appeared, the lead Jonin realized he couldn't save his trapped companions and signaled to the other female Jonin. I'll hold them off if you escape. Very good. Minato Namake's muttered with a smile. He had also noticed the escaping Jonin and, not rushing to act, wanted to see how Uchiha Kagami would perform. Prioritizing the pursuit of the fugitive was the correct judgment by leaving the stronger enemy to the seniors. Uchiha Kagami leaped down from the eagle, predicting the route of the earth release burrower. He took a deep breath, clenched his fist tightly, focused all his concentration, finding the spatial distortion generated within 0.00001 seconds when physical impact and chakra shock coincide. The Tomo and the Sharingan spun frantically, nearly bleeding. Creak! A piercing sound echoed. Uchiha Kagami's right fist extended to its limit, his waist twisted into an arc unnatural for a normal human. The air was vibrating. Space was distorting. In the horrified gaze of everyone present, a black-red lightning bolt exploded at the tip of his fist. Black flash. Cursed energy. It originates from the negative emotions inherent in the user, such as fear, anger, and sorrow. It is a form of spiritual energy that can be manipulated and utilized according to specific methods. The source of chakra is the divine tree, yet this does not imply that all chakra belongs to the tree. The divine tree is merely the seed. It is an energy generated when the human body achieves a perfect fusion of its component energies akin to chi. This energy can accomplish nearly anything, with tailed beasts being the most representative creations. Formed from nothing, it bestows life. A black flash is the most rudimentary expression of a critical hit on a basic attack. In truth, it is a technique born of profound understanding of one's own power. Its activation relies not on luck. Rather, it depends on comprehending the core of energy. The shinobi world also possesses methods to amplify the potency of chakra, namely Sage Mode. Sage Mode not only grants dangerous perception and large-scale attack capabilities, but also allows the user to integrate the natural energy surrounding them into their body for offensive purposes. One's ninjutsu and taijutsu are enhanced by dozens of times, and the development of new jutsu is significantly strengthened. For instance, Naruto launched the Raisen Shuriken in feat impossible for him before mastering Sage Mode. Compared to the all-around enhancement of Sage Mode, the Black Flash comprehended by Uchiha-Kagami lacks comprehensiveness. However, they share a commonality, both leverage energy inherently existing in nature. Uchiha-Kagami channeled it all into attack power. Unstoppable black lightning descended with his movement. This was a destruction of space itself. Boom. The scorching sun hung overhead. At the moment the black-red lightning erupted, even the sunlight seemed dyed with the aura of death. A power that swept away all obstacles, reducing them to dust. Bang! The explosive sound forced the surrounding ninja to cover their ears, their faces twisted in pain. The shockwave alone rivaled a large-scale wind release technique. As the smoke cleared following the earth-shattering detonation. Much like the terrifying destructive force of modern weaponry, the earth was blasted into a bottomless abyss. The crater had a diameter of over 10 meters, making it hard to imagine. This was created by a human fist. On the rim of the pit, small black-red lightning continued to dance. As for the Iwagakure Jonin, who was the target, not even bones remained. Silence. Absolute silence. Faced with such a scene, several people present were not strangers to it. These individuals shared one common trait. They had all witnessed the explosion of a tailed beast bomb firsthand. Perhaps the range was not as vast as a tailed beast bomb, but the sense of fatality in that moment. Undoubtedly, it was a force of that same terrifying magnitude. A black flash struck with cursed energy should not possess such power. Sukuna's voice was low, devoid of emotion. I believe chakra is indeed a higher energy than cursed energy. Uchiha-Kagami, you possess exceptional talent with a thirst for power that knows no bounds. Such a person is rare in my 1,000 years of life. If you could discard the foolish will of your clan, you would reach a profound realm. You would attain true freedom, just like me. This was the first time Sukuna addressed Uchiha-Kagami by name. Uchiha-Kagami looked at his cracked arm, which emitted a scent of being seared. Half his body had lost sensation entirely, even the pain was gone. His body was insufficient to sustain such power. What is true freedom? Uchiha-Kagami asked Sukuna, then answered himself. Like you claiming to be a true free spirit, yet obsessing over whether others show you respect. Indifferent to the lives and deaths of others, killing endlessly in search of joy. I do not wish to persuade you to do good, Sukuna. It is just. Your meaningless slaughter bores me. True freedom is not doing whatever you want, but having the choice not to do what you do not want. My clan is not my weakness, but the belief that drives me to grow stronger. The Uchiha must be the strongest. Sukuna, what right do you shackled as you are have to discuss freedom with me? One who cannot even dance is truly pitiful. Just then, with a mere thought, Uchiha-Kagami confined the formidable Sukuna into the inner void before he could retort. Whoosh. Uchiha-Kagami, falling helplessly, awaited the giant eagle to catch him, but someone was faster. That was too reckless. Kagami. Minato Namikaze held Uchiha-Kagami and landed on the ground. He looked at him with some reproach. You could have defeated her without such a jutsu. I intended to defeat not only her. Because I had you as my safety net, I dared to attempt this technique. This risk was highly worthwhile. The Black Flash was like a formula, once used for the first time it would eventually be mastered completely. Minato Namikaze sighed bitterly and glanced at his teammates who were beginning to sweep up the remaining IWA ninja. Already at a severe disadvantage in strength, the IWA ninja were further demoralized by the previous impact. There was no suspense left in this battle. Does this jutsu have a name? Black Flash. Hypnosis and mirages are forgivable, but this name is truly too ordinary. Senior brother Minato, you need not maintain your persona by acting foolish all the time. Haha, just kidding. Minato Namikaze smiled. In truth, he was still a bit bothered by it. I will take you for treatment first, Ashimi, and the others can handle this. Uchiha-Kagami nodded. By the way, put me down. I can walk fine on my own. He was not Kushina. He did not enjoy Minato's embrace at all, finding it uncomfortable. With Minato Namikaze as a battlefield teleporter, he was not worried about being exposed while injured. He needed to make the most of the Flying Thunder God technique, while the express delivery service was not yet overwhelmed, grinding for experience points. Within minutes, Fugaku and the others resolved the enemies, looking at Uchiha-Kagami with complex expressions. As expected, he is your junior brother. Another super genius beyond comprehension. Choza Akimichi remarked. They had originally thought Minato, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God, was invincible, only to find someone even more ferocious. A single punch produced effects comparable to a tailed beast bomb. Was he even human? Uncle Choza, you should say that senior brother Minato is the unsurpassed genius among my senior brothers. Having successfully unleashed the chakra version of Black Flash, Uchiha-Kagami was in a good mood and teased. Choza Akimichi grimaced, you are Minato's junior brother, so you should call me big brother. Besides, I am only 8 or 9 years older than you. Enough. I will take Kagami back for treatment first, and bring back the bodies of these IWA ninja. Saying this, Minato seemed to recall something, and turned to Uchiha-Kagami. Although I have said that protecting oneself on the battlefield is paramount, when the disparity in strength is huge, and the enemy can be controlled, why did you not use your Sharingan to gather intelligence first? Uchiha-Kagami scoffed, go tell that to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku looked slightly embarrassed as he was the one who had just killed the last IWA Jonin. He had been provoked by Uchiha-Kagami, and wanted to demonstrate his strength as the Uchiha clan leader, completely failing to realize that under the previous circumstances capturing the enemy alive was feasible. Minato did not press further. In fact, his words were directed at Fugaku. It was simply more convenient to speak frankly to his own junior brother. The Flying Thunder God technique was activated. The yellow flash darted across the battlefield. The yellow flash darted across the battlefield. The war in the Land of Wind was not proceeding as smoothly as anticipated. Though Konoha's shinobi were indeed stronger than Sunagekyou's, the desert environment favored the sand shinobi's fighting style. In particular, a young man named Raza suppressed a squad of 3 Jonin with his magnet release. He possessed the ability to control even the rampaging Shikaku within the desert. Orochimaru had failed to list him among the high-tier combat forces, causing the battle to fall into a stalemate. Across the desert sands lay splatters of blood, countless puppet fragments, and broken weapons. Orochimaru, you think a mere snake like you can kill me? You're not worthy yet. Chiyo manipulated the puppet core of tin, severing a brown serpent in two. From the severed snake body, Orochimaru emerged with a grim expression. According to his initial estimates, if he could hold Chiyo back, the Konoha shinobi would swiftly overrun the Land of Wind, leaving Sunagekyou unable to respond. However, his gaze drifted towards Raza, who was raising a waterfall of golden sand in the distance. This strategic-level magnet release was far too influential on a large-scale battlefield, especially when fighting on his home turf. Another magnet release user. Chiyo scoffed coldly. Little snake, since you dared to invade the Land of Wind, you must already know, haven't you? Or rather, it was Konoha who killed the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage had been missing for over 3 months. Even a mere genin would be declared dead after a month of no contact, let alone a village's Kage. Chiyo had long since given up searching for the third Kazekage. The true reason she engaged Konoha in war was to select the fourth Kazekage through the crucible of battle. Orochimaru licked his lips, ominously, a cold smile forming. Old hag, according to the information we've received, it was your grandson who killed the third Kazekage. Sasori. Chiyo's pupils constricted sharply, and her chakra thread manipulation faltered for a moment. A master puppeteer of her caliber should never make such a basic mistake. Whoosh! Orochimaru seized the opening, launching a white rainbow from his mouth that severed one of Chiyo's arms. With a crash, several puppets lost control and slammed to the ground. Lady Chiyo. Grandma Chiyo. Protect Lady Chiyo. Fall back. Protect Lady Chiyo, and retreat. Seeing Chiyo wounded, countless sand shinobi threw themselves forward, determined to stop Orochimaru's advance at any cost. Having this elder take charge was already a sign of Sunagekyou's desperation. If she were to die on the battlefield, they truly would have no face left to call themselves shinobi. The fearless sand shinobi posed a significant obstacle for Orochimaru, and even Raza abandoned his own part of the battlefield to push towards them. Having fought the old hag Chiyo for so long, Orochimaru was heavily drained. Being surrounded would be dangerous. In the end, the battle concluded with Sunagekyou retreating into a defensive position. Unfortunately, the Konoha shinobi lacked the strength to press their advantage, as many had been afflicted by the sand's poisons. Tsunade. Orochimaru frowned deeply. If Tsunade were here, the two of them could have certainly killed Chiyo, and he wouldn't have had to worry about Chiyo's toxins. But then he thought of Tsunade's phobia. This battlefield covered in blood. If she were here, it would be a blessing if she didn't hold them back. Orochimaru looked at the disastrous scene before him, feeling a twinge of regret. He had still underestimated Sunagekyou. A broken ship still has 3 nails, and they were one of the 5 great shinobi villages after all. Raza's emergence prevented Konoha from achieving significant gains. This minor victory was far from what Orochimaru wanted. He knew well what this setback meant for Konoha. He had to find a way to turn the tide. Orochimaru decided to personally infiltrate Sunagekyou village to gather more intelligence on Chiyo and Raza, and also planned to spread the news that Sasori of the Red Sand had assassinated the third Kazekage. It wasn't enough for just the Sunagekyou higher-ups to know. The message needed to reach the common shinobi. This trick he had learned from Danzo. If the opportunity arose, he intended to assassinate that magnet release user. After organizing the battlefield under the cover of night, Orochimaru slipped away, heading towards Sunagekyou village. Meanwhile, on another battlefield on Konoha's western front, on the Canopy Bridge, severed limbs and broken bodies lay scattered. Fugaku, highly skilled in Genjutsu, was currently controlling 2 IWA shinobi to interrogate them for information. Uchiha Kagami wiped the blood from his sword Shirayuki. Swordsmanship was a part of the Uchiha style of taijutsu, relying primarily on the insight of the Sharingan. Once you caught an enemy's opening, a short blade was more convenient for killing than a long one. It also suited his style of slashing better. Minato noticed his desire to train and subsequently left most of the incoming IWA shinobi to him. An Uchiha progresses fastest in real combat. Both his sense of timing and battle IQ had improved remarkably. It seems IWA has confirmed the intelligence about the Fire Country's border being undefended. Fugaku approached the group and said somberly, according to the information they have, Inoki has already ordered the Jinchuriki to move. Their destination is here. Jinchuriki, no matter when, it was a word that carried immense pressure. Minato smiled gently. It was bound to happen eventually. Isn't that the very reason we're stationed here? Everyone's gaze turned towards Uchiha Kagami. Fugaku had already learned the contents of Orochimaru's pre-war meeting. According to his plan, Minato would hold off one Jinchuriki, and if a second appeared, it would be up to Uchiha Kagami. Despite Kagami's impressive performance these past days, no one believed he could contend with the Jinchuriki. That terrifying black flash was comparable in power to a tailed beast ball, but after using it once before, Kagami had lost the ability to continue fighting. Facing their silent questioning, Kagami sheathed his blade and said calmly, I hope it's the Four Tails. I'm quite interested in it. Aside from the all-purpose Nine Tails Kurama, the Four Tails had the highest compatibility with Uchiha Kagami among the tailed beasts. His most commonly used techniques were Fire and Earth style, which formed the basis for developing Lava Release. Developing Yin Release was the most valuable, and his slashing technique was also an expression of it. Lava Release was strong, but he didn't have the energy to develop it from scratch. The Four Tails was a shortcut. The nine-tailed beasts were guardians left to the shinobi world by the Sage of Six Paths, each possessing immense power. With a proper Jinchuriki, once they achieved harmony, the shinobi could use the tailed beast's power, creating an effect greater than the sum of its parts. The Nine Tails chakra that Kagami had absorbed had helped him develop his Yin Release technique, the Sun-Chasing Wolf. If he could obtain the Four Tails chakra, it would be greatly beneficial for developing Lava Release. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a wave of intense heat washed over them, as if an active volcano had erupted right before their eyes. You Konoha bastards, what have you done to my partner? The roar came from afar, approaching rapidly. A crimson figure became faintly visible, setting the ground ablaze with raging fire as it passed. Get ready for battle, Kagami. It's the Four Tails you were hoping for. Minato couldn't keep his chakra sensing active at all times, but he showed little alarm at the new enemy's approach. Compared to the Four Tails and Five Tails they had encountered before, the Nine Tails was far more terrifying. Minato even felt that these two Jinchuriki weren't even in the same league as Kushina. Back then they said they needed the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to fight them. What an exaggeration. Uchiha Kagami activated his Sharingan, once more gathering chakra and rapidly forming hand signs. He didn't have the bad habit of waiting for the enemy to get close, chatting, and then starting to fight. That time was better spent charging up a big move. Did they think this was a turn-based game? SCZZ, SCZ, SCZ. The piercing sound of cutting echoed, continuously drawing everyone's attention. Fugaku in particular was reminded of unpleasant memories. Azure blades revolved around Uchiha Kagami, spinning faster and faster like a storm. Everyone stay a little further away from me. The storm's range expanded, shredding the IWA corpses on the ground and tinging the azure blade stream with a hint of blood red. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, his body covered in flowing magma, also entered his full power mode from the start. Lava Release, Scorching Stream Rock Technique. Several magma spheres, each the size of a millstone, hurtled forward, radiating terrifying heat. Uchiha Kagami extended two fingers forward, guiding his technique. Slash Release, Thousand Blade Stream Majestic View. An endless torrent of blades surged like a colossal dragon, eroding several lava fireballs into nothingness. Where the torrent passed, the earth was plowed into a deep trench. The blade torrent did not wane, trapping the crimson figure within a storm. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, rocks and soil were pulverized into dust, and towering trees turned to ash. This. What is this? Witnessing such a technique for the first time, Jiwei and the others could not help but exclaim. Wind Release. No, it doesn't feel like Wind Release chakra. A technique like this is practically a forbidden art. How many more trump cards does he have? He's simply a monster. Fuyue stared wide-eyed, trying to discern the principle behind this technique. Slash Release. This is Jing's unique secret art, not a Kekkei Genkai, I believe. The howling wind made Minato's voice slightly indistinct, but all present were Jonin with keen hearing. These are ultra-high frequency slashes formed by spiritual energy. As far as spiritual energy goes, to my knowledge, there is only one being that can compare to Jing. The being he referred to was not human. Pure spiritual slashes. Nara Juchue, a user of Yin Release, found this utterly inconceivable. Could it be a modified version of the spirit transformation technique? Should we protect Jing's body? Though I doubt he needs it. Minato pressed his fingers to the ground and continued, this aura. The Five Tails is approaching with a team. Xuanhua Jiwei, you stay and assist Jing. The rest of you follow me to intercept them. Understood. Within the blade storm, Laozi found himself in immense suffering. His appearance was no longer human. His skin was molten lava, and a massive tail extended behind him resembling a so-called lava demon. This was the lava release chakra mode he had developed. Lava release was the signature ability of the Four Tails, and through years of training, he himself had mastered this Kekkei Tōta, enabling such a form. In this form his attack and defense were greatly enhanced. In terms of strength, he surpassed the Five Tails Han. Among the Iwa Jing had killed one was his nephew. He was his brother's posthumous child, more important to him than his own son. When they lost contact, the enraged Laozi ignored his comrades' warnings and charged alone. He had thought this new form could incinerate the scoundrels invading the Tuji country border, but the moment he appeared, he was ensnared and shredded. These tiny blade streams could not inflict fatal wounds for now, but if nothing was done. Gurgle gurgle. More and more tailed beast chakra seeped out, responding to Laozi's fury. Roar. The earth-shattering bellow and the violent scorching chakra forcefully tore a gap in the blade storm, entering tailed beast mode so soon. Watching Laozi, who now revealed 3 tails, Uchiha Jing voluntarily ceased the thousand-blade flow, scenic severity, and summoned a giant eagle. The Uchiha had several allied summoning clans, the most well-known being the Cat clan. Some members who leaned toward Genjutsu chose crow contracts. This giant eagle was subdued by Uchiha Jing alone to perfect his battle system. Flight was a huge advantage. Against ordinary ninja, he could remain in an invincible position. Taking Xuanhua and Jiwei along, Uchiha Jing felt somewhat troubled. Ordinary jonin without means to handle large creatures were useless against tailed beasts. Aburame Jiwei's insect techniques were strong, but his Kikaichu could not get close to Laozi. Jiwei, an old ninja, sensed from Uchiha Jing's glance that he was being dismissed, so he quickly spoke. I have already hidden a large number of Kikaichu beneath the battlefield. The moment he deactivates his tailed beast form, I can control them to erode his chakra. Have you ever absorbed tailed beast chakra with your Kikaichu before? No. I'll try to shave off some of his chakra. If you can manage it, assist me in battle. If not, save yourself and don't hold me back. I'm a jonin too, you know. Their exchange took only a few seconds. Below, Laozi stabilized his tailed beast chakra, his pitch-black pupils staring up at the giant eagle. Terrifying chakra condensed before him, visible particles of chakra formed a high-density black energy sphere. Tailed beast ball. A suffocating atmosphere filled the space. Xuanhua, facing a tailed beast ball for the first time, found his hands trembling. This was a natural disaster, a weapon no human could contend with. What are you afraid of? A calm voice snapped Xuanhua back to reality, and he looked at Uchiha Jing's stern profile. A mere tailed beast is nothing but livestock of the Uchiha clan. How can you fear a beast? Uchiha Jing's absolute confidence infected Xuanhua, and even Jiwei felt his blood warm. Use all your chakra and release great fire annihilation. Leave the rest to me. Understood. Xuanhua quickly formed hand seals, expending chakra without reserve. From his mouth erupted a violent inferno, a surging sea of flames that seemed to devour everything in its path. Facing the raging sea of fire, the tailed beast form Laozi was indifferent. This temperature was too cold even for his bath. Crash! The black energy sphere was swallowed whole, and just as he was about to release it, the vast sea of fire seemed to come alive, forming a colossal dragon. The essence of Yin release lies in creating form from nothing. Uchiha Jing could not create non-existent shapes, but he could construct existing forms using Yin release. The crimson fire dragon was tinged with blue-violet, coiling around the tailed beast form Laozi layer by layer. Compound ninjutsu, Yin dragon fire prison. Boom. A massive explosion, as if a blazing sun had risen from the earth. Uchiha Jing guided the giant eagle higher, his gaze piercing through the colossal blast to monitor Laozi's condition. When the explosion subsided, a huge crater had formed near the Shinwupi Bridge, altering the landscape. Amid the gaps of the giant pit, trickling water emerged. At the center, the tailed beast body showed no visible damage. He was already forming another tailed beast ball. Tailed beasts. Such strange monsters. Little brat, you're in trouble. Zuoloa's mocking voice rang out. After their last conversation, his resentment toward Uchiha Jing had grown. Trouble. Uchiha Jing's lips curled into a faint smile. Against a Kage-level opponent of equal rank, he might indeed fall short. But tailed beasts. He truly wasn't afraid. It was like a game of rock, paper, scissors. The Uchiha Jing atop the giant eagle silently dispersed, vanishing into a wisp of smoke. Jiwei and Xuanhua only heard a faint cicada chirp by their ears. Below, Laozi's movements froze, and the tailed beast ball before him shattered before it could form. Slash release. One blade, cicada's mournful cry. Uchiha Jing appeared in the spiritual space where the Four Tails was sealed. He looked up to see a massive four-tailed red-furred gorilla bound by chains. Roar. The Four Tails let out a furious roar, stirring a hurricane in the spiritual space. Uchiha Jing's black hair whipped wildly, his crimson Sharingan fixed on the monster. For a creature like you to be called Sun Wukong, that's somewhat of an insult. Boom. The mental space was instantly divided into two colors. The black-purple aura, like a tidal wave, sought to engulf the blazing deep red volcano. Who are you? Why is your chakra so terrifying? Why? Do you know my name? The Four Tails sensed the extreme Yin chill within that chakra. This feeling. It had witnessed young Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. The purity of Een release in this brat before its eyes was already approaching that of Indra at that time. That was the direct bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. How could this brat possibly? Uchiha Kagami stepped directly onto the Four-Tails' head, materializing his spiritual energy into a colossal Fuma Shuriken. Humans do not treat tailed beasts as guardians, viewing them instead as natural disasters to be feared, dreaded, and sealed away. Uchiha Kagami knew the truth, but he had no intention of seeking reconciliation with the tailed beasts like Naruto did. Because he was well aware that he was precisely the type of person the tailed beasts despised most. He would not regard them as companions, he only wished to borrow their power. The Fuma Shuriken spun at extreme speed, carrying devastating cutting power, remorselessly slashing toward the Four-Tails' neck. You bastard brat. Don't underestimate me. Mountain-style Flower Mountain. The Four-Tails struggled desperately against its chains, releasing extreme heat from its body to form a sea of magma. Boom. The magma exploded violently, withstanding the giant Fuma Shuriken. However, this stalemate did not last long. The chilling eye power continued to be injected, swelling the Fuma Shuriken to a colossal size of hundreds of meters. Boom. The Four-Tails' massive body crashed to the ground. The Fuma Shuriken pressed down relentlessly like a cutting disc slicing through stone. An archenemy perhaps. Because he was borrowing Sukuna's cursed energy, his seal was not completely closed, allowing him to witness Uchiha Kagami's actions. The basic abilities of the Sharingan were similar to the Six Eyes, giving Sukuna a reference point. However, Sukuna felt that even Gojo Satoru with the Six Eyes would not find it so easy to deal with this monster. Comparing only the energy he had witnessed, this monster was far stronger than the same attribute Riko Amanai. Unlike the Six Eyes, where only one appears per generation, this brat's clan members had many with such eyes. Could this clan be the legendary Divine Clan? Do they possess a special suppression ability against demonic beasts and evil spirits? Could it be that I came here because the ancestors of this clan sealed me into this brat's body? Sukuna never gave up on finding a way to escape, constantly pondering intelligence regarding Uchiha Kagami. There was one point he guessed incorrectly. Normally, the Uchiha's 3 Tomo was ineffective against tailed beasts. Even if it evolved into the Mangekyō Sharingan, it might work on ordinary tailed beasts, but controlling the Nine Tails was impossible. Obito's brief control over the Nine Tails was likely due to Madara's lingering methods. The most important factor in using any power is the user. The reason Uchiha Kagami could suppress the tailed beasts had already been answered by the previous Nine Tails. Eye power. Eye power is also a form of chakra, one that focuses on spiritual energy. The so-called Mangekyō is essentially an evolution formed when spiritual energy reaches a critical threshold. With Uchiha Kagami's current eye power, he had surpassed this point and could evolve into the Mangekyō at any moment. However, he had not yet resolved the drawbacks of the Mangekyō. Excessive use leads to blindness. Why can't Mangekyō eye power be recovered? It is because the bodies of Uchiha clan members are too weak compared to the Mangekyō Sharingan. Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths, naturally had no such concerns, but his descendants did not possess bodies capable of housing the sage's eyes. Even Uchiha Madara could not sustain the Rinnegan after aging. To prevent the Rinnegan from withering and fearing being drained dry by it, he selected Nagato, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, as the vessel for his eyes. Based on Uchiha Kagami's estimation, it would take at least another year for his body to withstand the pressure of the Mangekyō. The best option would be to capture White Zetsu sooner rather than later, seize Madara's research results, and obtain Hashirama cells for himself. Obtaining Hashirama cells would not grant him the Rinnegan, as that was exclusive to the sage's sons. Gabito had already proven that. However, it would certainly significantly alleviate the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Otherwise, given the frequency with which Obito used his Mangekyō techniques, Amaterasu would have rendered him blind long ago, no matter how energy-efficient Kamui was. Of course, if a fatal threat occurred, he could clearly distinguish between death and bodily injury. Simply put, he was suppressing his realm, hoping to advance more flawlessly. Moreover, he had another plan that might solve this drawback. Reverse curse technique. By manipulating cursed energy, converting it into positive energy, one could achieve healing effects. Translating this to chakra, it would mean converting Yin release chakra into Yang release. This concept was feasible, but the difficulty would undoubtedly be far greater than simply reversing cursed energy. The Four Tails, being cut by the Fuma Shuriken, let out a tragic roar and cursed profusely. It was useless. If he were not sealed, he could still match wits with Uchiha Kagami, but now it was the same as two people, one wielding a whip and the other bound. This was hardly an equal fight. A continuous stream of Four Tails chakra was cut away and collected by Uchiha Kagami, while his own body radiated scorching flames. The tailed beasts were materialized chakra, and the Four Tails, having lost a massive amount of chakra, visibly grew emaciated. Uchiha Kagami could clearly perceive that tailed beast chakra was on an entirely different level from ordinary ninja chakra, both in quality and quantity. Especially regarding the Four Tails chakra and its understanding of lava release, through mere contact for a short, while he had already developed ideas for mastering lava release. Just then a violent shout echoed through the empty mental space. Release. Uchiha Kagami felt a powerful pressure forcing him out of the mental space. Taking one last look at the emaciated Four Tails, he said indifferently, "Stop pretending to be the Monkey King when you're just a red-haired gorilla. Goodbye, Four Tails." "What do you mean pretending? My name was given by the Sage of Six Paths. Why is your hostility toward me so great?" GAA. The principle of Jinjutsu mainly involves interfering with another person's chakra flow through chakra manipulation, thereby affecting their five senses. The reason perfect Jinchuriki are immune to Jinjutsu control is that when the Jinchuriki is controlled, the tailed beast assists in breaking the illusion. Conversely, if the tailed beast within them is controlled, the Jinchuriki also has the ability to break the Jinjutsu. Uchiha Kageme's primary objective was to enter the mental space where the Four Tails was imprisoned. The Jinjutsu could not control Rashi for long. The definition of a perfect Jinchuriki is having reconciled with the tailed beast within, which Rashi had not achieved. However, his own Kekkei Jinkai was lava released the same as the Four Tails, and he had forcibly seized the Four Tails' power. It was similar to when Naruto first defeated the Nine Tails and obtained its chakra. It was like a slave rising to become the master. The moment he regained his senses, he detected the anomaly within his body. Realizing something was wrong, it was certainly correct to dispel the Jinjutsu first. Whoosh! A wisp of green smoke reappeared above the giant eagle, revealing Uchiha Kagami. Looking down from above, he observed Rashi, who had already reverted from his tailed beast form. It seemed the Four Tails would not recover its chakra anytime soon. "You just now." Aburame Shibi seemed to have thought of something. The scene from earlier resembled a secret technique he had seen a senior perform. Body intangible transformation technique. "Don't make it sound like I plagiarized you, Senior Shibi." Uchiha Kagami turned to look at him. "With such a great opportunity, just now don't tell me you didn't use your Kekkeichu to attack him." Aburame Shibi's tinted sunglasses effectively concealed his embarrassment. "Sorry, things happened too suddenly. Actually, you only disappeared for a few seconds. No need to explain." Clang. Uchiha Kagami drew his sword and leaped down, charging directly at Rashi. "I will deal with the Jinchuriki, you just watch from over there." As an incompetent bystander, do not look directly into the Sharingan. Having experienced the previous encounter, Rashi did not dare to underestimate the Uchiha boy in the slightest. Despite his unwillingness facing the leaping Uchiha Kagami, he could only lower his head and avert his gaze. It was as if he were bending his neck to accept execution. Fire-style Great Fire Dragon technique. Lava-style Scorching Stream Rock technique. Boom. The dragon of fire collided with the molten rock sphere, erupting in a violent wave of scorching heat. "You brat, yours is just ordinary fire, but my lava style can burn even fire itself." Even without the tailed beast's chakra for now, Rashi was an exceedingly powerful shinobi in his own right. Whoosh. Not good. Rashi's gaze lingered on the point of the explosion, and an invisible slash came sweeping in from the side and behind. A slash without form. Rashi relied on his instinctual danger perception to barely evade the fatal blow. SSSHH. Thud. Dozens of massive trees crashed to the ground. Rashi turned his head, and what greeted him was the crimson of a Sharingan and the gleam of a snowy white blade. Without the Four Tails chakra relying solely on his own reserves, Rashi couldn't sustain the lava-style chakra mode. If he were in lava-style chakra mode, this brat daring to come this close would be courting death. Clang. Sodi no Shiryuki struck Rashi's steel gauntlet, sending sparks flying. Thud. Rashi twisted his body and drove his other fist, wreathed in searing magma, toward Uchiha Kagami's chest. Uchiha Kagami's expression remained as still as water, his eyes gleaming with icy intensity. He shifted his body slightly, casually dodging Rashi's fist, then lashed out with a lightning-fast kick. Rashi braced his arms to block. The immense force drove him back a step, but he quickly steadied himself and surged forward once more. "Too green. You little brat." His fists rained down like meteors upon Uchiha Kagami, each blow sending forth waves of heat. Uchiha Kagami, of course, had no intention of trading blows with him. He wove through the flurry of fists like a phantom searching for an opening to counter. Attack long enough and a gap will appear. Finally, Uchiha Kagami found his chance. Using the reflective surface of Sodi no Shiryuki's blade, he locked eyes with Rashi. Kyuka Suigetsu. A surge of immense ocular power flooded forth instantly, inscribing black tomo within Rashi's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Kagami swung his blade toward Rashi's neck. Boom. With his defenses wide open, Uchiha Kagami was sent flying by a brutal kick from Rashi. The kick hadn't been imbued with lava style, so it hadn't caused much damage. But, gazing into Rashi's eyes, Uchiha Kagami let out a derisive laugh. "Did you cut a deal with that gorilla?" Rashi stared back at Uchiha Kagami with complicated eyes. "It's only against you that the Four Tails is willing to help me break out of Jinjutsu." "What exactly did you do to him?" The Four Tails, who never paid him any mind except to curse at him when his chakra was being taken, was actually willing to help him. Rashi even thought that if he killed Uchiha Kagami, he might just get the Four Tails to fully submit to him. Stubborn as he was, he didn't hold out hope for reconciling with the Four Tails. He didn't acknowledge the Four Tails. Gurgle. Gurgle. Rashi's pupils contracted sharply. That sound, that posture. He knew it all too well. Uchiha Kagami glanced down at himself. A crimson chakra shroud enveloped his body. Behind him, a massive chakra tail had materialized. This. How is this possible? You're the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Rashi was utterly staggered, as everyone knew Konoha had only one-tailed beast, the Nine Tails. Even if one didn't fully understand the toxic relationship between the village's higher-ups and the Uchiha, everyone in the shinobi world knew of the legendary clash between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Is the third Hokage insane? To actually make an Uchiha the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Do you want another Madara Uchiha on your hands? The second and third Tsuchikage of Awagakure had both been brutally beaten by Madara Uchiha, and they harbored an intense hatred for him. And an equally intense fear. Even Shibi and Jinka perched atop the giant hawk were stunned into silence. The fact that Kushina was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was classified at the highest level of secrecy. If it weren't for Minato's intimate relationship with her and his status as a disciple of Jiraiya, even he wouldn't have been qualified to know. With Rashi shouting it out and the unmistakable tailed beast shroud around Uchiha Kagami, that guy is definitely going to be corrupted by the Nine Tails. Konoha is doomed. That was Shibi's thought. Not only does he possess the Uchiha supreme talent, but now the Nine Tails too. The Uchiha are back. That was Jinka's thought. You fool. That's my chakra. Can't you even recognize that? The Four Tails had recovered a bit of strength and was yelling at the top of its lungs inside Rashi's body. Who could tell the difference? A one-tailed chakra shroud looks pretty much the same for everyone. Rashi had no time to respond. Uchiha Kagami, his speed vastly amplified, was already nothing but a blur. Boom. A heavy punch slammed into Rashi's chest. The ferocious force combined with the searing heat of tailed beast chakra scorched his clothing and branded a fist-shaped mark into his skin. But he wasn't sent flying. The chakra tail behind Uchiha Kagami extended coiled around Rashi's ankle and slammed him hard into the ground. A real fight means chaining combos to drain the health bar. Who actually throws one punch and then stops for a chat? Sodi no Shirayuki had been sheathed at some point in this state. Fists and feet were far more effective. Not everyone in the shinobi world was as resilient as Orochimaru. Without the protection of tailed beast chakra, Rashi's body simply couldn't withstand this kind of punishment. His injuries mounted and his consciousness began to fade. Hey, you idiot. You fool. Kill him already. The Four Tails' roar was useless. The monkey itself was still pinned down by chains. Do we still need to help? Shibi swallowed hard, feeling somewhat superfluous. Because Uchiha Kagami looked like he was over 10 years old, Rashi hadn't thought it unusual for someone his age to awaken the three-tomo Sharingan. But they knew very well. The one down there fighting. No dominating. A Jinchuriki was only 8 years old. Jinka was still lost in his fantasy of Uchiha Kagami controlling the Nine Tails, sweeping through Konoha and cementing the Uchiha clan's dominance in one stroke. He didn't notice Shibi's words. Just then Shibi caught a small black dot in the corner of his eye. He paid it no mind at first, but seconds later the dot gradually took on the silhouette of a human figure. No way. Shibi's voice trembled, a fear greater than facing a Jinchuriki. He hastily leaned half his body out of the giant hawk and screamed at the top of his lungs. Kagami, fall back. It's Inoki. The third Tsuchikage Inoki is here. Inoki, approaching 60, was one of the few remaining shinobi who had lived through the Warring States period. He was the Tsuchikage who had held supreme power in the land of Earth for the longest time, ushering in Awagakure's golden age. Dust Release, a Kekkei Tōta that transcends Kekkei Genkai. A battle-hardened veteran and absolute powerhouse who bore the title Inoki of the Two Scales. Why is the third Tsuchikage here? Minato had the exact same question. Whoosh. Uchiha Kagami carried one of Minato's flying thunder god kunai. Upon sensing the colossal chakra that had appeared on the battlefield, he decisively led his teammates to break away from the Five Tails unit and rendezvous first. Kagami, you. Seeing Uchiha Kagami wrapped in tailed beast chakra, even Minato was deeply shaken. No time to explain. Uchiha Kagami had the unconscious Rashi in a chokehold. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to kill him. A living Jinchuriki was worth far more than a dead one. High above, a small, old man hovered with his arms crossed. Such a tiny figure, yet it made everyone below struggle even to breathe. The giant hawk, feeling the overwhelming pressure, flew toward Uchiha Kagami, seeking safety. As it drew near, Uchiha Kagami dismissed the summoning technique and looked up at Inoki with a grave expression. A Jinchuriki appearing was understandable, but the third Tsuchikage had no business being here now. Normally he would need to guard Awagakure against a possible surprise attack from Kimogakure. So, someone leaked intelligence. It's Danzo. Uchiha Kagami didn't believe in bad luck. If something unreasonable was happening, someone must be deliberately targeting him. The shinobi world was a small place with few people. If 10 bad things happened, at least 8 could be pinned on Danzo. Black Zetsu could take credit for the remaining 2. With my current chakra, I can only transport 5 people at most. The number of people the Flying Thunder God technique could transport depended not only on one's own chakra, but also on the chakra reserves of those being transported. If one could freely teleport others, the second Hokage wouldn't have died holding the rear guard. Even Minato wouldn't dare to hope for a direct confrontation with the third Tsuchikage now, especially since they hadn't even defeated the Five Tails, and that Awagakure unit was closing in fast. So there really is an absurdly strong Uchiha brat. That stubborn Rashi was actually defeated. Inoki murmured to himself, locking eyes with Uchiha Kagami below. He saw the tailed beast shroud around Uchiha-Kagami, and his nearly pure white eyebrows twitched violently, making an Uchiha a Jinchuriki. Just what in the world is Hiruzen Sarutobi thinking? Uchiha brat, put down Rashi, and I'll allow you to retreat. Onoki's voice came as he descended slightly. Uchiha-Kagami's lips curled upward, his grip on Rashi tightening. Onoki, your dust release is renowned throughout the world. The moment I release the Four Tails Jinchuriki, you'll definitely fire one at me. Don't talk to me about Akage's honor. I don't believe in that. Onoki frowned. Brat, didn't Hiruzen Sarutobi teach you any manners? Even a Wagakure, shinobi use respectful titles when addressing the Hokage. Uchiha-Kagami remained unmoved. Names exist to be called. Titles are meaningless. If kneeling and begging could make you give up the Four Tails and let us leave, I'd kneel to you right now. Heh. Onoki let out a cold laugh. Back then it was your first Hokage who knelt and begged us to accept the tailed beasts. Upon hearing this, the faces of the leaf shinobi darkened. Uchiha-Kagami grinned brightly. Really? Then how long did you and the second Tsuchikage kneel when you were trounced by Uchiha Madara? Onoki's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits, the pressure in the air growing heavier. Losing to Uchiha Madara is no disgrace. The reasons no longer matter. But brat. Onoki extended his hands forward, a pure white cube gradually forming in his palms. With Rashi having you the Nine Tails Jinchuriki as his burial companion, a Wagakure won't be losing out. Onoki, get one thing straight. Among those present, only Uchiha-Kagami showed no respect toward Onoki. This was the basic standard of diplomacy. Only when both sides are on equal footing can negotiations proceed. If you dare release dust release, I'll have Minato use the Flying Thunder God technique to take me and the Four Tails back to Konoha. A mere Four Tails isn't worthy of dying together with me. Minato silently glanced at Uchiha-Kagami, then stepped forward and placed his hand on his shoulder, conveying his intent through action. He could never abandon a comrade, but at this moment he couldn't show it. Onoki maintained the starting stance of dust release, but did not unleash it. Dust release was indeed powerful, arguably the strongest offensive technique in the shinobi world, but it had to hit its target. How could he not know about the Flying Thunder God technique? He had fought Tobirama Senju several times and could never even touch him. Brat, tell me what you're after. At that moment, the Five Tails Jinchuriki and others also arrived, watching, warily awaiting Onoki's orders. Swear in front of these Iwagakure shinobi that you will not invade the Land of Fire's borders for half a year, and I'll return the Four Tails to you. A fair deal, isn't it? Onoki was so angry he laughed. You've got it wrong. Sure, Rashi is your hostage, but what you should be bargaining for is the safe departure of all of you. Do you really think I dare not use dust release? How many people can the Flying Thunder God technique take away? I haven't got it wrong. Uchiha-Kagami spoke unhurriedly. We have never crossed the border, even a single step. We are merely here guarding the border of the Land of Fire. Don't use lofty words to cover up your intentions, Onoki. The purpose of your arrival here is nothing but to test Konoha and seize the opportunity to invade. Therefore, Uchiha-Kagami clenched one fist and declared loudly, my comrades can die. They will not die because of my decisions, but because they are protecting the Land of Fire, protecting Konoha, and dying at the hands of an invader like you. All the Konoha shinobi felt a jolt in their hearts, and the will of fire blazed fiercely within them. Even Fugaku was filled with burning passion. That's right. You despicable invaders. Even if I die, I will never let you set foot in the Land of Fire. Right? So what if we die? A mere Tsuchikage. Do you think we Konoha shinobi are afraid of you? It's just death. Lord Kagami will surely avenge us. Genka roared. Onoki, you will face the wrath of the Uchiha clan. That said, I do want to invade the Land of Fire. But this seems to be the land of grass. Have you considered the feelings of the grass ninja? Onoki suppressed his anger with great effort. Sharp-tongued brat. Dust released detachment of the primitive world. A massive white beam of light descended with the force of destruction itself. Onoki would not be restrained by Rashi's presence, nor would he be fooled by the act of Kagami and Minato. I don't believe that a boy who knows Flying Thunder God can teleport both the Four Tails and Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Die all of you. Under dust release all are equal. No one except those with the same Kekkei Tōta has ever been able to withstand dust release. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't. Brat, you're still far from threatening me. Under the terrifying pressure of dust release, no one could even muster the will to resist. Minato was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique to save as many as he could, but Kagami shook him off. Throwing Rashi to the ground, Uchiha-Kagami revealed a smile. In this almost suffocating moment, a strange and terrifying aura emerged. The tailed beast chakra surged out wildly, searing his skin. From the tailed beast coat mode, he transformed into a half-tailed beast form with few human features remaining. For massive tails danced wildly behind him, and the terrifying shockwave pushed Minato and the others away. It hurts so much. The erosion of the tailed beast chakra is indeed severe. The heat felt as if it would burn the very air to nothing. But this feeling of overwhelming power also intoxicated Uchiha-Kagami. All desires in this world are nothing but a thirst for power. As long as one possesses power, anything can be obtained. He clenched his fist tightly, black-red lightning dancing wildly, pulverizing the flying debris into dust. Those who have experienced Black Flash and those who haven't. Their proximity to the core of energy is worlds apart. Sukuna watched from within the seal arms, crossed a cold smile on his lips. Your black flash is completely different from that of the Jujutsu world. Can this body of yours withstand such violent power? Rest assured, if you die, I'll avenge you. I'll kill every single shinobi in this world. Ha ha ha. Outside, Uchiha Kagami was not disturbed in the slightest, focusing all his energy on a single point. To the pinnacle. Black flash. A black-red electric dragon rose from the ground, clashing with the indestructible dust release beam. The tremendous roar nearly shattered everyone's eardrums. The earth-shattered space twisted. The exploding thunderbolt raised a hurricane, tearing everything apart. Brat, die. Anoki roared, continuously pouring in more chakra. As the energy escalated, the light grew more intense, illuminating the entire battlefield. In an instant, shockwaves spread in all directions, the earth trembled, and the sky changed color. Brilliant light and raging power intertwined, as if they would tear the world apart. Relics of the old era, stop making a fool of yourselves. Roar. Black lightning shattered space, rising layer by layer. Click. Anoki, who had overexerted himself, heard a crisp sound from his waist and sensed trouble. Damn. In that instant of weakness, the black-red lightning completely seized the advantage, crushing the beam of light with irresistible force. Boom. Crash. Violent lightning bolts tore through the sky, erupting into countless sparks. Anoki, who had narrowly dodged, clutched his back, a few cold beads of sweat rolling down his face. Of all times, his back had to act up now. But a jutsu that could counter dust release. What on earth was that? Anoki had shattered tailed beast balls with dust release multiple times before. This was definitely not something mere tailed beast chakra could accomplish. To directly oppose dust release. Perhaps only space-time ninjutsu could do it. Indeed, Anoki sensed the distortion in space. Brat, you're making me want to kill you right now, no matter the cost. Once again, Anoki began forming the dust release barrier. Suppressing the violent influence of the tailed beast chakra, Uchiha Kagami let out a hoarse voice. Anoki, 4 tails is the limit I can control. If you want to keep fighting, I might as well release the 9 tails. The land of Earth is pretty close from here, isn't it? Before I lose consciousness, I can still find a way to send the 9 tails heading straight for it. Do you want to test the power of the 9 tails? Beneath the crimson chakra shroud, the flesh on Uchiha Kagami's right hand was already torn and bloody. The only two who knew the truth were the unconscious Rashi and Minato Namikaze. Since you believe on the 9 tails Jinchuriki, then so be it. Anoki fell silent. His thoughts raced, weighing the gains and losses. You're thinking too long. Uchiha Kagami roared, more tailed beast chakra spilling out as if a 5th tail was about to form. Wait. Anoki dispersed the dust release barrier and shouted urgently, by the name of the Tsuchikage, I promise Awagakure will not invade the land of fire for 6 months. Just return Rashi to me. The rampaging chakra slowly subsided, maintaining the 4-tail state. 1 week from now, I'll have someone return Rashi. No. What if you extract the 4 tails? Don't play tricks with me. Now, you all leave. Anoki gritted his teeth. I am the Tsuchikage after all. Do you think I would break a promise made in front of my own IWA ninjas? A chakra tail coiled around Rashi. We'll retreat to the border, then have someone bring him to you alive. That's my final offer. If not, we fight. As he spoke, the fierce tailed beast chakra overflowed once more. Fine. Anoki took a long, deep breath, his gaze fixed deeply on Uchiha Kagami. Brat, tell me your name. Uchiha Kagami. Is that so? Uchiha Kagami, I hope we meet again. You won this one. Anoki slowly descended into the IWA ninja formation, gave Konoha's group one last meaningful look, and then directed his men to retreat. Once they were a safe distance away, a young man with a nose just as prominent as Anoki's approached him. Father, even against the 9 tails you could handle it, right? People in the ninja world didn't have a real sense of the 9 tails power. They knew it was strong, but surely fighting 2-tailed beasts at once was its limit. Anoki, after all, had a record of defeating both the 4 and 5 tails together. Hovering in midair, Anoki glanced askance at Kitsuchi and said coldly, what, you want to beat Tsuchikage? Think I've lived long enough, huh? No, no, no. Kitsuchi quickly waved his hands. After a moment of silence, Anoki spoke in a low voice. I'm not sure I could defeat the 9 tails, and there's no need to find out. When you get back, spread Uchiha Kagami's name far and wide. Also spread the word about Rashi's defeat. Huh. This. Anoki narrowed his eyes, a strange curve forming at the corner of his mouth. You know who he reminds me of? Kitsuchi hesitated, knowing full well the most painful memory in his father's heart. Is it Madara Uchiha? Exactly. Though he's still far from the Madara Uchiha, I saw he's young. It's not me who fears the Uchiha producing another Madara the most. It's Konoha. If Konoha were united, if the Uchiha and Konoha's leadership were close, Anoki would have risked everything to take down these few people. But the very reason he was here was because of information from that certain someone in Konoha. A Tsuchikage needs more than just power. They need the eye to see through to the heart of things. Unfortunately, Kitsuchi was too dull, not the right successor. Anoki truly envied Konoha and its endless stream of prodigies. The White Fang of Konoha, the Sannin, and now Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Kagami, and others. They seem to produce a batch of geniuses every few years. Every coin has 2 sides. At least Awagakure didn't have high-ranking officials who would actively sell out their comrades' secrets. They drove the White Fang away so the Uchiha wouldn't have it so easy. Inoki had patience. He wanted to see if their conflict would boil over in the meantime. Then, "Father, should we recall the troops near the Land of Fire border?" "Unk." Kitsuchi got a hard thump on his head. Inoki shouted with a mix of frustration and disappointment. "Are you stupid? You actually think I'd honor some verbal agreement? Even a formal alliance treaty was just a piece of paper when necessary, let alone a spoken promise. Once Rashi is back, station troops in the Land of Grass ready to join the battle at a moment's notice." Suddenly, a black hawk appeared in the sky, flying straight towards them. A messenger hawk. This was the highest priority messenger hawk. Did something happen in Awagakure? Opening the message, Inoki's face turned beet red. "Damn you. You fools. That black baboon. How dare he? Third Hokage is invading the Land of Earth with his forces. The vanguard is nearing the village. Return immediately. How is this possible? I've only been gone for 2 days. How did that catch this opening? Danzo, that bastard must have sold the information to Kimogakure. Kitsuchi, you stay here to receive Rashi. The rest of you come with me at full speed back to the village. Damn it, we go out to hunt, and our own home gets raided." At the border of the Land of Fire, a female medical ninja, her palm glowing with green light, pressed against Uchiha Kageme's back. His entire body was in bad shape, his skin corroded by the tailed beast chakra, looking absolutely horrific. The surface wounds were manageable, but the bones in his right hand were damaged, requiring time to heal. Keep the wounds dry. An injury like this. From a fire jutsu, was it? You must have been through a lot. After bandaging him and explaining the dosage, the medical ninja left the tent. "Kagami, how are you feeling?" Minato lifted the tent flap and entered, his eyes filled with worry. Wrapped up like a mummy, Uchiha Kageme's voice was somewhat muffled. "I'm fine. What about Rashi?" Handed him over to the IWA ninjas, Minato sighed. "If it weren't for the Sunagakure situation, we could have killed the Four Tails here. It would have taken Awagakure at least 10 years to train a new Jinchuriki. Konoha could handle Suna or IWA easily alone, and fighting both wasn't a major problem either. But once other villages saw that, they would definitely swarm in, making it a 4-on-1. The village sent orders. They say the war in the Land of Wind is at a stalemate, and they want me to provide support." "Whose orders?" Uchiha Kagami asked calmly. "Danzo-sama's orders." After a pause, Minato's gaze hardened. "Kagami, you've sensed it too, haven't you?" Uchiha Kagami chuckled softly. "He's targeting me. Once you're gone, he might make his move on me. The third Tsuchikage showing up this time was probably also his doing." Uchiha Kagami looked calmly at Minato. "Jiraiya-sensei always tells me to integrate into the village to truly become a part of Konoha. But Minato-senpai, there are people in Konoha who don't want the Uchiha to exist. Sitting around waiting to die isn't who I am. If I get the chance, I will definitely kill Shimura Danzo. He is the third Hokage's close friend." Minato Namikaze didn't care about Danzo's high status. What troubled him was the complex web of relationships. Strictly speaking, they should even call Danzo Great Uncle Master. Uchiha Kagami said nothing more, waiting for Minato to make his own decision. If Minato sided with the third, then he wouldn't hesitate in the future either. The lamp in the tent flickered silently. After a long while, Minato let out a breath and revealed a warm smile. "I'm not going anywhere until you're better. I'll protect you, Kagami. By the way, could you explain your tailed beast mode now?" Minato knew better than anyone. His girlfriend was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, so how had she suddenly become his junior disciple? "I absorbed the Four Tails chakra. Like that, eh?" Minato frowned. "Does that mean you've already claimed the Four Tails?" "No." Uchiha Kagami shook his head. "Imprisoning a tailed beast within one's own body is exhausting. You should be well aware of that." In his opinion, the proper way to utilize tailed beasts was demonstrated by Uchiha Sasuke. Seal them away and use the Susanoo as a vessel to house their chakra. If one were to imitate Naruto, the whisker marks on his daughter's face would speak for themselves. Besides, there was still an untamed monster within his own body. Stuffing other things in carelessly would loosen the seal, which would hardly be amusing. Minato sighed, thinking of Kushina trapped within the barrier, a sour feeling rising in his chest. "Kagami, I want to become Hokage. I want Kushina to live a normal life. She has always borne that pressure. What should I do?" Minato and Kagami had witnessed the Nine Tails firsthand. Such a calamity-class monster residing within Kushina was like strapping a bomb to her that could detonate at any moment. Uchiha Kagami fell silent for a moment, then asked, "How do you view the first Hokage's decision to distribute the tailed beasts?" Minato pondered for a long time. At the time, it was the correct decision. The first Hokage desired peace, and the shinobi lacked the ability to rule the world. Using the tailed beasts as a deterrent to balance the factions was a rational move. And indeed, during the first Hokage's lifetime, the shinobi world entered the longest period of peace in a millennium. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. But he failed to consider that the true restraint on the world has never been the tailed beasts. It has been himself. Perhaps he did consider it, but humans eventually die while tailed beasts do not. Minato sighed, looking up at Kagami. "Why do you ask suddenly?" "Minato, if it were you, how would you handle the tailed beasts?" "The tailed beasts are a necessary strategic deterrent. From the moment they were bound, unless someone like the first Hokage appears again. Maintaining the status quo is necessary. Taking the Nine Tails as an example, releasing it would only bring endless disaster to Konoha. Considering this, Minato's expression grew melancholic. War truly cannot cease. Of course not. Land, wealth, power, culture, belief. Even a single village like Konoha cannot stop fighting, so how can one expect the entire world to enjoy eternal peace? The first Hokage's idea was correct. Sufficient deterrent power is indeed needed to make the villages stop warring. However, relying solely on tailed beasts is far from enough. Minato looked at Uchiha Kagami with significant meaning. He knew that his decision to stay had allowed this junior disciple with whom he previously had distance to finally open his heart and articulate his ideals. His deep pupils revealed through the bandages fixed upon Namake's Minato. An individual's lifespan is limited and the power of tailed beasts is insufficient. The clan. Legacy. No clan is better suited to serve as the world's restraint than the Uchiha. I will become the strongest in the world. The Uchiha clan will transition from Konoha's police force to a clan that patrols the shinobi world. I am fully aware that the Uchiha are unsuited for politics. We will serve solely as a deterrent against war. And the prerequisite for all this is that an absolutely powerful Uchiha must continue uninterrupted. As Uchiha Kagami spoke, Namake's Minato felt as though his heart were being tightly grasped. Breathing became difficult. I will die. Before my death, I will pass down a lifetime of accumulated ocular power to the next successor through the impure world rebirth sealing technique. Only the Uchiha clan possesses such ability. Only the Uchiha clan can bear the world's malice. Kagami. Human thoughts change. Even if you manage to avoid participating in governance, how could your successor resist the temptation of the king of the world? And bearing the world's malice alone is too painful. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. Minato, your dream is to become Hokage. Have you considered what you will do after achieving that? Such matters must wait until the dream comes true. Exactly. Uchiha Kagami turned his gaze looking out the tent window toward the distance. This is my dream. Whether there is a qualified successor is a concern for later. Besides, who knows? Perhaps I won't die. Haha, everyone dies. Minato laughed, treating Uchiha Kagami's words as a joke. Some do not. The Otsutsuki, for instance, are immortal. Minato stood up. Thank you for sharing this with me. Get some rest early. He walked all the way to the entrance, then turned back with a smile. I will support you. I look forward to seeing you sever the grudges of this world. Brat, that blonde boy means something special to you, doesn't he? He is a good person and highly talented. Uchiha Kagami replied indifferently. There are too few good people in this world. Even villains prefer to befriend the good. After all, he won't think about killing me every moment like you do. That's too much, Brat. Sukuna's voice was hoarse and deep. I'm not trying to kill you. I want to devour you. Every drop of blood, every piece of flesh, every strand of marrow. I want to savor it all. You are in pain, aren't you, Sukuna? Uchiha Kagami's words dripped with mockery. You who view humans as mere ingredients are trapped within a human body. You were once human, yet you chose to become a curse. You have no idea. The malice of humanity. Sukuna, standing upon a mountain of corpses and seas of blood, suddenly felt a powerful suction force. You? What are you doing? His battle with Rashi and Inoki had familiarized Uchiha Kagami with the manipulation of tailed beast chakra. He also had experience in plundering power. Whoosh. In the mental space, a blade of raging flames suddenly appeared. Sukuna resisted the ceiling suction with all his might, but it was futile. He was dragged toward the ceiling bars. One of his arms was pulled out through the bars. Realizing what Uchiha Kagami intended, Sukuna laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Can't help but want to seize my power, can you? Take it. Take it all. More is better. Swish. The flame blade descended, severing Sukuna's arm. Thick black blood flowed from the wound. Uchiha Kagami hovered before the seal, looking down at Sukuna indifferently. The severed arm twitched outside the seal before rushing toward Uchiha Kagami at high speed. Boom. Overwhelming ocular power crushed the arm firmly in place. My principle is gradual progress. Rest assured, Sukuna, I will savor you bit by bit. A smile curled Uchiha Kagami's lips, and a curtain descended from the vermilion ceiling gate. Watching the surroundings grow darker, Sukuna felt somewhat panicked. He had been sealed for 1,000 years before, but always while unconscious. Being conscious in darkness, unable to sense the passage of time or see anything. Cut off from all external information, a normal person would suffer severe psychological damage within hours. What frightened Sukuna even more was that Uchiha Kagami had first severed his arm. Before this, even in solitary confinement, Uchiha Kagami would at most take a few days to drain his power, allowing him to see the outside world. No, don't. You can only master this power better under my guidance. You are too noisy. Uchiha Kagami's fingertip descended, completely sealing the space. Until he finishes using this arm, you had better stay quietly in your darkroom, Sukuna. I hope next time we meet you will have learned how to speak to your master. In the dead silence of the dark space, only Sukuna's furious roars echoed. Intelligence from the Iwagakure front line also reached Orochimaru. Staring at the report, he fell into deep thought. Wasn't Kushina the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? No matter how incompetent Hiruzen might be, he would never appoint an Uchiha as a Jinchuriki. There must be something abnormal here that he is unaware of. However, defeating the Four-Tails Jinchuriki withstanding the dust release. Forcing the fourth Tsuchikage to agree to a half-year non-aggression pact with the Land of Fire. This brat's rate of evolution is far too rapid. There was another piece of covert intelligence. Danzo had ordered Minato Namikaze to reinforce the Wind Country battlefield, but he had disobeyed the order. Even though the IWA front was temporarily stable, Minato still refused to assist Orochimaru. Such heart was unforgivable. Heh! Orochimaru burned the root's secret letter and sneered. You are merely a shadow hiding behind the old man. Since you have chosen to be a shadow, do not dream of stepping onto the stage again. After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru personally wrote a letter and handed it to his summoned White Snake. The border of the Land of Fire. After a few days of rest apart from the brace on his arm, all other bandages had been removed. The newly grown skin was fair and delicate, making Uchiha Kagami appear even more handsome. A small white snake appeared beside him and spat out a scroll. Lord Kagami, these words serve as my presents. I heard you were unwell and felt deeply concerned, but the fierce fighting ahead prevents me from attending to you personally. I have specially permitted Jonin Namikaze Minato to escort you back to the village to recuperate. As your senior brother, I have failed to protect you. Attached is a scroll of my self-created chakra activation technique. I hope you study it diligently. Uchiha Kagami silently flipped through the scroll. It contained Orochimaru's thoughts on bodily modification, using chakra to stimulate cellular activity, which was essentially a disguised healing technique. It should be the precursor to his later regeneration jutsu. This technique was very precious. In comparison, it was akin to Jiraiya's secret technique, multi-size technique. The current Orochimaru had not yet joined the route as a spy for the third, nor had he been influenced by Danzo. His thoughts were not yet insane. His purpose in doing this might not be that complicated. He simply wanted to become Hokage and secure powerful supporters. When did Orochimaru completely fall? The exact time is uncertain, but it can be confirmed that it was after Namikaze Minato assumed the position of the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru perhaps did not care about the position of Hokage himself. He only sought recognition from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Simply put, he could do without it, but Hiruzen could not refuse to give it. Given Orochimaru's status and influence, what kind of ninja could he not find for experiments? Why would he have to pick ordinary ninjas from the village? With his intelligence, could he really have been caught red-handed? Of course, this does not mean Orochimaru was a good person forced into such actions. It is just that this vicious snake at this time still cared for his teacher and exercised self-restraint. Uchiha Kagami would not define the people he met now according to his original memories. As Minato Namikaze had said, people change. Of course, except for Shimura Danzo. Since the day the second Hokage fell in battle, this man had been set in his ways, entangled by unwillingness and regret for his entire life. He could only strive tirelessly to implement the second's philosophy to prove himself. Currently, Shimura Danzo still harbored the illusion that Hiruzen would pass the position to him. But once a few more years passed, and he realized Hiruzen would not choose him. At that time, he would also descend into madness, colluding with Orochimaru to continue research on wood release and Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami would not allow such a dirty man to lay hands on the power of the Sharingan. He needed to find a way to send Shimura Danzo to his death during this battle. Perhaps the Land of Rain would be a suitable burial ground for him. Not long after Namikaze Minato walked in with Kakashi. Yo, senior brother Kagami, your injuries look severe. He cast a cold glance at Kakashi. Do you think I couldn't kill you with one hand? Yes, of course. Kakashi leaned in to inspect Uchiha Kagami's right arm. I heard everything. You actually drove away that Tsuchikage of IW. That's amazing, utterly exaggerated. I pushed myself to my limit and paid a heavy price just to tank one of their jutsu. Yet it has been reported as if I drove that Tsuchikage away. Seeing Uchiha Kagami frown, Minato said, it is news spread by IWA. The new Uchiha prodigy not only defeated the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, but also forcibly repelled the third Tsuchikage, securing a half-year pact. You already have a title outside. Is this flattery to destroy? That half-year pact meant nothing to Uchiha Kagami. He had originally planned to send someone to notify Kumogakure that IWA was vulnerable and to seize the opportunity. It was just that someone else had already done the job. Raising his eyebrows, Uchiha Kagami asked with interest, what title? Vermilion Eye. Kakashi exaggeratedly mimed a slashing motion with his hands, his voice brimming with envy. What a cool title. Just like my father's. This nickname is inauspicious. Rubbing his brow, Uchiha Kagami looked at Minato. Why did you bring Kakashi back? Minato placed his hand on Kakashi's head and smiled. I have thought seriously about this. Unless absolutely necessary, a boy of his age should not be on the battlefield. Huh. Kakashi was stunned. Before coming, Minato had not said such things. He was patrolling when Minato came to pick him up, claiming there was an important mission. Lord Orochimaru sent a message asking me to bring you back to the village to recuperate, so I thought I would take Kakashi back as well. I heard from Kushina that a girl from the Ninja Academy has been asking where Kakashi went. And there is also an Uchiha boy who has been asking about you and Kakashi. Kakashi thought about it. There were many girls in the academy who liked following him. The most severe case was probably Rin. As for the Uchiha boy, there was no need to guess. It was Obito. I am already a Chunin now. Senior brother Minato, do you still not trust my abilities? Kakashi was somewhat dissatisfied, feeling this was a disrespect to him. Kagami has already made a name for himself, and I wanted to. Kagami got injured and went back, which was reasonable. I haven't even done anything yet, and we are returning like this. Uchiha Kagami looked at Kakashi. With his father alive and Minato and Jiraiya intervening to guide him, he had avoided falling into darkness. He had entered adult personality traits, early two-faced, reserved, lazy, and frivolous. He liked reading Ika Paradise. Tisk, if you had seen the original history of the ninja world, you would kneel and thank my ancestors for 8 generations. Comparing yourself to me, do you, a white-haired brat, deserve it? Kagami, what kind of look is that? Don't stay silent. That's the look you use for trash, isn't it? Kakashi knew that look too well. He had often used it to look at Obito before. Karma indeed. Stop messing around, Kakashi. Uchiha Kagami tapped Kakashi's forehead with his left hand and flicked it gently. You are still far from ready. Go back to the village and play ninja games with them. Damn it. What did you say? Watching the two junior brothers laugh and play, Minato wore a motherly smile. He put a hand on each of them. Alright, consider it a temporary leave. Get ready. Whoosh. Konoha. Minato Namikaze, enjoying a rare day off, naturally intended to visit Kushina. After dropping off Uchiha Kagami and Kakashi, he merely mentioned a barbecue dinner that evening and vanished before they could respond. TCH, a man who abandons his junior brother for a woman, Kakashi muttered. And you? Aren't you going to find your little girlfriend from the academy? Kakashi kicked a pebble by the roadside and said indifferently, I'm not interested in little girls. I wonder who it was that read Ika Paradise during cultivation breaks. I was appreciating Jiraiya-sensei's literary mastery. It's part of my training. Besides, in those books, they're all big sisters. His voice trailed off, growing quieter and quieter. Uchiha Kagami headed toward his home and said calmly, no need for explanations. If I catch you peeping at the women's bath with that old pervert, I'll notify the Uchiha police force to arrest you both. Tell Minato that I'll eat at home and won't be joining you. Tap tap. Then I'll come to your place too. Kakashi shamelessly followed, having forgotten Uchiha Kagami's one-time warning. Uchiha Kagami thought about it. The effort required to shoo Kakashi away far exceeded the trouble of adding one more pair of chopsticks, so he let it go. Since I'm inconvenient, you go buy the groceries and cook. Huh, I'm the guest at your house. Not only do I cook, but I have to buy the ingredients too. Go if you want or don't. Kakashi finally understood the feelings of Obito and Mato Guy. When Kakashi and Kagami entered the house, carrying 2 baskets of vegetables, the first person they saw was Shursui, standing on the pool. Little Shursui practicing water walking. Splash. Shursui, who had been fully concentrated, was distracted by the shout, and half his body fell into the pool. His small face turned bright red, and he glared at Kakashi. White-haired deadfish eyes. Don't disturb me. Oh, brother, you're back. Shursui jumped out of the pool and launched himself toward Uchiha Kagami, like a carp doing a somersault. Smack. Uchiha Kagami pressed down on Shursui's face and frowned. Go rinse off and change into clean clothes. Okay. Watching Shursui hop away cheerfully, Kakashi leaned in and whispered, you're too strict with him. Even I only started practicing water walking at age 4. He's only 2 or 3, right? And why does he call me white-haired deadfish eyes? He's 3.5, and he still isn't proficient at water walking. Uchiha Kagami looked at Kakashi with disdain. Just like you, completely useless. Kakashi wanted to argue that he had been called a genius since childhood, but facing Uchiha Kagami, those words remained unspoken. Seeing Uchiha Kagami return, his grandmother's face lit up with joy, though she made no move to rise. Kakashi clearly sensed that this old woman carried a heavier air of twilight compared to a year ago. Uchiha Kagami approached the old woman softly and placed his hand on her ankle. The muscles had already begun to atrophy, clinging to the skin, allowing him to clearly feel the bones beneath. It's already at this point. Why didn't you tell me? The grandmother gently stroked Kagami's hair and smiled kindly. It's all right. Shursui can take care of me now. Uchiha Kagami kept his head lowered in silence. He had the means to cure his grandmother's body if necessary. He could even seek out Tsunade or Orochimaru. But while physical wounds could be healed, the heart could not. Erase his grandmother's longing for her deceased loved ones using Jinjutsu. Uchiha Kagami could not bring himself to commit such a cruel act. He clearly felt that as he grew older, his grandmother's desire to live diminished further. Born into the Uchiha clan, she had gone to the battlefield in her youth. After barely surviving, she witnessed the founding of Konoha and united with the one she loved. However, not long after, her beloved husband died on a mission. Later, her son and daughter-in-law, who left behind Shursui, also perished. The ninja world had never treated the Uchiha clan kindly. Without grand declarations, Uchiha Kagami gently moved his grandmother's hand aside and whispered softly, Grandmother, I will take good care of myself, and I will also take good care of Shursui. If on some morning or afternoon you wish to pursue those you love, then go in peace. Grandmother believes in you. Downstairs, Minato held a bouquet of fiery red flowers similar in color to Kushina's hair and shouted loudly, Kushina. Boom. The window shattered directly from being pushed too hard. The young girl, disregarding the height of over 10 meters, jumped straight out of the window. Catch me, Minato. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag from his pipe after reading the intelligence reports sent back by Orochimaru and Sarutobi Shinnosuke. Suppressing the Four Tails, forcing the Tsuchikage to retreat, an Uchiha Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He certainly did not believe the rumors spread by Iwagakure. The Nine Tails was still safely residing inside Kushina. According to the intelligence gathered by Sarutobi Shinnosuke from inquiries with Shimigami and others, as well as Minato's clarification, Uchiha Kagami had mastered a secret technique similar to a higher-level spirit-forming jutsu. Using this technique, Kagami successfully seized a portion of the Four Tails chakra, thereby outsmarting and repelling Inoki. That old man Inoki, clearly overwhelmed by the raikage, yet still claiming to honor the half-year agreement and never marching south. Ridiculous. Everyone had been Kage for decades, why pretend to be so righteous? However, what made Hiruzen Sarutobi uneasy was precisely Uchiha Kagami's ability. If he could seize the Four Tails, could he not also seize the Nine Tails? Nine Tails combined with the Uchiha. It made him too easily recall one specific person. He had witnessed that earth-shattering battle with his own eyes. Could the Uchiha produce another Uchiha Madara? But could the Senju produce another First Hokage? Hiruzen Sarutobi understood too clearly that power at that level was far beyond the reach of ordinary ninja. It was all about bloodline. The thought of eliminating Uchiha Kagami early flashed through his mind. Hiruzen Sarutobi silently shook his head and rejected the idea. If Uchiha Kagami were to die now, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly rebel. Even those Uchiha members who stood on his side would not accept such an occurrence. Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated, then picked up Minato's letter again. At the end it read, "Kagami is someone who possesses the true will of fire and will bring peace to the ninja world. I am beginning to believe he might be the child of prophecy that Jiraiya-sensei sought, the one who will guide the transformation of the ninja world. Since his youth, the Toad Sage had prophesied that his disciple would become the savior. Therefore, Hiruzen Sarutobi had allowed Jiraiya to travel far and wide searching for that potentially existing disciple. I had thought the one Jiraiya was seeking was Minato. But you believe that person would be Kagami. What should I do? Teacher." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up at the portrait of the previous Hokage hanging in his office. Because the Wind Country adopted a turtle shell strategy, Orochimaru, unable to break the deadlock for a long time, had no choice but to withdraw his own defensive line. On the other side of the western battlefield, Inoki and the Third Hokage were engaged in a fierce face-off at the Imperial City. The western front temporarily fell silent. Therefore, Minato, who had been about to rush back to the western battlefield immediately, was granted a brief leave with his future deployment to be decided based on the situation across various regions. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami's reputation gradually spread. Part of it was due to the propaganda efforts of Iwagakure, but the primary driving force was the Uchiha clan itself. What was the Konoha military police force? It was a unit responsible for guarding the village, maintaining public order, and punishing criminals. Essentially a combination of urban management police and a defense corps. At Shinhua's instigation, all Uchiha under his faction spared no effort in promoting Uchiha Kagami's fame. The specifics were as follows. "Sweet shop, Mr. Tieshin, you're leading the patrol today. Uchiha Tieshin. You've also heard that our clan's Uchiha Kagami defeated the Four Tails and forced the Tsuchikage to retreat. Flower shop owner, Brother Sharon, would you like to see the newly arrived chrysanthemums? Uchiha Sharon. Indeed, Kagami almost killed Inoki. We could have sent funeral flowers to Iwagakure. Ramen shop, 4 bowls, is that right? Uchiha, yes, Kagami killed the Four Tails, who I heard they've already changed the Jinchuriki." In summary, the current easing of tensions on the western front was entirely due to Uchiha Kagami's exceptional performance. It was a sunny afternoon. Uchiha Makoto, holding her child, came to visit. Shursue take Itachi out to play by the door. In the courtyard, Uchiha Kagami was reclining on a lounge chair, studying Orochimaru's chakra activation technique. "Forgive my rudeness, my grandmother is unable to move about and I myself am infirm, so I cannot offer Madame Mikoto any tea." Mikoto glanced at the child quietly held by Shursei, then turned with a light smile. "Kagami-kun, you're being too formal. It is I who have come uninvited." Uchiha Kagami, without averting his gaze, said indifferently, "What do you want from me?" He harbored deep malice toward both Fugaku and Itachi. If not for the fact that Mikoto was Sasuke's mother, he would not have allowed her through the door. "Kagami-kun needs to rest quietly, so I will speak plainly." Mikoto's face showed difficulty, but she still spoke. "I'm sure you've heard the rumors around the village lately. Fugaku sent word hoping that you and Elder Shinhua might step in to restrain the clan members." "Restrain?" Uchiha Kagami set down his notes and slightly turned his head toward Uchiha Mikoto. Before marrying Fugaku, Mikoto was a 3-tomo Uchiha Jonin, an elite among elites. Yet, the gaze cast upon her was so intense that she dared not meet it, instinctively shifting her eyes away. "You know why Fugaku made this request, don't you?" Taking a deep breath, Mikoto felt as if she was not facing a junior, but a clan elder with long-standing authority. "There is a rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's high command. Fugaku has been working tirelessly to bridge it, and in recent years there has finally been some progress. Isn't the Third Hokage's decision to have Jiraiya accept Kagami-kun as a disciple a signal of reconciliation? Both Fugaku and the Hokage are striving for this. As a beneficiary, why would Kagami-kun actively distance himself from the villagers? You are a member of the Uchiha clan, but also a shinobi of Konohagakure. You should not confine yourself to narrow clan loyalties. Compared to the village, even the Uchiha clan cannot stand against it. Don't you understand? Mikoto said everything she wanted to say in one breath, afraid that if she paused she would lose her nerve. Uchiha Kageme's gaze was as calm as an ancient well, not stagnant water but a deep cold abyss. On whose authority are you speaking to me? Naturally, on the authority of the Uchiha clan head and the captain of the Konoha military police force. On behalf of the Hokage, the villagers, and even the Uchiha clan, I am speaking to you. Uchiha Kagami gave a silent faint laugh. Now let me say one thing. The only reason Fugaku is still the clan head is that I have temporarily left the title with him. You have no right to represent the Uchiha. I also don't care about the opinions of the villagers or the Hokage. Uchiha Kagami rose slightly like a dragon baring its fangs, and an overwhelmingly chilling aura enveloped Mikoto. You should be grateful that you are a member of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise I would have killed you by now. Uchiha Kagami's tone was not vehement, but the bone-piercing killing intent was undeniably real. Mikoto felt as if she had been struck by a sudden gust of freezing wind, her body trembling uncontrollably. Those words were like sharp blades stabbing straight into her heart. Her body quaked uncontrollably like a withered leaf tossed in a gale, fragile and helpless. Uchiha Kagami turned around and picked up his notes again. That terrifying aura receded like a flood, and apart from the deeply shaken Uchiha Mikoto, no one could sense that anything had happened. If you want to be groveling rats, that's your affair. From now on, don't let me hear such words again. My mercy toward you extends only this once. If worst came to worst, he could always find the reincarnation of Indra. Uchiha Kagami would not allow Fugaku, a man of wavering will, to retain power any longer. If Fugaku could firmly stand by the Hokage's side, Kagami might have looked upon him with some respect. Even if he served as a dog, at least the Uchiha clan could survive. But instead he was swayed by the clan into rebellion, only to surrender without a fight on the eve of the incident. The greatness of a father's love. Ridiculous. How many thousands of Uchiha clan members were supposed to sacrifice their lives to fulfill the well-being of his family? Brother, Itachi is crying. Shursui ran in, holding the swaddled Itachi. Uchiha Kagami cast a faint glance at the pale-faced Mikoto. Madam Mikoto, take your son and leave. I understand. Goodbye, Kagami-kun. Shursui keenly sensed something amiss with Mikoto, and after she had gone far he leaned in and asked, Brother, did you and Aunt Mikoto have a quarrel? Russell. Uchiha Kagami turned a few pages and said indifferently, Shursui, what do you think about the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village's high command? Children in the shinobi world matured early, and Shursui was a genius. He must have already formed his own opinions. In the original timeline, in Uchiha Kagami's view, Shursui was even inferior to Uchiha Itachi. At least Itachi made a choice, right or wrong. But what about Shursui? He had his Mangekyō seized by Danzo, yet he didn't want to seek justice, fearing it would deepen the rift between the village and the Uchiha. He dared not make a choice, so he entrusted his eyes to Itachi and took his own life. To his dying breath, he never understood that the high command led by the Third Hokage had no intention of solving the problem with the Uchiha. They only wanted to eliminate the Uchiha. It wasn't because the Uchiha wanted to rebel, nor because of some vague difficulty in controlling them. It was simple. It was discrimination against the Uchiha clan from the second Hokage down to the Konoha high command. The establishment of the Konoha military police force was intended to isolate the Uchiha from the villagers. Perhaps the second Hokage in the end tried to accept the Uchiha by taking on one Uchiha subordinate. Uchiha Kagami would not resent Senju Tobirama, for several of his younger brothers had been brutally killed by the Uchiha. Of course he would not feel ashamed either, for the Senju had also slain many Uchiha children. There was no right or wrong if at its core it was a matter of position. The Uchiha clan had chosen Kagami, and Kagami would naturally stand firmly with the clan. Brother, Little Jisue showed a pure smile. I don't know. I only know that no matter what decision my brother makes, I will stand by your side. Heh. As always, you have no opinion of your own. Using my brain is too tiring. Grandma told me long ago, just listen to my brother. Continue practicing water walking. If you can't walk proficiently within 3 days, you won't be allowed to go out afterward. Sigh. Jisue pulled a long face, stepping back, while looking back reluctantly, and trudged toward the pond. In his mind, he thought, you is so cute, I want to go play with him. Hokage office. Yuenfei Risen was holding a pipe in his mouth, and before him stood Bluffing Shuemin and Xuanwujiksenai. He glanced down at the report, then looked up. You say? You want to go on a mission outside the village with Shuemin? Bluffing Shuemin looked embarrassed, scratching the back of his head. Jiksenai kept up her spirit, puffing out her chest. What? Is that not allowed? Old man, I'm telling you, I can now control the Nine Tails very well. Don't say that so loud, Jiksenai. Yuenfei Risen frowned and smiled wryly. Well, how about I allow you to move freely within the village? No. He cast a pleading look at Bluffing Shuemin. Under normal circumstances, Bluffing Shuemin would not defy the Hokage's orders. But an angry Jiksenai was even more terrifying. Bluffing Shuemin pretended not to understand the meaning in Yuenfei Risen's eyes and thumped his chest. Lord Hokage, I have trained hard in sealing techniques and can guarantee Jiksenai's safety. Yuenfei Risen let out a long sigh. He looked at the two of them seriously. Have you ever considered that Jujutsu is the village's last guarantee of safety? It is because of her existence that other villages dare not directly attack Mai. We may not use the power of the Nine Tails, but the village cannot be without the Nine Tails. The two were silent for a while, then Jujutsu had a flash of inspiration. That's not right. Other villages are clearly afraid of you, old man. That's why they dare not invade Mai. Hearing this, Yuanfei Risen could barely suppress a smile. Ahem. Your words do have some truth, but... No buts. Old man, you're old, just stay in the village and guard it. I'm going to carry out the mission. I'm going to make a cool name for myself. I'm going to be the first female Hokage of this village. Puff. Yuanfei Risen exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and gazed deeply at Jujutsu. He recalled the girl who had just arrived at Mai and loudly declared her dream in class. What he hoped for was that everyone in the village would aim to become Hokage and unite together. Even if it were Uchiha Jing, if he took actions to win over people's hearts in order to become Hokage, he could accept it. But his attitude toward the villagers was clearly contemptuous of the vast majority outside the Uchiha clan. Clearly it was we who discriminate against the Uchiha. How can the Uchiha discriminate against us? In handling the Uchiha issue, Yuanfei Risen was actually somewhat similar to Fuyue. They leaned toward whichever side the tide turns. In the original timeline, when Bluffing Shuemin ascended to power and relations with the Uchiha eased, he was happy to see it. After the fourth's death, when Tuanzang secretly struck at the Uchiha, he also went with the flow. These days, Yuanfei Risen had been pondering a question. If Uchiha Jing grew up, and what he wanted was not just the position of Hokage, but the Uchiha clan's supremacy over Mai, what should be done? Even now, he had already made Yuanfei Risen feel extremely troublesome and unable to make a move. Once he truly grew up, who could control him? Perhaps. He looked at the two before him. I hope you can form bonds with Jing. Yuanfei Risen made a decision that if Tuanzang and others were present, they would never agree to. He took a deep breath. Wait until Jing recovers from his injuries. The three of you will form a team to deal with emergencies on various battlefields. I will also arrange for an old friend to accompany you. This is my bottom line. This was the final test for Jujutsu for Jing. I truly hope you won't let me down. You, old man. It's settled then. Jujutsu raised her arm and shouted, then pulled Shuemin out. Let's go. Let's go supervise that kid Jing and make sure he heals quickly, and don't let him do anything strange to extend his leave. Lord Hokage will take our leave then. Shuemin smiled apologetically, being dragged away like a pendant. Night fell. Yuanfei Risen finished his work and came to the remote Mai forest. At a mountain spring, he listened to the babbling sound of water and waited quietly. Soon an unremarkable tall and thin ninja walked out of the forest and knelt on one knee. Third generation lord. Yuanfei Risen looked at this man with some pain, and after a long silence he spoke. I have a mission for you, and I think only you can accomplish it. No matter how dangerous the mission, I will not hesitate. Yuanfei Risen sighed softly. Don't be so reckless with your life, Gujiya. Bluffing Shumin Xuanhua Jujutsu and Uchiha Jing, I have agreed to let them form a 3-person team. Shuemin and Jing are disciples of Zilai, and Jujutsu is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki had always been top secret in Mai, but the third generation spoke of it to this man, as if chatting about everyday matters. Wanshin Gujiya was a man recognized by both the second and third generation, possessing a strong will of fire to dedicate everything to Mai. In his youth, Gujiya was overeager in a mission, recklessly giving orders that led to the death of 2 comrades. For this, he swore to the second Hokage, Qianshou Feijian, that he would forever remain a genin. Despite having strength far exceeding that of an average jonin, he was still an obscure genin to this day. I hope you can join this team and guide them well. Especially that child named Uchiha Jing. Gujiya listened carefully, and after Yuanfei Risen paused, he spoke. He is the grandson of Senior Jing, right? I've heard some rumors about him recently. He is a truly remarkable child. Yes. He really is remarkable. Yuanfei Risen gazed into the distant lights of Mai's households. Gujiya, that child has a rift with the village. I hope you can serve as a bridge to connect him and the village. If he can become like Jing, then after I die, I can rest assured when I meet the first and second generation lords. I will do my best, third generation lord. On the northern front of Mai, the commander-in-chief was one of the 3 Sannin Zilai. Under the tense situation, he had no choice but to remain in the land of fire to construct a line of defense. There was another crucial reason for choosing this location. It was very close to the land of hot springs. That was the famous hot spring country. Of course, Zilai would not neglect his duties now, but the war would eventually end. When that time came, his weary body and mind would need healing. Inside the tent, he meticulously observed the various garrisons along the border, his peripheral gaze occasionally drifting to the corner of the map marked the land of hot springs. Let's end this war quickly. I long to travel and gather inspiration with peace of mind. Suddenly a ninja burst into the command tent without announcing himself. Zilai-sama. The sensory ninja detected an enormous chakra on the front line. Far beyond an ordinary ninja. It's likely a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Zilai frowned. Unless it was a ninja like Laozi and Han who had fought multiple times using tailed beast power. Normally each village was unaware of the Jinchuriki information of other villages. Especially the Cloud village, which had had no news of a Jinchuriki for many years. Intelligence indicated that their tailed beast had been sealed within the Six Paths tools for years. Is it the Two Tails or the Eight Tails? Has Cloud Village found a suitable container? That location could also be the Rock Village. Let's go and see first. Having witnessed the power of the Four Tails and Five Tails firsthand, Zillai did not blindly trust his own abilities. Report to the village. I'll go check it out. Packing up his ninja tools and scrolls, Zillai immediately headed for the border. By the time Zillai arrived, the scene was a mess of devastation, with the station my ninja suffering heavy casualties. Whoosh. Before Zillai could figure out the situation, a kunai shot straight toward his face. Clang. Zillai swung his arm and knocked the kunai away, his gaze locking onto a certain spot. Among the shadows of the trees, a team appeared with a body flicker technique. The leader wore a hood, his left eye covered by a black eye patch, his face firm and stern. It's Zillai. Long time no see. Zillai's expression turned grave as he looked at the newcomer and spoke in a low voice. Todai, is your Cloud Village going to tear up the peace treaty? The close aid of the Raikage, a bloodline ninja wielding lava release, almost equivalent to Zillai's status in Mai. The appearance of such a person undoubtedly meant a declaration of war. Mai and Rock Village also had a treaty, but you didn't show any mercy when killing Rock Ninja. Todai stopped wasting words with them. A burly youth with dark skin and light yellow hair declared loudly. I heard that the Uchiha of Mai are useful against the Four Tails. Give us a few Uchiha with awakened Sharingan, preferably that one named Uchiha Kagami, and we'll withdraw. Zillai stepped back. Hearing this, he didn't want to waste words either. To covet the comrades of the village, absolutely intolerable. Moreover, to demand his own disciple. Do they really think I, the Toad Sage, am a pushover? Boar dog bird monkey ram. Todai sensed trouble and quickly shouted, everyone scatter. Slap. Ninja art summoning jutsu. Crushing technique. Boom. After an earth-shattering roar, a colossal being descended from the sky, like Mount Tai. A rough voice echoed across the sky. Hey, Zillai, you idiot, you should know I'm about to have my meal at this hour. With a giant pipe in his mouth, bandages wrapped around his waist, and a short sword stuck in them, it was none other than Gamabunta, the leader of the three troublemakers of Mount Maiboho. I'll treat you to a drink later. The enemy is tough. Zillai's gaze was fixed on one person. His hair was half white and half green, with a purple mark on his right cheek. This ominous chakra. Zillai quickly made a judgment. Bunta used the oil. Got it. Among the trees, many cloud ninjas scattered. What a huge toad. Super huge. Gigantic, a dark-skinned kid with sunglasses said in a strange tone. Be focused. AI looked excitedly at the giant toad. Summoning the three great toads. Let's use this, my Sannin, as our first battle to make a name for ourselves. Okay, AIB, make a name. Watch out. He's about to use a large-scale ninjutsu. Todai, an outstanding sensory ninja, noticed that the giant toad and Zillai were channeling a large amount of chakra and quickly warned. AI still lacked experience. He could have stalled for a few words, maybe even had a chance to ambush. Receiving the title of AI at such a young age made him imprudent. Whoosh. Gamabunta's cheeks bulged, and a large amount of oil sprayed out. At the same time, Zillai released a fire release. Combined ninjutsu. Fire release, toad, oil flame bullet. Blazing fire burst forth instantly, as if it could consume everything. The raging flames carried astonishing heat and destructive power. Because the fire was fueled by oil, its impact was extremely strong. Tall trees were shattered and incinerated in an instant. Seeing the danger, AI immediately grabbed B and retreated at high speed, constantly fleeing the range of the flames. With that person present, he was not worried about his comrade's safety. Lava release, rubber wall. Todai converted his chakra into rubber and spewed it from his mouth, forming an elastic protective membrane to shield everyone. However, the toad oil flame bullet not only had the burning property of fire, but also carried immense impact force. Upon contact, it nearly shattered the protective membrane. Mr. Todai, let me handle it. A faint voice sounded. A cloud ninja with an yin-yang hairstyle began to emit crimson-red chakra. A terrifying aura rose. A giant crimson chakra claw, simply by swinging, stirred up a violent hurricane. The fierce flames reversed direction, and Gamabunta quickly leaped high into the air. In midair, Zillai looked at the ninja wrapped in the tailed beast cloak, counting the number of tails. A bead of cold sweat trickled down. It's the 8 tails Jinchuriki. Trouble. Poof. Zillai summoned another small purple toad, which had a pair of tiny wings. He quickly took out paper and pen, wrote a coded message, and stuffed it into the toad's mouth. I'm counting on you to take the intelligence to the command center. The purple toad fluttered its wings and flew away. Gamabunta landed with a thud. 8-tailed beast. Gamabunta murmured, his hand on the hilt of his sword. Not to mention the 8 tails, even the 9 tails, the boss of toads, isn't afraid. Balubi, leave that big guy to you. We'll handle Zillai. AI returned with B. He didn't know how to deal with such a huge creature. If the opponent was a human, even if the Hokage were here, they would dare to charge in with a lightning plow-hot knife. Alright. As a renowned ninja, Zillai's fighting style was known to all. The combined ninjutsu he performed with his summoning beast was extremely powerful. It would be best to separate them. Mr. Todai, you should evacuate first. This is no longer a battle you can participate in. Balubi's voice was cold and distant. His original personality was not like this. But after becoming a Jinchuriki, he found that the attitudes of those around him towards him had changed, causing his body and mind to grow increasingly weary. He was unwilling to get too close to his comrades. Normally, a shinobi's prime is between the ages of 20 and 40. A select few can extend their peak. Jiraiya was chosen by Hiruzen Sarutobi in his youth thanks to his immense chakra reserves. His training at Mount Myaboku transformed him from a dropout, catching up to Orochimaru. His fighting style was the most versatile among the Sannin closest to Hiruzen Sarutobi's, capable of handling almost any situation. The title of Sannin was in fact a somewhat shameful one. It was Orochimaru and Jiraiya's subsequent actions in war that turned that title into a legend. Jiraiya had reached the limit of what a normal person could achieve. Unfortunately, he was facing a monster. The fierce and violent battle raged on. The vast forest along the border of the land of hot water was leveled to the ground. Bluebee, partially transformed into a tailed beast, tilted his head back, compressing yin and yang chakra into a sphere at a 2:8 ratio. Boom. The immense pressure fractured and depressed the ground beneath them. The AB combo stood behind their clothes, slightly tattered. B, when we get back, you need to eat more meat and grow up fast. If you could use the lightning plow hot knife with power equal to mine, you could definitely take that guy down. Got it, big brother. Yo, Bakayaro. Jiraiya, I can't block that thing, said Gamabunta, gripping his short sword with a frog's paw, his breathing somewhat ragged. Regular tailed beast attacks were manageable, but the tailed beast ball was something he had no technique for. Bunta, you should head back first. If there's time, reverse summon me to Mount Myaboku. Hey, you think Poof. Before Gamabunta could finish, Jiraiya voluntarily canceled the summoning. Using his animal partner to shield against the tailed beast ball was not something he could do. Earth-style multiple mud walls. Layer upon layer of thick earthen walls rose from the ground, followed by ninja art needle Jizo. His long white hair enshrouded Jiraiya completely, leaving only one eye visible. I wonder if I can withstand this. If only Orochimaru were here, his triple Rashomon would definitely be able to block it. Whoosh! A colossal tailed beast ball screamed forward, carrying the power to destroy all in its path. The earth split, and the very air seemed to ignite as it passed. Crack, 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 crack. The thick mud walls were shattered like paper, utterly useless. It charged forward like a rampaging primordial beast, absolutely unstoppable. It left behind a gorge too deep to see the bottom. It drew closer. Wrapped in layers of silver white hair, Jiraiya could only hope his scalp was thick enough to last, until Bunta found a toad to summon him. Am I too late, Jiraiya-sensei? Warm chakra like the sun itself prompted Jiraiya to push open a corner of his thick protective hair. Minato. Kagami. Hey, don't you see me over here? Her fiery red hair danced, emanating crimson chakra. Kushina, how are you? Wait until I knock this thing away, then we'll talk. Her chakra cloak formed instantly, and a black sphere of energy condensed. Jiraiya's pupils contracted sharply. Kushina. She can already use the Ninetales power. In that moment, the air seemed to solidify the immense pressure, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The two colossal forces collided like comets. Boom! A blinding flash erupted, instantly searing the eyes with its intensity, even outshining the sun's brilliance. The colossal shockwave centered on the point of impact exploded outward in every direction. The earth, as if struck by a giant's hammer, was riddled with countless enormous fissures. Rocks and sand flew, dust billowed as if an apocalyptic storm had swept across the entire battlefield. As the dust settled, Jiraiya retracted his hair. Looking pretty rough, you pervy old man. The handsome youth with slightly wavy black hair turned back, a hint of amusement in his crimson eyes. Just a tailed beast. Huh. Jiraiya let out a hearty chuckle, a wave of relief washing over him. Show some respect for your teacher, you brat. It's the Crimson Eye of Konoha. Uchiha Kagami's appearance had long since circulated on the black market, with copies kept in all the major hidden villages. What's the deal with that woman? Isn't the Jinchuriki of Konoha Uchiha Kagami? A's brain wasn't built for complex analysis, and he couldn't comprehend the situation before him. Just then Jiraiya noticed the unassuming old man, and was somewhat surprised. Gasuchi-san, you're here too. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Please don't address me like that. Shunshin. A group of Kumogakure shinobi appeared in an instant, facing off against the other side from several hundred meters away. The tension was palpable. Red hair. Didn't the intel say the Jinchuriki was an Uchiha? Unlike the various clans with their varied hair colors, the Uchiha clan had sported pure black hair for generations. That's the Crimson Eye Uchiha Kagami. A flicker of annoyance crossed Uchiha Kagami's face. Which damn bastard came up with that nickname? It's too embarrassing. He noticed the young killer bee. His traits were quite distinctive. So the muscular one beside him should be the fourth Raikage. So the Eight Tails is still with Blue Bee. Uchiha Kagami vaguely remembered that it was Orochimaru who had secretly interfered, causing the Eight Tails to separate from Blue Bee, which eventually led to Killer Bee becoming its Jinchuriki. Based on previous intel, Blue Bee had probably just become the Jinchuriki not long ago. To bring him out for a test run this quickly, only Kumogakure would do something like this. Whether the Ninetales Jinchuriki was that red-haired woman or Uchiha Kagami, the fact remained that the Ninetales Jinchuriki was present. A battle between Jinchuriki was practically the same as a full-scale war, and Kumogakure wasn't ready for that. Their original goal was just to test the Eight Tails' power and maybe plunder some resources from the Land of Fire if the opportunity arose. TCH. It's Kumogakure. Kushina's disgust was undisguised. She was still haunted by the kidnapping by Kumogakure years ago. If it hadn't been for Minato. Jiraiya-sensei, can you still fight? Minato asked in a low voice. Jiraiya, sensing the tug from Mount Mayaboku, cut the connection and replied. Of course. Let that brat Kagami see his teacher's magnificent fighting style. Rest assured, after catching you peeping at the women's bathhouse, I already have a good idea of your magnificence. Uchiha Kagami let a short blade slide from his sleeve into his hand, and holding Sodi no Shirayuki, he walked step by step towards the Kumogakure ranks. He showed no sign of intimidation towards the partially transformed Blue Bee. If it had been Killer Bee who had fully reconciled with the Eight Tails, Uchiha Kagami might have had to think twice. But someone who had just become a Jinchuriki, probably even easier to deal with than Rashi. Brat. Waltzing over here like that is way too arrogant. I couldn't stand such brazenness and strode out of the formation. Uchiha Kagami was unhurried, each step covering exactly the right distance, as if he were taking a stroll across the battlefield. His crimson, three-tomo Sharingan held not a trace of emotion. Get out of my way. An overwhelming barrage of slashes descended like a torrential downpour. Fear. What is fear? It is a basic emotional response of humans and living beings originating from the primal need for survival in ancient times. When facing unknown environments, threats from wild animals, and the dangers of natural disasters, human ancestors developed an instinctive fear response. As an emotional response, fear has a strong protective effect on humans, motivating them to engage in self-preserving behaviors to avoid danger and calamity. In AI's perception, what approached was not a gaunt youth. It was a hell of deathly grayness rising above a sea of blood. A pair of crimson eyes that dominated the entire world. Blades that flayed him alive. Instinctive fear screamed in agony, demanding he flee at once. A thunderous azure lightning burst forth, forming a barrier amidst endless slashes. Kid, who do you think I am? I am the lightning shadow candidate. AI. Wrapping lightning around my body. Lightning release, chakra mode. Jiraiya's pupils narrowed. He hadn't used such a technique earlier. I was underestimated. That was a misunderstanding on Jiraiya's part. AI was still unskilled in the lightning release chakra mode, and it was unsuitable for coordinated combat. He was enraged at himself for feeling fear, and that anger happened to unlock a breakthrough. When facing fear, fleeing is the correct choice for humans. Yet if you choose to confront fear, you might also gain something. Fast. Fast as lightning. Bang. Ripples of air burst outward like a cannonball striking an iron wall. Stop your bluster, it only shows your weakness. AI stood 2 meters tall, his fists larger than an ordinary person's head. Yet they were blocked by the seemingly slender palm. Compared to Uchiha Kagami's immense spiritual energy, his body was indeed his weak point. His 2 uses of Black Flash had both inflicted damage on himself. Not that his body was fragile. How is this possible? Your power. How could a mere brat block the body he had trained day and night? Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. What's so unbelievable? Only the Senju and Uzumaki can surpass the Uchiha in physical prowess. Who are you? You train day and night, and so do I. Within and without there were floods and beasts, or what he had to fight was the torrent called fate. His pressure was greater than anyone's. Uchiha Kagami had pushed his body to the brink countless times. Breathing grew difficult, and auditory hallucinations emerged. Yet he never stopped until every ounce of potential in his body was drained. Uchiha Kagami rarely pondered whether he could change Uchiha's history. He would not, after failing, say he had done his best, and then wander far away. If he failed, it would only be because he had exhausted his strength to the point of death. Next, I will strike with my right fist. Target your left chest. AI's expression paused. The withdrawal of Uchiha Kagami's hand made his body waver. Black lightning coiled around Uchiha Kagami's fist. Dodge! Dodai roared, exerting all his power to build a protective membrane in front of AI. A roar. Bunpuku, half-tailed Beastified, charged at full speed. AI and Uchiha Kagami were too close. He couldn't use ranged attacks. With 2 previous experiences of using Black Flash, Uchiha Kagami had learned to control the variables. Not every Black Flash needed to counter the intensity of dust release. The damage had been excessive. Without harming himself, Uchiha Kagami maximized his chakra usage, combining it with physical attacks to find the spatial distortion that occurred within an error of less than 0.00001 seconds. Black Flash, crack. The black lightning shattered layers of protective membranes and struck AI's left chest with precision. Bang. A dull sound like a cannonball hitting a city wall. AI's figure flew backward, smashing through several boulders before stopping. Big brother. AI. A roar. Dense energy bullets shot from Bunpuku's mouth. While attacking, Bunpuku ordered. AI is still alive. You retreat, I'll cover. Bunpuku. Go. The gleaming blades slashed through the energy bullets. These mass-produced chakra bullets were not tailed beast balls. Uchiha Kagami leaped high, charging straight at Bunpuku. His target had been the 8 tails from the start. Many energy bullets were still raining down on Jiraiya and the others. This is a battle between monsters. Mariboshi Kosuka was well-traveled and no slouch, but faced with such a level of combat, he could only watch from the sidelines. The group, all at least Jonin level, were not harmed by the shockwaves. They quickly formed seals for water and earth release to neutralize the energy bullets. Feels like there's no chance to intervene. If I wanted to show this kid something. Kushina, noticing the calm expressions of Minato and Jiraiya, asked curiously, Kagami is fighting a Jinchuriki. Aren't you too worried? Jiraiya sat down to recover his strength. I taught this kid for over a year. Strange fate, isn't it? My disciples seem to have more and more ridiculous talent. Ah, sorry Minato, you're here. Minato smiled and shook his head, signaling Jiraiya not to mind. Jiraiya continued, Uchiha. Truly a bloodline clan passed down for 1,000 years. I was a bit worried about that lightning release chakra guy, but against a Jinchuriki Kagami we'll be fine. Jiraiya looked at Kushina meaningfully, a slight smile on his lips. That guy's ocular power is something even the Ninetales fears. Kushina suddenly clutched her head, a crimson vertical pupil flickering in her eyes. How many times must I say it? That brat is Madara's reincarnation. Kill him. Kill him now. Violent chakra corroded Kushina. Minato immediately placed his hand on her abdomen, performing a sealing technique. Fortunately, the overflow of chakra was minimal, and it was quickly controlled. Kushina, are you alright? Breathing heavily, Kushina forced a smile as she saw Minato's anxious face so close. I'm fine. The Ninetales is rambling again. Something about reincarnation. I don't understand it at all. According to this old man, there's no such thing as reincarnation in the ninja world. Mariboshi Kosuka, as the eldest, spoke with authority. Yes, I've heard the old man say that the dead in the ninja world go to the Pure Land to rest. The second Hokage developed. Ahem, never mind. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales was bound to a giant stone ball, each of its tails pinned down. Bastard. Fools. What do you idiots know? Kill him now. Let him grow further. Foolish Kushina. Let me out to kill him. Kushina's spirit form appeared, frowning at the Ninetales. Can you stop yelling? You can't break through my adamantine ceiling chains. I was caught off guard by your sudden attack, but do you think I'm really afraid of you? The Ninetales struggled, striving to calm its rage. Compared to the seal, being controlled by Madara was far more terrifying. Kushina had never heard the Ninetales speak without exclamation marks. Uchiha Madara, that man who controlled me to fight Hashirama Senju. You cannot imagine how terrifying he is. I am absolutely certain that brat is Madara's reincarnation. Or even, Madara didn't die, he regenerated through that brat's body. It's still not too late. He doesn't have those eyes yet. Kill him while you can. Clink. More chains extended from behind Kushina. What nonsense are you spouting? That's Minato's junior brother, just a bratty kid. Too noisy. I'll just seal your mouth. More chains coiled around, about to wrap around its head. The Ninetales panicked. Fool. Idiot. You will regret this. Kushina. Kushina turned back, speaking coldly. Don't try to influence me, Ninetales. No matter what the future holds, I will never regret it. The Eight-Tails chakra was extraordinarily violent. Every strike from Bulubi in his partial-tailed beast form was like a cataclysmic upheaval. Uchiha Kagami flitted about like a butterfly, threading through blossoms, leaping amidst the chaotic energies. Having immense chakra is meaningless if you cannot wield it properly. Abandoning the ways of a shinobi to adopt this monstrous form only makes you more cumbersome. Lacking speed, sluggish in your reactions. Do you in such a state even deserve to live as a ninja? Uchiha Kagami's words were like gleaming knives, carving deep wounds into Bulubi's heart. This caused the tailed beast's chakra to erode his consciousness even more severely, his rationality waning as rage flooded his mind. A guttural roar erupted. Terrifying chakra radiated from Bulubi, whipping up towering waves and gale force winds. Uchiha Kagami, blade in hand, unleashed an unseen slash, cleaving a fissure through the maelstrom. His voice, like a demon's whisper, fell clearly upon Bulubi's ears. You were chosen as the Jinchuriki because you were exceptional, sacrificing yourself for the village. And after such a sacrifice, what did you receive? Cold stares, rejection, alienation. You are a hero, yet you are treated as a calamity. From the very beginning, Bulubi had never dared to meet the Sharingan's gaze. The Uchiha's reputation was widespread. One must never make direct eye contact in a one-on-one fight. This also meant he couldn't accurately track Uchiha Kagami's position. But Jinjutsu isn't something that must be cast through the eyes. Jinjutsu is a technique that uses chakra to disrupt the opponent's five senses, trapping them in an illusion. While visual-based ocular Jinjutsu is the most potent and difficult to dispel on one's own smell, hearing, touch. All of these can also serve as conduits for triggering an illusion. It was through his words that Uchiha Kagami wove his Jinjutsu upon Bulubi. Subtly, insidiously, he infiltrated the tailed beast's chakra, destabilizing Bulubi's mind. This demanded exceptional skill and the Sharingan's ultimate insight. A normal elite Jonin would have certainly recognized the danger and dispelled the illusion themselves. But Bulubi's current state was too poor. Since becoming the Jinchuriki, he had been under immense psychological strain, mentally and physically exhausted. When not on missions, he needed medication to calm himself. Someone like him was far too susceptible to Jinjutsu. Shut up. Shut up. A deafening roar tore from his monstrous maw. Bulubi's spirit was on the verge of collapse. As the saying goes, intense opposition is the surest sign you're on the right track. Uchiha Kagami pressed his advantage, his words like a persistent itch against Belubi's skin. Kyomogakure is only using you. If they truly saw you as a comrade, would they have abandoned you so readily? You know perfectly well they view you as nothing more than a weapon. Isn't the very purpose of this mission to test the Eight Tails' power? More and more tailed beast chakra seeped out, forming ghastly white bones over Belubi's crimson shroud. This was the ominous precursor to the beast's rampage. The tailed beast would seize the moment of its Jinchuriki's weakest mental state to go berserk. If it completely broke through the seal, it would mean the Jinchuriki's death. Black curse marks surfaced on Belubi's chest with a clear character for iron at the center. The iron armor seal, the sealing formula Kyomogakure, used for the Eight Tails. A few of the sealing inscriptions bore a strong resemblance to Uzumaki sealing arts. It wasn't surprising the land of whirlpools had been destroyed by a coalition of nations precisely to plunder the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. After all, the first Hokage had given them the tailed beasts without providing the corresponding leashes. Uzumaki Mito's assistance in sealing the Nine Tails for Hashirama had set a dangerous precedent. An innocent man holding a treasure invites suspicion. Uchiha Kagami had learned some sealing arts from Minato. Breaking the seal would pose little difficulty. In fact, if Belubi continued in his current state, the Eight Tails could soon break the seal on its own. However, Yuki, you can hear me, can't you? Even if you break these current shackles, what good would it do? Kyomogakure would simply seal you again. There is no victory without risk. Die together with Belubi. He finds his release, and you can be reborn. Crackle, crackle. More and more white skeletal structures formed, and terrifying chakra arose like a pillar of smoke billowing into the heavens. The Eight Tails chakra had completely overwhelmed Belubi's consciousness. In Uchiha Kagami's view, a perfect Jinchuriki was stronger than the tailed beast alone and far stronger than a partial transformation. Currently, the Eight Tails and Belubi were restraining each other, their combined power far less than the beast alone. If the Eight Tails broke the seal completely, the situation would become troublesome. Uchiha Kagami had no intention of becoming the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Even if they defeated the beast, the Third Hokage and his council would use it as a bargaining chip. Even if Konoha were firm and forcibly kept the Eight Tails, the Uchiha clan would never be chosen to host it. From the outset, Kagami's plan was to kill the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, igniting a bitter feud between Konoha and Kyumo. An earlier outbreak of war would force Konoha to deploy the Uchiha clan to the front lines. War was the Uchiha clan's nourishment. Some sacrifices were a worthy price for greater power. Slap. Uchiha Kagami closed in on Belubi's back, his hand pressing directly onto the searing chakra. Wasn't the Sage of Six Paths' original purpose in giving people chakra to create a bond that would connect them all? Yuki, only I can liberate you from these endless shackles. The formation of the white bones began to slow. You? Who are you? How do you know my name? Except for the first few decades, Gyuki had not spoken its name to any human for nearly a millennium. The tailed beasts had once tried to live in harmony with humans, but driven by greed, the human world was rife with endless conflict, and people constantly sought to seize their power. Over time, just as humanity resented the tailed beasts also came to resent humanity. Uchiha Kagami. Our ancestor was Indra, the son of the Sage of Six Paths. These eyes of mine, this Sharingan, are proof. The clan stone tablet clearly records the names of you 9 beings. Our ancestor considered you as brothers. Uchiha Kagami was blatantly making things up. I see. I am aware of these eyes. The Eight Tails had never been subjected to Madara's manipulation during the Dark Period, so it held no particular malice towards the Sharingan. It had also heard rumors that one of the Sage's sons had inherited his Eyes of the Sage. I have never truly died. How long would resurrection take, or where I would be reborn, I do not know. And I will never trust humans again, even if you are Indra's descendant. Boom. A skeletal arm flung Uchiha Kagami away. As he tumbled backward through the air, a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. At the very spot he had just pressed his hand, there was now a sealing formula. He had never intended to persuade the Eight Tails to die with mere words. The time spent talking had been used to reinforce the iron armor seal. He had precisely adjusted the seal to a critical point, leaving the Eight Tails temporarily trapped and Belubi unable to regain consciousness. Swish! A formless slash cleaved off one of the chakra tails that was beginning to take the shape of an octopus tentacle. You bastard! Uchiha Kagami paid no heed to the Eight Tails and raged roar. The 3 tomo in his eyes spun wildly, the intense crimson seeming to bleed. 8. A slash adjusted by curse difference and intensity, designed to kill in one stroke. Through the Sharingan's ocular power, Uchiha Kagami had developed a technique that could sever the soul itself, first blade chilling Cicada's wail. Without expanding a domain, even Sukuna could only use 8 after touching a living being. The existence of chakra compensated for this deficiency. The Sage of Six Paths had hoped to connect people's hearts with chakra, but it proved to be a futile wish. Chakra had become a weapon, a tool for slaughter. Uchiha Kagami extended a single hand, palm open, as if casting something forth. Thump. A heartbeat. Shriek. A piercing shriek exploded through the air. Air. Time. Space. Everything was severed. Slash release. Severance, the ultimate purest slash. The world seemed to split in two. A clear crack appeared between the horns of the partially transformed beast. A bottomless chasm had been torn open in the earth. Burubai, still wrapped in the cloak of the tailed beast, was cleaved in two. When the tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki dies. Conversely, if the tailed beast has not broken free from its seal, the death of the Jinchuriki signifies the death of the beast itself. The crimson chakra flowed gently, resembling blood. Uchiha Kagami stood beside Burubai's corpse like a demon devouring blood. Burubai, who had just died, still possessed a vast amount of tailed beast chakra within his body. Ever since the battle against the Four Tails, Minato and the others had known that they could absorb tailed beast chakra. There was nothing left to hide. If asked, they would simply say it was due to the Sharingan, which their enemies lacked anyway. Just killed the Jinchuriki like that. Jiraiya and the others appeared in a flash step, their expressions filled with disbelief. The battle had not lasted long. They hadn't even seen Uchiha Kagami use any ninjutsu. They could only vaguely hear him muttering something aside from his evasive maneuvers. Then abruptly and unexpectedly, a single slash had bisected the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Even his own master Hiruzen Sarutobi could not have achieved such a feat. Uchiha Kagami had no intention of explaining. This battle was not a display of overwhelming power. From start to finish, he had relied on underhanded tactics, precisely exploiting the void in Burubai's heart. When words could shake an enemy, Uchiha Kagami did not mind becoming a chatterbox. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Jiraiya did not dwell on Uchiha Kagami's act of absorbing chakra. He merely frowned and sighed. Kagami, you were too impulsive. If we had attacked together, there was still a chance we could have captured the Eight Tails Jinchuriki alive. Now that he is dead, the Cloud Village will not let this go. Sensei, you are mistaken. It was Minato who refuted Jiraiya. His gaze was firm, his voice steady. It was the Cloud Village that killed our companion first. The ones who should not let this go are us. He had already noticed the shattered corpses of Konoha ninja at the edge of the battlefield. The intelligence they had received also indicated that it was Cloud Ninja who had invaded the Fire Country first. I know. Jiraiya's face was bitter. I know. I detest this endless war. If there is peace at the end of war, I will fight to the very end. After Minato finished speaking, he flashed a bright smile. Seeing the massive amount of chakra being absorbed by Uchiha Kagami, Minato cautiously asked, "How are you doing now?" Uchiha Kagami also possessed a similar sealed space within his body, a door where Sukuna was confined, while the other side served to store the tailed beast chakra. The Nine Tails chakra, with only 3 cards remaining, was placed in the corner, while dozens of cards worth of Four Tails chakra were set aside. The Eight Tails chakra absorbed now amounted to roughly 200 cards. The Eight Tails attribute was primarily water release and some special abilities holding considerable research value. Ultimately, tailed beasts were products of yin and yang release. Each type of tailed beast chakra increased Uchiha Kagami's understanding of yin and yang release by a little. If his understanding became profound enough, he even entertained the idea of directly obtaining the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan power. Uchiha Kagami could not do as Orochimaru did, cultivating the Eight Tails horn from a mere scrap of skin. He did not need such complicated steps. The Sharingan was the pinnacle of yin release, and he had touched the essence of chakra through Black Flash. To put it simply, Orochimaru's research could reach the cellular level, whereas he could perform molecular level analysis. Tisk Orochimaru, lament your pitiful fate of lacking the Sharingan. Calming his thoughts, Uchiha Kagami turned to look at the group. I said it long ago, it was merely a tailed beast. Only a perverted old man like Jiraiya-sensei would be unable to handle it. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy fist struck Uchiha Kagami on the head. So fast, so powerful, so painful. Who? Kushina. What are you doing? Uchiha Kagami shouted in anger, clutching his head. This woman's punches were far heavier than those of the Raikage candidate. As expected of a descendant of the Uzumaki, a woman who could suppress the Nine Tails even on the brink of death. Kushina clenched her fist, her red hair dancing like tails. I worked so hard to suppress the Nine Tails, and you say that. Doesn't that make me the same as this perverted old man? That certain perverted old man dared not speak now. Uchiha Kagami first assessed the current power gap between himself and Kushina. He felt he still had the capacity to fight. But if they did fight, Minato would definitely side with Kushina. He couldn't win against them teaming up. It was worth noting that although Uchiha Kagami usually appeared aloof to outsiders within the Uzumaki clan, the elders considered him a well-behaved and smiling, sensible child. When Obito's grandmother was still alive, she never believed Obito when he claimed Kagami bullied him. Uchiha Kagami's smile was not fake at all. It was as sunny and warm as Minato's. The Nine Tails is naturally different. It is a tailed beast that even the first Hokage found difficult to seal. In my opinion, its strength exceeds the sum of all other tailed beasts. So when evaluating tailed beasts, I do not include the Nine Tails. You misunderstood Kushina. The difference between Uchiha Kagami and the future Sasuke, as the visual representatives of the Uchiha clan, lay in his knowledge of when to pretend and when it was unnecessary. Making appropriate concessions is not a disgrace. One who can bend and stretch is a true man. Looking at Uchiha Kagami's warm smile, Kushina relaxed her fist. That's right. Although he acted a bit smug at times, he was still a sensible child. And talk about Uchiha Madara. That Nine Tails is just a liar. She reached up and gently rubbed Uchiha Kageme's head. You should call me Sister Kushina. Speak if you must, but don't pat my head. Uchiha Kagami, who had barely suppressed his anger, almost lost his composure and turned red as he pushed Kushina's hand away. Really such a childish temper. What's wrong with patting someone's head? Minato looked at the two about to start bickering with a bitter smile, feeling that Kushina was less mature than Kakashi. At least Kakashi knew how to coax the Uchiha. He carefully pulled Kushina back a bit. If Kagami doesn't like it, then don't do it. You wouldn't like it if someone gave you a nickname, right? Hearing Minato's words, Kushina seemed to realize her own impropriety. She casually leaned close to Uchiha Kagami, resting against his shoulder. Alright, brat. Don't be angry anymore. When we return to the village, I'll treat you to roasted meat. Sister has plenty of money. Uchiha Kagami sneered, turning his mouth down. I have an entire street in the Uzumaki compound. Those all belong to the accumulations of Elder Kamihi already registered under his name. Is that so? I have a street in the Konoha commercial district too. So what? It would still be destroyed by the Ninetales rampage later. Jiraiya quietly pulled Minato aside and leaned close to his ear, speaking very softly. Minato, how far along are you and Kushina? Sensei, as you know, both travel and research material collection are very expensive. Mariboshi Koike was a quiet observer, smiling as he watched the new generation of Konoha in his eyes. In his view, even Uchiha Kagami was cold toward enemies, but still cared for his companions. The four of them had already formed a team for over half a month and completed preliminary coordination. Looking at the three Mariboshi Koike was like seeing the previous Sannin. Minato's personality was better than Jiraiya's. Kagami was as cold as Orochimaru. And as for Kushina, there was no need to say more. She was a distant relative of Tsunade and close as sisters in daily life. Indeed, where the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire burns everlastingly. Seeing the atmosphere relax, Mariboshi Koike tapped the iron pot on his back. Are you hungry? How about I cook and we can chat while eating? Great. It's been a while since I've tasted Uncle Koike's cooking. Jiraiya immediately perked up. During this garrison period, they could only eat a proper meal every now and then, often relying on soldier pills to fill their stomachs, making their mouths bland to the point of despair. Everyone there was a ninja. Even Kushina, who had rarely gone on missions, had seen many dead bodies. There was nothing unnatural about starting a meal beside corpses. I brought bento. Taking out a bento box from the small backpack on his back, Uchiha Kagami walked to the side to eat alone. The others said nothing, pretending not to notice. At first, Kushina truly did not understand Uchiha Kagami's unsociable behavior, and Mariboshi Koike also thought Uchiha Kagami disliked his cooking, until they saw what Uchiha Kagami was eating. The Uchiha medicinal baths were not only for soaking in herbs, but also included internal consumption. Uchiha Kagami's bento had no color, aroma, or taste. It was purely a packet of medicine. Kushina, refusing to believe it, snatched a bit and ate it. That stuff was even harder to swallow than soldier pills. Minato and Jiraiya had known about this matter for a long time, so they did not find it strange that Uchiha Kagami possessed such power now. They just didn't quite understand why Uchiha Kagami was so desperate for power. Bang! The stone desk shattered into splinters as the violent chakra cracked the office walls. The third Raikage clenched his fists, radiating murderous intent, glaring fiercely at AI, whose chest was still wrapped in bandages. You useless fool. You abandoned your comrades. How dare you show your face back here alive? AI lowered his head in silence, hot tears streaming down one after another. Self-blame and guilt consumed his heart. If only he hadn't been so reckless, charging alone against the Crimson-Eyed One until he was beaten into unconsciousness. Then Blueby wouldn't have had to cover their retreat. Lord Raikage, every decision was mine alone. I accept full responsibility for everything. I am the one who deserves to die. Dodai collapsed to his knees with a thud, weeping bitterly. In the meeting room, Killer Bee's small figure looked diminutive, his dark sunglasses hiding any expression. His grief was no less than anyone else's. Blueby was his mentor after all. Mr. Dodai, you chose to retreat because of me. AI's voice was gravely hoarse. He knelt on both knees and bowed deeply. Lord Raikage, I won't be a coward who takes his own life. I beg you, let me die in battle. The third Raikage stared hard at his own son. This was no act. He had genuinely wanted to kill that bastard just now. If AI had resigned himself to death like Dodai, he would have killed him without hesitation. Seizing him by the neck, the Raikage lifted him to face him directly. Live on with this shame. Only the blood of your enemies can wash it away. Konoha is too strong. The third Raikage fell silent for a moment, gazing out the window. Dodai handle village affairs. I'm going to have a serious talk with that old man Inoki. Between nations there is no eternal hatred, only eternal interests. In the future, even the fourth Raikage would set aside his father's murder and join forces with Inoki against Madara Uchiha. The third Raikage's magnanimity was only greater. According to Dodai's intelligence, Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki was already combat ready. And there was that youth who mastered the flying Raijin technique. The Sannin were in their prime, and Hiruzen Sarutobi's reputation remained undiminished. Uchiha Kagami. Could that man truly grow to reach the level of the god of shinobi? Absolutely not. In the minds of the third Raikage and Inoki, Madara Uchiha stood on equal footing with Hashirama Senju. Their truce had forcibly ended 1,000 years of chaotic warring states and established the village system. No one like that could be allowed to appear again, especially in Konoha. Bam! In a dim underground space, Danzo Shimura slammed his hand violently against the table. Foolish, arrogant, bastard. I finally managed to stir conflict between Cloud and Stone, and Konoha could sit back and watch with ease. Defeating the Eight Tails would have sufficed. Why kill him? Once Cloud and Stone were bleeding each other dry, there would have been countless chances to wipe them all out. Why act now? Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Kagami, utterly insufferable. The battlefield shifted unpredictably. Cloud and Stone, who had been locked in bitter conflict, actually agreed to jointly invade the Fire Country's borders. A true great ninja war had begun. Orochimaru, originally stationed at the Wind Country border, was forced to withdraw and assist in defending against Stone. The Wind Country lacked the nerve to pull chestnuts from the fire, but they had the guts, and plenty of it, to loot a burning house. Raza, newly appointed 4th Kazekage, officially declared war on Konoha. This war crossed the probing phase far earlier than in the original timeline. Uchiha Kagami's existence was no longer merely a butterfly flapping its wings. He had become a great wind capable of turning the creaking windmill of the shinobi world. Facing enemies on 3 fronts, Konoha suffered heavy losses in the early stages of the war, with many border garrison ninjas killed. More and more ninjas were dispatched to the front lines. The academy's graduation age was lowered to 9. The newly formed Minato team was split apart. Minato wasn't a perpetual motion machine. He couldn't drag Kushina and Kagami across all 4 corners of the world without collapsing from exhaustion. Based on combat capability assessments, Minato and Kushina joined the Western Front, working with Orochimaru to counter Sand and Stone. The 4 Tails and 5 Tails finally got their wish to face the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. It was a one-sided slaughter, if not for the Stone ninjas vastly outnumbering Konoha's forces, forcing Kushina to cover her comrades' retreat. The 4 Tails and 5 Tails would have ascended to the heavens right there, on the sand battlefield. They thought that without the White Fong Sands, puppeteers would finally be liberated. But instead, something faster and even more terrifying arrived. The war also forged Minato into rapid transformation, earning the title of Konoha's Yellow Flash with the record of instantly killing 7 Jonin-level puppeteers. Truly, Sans puppeteers were nearly exterminated by Konoha's forces. The Eastern Front, though the Mist Village had yet to show signs of joining the war, vigilance could not be relaxed. The previous generation's second Mizukage had traveled 10,000 miles to die alongside the second Tsuchikage. Those people were capable of anything absurd. Even Cloud and Stone were keeping an eye on Mist. Nara Shikaku, the Eastern Front's supreme commander, stared at the group of Uchiha before him, lost in thought. He had been given this important position partly because this front faced less pressure than the others, but most importantly, he had a sharp mind. However, he had zero experience commanding the Uchiha clan, especially with a bunch of Byakugan users beside them. Why were both of Konoha's great dojutsu clans crammed into my command? The sudden shift in the situation forced Hiruzen Sarutobi to deploy most of the Uchiha's ninjas. Choosing the Eastern Front was also the Third Hokage's consideration, the greatest restriction he could place on this cursed blade. After all, the hidden mist technique and water style were difficult for most Uchiha to handle. Fugaku remained on the Western Front, leading the Uchiha here with Shinku. One could imagine what kind of Uchiha had been sent here. Commander Shikaku Kagami instructed us to follow your orders completely during wartime. With that, he glanced at the Hyuga clan members nearby and sneered, "We Uchiha aren't a bunch of spoiled young masters like them. You can give orders with full confidence." Shinku's aged appearance was already evident. A public declaration that their faction's representative was Uchiha Kagami. Mocking the Hyuga was merely incidental. The young Hyuga clan head leading them snorted coldly. He was about to retort, but remembered his clan leader's instructions. Fine. That Uchiha brat was monstrously strong. He'd yield this once. I'll watch you build your tower, and I'll watch it crumble. Elder Shinku, Elder Aoi, let me discuss the eastern defense arrangements with you both. The northern defense line. On a cliff edge, a tall, white-haired man crouched, sweeping his telescope back and forth. Finally, he stopped at a small waterfall, fantasizing about beauties bathing in the water. If you'd cut off that thing between your legs, you might actually settle down. Uchiha Kagami remarked flatly. Jiraiya shot him a dissatisfied look. It's all because of you stirring up trouble. I could have had some free time, but now the old man has me stationed at the front line, 247. Sigh. I wonder when that rakeage bastard will actually come with his forces. This waiting game is agonizing. Small skirmishes had already erupted between Cloud and Konoha ninjas along the border. Hiruzen Sarutobi strictly ordered Jiraiya and Uchiha Kagami to remain in the rear, not to engage in ordinary battles, and to be constantly ready for the third rakeage surprise attack. The moment the third rakeage was spotted, they were to signal Konoha immediately and hold him in place. Hiruzen would personally sortie. Carrying the momentum of 2 great ninja war victories, the imposing spirit of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the hero of the shinobi world, had not yet been broken. He did not reprimand Uchiha Kagami for killing the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Because Cloud had attacked Konoha ninjas first and declared war first, Kagami's actions were classified as retaliation. It was also recorded as 3 S-rank missions entitling him to choose one technique from the Scroll of Seals upon returning to the village. He had stabilized Konoha after the second Hokage's death ended the first war and won the second. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not yet the indecisive old man he would become years later. The moment Sand declared war, Hiruzen issued official documents declaring war on all 3 nations, Wind, Earth, and Lightning. When Hanzo had declared war on the 3 great nations, it was somewhat of a joke. But Hiruzen Sarutobi's declaration, history would record. The third great ninja war begins here. Uchiha Jing sat cross-legged, his mind largely absorbed in the study of tailed beast chakra. Suddenly an object was tossed from Jiraiya's direction. He reached out and caught it, a scroll. What is this? Jiraiya did not turn around, his voice calm. You and Minato have been researching how to add nature transformation to the Rasengan, haven't you? This is something I developed with the old man. Although we didn't succeed in the experiment, we have a prototype. Minato has signed a contract with Mount Mayaboku. Each generation of their toads only accepts 1 summoner. I've taught you most of the techniques I know. I really don't have much else to offer. Jiraiya turned around wearing a goofy smile. Consider this a birthday gift from me. Happy 10th birthday, Jing. If only I were not an Uchiha. Perhaps I would have chosen you. But alas, we are destined to go our separate ways, Master Jiraiya. Uchiha Jing clutched the scroll, his expression inscrutable. Konoha year 47. The brutal battle had already lasted over a year. War like a monstrous demon lunged ferociously at the land of shinobi. It swung its scythe of death, and wherever it passed rivers of blood flowed. The death toll of ninja warfare rivaled that of wars fought with firearms. The small nations bordering the great powers became grinding grounds. In every shinobi world war, it was not the major nations that suffered the most, but the small ones squeezed between them. Ninja did not ponder the nature of war, they fought only to protect their homes. The will of fire left by the first Hokage was vague, yet it nurtured generation after generation of leaves willing to burn themselves for Konoha. The shinobi world was abnormal, whether for the strong or the weak. To survive in such a world, one had to adapt to the abnormality. Amid the mountains and forests, Uchiha Obito was excited all the way. Kakashi, will we get to see Jing on this trip? That bastard has been making a huge splash on the battlefield. Once I awaken my Sharingan, even Jing will have to bow before Lord Obito. After so many low-level missions finally going to the front lines. Even if it was just a supply transport mission. Obito already fantasized about slaughtering enemies and making that bastard Uchiha Jing look at him with newfound respect. Then Rin. Kakashi held a book in one hand, its cover wrapped in black paper. Little Obito, you have to call me Kakashi-sensei. I am your team leader, a Jonin. You know, at 11 years old, Kakashi had become a Jonin a year earlier than in the original timeline. With Uchiha Jing's occasional beatings in the Ninja Academy and Jiraiya's dedicated teaching, Kakashi's talent had fully manifested. This often made Jiraiya sigh, recalling that he was a dead last as a child, yet his disciples were each more monstrous than the last. Compared to Uchiha Jing, who rose to Jonin purely through war exploits, Kakashi was only 2 months slower. But even a genius like Kakashi was never compared to Uchiha Jing and Konoha. Alongside the Crimson Eye there was the Yellow Flash. Including the Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, Kushina, they were already regarded by other villages as the new generation of the 3 ninja. Compared to the origin of the previous 3 ninjas title, the caliber of these 3 was significantly higher. Since earning their fame, they had never suffered a single defeat. Among them, the most brilliant record belonged to Minato Namikaze, who had defeated the Kazekage Raza. Never mind whether Raza was weak or not. He was still a village's Kage. Damn you, Kakashi, don't think you're so great. When I awaken, talk to me when you do. Kakashi closed his book and spoke flatly. You're a disgrace to the Uchiha. A ninja who hasn't awakened his Sharingan by now will probably never do so. Just stay a Jonin. Don't bother signing up for the upcoming Chunin exams. What did you say? Obito was about to argue with Kakashi when he saw the latter's expression shift. Instantly, he shoved Obito aside. Whoosh. A kunai landed exactly where Obito had been standing. Attached to the kunai's tail was a paper bomb. Scatter. Boom. After the smoke from the explosion cleared, 5 or 6 ninja, wearing cloud headbands, stood on the treetops. Silver hair, short sword. I have your intelligence. The son of the White Fang, disciple of Jiraiya, junior brother of the Yellow Flash and the Crimson Eye. Whoosh. A flash of sword light swift as lightning. Kakashi appeared behind the speaker with a body flicker, the lightning extending from his chakra short sword, piercing the man's heart. Too many prefixes. Just call me Hatake Kakashi. Asaru. Damn bastard. You Konoha scum dare to kill Asaru. Kakashi twisted to evade the ninja rushing him, retreating back to his team. His dead fish eyes showed no emotion. It's always you Cloud Ninja who strike first, and then start screaming when we kill you. Is that some kind of tradition you have? Bastard. How dare you insult us, Cloud Ninja? Damn you. Let us show you the power of our rage. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. Having spent enough time with Uchiha Jing, he had become completely immune to such low-level insults, and had even picked up a few things. Bastard, damn scum. Your Cloud Ninja brains are really small, aren't they? Is plundering all you've ever learned? I suggest you start evolving again from apes. You're not even human yet. Then in a low voice Kakashi added, Obito, Rin, send the ambush signal, and protect yourselves. Understood. Before coming to the battlefield, Obito and Rin had also dealt with bandits, so they weren't so flustered at the sight of a corpse. Kakashi was about to charge again to claim another Cloud Ninja's life when a shuriken landed beside him. When did that? He sensed danger keenly, and a flash of lightning appeared at his feet. Lightning body flicker technique. Swoosh, thud. A massive shuriken materialized out of thin air at the spot he had just occupied. You dodged magnet release, sting dual blades. I suppose that's to be expected from a disciple of the Crimson Eye. Did lightning fry your brain? I'm his junior brother. Kakashi broke out in a cold sweat as he watched the figure emerge from behind the large tree. Short purple hair, a yellow scarf, and the iconic giant square shuriken. Just as Cloud knew Konoha's strong shinobi inside out, Konoha had files on Cloud's elites. Jonin of the Cloud Village, wielder of the magnet release bloodline limit. Toroi. A Jonin with a bloodline limit, undoubtedly an elite among Jonin. Why would a man like this be inside the Land of Fire? I only intended to cut off your Konoha's frontline supplies, but I stumbled upon a big fish. Toroi said indifferently, junior brother or disciple, it doesn't matter. To Uchiha Jin, you're still someone important, aren't you? You can try to run, but your two companions won't get away. Kakashi gripped his short sword tightly and sneered. It's you Cloud Ninja who abandon your comrades and run. Whether it was his father or himself, the Hatake clan would never abandon a comrade. Is that so? Boom. 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 Toroi bit a scroll and summoned 3 giant square shuriken. You're alert, but those 2 brats have been touched by my shuriken. They can't escape my technique. Obito and Rin were horrified noticing the small shuriken at their feet. So what will you choose? Whoosh. The giant shuriken sliced through the air. Obito, Rin, get close to me. Kakashi shouted, lightning chakra erupting from his short sword. Shing. The first shuriken was cut apart by the blade, and the flying fragments slashed Kakashi's arm. Damn. No time to rest. The second one was already upon him. The short sword embedded halfway into the shuriken, but the interference of magnet release and the injury to his arm prevented Kakashi from cleaving it. Boom. The immense force sent Kakashi flying. His eyes wide with fury, he saw the third shuriken heading toward Obito and Rin. Obito, gripping a kunai and trembling with fear, still stood unwavering in front of Rin. Rin, I will definitely protect you. Absolutely. A strange chakra gradually surged into his eyes as if something was about to awaken. Clang. At that moment, a soft sound rang out and the shuriken before him was shattered into pieces by an invisible force. Clatter. The sound of fragments hitting the ground stunned everyone, and Obito's evolution came to an abrupt halt. Footsteps echoed from the forest. A slender figure walked slowly without a roar or a terrifying aura. But the moment they saw him, every Cloud Ninja felt as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Their first instinct was not to flee, but to hold their breath, their bodies trembling. Like a rabbit beneath a lion's paw. Allow me to clarify, Kakashi is not someone important to me. Secondly, his indifferent eyes swept over the group, the invisible pressure trapping them like insects in amber. You may now begin to run. In the event that a small unit encounters the Crimson-Eyed and the Yellow Flash, they are permitted to abandon the mission. As long as they return to the village alive, no punishment shall be imposed. Though such an unwritten rule existed, those who survived an encounter with the two were few and far between. The rare survivors distilled their experiences into a collective wisdom. If you can pose a credible threat to Minato Namake's comrades, he may choose to let you go and refrain from pursuit. But when facing Uchiha Kagami, luck was the sole criterion. If he happened to be eating and you hadn't provoked him, there was a good chance he wouldn't set down his food to attack you. Tragically, the current Kumogakure forces had not only provoked him, but had also chosen a time outside of his mealtimes. Run. Troy's scream was heart-wrenching, his earlier composure now shattered into utter frenzy. Even though the chance of escape was infinitesimal, did that mean they shouldn't run at all? Don't underestimate Kumogakure, you bastard. Amidst the cloud formation, only Troy managed to summon the courage to flee. I can't. My limbs simply won't obey. Thud. Something dropped, emitting a sound as if it was rolling. Troy kept running for his life. He felt his blood boiling, the blood pumping from his heart, rushing straight to his head. Something was wrong. Why can't I see anymore? What? Is my head against the grass? His head rolled in a full circle, and he saw his body still sprinting. Come back. Take me with you. Haven't you noticed your brain is missing? Uchiha Kagami lowered his hand, followed by a succession of sounds like fruits falling to the ground. Clementine dismemberment was too bloody, decapitation was far more refined. Dealing with this caliber of fodder, Uchiha Kagami had no interest in shouting out a technique name. It would only cheapen his standing. He turned around. Pathetic Kakashi. You couldn't protect anything. Kakashi carefully pried his short blade from his shuriken, shooting Uchiha Kagami a glare. You think everyone is a monster like you? That was a Jonin with a Kekkei Genkai, an opponent way above my pay grade. Keenly aware of the immense gap between himself and his two senior brothers, Kakashi never even considered joining the front lines. He stuck to minor missions, mingling with his old classmates. Back in the Ninja Academy, Kakashi had once aspired to compete with Kagami, but those ambitions had long since vanished. I've already achieved feats beyond my age, I'm already impressive. He's already given up this early, hasn't he? Uchiha Kagami's gaze shifted to Rin. It's fine, Kakashi. When you truly taste the agony of powerlessness, you will crave strength again. Kagami. Kagami-sama, thank you for saving us. The blush on Noera Rin's face hadn't yet subsided. Coming so close to death for the first time, fear was only natural. Despite being similar in age and having been classmates for years, Noera Rin understood that Uchiha Kagami was on a completely different level from them. Thanks. Obito turned his head away. But even if you hadn't come, I could have protected Rin. No, you couldn't have. Uchiha Kagami let out an inexplicable chuckle as Kakashi approached. Kagami, why are you here? Only Kakashi knew that they were tasked with transporting supplies to the Western Front, while Uchiha Kagami was stationed to defend the Northern Front. Classified. No comment. Uchiha Kagami stated flatly, Kakashi Rin, please excuse us for a moment. I have something to discuss with Obito. Hey, don't go. This Uchiha Kagami is definitely going to hit me. Don't leave. Kagami, don't think I'm afraid of you. If you weren't trembling, your claim might have been more convincing. Uchiha Kagami didn't waste words with Obito. A flash of crimson appeared in his eyes. Weren't you going to talk to me about? Plop. Uchiha Kagami placed his hand on Obito, murmuring softly to himself. I'm merely using you as a conduit. The infusion of ocular power caused Obito's back to bulge as if something was trying to burst forth. A strange white substance let out a piercing shriek as it seeped out from his collar, a horrifying sight. You? Who are you? But before the white Zetsu clone could finish its question, its eye sockets were also overtaken by the Sharingan. Just like a number being dialed, an invisible ripple connected the two consciousnesses. An unknown underground space. The original white Zetsu attending to Uchiha Madara suddenly cried out in pain, clutching his head tightly. What's wrong? Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, his expression only showing visible agitation once he saw one of White Zetsu's eyes transform into a Sharingan. White Zetsu was still struggling intensely, trying to repel this ocular invasion. Do not resist, Uchiha Madara said indifferently. Soon a pair of Sharingan occupied White Zetsu's eye sockets and his expression turned indifferent as well. Interesting. With this level of ocular power, it must be Kagami. Have you awakened the Mangekyō? Uchiha Kagami adjusted slightly, speaking through White Zetsu. Madara-sama, so you truly are alive. No further words were needed. Uchiha Kagami knew Madara must have been watching him from the shadows, and Madara wouldn't bother asking how Kagami had managed to track down the clues. Possessing such ocular power, he must have seen the stone tablet at the shrine. Discovering the spores on Obito was indeed a bit surprising, but since he was an Uchiha, it was only natural he could accomplish such a feat. Uchiha Madara's voice was aged, yet lacked the sluggishness of the elderly. Obito is the successor I have chosen. Do not harm him. Of course, I wouldn't actively harm a fellow Uchiha, just like you, Madara-sama. Fellow Uchiha. Uchiha Madara seemed to recall that fateful dusk when no one from the clan chose to follow him. Kagami, what is it that you want? I wish to meet you in person to verify a few matters. No need. I am near death. This pathetic lingering state of mine is far too unsightly. A faint smile appeared on White Zetsu's face. Madara-sama, I wish to know how far I still am from the realm of legend. An old hoarse laughter echoed. You truly resemble Izuna, but you are far too ignorant of your own place. Boom. A terrifying ocular power like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood flooded the space, as if countless demons were howling. The three Tomo and White Zetsu's eyes spun wildly. An extremely frigid ocular power stood firm, erecting a reef amidst the gruesome sea, unshakable. You are truly too old, Madara-sama. Someone like you who can endure such a frail body, what exactly are you plotting? Uchiha Madara showed no anger and answered candidly. Peace for the shinobi world. Kagami, in this world not everything goes as you wish. The longer I live, the more I realize the helplessness and sorrow that permeate reality. When there is a victor, the concept of the vanquished arises. The two share an inevitable causality. Love gives birth to hatred. With the entanglement of love and hate, war is born. Such is reality. With your current ocular power, you cannot see the final records on the stone tablet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked such a question. Tell me, what is your view on the shinobi world? One who possesses such ocular power is also qualified to be my successor. A moment of silence passed. Kagami smiled. Don't think that just because you've lived a few extra years you can lecture me. Someone always becomes the victor. Why can't it be me? Who wants to be your successor anyway? Uchiha, the future of the shinobi world. I will decide it. I am the protagonist of this world. Madara. Not Izuna. Only upon truly making contact did Uchiha Madara realize why White Zetsu had said that Uchiha Kagami resembled him so much. An absolute self-centered conviction, an unshakable will. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. It had been a long time since he had felt such joy. Among those clan members he had abandoned someone as fascinating as this could still emerge. Kagami, perhaps our goals differ, but I acknowledge your will. Come to the grass country and find me. Let me show you the true power of the Uchiha clan. You are so competitive, but would you be heartbroken if you were to lose? The Tomo within White Zetsu's eye sockets slowly faded. I have no need to empathize with losers. I will always be the victor. Uchiha Kagami within the mental space. The long-sealed curtain was lifted once more, but Sukuna did not shout or rage. This world. actually has someone like this. Without relying on Sukuna's cursed energy, Uchiha Kagami would never have been able to resist Madara's ocular power. Even if he were on the verge of exhaustion, even if he lacked the Rinnegan. This guy was a living myth of the ninja world. Sukuna clearly perceived that if it were not for his mental energy continuously growing after entering this world, if he had encountered this person in the Jujutsu world, victory might have been difficult to achieve. Strictly speaking, he is the ancestor of our clan. Kid, are you really going to seek out that kind of guy right now? Sukuna was by no means reckless. When facing desperate situations, he cared nothing for his own pride. What he hated most was others provoking him without recognizing their own limitations. Appropriate retreat was not shameful, as long as it did not involve matters of principle. Sukuna felt it was still acceptable to avoid conflict. Yes, there is something I must verify. Uchiha Kagami could barely suppress the evolution of his Sharingan, but he was not satisfied with awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan at this stage. It was like cooking a dish. Modifying a terrible dish requires many more steps. If only he could make it delicious from the very beginning. The human body in this world possesses incredibly abundant energy. Kid, in just a few hundred days your growth has been truly astonishing. Even my own power continues to grow, it is truly miraculous. Sukuna sneered. I can sense the terrifying power residing within your spirit. You are resisting its influence, are you not? Why suffer so needlessly? Release that madness. Between the two of us, even in this world, we could slaughter indiscriminately. We could do anything we desire. Hasn't over a year of solitary confinement been enough? Are you looking to escalate matters? You need me, Uchiha Kagami. We are two sides of the same symbiotic whole. I admit I need your power. Uchiha Kagami slowly withdrew from the mental space, taking with him a large mass of cursed energy. He no longer confined Sukuna to isolation. Be quiet. Speak only when I allow it, and know your place. You are merely a mount. Within the flesh and bones, the king of curses gritted his teeth tightly, his anger burning like solid fire in his eyes. Kid, absolutely. I will make you experience the most extreme terror. I am your curse. This is too much. Why do you always knock me unconscious whenever we meet? Uchiha Obito was on the verge of tears. You bastard, what exactly did you do to me? Smack. Uchiha Kagami slapped the top of Obito's head, nearly knocking him out again. And he had even held back his strength. Speak normally. You should thank me for training your mental endurance. The small barrier covering the area dissipated. Hearing Obito's voice, Kakashi and Rin approached upon receiving a signal. Kagami, are you leaving? Kakashi noticed that Kagami was heading toward the land of wind and hesitated to ask. Considering this was likely a confidential mission, he decided it was better not to inquire. Something felt strange. Kakashi suddenly experienced an inexplicable palpitation. Watching Uchiha Kagami's retreating figure, he felt that something serious might happen. Uchiha Kagami did not turn back, vanishing from their sight in several body flicker movements. Obito, what did Kagami tell you? You can tell me. Kakashi sought to extract information from Obito. If Kagami could tell Obito, it surely could not be anything confidential. Obito, clutching the large bump on his forehead with tears in his eyes, wailed. He didn't say anything. Just like before, he hit me with a Sharingan Jinjutsu the moment he saw me. You bastard Kagami. Why do you always target me? He recalled that incident at the Ninja Academy, where even Kagami's self-introduction included a line about disliking him. Neither Kakashi nor Rin could fathom this. Although Obito was the disgrace of the Uchiha, there were other Uchiha similar to him. Why did Uchiha Kagami single out only Obito? Patting Obito on the shoulder, Kakashi comforted him. Perhaps Kagami values you the most and is testing you. He uses Jinjutsu on you often. Even I and senior brother Minato haven't received such treatment. You haven't suffered mental damage, have you? No, I haven't. Could it be that? Obito stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. Only Noira Rin felt somewhat uneasy. She was more sensitive to Kagami's attitude than the two of them. Kagami's malice toward Obito was never concealed. After the initial brutal battles, the war entered a protracted phase. The situation on all major fronts stabilized. Launching large-scale campaigns was no simple matter, involving numerous aspects, making it impossible to remain undetected. Konoha withstood the first wave of attacks from the three great nations, leaving them flustered and attempting to find weaknesses in Konoha from other angles. Under these circumstances, Uchiha Kagami simply informed Jiraiya and went about his own business. Meeting Uchiha Madara was merely the first objective. After verifying his own strength, he would prepare for the perfect evolution of his Mangekyō Sharingan. He already had a complete plan in mind. Once achieved, he would obtain an inexhaustible source of ocular power in one stroke. In Uchiha Kagami's view, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan was the ultimate form of the Sharingan, not a hierarchical evolution above the Rinnegan. The Sharingan originated from the Sage of Six Paths, it is true, but just as the origin of chakra was the God Tree. The God Tree was the seed, but chakra belonged to the ninja themselves. The Sharingan was a product of mutation, not a regression of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Kagami had never intended to seek the Rinnegan. Rather than that, it was better to focus his energy on deeply developing the Sharingan. The Sharingan was the symbol of Uchiha power. He had absolute confidence in developing the Sharingan to a level surpassing the Rinnegan. On his journey, Uchiha Kagami's mind was unsettled. Suppressing the evolution of his Sharingan was exhausting. He needed to constantly remind himself to remain calm and avoid extreme emotional fluctuations. But just thinking about it, was about to meet that legendary ninja. Even able to face him directly. It was truly making it impossible to refrain from wild laughter. The land of grass. High above an eagle's cry pierced the heavens. Uchiha Kagami slowly opened his eyes, 3 pure black tomo spinning. This was the resonance of dojutsu. This was the pull of bloodline. Separated by thousands of meters, 2 pairs of Sharingan locked eyes across the distance. Vast chakra surged forth. Then, as a junior, let me offer a greeting. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A sea of flames blotted out the sky, consuming the entire field of vision. The sky screamed with a tearing roar as an boundless inferno engulfed 1,000 meters. Sealing hand signs, once more the sea of flames surged. One after another flaming dragon heads let out roars leaping from the inferno. Atop Jade Mountain, Uchiha-Madara looked up at the boundless sea of fire, watching the dragon heads that gathered terrifying might poised to descend. A faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he brought the gun by from his back to his front. A rather impressive fire technique, but utterly meaningless to me. Yet the dragon-shaped flames in the sky did not descend, as if waiting for something. The giant eagle carrying Uchiha Kagami drew closer. Rumble. Uchiha-Madara noticed circular earthen pits appearing across the surrounding land, as if a gargantuan spoon had scooped out the very earth. Earth release, earth mound dumpling. Normally one would use chakra to locate rocks within the ground, lift them, and hurl them at the enemy. But these massive boulders kept rising higher. Boom. One by one the colossal rocks burst apart, adhering to the dragon-shaped flames. Interesting. Light gleamed in Uchiha-Madara's eyes. Realizing pure fire release would be ineffective, he resorted to a composite jutsu. This brat is quite impressive. Aboard the giant eagle, Uchiha Kagami formed a single hand seal and let out a hearty laugh. Lord Madara, please judge this. Ninja art dragon cluster meteor. Boom. The sky thundered. Dozens of flaming dragon heads bearing celestial wrath descended upon the mortal realm. A commendable concept showing considerable talent in jutsu development. Uchiha-Madara stood unmoving, facing a spectacle like falling meteors, his aged face betraying not a trace of panic. As a greeting, you barely pass. Whoosh. Endless flames erupted like a demon of flame, breaking free from purgatory's seal. Fire release, great fire destruction. The flames roared forth like a savage beast, carrying boundless power of destruction. Instantly illuminating the entire battlefield, their searing heat was enough to distort the very air. The power of a jutsu is never determined by its difficulty rank, but by its user. Fire collided with fire, and the entombed rocks were instantly reduced to ash. The surging waves of flame blew his long hair back. It's been so long. So very long since I've truly fought. This frail body constantly reminded Uchiha-Madara of his humiliation. He clung to life only for the sake of his plan. This battle might influence his schemes for choosing a successor. But, in the face of a challenge, how could Uchiha-Madara, that supremely proud soul, ever retreat? The Uchiha are a clan born for battle. Clang. Bursting through the flames, Kagami's figure appeared abruptly at Madara's side, twisting to swing his blade. Despite being withered with age, Uchiha-Madara possessed reflexes beyond any ordinary shinobi. With a mere pull of the iron chain, the hooked sickle intercepted the blade. His gaze fell upon the long sword in Uchiha Kagami's hand. It looked no different from an ordinary samurai sword, yet Madara recognized it instantly. Narutaka. So you are its inheritor now. How could he not be familiar with it? This was Azuna's blade. Back then Madara had taken many things. His younger brother's sword had remained with the clan, for to Azuna, it was the clan he cherished deeply. An uncontrollable ferocious grin spread across Uchiha Kagami's face. Don't get too nostalgic, or you'll be cut to pieces by my blade. An invisible slash pierced through the sickle, its targets aimed at Madara's skull, chest, and abdomen. Uchiha Kagami had come with the conviction to kill Madara, and he would not hold back. Or rather, against Uchiha-Madara, no one had the luxury of holding back. A layer of deep blue tangible chakra armor manifested, emitting a grating screech like shattering blades. Invisible slashes, your special nature technique. I am aware of it. Madara flicked his wrist, and immense force transmitted through the sickle, pressing Uchiha Kagami's body down. Such terrifying strength. I am old, but you are far too young. The one I once crossed blades with was Hashirama, who could shatter mountains with his bare body. Veins bulged on Uchiha Kagami's hands, and he refused to concede defeat in this contest of strength. I've always had a question, please enlighten me. Why did you believe that Hashirama Senju would commit suicide? What weapon could possibly kill him? It seems you've uncovered quite a bit. Uchiha-Madara stated indifferently, but that question is too naive. A man like Hashirama Senju, had I not stopped him then, would indeed have taken his own life. Though much happened afterward, I never doubted his conviction at that moment. Uchiha Kagami seemed somewhat relieved, then asked again. Do you regret it? Would it have been better if you had let him die? Regret. The two didn't seem like they were in battle, but rather an elder enlightening a junior. It was Hashirama who fell from grace. If anyone should regret, it should be him, not me. I have always walked the righteous path. This was precisely why Uchiha Kagami gave up on revealing the truth to Uchiha-Madara. It would be meaningless. This man, just like himself, would only trust his own judgment, refusing to turn back until hitting the wall. No, they were the type to shatter the wall entirely. Is that so? I believe I am the one on the righteous side. An immense surge of chakra erupted, faint wisps of black lines coiling around Uchiha Kageme's wrist. The sudden surge in strength deflected the sickle. Uchiha Madara grabbed the iron chain, retreating dozens of meters back, observing Uchiha Kagami with keen interest. Even for an Uchiha, your level of in release is excessive. Indulge me, what is this righteous path you believe in? Uchiha Kagami smiled enigmatically, holding the Narataka longsword in one hand, and Sodi no Shiryuki in the other, eerie black aura swirling around him. It's not particularly meaningful. Battle is simply about imposing the victor's will upon the vanquished. If the loser rambles on, it's merely a joke. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up, and he laughed. The forest around them had been consumed by the great fire, leaving a radius of several kilometers barren and lifeless. Well said, Kagami. I can sense your thirst for battle akin to my own, and you possess the same rationality as Azuna. I am truly glad to have met you. You were merely born before me. I am not like you. I am who I am. Swish. Uchiha Madara held the gunbai in one hand and the sickle's handle in the other. The introductions are over. Now then, let's start the warm-up. Boom. Transcending time. The pinnacle Uchiha of their respective eras collided with a thunderous impact. As a man who had emerged from the chaotic era, combat was ingrained in Uchiha Madara's very instincts. No matter from which angle Uchiha Kagami launched his attack, Madara could counter with the most appropriate means at the perfect moment. This was the first time Sukuna had extended his power beyond his own confines. Previously, Uchiha Kagami had only drawn upon his cursed energy before or after battle. Now mere extraction was no longer sufficient. He would overlay Sukuna's cursed energy with his own chakra, forcibly utilizing it as a wartime power source. This was a transformation from a fixed power source to a mobile one. If before Sukuna's perspective was like watching through a screen, now he felt it firsthand. The main body remained sealed, yet a vast amount of cursed energy was being drained. In truth, if Sukuna had resisted fiercely, he could have caused a delay in energy supply. But Sukuna welcomed it. Use more. Use even more. Sooner or later you will become intoxicated with this overwhelming power. Uchiha Kagami had no qualms about employing Sukuna's power. After all, what master would reject their own steed? Twin blades clashed against the side's edge, sending ripples of sound waves through the air. Uchiha Madara's body did not allow for grandiose movements. His figure shifted like a phantom, and the scythe could descend at any moment. Truly like a grim reaper. In contrast, Uchiha Kagami's figure leaped and flickered, each movement flawless, graceful as a startled swan, sinuous as a swimming dragon. Flamboyant combat had always been the external perception of the Uchiha. Watching Kagami, Madara saw a reflection of his own younger self. I once encountered a ninja clan that manipulated ghostly chi. They raised evil beings, inscribed cursed seals upon themselves, and borrowed the power of those beings in battle. Kagami, as a member of the Uchiha clan, you would stoop to borrowing such filthy things. Madara could not see Sukuna, but his experience told him the nature of the energy the moment he sensed it. Uchiha Kagami's body harbored an immensely evil entity. Of that Madara was certain. Filthy. Brat. Kill him. Chop this old man to pieces. Take all the power you need. Ignoring Sukuna's barking, Kagami chuckled lightly. I can even master the Sharingan, so what is a mere evil entity? Well said. Madara acknowledged Kagami's words as a matter of course. At the same time, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eye sockets spun wildly. Then let me test the power of an Uchiha in you. Boom. An overwhelming torrent of ocular power erupted. A bloody battlefield filled with the cries of slaughter emerged in an instant. Within the battlefield, a hand of indescribable form draped with a curtain of time flowed endlessly between age, vigor, and youth. It clutched a pitch-black spear, its tip bearing the edge to pierce time and space. Shi. A sharp pain shot through Kagami's nerves as if a sharp weapon had pierced his heart. A massive hole appeared in his chest. Illusion techniques, the Uchiha clan's most renowned ability. With Madara's mastery of illusions, only Hashirama Senju had ever been immune. A pair of crimson eyes loomed over the battlefield, so vast they defied comprehension. Uchiha Kagami was but a grain of sand compared to a star. Amidst the boundless sea of ocular power, strands of black and red threads wove into a canopy. Then came a chariot and warhorses. Uchiha Kagami stood upon the chariot, the hole in his chest already mended. The cascading ocular power from the heavens was deflected by the chariot's canopy. You have not awakened the Mangekyō. This time Madara was genuinely astonished. Whether through the white Zetsu earlier or the physical combat, just now the ocular power displayed was undeniably far beyond a three-tomo. Madara even felt that when he had first awakened the Mangekyō, his ocular power was not as strong. Yet now, in a true clash of illusions with ocular power intertwining, this brat had not awakened the Mangekyō. He was only a three-tomo. Because I do not wish to harm my brother. Uchiha Kagami looked up at the blood-red eyes above the battlefield. I intend to obtain ocular power that never wanes. That is also one of the reasons I came to you. Excellent. Excellent. Remarkable, Kagami. The blood-red eyes hung like a moon. The younger Uchiha Madara stepped forth, shattering that blood moon. Crimson plate armor drenched in a fierce battle intent. Madara charged toward the chariot, laughing wildly exhilarated. Then I, Uchiha Madara, shall be your opponent. As fellow users of ocular techniques in a clash of consciousness within illusions, the moment one showed fear, dread, or reverence, defeat would swiftly follow. Spiritual energy was the most formidable power Uchiha Madara currently possessed, and this happened to be Uchiha Kageme's domain of expertise. Uchiha Kageme extended his hands forward, fingers interlaced like a pair of wings, his grin growing more ferocious. Darkness surged atop the chariot, as if gestating something supremely malevolent. With an ominous eagle's cry, the first monster burst forth from the darkness. It had the face of a monkey, the body of a tanuki, the limbs of a tiger, the tail of a snake, and a pair of massive eagle wings. Just like the new of legend. One by one, new beasts charged out, an endless tide of darkness surging to cover the bloody battlefield. In release, new massacre Shu. Azure blue blades cleaved the nearest new beasts into black water. The colossal Susanoo blade spanned hundreds of meters, illuminating the dark space. A simple skeletal frame enveloped Uchiha Madara. You lack the Mangekyō, so let me enlighten you. This is the ultimate ocular technique dwelling within the Mangekyō, a perfect means of offense and defense, possessing power comparable to the tailed beasts. Susanoo. Uchiha Kageme's hand seal remained unchanged, countless new beasts throwing themselves like moths into a flame, perishing under the Susanoo blade. May I ask, when you say comparable to tailed beast, you mean the nine tails? Yes. The younger Madara's expression became more defined. He frowned. Of course, are those other beasts worthy of comparison with Susanoo? You are right. The corner of Kageme's mouth curled slightly. The black water that Madara had cut through gradually coalesced into a mass. The black markings on his body grew clearer, intensifying the extraction of Sukuna's power. Sukuna watched coldly, even actively assisting Kageme. He was waiting. This might be an opportunity. If Kageme were defeated in that instant, using a spatial slash might sever this accursed seal. New massacre, modified, disaster of 9 beasts. The scattered black water converged at lightning speed, even dragging the phantom warriors fighting on the battlefield into its wake. Roar. A heaven-shaking bellow made the entire illusory space tremble. A colossal fearsome beast raised its head and howled to the sky. 9 tails flickering like flames were of the purest black. The 9 tails. You have seen it too. Creak, creak. A skeleton gradually formed, then tendons were woven and flesh covered the bones. A deep blue Susanoo stood on the battlefield, its stature even taller than the massive beast. Kageme using livestock to deal with its master. How ridiculous. The black and red chariot had somehow reached the top of the giant beast's head. The 9-tailed beast opened its eyes, revealing a crimson glint. Ridiculous or not, we shall know after the test. A blood-red full moon hung high in the illusionary realm. Below stood 2 colossal figures, as if they had stepped forth from the pages of myth. The calamity that had plagued the ninja world for 1,000 years, the 9-tailed fox. The divine warrior god Susanoo. Give me everything you've got. Show me something that brings me joy, Uchiha Jing. A azure slash, splitting the earth in 2. A massive trench gaped between the 2 colossi. Uchiha Jing remained silent, his eyes cold as ice, his palms pressing together. From the heavens fell a drizzle of dark red rain. Arrogance, hatred, sorrow, disgust, desire. Endless streams of negative emotions saturated the world. For an ordinary person, merely existing within it for an instant would twist their mind beyond repair. No yang release. Pure in release particles gathered before the dark 9 tails, forming a colossal sphere of energy. Creak. The crushing pressure forced the entire beast to sink lower. A tailed beast bomb made solely of in release. I'm impressed you could even shape something like that. Technically speaking, this is a in release Rasengan. Uchiha Jing's lips curled upward, though calling it a Rasengan cannon might be more fitting. Within Susanoo, Uchiha Madara stood with arms crossed, radiating the absolute bearing of a true power. Are you ready? His black hair danced wildly, and Madara's mind drifted back to that battle with Hashirama. No one can judge the value of a moment until it becomes a memory. Regret too would not be erased by the passage of time. Hashirama. If only back then. No, in the blink of an eye. Susanoo gripped the long blade tightly and cleaved the void as though severing something intangible. You're full of surprises. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, leaning forward. So your attack had already begun. That massive black sphere was never meant to be the attack itself. The dark red rain. That was the true weapon. Illusionary techniques were a clash of wills. When ocular power was equal, the one whose will cracked first was the loser. And regret was the emotion most capable of destroying it. You figured it out. Uchiha Jing smiled brilliantly, showing not a shred of embarrassment at having his trick exposed. Diverting attention, gathering lethal force where you'd least expect it. Uchiha Madara's voice carried a strange quality. This feeling. It reminds me of some Senju trash. You mean Senju Tobarama? I have to admit his tactical philosophy is quite sound. Madara's expression darkened. Jing, it seems you can't compare to Hashirama. Enough. What nonsense are you babbling about? Uchiha Jing pointed his blade at Madara, his 3-tomo Sharingan blazing with boundless ferocity. I am not any opponent you faced before. You wallowing in the past, certainly not the one I seek. Madara, I have come with the intent to kill you. If you wish to live, then kill me with the conviction of the already damned. Ha ha ha. Before Uchiha Madara could finish laughing, Jing struck without warning. The energy cannon from the Dark Nine Tails shot forth at blinding speed. Instead of an expected explosion, it expanded outward, enveloping Susanoo in a dark barrier. Uchiha Madara's brows knitted tight. Dark release technique. Uchiha learning a jutsu designed to counter ocular ninja. Have you lost your mind? Boy, you're starting to irritate me. This illusion had been developed specifically to counter the Uchiha. It was no mere space of darkness. It disrupted the enemy's brain through chakra interference, preventing them from analyzing and processing information received by their eyes, leaving their mind unable to form images. This interference went beyond the visual. It struck deep into the enemy's psyche. Especially with this guy's technique, which carried a madman's malice like muttering. Was it because of that defiled thing? Madara suddenly realized. This brat loved to break his opponent's spirit. Boom. Susanoo was carved with deep gashes by the Dark Nine Tails claws. Within the dark release barrier, only the user could see. Uchiha Madara stumbled, and then Susanoo's waist received a devastating blow. Close quarters combat after sealing my vision. You underestimate me. This mere dark release technique. I'll shatter it instantly. In the darkness, the two colossi clashed furiously, Susanoo's blade severing tail after tail. But each severed tail transformed into a giant python wrapping around Susanoo and restricting its movements. They could reform after being shattered. Uchiha Madara had to strike dozens of times before completely destroying a single python. He was growing irritated. Ryup. The dark barrier was torn open like an umbrella by a pair of colossal hands. Uchiha Madara, vision restored, looked at the black nine-tailed fox, now missing its tails. Stop your petty tricks. Where was he? The darkness had deprived Madara of sight, yet he could still sense that Uchiha Jing should have been atop that colossal beast just moments ago. The next instant, Madara caught him. Above, the blood moon shone overhead. Uchiha Jing gripped the reins with one hand, riding a chariot as it dove downward. Behind him stretched an endless army constructed from black bones. Truly boring. Uchiha Madara, his interest waning, swung Susanoo's blade in a sweeping arc. Azure light bathed all of space and time. A single strike shattered countless bones and the chariot alike. Overwhelming ocular power. Crack. Dark red lightning instantly crisscrossed the sky. Boom. An immense pressure seemed to sink the earth itself. This is... So you finally decided to unleash it. Uchiha Madara's blood boiled with excitement. A technique capable of shattering dust release. I'm very interested. Blue flames erupted across Susanoo, elevating it to a new level. Whoosh. A pair of colossal wings unfurled. Susanoo, perfect form. Ryup. Black lightning bloomed upon Mizunari and Sinbin, crossing in an X before Uchiha Jing. His black hair danced wildly, crimson eyes gleaming with lethal intent through the blades. Inside the cage, Sukuna raised his hand, black-red lightning flickering at his fingertips. He was the strongest being in his world. What limited his power was the world itself. He was merely special grade because that was the highest rank among jujutsu sorcerers. Since arriving in this world, his cursed energy had grown every moment. The ninja world, what a twisted place. An endless ocean of negative energy. Do gods truly exist? Is it because I severed the world that you chose to exile me here? Or are you afraid of me binding me within this cage? It no longer mattered. Jing, I told you, we are two sides of the same coin. The me within your heart who has learned your techniques. Do you know? From the moment of birth, a human knows to stand. A bird knows to fly. A fish knows to swim. This is what we call instinct. You say I lack human instinct. Yes, I do. Because from the moment I was born, I was made to devour human flesh. That is my true instinct. We were never the same kind. The ceiling gate slowly cracked open, and Uchiha Jing drew in cursed energy from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Sukuna sneered. So deliberate. In 1,000 years I have never encountered a human as mad as you. You treat me like a beast attempting to tame me step by step. His 5 fingers drew together sharp nails like blades. Then let's see how well you fare, Uchiha Jing. The two-faced four-armed demon god roared hideously. The great mouth upon his belly chanted incantations. Dragon scale. Reversal hair. Twin meteor. Unseal. Black slash. A strike capable of severing space itself wreathed in black lightning. Unparalleled. Sukuna's strongest slash in his entire existence. Carrying the endless malice of the king of curses, it slashed toward the cage that bound him. At the same moment, Uchiha Jing's expression remained impassive as his dual blades swept outward. Jiangchen slowly opened his eyes, sensing the spiritual energy circulating within his body as a glint of sharp light flashed across his gaze. In his past life, he was the supreme powerhouse of the Tianwu continent, yet he perished from the treacherous schemes of the very master he trusted most. The black slash unleashed from the crimson earth erupted with boundless azure radiance. Susanoo, divine power. It was said of the Morinoka Akizabin, once seen death is certain. Morinoka Akizabin, all things shattered. Light. It engulfed the world. Crash. Like a colossal mirror shattering, a chaotic clamor erupted. The illusion world, unable to withstand such overwhelming force, fragmented into pieces. Reality. The twin blades and the scythe froze midair. The wrinkles on Uchiha Madara's aged face smoothed out. In terms of ocular power alone, you even surpass Izuna. Kagami, you are a true genius. His figure flickered like a phantom, and the next instant he appeared before Uchiha Kagami, the death scythe, tracing a gleaming arc. Whoosh. The scythe halted abruptly, stopping just before Kagami's throat. Madara frowned slightly. The final clash of ocular power had not decided a victor, for the illusion world he had constructed had shattered before that. Yet Uchiha Kagami kept his eyes tightly shut, making no reaction to his attack. Plotting some petty trick again. Madara hesitated, not out of fear that Kagami might deceive him. He feared that if something was truly wrong with Kagami, this strike might just kill him. On second thought, Madara pushed the hand holding the scythe forward. He aimed not for a vital spot, but slashed towards Kagami's face. My life is nearing its end. It would be a pity if you died now. When I am resurrected, I shall show you the power of our ancestors. Crack. Uchiha Madara's pupils contracted, his brows knitting tightly. A mouth opened and bit down on the scythe's blade. A mouth had grown on Uchiha Kagami's cheek. Hiss. Beneath the left Sharingan, another eye had appeared. Utterly sinister, profoundly chilling. You must be the evil spirit within Kagami. Uchiha Madara yanked the chain, pulling the scythe back. What an imprudent brat. A phantom chain radiating a faint purple light extended from Madara's palm. Let me put a leash on you. Just as I thought. Wait. I'll shatter you to pieces, you old fogey. The voice from that mouth was incredibly hoarse, as if it were gnawing on something. Boom. A blood-red pressure suddenly erupted, sending ripples scattering outward. Black patterns multiplied, spreading across Uchiha Kagami's entire body. This is the scent of the ninja world. A new world. The aura of new humanity. How magnificent. Give me the body, you brat. An indescribably evil aura billowed out like smoke signals. This malevolence. It is purer than even the Nine Tails. The pale purple chains dissipated. Madara leaned back, and a stone chair molded itself into shape beneath him. Kagami, since you dared to carve such an evil spirit within yourself, try to tame it on your own. You are Uchiha. Black and crimson energy rippled outwards like a placid lake. Yet no matter how Sukuna howled and screamed, the figure of that youth stood unmoved. Spiritual space. A crack opened in the vermilion ceiling gate. Sukuna's upper body squeezed out, and an endless tide of corpses and blood bones surged from the seal. On the other side, Uchiha Kagami stood amidst the sea of blood, gazing at Sukuna with cold, indifferent eyes. It hurts. Like being put through a meat grinder, then cast into a furnace, forged and cut. An endless cycle. 1,000 years of dense malevolence. Raging waves. Anger. Remorse. Resentment. Negative emotions washed over Kagami's spiritual body again and again. Hands sprouted from the blood sea, desperately clawing at Uchiha Kagami, trying to drag him down into the abyss. Sukuna's memories crashed into his mind. Ugly humans, endlessly repeating the cycles of parting, greed, delusion, unfulfilled desires, and resentment. Although they taste passable. Uchiha Kagami, we are one. Sukuna's forearms spread wide as if to embrace him. This is not devouring, but fusion. You become me, and I become you. We are from different times and spaces, but what a wondrous fate this is. Come, let us become together. The most perfect existence. Breathing is agony. It feels like my lungs are bursting. My feet are so heavy. My bones are crushed. My heart is something gnawing on it. It's fine. It doesn't matter how much it hurts. The void within my heart has been filled. I carry too many expectations. I will not lose. Uchiha Kagami extended his palm. You know, Sukuna, this seal binds not only you, but also me. From a certain day on, I realized that with my current power, I couldn't fully open the seal. Haven't you noticed? Whether it's your black cutter or me, or even Madara. All this power has been poured into the seal itself. I told you sooner or later I would put a leash on you. It wasn't you who slashed open the seal. It was we who slashed it open. The reason I'm telling you this is to make it clear. A smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Kagami's mouth as he slowly raised his hand. Everything is going according to my plan. Step by step, that is my motto. Crack. Thud. Sensing something, Sukuna looked up. A deafening rumble echoed from the dark void, and a black spear materialized. Looking closer, the blackness was composed of densely packed sealing script. Swish. Uchiha Kagami's hand fell, and the black spear descended with it. The black spear pierced through Sukuna's chest, pinning him between the two realms. Silence. A moment of silence. Then Sukuna burst into laughter, as if he had encountered the greatest joy of his life. How amusing. Utterly fascinating, Uchiha Kagami. Because of you, I've grown interested in humans. You will eventually release me, and I look forward to possessing your body. Your right deliciousness must be savored step by step, bit by bit. The sea of blood and corpses flowed back towards the sealing gate. Uchiha Kagami turned around. Looking back, the crimson in his eyes burned brighter, filled only with contempt for the so-called king of curses. Just wait. The chains you long for, I will put them on you myself. Watching Madara seated leisurely on the stone chair, Uchiha Kagami swept his slightly disheveled hair back with a hand. Old man, have you run out of strength to fight? Madara rested his hands on his knees, no different from any ordinary elder. There is no point in continuing. You have achieved your goal, have you not? Besides, this body of mine can barely hold on any longer. A flicker of recollection crossed Uchiha Kageme's mind. Logically, Madara could not leave the ghetto statue, needing it to sustain his life. At first, he had not thought much about it. Subconsciously, Kagami assumed that Madara could still manage to fight, so it was nothing surprising. Perhaps it was a wood clone technique, but since he said so, the animal path, could he use it without the Rinnegan? Uchiha Kagami narrowed his eyes, feeling slighted. Is it some kind of clone technique? You really underestimate me. Madara remained expressionless, speaking calmly. My true body cannot break free, and this technique can carry my full dojutsu power. How pitiful. This meager strength is all I can muster now. The distinctive features of Uchiha Madara gradually faded, revealing a pallid complexion. It was a white zetsu. A faint rustling sound came from a crevice in the earth, and another white zetsu emerged bearing a disheveled head of pale green hair. Young Kagami, Lord Madara requests your presence. I know. Wait a moment. Uchiha Kagami unrolled a scroll and walked over to the dead white zetsu. This is Lord Madara's research achievement. How can you? He never said I couldn't. It's dead anyway. What's the harm in taking it back for some fun? But, shut up. The true body of Uchiha Madara resided beneath this very earth. In the vast underground space, candles were the only source of light, casting a damp and gloomy atmosphere. Really, an old man like him choosing to stay in a place like this, he was bound to catch rheumatism. On a simple stone chair, Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of dark crimson three-tomo Sharingan. You have come, Kagami. Uchiha Kagami's gaze shifted to behind Madara, where several withered wooden tendrils stretched into the darkness. An aura of extreme malevolence emanated from there. The ghetto statue was it. Averting his eyes, Kagami met Madara's gaze. What do you want from me? Madara gave a light laugh. It was you who sought me out. What? After using my power to tame that vile creature, this is the attitude you show. Uchiha Kagami found a chair, sat down, and crossed his legs, speaking indifferently. So I asked politely what you wanted. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother coming down here. Lord Madara, the environment of your retirement home is quite poor. Kagami, you were sharp. You must have noticed the peculiarity of that white zetsu. You mean the body I borrowed? Uchiha Kagami knew everything, but chose not to speak too plainly. That black zetsu was likely still parasitizing Madara's body. Yes, it brims with abundant yang release energy, quite valuable for research. Uchiha Madara leaned on a black rod and spoke in a deep voice. The Sharingan is the pinnacle of yang release, the symbol of the Uchiha. The representative of yang release is the Senju of the forest. To obtain inexhaustible dojutsu power without harming one's kin, I have found a correct path. I will tell you. Talent and power. These were not enough to move Uchiha Madara. What truly stirred him was Uchiha Kagami's words. It was only after Izuna's death, after spending so long in this dark underground chamber, that he had realized. Perhaps there was a way to avoid sacrificing one's kin. The white zetsu are my creations from researching Hashirama's cells. They contain immense life energy, which is yang release. That particular white zetsu was left for you intentionally. You can transplant part of it into your body. Then when you awaken the Mangekyō, it will nourish your eyes and prevent the curse of blindness. It is not a curse. Uchiha Kagami's face was expressionless. Solitary yin cannot grow, solitary yang cannot thrive. When yin and yang's separate vitality ceases, the yin and yang within the human body depend on and restrain each other jointly, maintaining the balance of life. Excessive use of the Mangekyō leads to blindness because of the imbalance between yin and yang. There are two solutions to blindness. One is to balance yin and yang. The other is the fusion of two Mangekyō Sharingan with close bloodlines. Extreme yin begets yang, extreme yang begets yin. When things reach their extreme, they reverse, producing the effect of yin transforming into yang. In the shadows, Uchiha Madara's expression was unreadable. Only a long sigh escaped him. Kagami, you have come too late. If Madara harbored any regret, it was only one thing: failing to protect Izuna. Sure, Sui is your younger brother's name, isn't it? As an elder brother, you far surpass me. Such profound principles. Madara had only grasped them after seeing the Six Paths Sage's stone tablet. But Kagami, withdrawing from his memories, Madara gazed at Kagami, his eyes deep and unfathomable. So do you intend to accumulate extreme yin release, and after things reach their extreme, obtain eternal dojutsu power? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. Yes and no. I have my own plans. Regardless, balance between yin and yang is the optimal state. Kagami, you might be able to obtain eyes like mine. I mean, the Rinnegan. Though I do not know what means you will employ, I eagerly await your success. After pondering for a while, Madara decided not to mention the Moon Eye plan. This was the Six Paths Sage's perfect vision for a peaceful ninja world, but Kagami at this moment would not accept such a plan. He had not yet despaired of this world. He did not seem to be a lover of peace either. I will not pry into what you intend to do. If you need, you may come and take more white zetsu from here. White zetsu's body. Uchiha Obito is the one I have chosen. I will arrange a trial for him. He has the potential to awaken the Mangekyō, but he requires proper guidance. To that end, some Konoha ninja will die. Do not interfere with me. This was a transaction. Kakashi, Rin. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. As you wish. What if? Among the dead there is your junior Kakashi. Except for a few Uchiha clan members, I do not care about the lives of others. My existence is not meant to be their guardian. I have already warned Kakashi. If he dies because of insufficient ability, it serves him right. Uchiha Kagami pushed himself up from his knees. Old man, I suppose we will never see each other again. Then I wish you a peaceful death. Farewell. With that, Kagami turned and left, deeply disliking the dim environment here. Most importantly, he could vaguely sense the immense malice residing within Madara. It was not Madara. Then it was. His purpose achieved, there was no need to stay any longer. He had to hurry to another location. Heh. Watching Kagami's retreating figure, Madara murmured to himself. We will meet again. Within the dense forest. Having traversed the land of rain, they were now within the borders of the land of birds. Obito had not yet been arranged for, so naturally Nagato was not yet assigned. Currently the land of rain was still under Hanzo's rule, making the infiltration relatively easy. Uchiha Kagami leaned against the back of a plump orange cat, but despite its obese appearance, its speed through the forest was far from sluggish. The giant eagle was a living creature and needed rest. During shift changes, Uchiha Kagami would summon his other summoning beast. It was an 800-gene orange cat named Zwoluen. Uchiha Kagami did not require the cat for combat prowess. His only demands were that it could travel and be comfortable to sit on. Sometimes when he felt like sleeping, he could do so atop it. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, flickering across his face and dancing over the book in his hands. In this battle with Uchiha Madara, he had achieved all his objectives. By leveraging Madara's power, he had opened the sealed door. It was equivalent to Uchiha Kagami forging a key and grasping it in his own hands. When the time came, he could release Tsunua. Second, he had extracted some of Madara's dojutsu power and preserved it in his spiritual space through a transcription seal. Uchiha Kagami did not lack this spiritual energy, but Madara's dojutsu power was the finest bait for a certain orange fox. It would definitely go berserk. Third, he needed to acquire some white zetsu. Initially, he had considered using yang release cells from white zetsu to compensate for the deficiency in his dojutsu, but that was no longer viable. Both Tsunyo and he had experienced an excessively rapid growth in yin release energy. Tsunua was like a corpse flower blooming in the blood-soaked soil of the ninja world. With his current dojutsu power, advancing to Mangekyō would be impossible for mere white zetsu to balance yin and yang. Moreover, the thought of adding more alien elements to his body made Uchiha Kagami somewhat uneasy. As he had mentioned to Madara, there were two approaches. By continuing to accumulate dojutsu power, Uchiha Kagami was confident that his pair of Mangekyō would be worth two pairs, and extreme yin would give rise to yang. However, that would be an imperfect evolution. It fell short of the perfect vision in Uchiha Kagami's mind. Returning to the starting point and converting this vast yin release into yang release was the true solution. Reverse curse technique. Executing Black Flash with chakra was far more difficult than using cursed energy. Applying reverse curse technique to chakra involved even more complex issues. To draw an analogy, the difficulty might be comparable to the gap between the Pythagorean theorem and Euler's mathematics. No need to delve deeper. Just knowing it was extremely difficult sufficed. To resolve this, Uchiha Kagami would need to have an open-hearted discussion with Tsunua and study together. Was that possible? Uchiha Kagami would never seek advice from Tsunua, not out of arrogance, but because he would never trust a single word from Tsunua. From the very beginning, Uchiha Kagami had reminded himself of this. Similarly, he would not consult with Orochimaru or anyone like him. He trusted only himself to solve this problem. Now he was heading to retrieve another key element of his plan, the Dragon Vein, located in the ancient kingdom of Lolon deep in the Great Desert. The lifeline of the earth, an immensely massive aggregation of energy. Once the key elements were gathered, I would be able to execute my perfect Mangekyō plan. What? You ask what the white zetsu is for? Kagami didn't need it, but his younger brother Shursui did. Truly a worrywart. Lord Kagami, Cat Granny asked me to inquire when you will settle the outstanding payment for the previous ninja tools. Zwoluen's voice was crisp and congruent with his bulky frame. Snap. Closing the book, Uchiha Kagami said calmly, too expensive, 30% higher than before. Tell her to lower the price. But Cat Granny says the ninja world is in turmoil everywhere, and she has been prioritizing supply to the Uchiha clan. Ninja tools are in high demand, and the price is already reasonable. Meow. The Uchiha have cooperated with her for generations, so just because tools are in demand she can raise the price. And you're asking me for money on her behalf. Zwoluen, are you my summoning beast, or that money-grubbing old woman's? Of course I'm yours. But, no buts. Tell her, I'll pay the final balance at the original price. Take it or leave it. Oh. Zwoluen trudged forward with a hint of grievance. He was just asking, merely passing along Cat Granny's message. Lord Kagami was still so fierce. Suddenly, Zwoluen felt the nape of his neck being seized and his entire feline form lifted into the air. What was happening? Could Lord Kagami be about to hit him? It shouldn't be. Though Lord Kagami was fierce, he had never struck him before. Meow. Uchiha Kagami stood on the branch of a giant tree holding the 800-gene fat cat by the scruff. Zwoluen turned his head, his dark eyes filled with confusion and a hint of fear. Stupid cat, you nearly walked straight into an explosive tag formation. Tap tap tap. A figure emerged from behind a tree. As expected of the crimson eye worth 90 million Ryo. Seems the trap is useless against you. Pale green pupils, a forehead protector from the hidden waterfall village, and a mask. It was Jyodu. Uchiha-Kagami tossed Zwoluen aside. The fat cat hung from a branch like a thick quilt. Bounty hunter Jyodu, quite a coincidence. But only 2.5 Asuma's worth. This bounty was somewhat insulting, wasn't it? Indeed. I never expected to encounter you while hunting a 2 million Ryo target in this small country. Black tendrils extended from Jyodu's sleeves, writhing eerily. Seeing your forehead protector reminds me of the Konoha ninja I first fought. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Uchiha-Kagami picked his ear. I fought Uchiha Madara a few days ago. Kid, are you messing with me? Uchiha-Kagami couldn't help but laugh. You started with the joke, and I'm not lying to you. Enough. Jyodu's gaze turned icy. The strongest genius of Konoha all alone. Then I'll take those 90 million Ryo. 3 minutes later. Uchiha-Kagami had Jyodu pinned to the ground by the throat. Jyodu's hands gripped his forearms, trying to shake him off, but it was like an ant trying to topple a tree. Scattered around were fragments of the black earth, grudge, fear, twitching occasionally. 3 tomo spun in Kagami's eye sockets. Tell me, where is your stash of money? Just in time. The Uchiha clan's liquid funds were running low. Running into a big fat sheep like this was quite fortunate. Go ahead and kill me if you have the guts. I'll never tell you. Good, very spirited. A dangerous glint flickered in Uchiha-Kagami's eyes. For a ninja, dying is sometimes easy. Living is the hard part. Don't even think about dying casually before you speak. 3 black tomo appeared in the pale green pupils as Jyodu's hands, which had been gripping Kagami's, fell limp. Uchiha-Kagami drew a rope from his sleeve and wound it several times around Jyodu's neck. As a ninja, carrying a rope was only reasonable. Fat. Zwoluen, continue on our way. Lord Kagami, you were about to call me fat cat just now, weren't you? One end of the rope was tied to Zwoluen's tail, and Jyodu bounced along the ground, alternating front and back. Uchiha-Kagami's expression remained unchanged. No, you misheard. Upon the endless desert, his horns had been ground down by friction until not a single piece of skin remained intact, flesh stained with sand and gravel, looking utterly ravaged. Uchiha-Kagami let out a sigh, his expression filled with profound admiration. No wonder you are a ninja who has existed since the first Hokage's era. Your will is truly indomitable. Huff, huff. Kakuzu panted heavily, sneering. You may kill me, but you will never lay a hand on my money. You really think I would yield to such trivial genjutsu torture? Uchiha-Kagami nodded solemnly, sighing. I acknowledge you. A man like you should not die here. Go. Kakuzu's expression shifted slightly. His small pale green eyes gazed deeply at Uchiha-Kagami. Uchiha-Kagami, I must admit you possess the same spirit as the first Hokage. Work on raising your bounty. I will come for you again. Kakuzu tore off the ropes and turned to leave. He believed that a powerhouse strong enough to defeat him so easily would not break his word. Heh. Uchiha-Kagami, you may be stronger now, but what about 50 years from now? Just wait. Watching Kakuzu distance himself, Uchiha-Kagami pulled a passbook from his chest pocket. The password is 67, followed by 4 2s, plus the ninja character, Takigakure. Remember it well. Go give this to that old woman and have her withdraw the money quickly. Now not only do I have the final payment for the previous batch of ninja tools, but the annual expenses for the Uchiha clan's ninja tools are covered as well. Rokuro took the passbook, feeling a deep sense of empathy. He had heard with his own ears the amount Kakuzu had stated for the passbook. Good heavens, how lucrative is the life of a bounty hunter. With Kakuzu being such a rich resource, how could Uchiha-Kagami kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? By the time Kakuzu goes to replace the passbook and finds it empty, he will only work even harder to fill the void in his heart. Next time they meet, there will be another harvest. If this were the Uchiha-Kagami who had just debuted, dealing with Kakuzu would have been somewhat troublesome. But with his current strength combined with his knowledge of Kakuzu's intelligence, 3 minutes of combat was already him holding back. However, this guy did have his merits. To be tortured by an illusion for so long before unconsciously revealing the password was impressive. The summoning time is up. I'll head back to the cat country now. Bye-bye, Kagami-sama, meow. With a pop, Rokuro vanished. Uchiha-Kagami walked slowly through the desert. This place was not far from the ancient land of Lulan on the map. However, the map was not entirely accurate. He pressed his fingers against the sandy ground, expanding his chakra perception. Without Minato Namikaze's innate sensory talent, he could only compensate for the range gap with the sheer volume of his chakra. Closing his eyes, the general situation within a 10-kilometer radius was imprinted in his mind. Nothing there. The land of wind is indeed desolate. No wonder they are always fond of war. Those with nothing to lose fear nothing. This is what they call it. This is also why Konoha desires peace. The first Hokage clamored about equality for all, yet the best lands in the ninja world all went to the land of fire. Once he dies, it would be strange if the other villages could keep their composure. Half a day later, Uchiha-Kagami raised an eyebrow, detecting a special chakra source. It was vastly different from ordinary ninja, carrying a sense of lacking yang energy. Following the direction of his perception, he leaped forward. In the distance across the desert, he spotted a touch of orange. As the distance closed, the man also saw Uchiha Kagami and immediately assumed a defensive stance. Uchiha Kagami came to an abrupt halt, standing dozens of meters in front of him. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he smiled faintly. The ninja world is truly small. Or do you defectors just prefer to stay in remote places? Sasori. Uchiha Kagami. Sasori's expression darkened slightly as chakra threads extended from him, ready to summon the third Kazekage puppet at any moment. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. He was indeed an S-rank missing nin, but compared to Uchiha Kagami, who caused turmoil between the great nations and could sway large-scale battles, he still fell short. Aren't you playing ninja tag with Hatake Tsukumo? Why are you here? Uchiha Kagami was in no hurry to attack. He had been fighting constantly over the past few days and was somewhat weary of it. Moreover, facing an opponent whose every move he knew so well, the fight would end too quickly, making it boring. Sasori narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "The land of wind is my hometown. What is strange about appearing here? Rather, shouldn't you be at the border battlefield?" Uchiha Kagami paused for a moment, analyzed, and then smiled. "I see. You are here to find the ancient land of Lolon, right? Your puppets were destroyed by Hatake Tsukumo, so you are looking for a place to restock. Damn it. Have I been under a jinjutsu? No. I don't gather external information through my eyes. Ooh, I am a human puppet. How could I fall for a jinjutsu? Did I let something slip just now? My words didn't reveal a single bit of intelligence. How could he know?" Bang. The third Kazekage puppet hovered in the air as Sasori's face grew cold. Crimson eyes. Then let's see if you live up to that title. Sizzle. Uchiha Kagami's finger traced through the air. An invisible slash cut through the void, severing the chakra threads, controlling the third Kazekage puppet. Watching the puppet fall, Sasori tried to reconnect the threads, but Uchiha Kagami's voice came again. "Your core is in your left atrium. Shatter that, and you will be truly dead." 3 Tomo spun within the crimson eye sockets. Uchiha Kagami's voice was cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Nothing about you can escape these eyes. Hatake Tsukumo failed to kill you, but do not expect me to show mercy. Crushing you is too simple for me, it hardly interests me." Whoosh. Uchiha Kagami instantly appeared beside the sand Sasori, placing a hand on his shoulder. Even though he had already become a human puppet, even though he had long since detached himself from human emotions, Sasori still felt a fatal chill as his core was tightly gripped by a palm. A voice appeared by his ear. "I am also going to the ancient land of Lulon. Perhaps some puppets I deem unworthy can be thrown your way. Accompany me to pass the time. How about it? Consider it. If you refuse, your life has 3 seconds remaining." "Very well. Following you, perhaps I can experience some unknown artistic quality." Pattering Sasori's shoulder, Uchiha Kagami chuckled softly. "Surprisingly reasonable. Then let us get along well, San Sasori." In the desolate desert, 2 figures walked one after the other. The desert wind and sand were harsh, but Sasori, now a puppet body, did not care. He observed Uchiha Kagami, closely noticing that the wind and sand did not touch his body. Moments before contact, they fell straight down to the ground at a 90-degree angle, maintaining a chakra shield at all times merely to repel the wind and sand. What a monster! Sasori, who had once assassinated the third Kazekage, looked at this casually, walking back, and felt not a single spark of intent to betray him from behind. After an unknown duration, Uchiha Kagami stopped and placed his palm against the earth. A slight smile curved his lips. "Found it. Lulon, an ancient city nestled within the vast desert of the land of wind, isolated from the outside world. Towers towered one after another, its architecture distinctly different from that of other nations. Logically, such buildings were impractical in a desert. Too urbanized. The queen of the ancient Lulon kingdom possessed a mysterious power over the dragon vein, capable of channeling the earth's deep-seated energy to the surface." Scorpion gazed at the scene before him, then drew an ancient scroll from his chest and unrolled it, muttering in a deep voice, "It seems the royal lineage has defied the ancestral teachings." Hearing this, Uchiha Kagami turned his head. "You have intelligence I lack. Spill it." Scorpion hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "My father was nobility of the Lulon royal family." "Huh, aren't you Chiyo's grandson? Shouldn't your father be the son of the first Kazekage?" He glanced at Uchiha Kagami, speaking nonchalantly. "My father had red hair. The first Kazekage and grandmother Chiyo had black and purple hair respectively. Their child was my mother. My father married into the family." Uchiha Kagami nodded thoughtfully. There was no distinction between maternal and paternal grandparents here, nor would Kagami have cared to know such things before. Rubbing his chin, Kagami smirked. "So, you're staging a prince's return to reclaim the kingdom?" Scorpion's expression soured. It was remarkable. He could craft puppets so flawlessly, almost indistinguishable from real humans. The Lulon royal family, generation after generation, only women possessed the ability to commune with the dragon vein known as the royal lineage. "I have no claim to inherit Lulon." Scorpion's plan was simply to find his father's homeland and convert a batch of people into puppets. He wanted to hasten his revenge against Hatake Tsukumo, but the war raging outside was too fierce, and he feared failure. So weren't there clansmen here? They could contribute to my revenge. "Uchiha Kagami, your goal is the dragon vein, isn't it? Give it up. The Lulan Kingdom has existed for ages. The Dragon Vein is here, and many know of it. But no one can seize its power, at best they can only seal it. Uchiha Kagami smiled faintly. What predecessors failed to do I may yet accomplish. Such unwavering confidence. Scorpion almost wavered, but remembering his father's words. I'll be waiting to see your pathetic state when you're at your wit's end. You said the royal lineage defied the ancestral teachings. What does that mean? Scorpion looked at the ancient scroll. The Lulan royal family must not use the Dragon Vein's power. Their duty is only to guard it. It's an immensely vast terrestrial energy. One misstep could destroy the entire land. It must never be abused. Now you see, without the Dragon Vein, how could these buildings exist? Scorpion let out a cold laugh. It seems even the brave and strong sister my father spoke of couldn't resist the allure of power. The two stood atop a tall tower overlooking the entire town. Scorpion, you remember your father's words quite vividly. They meant a lot to me. There's no shame in admitting it. Scorpion said coldly, so. I will definitely kill Hatake Tsukumo. Uchiha Kagami, you're a leaf ninja. If you intend to stop me, kill me right now. Uchiha Kagami lounged back, hands resting on his knees, smiling casually. Don't be so worked up. When did I ever say I'd stop your revenge? A son avenging his parents is only natural. A friendly reminder: if you succeed in killing Hatake Tsukumo, make sure to kill Hatake Kakashi too. Waiting for you two to kill each other would be too tedious. Hatred must end with the extinction of a bloodline. Wait, I recall you were Hatake Kakashi's senior apprentice. Is Konoha really this chaotic? Hearing his words, Scorpion's taut nerves relaxed somewhat. The pressure of being near this man was immense. Every secret he had felt exposed beneath those eyes. After all, Hatake Tsukumo wasn't even a rogue ninja now. Official records merely listed him as traveling. Scorpion genuinely feared Kagami would stop his revenge and preach about letting go of hatred. So what do we do now? Go straight to the Queen of Lulan. Uchiha Kagami's senses spread out, noticing many people at home discussing festivals and such. It seems the timing is just right. Half a month prior, an event occurred in Konoha. Ichiraku Ramen opened its doors. This marked a crucial point in time. In the original timeline, Minato would accept a mission concerning the Lulan Kingdom and eventually seal the rampaging Dragon Vein. During that time, Minato met a future Naruto. The Dragon Vein possesses the power to traverse time. Having already coordinated with Minato, Uchiha Kagami arrived early, knowing Minato wouldn't take the Land of Wind mission. This was very important to him, because whether Naruto would appear and in what form would tell Kagami whether this world was the shinobi world of the original timeline. If it was, had he changed the future? If not, then there was much more to consider. The power of time and space was too complex. Perhaps his and Sukuna's arrival had completely deviated from the original timeline. From the moment he appeared, the world had already changed. Honestly, Kagami didn't want people from the future to appear. The future was uncertain. Only himself was a certainty. If the future had a definitive outcome, then this world would be far too dull. Let's wait. The festival is about to begin. Uchiha Kagami's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Given the abilities of Kagami and Scorpion, the puppet patrols in the city stood no chance of detecting them. As night fell, watching Kagami pull out a bento box, Scorpion couldn't help but ask, Uchiha Kagami, with your immense power, isn't it wasteful to require ordinary food and sleep? Why not? I don't like being disturbed while eating. Kagami said indifferently, eating and sleeping are my only remaining pleasures. Don't deprive me of my humanity. I didn't even comment on that crude puppet body of yours, yet you dare criticize me, yeah. The two waited until dawn on the third day. People streamed out of their homes, engaging in vibrant festivities. Looking closely, all those people were puppets. Scorpion's pupils contracted as he murmured, I sensed something off earlier. Even with puppeteers in Lulan, maintaining this many patrol puppets was impossible. Now even these people are. It seems the queen is collaborating with a puppeteer. But such crude puppets. What an insult to the puppeteer's craft. It's natural for peers to look down on each other, especially when Scorpion was a recognized puppetry prodigy, a genius, who even turned himself into a puppet. Kagami maintained his sensory technique, his emotions stirring. At least for now. No Ninetales Jinchuriki detected. Given Kagami's perception, if Naruto were present, it would be impossible not to sense him. The festival proceeded, puppet figures beating drums and cheering joyfully. A young woman with deep crimson hair, surrounded by attendants, walked toward a high tower's balcony. Directly opposite the duo. There. According to the original timeline, at this moment Naruto would save the Queen of Lulan as she fell from the tower. As time passed, Kagami's emotions churned. Nothing. Still nothing appeared. The future had been altered. Or rather, this was an independent world. Crack. The tower balcony split apart, and the girl screamed as she plummeted. 10 meters. 20 meters. Just as she was about to hit the ground. Whoosh. A kunai shot out, pinning the queen's clothing less than 3 meters from the ground. This woman couldn't die yet. Scorpion, awaiting Kagami's signal, looked up and caught a glimpse of a pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes from the side. Uchiha Kagami could barely contain his excitement. He laughed with unrestrained joy, as if he possessed the entire world. Scorpion, you know, an uncertain future is exactly what I yearn for. You are witnessing the destiny of the entire world. The true point where he began influencing the timeline was when Tsukumo Hatake didn't die. Leaving aside other impacts, the fact that Sasori of the Red Sand would come seeking the ancient land of Lulan at this time was likely because of this. The simultaneous siege of Konoha by 3 great nations which never existed in the original timeline was also a butterfly effect he caused. What he feared was Naruto appearing again and history being corrected. Perhaps, ever since Tsukumo Hatake left that year, this place had already deviated from the original timeline. Finally, there were no more chaotic time-space jumps. No need to worry about timeline issues any longer. History begins to be written by me. Gazing at Kagami Uchiha and Sasori, who had appeared in an instant, Sarah was still somewhat shaken. Undeniably, both of them possessed exceptional appearances, which quickly helped the young woman calm down. Thank you for saving me. I am Sarah, the queen of this country. I will repay you. Kagami Uchiha vaguely recalled that the Naruto who had saved this woman with a Princess Carrie had ended up getting slapped several times. You? What's your name? Looking at his cold, handsome face under the slanting sunlight, that dangerous, yet charming aura. No time for your morning drama antics. Sasori, keep an eye on your cousin. Just make sure she doesn't die. The queen could open the dragon vein seal. It would be convenient to have her later. Don't just order me around so casually. The sudden appearance of the two caused countless puppets to close in, emitting a faint blue-purple glow from between their gaps. So that's the power of the dragon vein. In Kagami Uchiha's perception, this power felt profound and pure. This was the primordial natural energy, immensely vast. Kagami Uchiha looked towards the tower where a man with a full scruffy beard stared down in disbelief. Sasori. Lord Sasori. And Lushan, originally named Hyodo, was a rogue shinobi from Sunagakure. He had another identity, Sasori's junior disciple. That voice. Are you Hyodo? Sasori frowned slightly. How did you become so old? Because he comes from over 20 years in the future. Kagami Uchiha said calmly, raising one hand. Don't waste time. Shing. An endless torrent of slashes erupted, shredding every puppet that approached. Within a 200-meter radius, debris filled the air. Shing. A single slash cut Hyodo in half. What are you doing? And Lushan is my chief advisor. Sarah screamed in utter confusion. Kagami Uchiha soared into the air until level with Hyodo's severed halves, then raised his finger. Boom. A massive surge of blue-purple chakra erupted from Hyodo's bisected body, unexpectedly blocking Kagami Uchiha's slash. Who are you? Crack crack. Hyodo's body segments reassembled, swelling, as if inflated, revealing a brown clay puppet shell. It grew larger and larger, its upper body vaguely humanoid, but its lower body was a colossal centipede form stretching hundreds of meters in size. Rumble rumble. The tower, unable to bear such immense weight, collapsed in a thunderous crash. Sasori yanked Sarah away with a single chakra thread, retreating swiftly. What on earth is going on? Sarah's terrified shrieks irritated Sasori. He wasn't one to appreciate beauty, even if this girl was his cousin. Click. Sasori couldn't be bothered to speak, sealing Sarah's mouth with a puppet fragment. He frowned, staring at the colossal puppet that Hyodo had become. In Sasori's view, Hyodo's talent as a puppeteer was quite mediocre, but the chakra he possessed now actually surpassed his own. The dragon vein. Can it be used like this? He turned his gaze to Sarah. Even Kagami Uchiha couldn't sway the dragon vein. So could he perhaps use this woman later to harness the dragon vein's power? It must be possible. If Hyodo could do it, how could I not? But everything still depended on Kagami Uchiha returning in defeat. No matter who you are no match for me. Sasori, you see this? This is my immortal body. I've surpassed you. Blue-purple chakra erupted, even summoning thunder. Kagami Uchiha stood on a broken corner of the tower, watching him with indifference. Brat. Die. Dragon vein, great fireball. Boom. A colossal sphere of blue-purple flame shot forth from the giant puppet's mouth. Kagami Uchiha made no move, an invisible slash cleaving the flame apart. Not done yet. Super dragon vein, great fireball. An even larger torrent of blue-purple flame blasted from the cannon port on Hyodo's chest, using a great fireball against an Uchiha. Truly original. The dragon vein's power is indeed formidable. The flames seemed to fear Kagami Uchiha, bending around him to surge backwards, painting the entire sky. The blue-purple light flickered across his face, adding a tinge of eerie beauty. But you're too noisy. I don't want you as a product demonstration anymore. Kagami Uchiha raised his hand, and at his fingertip a brilliant blue chakra sphere formed, spinning rapidly and chaotically. First the Rasengan. Shing. A layer of flame washed over the Rasengan, burning fiercely. Whoosh. The sphere instantly swelled to 2 meters in diameter, radiating boundless heat. A cold, sinister smile crept onto his face. Using fire release against an Uchiha. Let me show you what true fire is. It blazed with the intensity of flame, its light bearing no hint of mercy, as if it could burn everything to ashes. The fire warped space and time itself. Like a sun, it gazed down upon the earth with a grand and ruthless indifference. Within the mental space, Sukuna, half his body inside the gate, half outside the seal spear piercing his chest, staring at this mass of flame. He never denied Kagami Uchiha's talent, but still felt that he was merely a brat who stole the power of others. The power of fire he possessed it as well. Kai and Hachi were steps for processing ingredients, and the fire, opened by the stove, was for cooking. He was born to devour humans. Unlike his profoundly dark nature, his fire possessed vitality. As if it had a life of its own, it would burn all it touched to nothing from body to soul. He had thought Kagami Uchiha would also steal this power, but his fire was completely different. The essence of fire is combustion, emitting light and heat, a vital component of civilization and life itself. Kagami Uchiha's fire gave him the feeling, a cold sun, containing only killing intent, without a shred of benevolence for the world. For some reason this name welled up in Sukuna's mind. Kagami Uchiha remained expressionless, pushing his fingertip forward. The fusion of earth and fire release could form a Kekkei Jinkai known as lava release with immense power. Kagami Uchiha had dismantled the Four Tails chakra and understood the general principle. He didn't fully develop it along the path of lava release, only adopting the fusion technique. Shing. On the stabilized fireball, deep crimson bewitching flames began to rise and flicker like a lotus. Beautiful. Seemingly slow, yet actually fast, the fireball descended. Time and space seemed to fall silent. Sasori, carrying Sarah, fled desperately towards the outskirts, cursing under his breath. Damn Uchiha. Once he starts fighting, he has no consideration for others. That thing. Sasori knew clearly that if he stayed put he would definitely die. Sound was muffled, movement slowed. Hyodo stared blankly as that supremely beautiful flame descended, an absurd thought arising. Someone like me. Am I even worthy of such a magnificent death? Time to take your leave. Flame release song of the Crimson Lotus Hell. Scarlet karmic fire ignited and all turned to ash. Blazing light erupted with fierce intensity, a deep crimson pillar of fire bursting outward like a blooming red lotus. The sky itself was dyed a vivid scarlet. This place was naught but hell. Uchiha Kagami hovered high above the tower, ruins beneath him shattered beyond recognition. During a clash with an IWA shinobi, he had used his Sharingan to copy the lightweight rock technique. Though he couldn't fly with the same freedom as Inoki, hovering in place was well within his ability. The fusion of Yin release and fire release was without a doubt a Kekkei Jinkai. The research data Jiraiya had once given him proved invaluable, allowing him to infuse the Rasengan with elemental nature far more quickly. The Uchiha clan's chakra reserves vastly exceeded those of ordinary shinobi clans, and Kagami's Yin release had been affirmed by Madara himself to surpass that of Izuna, who possessed the Mangekyō. Kagami understood clearly that his ability development had to center on Yin release. The rampant flames continued their wanton consumption, devouring the surrounding towers entirely. As for Mukade, who boasted of his immortal puppet body, not a trace of him remained. The deep crimson flames still spread, finding fuel even in earth and stone with no sign of ever ceasing. Uchiha Kagami descended slowly, his gaze turning to one direction. In a few body flickers he appeared before Sasori and Sarah. Sarah, her hands bound by a chakra thread and her mouth sealed, trembled uncontrollably, tears spilling from her wide eyes. What in the world is happening? Who is this being that seems to have crawled straight out of hell? Sasori forced himself to calm his churning emotions. Since becoming a human puppet, this was the first time he had experienced such a violent surge of emotion. Had Uchiha Kagami not precisely pinpointed the location of his core, instilling a deep-seated wariness within him. He had initially believed that as long as his information hadn't been leaked, even if he couldn't defeat Uchiha Kagami, the fight would be a 30-70 split. Well, now he clearly understood the gap between them. Uchiha Kagami, are we to have this woman lead us to the dragon vein now? Look at that, he was even proactively asking for instructions. Quite well trained now, wasn't he? Sasori was about to remove the puppet fragment sealing Sarah's mouth, when he noticed 3 tomo swirling within her pupils. Under the control of Jinjutsu, she began walking directly in one direction. Uchiha Kagami approached Sasori and said casually, the Sharingan is quite convenient, isn't it? Ever fancy a pair for yourself? And what would be the price? Sasori's interest was piqued. You'd have to be reborn into the Uchiha clan in your next life. He had only been teasing, and Sasori had taken it seriously. Uchiha Kagami in good spirits clasped his hands behind his back and followed Sarah. Behind him, Sasori's fists clenched tightly. He truly clenched his fists. Honestly, if not for what he had just witnessed, even knowing that Uchiha Kagami was aware of his weakness, he would have fought to the death. Within a colossal tower, countless gaunt and half-naked individuals pushed against massive gears, their faces sallow and devoid of hope. These were the original inhabitants of the ancient land of Lolan, enslaved by Mukade to forge puppets and weapons for his ambitions. Sasori, temporarily suppressing his anger, found his attention drawn to the puppet materials within the tower. Sarah, still under Jinjutsu, walked up to a ceiling platform. At the center of the ceiling array, an open lid resembled a single unblinking eye, from which the blue-purple energy of the dragon vein seeped out. Without needing instruction, Sarah placed her hands upon the seal, her bloodline resonating with the dragon vein. Uchiha Kagami watched with a deep, penetrating gaze. The dragon vein was the lifeblood of the land, a massive aggregate of natural energy. Perhaps it could be understood as a tailed beast devoid of consciousness. The energy it possessed even surpassed that of a tailed beast. Even the Nine Tails, known for its limitless chakra, could exhaust its reserves and require time to recover. The dragon vein's power was so immense that even an instinctual, uncontrolled burst could tear through time and space itself. It was the stabilizing current of the earth, and its rampage could shatter the very ground. It was like a stabilizer for the world itself. The seal was broken. An endless pillar of blue-purple energy shot into the heavens. Faintly the sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the air. Boom, 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 boom. The entire town began to crumble and fracture. The tremors began to spread. Sasori began to panic. Uchiha-Kagami. No one can seize the power of the dragon vein. At most one could siphon small amounts using tools like Mangekyō did. You've seen it too. This power is not something humans should covet. Uchiha-Kagami paid him no heed, appearing on the ceiling platform in an instant. The incantations on the ceiling array danced wildly, but they could no longer contain the dragon vein's power, now freed from its suppression. If one looked up, they would see a vast expanse of the sky, painted in blue and purple. It was clear that if the dragon vein's power were to fully erupt, it would spell a calamity of earth-shattering proportions. Uchiha-Kagami thrust his hand into the pillar of light. An immense suction force pulled him in. The mental space. Sukuna couldn't help but marvel. Such a vast amount of materialized energy is truly unprecedented. Uchiha-Kagami, as that red-haired brat, said, your body cannot possibly contain this power. A slight smile curled at the corner of Uchiha-Kagami's mouth. Sukuna, have you ever heard the story of the man who bought the casket and returned the pearl? What do you mean? The moral of that story is about making the wrong choice, where the lesser thing is valued more than the greater. Conversely, it can also teach one to discard the dross and keep the essence. His Sharingan gazing impassively at Sukuna, Uchiha-Kagami continued. From the moment I realized I couldn't open the seal with my own strength alone, it became clear to me. Perhaps this cage that can bind you is more valuable than you are. Sukuna's expression turned ugly. Bastard, are you looking down on me? You opened the seal just to absorb this power? Something like that. It's all part of the plan. Boom. The mental space quaked as a torrent of blue-purple energy surged forth. It rushed past Sukuna's form, flooding into the sealed gate. More and more of it poured in, illuminating the dark interior and revealing the endless sea of corpses and blood. Sukuna let out a cold laugh. Such a massive conglomeration of energy is beyond your ability to use. You're not strong enough, Uchiha-Kagami. Don't just sit there guarding a mountain of treasure. Cooperate with me instead. I know you wish to learn reverse curse technique. With our combined intellect, we could transmute the very energy of this world. You're truly annoying. How many times must I say it for you to understand? You are not qualified to cooperate with me. The dragon vein's energy poured endlessly into the sealed gate, this unknown creation seemingly possessing infinite space within. After a long while, the torrent of energy gradually weakened, dwindling to a trickle. Uchiha-Kagami's mental space was filled with a blue-purple radiance. Beyond the vermilion gate, above the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, a blue-purple colossal dragon coiled and writhed, resembling an endless river lying in repose. Its serpentine body undulated like a mountain range stretching beyond the limits of sight. Each dragon scale shimmered with a mysterious, captivating light. The colossal dragon moved slowly, its eyes utterly devoid of any glimmer of sentience. It possessed no consciousness of its own. Yet even so, the unconscious pressure it exuded made Sukuna feel incredibly uncomfortable. He was already pinned and nailed down. Now it felt as if another massive mountain had been piled on top of him, suffocatingly oppressive. Its power was immense. Uchiha-Kagami's eyes held little surprise. This was all within his expectations. Preparations were complete. The perfect Mangekyō plan could now be set into motion. Meanwhile, a great upheaval was silently brewing in the outside world. The city of 1,000 towers began to crumble. This settlement had been built upon the power of the dragon vein. Scorpion's eyes were filled with horror, his perception of the world utterly shattered. Could it be? Could someone truly bear the power of the dragon vein? There were no complex rituals, no visible signs of difficulty. The dragon vein which sustained the earth surged into the youth's body like a clay ox entering the sea. Not a single ripple rose. In the distant, Scorpion seemed to glimpse an incredibly surreal scene. A divine dragon coiled above a sea of blood. Far away in the land of ghosts, the shrine maidens of the land of ghosts had guarded a demon named Muryu for generations. The source of Muryu's power was the evil within human hearts. In the palace, the shrine maiden Moroku sat in meditation. Suddenly she shuddered violently as a surge of immense malice crashed into her mind. Within her spirit, an illusory demon roared. Miko, you felt it, didn't you? The earth seal has vanished. Ha ha ha, you can no longer imprison me. I will break this seal soon. This world is mine. I shall destroy everything and establish my 1,000-king kingdom. Konoha Hozuki Castle. It was a prison built by the Grass Shinobi village upon the commission of various nations dedicated to housing rogue ninjas. In a concealed place there lay a mysterious black box. On each of its 4 sides was a face representing joy, wrath, sorrow, and pleasure. The bliss box, the ultimate weapon of the Sage of Six Paths era. With sufficient negative energy to nourish it, opening it would grant one wish. Legend holds that during the Sage of Six Paths era, the grass-hidden village once nearly obtained the entire world through it. No one saw the eerie black light emanating from it. Such events occurred across the shinobi world. Evil beasts sealed away for decades began to stir restlessly. Above the moon. 1,000 years ago, after Hagoromo and Himura Otsutsuki sealed Kaguya, the elder brother Hagoromo remained in the shinobi world to establish the shinobi sect. He is the one later known as the Sage of Six Paths. The younger brother Himura took his clan and flew to the moon to accompany their mother. It was both atonement and guardianship. In a magnificent palace, a middle-aged man with pale blue hair and deathly pale skin cradled an infant. His pure white pupils gazed toward the azure planet, his brows furrowed tightly. What has happened to the shinobi world? Years ago, the demonic statue of the Outer Path was summoned away, and now, the shinobi world created by the Sage of Six Paths has grown increasingly filthy. Between the gaps of reincarnation, the progenitor of the shinobi sect, the Sage of Six Paths, slowly opened his eyes. They were pale purple eyes of infinite power. The Rinnegan. For 1,000 years he had existed in the form of chakra, guarding the Pure Land and patrolling the shinobi world. In recent years, the most significant event was naturally Uchiha Madara opening the Rinnegan and summoning the demonic statue. He had not intervened. Now another event of the same magnitude had occurred. The Dragon Vein bears the responsibility of guarding the earth. This land had once been home to many evil entities, some sealed by the shinobi sect 1,000 years ago, followed by sealing clans such as the Uzumaki. The Dragon Vein played a key role among many seals. Uchiha-Kagami. The Sage of Six Paths murmured softly. He could not fathom how this descendant accomplished such a feat. Should he intervene now? Force him to return the Dragon Vein? For the first time he hesitated. The child foretold by Gamamaru had not yet appeared. If I intervene in the shinobi world's affairs arbitrarily, the green-eyed youth played with the tailed beasts, guiding them to understand their true power, changing the shinobi world. He sighed. The Sage of Six Paths ultimately chose to trust in the prophecy. There would surely be one who would show him the correct path. The ancient kingdom of Lulon had become a ruin. Those who barely survived trembled, cried, and wailed among the rubble. Ignoring such scenes, Uchiha-Kagami jumped down from the shattered ceiling platform. After absorbing the Dragon Vein, some chaotic entities seemed to roar in the shadows, disturbed by his act of taking it. Without a doubt, the Dragon Vein was of great significance. The legendary consequence of the earth cracking was not impossible. But Uchiha-Kagami was not the type to return a treasure already in his hands to avert disaster. Watching the earth's fissures cease their relentless spread, Scorpion breathed a slight sigh of relief. Uchiha-Kagami, you truly did it. He casually patted the younger man on the shoulder, a faint smile on his face. There's nothing to be amazed about. Basic operation. Scorpion, I find you quite interesting. Would you be interested in becoming my subordinate? Scorpion fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. Your strength and ambition both impress me. However, I am a man of vengeance. Before I kill that man, I wish to walk alone. What a pity. I hardly believe you can kill Hitaki Tsukumo. Uchiha-Kagami had only said it casually. He was far from desperate to recruit Scorpion. Alright, I'm leaving. Clean up your trash and get out of here soon, since this place will collapse. Scorpion's fist hidden in his sleeve tightened again. Not following this guy was definitely the right decision. I've already become a puppet. I don't want to die of a heart attack one day. Uchiha-Kagami summoned a giant eagle, the fierce wind howling and disheveling his long hair. The Dragon Vein's energy was vast, but putting it to immediate use was unlikely. Using natural energy, the best existing method, was Sage Mode. Uchiha-Kagami had other plans. The Dragon Vein was not absorbed for learning Sage Mode. There was no need to learn the techniques of those beasts. The Sharingan could achieve it. Crimson pupils pierced through the clouds, gazing into the distant sky. The Third Shinobi World War. It was time to reach its climax. Lord Kagami, you have returned. The ninja at the camp saluted respectfully. After years of war, he had been promoted to deputy commander of the Northern Front. This temporary wartime position was granted only because his reputation was too great for the higher-ups to ignore. Moreover, the subordinates under his command were all from ninja clans such as the Inuzuka and Nara. Their own clansmen had been stationed at the Eastern Front. Roughly half a year ago, the Hidden Mist village formally entered the war, attempting to carve out a piece of territory from Konoha. The Seven Swordsmen of the Mist also began to make a name for themselves, becoming a special unit that struck terror into the hearts of their enemies. Konoha's forefront war saw the northern and western lines facing the most difficult situations. The Hidden Rock and Hidden Cloud villages were incredibly strong. Excluding the disparity in top-tier powerhouses, the combined military strength of the two villages was no weaker than Konoha's. This led Danzo to repeatedly curse Uchiha-Kagami at the four great gods of Konoha meetings for disregarding the bigger picture and killing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Fortunately, Kagami could not hear him, otherwise that old man would have died long ago. Danzo had always been skulking in the shadows unseen. Ever since Uchiha-Kagami rose to fame, his own men could not find him. Truly a rat in the gutter, disgusting as ever. As Kagami sat down in his tent, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Lord Kagami, Lord Jiraiya requests your immediate presence. It is a matter of utmost urgency. Had the Cloud Village attacked? When Uchiha-Kagami lifted the flap of the Supreme Commander's tent, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped him. His gaze swept over the people inside Jiraiya, Uchiha, Fugaku, Noara Rin, and Kakashi. Kakashi stood motionless, devoid of any vitality, his expression mirroring that of his father years ago. Glancing at Fugaku, Uchiha Kagami spoke bluntly, "Why are you here?" "We'll discuss that later," Jiraiya said, his expression somber. "Kagami, Obito has sacrificed himself." Uchiha Kagami's expression did not change. He had already deduced this upon entering and not seeing Obito. Upon closer inspection of Kakashi, he noticed both his eyes were intact, though his chest was heavily bandaged. It seemed that in the original timeline, Kakashi receiving Obito's eyes was merely a coincidence, not part of Uchiha Madara's calculations. If events had truly followed the original course, Kagami would have found it strange. He stepped forward facing Kakashi. The boy's eyes were filled with lifelessness as he slowly raised his head. "Kagami, Obito is dead. I know there is no need to repeat it." Uchiha Kagami looked at Kakashi indifferently. Kakashi remained silent for a long time before forcing words out of his hoarse throat. "Where did you go?" "Minato-sensei didn't respond to me either. I was so close. I almost managed to save him." Tears slid down from beneath Kakashi's mask, falling one by one onto the ground. For days prior, he had not spoken a word, refusing to eat or drink. Seeing Kagami now caused his emotional collapse. Slap! A loud slap echoed through the tent, and Kakashi fell to the ground upon impact. "Kagami, what are you doing?" Uchiha Kagami ignored Jiraiya and stepped on Kakashi's chest, his gaze from above extremely indifferent. "Do you think Minato and I must revolve around you? Do you think you have the right to demand our constant protection? You always say good enough during training, but when it matters most you fall short by just a little." Uchiha Kagami bent down, grabbing Kakashi by his collar, their eyes inches apart. "Always thinking about relying on others, wishing I were here, wishing Minato were here. On what grounds? Those who abandon their comrades are not even worth calling trash. Someone like you who abandons yourself is the true trash." Uchiha Kagami pointed a finger toward the outside, his voice cold. "This is war, a war of life and death. Perhaps while I am speaking to you, a Konoha ninja has already died. Obito was no different from you, and certainly no different from me. If you want to cry, do it somewhere else. I have no interest in hearing your complaints." Bang! Uchiha Kagami kicked Kakashi out directly. Noira-rin hurried after him. "Kagami, your method of motivation is too extreme." Jiraiya sighed. It pained him to see his disciple go through this. However, he was even more unwilling to see Kakashi sink into despair, so he did not stop Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami turned to look at him and said calmly, "You misunderstood. This is not some form of stimulation therapy, though I simply wanted to scold him. I'll take it as you having a sharp tongue, but a soft heart." To put it bluntly, if Obito were not Kakashi's close friend, Jiraiya would not care about the life or death of such a low-ranking ninja. After a few brief words, he turned the topic to Uchiha Fugaku. "While you were away from the battlefield, the Cloud Village launched several incursions. The Rock Village front has been relatively quiet lately, so Fugaku came to fill your vacancy." Uchiha Kagami raised an eyebrow, a faint, ambiguous smile on his face. "Oh, then I suppose the current deputy commander is also clan head Fugaku, isn't it?" Fugaku's deathly pale face revealed no expression as he said flatly, "These are the orders of the Hokage. Kagami, you have worked hard these past few years. You can return to rest for a while." Uchiha Kagami's eyes narrowed slightly, his smile deepening. "Do not overthink it. The old man indeed wants you to rest for a period before returning. Minato and Kushina both have leave as well. Since you had matters to attend to before, you likely haven't rested at all since returning." Jiraiya patted Uchiha Kagami on the shoulder and forced a smile. "You are still young, you should be a bit easier on yourself. Training also requires a balance of tension and relaxation." "I will handle it myself, Jiraiya." "Teacher." Uchiha Kagami turned and walked out, glancing back at Fugaku with a faint smile. "Clan head Fugaku, come. I have some matters to entrust to you. I also have some things to discuss with you." Fugaku stepped forward to follow. Watching their retreating figures, Jiraiya had a vague sense of foreboding. However, these were internal Uchiha clan matters, and he could not intervene excessively. Jiraiya understood Hiruzen Sarutobi's thoughts, but from his perspective he indeed wanted Uchiha Kagami away from the battlefield for as long as possible. Kagami was still so young, prolonged exposure to the battlefield at such an early age was not a good thing. Even if Kagami's mental fortitude was stronger, there was no guarantee he would not face setbacks like Kakashi. After all, even Tsunade, Uchiha Kagami walked far away until the camp was barely visible. Fugaku did not say anything, silently following behind. Turning before a large tree, Uchiha Kagami looked at Fugaku with a light smile. "You have obtained the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, yet you still choose to side with Hiruzen Sarutobi." Fugaku's expression changed, but he quickly composed himself. "Kagami, your ocular power is indeed strong, you noticed." The Tritomo Sharingan appeared in Fugaku's eyes, rotating slowly to form the shape of a three-pronged shuriken. "This cursed power. If possible, I would not have wanted you to awaken it. Kagami, I have seen the future. If the Uchiha clan rebels with force, the outcome will be disastrous. Compromise. At least wait until the Uchiha possess sufficient power." Uchiha Kagami crossed his arms. He was not the slightest bit surprised by Fugaku's Mangekyō and smiled mockingly. "It is merely a future deduced from your shallow understanding. The future cannot be foreseen. I only know. The future of the Uchiha is in my hands." "Enough, Fugaku." Uchiha Kagami extended a hand and beckoned. Come at me with all your might. Do not die too easily. Kagami. Fugaku's gaze grew increasingly indifferent. Without these eyes you have no idea of the difference between a 3-tomo Sharingan and a Mangekyō. With a flash, an invisible slash tore through the air, grazing past Fugaku's body and severing dozens of giant trees. Next time I won't give a warning. Fugaku's expression darkened and an icy aura surged. A bestial inhuman roar echoed as a deep purple chakra materialized, enveloping his body. Blood tears began to flow from one of his eyes, igniting black flames from the void. Amaterasu's flames. The valiant martial god dwelling within the Mangekyō. Its name is Susanoo. This is the ultimate destructive power of our clan. Uchiha Kagami, then as you wish, behold my full might. A half-formed Susanoo stood amidst the black flames, godlike and demonic. Fugaku not only summoned Susanoo, but also covered the battlefield with Amaterasu's black flames. These flames are eternal. No need to introduce your technique. Uchiha Kagami raised his hand and sliced through the black flames creeping toward him. At least you have enough combat experience not to use it directly on me. Fugaku remained silent. Amaterasu could incinerate everything, but he knew it took a moment to lock onto a target with his ocular power. That moment was brief, barely enough for most shinobi to react. But Uchiha Kagami, renowned as the Crimson Eye, the epitome of the Sharingan, wouldn't be caught off guard. Thus, instead of attacking Kagami directly, Fugaku chose to shape the battlefield with Amaterasu's flames, limiting Kagami's use of that terrifying fist technique. That was the most reasonable decision. At medium to long range, dodging with Mangekyō's ocular power wasn't difficult. Perhaps there was no need to dodge at all. Uchiha Kagami, you cannot cut through my Susanoo. Kagami, I won't kill you. It's time you understand who is the true head of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku had no obsession with the position and was willing to yield to a worthy successor. But willingly yielding and being forced out were two different things. In recent years, Kagami's influence had grown too strong and clan authority had begun to shift. The assets were secondary. What mattered most was that more and more clan members embraced Kagami's ideology and joined the radicals. Fugaku foresaw that after the war ended, Konoha would purge the Uchiha. He had to reverse the course before that happened. A crack. The sound of Susanoo shattering interrupted Fugaku's thoughts. Uchiha Kagami hadn't even activated his Sharingan. A slash stained with crimson flames swept through the black flames, with devastating force brutally cleaving through the half-formed Susanoo. Fugaku's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as if what he saw defied perception. Kagami's raised finger didn't fall as his emotionless voice rang out. Your Susanoo compared to his? No, there's no comparison. Susanoo is indeed the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha, but using it in your hands is a desecration. Kagami walked forward, the all-consuming black flames unable to approach him, repelled by an invisible force. Inside the shattered Susanoo, Fugaku remained unharmed by the slash. But his ultimate technique had been so easily broken he couldn't shake off the overwhelming disparity. 3-tomo spun in Kagami's eyes, showing no trace of a victor's pride. He walked right up to Fugaku. What is this all? How boring. No, it wasn't over. How could it end like this? Uchiha Kagami. I am the one with the Mangekyō. A crimson light flashed, and the world turned monochrome. Mugen Tenkyoku. A Mangekyō-level ocular technique. It not only had the ability to foresee future possibilities, but could also drag a target into this illusion world, draining their mental energy. The consumption of constructing this illusion space was borne by the opponent. Even a jonin from the Nara clan skilled in in release couldn't last more than a few seconds. Within the illusion space, a blood-drenched night, filled with murderous intent. Shinobi wearing Anbu masks stormed into the Uchiha compound, slaughtering wildly. In the distance, the nine-tailed demon fox roared. Fugaku spread his arms and bellowed. Do you see this, Kagami? Even if I controlled the nine tails like Madara, the Uchiha clan couldn't win in a revolt. Konoha would be devastated, but our clan would be annihilated. Is this the future you want? Uchiha Kagami felt his mental energy being drained. I'm a mere drop in the ocean. This technique had its merits, but using it on me. How laughable. Kagami chuckled, a hint of disdain and mockery. First mistake, you could never do what Madara did. Your capacity isn't even worthy of uttering that name. Sorry, I was mistaken earlier. This isn't a prediction based on your own insight. It's nothing but the delusions of an incompetent. Uchiha Kagami extended his hand and gently clenched it. Instantly, the monochrome world shattered. Fugaku spat out a mouthful of blood, his spirit utterly withered by the backlash of the illusion. The shock in his eyes was beyond words. How? What? I'm the one with the Mangekyō. Uchiha Kagami stepped on Fugaku's throat, unwilling to listen to him any longer. Originally, I intended to kill you. With your cowardice and incompetence, death would be a release. Kagami extended his fingers, and Fugaku, pinned by the foot, couldn't even scream. Two blood-stained eyeballs were held in his palm. You don't deserve these eyes. Live on in misery. Watch, no, listen to how I lead the Uchiha to become the strongest in the shinobi world. From now on, you are no longer the Uchiha clan head, and you are never allowed to leave the Uchiha compound. Uchiha Kagami leaned closer and whispered in Fugaku's ear. What I will give you is not death, but suffering, pain, sorrow, defeat. The series of blows caused Uchiha Fugaku to lose consciousness. Uchiha Kagami raised his hand, and two figures appeared instantly. Genka and Unkai were elite 3-tomo Uchiha, selected by Kagami, tempered by the flames of war. They served as his guard. He tossed Fugaka's eyes to Genka. Take Fugaka back. Give the eyes to Shinka. Unkai informed the clan. After this, I am the Uchiha clan head. As the two departed with Fugaku, Jiraiya slowly approached. Such a commotion could not escape the perception of Jiraiya, one of the three ninja. Uchiha Kagami had also sensed his presence all along and made no effort to conceal it. Just as he had once given Minato a choice, Jiraiya had shown him kindness, and Uchiha Kagami was willing to grant him one as well. Fugaku had also been given a chance, but he made the wrong choice. Jiraiya gazed at Uchiha Kagami with a deeply conflicted expression, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. The crimson in his eyes faded, and Uchiha Kagami turned with a faint smile. Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya's mind flashed back to the boy who had first called him sensei, with an innocent smile years ago. Though not much time had passed, it felt like a lifetime ago. Kagami, did it have to come to this? Even Fugaku could see the truth, so how could Jiraiya not? Once this war ended, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village would become irreconcilable. Uchiha Kagami, the leader of the radical faction, had already risen to power. There was once a chance for reconciliation, but Tobirama Senju cut off that possibility. I understand. But, his own disciple and his own teacher. Jiraiya fell silent for a long time. Kagami. His expression was twisted, as if half his face was smiling and half crying. Tsunade has left. After this war, I also want to go on a journey. Forgive me, Kagami. Your teacher is a coward lacking the courage to stand by your side. At least, Konoha will endure, won't it? Is this your choice, Jiraiya-sensei? Of course. The Uchiha had a part in Konoha's founding. I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. Jiraiya let out a long sigh. He would leave the rest to Orochimaru to worry about. After all, you're the one who wants to be Hokage. I was hoping you could help me gather materials in the village, you restless brat. Fugaku was wounded in battle and will return to the village to recover. I'll tell the old man that. Jiraiya stepped closer, intending to ruffle Uchiha Kagami's hair, but realized the lad was almost as tall as him now, so he patted his shoulder instead. Come on, let me show you. I've learned to add nature transformation to the Rasengan too. A month passed. The Western Front. The Land of Wind had declared defeat months ago, and Mangekyō submitted an alliance treaty to Konoha. It was not a surrender, so there were no clauses for reparations. Konoha, besieged on all sides, was already overburdened. Though they knew Mangekyō could spare few troops to assist, ending the war would allow them to redeploy some forces to the Iwagakure front, easing the pressure. Konoha agreed. Thus the Land of Wind, which had first ignited the war, became the first to withdraw from the Third Great Ninja War, licking its wounds in the sandstorm. In the command room, Konoha's main combat forces had assembled. Orochimaru, Minato, Namikaze, Kushina, Uzumaki, the Ino Shikicho trio, led by Shikaku, Nara, Shinko, Yuhi, Shinosuke, Sarutobi. The Uchiha and Hyuga were on the eastern front, while Jiraiya, Uchiha Kagami, and others were on the northern front. Here gathered the vast majority of Konoha's strength. Minato's expression was somber. He had only learned of what happened to Kakashi afterward, as he was then on the main front against IWA, unable to attend to other matters. With Kirigakure joining the battle, the eastern front situation was grim. Had it not been for Shikaku Nara's brilliant tactics, Kirigakure might have breached the Land of Fire's heartland. Every available ninja from Konoha had been deployed, and every household had lost friends or family. War is a merciless word. Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer bear such losses, and decided to gather the main force for a decisive battle against IWA. The entire army would assemble before the Canopy Bridge, and Hiruzen himself would arrive on the battlefield. This was a gamble on the Land of Fire's national fate. After crushing the numerically superior IWA forces, they could concentrate their strength against Kimogakure. Once they freed up their hands, the Kirigakure forces crossing the sea would pose little threat. On the far side of the Canopy Bridge, swirling sandstorms could be seen in the distance, likely caused by the sheer number of IWA ninja. A prolonged war was also unbearable for IWA, which lacked Konoha's abundant resources. In reality, this war was Inoki using Iwa's inferior pawns to trade for Konoha's elite. I don't care how many I lose, but you have many clan children to worry about. Moreover, IWA, it was in a generational gap. If he could find a few promising talents in the war, he would nurture them vigorously. Before long, Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in battle gear, appeared and lifted the tent flap. Lord Hokage, Lord Third, you've arrived, Lord Third. With you personally leading the battle, we will surely achieve victory. Third, old man, you really came. Frequent battles in his youth had left Hiruzen Sarutobi not yet 60, looking aged. But his era was not yet over. When he appeared on the battlefield, the previously somber atmosphere instantly shifted. Many of them had grown up hearing the legends of Hiruzen Sarutobi and held immense respect for the shinobi no Kensei. Even someone like Orochimaru felt reassured at the sight of Hiruzen. If it's the old man, it will be fine. You are the man who ended 2 great ninja wars and led Konoha into its golden age. Orochimaru, Minato, what is the current situation? Hiruzen Sarutobi did not rely solely on intelligence. On the battlefield, the commander's on-site judgment was the most direct. 3 days ago, IWA launched a major offensive with about 15,000 troops, and the Jinchuriki has also appeared. Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse. He had not rested well in the past 6 or 7 days. With Kushina's help, we were able to fill the gap in combat power. Intelligence Ninja have reported that more IWA forces are gathering near the Canopy Bridge. I see. It seems that Old Man Inoki also wants to end this war. Hiruzen and Inoki were old rivals, having clashed both at the end of the First War and throughout the Second War. In local skirmishes they had traded victories, but in the end Konoha always prevailed. There was no deep blood feud as IWA had always been the aggressor. Inoki despised the Third Hokage even more, if not for that reckless fool who had sought cooperation. Inoki would still want to fight the Third Hokage. Ultimately, it was because Uchiha Kagami had stood against his dust release and killed the previous Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, forcing the mortal enemies, Kumo and IWA, to unite. After assessing the situation, Hiruzen Sarutobi laid out a series of deployments clearly demonstrating a sharper battlefield instinct than Orochimaru, pointing out many of his shortcomings. His gaze shifted between Orochimaru and Minato. After this war I should step down. I must entrust the village to a suitable fourth Hokage. But he recalled the message from the Northern Front that Jiraiya had sent back. Fugaku. He also wanted to visit the Uchiha compound to see Fugaku's condition and ask what had happened, but was blocked by a group of Uchiha clansmen led by Shinku. A bunch of red-eyed fanatics, either old men or cripples. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't bring himself to force his way in, and Danzo was absent. These issues would have to wait until after the war. He couldn't leave them for the fourth Hokage. Kagami, you have squandered the last chance I gave you. The wind howled mournfully. At both ends of the vast shinobi bridge stood the pinnacle of the ninja world's power. Sarutobi Hiruzen, long time no see. Inoki floated in midair, flanked by elite IWA shinobi including Huang Tu and Lao Zi. Behind them, amidst the deep forest, stretched a haze of sand and smoke. An air of slaughter rose. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, sensing an indefinable strangeness in Inoki before him. For experts of their level, transformation jutsu could not deceive perception. So what caused this unsettling feeling? Inoki's gaze fell upon Kushina among the crowd, his eyes turning cold. You little wench have caused us no end of trouble. The Uzumaki clan wasn't completely wiped out after all. Ever since he exchanged intelligence with the Third Hokage and learned that Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a red-haired woman, he had nearly snapped his back in fury. He had held a grudge ever since. Damn, old man. What did you say? Enraged, Kushina's red hair flew wildly as her violent chakra burst forth, nearly knocking over those beside her. On her fair cheeks, faint traces of beast whiskers appeared. Calm down, Kushina. Minato quickly tried to soothe her. Though there was no risk of a random rampage, if Kushina's emotions became too intense, the Nine-Tails could still influence her slightly. He's trying to provoke you, don't fall for it. As he comforted her, Minato remained ready to assist in sealing the Nine-Tails should anything go wrong. Kushina took a few heavy breaths, struggling to calm herself. Her eyes fixed on Inoki, her voice, I see you, old bastard, I'm going to kill you. Enough, Inoki. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke sternly. Show some dignity as a Kage. Since it's come to this, I won't urge you to surrender. Bang. The adamantine staff transformed in Sarutobi's grip. He assumed a battle stance. This time you will lose again. Heh. Seeing Inoki's unmoving figure, his whiskers curling into a smile, Sarutobi's unease grew stronger. Hiruzen, old man, I have no interest in you. Inoki sneered. You disappoint me, letting that Uchiha brat grow unchecked. I didn't want to do this favor, helping you deal with the Uchiha. Be grateful, just like the year we helped you destroy the land of whirlpools, allowing you to keep the last Uzumaki. Thump. A heartbeat suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Sarutobi's head snapped toward Kushina, yelling, Kushina. Regarding the land of whirlpools, we truly had no time to intervene. Even Konoha was engulfed in war. Lady Mito knew about this. Thump. Kushina clutched her head, streams of crimson chakra leaking out. I know. Grandma Mito told me to. Minato. Take Kushina away. She doesn't need to fight. Sarutobi made an immediate decision. Under the circumstances, Kushina could no longer stay. If the Nine-Tails rampage, the first target would be Konoha, not IWA. Damn it. This was exactly why he didn't want Jinchuriki on the battlefield. The Nine-Tails was too uncontrollable. Sarutobi turned to glare at Inoki. Bang. 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 The elite IWA shinobi beside Inoki began exploding one by one. Shadow clones. A diversion. Impossible. The 10,000 IWA shinobi detected were absolutely real. Inoki crossed his arms, speaking solemnly. Guess how many of us went to the cloud battlefield, and how many infiltrated Konoha? Behind me are 15,000 IWA shinobi, all prepared to die together. You can try sending that flying thunder god kid to chase us. It won't be easy to fool you, but we haven't gone far yet. Huh. Shut up. The adamantine staff extended, but Inoki made no move to dodge, smiling as he spoke his final words. Kushina, why did only you survive? Because you were the most suitable to be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With a crash, Inoki's shadow clone was shattered. Boom. A pillar of black-red chakra shot into the sky. Kushina. Minato shouted her name, pressing his hand on her abdomen desperately, trying to strengthen the seal. Three Tails. Minato. I know. Kushina's voice was hoarse beyond recognition. I know it's not Konoha's fault. But, why did only I survive? That old man already told you. Because you alone can be my cage. Do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen is any better? If he could save you, could he not have saved even one more? Release me and I'll slaughter everyone who destroyed the land of whirlpools. Of course, first this old fox must go kill the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. The Nine-Tails rejoiced. What a perfect time to break the seal. Kushina had gradually grown accustomed to life in Konoha. As her body matured, she could fully suppress the Nine-Tails provided her emotions remained stable. Controlling the Nine-Tails wasn't simply locking it away. Without inner strength, it could always find a breach. Naruto's seal was an enhanced 8-trigram seal with Minato's own chakra acting as the final lock. Even with all those layers, half of the Nine-Tails could still influence Naruto when his emotions were unstable. Defeating the Nine-Tails and sealing it were two different things. To put it plainly, you can kill a man with one stab, but binding him is far from simple. If one didn't need to use Tail Beast power, the Cloud Village's Amber Purifying Pot would be the perfect suppressor. After all, it was a 6-paths artifact. Now seeing the endless wave of IWA shinobi charging from afar, every Konoha shinobi turned to Sarutobi awaiting orders. Sarutobi's face darkened terribly. Kushina's emotions needed calming, but the IWA forces had already launched their attack. There was no time. And the whereabouts of Onoki and his group were crucial. Jiraiya, the village. Koharu and Danzo were there. Even if Onoki targeted the village, they could hold for a while. But the cloud battlefield. If Onoki went there, he must have already made a deal with the Third Hokage. He let out a deep breath. He made his decision. Kushina, calm down. You, Minato, and Orochimaru go reinforce the northern front. Sarutobi roared. Jiraiya, Kagami, and countless Konoha shinobi are waiting for you. This is the village Lady Mito protected all her life. No matter what you think, her love for you was never false. Leave 3 Jonin squad leaders here, the rest return to the village. Sarutobi stared ahead, gripping the adamantine staff tightly. If I die here, appoint Orochimaru as the 4th Hokage. Execute the orders. At the northern border of the Land of Fire, dozens of shinobi wearing Kimogakure headbands stood on a cliff. Leading them was the Third Hokage. These were the absolute elite of Kimogakure. At worst, special Jonin with extraordinary abilities along with the immensely powerful AB duo. The 8 Tails had revived faster than anticipated. Its respawn point, still the Cloud Lightning falls in the Land of Lightning. After successfully suppressing it, Killer Bee voluntarily became its Jinchuriki, inheriting the suffering his master had endured. Killer Bee was an unprecedented genius of Kimogakure. He had achieved the realm of a perfect Jinchuriki, which had only existed in theory. I gazed at the distant tents of Konoha. Father Uchiha Kagami has returned and a large force of Konoha shinobi is gathering in the grass country. Can we trust the person who gave us this information? The Third Hokage kept his eyes forward, arms crossed, and said calmly, Onoki received the same message at the same time. There are few capable of such a feat. It's likely the same individual who gave us information a few years ago. Has stirring trouble from the shadows. As they spoke, a sound of tearing wind came from above the clouds. Onoki arrived with 2 figures, Rashi and Han. 2 Kage, 3 Jinchuriki, dozens of powerful shinobi. This lineup was even more extravagant than the one that had hunted the 2nd Hokage. Just to kill that brat, do we really need to sacrifice so many shinobi? Rashi's expression was grim. He did not agree with Onoki's decision. Had it not been for the 4 Tails inside him howling madly, he would have preferred to stay on the main battlefield. It is worth it, Onoki said in a deep voice. I am absolutely certain that this one will grow to the level of Madara Uchiha. Paying some price now to kill him is a very good deal. The other side is not necessarily doomed. Perhaps the 9 Tails will go berserk and slaughter Konoha's people first. Besides, I have instructed Kitsuchi to retreat once casualties reach a certain level. You rotten egg, 2 you on a pound, just abandon your comrades. Oh yeah. Onoki, his face full of dark lines, looked at Killer Bee, then turned his gaze to the Third Hokage. What were you thinking putting the 8 Tails in this guy? My comrade is not for you to judge. The Third Hokage snorted coldly. If Gyuki hadn't said that one's restraint on Jinchuriki was too great, I wouldn't have teamed up with a despicable old man like you. Hokage Big Bro Little 8 told me to tell you not to call him that, but to address him as Lord 8 Tails. Doesn't rhyme, Baka Yuruku. Shut up. Bang. The Third Hokage slammed a heavy punch into Killer Bee, driving him into the ground. Aside helplessly and pulled his brother out. Be quiet. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning had never been on good terms. Sometimes they even backstabbed each other while fighting Konoha. It was only in recent years that both sides had practiced restraint, united by a common target they both wanted to eliminate. This was a kind of diversion of conflict outward. Let's discuss the battle strategy. Onoki sighed. Had it not been for his childhood trauma, he wouldn't have wanted to cooperate with these reckless men from Kimogakure. Do we even need a strategy? The Third Hokage frowned and snorted. With such a force assembled, we could kill even the 1st Hokage. This was exactly why he disliked cooperating with these people. Hashirama Senju had defeated Madara Uchiha. Onoki dared not even imagine how monstrous that man must have been. Only someone who had never seen the world would utter such words. Onoki did not refute the Third Hokage. He knew exactly what to say to such a man. Defeating him is certainly no problem, but we must consider how to keep him here. According to my investigation, this brat's temperament is exactly like Madara Uchiha. He couldn't care less about his comrades. Threatening him with others is useless. We must strike a killing blow without giving him a chance to escape. Konoha has a flying Thunder God user. If he comes to rescue Uchiha Kagami, it will be much harder to get such an opportunity again. You've seen his growth rate. How old is he now? If he escapes, the consequences will be endless. Then what do you suggest? I'll listen and decide whether to follow your plan. Couldn't he just admit outright that he was a brute and had no constructive opinion? Tisk's stupid Kumogakure only using their crooked brains when it came to stealing things. Inoki cleared his throat and continued, the safest method is for you to attack first, and I will intervene after you engage. 2 seconds. The charge of dust release will definitely be sensed by him. Constrain him for at least 2 seconds. Then I will annihilate him with dust release. In essence, he was using the Kumogakure shinobi as bait while he prepared his ultimate technique from the rear. The Raikage narrowed his eyes at Inoki. I know you have ill intentions, but we shinobi of Kumogakure are not the kind of sneaky scum you are. Very well then. Let's go. Boom. The third Raikage blazed with lightning and shot forth. The immense recoil made the cliff tremble precariously. Inside the tent, Uchiha Kagami read by candlelight. There were many ancient texts in the shinobi world that could inspire him. The process of chakra application, ingenious ideas for jutsu. Traces of the sage's teachings could be found within them. The complete system refined by countless shinobi over a millennium could achieve almost anything with chakra. Even Tobarama Senju, a genius, could not have created those forbidden techniques from nothing. The 1,000-year legacy of the Senju of the forest provided the foundation. The Uchiha had such records too. Not only did they have them, but they had even more than the Senju. After all, Indra was the progenitor of the concept of ninjutsu. Many obscure, incomplete techniques that Madara Uchiha did not take with him were highly valuable for reference. Damn it. Last time he was too focused on complaining about the darkness and dampness of the cave to copy the texts Madara had taken. But Uchiha Kagami was not in a hurry. Whether he could get them from Madara was uncertain. Once Obito inherited them, he could just take them from Obito. Yes, and also snag a few live white Zetsu specimens. Just as he was thinking, something entered his perception range. So sharp and exposed. A faint smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Kagami's mouth. Finally. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A bolt of azure lightning tore through the night sky. The camp immediately erupted with urgent alarms. A figure bathed in lightning approached rapidly. Uchiha Kagami slashed through the tent and stood atop it. 3 Tomo slowly rotated, in his eyes a flash of crimson passing by. Brat. Finally caught you. You bastard who killed Bullywubai. Die. Lightning converged on his fingers, blindingly bright. Hell stab. 4-finger nukite. Uchiha Kagami remained silent, black-red lightning flickering around his clenched fist. Black flash. The azure and black-red lightning collided. A profound silence fell. Then, boom, boom, boom. The next moment, a shockwave like a typhoon swept across the entire camp. Crackling lightning serpents burst forth in all directions. Nearby tents were torn asunder, and the ground fissured with roots spreading like veins. The thunderous collision of lightning claps resounded across the wilds. In the briefest instant, they clashed no fewer than a dozen times. Uchiha Jing was the first to withdraw, vanishing in a flash to perch atop a towering tree. A kid already giving up. The third Raikage's fist was already upon him. Uchiha Jing chuckled lightly. Without words, you brutes are incapable of combat. Damn it. Lightning flashed as the third Raikage curled one finger, the 3-finger spear. Uchiha Jing raised a finger and formed a single-handed seal. A bewitching barrier of scarlet flame flowed like liquid before him. Flame release. Crimson Lotus Prison Robe. The piercing 3-finger spear, upon contact with the flame torrent, was deflected upward by an inexplicable force. What in the world is this, eh? The third Raikage jerked his hand back. The lightning armor was dotted with vivid crimson flames, searing his chakra. Accompanying it was a bone-chilling cold. A frigid flame. The third Raikage, unwilling to press on with uncertain intelligence, instantly retreated, peeling off the flames along with a portion of his chakra. Those who survived the chaotic war era were never truly brainless. They would have perished long ago. He frowned at the dancing flames. The form resembled the flames of the Two Tails, but possessed an additional sinister, cold property. Though it was fire, it carried the sensation of water releases, deflecting force. And the third Raikage had a clear premonition of danger. Being tainted by this thing would spell nothing good. The flames coursed slowly along Uchiha Jing's body, as if shaping a coat of fire. Lava released chakra mode. You bumpkin, this is flame release. Shushishu. The cloud ninja following close behind arrived. Jiraiya also shunshined to Uchiha Jing's side, brow deeply furrowed. The Raikage came personally. I've already arranged their evacuation. This level of battle is beyond their involvement. Jing, I'll summon Gamekin to assist you in battle. Give me a little time to enter sage mode. Uchiha Jing turned to look at Jiraiya and replied calmly. Very well, then let me witness it. After a thought, he still warned. Inoki has also arrived. Beware of a particle-style blast. What? Jiraiya's pupils constricted sharply. The Raikage was bad enough, but the Tsuchikage too. What is this? Why don't you go after the old man? He's the Hokage. Did you see him? Which direction is Inoki? Uchiha Jing shook his head. He's hiding. Ew, I only sensed his chakra for an instant. He was lying. Inoki was a veteran ninja of vast experience. How could he commit such a rookie mistake? As for how Uchiha Jing knew, because he had sent someone to inform that Suchikage and Raikage of his own intelligence. He orchestrated this decapitation strike against himself. Boom. Lightning hot knife. Killer Bee cloaked in crimson chakra, and they pincered him from front and back. Their arms swung like guillotines, slashing horizontally. Uchiha Jing leaped, kicking apart their combined assault. A fierce battle resumed. Ninjas had no tradition of duels. The third Raikage and the pair ganged up on Uchiha Jing. Figures touched and separated, then clashed in an instant, moving so fast they were only a blur of light from afar. Sonic booms and shockwaves rose one after another. Uchiha Jing had fallen into a disadvantage, yet his expression showed no wavering nor any intention of retreat. Bang! A deep crimson toad with a U-shaped pattern on its face joined the fray, aiding Uchiha Jing's defense. Gamaki! Protect Jing! Jiraiya shouted, his figure vanishing into the forest. He needed to summon the two toad sages and enter sage mode. This would take time. I understand. Though I am clumsy, I will protect you. Through medicinal baths and training, Uchiha Jing's body had developed to that of a 16 or 17-year-old. A ninja had limits. The prodigious Kakashi, after reaching adulthood, only grew in combat experience and jutsu development, with no fundamental enhancement. The source of Uchiha power was the eyes. Without special circumstances, his body had reached its current limit. Ordinarily, one could only strengthen the physique over time like Might Guy. Human energy was finite. Uchiha Jing had always understood he needed to develop the Sharingan. He could not dedicate himself entirely to taijutsu like Might Guy. Uchiha Jing's strongest facet was his spiritual energy, potent enough to even contend with the aged Uchiha Madara's Jinjutsu. He effortlessly shattered Fugaku's illusion world. In truth, he already stood at the apex of the current ninja world, the so-called Kage level that ordinary ninja could only dream of. He even held overwhelming advantage over some less comprehensive Kage. For example, Raza of the Sand, or Fugaku with his Mangekyō. The path to further strength was clearly laid out in the original timeline. Sasuke, or Naruto, the future strongest of the ninja world. With the dragon vein, Uchiha Jing could replicate Sasuke's Sage Susanoo. With Sukuna and his own extreme spiritual energy, he could unlock a Mangekyō with inexhaustible ocular power. But what a pity. This path had a visible end. Even with all attributes maxed, he would be at best on par with Eternal Mangekyō Sasuke plus Sage Enhancement. This world would eventually face the Otsutsuki clan's invasion. Such power was insufficient. Even without considering future crises, Uchiha Jing did not want to walk a path with a predetermined end. He was like a barrel. The half representing the body was half a meter tall, while the half representing the spirit was 50 meters. What he wanted to do was to cut down the tall side and fill the short side. Then as spiritual energy rose, he would raise the entire barrel's height uniformly. This was an infinite path. The key to achieving this was the reversal technique. No, it should be the evolved version of the reversal technique adapted to the chakra system. Relying solely on his own research and insight would take too long. No matter. The Uchiha clan were the beloved children of the world, the mirror of the heart. The Mangekyō awakened by each Uchiha was not fixed, but depended on the intense wish at the moment of awakening. This was a gift of heaven. The Mangekyō was never a cursed power, but a heavenly blessing. This was the opportunity to break through limits. Gamaken's formidable defensive ability combined with Uchiha Jing held back the Raikage and his forces. Though no victory was in sight, a stalemate had formed, threatening to drag into a prolonged battle. Uchiha Jing frowned slightly. This is not the situation I wanted. If Jiraiya enters Sage mode, we might even be able to counterattack. Anoki, what are you waiting for? Flash. Suddenly 3 figures appeared directly on the battlefield. Minato Namikaze. Jing, I'm here. Kushina had stabilized somewhat, though her expression remained dim. Seeing Uchiha Jing, she forced herself to survey the scene. Cloud Ninja. How annoying. Ooh, I'm really angry right now. Uchiha Jing shook off the Raikage and his group, rushing toward Minato and the others. The 3 Tomo and his pupils spun wildly. Things deviated slightly, but could still be remedied. No. Perhaps now the situation was even more favorable to me. ZZZZ, a pure white beam shot from afar. Particle style. Uchiha Jing deliberately extended a hand, adjusting his position. The pure white light annihilated his arm. Jing. Minato, having just brought the 2 over long distances with multiple flying thunder god jumps, was heavily drained of chakra and couldn't save Uchiha Jing in time. Nor could he resist the Jinjutsu released by Uchiha Jing. Minato. Kushina caught the toppling Minato, utterly confused. Uchiha Jing's pupils turned, unleashing a torrent of Uchiha Madara's ocular power, resonating with the 9 tails inside Kushina. Kushina, already emotionally unstable, had Tomo appear in her eyes as surges of chakra leaked out. A suppressed, terrifying, beastly roar. The 9 tails. Orochimaru's forehead beaded with cold sweat. In that instant, many thoughts raced through his mind. Was this a setup by Uchiha Jing with Cloud and Stone? Was it to kill the few of us? The Uchiha have truly rebelled. In the end, Danzo was right. Orochimaru, take Minato and leave. Uchiha Jing's voice interrupted his thoughts. Under the moonlight, Uchiha Jing, blood streaming from his severed arm, pulled his lips into a maniacal grin. Next, Sukuna, switch. The 9-tailed beast stirred, and the air thickened with dread. Uchiha Jing's eyes blazed with crimson light, as Sukuna's presence surged forth a new chapter of chaos unfolding. In the spiritual space, the black sealing spear slowly withdrew. The ultimate malevolent killing intent filled the space. Thud, Sukuna's body squeezed out, not in a hurry to take over Uchiha Jing's body. The towering two-faced four-armed god of slaughter stood opposite Uchiha Jing. Create a situation of certain death, let me out to help repair your body. Want to learn reverse curse technique this way? Do you think there's enough time? A faint smile lingered on Uchiha Jing's face. Practice is the best teacher. Rather than listening to your nonsense, I'd rather feel it myself. Sukuna raised his head, his voice sinister. Don't think everything will go as you wish. If I don't go out, your body will be destroyed. If you die, I'll be freed from the seal. Don't worry, Sukuna. Before I die, I will definitely take you with me. Uchiha Jing's smile didn't waver. Sukuna was getting irritated. It was this attitude that he hated so much. How could anyone speak to him with such a condescending tone? Kid, are you looking down on me? Sukuna leaned closer, his four eyes brimming with endless ferocity. It's fine if we die together. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Of course that's also possible. Uchiha Jing's smile spread. But it's just the risk of death. Wanting to become stronger without bearing any risk. I'm not that naive. Sukuna, choose. Either die here with me or compete. See who first grasps the secret of reverse curse technique. Or who first adapts to chakra and finds a way to break my seal. A ferocious grin twisted Sukuna's demonic face. Kid, you really know me well. Just wait. Rather than killing you, I want to see the look of defeat on your face. Make you understand. My curse is far beyond yours. Outside, the nine-tailed fox's ferocious chakra rippled outward, an oppressive pressure spreading. The chakra enveloping Kushina had already formed 6 tails with a skeletal framework emerging. Then, 7, 8. Flesh began to weave. What happened? The sudden change caught Jiraiya off guard, preventing him from completing the technique. Orochimaru carried Minato Namikaze as he passed, shouting coldly, "Idiot, forget it. Let's get out of here first. Something very terrifying is about to emerge. I don't need you to tell me that." The 9 tails. Jiraiya's expression was solemn. Then I can't leave. I want my disciple to see his teacher's cool side. Orochimaru, take Minato and go. I need to figure out what's going on. Jiraiya clasped his hands together, continuing to gather chakra. Slap. Orochimaru knocked his hands apart, bellowing, "Fool. I order you as the 4th Hokage. Evacuate." The truly terrifying thing is the monster inside Uchiha Jing. Jiraiya stared blankly at his hands, then turned to Orochimaru. "You said? What did you say?" Orochimaru brushed past him, a glint of something crystalline sliding down his cheek. "The old man probably won't come back. Uchiha Jing's behavior is also highly suspicious. I can even determine that he betrayed Konoha. Now we must preserve our strength to deal with the situation to come." Orochimaru's face lacked its usual gloom. It was as if this venomous snake had undergone a transformation in that moment. Inoki, along with the 4 tails and 5 tails, converged with the Raikage and others. This is the 9 tails. The group looked up at the terrifying, ferocious beast, momentarily speechless. The 9 tails had not been seen in the world since Mito sealed it. Even Kushina only borrowed tailed beast chakra, and her half-tailed form was similar to other Jinchuriki. That was also why Inoki had mistaken the 9 tails Jinchuriki earlier. But this monster was beginning to grow a 9th tail, its crimson chakra forming an outer skin. This level of chakra, the 9 tails, is the strongest of the tailed beasts, no doubt. Killer Bee's voice changed tone. Raikage, even you can't be its match. Moreover, its consciousness is now drowned in rage. It won't accept my signals. You're the 8 tails. Yes. The 8 tails, having calmed its anger, spoke with a sense of tranquility. A white light gathered in Inoki's palm as he said coldly, "Excellent, my plan worked. The 9 tails has indeed gone berserk. Konoha even sent the 9 tails here. Heaven's help. Once the 9 tails kills that brat, we'll seal it and kill the Jinchuriki." Hatred filled the 9 tails' pupils. Looking at Uchiha Jing in the black mist, it recalled that night decades ago. There was no mistake. This was Uchiha Madara's dojutsu. That man had returned. Madara. A heaven-shaking roar. The shockwave from the sound uprooted trees for kilometers around, leaving the earth cracked. "I'll kill you." A massive claw raising a hurricane slammed toward the black mist. The light in Inoki's hand dissipated, and he turned to the Raikage. "Let's pull back a bit first, and then talk." That brat was indeed Uchiha Madara's reincarnation. The 9 tails wouldn't be wrong. Although Inoki had speculated about this, he had never been certain. In any case, let's observe the situation first. If things go bad, we can escape early. The black mist exploded. Clang. The 9 tails' claws were blocked by a monster's handblade. This monster, nearly 10 meters tall, had no eyes on its head, with 4 wing-like protrusions on each side. At the back of its head was a tail, and on top of its head and back were rudder-like wheels. Its right arm was wrapped in bandages holding an ancient blade. Maharaga, the 8-handled sword, Divergent Sila, Divine General. The strongest Shikigami of the 10 Shadows technique. The blade blocking the 9 tails' claw was called the Demon-Slaying Sword. It was coated with positive cursed energy, the same as reverse curse technique, and any cursed spirit struck by it would be annihilated. Ineffective, huh? As expected, you're not a cursed spirit. The voice was the same as Uchiha Jing's, but just by hearing it one could clearly discern the difference. Uchiha Jing acted recklessly, yet there was still a trace of connection. Madness, but not without calm. The owner of this voice was different, utterly unrestricted. Above heaven and earth I alone am supreme. The black mist fully dispersed. Uchiha Jing was covered in black patterns, his pupils returning to black. Another pair of eyes opened beneath the first. His appearance had not changed significantly. How to explain it? Looking at Uchiha Jing, you could feel his contempt for you. Sukuna didn't regard you as a fellow being at all. Men, women, the elderly, children. All equally ignored. All were merely food. The severed arm was weaving flesh. Sukuna was rapidly adapting to the power of chakra. He was a well-rounded powerhouse. If one had to name a standout talent, it was his comprehension ability. This body is truly perfect. An uncontrollable mad laugh. This feeling of freedom of being able to do as he pleased. It was even more perfect than his original body. No wonder it was a legendary bloodline. No wonder you are who you are, Uchiha Jing. He slowly raised his head to look at the nine tails. Though he yearned to fight this monster to his heart's content, his newly formed hand made a seal completely different from the 12 ninja signs. Sukuna, you may call me that. Nine-tailed fox. I will tame you. Domain expansion. Malevolent shrine. Above the calm sea a sudden rain of blood fell. A bizarre shrine materialized from the void. Enormous sharp, jagged teeth pierced through from the top of the shrine, exuding an indescribable malevolence. Skeletons resembling ox bones forged a staircase stretching out before them. Demonic subduing imperial chef. Unlike the vast majority of closed domains that construct a miniature spatial realm, Sukuna's ability belongs to the category of innate domains. To put it simply, Sukuna has designated the area within the domain as a kitchen. Any ingredients within this region will suffer continuous slashing attacks. It is as if they are placed upon a cutting board. Two distinct types of slashes exist: the unravel, a standard slash, and the shatter, which guarantees the severing of the target based on the disparity in cursed energy. In simple terms, the ordinary unravel is like a kitchen knife delivering relentless consecutive strikes. The shatter is like a bone cleaver charging a single blow that is certain to sever. In exchange for allowing free entry and exit from the domain, he had secured a massive slashing range with a diameter of 400 meters. That was in the past. Sukuna's cursed energy intensity had undergone a earth-shattering transformation. Gazing at Kurama, whose height alone reached 100 meters, and whose overall mass was far more imposing, Sukuna effortlessly broke through the previous limits, expanding the domain to a diameter of 1 kilometer. Within the domain's range, earth, stone, and giant timber were all shattered. Boom! Kurama backhanded the mojito-like entity, sending it flying while a torrent of extremely high-temperature chakra surged forward. Swish, 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 swish. Invisible slashes, endless in number, scattered the chakra and struck against Kurama's razor-sharp claws. Hiss! Just as countless slashes managed to breach the outer layers slightly, they were instantly healed. Kurama shook its massive tails, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to split. The so-called indiscriminate ceaseless slashing was completely ineffective. Sukuna concentrated his slashes on a single point, but it was the same as before. Even if he could cut open a small opening, it paled in comparison to Kurama's healing speed. I can only use the shatter then. I'll wait a moment. Sukuna danced and maneuvered within the demonic subduing imperial chef domain, having no intention of colliding head-on with Kurama. He did not want this body to sustain injuries at all. It was not out of cherishing it, but rather, if this body were damaged, he would be forced to use reverse cursed technique to repair it. Wouldn't that be playing right into that brat's hands? Bang! The mojito-like entity wielding the demonic slayer's sword struck again, shielding Sukuna. Time and again it was knocked away, time and again it rushed back, fulfilling its duty faithfully. Mojito's strongest ability is his adaptability to all phenomena in the world. Whenever the Dharma wheel on the back of his head completes a rotation, it signifies the completion of adaptation. After enduring the same attack several times consecutively, the adaptation progress accelerates. After enduring Kurama's slaps a few times, it was about to adapt. After that, Kurama's claw strikes would be ineffective against it. To defeat Mojito, one could only use a jutsu it had never seen before to crush it in one go. Clang! A massive tail descended, nearly smashing Mojito to pieces. Sukuna's expression showed a slight tremor. Truly, what an incredible monster. The energy you possess is even greater than mine. However, the time Mojito and the demonic subduing imperial chef bot has already allowed Sukuna to draw upon the chakra within Uchiha Kageme's body. Completely different energy. So, this is what it feels like to have both positive and negative attributes gathered together. It is too exquisite. It seems being sealed into this world isn't entirely a bad thing. Then Ninetales, it is time to subjugate you now. Sukuna manipulated the chakra, directing it toward his eye sockets. He knew clearly how effective the Sharingan was against such monsters. An eye that surpasses the 6 eyes. Let me taste your flavor. A fierce battle. Why add unnecessary trouble when this could be done more simply? Uchiha Kagame. That brat is the most troublesome opponent. Since you dared to release me, do not think I will ever return to the seal. As the chakra surged, nothing happened. The pupils remained black. What is going on? Die. A frenzied roar repelled the invisible slashes and Mahito was slapped away. Sizzle! Kurama's sharp claw pierced straight through Uchiha Kageme's body. Sukuna felt the pain, snapped back to reality, and tried again. Still no effect. Where is the Sharingan? Where is that giant Tomo Sharingan? What have you done? Uchiha Kagami. Mental space. Within the ceiling gate, Uchiha Kagami sat cross-legged atop the dragon vein, one hand supporting his cheek, a faint smile on his lips. So being a sealed evil entity is quite an interesting experience. Get it straight, Sukuna. I lent you my body, I was not seized by you. Behave and take the hit, demonstrate the reverse curse technique, and I will restrict you. Bastard. Sukuna roared, delivering a powerful slash to shatter, severing Kurama's claw. He leaped back, creating distance. Pulling the claw out, the massive wound on his chest was healing at an extreme speed. Sukuna's expression was deeply grim, feeling as though a coach were forcing him to lose. Gritting his teeth, he whispered, "If you dare restrict me, I might as well be killed by Kurama. There is no need for such dialogue. Neither of us cares about life or death, we only care about victory and defeat, do we not? Do your best, Sukuna. During your battle with Kurama, find a way to break the seal." Sukuna attempted to cut off the perceptual connection to the mental space, just as Uchiha Kagami had done to him. It was a failure as expected. Sukuna suddenly understood why he met this guy across time and space. An inner demon. Uchiha Kagami. You are my trial. Similarly, I am also your trial. Whoever can subdue the other shall ascend to the realm of a god. Witnessing this scene, Kurama fell silent. It felt somewhat familiar. Vaguely remembering that back then Uchiha Madara had controlled him to give Hashirama Senju a taste of his own medicine. After pulling out his claw, Hashirama Senju had also healed quickly. You. Could it be that? You are a descendant of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Did you choose to be reborn into such a body because you were defeated by Hashirama Senju? It does not matter. Whether it is Sukuna or Kagami Uchiha Madara, do you think you can deceive me? I will crush you right here. Then I will kill all the people of Konoha. Ultimate Yin-Yang Chakra gathered before Kurama. The initial volume of the black sphere alone exceeded a diameter of 50 meters. Let's move a bit further away. Inoki soared into the air. The infighting among the people of Konoha was something he loved to see the most. The Eight Tails spoke from within. Killer Bee. An enraged Kurama cannot be communicated with. There is no need to join the battle now. Hearing the Eight Tails say this, Killer Bee looked at A's gaze remained fixed on the Third Hokage, who stood motionless. I take your people and retreat a bit. The Third Hokage, with his back to the others, spoke in a low voice. I will wait here for an opportunity. If the chance arises, I will summon the amber purifying vase to seal them. Father, is it necessary to take such a risk? It seemed. One could see the Third Hokage smile. Alright, I admit it. I just want to fight a monster like this. Let me indulge myself this once. This thing is a bit dangerous. Sukuna calmed himself, forming a bow and arrow gesture with his hands. Flowing flames evaporated the moisture in the atmosphere. The stove. Only by understanding and applying the shatter can this step be initiated. That is to ignite the fire. No need for flowery words. The Sukuna power was simply a tool for cooking food. Flames gathered at his fingertips. Facing such a monster, there was no need for probing anymore. Boom. A beast ball whistled toward them. A flame arrow shot out in response. A bottomless abyss appeared on the earth. Below the abyss, Sukuna clung to a rocky wall, with one hand, half of his body shattered and mangled. The Nine Tails crouched at the mouth of the abyss, half of its fox face bearing scorched burns. Similarly, both monsters were rapidly regenerating. Sukuna's brow furrowed. He couldn't fight the nine-tailed fox head-on. Its cursed energy was already nearly infinite, and now there was no possibility of it ever running out. If the opponent were only the Nine-Tails, Sukuna would have chosen a war of attrition. With Maharaga's presence, he would eventually adapt to the Nine-Tails' power. But his opponent was Uchiha Kagami. If he used reverse curse technique again after getting hurt, that brat would learn it first. Sukuna knew that Uchiha Kagami had absolute control over this body and could descend again at any moment. What he needed to do now was find a way to convert cursed energy into chakra. Only chakra could break that damn seal. Uchiha Kagami's body still retained a considerable amount of chakra. Sukuna meticulously unraveled and studied it thread by thread. Being able to comprehend space slash during his battle against Gojo Satoru, even with Maharaga's assistance, one could not deny Sukuna's talent. Right. Can I make a contract to speed up my understanding of chakra's mysteries? Let's try it. Once again, as expected, it failed. The moonlight above the cave mouth was blocked, and an extremely terrifying energy was gathering. The Nine Tails released a tailed beast ball toward the abyss. Sukuna raised his hand, and a powerful cleave struck the tailed beast ball. For now, Sukuna was still using cursed energy, a power different from chakra. The property of one cut always cuts was also ineffective against the pure energy tailed beast ball. It was like a cannonball whose explosive attribute had been negated. Only the immense impact force and the hardness of the projectile itself remained effective. He still managed to block the tailed beast ball for a few seconds and took the opportunity to slash through the earth and go deeper. If I don't fight, I won't get hurt, he muttered. I'll just hide, and once I've analyzed chakra, I'll kill you all. Click. Sukuna's movement underground suddenly halted. His feet, no longer under his control, began to turn around. This time Sukuna did not waste time on anger. He devoted all his mental energy to analyzing chakra. Learning reverse curse technique would not be difficult for that brat Kagami. However, that brat's goal was to use reverse cursed technique to convert cursed energy into chakra. That was also what he needed to do. And that brat still had to go through the process of learning reverse curse technique, while he did not. Then let's try. The winner would be him. Boom. The nine-tailed beast balls rained down like they cost nothing. It could sense Uchiha Kagami's life force. As long as that bastard was still alive, the nine tails would never stop attacking. Combining the power of Hashirama Senju and the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara, I absolutely cannot let you grow any further. Bang. Mahoraga broke through the earth. Sukuna used the 10 Shadows technique to summon round deer-piercing bull and other Shikigami, all of immense size. The numerous Shikigami helped him withstand the tailed beast balls, and when they were insufficient, Sukuna would lend a hand. This prevented Mahoraga from being blown to bits by a single blast. The nine-tailed fox's attack pattern was monotonous, which gave Sukuna some relief. If this fox possessed wisdom like his own and discovered Mahoraga's ability, then finishing him off with one powerful blast would be troublesome. Although Mahoraga could be summoned again, it was impossible to avoid injury during that interval. The Nine-Tails fighting style had no technique. It was just an infinite firepower turret continuously bombarding the earth. Groundwater slowly gathered in the abyss. Sukuna maintained his domain expansion, slashing away the interfering energy waves. Suddenly Sukuna looked up. The tailed beast balls had stopped. Was it out of chakra? No, it shouldn't be. With that much energy, it shouldn't have run out so quickly. No matter, he'd focus on the task first. Above the abyss, the Nine-Tails body was staggered by a flash of lightning. Nine-Tails, stop this pointless rampage, said the Third Hokage, his burly figure standing on the ravaged land. That guy is definitely dead. If you keep this up, you'll change the topography of the land of lightning. He cracked his knuckles. Since becoming Hokage, he had suppressed his combat instincts, needing to consider too many things. I had already grown, and he had a brother in Killer Bee. The village's younger generation would surpass him. Now, he only wanted to experience the thrill of battle. Swish! Azure lightning tore across the land. One-finger jutsu sliced through the sweeping claws. You fool! What do you know? That guy is not dead yet. I am eliminating future calamity for the ninja world. The Nine-Tails roared, utterly disdainful of communicating with humans. Decided, after killing all of Konoha, I'll kill all of Cloud. Swoosh! A white beam descended from the sky, disintegrating one of the Nine-Tails' tails. Anoki's beard and hair fluttered in the wind as he chuckled. Nine-Tails, tell me, is the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara truly dead? Roar! The violent gale made Anoki unsteady. The Nine-Tails did not want to explain. It continuously fired tailed beast balls from its mouth, covering the sky and earth in its attack range. After slaughtering Cloud, it would be stone. No, it would kill all ninja. With the Hokage and Tsuchikage's assistance, although most of the tailed beast balls were still aimed at Sukuna's location, the pressure was much less than before. This continued for several hours. In Sukuna's palm, a faint azure light gradually appeared. Spiritual energy and physical energy. His thoughts gradually became clear. Sukuna's 4 eyes were tightly shut, and his vast cursed energy began to convert bit by bit into chakra. Mental space. Dragon pulse slowly seeped out from the gaps in the ceiling gate. Uchiha Kagami stood within the dragon pulse energy, also with his eyes closed. The small amount of residual tailed beast chakra also flowed into the dragon pulse, converging toward Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami's spiritual body was scorched by the tailed beast chakra, then an invisible energy surged and healed itself. Reverse curse technique. So that's how it works. Converting negative cursed energy into positive energy to heal oneself. A vast amount of spiritual energy like a raging sea. Intense emotions, the pinnacle of Ein release. They were the key to unlocking the Mangekyō. Uchiha Kagami slowly rose the dragon pulse, lifting him higher and higher. Higher. It seemed this mental space had no boundaries. Further up was a void of dead silence and darkness. A torrent of darkness descended. The dragon pulse's energy rose. Between them, Uchiha Kagami slowly opened his eyes. 3 tomo spun from slow to fast, until they became a blur. Slowly, 1 tomo separated from the 3. 4 tomo connected in a spiral, forming a diamond-shaped pattern in the crimson pupil like a deep black thorn crown. A great hum resonated. On the earth, the Nine-Tails, the Tsuchikage, and the Hokage all stopped moving at once. All eyes converged on the bottomless abyss. At the horizon, the first ray of sunlight pierced the darkness. A black-red torrent surged from the abyss. Something had awakened. A stream of black-red energy. It enveloped the slender frame of the young man. His slightly longer curly hair and robes fluttered in the wind, snapping loudly. His eyes lacked focus. He was not looking at anyone. The great rock, whose fist was clenched tight, trembled slightly. He was a powerful Tsuchikage, having dominated the ninja world for decades, and had emerged victorious even when fighting the 4 tails and 5 tails alone. Even when facing the 9 tails, he possessed the courage to battle it. There was only one exception. That was the fear buried deep within his heart. The master who was invincible in his heart, the powerhouse who had developed a Kekkei Mora unseen in the ninja world. Before that person, he was also fragile. Such ocular power. Such terrifying pressure. It was exactly like Uchiha Madara from back then. The Nine Tails shared the same feelings as the Great Rock. From beginning to end, he had been convinced that Uchiha Kagami was Madara's reincarnation. He had made his utmost effort to strangle this threat in the bud. If it weren't for that damn Kushina. If it weren't for those two damn humans in front of him. Unlike the Great Rock, who had not yet recovered, the Nine Tails hesitated for not a single moment, launching a tailed beast ball with a roar. Uchiha Kagami slightly raised his head, the four-diamond pattern in his eyes rotating. Whoosh. A crescent-shaped slash carrying black-red lightning shattered the tailed beast ball as effortlessly as cutting through dry rot. Its momentum undiminished, it severed half of the Nine Tails' head, sending it flying toward the sky until it disappeared from sight. Along its path the atmosphere was torn apart, flashing with black-red electric light. Solution black slash. A slash amplified by black lightning comparable in intensity to the strike wielded by Madara using Susanoo during their Genjutsu confrontation. Just as the aged Madara could not use the perfect Susanoo in reality, Uchiha Kagami could not execute the black slash in the physical world either. This was a limitation of the body, and also because no weapon could bear the power of the black slash. Then he would use the Sharingan as the vessel. This was the first Mangekyō Sharingan technique of Uchiha Kagami's left eye. Where there is one, there is two. The second technique of the left eye is named Yin-Yang transformation. The reversal jutsu cannot directly convert Yin into Yang. Soul resonance, or to put it plainly, a wish. Ascending to the Mangekyō Sharingan is the realization of one's wish. Massive spiritual energy slowly converted into Yang released chakra, nourishing Uchiha Kagami's body. His physical limits were broken through. This was not something achieved overnight. As time passed, Uchiha Kagami's body would surpass the Senju and Uzumaki, and even transcend the Sage of Six Paths. This is true yin-yang balance. The most important thing is, the Fortomo will not be the end. I have already forged a new path. A warm current washed over his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. His meridians expanded, his blood pumped faster, and his bones were tempered. Mental space. Sukuna's body was dragged by chains made of the dragon vein toward the ceiling gate. There was no cursing, no roaring. As if he had accepted this fate. Only his four eyes emitted endless malice. The Great Rock summoned his courage. A pure white beam gathered in his palm. How should I address you? Uchiha Kagami, or perhaps Madara? The blinding white light accompanied by the dawn breaking on the horizon sought to drown out the darkness. TSS. The black-red slash split the dust release beam in two as effortlessly as a blade cutting through butter. A faint smile appeared on Uchiha Kagami's lips. I'm too lazy to explain to you, a PTSD patient. But let me introduce myself. I have fused the powers of two worlds. The strongest slash residing within the Mangekyō Sharingan. I have named it Zaniten. From now on, Great Rock. Your dust release is no longer the only Kekkei Mora. Whoosh. A thunderous palm strike like a wild silver snake tore through the earth, its light dazzling. The Nine Tails, having recovered somewhat, launched another tailed beast ball. The two humans and the beast who had been fighting fiercely instantly shifted their focus. Even the Cloud and Rock Ninja nearby were rushing back. The Nine Tails called the Eight Tails. It even swallowed its pride and contacted the Four Tails and Five Tails. The Eight Tails, needless to say, had been killed once by Uchiha Kagami. This was a hatred born of death. The Four Tails' grievance was no small matter either. If they hadn't had the chance before, what was there to fear about ganging up now? The Five Tails had no particular grudge against Uchiha Kagami, but since the Nine Tails was contacting them, it was necessary to drive the Jinchuriki to help. Uchiha Kagami carefully felt the changes in his body, while part of his consciousness controlled the dragon vein to pull on Sukuna. Resealing Sukuna was more difficult than releasing him. The dragon vein existed for this very purpose. Sukuna's strength growth was synchronized with Uchiha Kagami's. No one could say Uchiha Kagami could possess such immense spiritual energy only by borrowing Sukuna as a negative energy collector. After swatting away the tailed beast ball with one strike, he turned toward the third Hokage. Raising his palm, Uchiha Kagami laughed freely. The spear that pierces everything, the shield that cannot be broken. I will shatter that legend. Thunder clashed with thunder. The strongest spear versus the strongest slash. Who would win? Thud. In the next instant the result was decided. A thick arm fell to the ground. Hokage. The Great Rock appeared in an instant, catching the third Hokage as his arm fell. Boom. Another tailed beast ball arrived. Uchiha Kagami frowned slightly, looking at the Nine Tails. You are too noisy, Nine Tails. The Mangekyō pattern in his right eye began to rotate. Deep red waves spread silently. The first technique of the right eye. Scarlet Demon. Uchiha Kagami's strong wish was to balance Yin and Yang and to tame Sukuna. The ability of Scarlet Demon is complete control. Once the mark is placed, only a small amount of chakra output is needed to maintain control indefinitely. This was also to prepare for collecting the tailed beasts as an energy reserve. The Nine Tails' movements suddenly stopped, and a trace of black-red began to spread within its fierce pupils. Once the pupils are completely covered, you will belong to me. Nine Tails. Crack. Uchiha Kagami suddenly paused. His right eye. A crack suddenly appeared. The execution of the technique stopped abruptly. Sukuna in the mental space let out a wild laugh. Uchiha Kagami. Who do you think I am? I am the curse that pulls down the heavens. I am your trial. Do you think I did nothing? Don't think you can tame me. Don't underestimate me, bastard. Sukuna's forearms tore at the blue-purple chains, his expression utterly mad. Ha ha ha. Do you feel the frustration? Show your ugly side. Uchiha-Kagami. Uchiha-Kagami placed his hand over his right eye, sensing carefully. A complex jutsu structure mixed with chakra. Is it similar to a sealing technique? As long as it is not destruction, it is merely unusable for now. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Failing to achieve complete victory is indeed a slight flaw. However, just this, Sukuna, do you think I would howl? Hate you, curse you, eh? He shook his head gently. Things in this world cannot always go as one wishes. You possess a certain ability to resist which pleases me greatly. This way, when I truly subdue you, it will give me sufficient sense of accomplishment. The right eye gradually dimmed, becoming colorless and lightless. Uchiha-Kagami spread his arms wide, as if embracing the vast world. Facing countless attacks, he was utterly calm. The sun rose and set. A full day passed before the turmoil on the battlefield gradually subsided. A few kilometers away, hidden within a crevice in the rocks, a small pure white snake slithered away, its body moving with fluid grace. Inside a cave, several figures sat around a campfire. Jiraiya dispelled the Jinjutsu binding Minato Namikaze. However, due to the excessive consumption of chakra and the mental shock inflicted by the illusion, Minato remained unconscious. The small snake slithered in through the cave entrance and burrowed into Orochimaru's sleeve. How did it go? Jiraiya's expression was utterly despondent. He had tried multiple times to go and aid Uchiha-Kagami, but the thoroughly annoyed Orochimaru had directly threatened Minato's life to stop him. They were not far from the main battlefield, and Jiraiya knew the fighting should have ended by now. Orochimaru's vertical pupils contracted sharply, his brows knitting together. It was Uchiha-Kagami. Who won? He had received the visuals seen through the white snake's eyes. It was truly unimaginable that this was a level a ninja could achieve. The tailed beasts which terrified all ninjas could not withstand those eyes at all, possessing zero ability to resist. On such a battlefield, the elite forces of the Cloud Village were no different from ordinary genin. In the end, the Third Hokage, his arm severed, fell in battle while covering the retreat of his remaining subordinates. Danzo's feet were severed. Han the Five Tails Jinchuriki paid with his life to allow Old Man to escape. The Nine Tails was resealed. Was this truly something a human could accomplish? It was as if the legendary First Hokage spoken of by the Old Man. Orochimaru quickly calmed himself. He bit his finger and pressed it against the ground. A cyan python thick as a bowl materialized through his summoning technique. This was the snake he had left at the Canopy Bridge, ordered to collect intelligence and return to Ryuchi Cave to await summoning. Until now, Orochimaru had not wanted to know what was happening over there. With no signs of Minato waking up, even if he knew, it would have been useless. But now, he had to know the old man's condition to determine his next move. The cyan snake spoke in a human voice. Lord Orochimaru, I hope you are mentally prepared. Not just Orochimaru, Jiraiya's heart also skipped a beat. The cyan snake. The old man has died. The cyan snake paused for a moment before continuing. After the engagement began, the IWA ninja used their overwhelming numerical advantage to inflict heavy casualties upon the Konoha ninja. To cover the retreat of the remaining Konoha ninja, the Third Hokage faced 14,000 IWA ninja alone. For a day and a night, until just 2 hours before you summoned me. He died in battle. After suffering heavy casualties, the IWA ninja also began to retreat. The war on that front has ended. I see. Father chose a fitting end. Orochimaru felt no deep sorrow. It didn't matter, master. I will bring you back from the Pure Land, and those others as well. As per your orders, I have retrieved a piece of the Third Hokage's flesh and blood. The cyan snake spat out a mass of flesh and blood wrapped in mucus. With a pop, the summoning was cancelled, and it returned to Ryuchi Cave. Although it was a cold-blooded creature, it understood a bit of human emotion. Keeping it any longer would be impolite. Orochimaru, what do you intend to do? Orochimaru stood up, gripping the mass of flesh tightly, his voice low. I am returning to Konoha, to succeed as the Fourth Hokage, to prepare for war with the Uchiha clan. Struggling for a long time, Jiraiya could not help but speak up. Kagami has no intention of harming the village. Why do you, like father and the others, hold such deep prejudice against the Uchiha? He cast a deep look at Jiraiya. Orochimaru said indifferently, Go travel, Jiraiya. Go find your child of prophecy. When the moment arrived, Jiraiya still could not easily let go of everything. Has Kagami ever harmed a comrade of the village? We could still sit down and talk. The Uchiha possess immense power, as long as we grant them their due status. You are still so naive, Jiraiya. Can't you see it? Even the position of Hokage cannot satisfy Uchiha Kagami's appetite. Orochimaru's gaze grew profound as he looked out of the cave entrance. This is a clash of ideologies. The village father dedicated everything to cannot be handed over to the Uchiha. But, enough. I am the Hokage, not you. Upon the shattered earth. It was filled with severed limbs and broken corpses, with blood flowing through the crevices in the stones. Uchiha Kagami tore off his tattered shirt, his wounds healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He formed hand seals, summoning a giant eagle. Grabbing Kushina by the collar as she lay unconscious, he threw her onto the eagle's back. Uchiha Kagami leaped onto the eagle's back. A piercing eagle cry resounded through the clouds as they flew east. Eastern Front. The Uchiha clan members scattered across various locations received special transmissions from the clan. They immediately abandoned their ongoing missions and converged on a single point. This phenomenon could not possibly go unnoticed by Shikaku Nara, the commander of the Eastern Front. On one hand, he sent people to contact the village to report the situation, and on the other, he ordered the Hyuga and other ninjas scattered across the battlefield to assemble. The contradiction between the Uchiha and the village had existed for a long time. It would not be strange if it erupted at any moment. Shikaku Nara even suspected that the Uchiha clan was currently plotting a rebellion. At noon, a clearing on a mountain cliff. Uchiha Kagami watched the clan members arrive one after another. Relying solely on his ocular power, he could perceive the extent of their Sharingan awakening. He waited until dusk, by which time all the Uchiha clan members on the Eastern Front had gathered. Of the more than 700 who had set out, only a little over 300 remained. Very few could withdraw from battle after being injured and return to the village. The number of medical ninja was not large. On the battlefield, being injured was sometimes synonymous with death. The Uchiha clan members present did not whisper to each other. The silence was terrifying. The Uchiha who had survived the fires of war had for the most part awakened their Sharingan. Those who truly lacked the talent to awaken it still had considerable attainments in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Every Uchiha was assigned to the most dangerous positions. That they had survived already proved the point. Xianhua and Yunjian stood guard behind Uchiha Kagami. They had noticed the abnormality in Kagami's right eye, but dared not ask. Everyone is here. Uchiha Kagami's indifferent voice rang out. Now I announce my first order as clan leader. In 7 days we will seize Konoha. Swish. In the gathering, many Uchiha opened their Sharingan, stirred by strong emotions. You are my clan members, and you are well aware of the Uchiha clan's predicament. If there are any who do not wish to participate, I can give you one chance. Leave your eyes behind, and sever ties with the Uchiha clan. As the words fell, 4 tomos slowly emerged in Uchiha Kagami's eye sockets, connecting to form a 4-pointed star pattern. An incredibly dense pressure of ocular power surged forth. The air seemed to turn into jelly, making it impossible for anyone to move. The oppressive force, like the sky falling and the earth caving in, struck everyone's hearts, causing them to tremble instinctively, as if facing a higher life form. The Uchiha with Sharingan could clearly perceive the vast difference in ocular power. Without a doubt, this was undoubtedly the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's power comparable to that of gods. As the ocular power dissipated like the receding tide, everyone finally felt they could breathe freely again. Now those who wished to leave stepped forward. No one stepped out. A pair of blood-red eyes opened in the twilight. Their ancestors had made the wrong choice once before. This time the Uchiha would never err again. As the deputy commander of the Northern Front in Konoha, Uchiha Kagami made an unabashed appearance at the Eastern Front's camp. Nara Shikaku had already realized the Uchiha clan had begun to act. His mind raced, calculating the odds of victory for either side. No matter how he calculated, he couldn't see any possibility of Uchiha Kagami succeeding. The Third Hokage remained formidable and unyielding, while the advisors were all disciples of the Second Hokage, their strength self-evident. The Sannin were in their prime, along with Minato, Kushina, the current Ino Shikicho trio, and the Hyuga clan's unwavering loyalty to the Hokage faction. What did the Uchiha have? At most they had about 20 or so shinobi with 3 tomo Sharingan. Even if Uchiha Kagami possessed Kage-level combat power, there were more than a few in the village who could stand against him. Moreover, the war was not yet over. To stir up trouble at this juncture, even if you somehow succeeded, did you truly think the other villages were fools? After much deliberation, Nara Shikaku led over a dozen jonin to Uchiha Kagami's tent. He intended to clearly explain the stakes to Kagami, urging him to consider the bigger picture. It was not wrong to strive for the Uchiha clan status, but this was not the right time. The moment he stepped through the door, Nara Shikaku's mindset shifted slightly. In release represented spiritual energy. The Nara clan's secret techniques were in release, as were those of the accompanying Yamanaka clan jonin. Not to mention the Hyuga, who were also dojutsu users. They might not be able to intuitively discern the difference in power between stronger individuals, but in terms of spiritual energy, the young man seated calmly in the main position made them feel like a single leaf adrift in a raging storm. Just gazing at him caused a sharp pain in their spirit. Uchiha Kagami. Jonin. Suppressing the fear rising in his heart, Nara Shikaku chose a relatively appropriate form of address. In truth, his rank was at least half a level above Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami was looking down at a scroll. He glanced up briefly. What do you want? Even if you won't call me Captain Nara, at least use my name. Taking a deep breath, Nara Shikaku managed to force a smile. Kagami, I don't recall receiving any message about you coming as reinforcement. Are you here to handle some clan matters? Uchiha Kagami shook his head with a faint smile. Nara Shikaku, you're a smart man. Why do smart people always like to play dumb? Don't you know why I'm here? Nara Shikaku's face darkened. Kagami, stop this. It's not too late. Think of your teacher Jiraiya-sama, wouldn't want you to do something extreme. Silence. Uchiha Kagami looked at Nara Shikaku, his eyes utterly indifferent. Since you've come to me, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Submit to the Uchiha, or the entire Nara clan dies. You have 3 seconds. What are you saying, Uchiha Kagami? The speaker was the young jonin from the Hyuga main family. But before he could finish, his head slid off at an angle. It hit the ground, splattering red and white. Nara Shikaku's pupils constricted. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. He had actually struck. He had killed a fellow villager in public. This was outright rebellion. This was no mere intimidation. Uchiha Kagami gave a faint smile. You wanted to cut in line, so I'll pass judgment on the Hyuga now. He looked at Hyuga Hizashi among the crowd. I'll kill all the main family. You branch families are used to being dogs anyway, so how about changing masters? Or you can die together with the main family. Hyuga Hizashi's body trembled uncontrollably. It was not fear of his own death, but the suffocating weight of the entire clan's fate bearing down on him. Only that fool from the main family would dare speak in such a situation. As a dojutsu user, how could he not understand the gap in ocular power? Hyuga Hizashi was almost certain that Uchiha Kagami had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan recorded in the clan's annals. And moreover, it was awakened by this monster. Thud. Hyuga Hizashi, unable to bear the pressure, prostrated himself. Please spare my elder brother. I can speak for the branch family. We pledge our submission to you. I appreciate you. As the first to express your stance, I can grant you this face. What about you, Nara Shikaku? Have you had enough time to consider? Nara Shikaku's clenched fist relaxed. He let out a long sigh. Kagami, I cannot speak for my clansmen. Whatever decisions they make are their own. I can only speak for myself. Whoosh. Nara Shikaku formed hand seals his shadow, transforming into claws that lunged at Uchiha Kagami. Don't underestimate Konoha's shinobi, you bastard. You madman who kills comrades. Rip. An ultra-high-frequency invisible slash reduced the shadow and Nara Shikaku to ashes. If I cared about so-called important characters, what could I ever change? In this world, anyone can die. Except for the Uchiha, everything can be torn down and rebuilt. Your decision I appreciate as well. Uchiha Kagami glanced at the others and said calmly, those who wish to die bravely step forward. Moments later, only a few people walked out of the tent. The Eastern Front began to be purged. There was no equality, only those who submitted to the Uchiha were qualified to live. Konoha. Those left behind to guard, including Midokado Hamura, repelled the invading IWA ninja. In the Hokage's office, it was not Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Orochimaru who sat in the position of Hokage. Utatane Koharu and Midokado Hamura looked grim. The death of a lifelong companion, even for them, could not help but stir sorrow. Shimura Danzo arrived late, pushing open the door. As soon as he saw Orochimaru in the main seat, his pupils contracted, followed by an uncontrollable rage. Orochimaru, what do you think you're doing? Hiruzen hasn't yet. The old man is dead. Shimura Danzo was stunned for a moment. In a daze, he seemed to see that boy with dark brown hair and sharp eyes. The one who became the light. This nostalgic feeling lasted only an instant. Danzo quickly calmed down, glaring at Orochimaru with malice. You have no right to sit in that seat. Don't think I don't know what you've done. Shut up, Shimura Danzo. Orochimaru cut him off, slamming a file into Danzo's face. One of Root's missions was to monitor the Uchiha clan. Now go and see if there's anyone left in the Uchiha compound. The Uchiha have decided to rebel, and you couldn't even detect this in advance. What use are you? Orochimaru's cold snake eyes locked onto Danzo, as if ready to devour him at any moment. Danzo opened the file, his expression growing increasingly icy. As soon as Orochimaru returned to the village, he had forcibly sent people to break into the Uchiha compound, intending to use the Uchiha members as hostages. This might have been the only way to restrain Uchiha Kagami. But when they engaged, they discovered that the Uchiha left on patrol were merely shadow clones. The traces of the clan's mass relocation could not be concealed. The trail ended at a large river dozens of kilometers away. Orochimaru stared intently at Danzo, his voice filled with cold fury. I've been back half a day and already uncovered this, yet you were completely oblivious. I see no further need for Root. Danzo could have explained. Many of his subordinates had been sent out on missions, and those remaining had participated in the defense against IWA. Moreover, the Uchiha compound now housed only the elderly and children, hardly worth wasting too much surveillance power on. But he no longer felt the need to explain. One thought consumed his mind. The Uchiha have rebelled. Hiruzen, I told you, you would regret this. Underground cavern. Baizetsu's body rises from the ground. Uchiha Madara, seated on the stone throne, slowly opens his eyes. How goes the situation outside? Uchiha Kagami has relocated the clan, and they have now gathered. He is leading 700 shinobi integrated from the Eastern Front toward Konoha. A pity, Uchiha Madara murmured to himself. Having already obtained eternal ocular power, yet still clinging to the clan. If you could recognize the despair of this world, you would be the most suitable candidate. He turned to Baizetsu. Has everything been arranged with the Three Tails? Baizetsu chuckled. Speaking of which, we owe young Kagami for gathering the Konoha shinobi, who otherwise things would have been more troublesome. The mist shinobi carrying Rin Noera implanted with the Three Tails have taken a separate route from Uchiha Kagami's forces toward Konoha. They should be encountering Kakashi soon. It's time to let Obito face reality. Go inform him. Understood. Amidst the dense forest, a ninja squad marched in orderly fashion. Not only the Uchiha, but also the Hyuga and a few clan ninjas, with the majority being civilian shinobi. Among clan ninjas between death and submission, quite a few chose death. For civilians, whoever becomes Hokage is the same. The Uchiha's reputation among civilian shinobi on the Eastern Front was not poor. Shikaku Nara as a clan ninja would occasionally unconsciously favor his close clans. Moreover, due to the Hokage's orders, Uchiha ninjas were always assigned the most dangerous missions. These red-eyed bastards, though arrogant, were utterly fearless when executing orders. Pride and power were the hallmarks of the Uchiha. Another crucial point: fairness. The Uchiha equally despised civilians and other clan ninjas. Originally, clans like the Hyuga held higher status than civilian shinobi. Now being on par with the Hyuga, submitting to the Uchiha was not so hard to accept, especially after the bodies of the Third Hokage and the Five Tails Jinchuriki were thrown before them. This convinced them that this was not a desperate charge by the Uchiha, but truly a chance to win. To match the pace of the main force, Uchiha Kagami did not ride a giant eagle. Zwaluin cautiously glanced back at the many Uchiha who seemed electrified. Timidly he spoke. Lord Kagami, may I ask what you plan to do? Meow. Uchiha Kagami leaned against the cat's back, dozing off, and answered nonchalantly. Stupid cat, can't you see? We're going to war. But this is the direction to Konoha, right? Right, attack Konoha. Any problem? Zwaluin, not entirely foolish, quickly said. Finally it's here. Lord Kagami, how about I go to the cat country and rally the cats? Our ninja cat clan has been the Uchiha's companions for generations. Meow. His flesh quivered as if excited. Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but curl his lips. I appreciate your goodwill, but I'm afraid you might ruin the solemn atmosphere. Meow. Don't worry, there will be many occasions to use the ninja cat clan in the future. Just run steadily and don't shake. Another path leading to Konoha. Kakashi, his eyes bloodshot, was pursuing a squad of mist shinobi. Flash. Lightning burst beneath his feet, granting him explosive speed. The short blade gleaming with lightning pierced through the chests of two mist shinobi. Kakashi had not become a ninja prematurely. Tsukumo Hatake personally taught him swordsmanship, with guidance from Jiraiya and Minato and Uchiha Kagami's combat styles for reference. Kakashi integrated them all and developed his own lightning sword ninjutsu. Using lightning release chakra to boost speed, the lightning-infused short blade possessed unmatched penetrative power. Instant acceleration required only a chosen direction without the need for a charging process, and ocular insight like the Chidori. Somewhat resembling the Cloud's lightning release chakra mode. But it was not yet perfected. Undoubtedly, the current Kakashi was stronger than his counterpart in the original timeline, even without gaining the Sharingan. Yet a meticulously planned fate would not change simply because he grew stronger. You become stronger, they just send more people matching your power. After prolonged combat, Kakashi was panting, his eyes bloodshot. He dared not stop for a moment. I've already lost Obito. I absolutely cannot let another comrade get hurt. Rin. Give Rin back. He screamed hoarsely. This time Kakashi did not hope for anyone to save him. Among the fleeing mist shinobi ahead, too, were carrying Rin Noera. Rin had already awakened, but pretended to be unconscious, letting them support her. Stay calm. Kakashi will definitely save me, and I must do the right thing at the right time. She overheard the mist shinobi talking. The Mizuki's strategy is truly brilliant. Taking advantage of Konoha's depleted defenses, they sealed the Three Tails into this little girl. Once we reach Konoha, we'll release it. It will definitely deal a heavy blow to Konoha. The major land-based ninja villages are already battered. Maybe we can seize this chance to conquer the Land of Fire. Yes, by then. Every word pushed Rin Noera deeper into the abyss. She suddenly recalled the question Uchiha Kagami had asked her years ago, and her answer: if a sacrifice is needed to complete the mission. I hope it is me. Perhaps. Now is the time for the real choice. Rin Nohara's will hardened, just like her answer years ago. For the village I can sacrifice. I'm sorry, Kakashi. After a fierce battle, Kakashi finally saw Rin Noera. His pupils lit up. Rin, wait for me. I'll save you right now. Ignoring the damage to his body, he poured all his lightning release chakra and turned into a bolt of lightning, charging toward the mist shinobi holding Rin. Chick. Kakashi's hand trembled. Warm blood flowed along the short blade onto his palm. He had killed many enemies. The White Fang short blade had slain countless foes. But this was the first time. It stained the blood of a comrade. Kakashi trembled more violently, his pupils almost dissolving. He refused to accept the scene before him. Kakashi, I'm sorry. Her gradually cooling hand touched Kakashi's cheek, then fell limply. Kakashi's blade had pierced Rin Nohara's heart. The exploding lightning shattered her chest. This scene, as if fated, was witnessed by a young boy. The red in his eyes grew denser until three tomo connected into a curved blade. The world began to warp. Blood rain drifted down. Wooden spikes devoid of any vitality pierced through the bodies of everyone from hidden mist. A hell of thorns. Kakashi stood frozen, watching the figure tread through flesh and blood. Obito's face was wrapped in white zetsu, revealing only a pair of scarlet Mangekyō Sharingan. A mirror. Or is it Obito? Have you returned from the Pure Land to judge me? Kakashi cared not, his eyes devoid of any will to survive. Standing there seemed to be nothing more than an empty shell named Kakashi. A scarecrow. Kakashi. A hoarse voice emanated from within the mask. Kakashi. Those who wish to live have died, and those who do not wish to kill are killing. What a twisted world this is. There is no hope. No light. Only endless despair. A world where only despair exists has no value. Thick tears like blood slipped from the crybaby's pupils. Obito understood. The system of this world was flawed. Continuing to exist would only lead to the endless repetition of tragedy. SSHHH. A wooden spike extended from his palm. Kakashi, I will reshape the world. In that world Rin would be there. And you would be there too. A world free from such tragedies. Obito stepped closer to Kakashi, his gait loose, and his figure swaying. As the distance closed, his steps became firm. Kakashi did not react, keeping his head bowed as he stared at his blood-stained hands. Is there truly something worth escaping through death? I no longer have the courage to live. Father. Obito raised his palm and charged toward Kakashi. I will free you, Kakashi. Wait for me. Wait for the arrival of the perfect Jinjutsu world. When the two were but mere meters apart in the blink of an eye. Clang. A flash of white light tore through the air like a fong rending space and time. Half of the wooden spike flew far away. A towering figure shielded Kakashi from behind. White hair tails danced in the wind. Sorry, Kakashi. I'm late. Father. Kakashi, whose mind had been severely shocked, could no longer hold himself upright and collapsed forward. Tsukumo Hatake did not turn around, his full attention fixed on the figure before him. That bizarre wooden spike. And the Sharingan. Over these years, Tsukumo Hatake had not been merely entangled with Sasori. He had sensed Danzo doing something dangerous. Even though he was no longer a leaf ninja, he refused to let the darkness of Konoha fester. Through secret investigation, he discovered Danzo was conducting wood-release experiments. Continuing the inquiry. The third Hokage was also aware. A suspicion formed in Tsukumo Hatake's mind. Is it Danzo using Uchiha clan members as test subjects for wood-release experiments? White Fang. Obito, I'm troubling you. The voice of the White Zetsu clone sounded. He knew Obito's current state best. Activating the Mangekyō Sharingan was an overwhelming power for ordinary ninjas. However, having just expended a large amount of chakra, fighting an opponent of this level was too risky. Obito ignored his words, wooden spikes bursting from his palm as he charged forward. Who are you? Tsukumo Hatake demanded, and upon receiving no answer, he did not persist in asking. He raised his sword to meet the attack. The short blade pierced through Obito's body. Tsukumo Hatake's pupils contracted sharply, turning his head to see Obito charging at Kakashi. Stop! When the wooden spike was less than half a meter from Kakashi. Whoosh! Tsukumo Hatake arrived, the wooden spike piercing his shoulder and splashing a burst of blood. At the same moment, ignoring the pain, he swung his sword at Obito's face. Crack! The white Zetsu tentacles covering Obito's face were sliced open, revealing a face that Tsukumo Hatake somewhat recognized. You are Obito. Obito's expression remained unchanged, raising his hand to form hand seals to use the wood release, sprouting many trees. The wooden spike in Tsukumo Hatake's shoulder would explode, claiming his life. However, the white fang of the leaf was not like those from Hidden Mist. Keenly sensing the danger, just before Obito successfully completed the jutsu, he pulled out and discarded the wooden spike. Ha! Watching the thornball-like object, Tsukumo Hatake's brow furrowed even deeper. Fortunately, Sasori frequently used similar tactics, allowing him to think of a countermeasure immediately. Wood release. The ability to phasing oneself. Perhaps only during an attack can one hit you. Tsukumo Hatake's brow was tightly knitted. Obito, why do you want to kill Kakashi? What exactly has happened? There is no need to tell you. The coldness in Obito's eyes made Tsukumo Hatake feel strange. Was this still the friendly Uchiha child? The Mangekyō blade in his left eye socket spun, distorting space. Ugh! A sharp pain surged from his eye socket. Obito, retreat first. Your body cannot truly use these eyes yet. No. Obito gritted his teeth, forcing the Mangekyō to activate. He knows my intelligence, I cannot let him leave alive. White Zetsu was also somewhat annoyed and directly used his ultimate move. Uchiha Kagami is not far from here. If you continue to tangle with him, even if you kill him, what if Uchiha Kagami arrives? In White Zetsu's view, Obito's identity and intelligence did not need to be hidden. If it were only his pair of Mangekyō, perhaps he could still don the mask of Uchiha Madara and act as Madara. However, Uchiha Kagami possessed the Mangekyō first, and his dojutsu power was even superior to Uchiha Obito's. Moreover, Uchiha Kagami had truly fought against Madara. Even Madara had given up on the idea of Obito impersonating him. What if Uchiha Obito wore a mask in front of Kagami, saying he was Madara? It was too ugly. No matter how stimulating the Mangekyō was, it could not directly transform into the eternal Mangekyō. Even if it is Uchiha Kagami, he is no match for me. Then wait until your wounds heal, and you can fully control the Mangekyō before going to kill him, okay? White Zetsu knew that at this moment, he absolutely could not tell Obito, you are no match for Uchiha Kagami. Given the Uchiha's stubbornness, Obito really would not leave. Perhaps he would insist on seeking out Uchiha Kagami for a showdown. Years of living with Madara combined with observing many Uchiha made White Zetsu something of an expert in dealing with Uchiha. Obito fell silent. He slowly walked toward Rin's corpse. Gently he gathered her into his arms. Already, unable to feel any warmth, blood tears fell silently drop by drop. Finally Obito looked deeply at Kakashi one last time, and along with Rin his figure began to distort. Kakashi, then you will continue to struggle, carry the burden of sin, and live on. Tsukumo Hatake watched this scene without acting. His intuition told him this matter was inextricably linked to Danzo. I told you before. If you lay a hand on Kakashi I will kill you. Tsukumo Hatake hoisted Kakashi onto his back and flew toward the Leaf Village. He would inform Uchiha Kagami of what he knew. Danzo had already taken action against the Uchiha clan members. It was time to make a decision. Danzo must not be allowed to live. Konoha. Orochimaru did not even hold a funeral or succession ceremony for his master before throwing himself into war preparations. Ordinary villagers were relocated to shelters while ninja patrolled day and night without rest. The barrier that once covered the entire village was modified and shrunk, strengthening its defensive and sensory capabilities. Ninjas stationed across various locations were recalled, leaving the borderlines completely undefended. Orochimaru. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Mizudamon frowned. The Uchiha's rebellion is indeed severe, but with no defense along the borderlines, what if the other ninja villages take the opportunity to invade? Orochimaru's gaze fixed on the distant horizon, his voice cold. Even if the land of fire falls to them, it matters not. We will simply retake it later. What matters now is that there will be a later. If my repeated warnings still fail to make Elder Mizudamon understand. Uchiha Madara. Simply regard Uchiha Kagami as Madara. You all witnessed that man with your own eyes, and the current Uchiha Kagami possesses equal power. I understand. Orochimaru, you should go rest. You have not slept properly these past few days. Though Orochimaru's ascension to the fourth Hokage was not entirely to the elder's liking. But this was a time of crisis, such concerns could not be entertained. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then turned and said, then you too hold the fort here. Sensory ninja must not cease their vigil for a single moment. Orochimaru passed through layer after layer of barriers, arriving at the most concealed location within Konoha, the location of the Scroll of Sealing. He had previously infiltrated this place, learning the 8-headed jutsu and various forbidden techniques concerning the soul and body. Walking openly to this place now felt somewhat different. Mastering all jutsu in the world had always been his dream, a conviction unshaken to this day. For that purpose he required eternal life. There was one jutsu that had long occupied his thoughts, an alternative form of immortality. It was the Edo Tensei developed by the second Hokage, summoning the souls of the dead back from the Pure Land, using the living as sacrifices. This was an extraordinarily vile and despicable technique, one for which Senju Tobirama was despised by the second Tsuchikage, Inoki the Gold and Silver brothers and others. Orochimaru had studied this jutsu for a period of time. In his view, it was a rather mediocre technique. The summoned ninja were hardly stronger than the living humans serving as their sacrifice. He had only extracted a portion of its knowledge, incorporating it into his own pursuit of immortality. But now, perhaps, this could become his trump card for future counterattacks. Yes, Orochimaru had already resolved that he would lose this battle against Uchiha Kagami. Not only was this his own judgment, the old man had also stated more than once that only the first Hokage could defeat Uchiha Madara. A white snake slithered from Orochimaru's sleeve, swallowing the entire scroll of sealing before dissolving with a soft pop. He gazed silently at the empty space and offered a wry smile. Old man, I cannot bring myself to die for this village the way you did. Survival is what matters most. There are still too many fascinating things awaiting me. However, for all that I am now the Hokage, at the very least I will leave this life here. The dim corridor. Danzo waited there leaning on his cane. Orochimaru paused and looked at him, a trace of impatience in his eyes. What do you wish to say now, eh? I am not the old man. I will not indulge you endlessly. Indulge? Danzo sneered. We conducted the wood release research together. Hiruzen indulged me. Did he not also indulge you? If you are here to speak nonsense, then leave. Orochimaru's expression remained cold as he brushed past him. Orochimaru only wood release can counter the Sharingan. The time is not yet ripe. If Uchiha Kagami has truly reached the level Madara once stood at, we can lie in wait in secret and continue our wood release research. We will inevitably forge a wood release ninja as powerful as the first Hokage. Orochimaru halted, his serpentine eyes fixed coldly upon Danzo. He mocked him. Just as in the past you choose to retreat once more. Heh, Danzo, you are not worthy to cooperate with me. Nor are you worthy to survive. I will speak plainly. If I emerge victorious, your best outcome would be imprisonment. But if Uchiha Kagami wins, I will hand over all your secrets to him. Do you truly believe the Uchiha clan will spare you? There is no hiding, Danzo. Without the village's protection, you would not even survive the trial of Hatake Tsukumo. Do you think this old man is cowardly and afraid of death? Danzo's facial features trembled with rage. Orochimaru walked away slowly, his voice indifferent. Think as you wish. It makes no difference. The old man needs your shadow. I do not. The title of Hokage is not merely the light of the village, but also the burden of its darkness. 30 kilometers from Konoha, Ninja move through the dense forest, their unintentionally released killing intent, sending birds into flight and beasts cowering to the ground. At the forefront of the column, Uchiha Kagami wore deep indigo, the Uchiha clan crest embroidered upon his back. Shirayuki and his long blade, Meishuin, hung at his waist. Behind him among the Uchiha clan members, the elderly Kamabori's eyes grew slightly moist. As far back as he could remember, he had leaned against his mother's embrace, pointing at the figure walking away into the sunset. He had asked, "Who was that?" His mother's answer remained vivid in his memory. "That is our clan leader, Uchiha Madara, the hero who led us from the Warring States period into an era of peace." "Then where is he going?" His mother had held him tightly, her tears soaking his cheek. "Mommy doesn't know, but Mommy cannot follow him." "Mommy already has you." This hard-won peace was something the Uchiha clan could not bear to relinquish. A few years later, Kamabori's mother perished during a mission. He later learned that had she received timely treatment, she might have survived. But because she was an Uchiha clan member, even ninja with lighter injuries than hers were treated before her. He wiped the moisture from the corner of his eyes. "Mother, can you see this now? This boy has given me the answer. The Uchiha clan has nowhere else to go. Konoha is the Uchiha's homeland. Our own homeland." As the village's silhouette came into view, Uchiha Kagami's lips gradually curled upward, and he let out a carefree laugh. As he marched forward, he pressed his palms together. Immense chakra materialized like a physical force, stirring violent winds. A layer of blue-purple energy wrapped around Uchiha Kagami's body, ethereal and dreamlike. The earth roared as it tore apart. Cracks spread, endlessly shattering the barrier. From the fissures in the ground, flames flowed. Tremors surged. Countless rocks erupted from the earth, shaped like razor-sharp blades. Upon these colossal stone blades, scorching magma clung. In an instant, the seemingly tranquil town was transformed into a hell of molten rock. Dragon vein, earthquake, core, cliff-severing blade. Perception ninjas patrolled the barrier perimeter ceaselessly. Konoha stood on high alert, entering its highest state of combat readiness. Yet all efforts were in vain. The flaming sword rising from the earth shattered their last vestige of hope. Ultimately, it came to this. Konoha refused to allow the emotionally unstable Uchiha into the high ranks, while the Uchiha sought equal and fair treatment. The Uchiha did not even desire a privileged status. They were confident in their own abilities to earn the position that rightfully belonged to them. Uchiha Madara had long foreseen this day. Uchiha Kagami did not attempt negotiations or issue a declaration of war to Konoha. There was no need. Once he acquired sufficient power, he would inevitably act. Man is not made of wood or stone, so from childhood, he deliberately distanced himself from outsiders. He did so to avoid hesitation at this moment. He even came to understand Nagato. For the ideal in his heart. If he had asked Jiraiya, then Jiraiya's answer would have been to stop him. Uchiha Kagami steeled himself to kill him. Kagami never considered himself a good person, nor did he uphold grand ideals like maintaining peace in the ninja world. He only wanted to prevent those he cared about from sinking into the mire of this world's suffering. Just as said at the beginning. "Uchiha Itachi, you and I are the same kind of Uchiha. It's just that what we care about is different." There was no scene of panic. Under the immense crisis, Konoha's strength had long coalesced into a single unit. The Eastern Front had been out of contact for days, and Nara Shikaku had sent intelligence before meeting Uchiha Kagami. Orochimaru, Mitokado Hamura, and others stood atop the broken wall. Thousands of Konoha ninjas lined up in a row. All were elites from various ninja clans and commoners. In a war of this scale, ordinary genin did not even qualify as cannon fodder. Below the wall, Uchiha Kagami looked up and met Orochimaru's gaze, slightly surprised, his lips parting. "Not the third Hokage, but you, Orochimaru." Orochimaru revealed an enigmatic smile. "Disappointed, Kagami-kun?" Uchiha Kagami shook his head. "No, I'd say this is a pleasant surprise." "Then there's no need for cliché pre-battle exchanges. If it were the third Hokage, even now he'd still be preaching some grand principles to me." Orochimaru's lips curled, his smile growing inhuman. "Well said. Is it the hawk pecking the snake, or the snake devouring the chick?" "It's a simple matter." Orochimaru leaped out, his body undergoing a massive transformation midair. Swelling and twisting, hideous white serpent heads burst from his shell, and an ominous aura began to spread. Between the two armies, a colossal creature the size of a tailed beast appeared, snow white, as if 8 giant white serpents were entwined. There was a grotesque beauty. The 8-headed serpent, a legendary evil entity. It was said to govern natural disasters like earthquakes, wildfires, and storms, an incarnation of obsessive grudges. The 8-headed serpent technique was a forbidden jutsu created based on this legend, its origins lost to time. Perhaps even the creator of this jutsu could not achieve the synchronicity with it that Orochimaru did. This was his strongest technique without peer. One giant serpent head opened, revealing Orochimaru's slime-covered body, clutching a Kusanagi sword. 8 serpent heads lowered, gazing down at the diminutive Uchiha Kagami. 2 of the heads opened, charging a massive wind cannon and an earth cannon. Such terrifying chakra fluctuations. Like that of a tailed beast. "Kagami-kun, you see. This is my jutsu. A calamity rivaling a tailed beast." Uchiha Kagami gazed at him coldly, then turned his eyes to the crowd atop the wall. "Go." Uchiha Kagami was willing to shelter the elderly women and children of his clan, but true Uchiha yearned to prove themselves through battle. Only then could they have the power to establish and maintain order in this twisted ninja world. The ninjas under Uchiha Kagami's command dashed out like afterimages. Swish, swish. Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu stood atop a serpent head. He removed his glasses and placed them inside his robe. Since you dislike grand speeches, I'll refrain. The survivors will rebuild Konoha. A massive summoning scroll unfurled. Ninja art Hiki, Mangekyō. Uchiha Koharu clasped her hands together, two streams of emerald chakra, one connecting to the serpent body beneath her feet, the other to Mitokado Hamura. Before this old woman falls, fight without restraint. Boom. Wind and earth collided and merged the accelerated rock, gaining the impact of a meteor. Interwoven within were countless sharp blades, their power terrifying. The violent energy blast made Uchiha Kagami's hair tie come loose, his shoulder-length, slightly curly black hair whipping wildly. His left eye blazed scarlet, activating the Sharingan. The fourth tomo appeared. Shink. A slash crackling with black-red lightning dispersed the energy storm. The battlefield fell silent. The combined jutsu of terrifying power posed no obstacle to the massive crescent slash. It severed a serpent head and annihilated Mitokado Hamura. Hamura, Uchiha Koharu, cried in grief. Uchiha Kagami crossed his arms, looking at her mockingly. Now he's the first to die? How do you feel, Advisor Uchiha? Uchiha Kagami. A serpent coiled around Uchiha Koharu, and Orochimaru's cold voice rang out. Calm down. Facing Uchiha Kagami, you still hope to survive. Whoosh. Orochimaru braced his hands against the sword hilt, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand extended infinitely. Clang. The clash of metal echoed, grating and sharp. Uchiha Kagami's palm was covered in a layer of pale blue chakra, gripping the blade of the Kusanagi sword. A fine sword. I also have a hobby of collecting Kusanagi swords. Thank you. I'll take your gift. Orochimaru, gripping the sword with both hands, felt a tremendous force. Despite his desperate resistance, he could only watch as his beloved sword was wrenched away. Without Orochimaru's control, the sword quickly shortened to its normal length. Uchiha Kagami flicked off the slime and casually inserted it at his side. Suddenly, at the 3 points of the triangle around Uchiha Kagami, black-red blood erupted from the soil. In an instant, black sealing patterns covered his entire body. 3 masked ninjas burst from the ground, hands forming seals. Reverse 4 symbols seal. Pure black blood exploded from their bodies, forming a black sphere filled with the resentment of the underworld, as if to devour everything. Uchiha Kagami remained expressionless, making no move even as the black sphere enveloped him. Only after the technique was fully formed did Shimura Danzo show himself. He stared at the black barrier with a sinister gaze, sneering. Arrogant Uchiha, you have no idea how powerful the reverse 4 symbol seal is. Your cause of death. Crack. Before Shimura Danzo's lips could fully curl, 2 distinct slashes crossed, forming a cross on the black sphere. Clatter. The black barrier shattered like a mirror. The indifferent Sharingan fixed on Shimura Danzo. What are you laughing at? Shimura Danzo. The Konoha that Uchiha Madara once failed to destroy with the 9 tails now lay in ruins. Dusk fell. The scent of blood drew circling crows. A pitch-black spear pierced through Shimura Danzo's chest. A black rod. The mark of Rinnegan wielders and those who command yin-yang release. Danzo had dared to show himself because he held Izanagi as his trump card, the art that rewrites fate. But when he tried to consume a Sharingan to activate it, he found his chakra utterly unresponsive. Our understanding of power is flawed. Uchiha Kagami stepped closer. The overwhelming pressure dragged Shimura Danzo back decades. What he could never forgive himself for was not having stepped forward before Hiruzen back then. That fear of death had haunted him. In the decades that followed, he had risked his life on countless missions, wearing down both body and soul. All to forget that terror. In such moments, some would shout loudly to prove their righteousness. Uchiha Kagami, your clan is a plague on Konoha. If only Hiruzen had. A black spear shot through Danzo's mouth, embedding into the ground. It forced Danzo into a grotesque pose. Thunk, thunk, thunk. His abdomen, his legs, all pinned down. His body twisted and crumpled to its knees. Vital points were avoided. I've wanted to do this for a long time. You actually dared to appear before me. Do you know I hold no particular grudge against Tobirama? The hatred between Uchiha and Senju is not so easily erased. But my grandfather helped you many times. Has the Uchiha clan ever wronged you? Danzo sputtered, his eyes vicious. Had he been able to speak, a torrent of filth would have poured forth. Uchiha Kagami disliked being interrupted by someone he despised while speaking. He detested Obito and Itachi, but no matter what, they had not yet harmed the Uchiha. But Shimura Danzo had tirelessly targeted the Uchiha clan. Let me tell you. Uchiha Kagami's tone was mocking, his gaze as if looking at filth. You who are incompetent envy the Uchiha, while endlessly demeaning them. You crave the power of the Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami tore away the bandage over Danzo's right eye, ripping open the eyelid he refused to raise. A 3-tomo Sharingan was revealed. Danzo, didn't you constantly proclaim how evil the Uchiha clan is? Uchiha Kagami ripped open Danzo's shirt and shattered the iron seals on his arm. Upon the grotesque arm, 3 Sharingans slowly opened. exposed before everyone's eyes. Shimura Danzo trembled violently, but could do nothing. He couldn't even make a sound. Both the Konoha side and the Uchiha clan stared in shock at the scene. Boom. A water dragon bullet shot forth, aimed not at Uchiha Kagami, but at Shimura Danzo. Koharu Yutane could not bear to see her old friend subjected to such humiliation. Uchiha Kagami did not turn around. The water dragon bullet was shredded by an invisible slash. Koharu Yutane still held her jutsu pose. Her arm fell, her torso slid apart. In an instant, nothing remained but scattered remains. Like a clay pot filled with blood shattered with force. Orochimaru's pupils contracted. Even the so-called immortal eight-headed serpent technique offered him no sense of safety. He had thought the gap would be enormous. He hadn't even considered winning. Having witnessed that battle, Orochimaru understood clearly that Uchiha Kagami was on a level beyond them. But he hadn't expected it to be so utterly one-sided. Uchiha Kagami, you clearly possess the power to crush Konoha single-handedly. A warrior like you should be utterly aloof, heedless of all. If Uchiha Kagami knew Orochimaru's thoughts, he would offer no explanation. Uchiha Kagami's gaze deeply stung Shimura Danzo, yet he couldn't even close his eyes. The Sharingan's acute perception had become his curse. A shinobi's vitality far exceeds ordinary humans. Then let's conduct an experiment, Shimura Danzo. I hope you live to see the new Konoha rebuilt. A Konoha belonging to the Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami gently flicked his fingers, stopping Danzo's bleeding. For more black spears landed around him, forming new rods. This was a cage. Upon the cage flickered specks of crimson lotus flame. It sealed off every possibility of survival for Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Kagami's lips curled upward. Shimura Danzo, you know what you look like now. A hideous old dog. I considered crushing you casually. But just as you loathe us, I loathe you too. You don't deserve a swift death. Your corpse will not be buried. Your soul, I will find a way to keep it trapped in this shell. Don't think of escaping to the Pure Land. My curse on you will not cease even in death. Uchiha Kagami turned away impassively. In the clearing appeared a young man with golden hair. Minato Namake's breath was ragged. Since awakening he had not paused for a moment, racing here with flying Raijin. In his eyes was fear, dread. He feared what he least wished to happen. Even death was nowhere near as terrifying as losing Kushina. Kagami, where is Kushina? His thoughts were still stuck at the moment Kagami had placed him under Jinjutsu. In that moment, he had keenly sensed the nine tails within Kushina beginning to surge. Minato, is Kushina more important to you than Konoha? I don't know. Minato gripped the kunai tightly, his voice hoarse. Whatever you intend to do, give Kushina back. Sensing Minato's intense emotional turmoil, Uchiha Kagami had an untimely thought. If Minato had Uchiha blood, a few more taunts might make him unlock the Mangekyō on the spot. She's with my clansmen, doing well. The Nine Tails' emotions have stabilized too. How could it not? Not only the Uzumaki seal, but also ocular manipulation equivalent to an eternal Mangekyō. Minato let out a long breath, then his gaze fell upon the opposing ninja, finally landing on Shimura Danzo. He saw the Sharingan on his arm. Minato made his decision quickly, his eyes resolute. Kagami, do you want to become Hokage? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. Not interested. Then, I'll be Hokage. Minato steadied his breath and said in a low voice. I'm willing to acknowledge the Uchiha clan's supreme position. I'll help you kill the resistors. But promise me, spare the children and those who submit. Please. Uchiha Kagami had already explained his ideals to Minato. Minato knew well that the path Kagami intended to walk could not be without bloodshed. It was the necessary pain for building an orderly world. The shinobi world had been chaotic for a millennium, and even after the founding of hidden villages, there was no sign of peace. Wars only intensified. Now with someone like Uchiha Kagami, this was the best opportunity. No one is more fit than Kagami to sever the world's karmic ties. And no one understands him better than I do. I will be your ally and your overseer. We are brothers. Uchiha Kagami's lips curved slightly upward. Madara, I am luckier than you. Grasping Naramitsu, he turned to face Orochimaru. Very well, senior brother Minato, let's fight side by side. The crimson-eyed and the yellow flash. Orochimaru's mouth split like a serpent's. Both my debut and my final battle will be splendid. Then come. The massive eight-headed serpent held absolute advantage in size. Yet everyone could sense that resolve to embrace death. The eight-headed serpent charged again and again. Facing an endless barrage of slashes, it showed no sign of retreat. Moreover, bluffing Shuiman flashing to the sky hurled shurikens and unleashed the shuriken shadow clone technique without regard for cost. Under such dense assault, the colossal serpent heads gradually regenerated slower than they were destroyed. Nothing truly eternal exists. Even the so-called undying eight-headed serpent technique had its limits. Yuzhibo Jing was not in a hurry, but Shuimen was. The sooner -1 was eliminated, the sooner he could persuade the Leaf Ninja to surrender, saving as many as possible. This was the opportunity he had earned by signing a contract that bound him. -1 also sensed his intent. But honestly, among the three, only bluffing Shuimen cared about those people. -1 had already decided to die once, but he would not allow himself to perish in such a disgraceful manner. The scene gradually turned into bluffing Shuimen battling -1 with all his might, while Yuzhibo Jing supported from the sidelines. Yuzhibo Jing was not eager to kill Dashwan. He knew very well that killing him was pointless. He was absolutely certain that this man had already prepared a contingency for resurrection. Defeating Dashwan was not difficult for the strong, but killing him completely. Dashwan was like psoriasis scattered across the ninja world, like a small advertisement that could never be thoroughly torn off. Yuzhibo Jing had no interest in such thankless work. He would just kill him whenever he showed up. At that moment Uchiha-sama appeared beside Yuzhibo Jing, carrying Kekkei on his back. First he noticed the bloody battlefield, utterly shocked. After calming down a little he saw Jitsuin Tuanzang in an undignified posture within a fire cage. Xia Luinyan. So it was Tuanzang's doing. Jing, I have important information to tell you. Glancing at Kekkei, Yuzhibo Jing said calmly. It's about Dai-Tu. You know, Jing Dai-Tu was brainwashed by Jitsuin Tuanzang's experiments and awakened a terrifying Xia Luinyan. Did you force out Dai-Tu's location? We need to go save him quickly. But, I see you're tied up now. This left Yuzhibo Jing somewhat speechless. Where did you get this information? Don't throw everything onto Tuanzang, you bastard. Helplessly raising his hand, I know about Dai-Tu. Don't panic. One thing at a time. I have plans for him. Uchiha-sama turned his gaze to bluffing Shuimin, who was fiercely battling Dashwan. For a moment, he couldn't tell which side was which. Logically, you should be on the same side, right? I'm the one in the same camp as Jing. Which one should I kill? Just like that year, Uchiha-sama asked Yuzhibo Jing. He was still not used to thinking too much, lacking the ability to make major decisions. Go help Shuimin kill Dashwan. Is that so? I understand. The short blade was drawn. Uchiha-sama could not distinguish right from wrong, but he trusted Yuzhibo Jing. Jing has the vision to see the future. He will surely give me the correct answer. Forgive me. Dashwan. Seeing the flashing white light, Dashwan was left speechless. I'm just one of the three ninja. Not only the scarlet eye, the yellow flash. Now even the white fang of the leaf has come. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Senju Hashirama, nor Uchiha Madara. With Uchiha-sama and bluffing Shuimin going all out plus Yuzhibo Jing, who was merely playing a supporting role, even one could not hold on for long. Segments of the enormous white serpent body scattered, truly a river of blood. The serpent body formed by the eight-headed serpent technique grew smaller and smaller. Finally constructing the eight-headed serpent body, Dashwan unleashed a burst of power that repelled Shuimin and Uchiha-sama. Yuzhibo Jing. Dashwan's hoarse voice rang out. The eight-headed serpent roared madly, its ever-extending serpent body resembling a hand desperately trying to grasp something. The serpent body was peeled away layer by layer by the scattered, invisible slashes. The leaf ninja watching from afar felt a sense of powerlessness, as if it were their own. The earth was carved away layer after layer, sinking into a depression. No matter how hard Dashwan tried, he could not close the distance to Yuzhibo Jing. The dark golden serpent eyes, for the first time since the battle began, looked directly into that eye. Such a beautiful Xia Luinyan. So beautiful. Truly, too beautiful. Jing, you might be the perfect life form. Such a powerful body, such powerful eyes. One day, I will obtain you. Closer. Even with his flesh carved away, the skeletal hand of Dashwan still reached forward. No fear, no disappointment. In his eyes, only admiration for the beautiful thing. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yuzhibo Jing's mouth. I acknowledge your persistence, Dashwan. Although I know this is not your end, at least let your curtain call be a bit more dignified. Legend has it that Susanoo slayed the eight-headed serpent. Crackle, crackle. A layer of black-red solid chakra skeleton enveloped Yuzhibo Jing. The blade in his hand, Mingzuan, was also covered in chakra and extended continuously until it reached tens of meters. Invisible ripples spread, and everyone felt a kind of life-level pressure. Every cell erupted with energy. The sympathetic nervous system secreted adrenaline, heartbeats quickened, pupils dilated, and blood surged like a boiling torrent, impacting the meridians. Suzwanung, who the power dwelling within the Mangekyō Xia Luinyan. Destructive power comparable to the Nine Tails. Remember this, well, no matter how many times you reincarnate, never forget. Sunluo Wanxiang. 1/all silence. Great sound is silent. The black-red slash severed Dashwan and extended further. In the distance a mountain split open with a roar. It stretched on until it disappeared from sight. Dashwan with a satisfied smile was engulfed in the black-red light. The Hokage of the Leaf fell in battle. The battlefield fell silent. When they witnessed this godlike power, even the Uchiha clan members forgot to fight for a moment. Everyone emptied their minds, wanting to engrave this scene in their memories. Whoosh! Shuimin's figure flashed onto the ruins. The battle is over. Drop your weapons. He gripped the special kunai tightly, his killing intent chilling. Those unwilling to surrender, I will be your opponent. Clang. Clang. With the first, more and more people dropped their weapons. The few remaining ninja collapsed to the ground, covering their faces and weeping. Even the Uchiha clan, who were their opponents, remained silent. Defeating fellow villagers brought them no joy. War was never a good thing. It didn't have to come to this. But the accumulated grievances were too deep, and this purge was necessary. The sky coincidentally started to rain. It was summer, and the downpour was torrential. It washed away the bloodstains on the ground. From the start of the battle until now, only half a day had passed. Yuzhibo Jing waded through the blood step by step past broken walls and scattered corpses. His expression was blank. he walked into the leaf village that belonged to the Uchiha. Above the ocean, 3 figures soared through the sky. Daya, having lost both legs, clung with one hand to the newly appointed 4th Hokage, and with the other to the 4th Kazekage Rasha. Rasha's face was a mottled tapestry of bruises, looking utterly wretched. Just days prior, Daya, an AI alongside Karabi, had stormed the Suna hidden village. Without a word, they had beaten Rasha senseless before slowly explaining their purpose. It was evident that Daya knew precisely how to win people over through force. Such a Kage. Reikage. That Uchiha Kagami, is he really that powerful? Despite having heard it many times, Rasha still felt a sense of unreality. How could a single shinobi possibly withstand a major nation? Daya cast a cold glance at him and spoke. Do you think my fight with the Reikage was easy? Rasha's face flushed crimson, struggling to force out a single sentence. I was simply caught off guard. Uchiha Kagami beat both me and the Reikage along with his father and the 4-tailed beasts until we were scurrying away like dogs. And that is all. We only survived by sacrificing the 5 tails Jinchuriki and the 3rd Reikage. Daya was not entirely insulting himself, but tearing open old wounds was unpleasant, and his expression darkened. The fact that you haven't witnessed such power doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I can affirm that Uchiha Kagami has reached the level of the former Uchiha Madara. I cannot confirm if he is truly Madara, but that is no longer important. The current ninja world has no Senju Hashirama. No one can stop Uchiha Kagami from doing as he pleases. Daya looked deeply into Rasha's eyes and said solemnly, we have already reached an agreement with the daimyos of the Lightning and Earth nations. They will go to discuss matters with the Wind daimyo. The Mizukage is also an old acquaintance of mine, explaining the stakes to him. I am willing to set aside the hatred for my master. What are you still doubting? Gazing at the outline of the water country island appearing in the distance, before killing Uchiha Kagami, we must unite. We cannot give him the chance to defeat us one by one. A 4-nation alliance must be established. Then, what about the Hokage? Rasha pondered for a moment and asked. After a silence, Daya sighed. Both I and Sarutobi had our chances to strangle him. Don't even think about the Hokage. I can roughly guess. Konoha has likely already undergone a regime change. Given that brat's personality, if he isn't here to hunt us down, he likely went to eliminate Konoha first. AI, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Once the alliance is formed, have your Jinchuriki also come to the Land of Lightning. We have a way to reconcile Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. Of course, success is not guaranteed. But if you are not a perfect Jinchuriki, you will be of no use against that guy. I understand. Inside the underground palace, Obito and Madara listened to White Zetsu's report and fell silent. I thought that with one eye missing he wouldn't be able to activate Susanoo. A faint smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's aged face. That kid Kagami has truly grown to the level I reached when I was young. Then the smile vanished. Obito, you are not yet Kagami's match, and he will not approve of the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito kept his head bowed, his eyes filled with indifference. That guy is truly always one step ahead of me. But if I want to leave, he can't stop me. Madara did not refute this. Even by his own standards, he did not believe any Mangekyō Sharingan techniques could surpass Obito's. Without prior intelligence, even a younger version of himself would have found it difficult to handle the possessor of the dual Kamui. Choosing Obito was indeed the correct decision. Uchiha Madara led him into a secret chamber where rows of Sharingan eyes hung on the walls. These were the inherited eyes he had taken when leaving the village. There were still dozens in good condition. I will teach you how to counter Uchiha Kagami's techniques. It is called Izanagi, the art of altering fate. I must warn you, do not let Uchiha Kagami's Inyang release black rods hit you. Activate Izanagi before you even encounter him. You have such detailed intelligence on him. Is there a way to defeat him? Defeating Uchiha Kagami was also one of Obito's obsessions. Madara shook his head gently. At that level, merely knowing intelligence is useless. Uchiha Kagami is a comprehensive powerhouse. Unless there is overwhelming physical strength. Then, can the Rinnegan you mentioned defeat him? Uchiha Madara glanced at him and said indifferently, perhaps in the future, but Kagami's eyes have not yet reached the level of the Rinnegan. Do not be impatient, Obito. You possess potential no less than Kagami's. Your alliance with Nagato may well be able to counter him. Go rest and recover your wounds first. Watching Uchiha Madara's retreating back, Obito felt a sudden surge of emptiness. Where are you going? Moving house. I fear that kid won't respect the rules. Uchiha Madara walked to his own room and had barely sat down when a thought suddenly struck him. He raised his hand. A mass of pitch-black matter flowed out, taking the form of a half-body. Madara-sama, what is this? White Zetsu was still somewhat afraid of the dark figure approaching him. This is a manifestation of my will. Let's call him Black Zetsu. You two will act together under the name Zetsu. Soon Black and White Zetsu merged into a single entity. Hello there. White Zetsu was not quite used to it, but managed to smile in response. There is no time to waste. Uchiha Kagami's existence is the greatest obstacle to the Eye of the Moon plan. Nagato must grow stronger quickly. Arrange another session for him as well. Have him master the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique as soon as possible. Madara-sama, you knew since childhood that Kagami would become an obstacle to your plan. Why didn't you kill him then? Uchiha Madara let out a light laugh. You asked a question as childish as Kagami's himself. Naturally, so that when I return I would have an interesting opponent to face. Hashirama is already dead. Having an opponent you can acknowledge is a rare thing. In another unknown underground hollow, a magic circle formed by candle flames exuded in sinister aura. A ninja was bound and struggling violently. The flickering candlelight illuminated a pale face. His highly distinctive purple eyeshadow and dark golden pupils revealed his identity. Orochimaru. After completing the complex hand seals, he pressed his palm against the ninja. Cold winds immediately swept through the cave. After a wailing, ghostly scream, a figure gradually crawled out from the living sacrifice. It was tall, clad in blue armor of the Warring States period style. Silver hair, red pupils, and 3 red markings on his face. This face was familiar to every Konoha ninja. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. What a frail body. Did you summon me using Edo Tensei? Who are you, and what has happened? Tobirama was not surprised to be reanimated. Since this jutsu remained in the Forbidden Scroll, he had anticipated the day he would be summoned. Having toyed with the souls of the dead, he was also prepared to be toyed with. Orochimaru sensed that Tobirama's chakra was equivalent to that of an average jonin, no stronger than the ninja he had captured. Although expected, he was somewhat disappointed. I am Orochimaru, a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, formerly the 4th Hokage of Konoha. Lord Tobirama, I wish for you to join me in perfecting the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Tobirama's brows knitted tightly. Formerly, what has happened to the village? Monkey's disciple, tell me. Konoha. 10 days had passed since the conflict ended. The ruins were cleared and the terrain restored except for the chasm split by Uchiha-Kagami, where gushing groundwater had formed a narrow, elongated lake. In the cleared open space, many tents had been erected as temporary residences with wisps of cooking smoke rising into the air. Some might argue it was unnecessary to go to such lengths or to destroy Konoha. But Uchiha-Kagami did not see it that way. Or rather, this was the simplest method in his eyes. Remolding a person is far more difficult than killing them, and the same principle applied to Konoha. Relying on his strength and wisdom, Uchiha-Kagami could have allied with Minato and others, connecting with each clan one by one to take over Konoha peacefully. But that would have required too much time and energy. Having a proper conversation for half a year was sometimes less effective than a blade held to one's throat for 10 seconds. Only by witnessing the true gap in power would they abandon their unrealistic fantasies. That way troublesome issues like so-called resistance movements would not arise. This was Uchiha-Kagami's unique form of gentleness. Sitting upon the face rock of Hashirama, Senju Uchiha-Kagami gazed at the revitalized village, his mood quite pleasant. His purpose had never changed. He wanted his family, friends, and children to live in a peaceful place. The village existed to protect those important to him, not the other way around, where important people could be sacrificed for the sake of the village. Maintaining a legacy is harder than founding one. Back then, Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara joining forces could have unified the shinobi world. This might have been the only common ground shared by Uchiha Madara and Tobirama Senju. On this point, Hashirama Senju's thoughts differed. He had chosen to distribute the tailed beasts to balance the strength of the villages. Since things had come to this, there was no need to dwell on right or wrong. Taking Konoha was not difficult, the hard part was maintaining it. Uchiha Kagami knew he had likely become a target of public outrage, the so-called enemy of the world, but there was no way around it. He had to rely on sufficient external pressure to force himself to break through his limits using Sukuna, quietly developing into the strongest, and then suddenly unifying the shinobi world. Forget about this life. In his past life, Uchiha Kagami had never even dreamed of such a thing. The path to strength must follow a traceable course, stepping firmly 1 foot at a time, ascending to higher realms through clashes with peers of the same level. The original timeline could no longer be traced, so Uchiha Kagami assumed everyone else in the shinobi world was his enemy. Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, the 4 great nations, Nagato, Obito, and even the possibility of Hashirama Senju's return. That snake named Orochimaru was clever. He would likely use Edo Tensei on Hashirama Senju as his first move. At this stage, Uchiha Kagami was very clear that he was the strongest on the land of the shinobi world, but there was still the pure land, and there was also. He looked into the distance today. Even during the day, the moon could be faintly seen. Ashen white, not very distinct. Unfortunately, Uchiha Kagami could not currently chop his way to the moon. Setting aside Kagaya Otsutsuki, at this time of day Tonari Otsutsuki might have just been born, and his father was certainly not dead. He remembered his father had once brought Tonari down to the mortal realm to see Hinata arranging a one-sided betrothal. There were still many troublesome matters. Forget it, at least he could rest for half a day today and stop thinking about anything. Uchiha Kagami clasped his hands behind his head, lying upon Hashirama's face rock. Listening to the clinking sounds of stone being hammered nearby, a cool breeze brushed against his hair. Pulling the view back beside Hashirama Senju's face rock, the faces of Tobirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi had already been chiseled away. At a distance, the rough shape of a face rock with long spiky hair was taking form. This was a necessary act of changing dynasties. The Uchiha clan did not recognize the status of Tobirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hashirama Senju, you were indeed formidable. You defeated us, so we accept it. At the founding of the shinobi village, it was indeed the Uchiha clan that lost to the Senju clan. Now that the Uchiha had won a round back, the score was tied 1-1. We will not touch Hashirama Senju's face rock, but adding a face rock for Uchiha Madara is not excessive, is it? Henceforth this would no longer be called the Hokage rock, but the rock of Konoha's founders. Uchiha Kagami had not rested for long when he sensed a creature approaching. The sound was like soft pads treading on stone, very faint. Even less audible than the sound of trembling fat. Lord Kagami, have you been sleeping, meow? Revolver walked upright like a human, wearing a slightly dirty cat-themed apron over his chest, claws gripping a hammer and an axe with an array of tools hanging at his waist. What is it now? What do you want? Uchiha Kagami's tone was quite impatient. This was the third time Revolver had come to find him today. Revolver's fat quivered in fright as he timidly said, the second construction team told me. We are running out of timber. What the hell kind of joke is this? Uchiha Kagami gestured around the outskirts of Konoha. Are you blind? Aren't those logs over there? But, Revolver was on the verge of tears. When we went to chop trees, the Forest Conservation Department stopped us, meow. Uchiha Kagami scratched the back of his head, staring viciously at Revolver. I warn you, next time go find Minato Namikaze for this. He is the Hokage. Let him coordinate the work between departments. Whoosh. Speaking of the Hokage arrives. Minato Namikaze smiled helplessly. Minister, Revolver, trees cut directly cannot be used as building materials. They need to be air-dried for at least a few months. Yes, Revolver was currently the Minister of Construction for Konoha, leading many ninja cats from the cat homeland to participate in the reconstruction efforts. Uchiha Kagami frowned. He really did not know about this. As expected, my brain is not suited for management, but is too troublesome. I have a clear sense of my own limitations. Uchiha Kagami glanced at Revolver. I wouldn't have guessed you stupid cat knew how to play the game of preemptive accusation. Revolver was truly crying now. I didn't know. They kept pushing me. Meow. Enough, go do your work properly and stop bypassing the chain of command. Do you have any idea how busy I am? Revolver left feeling very wronged. Minato Namikaze's gaze shifted from Revolver's retreating back, and he gave a wry smile. Don't blame Minister Revolver. I have too many things on my plate, and he couldn't find me. Kagami, there is a major problem with the village's reconstruction that I must bring to your attention. Uchiha Kagami nodded, signaling Minato to continue. Except for the area near the Konoha cemetery, other places have suffered varying degrees of damage, many even completely destroyed. As he spoke, Minato's eyes held a hint of resentment. After all, the mastermind behind everything was the person standing before him. Other issues can be managed, but the hospital must be built immediately. Medical equipment needs to be procured, and food supplies will only last for the near future. In the long run, that is also a major problem. Uchiha Kagami frowned slightly. Didn't we send someone to tell that old miser daimyo to cough up the money? Minato simply looked at Uchiha Kagami, the meaning in his gaze obvious. Kagami understood. That old man never learns until he sees the coffin. He has forgotten who holds the real power. Uchiha Kagami's eyes turned cold. I will pay him a visit. If he doesn't behave, we will replace him with a daimyo who does until we find one who obeys. Uchiha Kagami felt a touch of irritation. After fighting wars for so many years, his demands were modest. He merely wished to rest for half a day. Even after delegating the main workload, countless matters still awaited him. Pressing against his knees to rise, Uchiha Kagami paused and said, by the way, when you have some free time, issue a wanted notice for Orochimaru. An S-rank missing mean. Huh. Minato completely failed to understand Kagami's intention. Hadn't Orochimaru died? Regardless, he had once served as the fourth Hokage, and branding a dead man a missing mean seemed rather immoral. That fellow won't die so easily. Uchiha Kagami smiled faintly. Do not underestimate Orochimaru. He will be a formidable obstacle to our ideals. Minato's brows furrowed, and he sighed. Now that I truly sit in this position, I realize there are far too many things to consider. I am already like this, Kagami. You must have even more on your mind, don't you? It's manageable. Uchiha Kagami's lips curved upward. I quite enjoy the struggle. Whether the outcome is failure or success, I will accept it. At least I am walking this path, am I not? Days of weariness had weighed heavily upon Minato's heart, but now a faint smile of relief surfaced. Indeed. Whether we succeed or fail, as long as we remain true to our original vision. He patted the dust from his back. Then I'm off. The village matters are in your hands. Wait. Minato called out to Kagami, hesitated for a moment, and asked, how should I arrange senior brother Tsukumo's position? Hatake Tsukumo's departure in the kindest terms was to clear his mind. In truth, it was also a form of escape. With the Third's faction gone, he no longer needed to face those who troubled him. He genuinely loved this village, and would certainly stay to help with reconstruction. Everyone else was fine, but Minato struggled to figure out how to assign Hatake Tsukumo. By seniority in the original Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo outranked him. Even counting from Kagami's side, Tsukumo was still the more senior figure. Their combat prowess was roughly equal. To be honest, if Hatake Tsukumo had been the first to enter battle earlier, Minato would have recommended him as Hokage. Uchiha Kagami walked away slowly. You are the Hokage. It is your responsibility to consider this. A corner of his mouth lifted. If all else fails, you could establish a dual leadership system. The concept was easy to grasp. Minato stroked his chin, remaining behind in deep thought. As Uchiha Kagami was about to descend from the Hokage rock, he suddenly felt a stir of awareness and cast a glance toward the distance. The tomo in his eyes appeared, and barely catching a silhouette, the figure on the distant ridge vanished instantly. Such perceptual range at this distance. Senju Tobarama. How despicable, daring only to steal a glance before fleeing. Heh. Senju, our war continues. A destiny entangled for a millennium. It will end in my hands. An unknown underground cave. Orochimaru watched with calm composure as the body flicker technique brought Senju Tobarama back. Well, Tobarama Dano, have you confirmed it? Senju Tobarama's expression was worse than if his mother had died. Bang. He slammed a fist into the stone wall. The wall was unscathed, but fragments drifted from his Edo Tensei body. What on earth have those monkeys done? Either genuinely accept the Uchiha, or without regard for losses eradicate them completely. Before this great war began, it was the perfect opportunity. Hesitating and wavering, hoping to eliminate the Uchiha without sacrificing our own strength. Did you really think such a thing was possible, eh? Damn it. Senju Tobarama was so furious he could scarcely form coherent words. Given the current situation, he was even considering whether it might have been better to make Danzo Hokage back then. At the very least, things wouldn't have fallen into this state. The village my brother and I bled to build has been destroyed. Senju Tobarama would never acknowledge what now stood on that land as Konoha. In his eyes, it was a sinful place enslaved by the Uchiha clan. He had seen his disciples die in humiliation, trapped within cages, their souls sealed in place, denied release. Even in this Edo Tensei body, Senju Tobarama felt a pang of heartache. Danzo, your life has been far too bitter. The situation is not as simple as you describe. At that time, if Sensei had moved against the Uchiha, Konoha might have been devoured by other villages after suffering severe losses. Orochimaru spoke a word of fairness for his teacher. Senju Tobarama quickly composed himself. The die was cast, there was no choice but to look forward. Orochimaru, you are worthy. The monkey did not choose poorly. That evil Uchiha brat is indeed formidable. You have made the best decision possible. I recognize your position as the fourth Hokage. We shall rebuild Konoha. We cannot let that brat defile the name of Konoha. Damn it, he even defaced my Hokage rock. And that's not all. They had the audacity to carve the Hokage rock with Madara, that bastard. Why didn't they carve my brothers as well? There are those enormous statues at the Valley of the End. Don't they know they stand in opposition? What kind of precedent is this? Orochimaru, disinterested, said calmly. The Orochimaru who served as Hokage is dead. I no longer wish to bear such responsibility. My goal is simply to learn every ninjutsu in this world. Simply. Senju Tobarama crossed his arms and chuckled. That ideal of yours may be even harder to achieve than being a good Hokage. Perhaps. Orochimaru smiled faintly and continued. Let us focus on the present first. Do you have any suggestions for improving the Edo Tensei? Senju Tobarama frowned and thought. At the time, I developed this technique merely as a complement to another jutsu, almost unintentionally. I did not invest much thought into it. Upon careful consideration, it should be possible to perfect. Your reasoning is correct. Only my brother at his peak could have slain that brat. However, this requires extensive live ninja experiments. Relevant materials and equipment are also crucial. Can you obtain them? Orochimaru smiled faintly. This is precisely why I summoned you first. Before securing my escape route, I will never appear in public again. I must trouble you, Tobarama Dano, to handle these matters. Senju Tobarama stroked his chin and asked, is Damatsu Munezane still the daimyo of the Fire Nation? To address the daimyo by his full name. This was indeed the style of a prior Hokage. Having always heard Lord Damatsu from the old man's mouth, Orochimaru had not immediately grasped it. He nodded. Yes, that brat is still obedient. If I speak to him, he will provide financial support. Just as Senju Tobarama was about to leave, Orochimaru raised his hand to stop him, his expression grave. One final confirmation, Tobarama Dano. You will not seek revenge against Uchiha Kagami, will you? Tobarama's earlier loss of composure had given Orochimaru some concern. This was precisely what researchers like them dreaded most. He let out a scoff. How do you take me for some hot-headed fool? As long as he appears within my perceptual range, I will flee. This body is frail, but the fact that maintaining perception does not tire me is quite useful. Brother, you would never have imagined that the jutsu you forbade me from researching would now become the key to saving Konoha. Pingjing, the capital of the Land of Fire. It was far more prosperous than Konoha, with gambling dens and pleasure houses lining the streets. Only by leaving the shinobi village could one truly witness this. Ninjas were actually quite rare here. Konoha was the center of military power for the Land of Fire, with the Fire Temple coming a distant second. The gap between the two was enormous. Uchiha Kagami wore a loose black robe with a wine gourd at his waist, his forehead protector absent. His clothing bore no clan crest, making him look like a ronin wandering the streets. To Uchiha Kagami's eyes, the so-called prosperity of Pingjing was merely it might have been somewhat interesting in the era of decades to come. He had little interest in entertainment, partly due to personal preference, and partly because there was simply nothing fun to do in this era. How watching these people reminds me of the Heian period. Within the ceiling gates, Sukuna lightly stroked his chin as if savoring some memory. The presence of the dragon vein within the ceiling space made it considerably brighter. Sukuna sat upon an ox skull, his feet resting in a pool of blood. That was truly an interesting era filled with many flavorful individuals. Have you started talking? I thought you couldn't handle the isolation. The dignified king of curses actually throwing a tantrum. Since their last confrontation, Sukuna had remained silent even during his exercise time, leading Uchiha Kagami to believe he had broken under the pressure. Uchiha Kagami, you won't release me, nor will you believe my words. I already know this fact. Sukuna gritted his teeth. But can you at least converse normally? Has no one ever told you that your words are truly offensive? Uchiha Kagami's lips curled slightly. Sorry, I'm used to it, and have no intention of changing. If you can't stand hearing it, you can plug your own ears. Just then a somewhat attractive woman staggered, overdressed in the standard attire of a courtesan. Young master, would you like to play? Uchiha Kagami turned and waved with a smile. No need, I have no money. Your so handsome older sister won't take your money. Sorry, I have things to attend to. Thank you for the compliment. Uchiha Kagami quickened his pace. Sukuna sneered. Such fragile humans. Couldn't you just kill them? It's a pity you possess such power. I remember Itadori Yuji is a high school student, right? Didn't you learn anything when you possessed him? It's something that could be resolved with a few words. Why did you have to kill her? After killing her, then killing the patrol team, and slaughtering your way all the way to the daimyo's mansion. Isn't that interesting? I've told you before I hate meaningless killing. I've already given up on educating you, yet you have the nerve to educate me. So with two faces, does your thick skin become even thicker? It has to be you to evoke such strong emotional fluctuations in me. Sukuna calmed his anger and spoke in a deep voice. Why don't you go kill that old man named Madara? You couldn't kill him before, but now you should be able to write. Someone of that strength lingering on in this state. That old bastard is definitely plotting some terrifying plan. Sukuna still harbored resentment over Madara calling him filth and attempting to chain him. Even if he couldn't kill Madara himself, watching Uchiha Kagami slaughter him would suffice. I went while you were sleeping. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. Lord Madara is quite heartless, moving without even notifying me. Was that sleeping? Can't you see the outside world based on what I do? Moreover, I don't need sleep. That kid named Obito, you've been watching him for many years, right? You knew long ago that he was Madara's successor. Sukuna had previously been too lazy to consider such matters, but now his mind connected the clues effortlessly. It seems just as you know me, you also possess prophetic abilities regarding this world. I used to, but now. Fate should be in complete disarray. Any manner of monsters could emerge. However, you are invincible. Sukuna sneered, finally finding an opportunity to taunt the youngster. Uchiha Kagami shook his head with a smile. You really are a petty one. Do you still hold a grudge against Gojo Satoru besides Madara? What I mean is, you need to work harder, Sukuna. The current you simply cannot satisfy me. Daimyo's mansion. Tobirama II. Is it really you? The daimyo of the Land of Fire was an elderly man with loose facial skin, pale complexion, and sunken eye sockets clearly indicating physical weakness. Several years after Tobirama became Hokage, Madara Muzan inherited the position of daimyo. The two had met several times, and Tobirama Senju's wisdom and methods had left a deep impression on him, filling him with admiration. Back then, Konoha didn't need to send people to Pingjing to collect money, though every quarter the daimyo would send someone specifically to deliver funds and supplies to Konoha. Looking at this once familiar person in such an aged state, Tobirama clearly perceived the passage of time. He was not one to dwell on the past. Muzan, you must know what happened in Konoha. You don't need to worry about how I returned. I want to know your thoughts on that matter. If Uchiha Kagami had simply seized power through a coup, Senju Tobirama truly wouldn't have cared much. He might have stayed for a few years to observe whether this Uchiha youngster was suitable to be Hokage. If he could truly do it well, Tobirama would have been willing to return to the Pure Land. It was just that Uchiha Kagami's methods were too brutal. The Uchiha clan's massive casualties in Konoha, along with families who had followed the Senju since the Warring States period, were reduced to just a few members, with some even completely wiped out. Moreover, he did not take the position of Hokage himself, instead arranging for a subordinate to serve as Hokage. This clearly placed the Uchiha above the village. After all, to better integrate the clan and the village, the Senju clan had even abandoned the name of Senju no Mori. Even Tsunade and Nobunaga had no surname, whether it was one village or one clan. This was the reason Senju Tobirama detested Uchiha Kagami. As the daimyo of the Land of Fire, it was impossible for him not to know about such events in Konoha. Furthermore, Madara Muzan took out a letter and sighed. The first Hokage and my father pioneered the one country, one village system, supporting each other, and I have been doing the same. But Uchiha Kagami's words were simply treating the daimyo as a vassal. This is too much. Since you've come, Tobirama II, please. Suddenly Senju Tobirama's expression changed. His brows furrowed tightly, leaving only one sentence before his figure vanished from the spot. Uchiha Kagami is coming. Agree to all his demands first. Don't die, Muzan. Outside the daimyo's mansion, a dozen corpses lay scattered, blood soaking the stone-paved road. Watching Uchiha Kagami stroll leisurely past the corpses, the last remaining guardian ninja who had dared not strike trembled like a sieve, his voice quivering. We were just protecting the daimyo. You were such a powerhouse. Why did you have to slaughter us completely? By the end, the youth screamed with all his might. Uchiha Kagami brushed past him, his deep eyes showing not a trace of emotional fluctuation. What are you talking about? The strong killing the weak is only natural, isn't it? Rustle, rustle. Fine chunks of meat collapsed after Uchiha Kagami walked away. The guardian ninjas were the elite ninja guarding the daimyo, representing the highest martial power within the castle city. Yet even they could not stop that person. The defense force, spears in hand, dared not advance. It seemed as though they had formed a ceremonial welcome line. The attendants opened the great doors, and Enishi Munezane, forcing composure, snapped his folding fan open and shut. Lord Uchiha Kagami, please forgive my failure to welcome you from afar. Uchiha Kagami narrowed his eyes slightly and twitched his nose. A scent of the undead. He nodded faintly. It is our first meeting, my lord daimyo. I have an announcement to make. Please summon the various princes and ministers. Enishi Munezane's expression darkened. This guy, is he planning to strip me of my title simply because I failed to reply to his letters? Recalling Tobarama Senju's instructions, Enishi Munezane sighed helplessly. I understand. Attendants provide a seat for the clan head of Uchiha. The two sat opposite each other, waiting for the ministers and princes to arrive. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, Enishi Munezane spoke first. Lord Kagami, what exactly do you intend to do? Taking a sip of tea, Uchiha Kagami replied casually. You have been disobedient. I wish to replace you with a daimyo who is more compliant. His tone was so light and casual, as if discussing replacing a leash on a pet. Enishi Munezane suppressed his rage. Lord Kagami, the succession of a nation's daimyo is an extremely complex matter. Now that Konoha is rebuilding from ruin, I am willing to fully support your efforts to reconstruct the village. Quiet. Wait until everyone has arrived. Uchiha Kagami looked up at Enishi Munezane, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Is that what Tobarama Senju taught you to say? Enishi Munezane stumbled back in shock, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Tobarama, the second Hokage, passed away many years ago. You jest, Lord Kagami. Uchiha Kagami ignored him, turning his gaze toward the door as figures of men in bizarre attire entered one by one. The eldest appeared to be in his 30s, while the youngest seemed merely a teenager. A few among them seemed to sense something, their eyes brimming with suppressed excitement. The daimyo sons mostly resided within the daimyo palace, arriving faster than the ministers. As time passed, the ministers managing the capital city of Hirai also arrived successively. The Daijo Daijin, Sadaijin, Yudaijin, Nadaijin. Like the daimyo, these ministers held hereditary positions. The ninja world was built this way: a daimyo's son becomes daimyo, a Hokage's son becomes Hokage, and a scapegoat's son becomes a scapegoat. A deep-seated malady, hard to reverse. Uchiha Kagami, you find it pointless too, don't you? That these incompetents stand above you. Sukuna chuckled. You could kill all their guards. Then they would worship you as a deity. Is that not how daimyos work? This fellow is roughly equivalent to royalty. Uchiha Kagami paid Sukuna no mind. Uchiha Kagami, all the ministers in Hirai have arrived. Enishi Munezane dropped his pretense of courtesy. After all, his position as daimyo was already doomed. But it did not matter. With his own prestige, even if his son ascended, he would still wield the true power. Once this madman left, everything would return to normal. The seated ministers were visibly tense. The daimyo sat high on the main seat, while the princes whispered quietly among themselves. Uchiha Kagami scanned the room and spoke in a calm voice. I assume you are all aware of the situation before coming. I need not introduce myself. Konoha, as the guardian of the Land of Fire, is currently enduring the Third Shinobi World War, yet you deliberately withhold funding and aid. Is that not inappropriate? A minister in charge of finances rose shakily. He had been tipped off beforehand. Though reluctant, he forced himself to speak. Lord Kagami, we allocated 900 million ryo to Konoha at the start of the year, followed by 300 million ryo in supplies. We simply cannot spare any more. However, since you have deigned to visit personally, we will make a gesture. Even if we must tighten our belts, we will contribute 500 million ryo to support your reconstruction. Uchiha Kagami listened silently, showing no expression. Suddenly, speaking of which, this was originally your Konoha's civil war. Expecting us to fund the reconstruction seems unreasonable. A minister with a square jaw stood up. He appeared resolute and courageous, his frame tall and imposing. He was the Minister of Military Affairs, the supreme commander of the village guard units across the Land of Fire. Known for his tough style, he had dared to confront the Third Hokage in the past as well. Silence fell over the hall. All eyes focused on Uchiha Kagami, waiting to see his reaction. You are quite bold, a man who dares to speak truth. Uchiha Kagami gently tapped the table. Whoosh. Jinbai and Kumamaru materialized instantly, their Sharingan radiating crimson light. Before the minister could comprehend what was happening, Jinbai drew his blade and severed the man's head in one stroke. Roll, roll. The sound of the severed head rolling across the floor was clearly audible. The room fell deathly quiet. However, I do not need fools like you. Uchiha Kagami rose slowly, his tone indifferent. Everyone here is a bunch of incompetents, but I have neither the time nor the interest to clean house. Uchiha Kagami pointed at the finance minister. From now on, you will serve as the daimyo. Keep the accounts clear and send all revenue to Konoha. The finance minister, a slender middle-aged man with a goat beard, pointed blankly at himself. Enishi Munezane could no longer contain himself. He slammed the table and rose, pointing angrily at Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami. Insolence. The daimyo is the descendant of the emperor with a lineage spanning a millennium. We are the bloodline of the gods. How dare you commit such treason? Do you not fear the entire shinobi world rising against you? Uchiha Kagami did not even deign to cast a contemptuous glance at the fool. Bloodline of the gods, eh? Only clans whose Kekkei Jinkai are passed down through blood can be called the bloodline of the gods. He turned away indifferently. Uchiha Kamabi, clad in battle armor and carrying a blade, strode in, followed by over a dozen Uchiha clan members. He raised a hand, delivering the final verdict. Clean them up. Afterward, this place is yours to manage, Elder Kamabi. Understood. Uchiha Kagami walked away, having no interest in witnessing the fate of the daimyo's family. In his eyes, the so-called daimyo was nothing more than a mascot. Anyone could be daimyo. One could drag a random courtesan from the street and place her there, and she might even perform better. This position held no sacredness whatsoever. Uchiha Kagami did not slaughter the weak indiscriminately, but he would not tolerate a group of weaklings dictating to him. On the way back, night was falling and lanterns were hung along the streets. The crowds bustled about, lively and vibrant. The turmoil at the daimyo palace had not affected their lives. A courtesan who had caught a glimpse of Uchiha Kagami earlier that day spotted him, her eyes lighting up. She was not particularly striking among the courtesans and had yet to attract a patron. Young master, have your affairs been settled? Could you spare a moment to share a drink with me? Uchiha Kagami withdrew some silver coins from his sleeve and placed them into her palm. His warm, gentle smile left the courtesan momentarily speechless. You are very beautiful, but alas, I am not yet of age to drink. Perhaps next time. Farewell. By the time she regained her senses, the young man was already gone. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Kagami deliberately avoided the village cemetery and the Uchiha clan grounds. At the Naka Shrine, Uchiha Kagami activated his Sharingan, his powerful ocular power, deciphering the inscriptions on the stone tablet. The general content spoke of a deity who, in pursuit of stability, divided yin and yang into two poles. The two opposites interacted with each other, giving rise to all phenomena. At the end, it recorded the infinite Tsukuyami, the technique of the Uchiha clan to bring eternal peace to the shinobi world. The content before Black Zetsu's alteration was unknowable. Uchiha Kagami speculated it might have been the prophecy of Hagoromo's toad. Strictly speaking, Hagoromo's toad represented the native forces of the shinobi world. Chakra was actually an imported good. Uchiha Kagami placed his hand on the stone tablet, and a black-crimson slash came down. After a moment of stalemate, the stone tablet remained unscathed. There was still an essential difference in power. Uchiha Madara understood that the union of yin and yang leading to all phenomena was the path to acquiring the Rinnegan. That was why he believed Uchiha Kagami might obtain the Rinnegan. But Uchiha Kagami knew clearly that this was impossible. The Rinnegan had already diverged in Indra's generation. It was the interaction between Indra's chakra and Asura's chakra that drew out the Sage of Six Paths' power, causing the atavistic birth of the Rinnegan. It wasn't just the union of yin and yang. The most crucial element was the Sage of Six Paths' power. Shinjutsu, transcending Kekkei Tōta, formed by the fusion of 7 nature transformations. Borrowing Uchiha Kagami's perspective, Sukuna also clearly saw the content on the stone tablet, his tone grave. Uchiha Kagami, you people truly are descendants of gods. Infinite Tsukuyami, isn't that just a technique to annihilate everyone in the world at once? Your Uchiha ancestors were pretty insane, no wonder you're so crazy. Uchiha Kagami withdrew his hand and said calmly, Infinite Tsukuyami. How beautifully it's described, a world without deception and regret. If given the choice, perhaps many would be willing to enter such a world. Being virtual without knowing it, what difference is there from reality? Hey, Brett, you're not thinking of doing something like that, are you? How boring. Uchiha Kagami shook his head and let out a soft laugh. My brain isn't suited for pondering such questions. The reason I came here. Crack. Black crimson tangible chakra coalesced into a giant hand, pressing down upon the sage's stone tablet, suddenly exerting force. Boom. The shrine began to shake violently, and the sage's stone tablet was pulled up inch by inch. A long portion remained buried underground. The whole thing resembled a boundary monument, approximately 1.5 meters wide and over 10 meters in length. The hardness of this stone tablet was such that even the slashes of Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyō ocular ability could not damage it in the slightest. An artifact of the Shinjutsu level. It was only by relying on energy of equivalent quality that Black Zetsu could manage to alter its contents. In Uchiha Kagami's view, the true heirloom passed down in the Uchiha clan wasn't the flame fan forged from the divine tree's branch. It was this stone tablet. Thud. Within the mental space, the stone tablet crashed down, landing before the ceiling gate. Sukuna felt somewhat uncomfortable. He glanced at the dragon vein, emitting a blue-purple glow above, then looked at the stone tablet. Turning your own mental space into something like a graveyard, don't you feel uncomfortable yourself? Not uncomfortable at all. Oh, it's not like I stare at my mental space every day. Uchiha Kagami sat atop the stone tablet, looking at Sukuna within the seal. Have you been slacking off lately? It feels like the increase in cursed energy is getting slower. Sukuna was Uchiha Kagami's growth-type cheat. The spiritual energy converted from cursed energy had never been lacking. Ever since mastering the yin-yang transformation, spiritual energy no longer overflowed. but was instead converted into physical energy. Uchiha Kageme's chakra limit had been constantly rising. To put it figuratively, at the beginning of the transformation, the comparison between body and spirit was half a meter versus 50 meters. The half barrel representing physical energy had grown to 3 meters during this time. According to Uchiha Kageme's plan, Sukuna was constantly working absorbing negative energy, so spiritual energy would remain maintained at 50 meters. Once physical energy also reached 50 meters, he could begin to assault the next level. But the spiritual energy had actually decreased to about 49 meters. This meant that continuing this way, the barrel's capacity would only reach about 30 meters. Uchiha Kageme had reason to suspect Sukuna was slacking off. Sukuna propped his head up with one of his hands and sneered, "I do indeed have the traits of a cursed spirit able to absorb negative energy. You didn't ask, so I didn't mention it. Actually, ever since you seized the dragon vein, this growth has stopped. The fear and hatred drifting in the world have found other hosts. Haha, last time I was out I sensed it. Quite a few monsters similar to me have been born. Perhaps it's a seal breaking. This world might just become like the Heian era 100 Demons Night Parade." Uchiha Kageme lowered his head in thought. Actually, he had sensed it last time, but he needed to awaken his Mangekyō first, so he hadn't delved deeper. There were indeed many evil beings in the shinobi world, some naturally formed, some artificially created. Such as the great evil, the box of ultimate bliss, Zero Tails, the evil god worshipped by Haiden, and so on. According to records in ancient texts, the Uzumaki clan had also sealed away many demons. Was this a chain reaction from losing the dragon vein? Sukuna approached the sealing gate, grinning ferociously. How interesting. If you want to become stronger, you have no choice but to enhance my power. And you still say we're not one and the same Kageme. We could touch upon even greater power. If only our wills were as one, why would we be unable to cut through even this single stone tablet? I release my restraints on you, and you accept my power wholeheartedly. Imagine it. A slash that cleaves the world. Ignoring Sukuna's QB-style speech, Uchiha Kageme asked, "Earlier, when you borrowed my body, could you use the spatial slash?" "That's not called a spatial slash. That's the release upon the world after a complete incantation, a technique that cuts away even space itself. Alright, we'll just call it spatial slash. Why imitate Minato's messy naming sense? I'm just asking if you can use it. Stop with the nonsense." Sukuna's face contorted. "I ain't telling you." "I see. So that means you can't." Uchiha Kageme continued to himself. The principle behind that thing should be treating the world itself as the target of the slash. Cutting people is just a side effect. The space-time of the shinobi world is much stronger than that of the jujutsu world, so you can't cut it open, right? "I can cut it open. Let me out, and I'll show you," Sukuna said coldly. Tap. Uchiha Kageme jumped down from the stone tablet. "Some other time." Seeing Uchiha Kageme's intention to leave, Sukuna said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Kageme, aren't you going to ask where those evil beings I sensed are? Kill them, and I can become stronger, and so can you." Uchiha Kageme's spirit body gradually faded. "What's the rush? Are you telling me how to do my job? You villains are all like this. You have no planning at all, as if just because an opponent issues a challenge you must go. If I hadn't saved you, who knows what state you'd be in now. Stay put and reflect on that." This time, as the curtain of darkness fell, Sukuna didn't shout or yell. At least, he looked up at the writhing dragon vein. Although this guy was brainless, he wasn't bad for passing the time. In the 49th year of Konoha, the Third Great Ninja War had yet to conclude. Even the Wind Country unilaterally tore up the peace treaty, mobilizing a contingent of elite shinobi to the Thunder Country. The establishment of the Four-Nation Alliance had initially faced some difficulties. However, when news of the complete annihilation of the Fire Country's daimyo clan spread, the daimyo of the four great nations became more anxious than anyone. They directly relocated to the Thunder Country. Choosing the Thunder Country as the alliance's base was naturally due to its geographical advantages, surrounded by sea on three sides with only a small stretch of land bordering the Soup Country, making it easily defensible and hard to attack. The four great nations prepared for war, yet intimidated by the might of Uchiha Jing, they dared not launch the first strike. Instead, they gathered together to secretly study something. The Fire Country suffered the heaviest casualties in this war, starting with battles against the Wind, Earth, and Thunder nations, then against the Mist, Earth, and Thunder nations. After that, they fought among themselves. It was also time to recuperate. War does not simply begin with a clash and end with a direct confrontation. At this point, there was a term to describe this state of neither war nor peace, a period of tense standoff and competition. The Cold War. In the Rain Country, the shinobi world had lost Danzo, the darkness of the shinobi. Yet some things were destined to happen regardless. Many years ago, the Second Great Ninja War gave birth to numerous legends. Among them emerged a man who was regarded as the apex of the shinobi world, the demigod Hanzo. He inspired such terror in the samurai of the Iron Country that they fled at the mere mention of his name. Single-handedly, he led the Rain Country to maneuver against the three great nations. A person's end is not death, but the moment they lose their conviction. It was Hanzo who uttered those words. Unfortunately, he too could not escape the folly of old age. Hanzo was the hero who saved the Rain Country. Originally the three great nations, Wind, Earth, and Fire, had a habit of using the Rain country as a battlefield, for it lay at the intersection of their territories. It was precisely due to Hanzo's performance in the Second Great Ninja War. You see, he managed to shift the primary battlefield to other small nations. That is to say, the grass country. Although there were still some small-scale skirmishes, it was far better than before. Against this backdrop, one could imagine the image Hanzo held in the eyes of the Rain country's people. It was nothing short of faith. Yahiko felt the same way. His dream was to make this country weep no more, and he held boundless reverence for Hanzo, who had already achieved so much. Upon receiving Hanzo's invitation to discuss the future of the Rain country, he did not hesitate for a moment. He led the members of the Akatsuki organization and set off cheerfully. As the figures of the crowd faded into the rain, the silhouettes of Obito and Zetsu materialized. Is everything arranged? Obito still wore his mask, even though his identity had already been exposed. Yet this could at least offer him some solace, distancing him from this cruel and filthy world. The legendary Hanzo is surprisingly easy to deceive. Just by telling him that the Akatsuki would threaten his rule, he fell for the trap. Zetsu let out a sinister laugh. This old man's will has weakened. The current him is unworthy of the title demigod. Now the one who can uphold that title should be young Jing. Obito lifted his gaze, staring coldly at Zetsu. Don't compare that sort of trash to Uchiha Jing. The more Obito matured, the more he perceived Uchiha Jing's true intentions from his actions. His home was not far from Uchiha Jing's. When he was even younger, perhaps around 2 or 3 years old, before Uchiha Jing started bullying him, he would seek out Jing, who was the same age, to play. But Jing was always in training. When he grew truly impatient, he would knock Obito unconscious. The same thing happened many times after that. He didn't understand. Jing was already so strong. None of his peers could match him. Why was he still working so hard? Later, when he and Kakashi were on a mission together, he learned that during the year and more of training with Jiraiya, Jing had been the same. Jing was always far ahead of them, with no one even close to catching up. Why was he in such a hurry? It wasn't until the moment Rin died. It wasn't until the revival of the Uchiha clan that he finally understood. Uchiha Jing had long known the cruelty of the world. The lesson Obito learned only after losing Rin, Uchiha Jing had grasped when he was still very young. That was why he trained so desperately, why he struggled so hard to bring about change. Obito recalled the last time he saw Jing, the words he said to Kakashi. You can't protect anything. Those words. Perhaps they were also meant for me. Are you really not going to tell Uchiha Jing about the Moon's Eye plan? Obito said in a deep voice. If we could bring him into this plan, gathering the tailed beasts would be much easier. If it were Jing, Obito would not mind yielding the leading position. White Zetsu did not know how to speak, but Black Zetsu, who represented Madara's will, spoke up. Uchiha Jing fought with Madara. In that battle, Madara learned of Uchiha Jing's thoughts. Simply put, Uchiha Jing has not lost anything precious to him. Right now he can do whatever he wants and is unmatched under heaven. Everyone knows he killed the Fire Country's daimyo, but have you seen anyone dare to denounce him? A person like that. You go and talk to him about constructing an illusory world. Obito, do you think that's reasonable? Obito laughed bitterly. Yes, he has protected what he wanted to protect. But how long can he protect it? As strong as Hashirama Senju was after his death, conflicts never ceased. How many of the Senju clan remain? The Uchiha clan will also be submerged in the currents of time. He should be able to foresee such a future. Black Zetsu's heart stirred. Obito's words gave him inspiration. He had long been troubled by the problem of Uchiha Jing. If this guy were to be an obstacle to the Moon's Eye plan, it would be too difficult to overcome. But what if he were to execute it? Not now, certainly, but you never have a life without regrets, do you? Perhaps Obito's plot could be arranged for Uchiha Jing. Losing a loved one, a close friend. Nothing helps one face reality better. The old tricks never get old because they really work. Black Zetsu was brewing a grand plan, but he did not forget the most important matter at hand. Let's go and watch. At least we must ensure Yahiko's death, so that Nagato can first face reality. Obito nodded, his form twisting and vanishing. At the meeting place between the Akatsuki and Hanzo, matters had escalated to the point where Konan was taken hostage. Originally, according to the plan, they were to directly capture and kill Yahiko. However, Hanzo's mind turned, and he easily thought of a way to make up for it. He knew that the three of them, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, were disciples of Jiraiya. The scene of those three children supporting each other back then was still vivid in his memory. If they were trained by a Konoha shinobi. Nagato, kill Yahiko, and I promise to let this woman go. Nagato trembled, unable to make a decision. He simply couldn't choose. The Rinnegan in his eye sockets trembled violently, his hands gripping the kunai tightly. Yahiko made the decision for him. You are the savior of this world. With you, it can definitely be done. The life in Yahiko, who was so close, gradually faded away. The Rinnegan trembled even more violently. In the distance, Obito and Zetsu sneered. Now he should understand the cruelty of the world. Until the battlefield changed. With a tremendous summoning sound, the colossal Geto statue appeared. Obito and Zetsu exchanged a startled glance and cried out in unison. No, Madara. Obito and Zetsu hurried to the edge of the battlefield, but found no sign of Madara. It seemed he hadn't been summoned along with the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Wasn't that a disaster? They hadn't expected Nagato to summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path so easily. The Rinnegan wasn't the Sharingan, so how could the death of a close friend accelerate the development of the Rinnegan? Black Zetsu took notes in case the unsealing of Mother through this generation of Rinnegan failed. This data could be used later. Let's go back first. There were still some matters Uchiha Madara hadn't settled. Dying so suddenly wouldn't do. In an unknown underground palace. By the time Obito and Zetsu returned, the summoning of the demonic statue of the Outer Path had ended. The tendrils of the statue reconnected to Uchiha Madara, but it was clearly noticeable that his aura had weakened further. It seems you succeeded. Uchiha Madara spoke without a trace of emotion, calmly saying, I still had time to teach you, but now I can only hold on for another month or two. Obito, what I don't have time to teach you, I will seal into your eyes via the transcribed seal. Let's begin. In another cave of a completely different style. Orochimaru and Tobirama Senju walked out of the laboratory, removing their bloodstained gloves. Combined with the gloomy atmosphere, they were unmistakably two evil scientists. Although they couldn't seek aid from the daimyo of the Land of Fire with Tobirama's abilities, obtaining money to purchase equipment was not difficult. Why not simply steal the equipment? Even Uchiha Kagami had to raise money to buy medical equipment. If anyone dared to rob technological equipment, who would be willing to produce and develop it? If equipment broke down, would they want replacements? Robbing money or people was one thing, but for intellectual creations, one should respect the wisdom of their creators. Finally found a suitable direction for improvement. Orochimaru leaned back on the sofa, picking up a boiled egg that was still warm on the table. He hated cold food. Tobirama Senju did not need to eat and had no sense of taste. He frowned at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I heard some news while I was out. That brat, is he the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru let out a laugh. Others might believe it, but Lord Tobirama, you developed the impure world reincarnation technique. Do you not know whether reincarnation is real? Tobirama shook his head. Others may not, but that doesn't mean Uchiha Madara can't. That brat's personality is indeed somewhat different from Madara's. He is crueler than Madara and cares more about the Uchiha clan. He resembles. Tobirama didn't want to continue. Because combined with past intelligence from Uchiha Kagami, he felt this guy was somewhat like a mix of himself and Izuna. After a moment of thought, Tobirama stood up. Is it true? Let's find out. You want to use impure world reincarnation on Uchiha Madara? Tobirama nodded. Previously my control over the technique was insufficient, so I didn't dare attempt it. With the current level of completion, if we prepare a minimal sacrifice, even if we summon Uchiha Madara, we can control him. Truly maddening to think of summoning that legendary ninja. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he grinned. Do you have Uchiha Madara's flesh and blood? Plenty. Even his body was buried by me. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama didn't keep Orochimaru waiting long. But his expression was grim, reminding Orochimaru of how Tobirama looked when he returned from inspecting the reconstruction of Konoha 2 years ago. The body is gone. Orochimaru's pupils contracted. Who stole it? Tobirama shook his head. Impossible. I set many seals. Even my older brother couldn't have left no trace. He took out a lock of hair. I have a bad feeling. This is Uchiha Madara's early hair. Let's try it first. Orochimaru felt that compared to this man, he could truly be considered benevolent. The impure world reincarnation ritual soon began. They selected a ninja with minimal chakra, just meeting the conditions for the technique. Tobirama still had some scruples. Their sacrifices were evil ninjas listed on the black market who had killed innocent villagers. The dirt covered the sacrifice. Both of them couldn't help but feel tense, preparing the talismans to control the reincarnated body. But, after a scream as the sacrifice died, nothing happened. Uchiha Madara's soul was not in the Pure Land. Two possibilities. Tobirama's face was as dark as water. First, the soul inside that brat is indeed Uchiha Madara's. Second, Uchiha Madara is not dead yet. Orochimaru bowed his head in silence for a moment, then spoke. The second, Kagami-kun cannot be anyone's reincarnation or vessel. He is unique and perfect. Tobirama gazed deeply at Orochimaru. After 2 years together, he trusted Orochimaru's judgment. This was a genius in every aspect, no less than himself. He had never been close to Uchiha Kagami, but Orochimaru had. Since he said so, Tobirama rubbed his brow in annoyance. We have all been fooled by Uchiha Madara. He never died. He must be hiding in the shadows, plotting some terrible scheme. Orochimaru frowned slightly. That doesn't quite fit. If Uchiha Madara didn't die, who could have stopped him after Lord Hashirama's death? Who knows? Perhaps even if he didn't die, he was severely wounded and unable to move freely. Tobirama sighed. The more advanced the Uchiha Sharingan develops, the more extreme their thoughts become. I cannot understand their thinking, which is why I was wary of the Uchiha. Normal people's emotional outbursts are temporary, but once an Uchiha loses control, this emotion persists and changes their nature. Like Uchiha Madara, even after a temporary reconciliation, he still. Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head. I don't know much about the grudges of the previous generations, so I won't comment. Lord Tobirama, what should we do next? Tobirama pondered for a moment, then said, continue researching the impure world reincarnation technique, and try to bring my older brother back with his strongest power. It's not just Uchiha Kagami, but also Uchiha Madara hiding in the shadows. We can no longer handle them alone. Time passed another month. In the Konoha cemetery, Uchiha Kagami crouched down, placing fresh flowers in the vase before the tombstone. Over 10 days ago his grandmother had passed away. She had known nothing of what happened in Konoha. During the great battle in the village, Kagami had sent his grandmother and Shursui on a trip. They went to the place where his grandmother was born. After returning, the elderly woman, who had trouble walking, never left the Uchiha clan grounds. She only knew that the ninja war had ended, that her grandson had spent 2 good years with her, occasionally going on missions and returning safely. Visiting clansmen told her that because Minato had become the 4th Hokage, the Uchiha and the village had reconciled. Shursui had started attending the ninja academy, and it was said the 4th Hokage thought highly of him and might take him as a disciple. As for Kagami, who was a fellow disciple of the 4th Hokage, there was even less concern. His grandmother passed away peacefully. Footsteps sounded behind him, but Kagami did not turn around. Ryoku, it was her. I remember she was a very lovely girl. Madara walked to Kagami's side, looking at the 2 names on the tombstone. Uchiha Ryoku, Uchiha Kagami. You have inherited the name of Kagami, well, though he might not approve of what you've done. Uchiha Kagami smiled gently. Have you come to say goodbye, Lord Madara? Uchiha Madara looked up at the distant Hokage monument, a slight smile curving at the corner of his lips. I'm just going to the Pure Land for a while. I'll return, Kagami. I'll be waiting. Grow as much as you can. I look forward to fighting you again at our full power. Your steps are loose, your mind unsettled. Why did you hesitate when striking my vital point? Did you think you could hurt me? Too many thoughts. Remember, when facing an enemy, only consider the fastest way to kill them. Within the Uchiha compound, the training ground echoed with the clang of metal. After having his short sword knocked away, Shursui collapsed to the ground, panting. Huff. I can't go on, brother. Let's rest. Konoha year 50. The Cold War had persisted for 3 years. Bandits, vicious beasts, and malevolent entities within the Land of Fire were being exterminated by Konoha's ninja, and the underground black market was also cleansed. Only a stable environment could foster economic growth. The children of Kagami's generation had already died, too many, let alone the previous generation. Konoha's population had plummeted. In recent years, he had also encouraged intermarriage between the clan and outsiders, but unlike the Senju policy, regardless of whether a woman married into the clan or a man brought in a wife, and regardless of the child's talent, they were all counted as Uchiha members and could not leave. The Uchiha had no divorce, only widowhood. In these years, civilian ninja of Konoha had discovered that allowing the Uchiha to rise to power might be the correct path. Minato Namikaze was not the puppet Hokage they had originally assumed. Aside from Uchiha Kagami, he had the authority to command other Uchiha members. The Uchiha members had no complaints either. You are indeed stronger than me, it's fine to give me orders. Although they were still difficult to get along with, they would not target you. As for mission merits and the like, they would not embezzle a single cent. Whatever was due was due. Even some secret techniques were all posted as mission rewards. Only those taijutsu that required the Byakugan to execute were unnecessary to make public. This broke the monopoly of ninja clans over secret arts, achieving what Hashirama Senju could not. As for the Uchiha, aside from the Sharingan techniques, their other arts like fire release had already been contributed at the village's founding. Nominally, the Uchiha clan held a transcendent status, but in reality, they never used this identity to oppress others. In their view, such behavior was shameful and would tarnish the clan's reputation. Even the previously detested Hyuga clan no longer sought conflict. That animosity arose from the rivalry over the title of the strongest Dojutsu clan, which had strained relations. Now the result was clear. My Sharingan is indeed stronger than your Byakugan. Why would I bother competing with a weaker opponent? In the end, the Uchiha clan adhered to only one belief: the capable rise to power. In the past, despite having corresponding achievements, they had not received recognition, which accumulated a great deal of discontent. Now one could rise to any position according to their ability. If they couldn't, it was because they were useless and there was nothing to complain about. Minato Namikaze had actually adopted Uchiha Kagami's seemingly joking suggestion, establishing the dual king system in Konoha. A complete separation of light and shadow was not right, but now Konoha was not merely a ninja village, it was the true economic, political, and military center of the Land of Fire, with too many matters to handle. The current daimyo and other officials even had to negotiate with him quarterly on governance issues of the Land of Fire. One person simply could not manage it all. Hence the Hokage was responsible for Konoha's dealings with officials at all levels, as well as external warfare and diplomacy. Additionally, a Leaf Shadow was established equal in status to the Hokage, overseeing security within the Land of Fire. The first Leaf Shadow was Tsukumo Hatake. This was not an official position. If no one could replace Tsukumo Hatake, the Hokage had the authority to abolish it. After all, the powers of this position were too great. Tsukumo Hatake was trustworthy, but the next generation might not be. Minato Namikaze's abilities were commendable. In just 3 years, the Land of Fire had emerged from the quagmire of war, with all aspects stabilizing and slowly improving. He was very grateful that Uchiha Kagami was not a war maniac. If Kagami had resolved to wage war against the Four-Nation Alliance, even if they could win, they would not have enough people to manage the aftermath. It was not that they couldn't win, but that it was unnecessary. According to Minato Namikaze, thinking the Land of Fire should vigorously promote childbirth. With Uchiha Kageme's existence in 10 or 20 years, once they had a reserve of talent to rule the ninja world, they could begin the war. Minato Namikaze was not a conservative. He would not care about the sacrifices in a unification war. He understood that only by bringing the correct order to this twisted world could long-term stability be achieved. This was also why he chose Uchiha Kagame. In this plan, anyone could be absent except for the one supreme powerhouse who stood above the ninja world, irreplaceable. Meanwhile, compared to the increasingly stable land of fire, other countries were suffering greatly. A large number of ninja had gathered in the land of lightning, leaving vast territories without powerful protectors, resulting in rampant bandits, ghosts, monsters, and chaos. Especially, a year ago, a riot broke out for unknown reasons at the prison of hell in the land of grass, which housed rogue ninja from various villages, allowing many of them to escape in the chaos. Where could these rogue ninja go? They dared not go to the land of lightning or the land of fire, which were teeming with powerhouses, so they could only plague other countries. Countless small countries fell. The remaining forces of the land of wind and the land of earth could not manage it. They could barely defend their own villages. Even so, the 4 daimyo and kage stationed in the land of lightning had no intention of returning home. They could stay together to keep warm, but if they separated, they would truly die. Uchiha Kagame was not an enemy that could be dealt with by numbers. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha had already set a precedent for them. They could only hope to develop a weapon to counter him. Uchiha Kagame nudged Shursui with his foot expressionless. Get up. You've rested for 3 minutes. 2 more minutes. Please, brother, just 2 minutes. Shursui gasped heavily, still catching his breath. Just as Kagame was about to kick him again, Yunjian appeared at the edge of the training ground with a shunshin. He glanced at Shursui and said flatly, 2 minutes. After that, practice on your own. If you dare slack off, I'll beat you to death. Hee, I know. Yunjian walked over to Kagame. What is it? Yunjian lowered his head and said quietly, regarding the matter you instructed before, Uchiha Mikoto has given birth to her second child. It's a boy. Has he been named? Not yet. Call him Sasuke. Uchiha Kagame smiled faintly. Bring him to me after he's weaned. The entire Fugaku family, including Itachi Uchiha, were not allowed to leave the Uchiha compound, and Fugaku himself rarely left his home. A Uchiha without eyes, and a former clan leader at that. How could he have the face to step out of his house? Uchiha Kagame had not convicted Fugaku, but anyone with eyes could see the hint. As a member of the personal guard, Yunjian knew that Kagame was not hard to get along with. He was quite tolerant toward close friends, and would not punish anyone for misspeaking. Lord Kagame. Fugaku deserved his punishment, but this newborn child. Yunjian, what are you thinking? Uchiha Kagame chuckled lightly. He is the child I look forward to the most. He will be my successor. You will never fail. Having witnessed Uchiha Kagame's journey firsthand, Yunjian was utterly convinced. Of course I won't fail. The calm tone was as if stating a fact, and this strong confidence influenced Yunjian. Don't misunderstand. A successor doesn't mean I'm going to die. From now on, you guard that child. Understood. Night fell. At the Uchiha Kagame residence, Hatake Tsukumo entered alone, paid his respects, and sat down across from Uchiha Kagame. You came in person, Tsukumo. Tsukumo took a sealed scroll from his robes, and said this evil entity was rather powerful. I didn't feel comfortable letting anyone else deliver it. The craftsman ninja village resurrected their ancestor Saimai. Because the land of fire was in such chaos, he's grown strong remarkably fast. At the thought, a smile crossed Hatake Tsukumo's usually stern face. Shortly after his resurrection, Saimai declared war on the 5 great nations and challenged the current strongest ninja. Uchiha Kagame took the scroll, unrolled it, and dispelled the seal. A ghostly blue spirit quickly took shape and roared, you bastards. I am the progenitor of the craftsman village. How dare you seal me? Crunch. As if an invisible maw of a beast had bitten off its upper half. With another bite, the entire spirit was gone. Hatake Tsukumo was no stranger to this sight. It was all too reminiscent of subordinates offering a blood sacrifice to some great demon. The land of fire once had many evil spirits, but after cleaning them up over the years, they had started extending their operations outward. Ignoring rogue ninja and bandits causing trouble in other countries, they focused only on evil spirits. Kagame, are you sure your body isn't affected by this? Tsukumo was worried. The things they captured were strange and bizarre, but their common trait was their madness. Those things seemed to feed on human resentment. Without the cliched gesture of wiping his mouth, Kagame smiled a sinister smile. Uchiha Kagame took a sip of tea and said calmly, a drop of ink can stain a cup of water, but fallen into a great river it has little effect. Any results from the secret investigation? Tsukumo shook his head. Based on your description, we couldn't find anyone named Jigen. Don't spread word of this. Use only those you can trust. If you get any leads on that man, don't act rashly. I'll handle it myself. Understood. Also, Hatake Tsukumo said with a strange tone. We didn't find any trace of Orochimaru. But we ran into an eye. Tobarama Senju. Uchiha Kagame chuckled. How strong is he? We didn't clash. As soon as he saw us, he used the flying thunder god technique and left. Uchiha Kagame tapped the table lightly. Since you didn't mention it, I take it you haven't run into Obito either. Tsukumo sighed. Kakashi has been searching for him for 3 years, but there's not a trace. Uchiha Kagame fell into thought. The ninja world still had many enemies, yet it was eerily calm. The so-called 4-nation alliance was nothing to worry about. The most troublesome was Ishiki Otsutsuki hiding inside Jigen, followed by the Black Zetsu faction, and then the Tobirama-Orochimaru combination. But they were all hiding better than each other, as if they'd agreed to wait until Uchiha Kagami was dead before making a move. He smiled to himself. Let's see who can outlast whom. Fine, keep hiding. Once I've consumed all the resources on the surface, I'll move on to the moon. By then you won't be able to cause any waves. Uchiha Kagami wasn't in a hurry at all. He was someone who could suppress his Mangekyō's advancement for the sake of perfect evolution. I recall Hisashi serves under you. Uchiha Kagami remembered something. Yes, Hisashi is doing well. He's now captain of the 2nd Division. Have him come back. Tell him to secretly monitor Hayashi, Hyuga's wife. Once her child is born, keep them under round-the-clock surveillance. I'll arrange someone to coordinate with him. Though the order was peculiar, Hatake Tsukumo would never question Uchiha Kagami's commands. Over the years, Uchiha Kagami's actions perfectly matched his image of a sacred lord. Understood. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Get some rest, Kagami. Uchiha Kagami gazed at the moon outside the window, lost in thought. He had also sent people to search for a passage between Earth and the moon. The moment they found one, he would strike the moon and seize the Tensigen. Now he was prepared for both possibilities. If Tonari Otsutsuki's father dared bring him here for an arranged marriage, he'd kill them. Back then, sparing Hayashi's life was only partly due to Hisashi's plea. The main reason was Hinata. She was the bait to lure the Otsutsuki from the moon. Wait. Uchiha Kagami reconsidered how his involvement might affect this historical event. With his intervention, all the main family members except Hayashi had been killed off, and the Hyuga clan no longer had any distinction between branch and main families. In other words, the next generation of Hyuga children would not be branded with the caged bird seal. But surely no one has purer Byakugan than Hinata. Niji. Years later, the Otsutsuki from the moon would descend to find a wife for his son Tonari, before dying not to pluck eyes. They wouldn't go after boys, right? Better to be thorough. I'll have all the Hyuga children of similar age monitored regardless of gender. Of course, it was also possible they wouldn't dare come at all because of him. Uchiha Kagami stood and stretched. After years of inactivity, he was growing restless. Inner spirit space. Sukuna chewed up Saimai's soul and spat it out. Can you find something decent to eat? These otherworldly curses taste like dish rags. Uchiha Kagami sat atop the 6-path stone tablet and said calmly, be grateful you have anything to eat at all. In a few days I'll find you something bigger to savor. Sukuna sneered. Finally getting restless, are you? Realized you can't break my seal on you. I don't mind telling you. This is a technique I created combining cursed energy and chakra. Its sealing strength grows with my cursed power. Are you talking about this? Uchiha Kagami pointed at his right eye and chuckled. You're quite foolish, you know. I've known about that all along. All I need to do is stop feeding you for a while, use my own spiritual energy to break the balance, and I'd break through the seal. Sukuna was speechless. Why didn't I think of that? Alright. Because this brat has always been the one drawing power from me, my total spiritual energy has always been higher than his. But now, my source of negative emotions has been cut off, and he's grown to my level. To Sukuna, Uchiha Kagami's smile was profoundly mocking. The reason I didn't bother dealing with it is simply because there was no need. Did you really think your seal was that sturdy? Besides, if I ever find myself losing, I could just say, I'm going to unseal my right eye now. Wouldn't that be fun? Uchiha Kagami, this isn't fair. You gained your current power through me, yet I can't grow on my own. Don't you feel you've won dishonorably? You should go kill those bastards outside who are stealing my cursed power. Make me the only one who can absorb that energy. That would be a fair battle. Uchiha Kagami paused briefly, then nodded. Since my precious pet has made a request, I'll do as you say. I'll set out in the next few days. You bastard. What did you call me? You brat. I was a mount before, and now you dare use that word to describe me. Uchiha Kagami smiled as he stood before the ceiling gate, facing Sukuna, across the vermilion bars. That's more like it. You were so calm, just now I thought you changed your ways. Get cockier. I like you like this. Now that everyone spoke to him with utmost respect, he actually missed the feeling of making someone's blood boil with just a few words. The rebuilt my having consumed substantial funds and manpower boasted a larger area than the original. It retained some of the original Mai's characteristics, but was overall more spacious and tidy. The ninja cats of the cat village directly claimed a plot of land for themselves and constructed their dwellings. Their labor fees exactly offset the cost of purchasing the land. There was no intention of cheating the ninja cats. In contrast, the Uchiha clan's grounds with their old-fashioned courtyard style seemed like a village within the city. However, in terms of living comfort, the courtyards were certainly far more pleasant than the apartment-style buildings. As Uchiha Kagami greeted his clansmen and was about to step out of the clan grounds, he saw two small figures by the lakeside. Itachi-kun, why don't you go to the ninja academy? A lovely little girl with long black hair and a beauty mole beneath her right eye leaned in to ask a boy who was eating tricolor dumplings. As if sensing something, Uchiha Itachi spun around and saw Kagami. He gave a standard 90-degree bow. Greetings, clan leader. Turning her head, Uchiha Izumi also saw Kagami and patted Itachi. It's just Kagami and I, Itachi-kun, why are you so nervous? Izumi's mother ran a breakfast shop, and Uchiha Kagami often ate there. Having known Kagami since she could remember, Uchiha Izumi was aware that Kagami was now the Uchiha clan leader and a formidable ninja. But he hadn't changed at all. He was still a gentle person. Slap. Uchiha Kagami placed his hand on Izumi's head and ruffled her hair in a circle. What do you mean, just Kagami and I? I'm very powerful. Off. I spent so long on my hair. You big idiot. Uchiha Izumi struggled, fiercely kicking Kagami with her little feet. Uchiha Kagami let go and smiled. If you don't go to school soon, you'll be late. I'll tell your mother. Uchiha Izumi glared at Kagami, smoothed her hair, and waved to Itachi. I'm off to school. See you later, Itachi-kun. With that, she made a funny face at Kagami and ran off. Uchiha Itachi remained bowed, not daring to rise. Uchiha Kagami's voice was calm. Izumi isn't afraid of me at all. Why are you afraid, Itachi? Because we are sinners. Itachi lowered his head, his voice choked with tears. Not long after he could remember, he was forbidden from leaving the Uchiha clan grounds. Every time he saw peers like Izumi happily going to school, he longed to know what that felt like. He couldn't understand why everyone in the clan seemed so happy and fulfilled. Only his family was different. They were like birds in a cage. This was home for the Uchiha clan, but a prison for them. What terrified him even more was that his younger brother Sasuke would experience the same feelings. He saw absolutely no hope. As he thought this, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in his lowered gaze. Sensing Itachi's activation of the Sharingan, Uchiha Kagami smiled slightly. Is that what Fugaka told you? Silence. Uchiha Kagami took it as confirmation. He sat down directly by the shore, gazing at the shimmering lake. Itachi, you know, I truly love the Uchiha clan. A monster dwells within me, and I suddenly arrived in this unfamiliar world. I was also afraid of the unknown future and afraid of the predetermined future. In my past life, I had no family. When I first came here, I had none either. Grandmother adopted me, and the clan members were kind to me. No one wanted to harm me. After that, I found the courage to confront that monster. Because I knew that only by using his power could I change the predetermined future. Your father told you that you were sinners, but he didn't say what crime you committed, did he? I know him, he's that kind of person. I can tell you clearly, if I hadn't appeared, the Uchiha clan would have been destroyed by the hands of you and your father. Uchiha Itachi's pupils contracted sharply, and his small body trembled violently. Uchiha Kagami's voice was extremely calm, but to Itachi it sounded like thunder. So, I will never forgive you. Never. I won't think you're innocent just because this event hasn't happened yet. I hated you for 10 whole years. Only when you spend your lives in remorse will my hatred be appeased. Drip. Drip. Uchiha Itachi could no longer hold on, and collapsed to his knees, tears falling one by one. Kagami-sama, thank you for making me understand. I am willing to atone with my father. But I beg you, please don't let Sasuke live such a life. Please. Uchiha Kagami stood up. I will take Sasuke as my disciple. He is different from you too. He and Uchiha Mikoto will live as normal Uchiha clan members. Thank you. Thank you. The meaning of Uchiha Itachi's tears had changed. It was a transformation from despair to hope. It doesn't matter if I have no freedom, as long as Sasuke can leave this place. At the Hokage building. Outside the Hokage's office, Uchiha Kagami saw a large group of people sitting. Some were villagers, while others were clearly not from the land of fire. It felt like waiting for a consultation with Minato-sensei. Uchiha Kagami bypassed the crowd and lightly kicked open the office door. The guards at the entrance pretended not to see anything, closing the door after Kagami entered. A noble from a small country who had been waiting for a long time stood up indignantly. How? He had barely uttered the first word when a cold blade pressed against his neck. He turned his head cautiously, meeting a pair of scarlet eyes. You'd better shut your mouth. Kagami-sama might overlook your rudeness, but I will definitely kill you. Sharingan. Uchiha clan. The noble nearly wet himself. Oh no, he actually did wet himself. The Uchiha who held the blade recoiled in disgust. Someone drag this guy out. He stinks. In the office, Minato looked noticeably more exhausted than before. This was the burden of countless counties in the land of fire on his shoulders. It was normal to be tired. Seeing Kagami enter, Minato put down his documents and offered a warm smile. You're here. Uchiha Kagami casually sat on the sofa, observing the people standing before the desk. Their headbands bore the mark of Kusagakure. Among them was a red-haired woman with a slightly swollen belly. They are ninja from Kusagakure, saying that a powerful monster is wreaking havoc in the land of grass and asking us to send someone to eliminate it. After introducing them to Kagami, Minato turned to the Kusagakure group and rubbed his temples in frustration. But the village simply doesn't have enough personnel. We're unable to help. But Hokage-sama. Before the apparent leader could finish, a voice interrupted. That red-haired woman, what is your name? The woman flinched at being suddenly addressed. Although she didn't know who Uchiha Kagami was, his casual entry into the Hokage's office indicated he was a person of importance. I am Chansui. A glint flashed in the eyes of the Kusagakure ninja as he bowed respectfully to Kagami. This esteemed one, this woman is not only beautiful, but also has a special ability. Just biting her can heal wounds. If my helps us kill the monster, we will offer her to my. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato frowned. His mind had been on the documents, but now he observed the red-haired woman carefully. Her hair was much darker than Kushina's, but that aura, it couldn't be mistaken. Whoosh. An invisible blade slashed open the woman's sleeve, revealing her arm covered in dense bite marks. Hey Chinsue, is your husband dead? Chinsue shook her head in terror. I don't know. Don't know? Uchiha Kagami smirked. Minato, you don't mind if I dirty your office, do you? It's fine. I'll have someone clean it later. Namake's Minato's eyes were filled with icy coldness, murderous intent almost spilling over. Minato placed his hand over Chinsue's eyes, and a sound of something being shattered echoed. It's okay now. Don't be afraid. From now on, this is your home. The body fragments were cleared away, and Yin Min's mother was taken down as well. One could imagine the hellish life she had endured in the grass-hidden village. Yet even so, when she fled, she had not chosen Konoha. Minato Namake's side. As long as the ninja system remains unchanged, such tragedies will never cease. Uchiha Kagami leaned back against the sofa. Systems and such, think them over yourself. Bring me a complete map of the ninja world. I need to go out for a while. Are you going to hunt down those abominations? Minato knew what Tsukumo Hatake was doing. Or rather, Uchiha Kagami rarely kept his actions secret, he simply offered few explanations. Something like that. Once the map was brought, Kagami stood up and instructed. Take my kunai. If anything happens at the Uchiha district, come to me immediately. Minato nodded. He understood the severity of the matter. That boy Obito had become difficult for Tsukumo to control after falling into darkness. If the Uchiha clan were to suffer some disaster causing Uchiha Kagami to plunge into darkness, it would not be a matter limited to the Land of Fire. The entire ninja world might be destroyed by the frenzied Kagami. By the way, Kagami Kushina is pregnant. Minato said, his face brimming with happy smiles. Uchiha Kagami raised an eyebrow. Truly an Azura, starved for love. As his brother reincarnated, so did you. Before leaving, Uchiha Kagami looked back with a smile. Then once the child is born, I'll help you and Kushina hold a proper wedding ceremony. Minato had been far too busy these past few years. The previous wedding ceremony had merely involved Kagami and a few friends sharing a simple meal. Kagami, if you encounter Master Jiraiya, could you help me tell him? I've already decided on the child's name. It's from his novel Naruto. Are you so certain it will be a boy? Minato chuckled softly. A girl can bear that name too. I simply like this strong name. The Land of Fire had been relatively peaceful in recent years, and merchant caravans could occasionally be seen on forest paths. The problem remained the sparse population. The farther one ventured toward the outer regions, the fewer people there were. Uchiha Kagami was heading west, planning to deal with the monster in the Paradise Box first before visiting the land of Oni to face that yokai. When he reached the border, figures clad in black robes with red clouds appeared before him. Uchiha Kagami stopped and smiled faintly. Old acquaintances Obito. Long time no see. It had been many years. Obito had grown taller, his aura cold and detached. Indeed, it has been a long time. Obito looked at Uchiha Kagami with complex eyes. I thought you would have used your severing dust the moment you saw me. Uchiha Kagami scanned the group. Sasori of the Red Sand. A man with the Rinnegan, though certainly not the Deva path, a familiar face. A purple-haired woman, clearly Konan. And there was Obito, Zetsu, and Ango with eyes full of hatred. Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but laugh. Because of you, how could he dare appear before me? Puppets, clones. Ango, you are the only honest one here. You came as your true self. Ango suddenly stepped back, scanning his teammates. What was happening? You never said you weren't the original. Uchiha Kagami crossed his arms. I'll deal with you later, Ango. Nagato. Is it alright if I call you that? The man with the Rinnegan's expression shifted slightly. Your ocular power is truly terrifying, Uchiha Kagami. I am Nagato, and she is Konan. Consider her your senior brother for now. We wish to talk with you. Uchiha Kagami nodded. Go ahead. As someone within the Uchiha, you should be able to sympathize slightly with us, small country ninjas. Otherwise, you would not have overthrown the original rule of Konoha after gaining such power. Nagato stepped forward. Under your rule, the Land of Fire has achieved peace. That is because they understood the pain you brought them and learned to fear. I do not possess your strength, yet I killed Hiruzen, granting the Rain country rare peace in these turbulent times. Our path is correct. We can cooperate. To bring peace to the entire ninja world, we merely lack sufficient power at present. The four great nations remain obstinate, intending to provoke war. We need to create a weapon capable of killing millions instantly. When all nations know this pain, the resulting fear will act as a deterrent, ending all wars. Pain will cause this world to grow. This is my mission as the successor of the Sage of Six Paths. Join Akatsuki Uchiha Kagami. Together we will bring peace to the world. Uchiha Kagami nodded, speaking calmly. It is a feasible path, but you will die, Nagato. What difference is there between your era and that of Hashirama Senju? You may argue that the forbidden weapon can be preserved, but once you are dead, that thing will certainly be dismantled or lose control. Compared to combat, Nagato preferred discussing peace. Deciding to meet Uchiha Kagami was the right choice. He was right not to listen to Obito, his junior nephew, who had painted Kagami as unreasonable and indifferent to peace. Nagato spoke gravely. I do not crave eternal peace. I only wish for one generation to live out their lives in tranquility within this endless vortex. There will eventually be those who inherit my ideals. The most important thing is to begin. Uchiha Kagami frowned deeply. Nagato's thoughts. He found them quite reasonable. and his will was firm. Had his will weakened due to his body failing him after more than a decade, much like Hiruzen. Chakra was somewhat idealistic, sometimes willpower did indeed affect combat capability. Your ideas are not bad. The puppet controlled by Nagato had no facial expressions, but from its body language it seemed pleased. The next sentence made it pause. But I refuse. Uchiha Kagami tilted his head, smiling at the group. When did I ever say I had the ideal of peace for the ninja world? I simply want to eliminate anyone who disturbs my peaceful life. You don't even have the courage to stand before me, yet you dare lecture me. Boom. An invisible, colorless severing strike descended like a collapsing sky. Boom. The earth shattered like a mirror, space distorted, inexplicably refracting rippling waves. So I still have to fight. Good thing I didn't use Yahiko's body. Shinra Tensei. A massive repulsive force surged, and solid earth and forest were flung about like toy blocks. An invisible force exploded outward, clearing a patch of the forest. The repulsive force could not withstand the slashing attack, collapsing all the way. Scatter. Amidst the immense dust, Uchiha Kagami stepped back slightly. A black iron spear pierced through the dust, brushing past his face. Sasori of the Red Sand stood atop the third Kazekage's human puppet, its iron wings spread. Uchiha Kagami, forgive me, but you are the greatest obstacle to my revenge. Originally he had seen hope of killing Tsukumo Hatake, but Kagami had returned to Konoha with a status no less than the Hokage's. Sasori knew that he could not take revenge alone. 3 Tomo appeared in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. He chuckled lightly. I told you before, choosing who you want is your own freedom. You just weren't capable enough to kill Tsukumo Hatake yourself. Don't make it sound like I specifically stopped you from killing him. You haven't changed at all. Uchiha Kagami. Magnet release iron sand world method. The iron sand rapidly shaped itself, forming a web-like barrier in the air. Leaving aside the other members of the Akatsuki, what would ultimately lead to Sasori's death was definitely his soft-heartedness. The strongest Kazekage in history combined with the most genius puppeteer ever, the power he could unleash even surpassed that of his lifetime. Within the iron sand barrier, toxic mist spread, obscuring vision. Swish, an ultra-high-frequency slash tore through the poison mist. Uchiha Kagami watched the third Kazekage's human puppet maneuvering within the barrier with keen interest. His demeanor was light and carefree, as if he looked down on everyone, but in truth he remained highly vigilant at all times. After all, the shinobi world was full of bizarre and chaotic techniques, and one careless move could lead to disaster. But as for these fellows before him, having fought against Madara, Uchiha Kagami could somewhat sense the peculiarity of the cloning technique. Konin Zetsu Abido, they were all clones. Sasori's core was missing. It seemed he had learned to conceal his methods. Nagato's corpse, used as the Deva path, was of mediocre quality and rather crude, as if it were a rushed product. From the brief contact. Uchiha Kagami pondered what yardstick to use to measure his combat power. He wondered who was the weakest among the current 5 Kage, Raza or Yagura. Yagura should have already become the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, so he decided to use Raza as the unit of measurement. So Nagato's Deva path puppet now was roughly at the Kage level. Uchiha Kagami suddenly felt a pulling force trying to drag his body toward the sharp iron sand barrier. He did not resist, but let the force pull him into the iron spikes. Crack. It was not the sound of flesh being pierced, but the sound of breaking. The density is a bit low. Uchiha Kagami smiled at Sasori, his tone dripping with mockery. Such a strong body. Was this guy even human? Sasori met his gaze without fear. After all, this puppet did not rely on visual perception, and he had installed several extra firewalls between it and his real body. Fire release, head crushing flame. Wind release, pressure damage. Composite ninjutsu flame storm. A massive wave of flames surged like a raging tide, covering the sky and the earth. The real body's attack, driven by hatred, was indeed extraordinary. Die Uchiha Kagami. Even though he knew that among the Akatsuki members present only he was real, Kakazu was not afraid. At worst he would die. Could it be worse than being broke? Uchiha Kagami stood in the sea of flames, a layer of enchanting crimson fire swirling around his body. He pushed off the ground, teleporting through the flames, and appearing before Kakazu. The Sharingan's Tomo spun, and Kakazu pitched forward. Uchiha Kagami grabbed him by the collar and flung him away. Really, didn't I say I'll deal with you later? As a mobile treasure chest you can provide me with plenty of entertainment. It would be a shame to die here. Fire release, storm dance. Space was distorted by the power of Kamui, triggering a fierce vortex of air currents of terrifying power. An even greater amplification than wind release, a spiraling serpent of flame rushed toward him. Gazing at the spiral flames, Uchiha Kagami narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing Abido's technique. There were differences in the destruction of space. His own solution, Black Slash, possessed the property of space cutting, but it was a completely different matter from Sukuna's Space Slash. To put it figuratively, on a piece of paper with a figure drawn on it, the level Uchiha Kagami achieved was to cut a line on the paper, slicing the figure apart. Space Slash, on the other hand, cuts the paper itself, and the figure is merely incidental. It was extremely powerful, a completely unreasonable setting. In other words, in the Jujutsu world, once he strikes, it's a one-hit kill. No resistance matters. Now, the greatly enhanced Sukuna could not do such a thing in the shinobi world. The energy levels were far too different. What he had cut before was the Jujutsu world, which was a different matter from the shinobi world. Trying to use the sword of a previous dynasty to behead the officials of the current dynasty. As for Obito, his space ability lay somewhere between the two, causing slight wrinkles on the paper. The existence of Kamui space was like another piece of paper, and he could escape to that other paper through the wrinkles. In other words, besides the method of attacking from both inside and outside, as in the original timeline, using a direct space / to kill Obito would be twice as difficult. The shinobi world's heaven was quite fair after all. My wish compensated for a lot of research time and directly gave me the answer. You granted Obito's wish, giving him a different space to escape reality. So did Kamui space exist originally, or did it come into being because of Obito? Shursui wanted to change people's hearts, so Kotoeme Tsukumi appeared. These bizarre wishes gave birth to one unreasonable dojutsu after another. Fugaku's was the anger over the death of his comrades, Itachi's was the shock of Shursui's death, and Sasuke's was the desire to destroy Konoha upon learning the truth. The family heirloom Amaterasu. Amaterasu's power was considerable, but its performance was lacking with several countermeasures. Could it be said that as long as anger dominates at the moment of awakening, one gets Amaterasu? Forget it. I'll think about that later. Uchiha Kagami dodged the storm dance, weaving through various attacks. The Akatsuki members had no intention of testing with taijutsu. They opened with large-scale ninjutsu. Conan's body floated, angelic paper wings spread behind her. Countless sheets of paper shot toward him like blades. Uchiha Kagami made a single-handed seal and spat out a fire dragon, engulfing the torrent of paper blades. Senior Sister Conan, are you interested in changing jobs? I could offer you the position of the head of ninja tools. Conan's expression was blank, her voice cold. Bringing peace to the world. That was Jiraiya-sensei's dream, and also the dream of Yahiko and Nagato. How could I follow someone who doesn't even have such a dream? Because peace is also my dream, but I couldn't achieve it. Very well, then hold fast to your beliefs and walk on. Uchiha Kagami leaped up and closed in on Conan. The name of the Sharingan had been renowned for 1,000 years, and in recent years, due to Uchiha Kagami's existence, all ninjas of a certain caliber considered how to deal with the Sharingan. The first rule was never look into its eyes. Kakuzu's fate just now was clear enough. But the moment Conan averted her gaze, she saw a gorgeous short sword. The blade reflected a crimson light. Conan! Nagato cried out in alarm, watching Uchiha Kagami raise the long blade over Conan and hastily raised his hand to perform Bansho Tenin. It was like using a thin hemp rope to pull a boulder. The gravitational force shattered. Swish! The blade fell. The blood-stained angel slowly descended. As life functions ceased, the sacrificial vessel for the impure world reincarnation technique was revealed. Uchiha Kagami raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. It was White Zetsu. They're openly exposing White Zetsu's presence. Does that mean Obito and Nagato's partnership has deepened? Well, that's hardly unusual. Even Tobirama Senju has teamed up with Orochimaru these days. Though come to think of it, even in the original timeline, Orochimaru and Tobirama Senju had worked together. Kagami's gaze shifted toward Obito. This guy has probably spilled everything except the moon's eye plan. No mask actively joining the battle. He's not afraid of intel leaking. This man, he doesn't view Nagato as a mere pawn, but as a genuine partner. How laughable. Getting soaked in the rain himself, then tearing up someone else's umbrella, yet still standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Hey, senior brother Nagato, let me share a piece of news with you. From afar, Obito caught a glimpse of Uchiha Kagami's smile and felt a deeply unsettling premonition. Even as a puppet vessel, Nagato's fury was unmistakable. True, Kagami hadn't killed the real Conan, but judging by how mercilessly he struck without hesitation, if they showed up in person, he wouldn't hold back either. Still calling me senior brother? Nagato's voice dropped low, cold as he sneered. Since you reject my ideals and strike first, what could you possibly have to say now? According to intel I've gathered. Kagami smiled enigmatically. A pity Danzo was dead. Otherwise he could have pinned this blame on him too. It was our dear junior nephew Obito who secretly conspired to murder senior brother Yahiko. How naughty of you, Obito. Kakashi's been looking for you. Can't you even send your master a reply, eh? In that instant, everyone present froze mid-motion. Wait. Is this something you just say out loud? Obito drew a deep breath. To his credit, his composure had improved considerably since his fall to darkness. Nagato, he's trying to drive a wedge between us. And another thing. Kakashi is not my master. What nonsense are you spouting, Uchiha Kagami? Calm down, Obito. Zetsu was deeply troubled, both the white half and the black half. Nagato's gaze turned terrifyingly dark, fixed unblinkingly on Kagami. What you said. Is it true? Kagami nodded with conviction. Since Danzo was dead and Nagato still followed the original timeline, the culprit had to be Black Zetsu and his lot. Even without investigating, I can state this with certainty. With my strength, why would I need to deceive you? I'm only telling you because I pity you for being played for a fool. Nagato's gaze grew ever darker, his murderous intent like a ravenous beast ready to devour. No. A crisp voice cut through the tension. Strength and integrity don't go hand in hand, Uchiha Kagami. When exactly did you get the delusion that you were an honest man? Sasori spoke coldly from within the Iron Sand prison. Nagato, Uchiha Kagami's character is utterly vile. Even when he has overwhelming power, he delights in dismantling his opponents with words. He's deceived me before, and have you forgotten why Kakuzu joined us? Black Zetsu's eyes lit up. Right. He'd almost been led astray by conventional thinking. This Uchiha Kagami has no credibility whatsoever. He quickly added, years ago on the battlefield he tricked Inoki into believing he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. In subsequent years of warfare he was notorious for his insidious tactics. It's just that his title of Blade of the Crimson Eye looms so large that people instinctively assume he's cold-blooded and above petty deception. According to intel released by the Four Nations Alliance, this man harbors within him a monster whose capacity for villainy is beyond imagination. He also blackmailed Kushina to turn Minato, murdered Orochimaru, drove Jiraiya into exile. The list goes on. I can't even count all his deceptions. He even hounded Madara, relentlessly forcing him to relocate his base multiple times. Truly a lie spreads at the speed of light, while the truth limps behind. One casual remark from Kagami, and they had to produce lengthy rebuttals. Nagato's anger subsided, and he accepted Zetsu's explanation. Most telling of all, Obito Uchiha, whose perpetual scowl made it look like the whole world owed him 3 million, was now visibly explosively furious. Wearing the expression of a man wrongly accused but too proud to defend himself. Nagato regarded Kagami coldly. Enough of these petty tricks, Uchiha Kagami. Kagami himself idly stroked his chin, utterly shameless. He was merely thinking, I rarely tell the truth. And you won't believe me. He flicked the blood off his blade and shook his head with resignation. Don't come crying later, senior brother Nagato. Yahiko died so miserably, and you won't even avenge him. Still trying to deceive me. Nagato roared in fury. Don't you dare speak Yahiko's name again. The Devapath puppet lunged forward, both arms outstretched. A devastating repulsive force erupted outward. The black rods embedded in this body trembled violently. Clearly the chakra output was exceeding what this vessel could withstand. Kagami's gaze turned icy as he gripped his long blade. I rarely give warnings, you fool. The one you need to protect is right beside you. Did you manage to protect her just now, eh? Nagato froze. A single flash of steel passed through, cleaving this body in two. His final thought, Uchiha Kagami. You truly are a master at piercing hearts with words. With just a bit more seriousness, Sasori's puppet body was shattered. Zetsu, never a combatant, chose to flee rather than waste even a single white Zetsu clone. In the end, only Uchiha Kagami and Obito remained. Kagami, I've obtained the very same eyes as you this time. Obito stated flatly, his expression detached. You've long understood the cruelty of this world, and you warned me and Kakashi. Just as you warned Nagato. We are not enemies. I've come to understand you, so you should understand. Shing? Directly above Obito, a rain of slashing blades descended. Countless slashes passed through his intangible body, so densely packed that he couldn't finish a single sentence. Kagami's eyes only grew colder. He crossed his arms, watching Obito within the blade storm. I promised Madara Uchiha that as long as you don't provoke me, I won't kill you. But have you forgotten something? I hate you. No, despise is the word. What right do you have to speak to me of understanding? He stepped closer, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. You're still wearing that mask, Obito. You're just a coward running from reality. Within the torrent of blades, Obito deliberately deactivated his intangibility and let the countless slashes tear him apart. This encounter was only meant to gauge Kagami's stance. Obito had no intention of revealing his wood release or the kamui of his left eye, nor did he want Kagami to measure the limits of his intangibility. Kagami shook his head in boredom, turned, and walked toward Kakuzu's direction. Thus, the newborn Akatsuki's first attempt at making a debut ended in a crushing defeat. How did you think not depositing your money would make a difference? Uchiha Kagami tossed the limp Kakuzu aside and performed the summoning technique. Mu Kagami. Sama. Revolver, his mouth full of dried fish, quickly swallowed a few mouthfuls. Kagami looked him up and down with disdain. You're almost 900 caddies, aren't you? If you're too slow, I'll switch to another ninja cat. Revolver quickly shook his head. How could that be, Meow? Fat is my power source. I'm already the fastest in the clan. They've started calling me Orange Flash Meow. Uchiha Kagami took out paper and pen from his pocket and sketched a location. At this spot, there's a stone statue. Under the 7th tree to the south, dig down 3.2 meters, and you'll find the money. Revolver raised a paw in salute. Understood. His big black eyes caught sight of Kaku. You're really brave, Meow. Still daring to go out for a stroll. Grass country. Like the rain country, it was a small nation sandwiched between great powers. Since the establishment of the one country, one village system, it had been ravaged by war after Hashirama's death. To put it positively, Grass Village was a ninja village adept at learning. In plain terms, it lacked its own heritage and had to steal techniques from the great villages. Probably the rumor about Grass Village nearly ruling the world with the Box of Bliss was also spread by themselves. Did Grass Village even exist during the Sage of Six Paths era? Uchiha Kagami felt no goodwill toward this country, all because of Karen and her mother. He understood the reasoning Nagato had explained and knew the difficulties of these small nations. But what did that have to do with him? Leaving the land of fire, Uchiha Kagami witnessed the chaos of the outside world firsthand. Not to mention the barren land stretching for miles, but the scene outside already resembled the post-apocalyptic wasteland he had once known. Small ninja villages had formed shelters, and there were numerous bandit strongholds. Without the restraint of order, ninjas had become mountain kings. This was the inevitable outcome when superhuman power existed without order. In simple terms, society had regressed to a primitive state, the survival of the fittest. Although the essence of the Land of Fire remained unchanged, basic institutions existed, and the strong would offer some protection to the weak. After all, they needed the weak to produce. Along the way, Uchiha-Kagami had killed several clueless bandit groups. So foolish. Didn't they realize that traveling alone meant I was formidable? Thus, even bandits needed a bit of discernment. According to the information Uchiha-Kagami had obtained, the monster that had escaped from the Box of Bliss was still lurking in Hozuki Castle. It was clever, manipulating a group of puppets modified by the Box of Bliss to collect individuals with chakra. To put it plainly, the monster named Wu was merely the strongest puppet under the Box of Bliss's control. All these messy things seemed to have similar abilities. The Netherworld could control a terracotta puppet army, and this one did too. Even the dragon vein from before had similar functions. Was this also a fundamental rule of the ninja world? The closer he got to Hozuki Castle, the less human vitality there was. Human bones were everywhere, rotting flesh and human skin hung from trees, and the only sound was the cawing of crows. It was like a demonic kingdom built on human remains. Sukuna, this suits your style, doesn't it? Don't you want a city like this? Sukuna, who appeared against a backdrop of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, sneered, so filthy and stinking. How could it be worthy of me? But I sense that the trash who stole my share is not far away. Whoosh. Suddenly a small figure blocked Uchiha-Kagami's path. Uchiha-Kagami looked up and found it vaguely familiar, but he couldn't recall the name. Pale purple concentric rings. The appearance somewhat resembled the Rinnegan, but it lacked ocular power and was merely a resemblance. White hair, a grass village headband. A very delicate little girl. Uchiha-Kagami remembered her family's secret technique well. The dragon life reincarnation technique. The same effect as old Lady Chiyo's life-giving reincarnation technique, sacrificing one's own life to save another. It must be her, the one who originally traded her life for Naruto's dragon. Right, she was called Longshi. Looking at this little girl, only about 7 or 8 years old, standing firmly before him with a kunai in hand. Uchiha-Kagami chuckled lightly. Are you going to rob me? Longshi shook her head. Don't go any further. The Hozuki Castle now has a terrifying monster. You'll die. Run while those puppets haven't come out yet. Sensing the girl's goodwill, Uchiha-Kagami bent down slightly. Then why are you still here, little girl? A flicker of pain crossed Longshi's face, and she shook her head. That's none of your business. Just leave quickly. Uchiha-Kagami ignored her warning and continued walking toward Hozuki Castle, as if strolling through his own backyard. Hey, I said don't go over there. Longshi nervously chased after him, blocking his path again. Follow me. Uchiha-Kagami sidestepped her and said calmly, this is just a diversion. Watching Kagami's retreating figure, Longshi gritted her teeth in hesitation. For some reason, she felt a desire to follow him. This person, sensing Longshi trailing a few hundred meters behind Uchiha-Kagami, gave a faint smile. He liked good people. When a good person still had value, his tolerance increased. He wasn't a lunatic like Sukuna, who would cut down anyone he disliked. All techniques had limits. He didn't think this girl's family secret technique could affect him, but if properly trained, she could serve as a resurrection coin for sure sway. Right now, he was the most powerful figure in the open, the great demon king that everyone in the legends would unite to defeat. He wasn't afraid of others making a move against him, but his weakness was too obvious. To prevent his grandmother from being disturbed by Edo Tensei, he had used an extremely strong sealing technique to seal her and his grandfather's coffins. If Black Zetsu or someone else dared to lay a hand on his grandmother's remains, even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. In truth, cremation was the best option, but he couldn't bear it. However, he was quite willing for others. A new decree in Konoha was to cremate ninjas to prevent Orochimaru from disturbing the dead with forbidden techniques. Sakamo Heitake and others had also met Tobirama Senju and found the decree reasonable. Curse that despicable S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru. As for Shursui, no matter what, he was the little brother Kagami had watched grow up. With his promise to his grandmother, Uchiha-Kagami would certainly take care of him. He wouldn't pave a path he thought was good for Shursui like Itachi Uchiha did for Sasuke. After shaping Shursui's basic worldview, Kagami would let him see the world himself and make his own judgments. For others, Kagami would only give a single chance to choose. Shursui would get a few more. Even if he died from a wrong choice, he would be saved and allowed to choose again. He couldn't let him die young and go complain about him in the underworld. Dusk fell. The town, like a demon's lair, emitted a series of low growls. Figures resembling zombies slowly emerged from the city. As far as the eye could see, they were countless. Konoha. The original walls were gone, replaced by a ring of forest encircling the village. Beyond that, many towns had sprung up, and naturally, the closer to the nation's heartland, the more expensive the land. Mostly commercial establishments. This street, for instance, was lined with gambling dens and taverns. A sacred ground for some. A woman had lingered on this street for years. Konoha knew of her presence, but chose not to interfere. Shizun. Sake. Bring me sake, Tsunade murmured, her cheeks flushed, holding up her cup unsteadily. But Shizun stood frozen, clutching little Tauntaun so tightly that the piglet gasped for air. For figures in conical hats stood before Tsunade's table. Through the gaps in the hats Shizen caught a glimpse of. Hey Shizen, tap. A hat was placed on the table. A tall silhouette blocked the light from the window. Tsunade squinted and looked up. Her gaze first held confusion, as if wondering whether she had drunk too much. Then gradually astonishment took over, her pupils dilating. As if struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, her eyes locked onto that face, unblinking, all drunkenness gone. The man offered a gentle smile. It's been a long time no see. Long black hair, a simple white robe. His appearance was almost identical to the memory she held. Especially his voice. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Grandfather. Tsunade, no longer young, felt tears streaming down her face, unbidden. She saw the others. Second grandfather. Old man, did you do this? Orochimaru, in this tiny izakaya, gathered all the Hokages of Konoha. Suna, look at yourself. Is this any way for a ninja to behave? Senju Tobarama's tone was reproachful, but the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. There was also a hint of self-reproach. Second grandfather. Just as before. What is going on here? The impure world reincarnation technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. I never imagined it would come to this. Orochimaru summoned me, the first and the second Hokage, from the Pure Land. An invisible barrier expanded, ensuring even the neighboring tables couldn't hear their conversation. At a glance from Orochimaru, Shizen quickly retreated. The first Hokage and the old man have only just returned to the living world. Orochimaru found an empty seat, a half-smile playing on his lips as he looked at Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen scratched his head in exasperation. In front of these two, could you show me a little more respect? Tsunade shot him a look of distaste, took a deep breath and sneered. I despise Uchiha Kagami, but Orochimaru, your desecration of the dead is equally loathsome. Ever since the Second Great Ninja War, which claimed her brother and her lover Tsunade's personality, had grown bitter, and she developed a fear of blood. She drowned herself in drink and gambling, and not long after the Third Great Ninja War began, she refused to fight any longer, leaving Konoha with Shizen. Had it not been for her special lineage, such behavior would have branded her a rogue ninja. Considering Hashirama's contributions, Minato and Tsukumo turned a blind eye, letting her be as long as she didn't harm the Land of Fire. Orochimaru picked up some food from the table casually. With such momentous events unfolding in Konoha, I thought it necessary to inform the past Hokages since we had the means to contact them. The situation is obvious enough. Tobarama snorted. Few of the clans that founded Konoha remain. As I understand it, Uchiha Kagami slaughtered the main branch of the Hyuga and subjugated the branch family as vassals. Uchiha Kagami's evil surpasses even Madara's. We cannot allow him to run rampant. Hashirama had remained silent, merely gazing at Tsunade, as if comparing her to her younger self. Second Hokage. Sarutobi and Hashirama had rushed to Konoha right after being reincarnated, leaving many things unsaid. His face showed reluctance, but he finally sighed. This is all my fault. I failed to fulfill my duties as Hokage. I'm not sure about the Hyuga incident, but some ninja clans dwindled during the Great Wars. Even in the difficult times of war, Danzo and I conducted experiments on the wood release. Monkey, I already know. Tobarama cut him off. To protect the village, the sacrifice of clan members is nothing to lament. It was their choice. What matters now is restoring order. Since Orochimaru doesn't want to be Hokage, we can acknowledge Minato Namake's position, but there must be supervision. Also, revoke Orochimaru's S-rank rogue ninja status. And we cannot allow the Uchiha clan to dominate the entire Land of Fire. This is only a temporary calm. I can see that they will eventually unleash the greatest war in shinobi history. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, turning to Orochimaru. You became a rogue ninja. What does it matter? Just a title. Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze shifting to Hashirama. He knew that the man truly capable of making decisions was this one. One who had led a clan in the Warring States period and established the one village, one nation system. Hashirama's vision might have been limited by his era, but he was no fool. After listening to Orochimaru's summary of the shinobi world, he didn't immediately order an attack on the Uchiha, as Tobarama suggested. If not for the mention that Madara was still alive, he would have beaten Tobarama to death and returned to the Pure Land. The current body strength, though far from his prime, was still beyond Orochimaru's control. In his view, the dead should not meddle too much. The future would be decided by the next generation. Suna. When Hashirama spoke, everyone fell silent. He looked at Tsunade with pity. War still hasn't ended. I'm sorry that you've endured so much suffering. Bang. Tsunade could no longer contain her emotions. She overturned the table and collapsed into Hashirama's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. She had suppressed her feelings for too long with no one to confide in. She could only sink deeper, finding relief only when her mind was numb. After a long time, Tsunade wiped away her tears, her eyes reddened. Hashirama slowly rose to his feet. Brother, I'll go see Konoha. You said Madara's stone face has been carved. I'm curious. Also, I want to talk to that child who looks like Madara. Tobarama said gravely, brother, that Uchiha brat is formidable. You're not at full strength yet. We should. Boom. A terrifying aura instantly filled the barrier, pressing down on Tobarama with crushing force. Tobarama. Those deep eyes seemed like bottomless black holes. Orochimaru felt that even a glimpse from the corner of his eye made his body freeze, as if facing a natural predator. Even in this incomplete form such power. This is the god of shinobi. A low voice, each word falling like a mountain. I said I'll go myself. You all wait here. Do nothing. Senju Zhujian entered Mai with the merchant caravan, his eyes darting restlessly, as if he were a rustic visiting a grand garden never able to take in enough. This place was unlike the village in his memory. Ancient architecture was rare, while streets lined with shops displayed goods he could barely recognize. Except for arms dealers, most merchants preferred a stable environment. Mai set guiding prices for various goods, which indeed meant lower profits. Yet goods sold easily here with no fear of bandits along the way. Though Mai's shinobi could not yet cover the entire Hojigwa, they could ensure the safety of several trade routes. Though the city walls were gone, every checkpoint was guarded by a combination of Uchiha and Byakugan to prevent enemy shinobi infiltration. But Senju Zhujian was no ordinary man. To enter unnoticed, even the Mangekyō could not see through him, let alone ordinary Uchiha clan members. After hours of wandering through streets and alleys, Senju Zhujian sensed the greatest difference between this village and the one he had known. A sense of order. Everyone seemed to know what they should and should not do, with a deep respect for the rules. When the Uchiha police force first maintained order, there had been no major incidents, yet Senju Zhujian always felt a subtle unease. The problem was not with the Uchiha, but with the villagers. The Uchiha adhered strictly to regulations, placing law above personal ties. But in a newly founded village, most people were connected by blood or friendship. Punishing one person by law would offend many. You could not expect someone to remain content when their kin was punished. Most people favored family over reason. Whether law should override emotion or remain within it was a question unresolved for millennia. Senju Feijian was not wrong. The Uchiha clan was indeed the most suitable enforcers of the law. Senju Zhujian noticed that several merchant caravans seemed on the verge of conflict, but upon glimpsing a patrolling Uchiha in the distance, they became amicable again. Any clan that held too much power for too long would become corrupt. Knowing this, he and Feijian had disbanded the Senju clan. Otherwise, with their prestige, the position of Hokage would have become exclusive to the Senju. But the Uchiha, so proud of their bloodline, would never accept that. And this clan was too prone to extremism, so Feijian's solution was to use them under restraint. The Uchiha must never hold the highest authority. Those who maintain order must never be ruled by emotion. If a future Uchiha clan leader, also a Hokage, were to lose control, it would be catastrophic. This was not prejudice, but a conclusion drawn by Senju Feijian through countless experiments, a responsibility to the majority. In his view, one could not stake the future of the village or even the ninja world on the gamble that the Uchiha would not lose control. Senju Feijian despised the Uchiha, but he acknowledged Minato Namikaze, chosen by Uchiha Kagami, as a capable Hokage. He simply did not want to take the risk. Uchiha Kagami was still young. Sooner or later, ambition to rule the ninja world would arise. He did not want that future. In the end, Senju Feijian too was weary of war and wished to fight no more. Had he firmly opposed back, then even threatening death would never have been built. He too was a man who had walked out of the flames of war. He had lived his entire life in war from birth to death. The ninja world was like this. Every survivor craved peace in their own way. Yet they sparked wars time and again. Well, except for Danzo. On the road leading to the Hokage building, Senju Zhujian looked up at the two faces carved into the cliff and smiled unconsciously. Madara, if you had been the second Hokage, the village might have turned out like this. No, not necessarily. Though I hate to say it, back then you really weren't suitable. If only Izuna hadn't died back then. Arriving at the Hokage building, Senju Zhujian found it difficult to remain undetected. The barriers were like cobwebs to him. Easy to destroy, but hard to pass without alerting anyone. After a moment's thought, he adjusted a technique's usage on the fly. In the Hokage's office, Minato had just finished dealing with a local official's problem. It was lunchtime, and he had just taken out the lovingly prepared bento box from Kushina. Before he could open it, he sensed a faint chakra fluctuation. Gripping his special kunai, he stared warily at the potted plant in the corner. A hand emerged from one of the leaves. Minato was about to throw the kunai when a deep male voice came from the greenery. Haha, sorry to meet you this way. An emerald figure materialized. Senju Zhujian removed his conical hat, revealing a gentle smile. Hokage of the village, I am Senju Zhujian. May I ask you a few questions? At Guiden Castle, beneath the demonic fortress walls, all the walking corpses ignited with crimson flames like lotus blossoms of karma. From afar, it possessed a bizarre beauty akin to 1,000 twinkling lights. Longsha's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. No earth-shattering energy fluctuations, not even a hand seal. Tens of thousands of undead turned to ash in an instant. Uchiha Kagami kept his hands in his pockets, watching the filth underfoot, and slowly walked toward the city. Longsha's legs, as if beyond her control, followed him. Suddenly, a tremendous roar made her stop. The sound of wings beating echoed, and a colossal creature perched upon the city wall. Its limbs were thick with distinct muscle lines exuding raw power. A massive head bore a pair of enormous wings. Its ferocious maw revealed 2 giant fangs on each side, giving off an overwhelmingly evil alien presence. the product of the box of bliss born from and moving with the will of the Wu. Muku. Long she watched helplessly as her playmate Muku was engulfed by the crimson light seeping from the box of bliss, transforming into this monster. The reason she had lingered here was to find a way to save her companion. In countless midnight dreams, she heard Muku's wails from within the box of bliss. Your chakra is immense. The giant monster spoke in a chilling voice, its mouth gaping wide. Swish, swish, swish. The wings on its head quivered and countless steel blade-like feathers shot forth. Be careful. Long she cried out, but saw the feathers dissolve like hailstones falling into boiling water just meters from the man. Fizz. A slash crackling with black and red lightning tore through the air. The dark slash bisected the beast, and the dispersed energy like a storm ruthlessly destroyed its bodily tissues. Why? The Wu stared at its disintegrating body, unable to comprehend. I could sense fear and killing intent. No one should have been able to strike me. The slender figure with the blade reappeared above its head. He answered its question. How could I harbor killing intent towards my food? From this vantage point, Uchiha-Kagami saw the black box exuding a sinister aura at the center of the ancient city. The box of bliss. The box of ultimate bliss. The ultimate weapon from the era of the Six Paths Sage. The four faces of the box, joy, anger, sorrow, and delight, seeped wisps of crimson energy. This is the one. It holds a considerable share. Sukuna reclined against the corpses, gazing upon the box of ultimate bliss through Uchiha-Kagami's vision. Before Uchiha-Kagami seized the dragon vein. If the negative energy of the shinobi world were measured as one koku, Sukuna, relying on his innate cursed spirit nature, could draw 3/2 of that share. That amount was already immense, sufficient to fuel his continuous evolution and amass a vast reservoir of cursed energy. Yet since those external aberrations broke through their seals, the negative energy Sukuna could absorb had become almost negligible. Because unlike the other monsters, he remained bound by a seal. This was precisely why he told Uchiha-Kagami that it was unfair. When we were all sealed, I relied on my strength to claim 3/10 of the share. You lot of garbage, divvying up the scraps was one thing. Now you can consume nearly the entire share, while I'm left to lick the dregs. This is an outrage. I am the king of curses. Sukuna had briefly possessed Uchiha-Kagami's body before sensing the outside world. He was confident that without the seal he could seize at least half of the share. Eliminate those pests, and it would be the complete 10/10. If only Uchiha-Kagami were willing, he could easily become the strongest in this world. Uchiha-Kagami, why won't you just die? His inner monologue raged, but Sukuna had no intention of speaking aloud. He had already experienced firsthand just how venomous that brat's tongue was. Moreover, the boy was thick-skinned, utterly shameless. Trading insults with him would only end with oneself seething in frustration. SCHKK, the Mangekyō activated. A black-crimson slash struck the box of ultimate bliss. Boom. The thick stone slabs around were pulverized into dust, yet the slash, though it struck the box, failed to cleave it open. Unlike the Six Paths steel's property of being indestructibly hard, the box of ultimate bliss felt to Uchiha-Kagami as if it were transferring the power of the slash into another dimension of space-time. Was it the dark space within? Several more black slashes fell, yielding the same sensation. It was as if the box of ultimate bliss lacked a physical form, being merely a corporealized mass of ghostly energy. He recalled that in the original timeline the box of ultimate bliss was not destroyed either, but was hurled into the sea by Gyuki. Surviving from the era of the Six Paths Sage to the present day, it certainly possessed its own peculiarities. Uchiha-Kagami hadn't spent these past years merely accompanying his grandmother. Through the yin-yang transition ocular jutsu, his physical energy and spiritual energy had now achieved perfect equilibrium. Without a suitable reference point, he judged his current ocular power to be no weaker than Uchiha Madara's at the time of the Final Valley, and his physical resilience to be slightly inferior to Senju Hashirama's back then. With the reverse curse technique, his body's recovery speed would rival Hashirama's. Balanced and uniform development was Uchiha-Kagami's creed. He refused to tolerate any glaring weakness. To unravel Sukuna's seal, he had also studied sealing arts under Kushina and Minato over the past few years. Uchiha-Kagami hadn't deceived Sukuna. He could release the seal on his right eye at any moment. The reason he preserved it was similar to Gojo Satoru's reasoning. His Mangekyō followed a different evolutionary path from the eternal Mangekyō. He preferred to call it the perfect Mangekyō. It possessed 4 high-grade ocular jutsu. With these eyes of 4 tomo measured against Uchiha Madara as the standard, his ocular power already hovered between the eternal Mangekyō and the Rinnegan. 360-degree long-range vision was but a foundational ability. However, maintaining both eyes activated for extended periods presented no issue with ocular power. The primary concern was the increased strain on the brain. The left eye's release, black slash, and the yin-yang transition. One served as the ultimate output offensive jutsu, the other was an amplification jutsu meant for prolonged use. The right eye's crimson demon and another jutsu were tailored for specific contingencies rarely needed in normal circumstances. In simple terms, Uchiha-Kagami considered it as entrusting his right eye to Sukuna for maintenance, while that fellow gleefully believed he had it sealed away. Like a sports car's ability to accelerate from 0 to 100 in 3 seconds, you wouldn't use it every time, you just need it available when required. Besides, the current shinobi world lacked any opponent capable of forcing Uchiha-Kagami to go all out. Uchiha-Kagami ceased releasing slashes and clasped his hands in a sequence of seals. A thin layer of lavender chakra enveloped his form. Within the mental space, Sukuna looked up, watching the dragon vein's energy seep through the ceiling gate, lost in thought. This brat. Was this deliberately arranged? Outside, a lavender dragon-headed chain emerged from Uchiha-Kagami's chest. It shot forth, binding the box of ultimate bliss in layers upon layers. The box of ultimate bliss let out a bestial roar, trembling violently, but the dragon's maw held it fast, rendering its struggles futile. Dragon Vein, Earth's binding lock. The Dragon Vein inherently possessed suppressive properties, and combined with Uchiha-Kagami's mastery of sealing arts, it held an overwhelming advantage over such malevolent entities. The dragon-headed chain compressed the box of ultimate bliss layer by layer until it was swallowed whole, returning to Uchiha-Kagami's mental space. The vermilion ceiling gate divided the mental space in two. Uchiha-Kagami stood on one side, Sukuna on the other. Seated atop the 6 paths, steely Sukuna watched as the Dragon Vein dragged the box of ultimate bliss down into the sea of corpses and rivers of blood. You've got enough for a game of Dojiju over there. Once you catch Nararahai, you two can start a mahjong table. Sukuna's 4 eyes glanced at the box of ultimate bliss, then turned to Uchiha-Kagami. Uchiha-Kagami, have you ever considered that this sealed space of yours is your most extraordinary ability? Not just me. A massive energy aggregate like the Dragon Vein, and now this box. I have some understanding of the Jinchuriki principle. Logically, you shouldn't be able to contain this much energy. A paper cup cannot hold magma. Uchiha-Kagami chuckled lightly. Then you might as well ponder why we came to this space-time in the first place. Existence is reason itself. Do I need to question why I have hands, why I have feet? I'm no philosopher. Power that works is enough. I just need to know that. Uchiha-Kagami, you possess the power to banish me, even kill me now. Why don't you? Sukuna's eyes lowered. You know full well you can never tame me. I would rather vanish than submit to anyone. Uchiha-Kagami was silent for a moment, then smiled at Sukuna. Nothing in this world is absolute. Who can say what the future holds? I cannot directly utilize negative emotions, but you can convert them into spiritual energy. Why would I abandon a path to greater strength? Whether it's the Dragon Vein you or the box of ultimate bliss, in my eyes they're all the same. Uchiha-Kagami waved his hand, his figure gradually fading. That's it then. I've prepared your meal. Eat up. Oh, and don't say things like, you'll regret this, as a parting line. Saying similar words too many times gets tiresome. She cautiously circumvented the crimson flames, catching sight of the figure standing at the center of the ruined town. Thick black aura coiled like serpents, slowly seeping into his body. The bliss box is gone. Her pupils dilated, trembling violently. How could the ultimate weapon passed down through the grass village be destroyed? Or perhaps that person was devoured like Wugo. Reason warned her that the most prudent course was to flee, to escape this place immediately. No matter the situation, that guy is definitely not normal. As the last wisp of black mist vanished, Uchiha Jing took a deep breath and extended his perception. The negative energy stored within the bliss box was abundant, sufficient to fuel his leveling for a considerable time. Yet the loss of the box did not mean its share of negative energy now belonged to Sukuna. It was like the bliss box had been caught in a net. Its nefarious business would not wait for it, but would be claimed by other evil forces. The ninja world teemed with endless negative energy. So, where would this energy flow before these monsters broke free? The tailed beasts. A portion of it was likely absorbed by them. Or to put it another way, humanity's negative emotions influenced the beasts. In the beginning, the tailed beasts were benevolent toward all beings, guardians of the ninja world. They were not curses or evil gods. The beasts were pure at birth, possessing room for growth. They could not and would not convert such energy. Take Kurama, for instance. If he wished, he could command the natural energy of the entire land. Why would he covet negative energy? Yet even Kurama was tainted by humanity's spiritual pollution. Realizing this later, he chose to dwell in remote, sparsely populated areas. What followed was known to all. He was captured by Uchiha Madara, then confined by Hashirama Senju. Kurama, once a guardian of peace and love in the ninja world, became the nine-tailed demon fox, symbol of hatred. Truly, where could he seek justice? No wonder he loathed Uchiha Madara so much. Living peacefully at home, doing no harm, yet constantly disturbed by those coveting his power. One day a red-eyed man came calling him a beast. Then he was bound and immobilized for decades. Tisk, one need not empathize to feel pity just hearing it. Uchiha Jing could faintly sense some negative energy converging toward the west. That should be the miasma monster, also said to be a world-destroying demon. Hopefully, it would offer more challenge than the bliss box. He shifted his gaze and saw Long Shi at the city gate. The young girl, though terrified, stubbornly stayed. She had to know one thing, or she would never rest in peace. When Uchiha Jing approached slowly, she mustered the courage of a lifetime to speak. Wugo, do you know where Wugo is? Uchiha Jing smiled, crouching down. When asking a question, you should at least tell me who this person is and where they went. Long Shi breathed a sigh of relief. He is human, isn't he? Pointing at the shattered remains of Satori on the city wall, she continued. Wugo is my friend. A year ago the Bliss Box triggered the Hozuki Castle riot and many died. The elders said Wugo became that monster, but I know. Wugo is inside that box, he told me in a dream. Uchiha Jing nodded, feigning thought before speaking slowly. Those devoured by the Bliss Box suffer eternal torment, never to be reborn. In your words, they cannot reach the Pure Land. Longshi's eyes welled up. How can this be? How can this be? She grasped Uchiha Jing's sleeve, her eyes pleading. I beg you, Wugo is in such pain, please save him. Save it. Uchiha Jing shook his head. He is already dead. There is no saving him. Her hand, clutching his sleeve, fell limp, tears streaming down. Uchiha Jing placed his warm palm on her head and spoke softly. His soul has been corrupted. All I can grant him is complete annihilation. What you should do is live on. If Wugo is your true friend, he would wish for that. Uchiha Jing pointed in a direction, placing a special shuriken engraved with the Uchiha clan crest into Longshi's palm. Go to Konoha in the Land of Fire. Find the Uchiha clan. Ask them to take you to a young man named Jishui. He will take care of you. You managed to survive such a place, you are strong enough to do this, aren't you? Longshi took the shuriken, dazed, gazing at Uchiha Jing tearfully. Uchiha. Even at her young age, she had heard of the Uchiha name. They were the most renowned clan in recent years, rulers of the Land of Fire. She didn't know exactly how powerful they were, but Wugo had told her that the Land of Fire was the only pure land in this chaotic era. She clutched the shuriken tightly. Will Wugo truly find peace? Of course I can assure you. Uchiha Jing stood silently watching Long-shi walk away, looking back every few steps. Sukuna's voice rang out. How what a liar. He recalled what he had done to Yuji, refusing to save Yuji's friend despite his pleas. Finding that brat Wugo inside the Bliss Box is easy for you. With your mastery of yin-yang release, purifying the corruption isn't that difficult. Telling that little girl it's hopeless, that's to sever. What do you call it? I've heard you say it often. Bonds. Bonds aren't such a good word. Uchiha Jing turned and walked away opposite to Long-shi, speaking calmly. She possesses the rare reanimation technique. Consider it an insurance policy for Jishui. Sukuna sneered. Your Uchiha's awakening mechanism is quite interesting. Are you using this girl to trigger your brother's Mangekyō? You're even worse than me, Uchiha Jing. Uchiha Jing shook his head. Don't paint me as a controlling, brother-obsessed man. Can't you just think I had a sudden burst of kindness and wanted to save a poor little girl? Heh, on the border of the bird country. Uchiha Jing accelerated toward the ghost country, eager to finish his jungle raid and return home. Outside the Land of Fire, even the air reeked of filth. Suddenly, Uchiha Jing halted, his heart trembling. He looked up at the sky. At first it was just a faint speck. As time passed, the speck rapidly expanded, its outline growing clearer. A colossal meteor wrapped in blazing flames hurtled down from the sky like a burning fireball. Even thousands of miles away, the roar of the air compressed by the meteor could be heard. It was like the wrathful strike of a god. It hurtled straight toward the earth where Uchiha Jing stood. Clap! Uchiha Jing brought his hands together, and his vast chakra stirred up clouds of dust. His scarlet eyes held shock and wonder, but more than that, excitement. As the meteor hurtled toward the ground, the immense wind pressure blasted everything aside. Ancient trees were ripped up by their roots, boulders tumbled down, and the earth groaned in turmoil. Boom! The colossal meteor struck with earth-shattering force, sending tremors through the land. Dust filled the air as the impact carved a massive crater into the ground, rocks melting into molten slag. As the dust cleared, a black-crimson half-giant stood within the crater. Uchiha Kagami, enveloped in Susanoo, gazed into the distance. Before him, countless meteors rained down from the vast heavens like scattered blossoms. They were far smaller than the first colossal meteor, yet overwhelming in number. The meteor shower blazed with dazzling light, like countless burning arrows streaking toward the earth. No greeting, no warning. An immediate killing blow. From beyond the moon, among the celestial palaces in outer space, Otsutsuki Minato stood before a colossal luminous yellow eye. The Tenseigan, the ultimate eye of the Otsutsuki Himura lineage, equal in status to the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, and the final evolution of the Byakugan. It was the aggregate of the Byakugan of Himura's descendants on the moon, possessing immense power. Not only could it command floating meteors to strike the earth, but at full strength it could even move the moon itself. Beside him stood a young boy with empty, pupilless eyes. Father, what are you doing? Otsutsuki Minato gazed down at the shinobi world, using the Tenseigan's power to guide meteors in a relentless assault against a single location. The shinobi world created by the Sage of Six Paths is a failure. For 1,000 years war has never ceased, and now it has become a land of demons. Not only that, a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths is now devouring evil power. If he is allowed to grow further, he will become the ultimate god of evil recorded by our ancestors. Otsutsuki Minato spoke solemnly to the boy. Tanaru, there remains another branch of the Byakugan lineage in the shinobi world. You possess pure Otsutsuki blood. If you combine it with a pure Byakugan, you can awaken your own Tenseigan. I cannot allow that monster to grow any further. My life force is nearly spent. Meteors cannot kill that monster, so I will sever a portion of the Tenseigan's power and descend to the lower world to end this. even if it costs me my life. Next, a rare tenderness crossed Otsutsuki Minato's face as he lowered himself to gently touch Tanoru's cheek. Follow the guidance of our ancestors, Tanoru. You will reshape this world. You will be the founder of an ideal world. Facing the endless barrage of meteors, the black crimson half-giant gripped its long blade. Whoosh! A massive black crimson slash tore across the sky, a brilliant crescent blade arc cutting through the falling meteors. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosive detonations echoed across the heavens as a vast web of black lightning spread outwards, swallowing the light of the sky. A moment later, the lightning faded, leaving behind a rain of gray-black cinders, as though the entire world had been burned to ash. Uchiha Kagami stood atop Susanu's head, gazing up at a pitch-black void that had opened in the sky. A figure stepped out of the void. He wore an archaic robe edged with Magatama patterns. His skin was pale, his hair long and blue-white. Within his eye sockets, the Byakugan shone with a faint yellow glow. Otsutsuki Minato had crossed the distance between Earth and Moon, now standing upon the land of the shinobi world. Click! Beneath the curls covering his right eye, Uchiha Kagami's eye let out a crisp, subtle sound. Veins bulged around his Byakugan. In Otsutsuki Minato's Byakugan vision, Uchiha Kagami appeared as nothing less than a seething mass of ultimate evil, a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, fallen to such depths. Without attempting any conversation, Otsutsuki Minato extended his palm toward Uchiha Kagami below. Whoosh! A brilliant yellow chakra beam shot forth. Wherever it passed, the air was instantly ionized, leaving behind a twisted trail of distortion. Its light was so blinding that it was impossible to look at directly, as if it could sear the soul itself to cinders. A faint smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Kagami's mouth as the four-pronged pattern of his left Mangekyō began to spin. Rumble. The atmosphere was torn apart, crackling with black and crimson lightning. Boom. The black slash collided with the yellow beam, unleashing a shockwave like a hurricane sweeping across the land. The surging energy detonated into a sphere of light, like a sun rising from the earth itself. Whoosh! Another yellow beam curved through the explosion on a bizarre trajectory, its shrill howl piercing the air as it struck directly at Uchiha Kagami's body. Uchiha Kagami had already deactivated Susanoo. For grand spectacles, or massive foes, Susanoo was indeed the better choice. But the earlier exchange had made it clear to Kagami that his Susanoo could not withstand that beam. So this is the power of the Tensigen. According to the knowledge in his memories, the Tensigen was on par with the Rinnegan. Compared to the Rinnegan's versatile abilities, the Tensigen lacked overall versatility. In exchange, at the same level, the Tensigen boasted superior offensive power. Its most extreme manifestation was when Otsutsuki Tonari split the moon in a single strike with the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. He wondered if splitting the moon now could free Kagaya Otsutsuki. If so, he truly should pass that information to Black Zetsu, to stop obsessing over tormenting the Uchiha clan. Thud! A gray-white stone tablet suddenly appeared. The beam that could easily pierce through steel walls splashed against it like scattered droplets of water. That is, Otsutsuki Minato sensed a familiar, yet foreign aura, very much like the statue of ancestor Hamura. Before he could make sense of it, darkness fell over his vision. Blue-violet chakra coiled around the Six Paths tablet, lending its inscriptions an air of profound mystery. Otsutsuki Minato raised his hand, a cold sneer in his heart. A pale yellow orb of light manifested in his palm, rising to meet the descending tablet. The Otsutsuki clan had no concept of ninjutsu. That was an invention of Indra's. They wielded a far higher power, and so-called ninjutsu was utterly useless against them. The next moment his expression froze. The scene he had envisioned, the orb swallowing the ninjutsu, did not occur. Instead, the tablet simply smashed straight through the orb. At the instant of contact, the air was violently compressed, producing a deafening blast. Bang! Otsutsuki Minato was hurled backward like a swatted fly, slamming into a mountain peak amid a hail of shattered rock. Uchiha Kagami clapped his hands together, and dozens of slashes materialized out of thin air, converging upon the mountain in a grinding assault. Hard rock shattered like tofu, instantly carved to pieces. Dirt and gravel sprayed outward like waves driven by a raging gale. Uchiha Kagami gripped his twin blades and leaped toward the collapsing mountain. He could sense it, that Otsutsuki was still alive. His airborne body halted abruptly. Then at that very moment, without any warning whatsoever, shink, a black chakra rod pierced straight through Uchiha Kagami's heart. A man clad in a white haori appeared before him, a long braid trailing behind his head, his body covered in black markings. He gripped the black rod, his voice utterly frigid. You were looking for me, weren't you, Uchiha Kagami? I too have been searching for 1,000 years. For a perfect vessel like you. Ishiki sneered and looked up, only to meet a pair of Mangekyō radiating an eerie, otherworldly power. A blood-stained smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. So I've been found. Jigen, a being from the ancient era. In those days, Kagaya Otsutsuki and Ishiki Otsutsuki descended upon this world together to plant the divine tree. Ishiki was betrayed by Kagaya, and half of his body was fed to the tree. After barely escaping, he parasitized himself within Jigen's body. Jigen was merely the name of this vessel. Ishiki's consciousness had already taken full control. Kagami Uchiha gazed at Jigen, whose body was now covered in black markings. The patterns in his eyes were both resplendent and eerie. For the Sharingan, the state of having both eyes awakened was the most powerful. Compared to the eternal Mangekyō, Kagami Uchiha's eyes possessed even greater ocular power. With his yin and yang in perfect equilibrium, his demeanor did not turn cold and ruthless like the typical Mangekyō wielder. This was a profound, boundless darkness. A streak of black began to spread, centering on Kagami Uchiha, stretching outward like a single drop of ink falling upon the canvas of the sky. Jigen sneered inwardly, confronting the Sharingan without the slightest fear. Merely the mongrel bloodline of that wench Kaguya. Such a paltry level of ocular power. Twisting the black rod in his hand, he clearly sensed that he had shredded Kagami Uchiha's heart. As long as the brain remained intact, this body would still be usable. In truth, Kagami Uchiha's body wasn't highly compatible with him, but it was simply too perfect, a flawless equilibrium of yin and yang like a perfect circle. Compatibility was no longer a concern. This body would definitely allow him to fully resurrect. He had already arrived near the location when the meteor fell. He had endured for 1,000 years and few things could stir his interest, but that meteor had come from the direction of the moon. He knew precisely who was sealed within it. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the wench who had reduced him to this state. His injuries had not yet healed, and he was in no condition to move freely. If Kaguya were to break her seal at this moment, her power after consuming the divine tree's fruit had already surpassed his own at his peak. If she escaped and cast the infinite Tsukuyami, once more escape would truly be impossible. Unexpectedly, he had only sought to discover who had summoned the meteor, yet stumbled upon a windfall. Kagami Uchiha. Of course he had heard that name. The strongest Uchiha of this era, likely comparable to Madara Uchiha from decades ago. He had once observed Madara Uchiha from afar. The members of this clan were simply unsuitable as vessels for his resurrection. The Senju and Uzumaki were equally unsuitable. Their respective strengths and flaws were too pronounced. As a resurrection vessel, they wouldn't last many years. It was better to remain in his current body and continue searching for a container suitable for his reincarnation. Kagami Uchiha. This man, ostensibly merely a descendant of Kaguya, possessed such a perfect physical form. Moreover, he seemed to know of his existence, sending people to search for a monk named Jigen. He couldn't fathom how, but it mattered little. Once he seized this body, reading his memories would naturally follow. Surging chakra flowed through the black rod into Kagami Uchiha's body, engraving the Kama mark upon his skin. The so-called Kama. It was the unique ability of the Otsutsuki clan, allowing one to convert their entire being into data and implant it into another, who was known as the vessel. A black diamond-shaped mark would appear on the vessel's palm, known as the Kama. Simply put, the Kama was a compressed archive. Once decompression within the vessel was complete, it signified the full resurrection of the Otsutsuki. This concept was like Kaguya Otsutsuki resurrecting through Madara Uchiha. For another analogy, it was like Sukuna's fingers. If the one who consumed the finger was sufficiently compatible with Sukuna, Sukuna's soul would awaken within them. It was, one might say, a standard ability for demons and monsters. Feeling a slight obstruction in the flow of chakra, he spoke aloud. Cease your futile resistance. Jigen's voice was unhurried, like a gentleman about to savor a delicacy, offering a prayer before the meal. A lowly creature like you should consider it an immense fortune to serve as the vessel of my resurrection. I will preserve your consciousness. You shall be the final testament of this planet's existence. Accept your destiny. His tone rose as he finished, a hint of excitement creeping in. That wench was still sealed within the moon. Once he completed his reincarnation, he would plant the divine tree anew, harvesting the chakra fruit. You talk too much. Crack. In Jigen's stunned gaze, Kagami Uchiha raised his hand. With a single swing, he severed the black rod. How? How is that possible? A mere lowly creature, even with yin-yang release, could not possibly resist my chakra rod's erosion. The qualitative difference is insurmountable. Those crimson eyes seemed to hold the power to see through a person's heart. Kagami Uchiha slowly brandished his long blade, his voice flat and detached. It is only natural that you inferior Otsutsuki cannot comprehend the power of the Sharingan. Thud. He raised the blade horizontally with a single hand. The tip of the blade touched empty air, and a ripple spread outward. Darkness sprawled rapidly. The sky, the sun, the earth, the forests, all seemed to lose their color. The surrounding space was instantly shrouded in darkness like a boundless abyss. Viscous black-red fluid churned, emanating a terrifying, unsettling aura. Something is wrong. Jigen keenly sensed the anomaly and immediately attempted to use a space-time technique to escape the area. The next moment, his pupils contracted sharply and the muscles in his cheeks twitched. The space-time technique has failed. He snapped his gaze down at the black-red fluid spreading at his feet. This substance has the property of interfering with space-time techniques. He looked up again. Kagami Uchiha stood before a colossal black coffin, its steps paved with countless corpses. Black-red fluid seeped from the coffin's edges. Kagami Uchiha plunged his long blade into the space between skulls and pressed his palms together. Roar! A dragon's cry resounded, and an immense blue-violet dragon vein roared forth, tainted black, as it ascended. It coiled and turned, forming a massive black moon above the coffin. This was prepared specifically for trash like you who like to flee with space-time techniques. An irrepressible smile spread across Kagami Uchiha's face. Domain expansion. Tsukuyami's commandment Underworld's Yellow Springs Massacre tomb boom. Countless gray-white skulls creaked and twisted into obsidian spiral spires. Kagami Uchiha's expression was one of rapture, not from obsession with power itself, but from savoring the pleasure that power bestowed upon him. This ecstasy of spiritual and physical transcendence was far beyond mere bodily pleasure. It was as if he had become a part of nature itself, briefly attaining a state of omnipotence. Black-red tears of blood seeped from his Mangekyō eyes, and a ferocious aura filled the entire space. Jigen frowned deeply, forging another black rod in his hand. How rude of a lowly creature. Consider this. The mausoleum you've prepared for yourself. Clang. Kagami Uchiha drew his long blade, black chakra crawling from the hilt across the blade, adorned with deep red lines branching like roots. He lifted his chin with a raised brow, gazing down upon Jigen from the position of an absolute sovereign. Inferior breed. You must show respect to the noble Uchiha. Boom. In the lightless domain, the black rod and the blackened blade clashed, sparks flying. Left eye Mangekyō, black / the shifting of yin and yang. Right eye Mangekyō, crimson demon Tsukuyami no Mikoto, the deity ruling over the night. Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami drags the enemy's mind into an illusory world, granting its caster dominion over time-space and every element within that mental realm. Uchiha Kagami's Tsukuyami no Mikoto, however, projects that mental space into reality, freezing the space-time of a defined area. It's a technique for high-level battles, utterly meaningless against those lacking space-time abilities. Tsukuyami no Mikoto, Jigaku no Osara no Kyo, was not the effect of a single dojutsu. It was built upon the framework of Tsukuyami no Mikoto, fueled by the Crimson Demon's complete control over the Dragon Vein. Its components included the Ten Shadows technique, the Darkness Manipulation Art Sealing Jutsu, and the Domain Expansion method derived from Sukuna. Most crucially, it was Uchiha Kagami's supreme ocular power that bound it all together. He had originally planned to wait until Sukuna matured, then release him within this domain to fully subjugate him. Uchiha Kagami never doubted Sukuna's talent. He was certain the demon would glean insight from this technique and devise a counter. But what did it matter? He always felt Sukuna was lagging behind. He needed the demon to evolve ceaselessly to meet his expectations. He never chose the safe path, just as he had once told Sukuna. Uchiha Kagami feared neither risk nor challenge. He was even prepared to die at any moment. There was no shortcut on the path to power. One must repeatedly shatter the shackles of life and death. Boom. The black rod and the long sword clashed, then separated in an instant. Jigen's expression was indifferent as he twisted and swung his rod, sending a fierce gale straight towards Uchiha Kagami's face. With a light step, Uchiha Kagami sidestepped, his blade lashing out in a rising arc aimed at Jigen's ribs, right at the kidney. Clang. Jigen's reflexes were lightning fast. He withdrew his black rod and parried just in time. The clang of metal against the rod echoed sharply. A normal chakra rod wasn't particularly hard, as evidenced by the one Uchiha Kagami had just sliced through. Recognizing this, Jigen reinforced the density and hardness of his rod. Having once been ambushed by Kagaya, Jigen had become cautious. He had even chosen to resort to a surprise attack against Uchiha Kagami, a being he deemed inferior. So even as he fought, he was also seeking a way to break through this bizarre domain. In Jigen's view, although this brat was surprisingly strong, he was ultimately nothing special. What truly unsettled him was his inability to escape using space-time ninjutsu. If Kagaya or her offspring, the Sage of Six Paths, had left any hidden countermeasures, being unable to flee in time would be troublesome. His gaze darted around, observing this dark space. What in the world is this? Yin-yang released natural energy, sealing jutsu, a cryptic, malevolent aura. He recalled the sight of Uchiha Kagami using the Six Paths stone tablet to swat Otsutsuki Kaido away. This fellow seemed to understand that mere ninjutsu was useless against the Otsutsuki. Moreover, he had sent people to search for him before. Even Kagaya shouldn't have known his identity as Jigen. Could it be the Sage of Six Paths? Possible. That brat was the child born of Kagaya, that fool receiving the blessings of humans. Essentially, this world's attempt at self-preservation. Uchiha Kagami, you seem to know quite a lot about us. Amidst the swift exchanges, Jigen parried the attacks with relative ease. Uchiha Kagami's taijutsu was strong and his speed considerable, but Jigen wasn't. That wench Kagaya of physical combat was one of his own strengths. The long sword swung relentlessly like a fierce storm. Kagami let out a light laugh. Studying apes is a standard subject for humans. Jigen shook his head slightly. Trying to disturb me with words is futile. It only makes you seem desperate. Disturb. Uchiha Kagami's smile faded, his tone turning serious. I genuinely believe you are an inferior race, possessing long lives, being born with immense power, and capable of resurrecting through data-based transmigration. Yet with all that, all you do is herd the ten tails and feed it to Otsutsuki to form the divine tree. Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but snicker. You remind me of a joke. Two farmers fantasizing about an emperor's lavish lifestyle. They conclude the emperor tills his fields with a golden hoe. Huh, isn't that exactly what you are? Creatures tilling with golden hoes. Black and crimson lightning erupted along the blade's edge, wreathed in countless wisps of dark energy, as he brought it down in a single slash. For millennia you've stagnated, merely acting as harvesters. From birth to death your power never undergoes a fundamental leap. You don't know how to properly wield your own strength. At the first sign of trouble, you think of transmigrating to resurrect. Uchiha Kageme's eyes were filled with contempt. This palpable disdain made Jigen's expression falter. Never had any being ever dared to look upon the Otsutsuki clan with such eyes. To be so terrified of death. To resort to parasitic means for 1,000 years of survival. It is precisely on this basis that I judge you to be inferior. The sage of 6 paths who created paradise, Hashirama Senju, who pacified the warring era, Madara Uchiha. Even Tobarama Senju, or Orochimaru, who sought immortality to master all jutsu. And even Sukuna. The Mangekyō blazed with crimson light. Uchiha Kageme's lips curled into a grin. And most importantly me. This world is full of those far stronger than you, worthless lot. Black and crimson flashes of blade light repeatedly illuminated the dark space. Finally, the long sword carved a gash across Jigen's cheek, spraying a droplet of blood. Within this domain, all of Uchiha Kageme's abilities, including his dojutsu, were powered by the dragon vein. His Inyon release served as the converter. Infused with natural energy, none of his strikes could be absorbed by Jigen's Kama. Not only that, from the moment Jigaku no Osara no Kyo was completed, it had been constantly eroding Jigen's mind. For a powerhouse of this level, the effect was subtle. But dripping water wears away stone. Combined with Uchiha Kageme's taunts and relentless attacks, Jigen's expression finally began to shift. Enough. A flicker of anger finally appeared in Jigen's previously indifferent eyes. Shut up, you inferior creature. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jigen knocked the long sword away with his elbow and aimed his palm at Uchiha Kageme. Dozens of black rods shot forth like lightning, tearing through the air with a shrill whistle. Boom. The black rods pierced Uchiha Kageme, exploding into a puff of white smoke. Uchiha Kageme appeared at Jigen's side rear, slashing down diagonally. Can the famed dojutsu of the Otsutsuki even see through a shadow clone that a genin can learn? You were never qualified to call the beings of the ninja world inferior. No time. Jigen had no thought to retort. Ishiki, controlling this body from within, activated his dojutsu. Sukuna Hakona. In short, the ability to shrink or enlarge oneself instantaneously, also applicable to other living things. Uchiha Kageme wasn't surprised by the missed strike. He immediately released the longsword and clasped his hands together, fingers interlaced. Black coffin seal. Boom. The massive coffin beneath the black moon burst open, and an abyssal darkness surged forth, engulfing the very spot where Jigen had vanished. In an instant it formed a perfect sphere of pure black. Crack. As the sound of the ceiling closing faded, an explosion followed immediately. Boom. The sphere formed from black water shattered, and the viscous liquid slid down from Jigen's body. Uchiha Kageme. You are right. The Otsutsuki clan indeed needs to pursue a higher level. Threads of invisible aura swirled, dispersing the black water. The black marks covering Jigen multiplied, and a curved horn grew from his head. Terrifying chakra caused the entire domain to tremble slightly. Karma. State 2. In the original timeline, Jigen shattered Sasuke's perfect Susanoo in Naruto's Kurama mode with a single strike in this state. His injuries had not yet recovered to that extent. However, Uchiha Kageme clearly perceived this was a power surpassing his own. Well, I never expected to seal him so easily. Fighting a boss having a second form is normal. If I destroyed Jigen's body, the true Kagaya Ishiki would automatically reincarnate and revive. Uchiha Kageme had also tried to lure Otsutsuki Ishiki into imprinting the karma onto himself, dragging him into the sealing gate. It didn't work. It's like catching Pokemon. Throwing a ball at a full HP powerful Pokemon will only result in capture failure. A small story can explain the current situation. How many steps does it take to put an elephant in a refrigerator? The answer is chop the elephant into pieces first to fit it in. Hiss. Stretching both hands forward, countless black and red slashes shot out. You are quite capable, but it ends here. Boom. Jigen extended his palm and crushed the black slash with his bare hands. Swish, swish. Countless black rods erupted from Jigen's body, shooting out in all directions like a tidal wave. Countless skeletal remains were shattered and black waters splashed everywhere. Uchiha Kageme's body swayed left and right. With his physical strength, he could keep up with the extreme visual acuity of his eyes. Amidst the rain-like barrage of black rods, Uchiha Kageme did not retreat, but advanced instead. Whoosh. Jigen turned into an afterimage, his speed so fast that even the Mangekyō Sharingan could not track him, as if he were using the Flying Thunder God technique. It appeared to be teleportation, but Uchiha Kageme knew he was using his dojutsu to shrink himself, approaching his target before enlarging himself again. The ability sounds simple, but its combat effectiveness is terrifying. In the instant he shrank, Uchiha Kageme couldn't see him at all. Although he looked down on the Otsutsuki verbally, Uchiha Kageme dared not relax his guard against Jigen. Everything he did, even if it was just cursing, was for the sake of ultimate victory. A dull thud. Jigen's fist landed on Uchiha Kageme's chest, forcing him to curl up reflexively. Why aren't you using your shadow clones? Uchiha Kagami said nothing. The purpose of his words had been achieved. Jigen's emotions were now stirred. So ignoring him next would be more effective. Uchiha Kagami had some insight into controlling human psychology. Sukuna had the right to speak on such behavior. Jigen was also somewhat surprised when his punch hit Uchiha Kagami. At the beginning his body could be pierced by black rods, but now with stronger force the expected damage did not occur. Wait. He only noticed after this punch shattered Uchiha Kagami's upper garment. The wounds previously pierced by black rods were gone. Super regeneration. This body actually has this ability. His eyes narrowed and Jigen reached out to grab Uchiha Kagami's head. Uchiha Kagami leaned his body backward and raised a finger. He touched Jigen's wrist. Swish. The slash emitted a shrill scream launching an ultimate cutting force at point-blank range. Jigen paused looking at the wound in his wrist that had penetrated 2 inches. This guy's slashes significantly strengthened upon contact. Truly endless tricks. I'm starting to change my view of the Uchiha clan a little. At this moment, Sukuna in the mental space silently watched this battle. Both Uchiha Kagami and Jigen's grasp of timing and application of power stirred something within him. He recalled what Uchiha Kagami had said to him at the beginning. The ninja world indeed has quite a few people capable of killing me. It's quite annoying. Otsutsuki. Such inhuman things, what would they taste like when eaten? Jigen's attacks became faster and faster like a stuttering video, with no motion process between each action. It was as if he had just raised his fist, and in the next instant it had already landed on the body. Is this your proud domain? Suppressing Uchiha Kagami, Jigen sneered disdainfully. You think you're limiting me, but actually you're cutting off your own way out. Yeah. Perhaps without spatial temporal abilities you never had a way out anyway. Uchiha Kagami couldn't be bothered to speak. Any ninja who could use the summoning technique could be said to possess a form of spatial temporal ability. His silence made Jigen feel even more slighted, and he no longer considered chakra consumption, becoming increasingly aggressive in his attacks. Uchiha Kagami was beaten badly with no unblemished flesh on his body. Brat, where's your arrogant attitude from just now? As Jigen roared in anger and was about to deliver a heavy punch. Swish, Uchiha Kagami's figure vanished instantly. When his location was perceived again, he was already atop a high tower made of black skull heads. After straightening the bones he had knocked askew, he still had time to take out a piece of clothing from his storage scroll and drape it over himself. The swelling on his face quickly subsided. Uchiha Kagami tilted his head and smiled, the meaning implicit. Jigen gritted his teeth. He clearly perceived the spatial temporal fluctuation from just now. What the hell? Such a rule-based domain should affect both friend and foe, right? Using Sukuna Hikona again, Jigen's figure chased after Uchiha Kagami like a bolt of lightning. But as soon as he arrived at that black tower, Uchiha Kagami appeared on another high tower. Jigen understood. The principle didn't matter, he just needed to know that this brat transferred using the black towers as anchors. Jigen's gaze swept around, quickly determining the number of black towers. 88. Had just set all 88 locations as attack targets. Just as he was determining his strategy, those black towers began to move irregularly. Tsukuyami no Makoto, Jinyu Huangquan Tasha Ling. Its most important characteristic is the Jean suppressed character. After all, the initial development direction was to tame Sukuna, not kill him. Provoke Jigen, forcing him to use his ocular power multiple times. Drain him until he has to reincarnate, drain him until his life force is exhausted. Uchiha Kagami wasn't arrogant enough to trade blows with Jigen. Taking a skill set just now to temper his taijutsu was enough. Being fearless doesn't mean seeking death. Jigen realized Uchiha Kagami's plan. He wasn't a fool. He wouldn't foolishly chase Uchiha Kagami and waste chakra for nothing. His gaze glanced at a certain place, and his figure shot out. The direction was the Black Moon. He had already discovered that this domain was shaped by that Black Moon. Striking it would definitely have an effect. The Black Moon writhed as if something was about to break out of its shell. Boom! A huge figure blocked in front of Jigen. A terrifying and hideous giant demon, its body covered with a layer of black-red armor. Maharaga, Susanoo armor. Uchiha Kagami watched from the Black Tower with his arms crossed. The domain's massive consumption was borne by the Black Moon transformed from the Dragon Vein, so Uchiha Kagami naturally had to arrange a bodyguard for it. At this moment outside, on the ruined earth, there was a pure black sphere. Jigen had no vision of the outside world, but Uchiha Kagami could see it. His domain was completely different from the cursed spirit worlds. It was more like a formation. Otsutsuki Zetsu, bursting out from the rocks, attacked the black sphere unremittingly. In his view, Uchiha Kagami was a demon evolving. This process must be interrupted. But no matter how hard he tried, even summoning meteorites to bombard it, he couldn't cause any damage. Uchiha Kagami's shadow clone half protruded from the black sphere. He kept the main body to deal with special circumstances. Now, special circumstances had appeared. A figure sensing the commotion here was approaching at extreme speed, daring to face a celestial disaster like a meteorite alone in the current ninja world. When that person's figure became clear, Uchiha Kagami's brows furrowed tightly. If it were just Otsutsuki Zetsu, the domain's defense would be sufficient, but if that man joined in, the shadow clone formed hand seals intending to notify the main body. A hearty laugh rang out. Uchiha Kagami, it's you who's fighting. The commotion is quite large. I have something I want to talk to you about regarding Madara. Huh. Anyway, we are comrades of Konoha. Let's help you stop this guy first. Boom. On the ruined earth, a giant wooden dragon burst out of the ground. The colossal wooden dragon howled as it charged toward Otsutsuki Minato. Witnessing this, Otsutsuki Minato let out a furious roar. How dare the dead of the Pure Land stand in my way? A brilliant beam of light shot forth from his Tensigen, cleaving the wooden dragon in twain. With a thunderous crash, the severed halves of the dragon plummeted to the ground. His current appearance was rather disheveled, sporting a large lump on his head from being struck by a stone tablet, his long blue-white hair whipping wildly in the air. Were it not for his haggard state, he might have cut a rather mythological figure. Hashirama Senju couldn't help but pause in surprise. Although this wasn't his wood dragon technique at full power, having it severed so effortlessly was still rather unexpected. Kagami Uchiha's shadow clone glanced over and cautioned, "Add a bit of sage chakra. These things tend to resist ninjutsu." Otsutsuki Minato unleashed his dojutsu bright yellow chakra, enveloping his body. Ignoring Hashirama Senju, he fixed his gaze intently upon Kagami Uchiha, a degraded descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. Before he could finish, a vermilion torii gate descended from the heavens, slamming him from midair down to the earth. Sage Art Myojinman. Black markings appeared around Hashirama Senju's eyes as he summoned another wooden dragon, swiftly closing in on the battlefield. Huh, looks like it actually works. Kagami Uchiha's shadow clone lowered his gaze. The current Hashirama Senju would have no trouble dealing with Otsutsuki Minato. This Otsutsuki was merely borrowing a fraction of the power from the giant Tensigen, nowhere near the strength of the original timeline's Otsutsuki Tonari. I'll leave him to you then. My main body still has another enemy to confront. First Hokage. Hearing this address from Kagami Uchiha, Hashirama Senju understood how deep the prejudice ran among his brother's generation towards the Uchiha clan. This young Uchiha actually trusts me. He even acknowledges my position as Hokage. Alright, leave it to me. Torii gates continued to fall, accompanied by colossal tree trunks spreading across the battlefield. In an instant the terrain was transformed. For others, gaining an impure world reincarnation body and unlimited chakra was an enhancement, but for someone of Hashirama Senju's caliber, it was a hindrance. His own chakra had always been inexhaustible. Witnessing Hashirama Senju suppress Otsutsuki Minato, the shadow clone recalled the Six Paths stone tablet and hurled it into the sphere of darkness. The tablet had been left outside to counter Otsutsuki Minato. Now, with Hashirama Senju providing cover, Kagami Uchiha could devote his full attention to Jigen. Had Hashirama Senju come alongside Tobirama and the others, Kagami Uchiha would have regarded him as an enemy. But coming alone, the Senju understood the Uchiha best, and conversely the Uchiha understood the Senju best. A man like Hashirama Senju, having agreed to help, would not betray them at the critical moment. It seemed the founder's rock project of his main body had not only struck a nerve with Madara Uchiha, but also hit Hashirama Senju right in the heart. The shadow clone smiled faintly and voluntarily dispelled itself. Next, it was time for the decomposition and disposal of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Within Purgatory Yellow Springs, Maharaga, covered by Susanoo, absorbed the damage while Kagami Uchiha darted between the Black Towers, engaging in guerrilla warfare. All that mattered was ensuring Maharaga wasn't instantly killed. Had it been the first time Maharaga appeared, Jigen could have destroyed it with a single casual blow. Fortunately, after its previous training against the Nine Tails, its resistance to chakra had significantly improved. Maharaga possessed extraordinary regenerative and adaptive abilities. Unless it was killed in a single strike, it would eventually adapt to anything after several encounters. Of course, this limit had its ceiling. Perhaps related to the world itself, its maximum potential previously was only at the apex of the Jujutsu world. It wasn't just Sukuna who had ascended, the Ten Shadows technique had also been greatly enhanced. Kagami Uchiha further draped his Susanoo over it, ensuring it could withstand Jigen for a while. Suddenly, after the shadow clone dispersed, a surge of memories flooded his mind. Kagami Uchiha smiled faintly. The chances of the plan's success had just increased significantly. Hashirama Senju was truly an unexpected ally. Jigen soon discerned Maharaga's nature as well. The same attacks yielded diminishing results. Yet whenever he attempted to unleash a powerful blow to instantly destroy Maharaga, Kagami Uchiha would interfere. This was truly a disgustingly irritating tactic. Jigen's vessel didn't have much chakra to spare, and he had already wasted far too much trying to deduce Kagami Uchiha's capabilities. But this brat, it's as if he knows my every ability and condition, always countering each one with perfect precision. To be fair, if they were to engage in single combat without prior knowledge of each other, Jigen was confident that in his Karma Stage 2 state, he could dispose of Kagami Uchiha within 3 minutes and seize his body. But reality offered no such hypotheticals. I had planned to seize your body more safely. A hint of murderous intent flickered in Jigen's eyes. Implanting karma on Kagami Uchiha was akin to copying a backup of his data onto the latter. Should the primary plan fail, he could still resurrect using Jigen's body. After that process was interrupted earlier, he decided to beat Kagami Uchiha half to death first, then inscribe the karma. But at this rate, a decision had to be made. Whoosh! An overwhelming wave of chakra blasted the nearby Maharaga away. Innumerable black chakra rods rained down relentlessly, disregarding any concern for chakra consumption. Jigen's body began emitting wisps of smoke as more and more black patterns manifested across his skin. The feeling was as if the vessel called Jigen was on the verge of shattering. Something utterly terrifying was being reborn. Even Kagami Uchiha's rapid-fire slashes were repelled by the sheer force of the pressure. The transformation occurred in a split second, yet it felt like an eternity. Crack. A pair of hands tore through the fragile shell that was Jigen. Boom. An overwhelming pressure engulfed the entire area, a terrifying aura that sent tremors throughout the entire domain. A figure stepped forth, crushing the remnants of Jigen's body underfoot. Pale skin and grayish-white hair. A single thick, curved horn grew from his left brow, arching back to the nape of his neck, its shape resembling a crown, a symbol of pure-blooded Otsutsuki. His right eye bore a black and gold-ringed pattern known as the Black Eye. His left eye was a Byakugan. He wore an elegant tailored white long-sleeved coat, loose black trousers, and was barefoot. Merely standing there, the sheer power radiating from him caused the black waters to instinctively recede. Allow me to reintroduce myself. His indifferent, merciless eyes fixed upon Kagami Uchiha. Otsutsuki Ishiki. Now it's time to hand over your body, Kagami Uchiha. With your body, I shall achieve perfect resurrection and eventually become a great being like that one. Become a true god. Boom. Materialized chakra crashed down like a tidal wave, flooding the domain. Jigen's body wasn't enough for a permanent resurrection, but even having just a few days was sufficient. The perfect vessel was right before his eyes. Swish. Even Kagami Uchiha's eyes couldn't perceive any image at all. Overwhelming power. Overwhelming speed. Let alone following his movements at this velocity, even one's thoughts couldn't keep up. Within mere seconds, Kagami Uchiha's body was riddled with piercing wounds, his high-speed regeneration unable to keep pace. Gha! He spat out a mouthful of black blood as Ishiki Otsutsuki pressed his knee against Kagami Uchiha's chest. With one hand clamped tightly around his throat, the black karma mark began its transfer. Ishiki Otsutsuki looked down upon Kagami Uchiha and sneered, "There's one thing you got wrong. I'm not a degenerate like Kagaya or other Otsutsuki. I crave the transcendence of life itself. To become the vessel of a god, you should feel proud, Kagami Uchiha." Heh. A weak laugh. Ishiki Otsutsuki felt a sense of ominous foreboding. When his gaze met Kagami Uchiha's, he once again saw a pair of bewitching crimson Sharingan. Smack. Kagami Uchiha's hands lashed onto Ishiki Otsutsuki's wrist like a desperate final struggle. What is the most crucial thing when hunting a large, powerful beast at close range? The most crucial thing is a swift killing blow, because you cannot withstand the desperate counterattack of a mortally wounded beast. The karma mark etched itself onto Kagami Uchiha's body. At the same time, black and crimson patterns born from his very palms began to spread onto Ishiki Otsutsuki. The soft laughter gradually faded, replaced by a low murmur. "Become a part of me. Otsutsuki Ishiki." Whoosh! Black and crimson flames erupted across the entire domain. The 6 paths stone tablet shot forth from the shadows, pinning both of their bodies within the purgatorial sea of fire. Boom. Purgatory Yellow Springs, Great Burial Mound. Completed. The ceiling mark sank into the void like a clay cow entering the sea, devoured by an eerie hollowness. By the time Otsutsuki Ishiki reacted and attempted to withdraw, the vast dragon vein of black moon had surged into the 6 paths stone tablets, generating an unparalleled ceiling pressure. You bastard. What have you done?" Otsutsuki Ishiki, using only his barely functional hand, slammed his full strength against the Uchiha mirror gate, shattering his cheekbone and caving in a large portion of his face. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds of impact soon rendered that handsome face unrecognizable. Uchiha Kagami paid it no mind as the black patterns coiling around Otsutsuki Ishiki formed ceiling script. Within the mental space, 6 black spears pinned Sukuna's forearms and legs to the ground. Watching the ceiling door slowly open, Sukuna sneered. "Was this also part of your calculation, Uchiha Kagami?" Sukuna silently recorded every detail of this battle, gradually dissecting and comprehending them. In truth, even with his utmost efforts, his attacks would only cause Uchiha Kagami some trouble. However, having spent these years alongside Uchiha Kagami, Sukuna had also learned patience. He waited for a better opportunity to emerge. Besides, only by pulling that Otsutsuki into the fray could he hope to touch such a tier of power. The peerless, terrifying pressure emanating from Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had just completed his resurrection, made him drool with envy. A pair of Mangekyō Sharingan continuously wept blood, having exceeded their capacity. Otsutsuki Ishiki's body gradually turned ashen and withered. His tone grew increasingly frantic. "What is that thing? Damn it. That is something that cannot possibly exist in this world." From Ishiki's perspective, connected to Uchiha Kagami's mental space, a blood-red maw was slowly unfolding. His instincts told him that once swallowed by that thing, he would likely never have another chance to resurrect. Fear stripped Ishiki of his composure, causing him to lose his final opportunity. From the start of the battle, Uchiha Kagami had been interfering with Ishiki's mentality, forcing him to voluntarily shed the Kishimo shell through combat. A fully resurrected Ishiki was indeed invincible. Yet it was precisely that state that gave Uchiha Kagami the chance to seal him. If Ishiki had maintained absolute calm the moment the six-path stone tablets pressed down, he could have disregarded the parts of himself being eroded, destroyed the stone tablets first, and then shattered this domain. There would still have been a chance to escape, or even counterkill Uchiha Kagami. But he never imagined Uchiha Kagami would dare to gamble with his life, assuming that the moment the seal formed, he had fallen into a trap. His attention was entirely fixed on that sealing door. Fear of death made him lose his bearings. It was much like his cause of death in the original timeline. However, this time he would not die. Uchiha Kagami intended to devour him bit by bit. Within the mental space, Uchiha Kagami dragged Otsutsuki Ishiki, pressing him incrementally toward the sealing door. Damn it, lowly creature. Ishiki roared wildly, pounding his fists against Uchiha Kagami's body without any technique. In the outside world, he could still inflict damage on Uchiha Kagami, but having entered Uchiha Kagami's home field, all his struggling was futile. The vermilion sealing door swung wide open in Ishiki's eyes. This was a ferocious giant mouth. He panicked completely. Uchiha Kagami. I can give you my power. Let me go. As long as I can survive, I will give you all my power. Don't lock me in. You bastard. Can't you see clearly what that thing is? Answer me. Are you crazy? Uchiha Kagami ignored him, dragging him all the way inside the sealing door. The Gokuraku no Hako opened its profound void, extending countless black chi chains that wrapped around Otsutsuki Ishiki. Let me go, lowly creature. Do you know who I am? I am Otsutsuki Is. Uchiha Kagami watched indifferently as Otsutsuki Ishiki was pulled into the Gokuraku no Hako. 1 second later, the Gokuraku no Hako emitted a violent rumble, as if a giant beast inside was thrashing against its confines. Uchiha Kagami raised his hand and beckoned. Blue-purple dragon veins returned from the outside world into the mental space, forming a long dragon that wrapped around the Gokuraku no Hako layer upon layer. The shaking of the Gokuraku no Hako subsided significantly. With another gesture, the six paths stone tablets flew in, pressing down upon the Gokuraku no Hako. It wasn't over yet. Uchiha Kagami pressed his palms together, and countless black spears fell from the dark zenith, crisscrossing to secure the Gokuraku no Hako in place. Only then did the sealing space fall completely silent. Uchiha Kagami immediately turned and closed the sealing door. Having done all this, he finally exhaled deeply, his entire body collapsing onto his own half of the space. Click! Sukuna snapped the black spears binding him. Because Uchiha Kagami had allocated his power to suppress Ishiki, the spears binding Sukuna no longer possessed sealing capabilities. You really stuffed something formidable in there. Sukuna glanced at the layer upon layer of seals, enclosing Otsutsuki Ishiki. If Uchiha Kagami were to release the seal on the Gokuraku no Hako now, the Ishiki bursting out would tear him to shreds. Uchiha Kagami grinned. This guy will keep us busy digesting for a long time. A feast truly worthy of the name, right, Sukuna? In truth, letting Ishiki devour Sukuna, and then having him absorb Ishiki's power through the sealing door would allow him to reach the level of the Sage of Six Paths in a much shorter time. But Uchiha Kagami simply did not prefer that method. The contaminating nature of the Otsutsuki was too strong. Uchiha Kagami feared his Sharingan would uncontrollably deviate toward the Rinnegan. In that case, he would at most reach the level of the Sage of Six Paths, bound by bloodline limitations. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Having painstakingly carved out a new path, how could he possibly walk a road whose end is visible at a glance? What he sought was never a return to ancestry. He wanted to establish his own sect and become an ancestor himself. Sukuna, this filter was still quite necessary. Uchiha Kagami did not need Otsutsuki genes. Recovering his composure, Uchiha Kagami reached out and wiped his right eye, covering it with a layer of grayish-black. Sukuna's lips twitched. That is a seal. Don't you dare treat it like an eye patch. In the outside world, the pure black sphere slowly contracted, eventually sinking into Uchiha Kagami's body. The slender figure hovered in midair, his aura obscure. Looking up just as the images relayed by the shadow clone Senju Hashirama was pressing down on Otsutsuki Kimimaro, annotating the Myojin gate. Every time he breached one red torii gate, another immediately followed. There was no complex strategy, just pure numerical domination. The bright yellow chakra on Otsutsuki Kimimaro's body grew increasingly faint, almost invisible. When the power of the samsara eye was exhausted, that would be the moment of his death. He was already clinging to life by a thread, having endured repeated beatings. The fact that he was still alive was remarkable enough. 2 Otsutsuki, defeated respectively by the Uchiha and the Senju. From atop, the wood dragon Senju Hashirama turned his head and offered Uchiha Kagami a gentle smile. Young Kagami, do you have time to chat? Uchiha Kagami glanced downward, lifting his finger with a swift gesture. A black spear shot forth, piercing through Otsutsuki Minato, who was pinned beneath the Meishin gate. His life force was utterly severed. Hashirama Senju furrowed his brow. He was not one to kill indiscriminately. He had been holding back, not delivering a fatal blow precisely because he hadn't yet understood Otsutsuki Minato's situation. Uchiha Kagami's sudden merciless strike, without a word of warning, left him unsettled. Descending swiftly, he produced a sealing scroll to collect Otsutsuki Minato's remains. Not everyone was worthy of an audience within the mental space. For scum like this, a mere storage scroll sufficed. Witnessing Kagami's practiced killing and corpse disposal, Hashirama's expression grew even more grim. Kagami, my boy. Uchiha Kagami. Care to talk? Uchiha Kagami turned his head impatiently. What is it? Hashirama's mental backdrop dimmed, and he lowered his head in dejection. Just a moment ago he had called me the first Hokage, and now such coldness. Utterly crestfallen. Stowing the scroll away, Uchiha Kagami felt exasperated by the man's emotional swings. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Stop beating around the bush. Hashirama's head shot up immediately, his expression shifting faster than Jiraiya's. Kagami, if I may call you that. After all, I am your elder. Cut the nonsense. Composing himself, Hashirama asked with utmost seriousness, Kagami, why did you kill your comrades from the village? Uchiha Kagami sneered disdainfully. Lord First Hokage, the times have changed. Those people never considered us Uchiha as comrades. Hashirama's face darkened. I'm sorry. It was Tobirama's doing, wasn't it? He always. Don't make excuses for him. I don't think he was wrong either. Uchiha Kagami stated with indifference. The reason I reshaped Konoha is that this village had become rotten. Just before it withered away, I gave it new life. If that was your question, then considering you helped me earlier, I've already answered it. Goodbye. Wait. Hashirama raised his hand to stop Uchiha Kagami, his gaze sincere, even carrying a hint of pleading. Tell me, Kagami, what is the right thing to do? Was I wrong back then? How? How can the wars truly end? Hashirama had walked through the newly rebuilt Konoha and had long heartfelt conversations with Minato Namake's learning of the shinobi world's changes after his death. He had ended the era of chaos. Yet the era of the five great nations had witnessed wars even more brutal than the chaos he ended. The relative peace in recent years was only because Uchiha Kagami possessed power surpassing the Kage, forcing the wars to a halt. It was just like when he himself was alive. So when Kagami dies, would the shinobi world be plunged into an even more harrowing vortex of conflict? Uchiha Kagami was silent for a moment, then spoke calmly. As far as I know, wars can never be ended. A state of mutual understanding among all people will never be achieved. As long as different ideologies and values exist, war is impossible to eliminate. If this universe contained only the shinobi world as its sole planet, if there were no Kaguya Otsutsuki and her ilk, then Madara Uchiha's infinite Tsukuyomi plan might just be the only viable peace plan. An existence where all life coexists within a single vast consciousness, sharing life and death together. Madara wasn't blind to the truth. Rather, he saw the nature of the human heart all too clearly. Which was why he decided to implement this plan, one equivalent to the extinction of humanity. Simply put, if everyone is dead, there can be no more fighting. And before death, let each person have a pleasant dream. Even from Madara Uchiha's perspective, the divine tree would provide chakra to those trapped within it, not drain it. A beautiful dream lasting until death. This was Madara's moon eye plan, filled with a forceful tenderness. Compared to the people of the shinobi world, Uchiha Kagami perhaps knew a bit more, but he never harbored any aspirations for permanent peace. Focus on the present, don't dream of the impossible. Hashirama Senju was profoundly dejected, his dark, cracked Edo Tensei eye sockets filled with gloom. Just do good deeds and don't worry about the future. You and Madara think too much, plan too far ahead, and you're not even smart enough for it. Uchiha Kagami harbored no particular ill will towards Hashirama Senju. After all, he was a good man. Kagami didn't dislike these do-gooders as long as they weren't his friends. Because people like that were the easiest to exploit. Minato Namake's could be a friend, but Hashirama Senju, better not. Madara. I heard from that Orochimaru that Madara is still alive. Did you know? Hashirama had initially wanted to talk about Tobirama, but he realized that mentioning Tobirama in front of an Uchiha, or mentioning an Uchiha in front of Tobirama, would likely trigger a rage explosion either way. Uchiha Kagami walked back step by step with Hashirama trailing behind him. This trip had yielded enough gains. Kagami planned to return home and digest it all thoroughly. Most of his energy was devoted to the mental space. Ishiki wasn't dead, yet he could hold on for at least a few more days. If the sealing gate were compared to a metal safe, then the seals constructed by the Box of Paradise, the Dragon Vein, and others were at best just cardboard boxes. Currently, Uchiha Kagami and Sukuna were jointly suppressing Ishiki. Once Ishiki suffocated to death, and that bizarre Otsutsuki Kama seal couldn't escape the sealing gate, it would be time to feast. Why was Sukuna helping? Obviously because if he didn't and Ishiki broke free, the first one he'd kill would be Sukuna himself. If Sukuna chose to fight to the death, then Kagami would only lose a trinket, but Sukuna would lose his life. Uchiha Kagami currently had no energy to go hunting for Moryo. Just devouring Ishiki was already a full meal. Once he digested Ishiki and ransacked his memories, he could also find that 10 tails hidden away in a different dimension, a bonus meal. Even if he found Moryo now, Kagami wouldn't dare stuff it into the sealing gate. A disturbance would spoil the fun. Let it cause its mischief, or what did the lives of others have to do with him? If it dared to come to the land of fire seeking death, then he'd kill it. Anyway, Sukuna's workload was fully booked for the next few years. Uchiha Kagami only needed to do the squeezing. Hashirama Senju circled around him, chattering incessantly. Kagami, Madara is your clan's elder. If he's really alive, he'd surely contact you, right? Just tell me. If you haven't seen him, just say so. Madara Uchiha is dead. He died over a year ago. Uchiha Kagami, utterly annoyed, casually threw Madara Uchiha under the bus. Hashirama's footsteps halted, and he sank back into despair. I wanted to apologize to him in person. I was so happy when I learned he wasn't dead. But I still didn't make it in time. Seeing Hashirama's grief-stricken expression, as if he had lost a loved one, a mischievous urge stirred within Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami added, "Wait a few more years, and Madara Uchiha will return to catch up with you." Though he needed to focus on suppressing Otsutsuki Ishiki, if Kagami wanted to take down the current Hashirama Senju, it wouldn't be too difficult. Just shatter the seal of the Edo Tensei. That jutsu limited Hashirama's greatest strength, his physical energy. He simply wanted to witness firsthand what kind of drama Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju would put on. Upon hearing this news, Hashirama felt no joy. His brows knit tightly, and he let out a sigh. "Kagami, I just saw your clan's stone tablet. You actually used it as a weapon." Madara always emphasized that it's the Uchiha clan's treasure. "I'm the clan head now. Madara Uchiha has no right to order me around. Are you trying to give me a lesson?" Hashirama shook his head. "That's not what I meant. I believe you. Since I've returned, Madara must have a way to be resurrected too. He must be planning something. We need to stop him. His true dream will absolutely overturn everything that exists now. Konoha is doing well now. The children are living happily. I don't wish for such a scene to be destroyed. For our Konoha." Uchiha Kagami silently watched Hashirama Senju. After a long while he spoke softly. "You are mistaken. It is not yours. It is our Konoha." Swish, swish. Minato Namikaze with his golden hair and Tsukumo Hatake with his silver-white hair appeared. "I trust the first Hokage's magnanimity, and I also trust your strength, Kagami. So handle your matters first, and come over later. It will be in time, right?" Minato offered a gentle smile. Uchiha Kagami's gaze shifted toward the one beside Hashirama Senju. At the same time, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Orochimaru also appeared. A faint smile appeared on Uchiha Kagami's lips. Ignoring Tobirama Senju and Orochimaru, he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Third Hokage-sama, since you already had such a magnificent exit, why did you have to come back?" Upon the war-torn earth, the successive Hokage and the current ruler of the Land of Fire faced off. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed dimmed and lifeless. In recent days he had suffered numerous blows. Several old friends were dead, and the village's ninja had suffered heavy casualties. Many outstanding ninja had died in infighting, causing him immense pain. This was a matter of perspective. Hashirama Senju saw the ordinary villagers and civilian ninja, noticing the differences compared to when he was Hokage. But from Hiruzen Sarutobi's perspective, the current village's elite combat power, excluding Uchiha Kagami, was far less than when he had died. The once mighty Konoha ninja village had already split apart. His voice was hoarse and obscure. "Kagami, old man, did I do anything to wrong you? I had Jiraiya take you as his disciple and taught you ninjutsu. When you wanted to learn the nature transformation of the Rasengan Jiraiya, and I studied through the night. When you slain the 8 tails, I calculated your battle merits, disregarding Danzo's opposition. When you wanted the dark release techniques, I gave them to you. Even knowing that the Sharingan could influence the 9 tails, old man still paired Kushina and Minato with you. I even arranged for Fugaku to teach you the common sense of a ninja. Having Fugaku bring you back was also to have a proper talk with you, to personally help you build bonds with the village companions. I did hesitate, but I gave you chances time and again, never doing anything to harm you until my death. As long as you could sincerely accept the villagers. I truly wanted to raise you to become Hokage. Where exactly did I wrong you? Must you deny my life in this way? Judge by deeds, not by thoughts." No matter what Hiruzen Sarutobi was thinking in terms of facts, he had indeed not done anything to wrong Uchiha Kagami. He might have wronged the Uchiha clan, but he had not wronged Uchiha Kagami. Kagami's perception of Hiruzen Sarutobi was also complex. He had not yet become the disgusting figure in Kagami's memory. He had died at the perfect time, dying when Orochimaru's impression of him was at its best, dying before Uchiha Kagami came to detest him. If Hiruzen Sarutobi had appeared to resist when Uchiha Kagami led the clan to destroy Konoha, that day Kagami had already prepared to kill him. Let him die painlessly and heroically. That would also be a repayment of the past kindness. You have not wronged me, and I do not feel that I have wronged you. Our views differ. There will always be one winner and one loser. This is how the world works. Do you not understand yet, Third Hokage-sama?" Click. The armor clanked as he moved, and Tobirama Senju stepped forward. "Uchiha Kagami, with your great strength, you clearly had a better way to resolve this. You also have the ability to be a good Hokage and change the village's view of the Uchiha. Your grandfather, my subordinate, struggled for this very cause." Thud. A heavy heartbeat suddenly rose. A terrifying black long spear appeared out of thin air, emitting a horrific aura like a bolt of black lightning tearing through space and time. Boom. A black spear as thick as an arm fell diagonally, pinning Tobirama Senju to the earth. Tobirama, second Hokage-sama. Hashirama Senju was about to help Tobirama break free when several similar black spears pinned him to the spot as well. The black spears interfered with the flow of chakra, and Hashirama felt it would take some time to break free. Minato Namikaze and Tsukumo Hatake also gripped their weapons tightly ready to fight at any moment. Since they had already chosen their path, even facing the previous generations they would no longer hesitate. No one expected Uchiha Kagami to strike so fiercely. Hashirama Senju had thought there was room for discussion since Kagami had been polite to the monkey. No someone in the field had realized it. Orochimaru had already moved back a distance. Terrifying and fierce chakra surged, and Crimson Tomo appeared in Uchiha Kagami's pupils. Tobirama Senju. You are the one who continued this hatred. You are the one least qualified to speak to me. Uchiha Kagami walked forward and grabbed Tobirama Senju's hair. For my grandfather's sake, I ignored you. Would it not be better to quietly live like a mouse that runs at the sight of a cat? Tobirama Senju's eyes were cold as he locked gazes with Uchiha Kagami. He simply did not agree with Kagami. Even if he died again, even if sealed, he would never agree. He was a truly evil Uchiha beyond redemption. Kagami, let go of the second Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned his golden headband staff, watching Uchiha Kagami with a tense expression. Uchiha Kagami turned to look at Hiruzen Sarutobi. He slowly released his grip. Third Hokage-sama, this is the last time I will address you as such. Right and wrong grievances and entanglements from now on we are even. I will not interfere with what you intend to do. Whether you linger in this impure reincarnation or return to the pure land, it is of no concern to me. Do not appear in the land of fire. Trust me, you will not like the feeling of a soul with no peace for eternity. Uchiha Kagami's anger subsided slightly, and he glanced at Minato and the others. Let's go. Just as he passed by Orochimaru, the usually silent man spoke up. Kagami-sama, you once told me not to forget no matter how many times I am reincarnated. Combining your previous actions, I have thought for a long time and arrived at a terrifying conjecture. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, making his emotions unreadable. Kagami-sama, can you see the future? The tone held little doubt. It seemed Orochimaru had already confirmed this possibility. The corners of Uchiha Kagami's lips curled upward. Yes, I have seen it. In a future without me, the Uchiha will be destroyed. Minato Tsukumo and Kushina will all die. You will also defect, turning yourself into something between a human and a ghost. Hiruzen Sarutobi will likely be killed by you about a decade from now. Hell, although you are hardly human now, you are somewhat better than what I foresaw. Uchiha Kagami's eyes saw through Orochimaru. This body carried a rich, natural aura. Orochimaru had already learned sage mode. Has your change in personality made you brave enough to accept that old snake woman's trial? The information in Uchiha Kagami's words was vast. Tsukumo was relatively calm since his death had indeed been prevented by Uchiha Kagami. Minato, however, was somewhat startled. If the situation allowed, he would have asked for a detailed explanation. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hashirama Senju, and Tobirama Senju also fell silent, unable to hide their astonishment. Has it changed? Orochimaru smiled. Then I thank Kagami-sama for the changes brought to this world. I do not like the future you described. I look forward to seeing to what extent you can change the ninja world. Expectation is useless, and you are also forbidden from entering the land of fire. The two groups passed each other and said no more. After the debate, it was confirmed. The Uchiha were the true orthodoxy of Konoha. Once Uchiha Kagami and the others had walked away, Senju Hashirama broke free from the Black Rod's restraint and silently pulled Tobirama up from the ground. Tobirama, I told you, didn't I? I said not to follow me. Lord First Hokage, Lord Second Hokage was only worried about you. Hashirama waved his hand, silencing Hiruzen Sarutobi. He let out a sigh and shook his head. Now look what you've done, Tobirama. We can't even return to Konoha. Tobirama crossed his arms and turned his head away, utterly defiant. Orochimaru was the most distressed. He still had a considerable amount of experimental equipment within the land of fire. He dared not disregard Kagami's warning. For now, Kagami simply couldn't be bothered with him. But if he ever decided to invest the effort in some Uchiha combat power, Orochimaru would find himself in endless trouble, unable to accomplish anything. Are we really not going back to Konoha? Tobirama exclaimed angrily. With my flying thunder god. Look at your feet first, Tobirama. Tobirama suddenly sensed something and looked down. A series of flying thunder god seals had already crawled up his ankle. Alerted by Hashirama's warning, Orochimaru and Hiruzen also examined themselves and found flying thunder god marks on various parts of their bodies. When Kagami's chakra suppressed you, Hashirama's face contorted in pain. The finest shinobi Konoha had ever produced had been driven to this point of mutual destruction. Was it because of me? Well, for the reanimated bodies, it was simple enough. Just shatter the marked parts. Orochimaru shook his head helplessly. It seemed he would have to shed his skin to erase this mark. What a nuisance. That Minato Namikaze's mastery of the flying thunder god was even greater than Tobirama's. Brother, are you no match for Uchiha Kagami either? Hashirama shook his head. The Kagami of now is stronger than the Madara I faced in our final battle. Even at my full peak, I couldn't be certain of victory. Tobirama and Hiruzen, both having witnessed Hashirama's prime firsthand, were left speechless. Even the god of shinobi said such a thing. Hashirama shot Tobirama a displeased glare. The old monkey was having a perfectly good conversation with him. Why did you have to interrupt? How many times have I told you? Stop antagonizing the Uchiha. Tobirama remained steadfast in his beliefs, and just as an old familiar argument was about to unfold, Orochimaru spoke up. Dwelling on this now serves no purpose. Lord, first, what do you think we should do next? Hashirama fell into deep thought. Originally, he had hoped to talk with Kagami, and then return to the Pure Land. But how should he put it? He couldn't quite grasp the ideals of Uchiha Kagami. It sounded reasonable, yet something felt off. Most importantly, Madara would return. If possible, he wanted to confront Madara face-to-face, resolve their differences, and return to the Pure Land together. He let out a long sigh. On my way here, I witnessed chaos greater than the Warring States period. Now the shinobi of the 4 great nations are gathered in the Land of Lightning, and countless people elsewhere are suffering. Hashirama's gaze was resolute, looking towards the Land of Wind. Since we cannot return to the village, let us build a new one. We'll offer shelter to those who need it. At least then our journey here won't have been in vain. At the very least. Until the future Kagami described is completely changed. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, Minato turned to Uchiha Kagami. Tsukumo and I are heading back. Are you going to take your time and walk, or should I teleport you? Kagami pondered for a moment, then shook his head. With my level of chakra, teleporting me back would leave you exhausted for days. I'll walk on my own. All right then. Minato hesitated, but finally asked. Kagami, in the future you saw. How did Kushina and I die? Kagami chuckled softly. I thought you'd be able to hold out. Who could hold out against something like this? Minato gave a bitter smile. In short, someone took advantage of Kushina's childbirth to extract the 9 tails. I don't know what was going through your head, but you ended up dying along with it. Minato grabbed Kagami's wrist, his face turning serious. Don't just gloss over it. Give me the full details. Regarding Kagami's ability to see the future, even Orochimaru didn't doubt it, so Minato and Tsukumo believed it all the more. Kagami organized his thoughts. During Kushina's labor, Obito, who had inherited Madara's summoning contract, extracted the 9 tails. This caused the 9 tails incident. In that original timeline, I didn't exist, and the Uchiha clan weren't involved. And with Tsukumo having died long before. Minato, you can probably piece together the rest. By now Minato and Tsukumo were well aware of the Mangekyō Sharingan's existence, and knew that Obito possessed terrifying power. Tsukumo had also repeatedly advised Kakashi to stop searching for Obito, but Kakashi wouldn't listen. The two imagined a future without Uchiha Kagami. The 9 tails. If such a rampage were to truly occur, what price would Konoha have to pay to survive such a catastrophe without him? There's still time. Minato's gaze was firm. I will never let Kushina get hurt. Kagami glanced at him indifferently. In truth, even if Minato knew in advance, it wouldn't make much of a difference. A 9 tails Jinchuriki is at their most vulnerable during childbirth, and Obito's current space-time abilities were practically impossible to defend against. When Tsukumo had first encountered him, Obito had likely just awakened his Mangekyō. But now, after years of refinement, it's far easier to be the thief than to guard against one. Minato quickly realized he might not be able to protect Kushina flawlessly and grabbed Kagami's hand again. This is the one request of my life, Kagami. Please, I beg you. When Kushina is nearing her delivery, you absolutely must come back. Kagami still disliked physical contact, especially with men. He pried Minato's hand off. I understand. Keep your hands to yourself. As they briefly paused, Kagami noticed a strange presence nearby. Following that peculiar sensation, Kagami leaped towards a certain location. Minato and Tsukumo exchanged glances and followed to see what was happening. Kagami stopped in a thicket and pressed his hand to the ground. Kagami, what's wrong? His senses extended deep into the earth, where he found a toad wedged in a crevice between rocks. In the shinobi world, the only ninja known for using toads besides Minato was that man. Wisps of black mist seeped into the ground, binding the palm-sized toad and dragging it out. Ouch, ouch, ouch. A man's voice echoed from within the toad's belly, and a hand emerged from its mouth. His method of appearance was quite similar to Orochimaru emerging from a snake's mouth. One wonders who copied whom. Soon Jiraiya's tall figure stood before them. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato was overjoyed. He hadn't seen Jiraiya since their parting 3 years ago. Even Kagami felt a flicker of emotion. He was still satisfied with Jiraiya's decision to remain neutral back then. TCHU, pervy old man. Can't you kick the habit of peeping? Jiraiya laughed heartily and scratched the back of his head. Don't be like that. I just got here. I was worried about my beloved student. Tsukumo, you're here too, huh? After some brief pleasantries, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Kagami, I came to tell you something. Based on the intel I've gathered, the Kage in the Land of Lightning are developing a terrifying weapon of war. The 4 Nations Alliance, now located in the Land of Lightning, is openly the superpower of the ninja world, second only to the Land of Fire. The fact that someone could gather intelligence from such a place and return unscathed speaks volumes about Jiraiya's abilities. It also proves he hasn't been idly wandering these past years. They've gathered powerful ninjas from 4 great nations and countless researchers aiming to create a chakra cannon capable of obliterating several towns in a single shot. Minato and Tsukumo's expressions turned grave. During the Cold War, the Land of Fire focused on developing its people's livelihood, but the 4 Nations Alliance wouldn't remain idle either. It seemed their main offensive direction was weaponry. If such a cannon were actually built, it might not be able to strike Konoha, but it would pose a tremendous threat to the surrounding towns of the Land of Fire. Uchiha Kagami pondered for a moment. In the original timeline, such a thing did exist, appearing during the battle stirred up by Otsutsuki Tonari. The Land of Lightning intended to use the Eight Tails chakra to power it, claiming it could destroy the moon. Just empty boasting. The fourth Raikage, who said that, had a rather childish understanding of power. If a device powered by the Eight Tails could destroy the moon, then Black Zetsu's millennium-long plan to rescue his mother would be nothing but a clown's act. We truly can't ignore the Four Nations Alliance anymore. Minato murmured, whatever they are planning, we must find a way to infiltrate and keep track of their movements. Speaking of this, Kagami thought of someone. Minato, do you know a person named Yakushi no? Minato turned his head, his gaze somewhat ambiguous. I do. She's the director of the Konoha orphanage, a very beautiful and gentle person. He looked Kagami up and down. Yakushi no was about the same age as him, a few years older than Kagami, but Kagami seemed quite mature. Kagami's personality might actually be a surprisingly good match with that wandering nun. Most importantly, this was the first time Kagami had ever asked about a woman. Perhaps he had reached that age. Jiraiya looked at Kagami with a sly grin. I've met Director Nono too. She's a real beauty. Only Hitaki Tsukumo didn't think along those lines. He stroked his chin and said, I know her. She was once called the Wandering Nun in the Route. She's an excellent candidate for infiltration. But she's already left Route. Wouldn't it be improper to send her undercover in the Land of Lightning? Kagami knew the three of them had misunderstood, so he came straight to the point. There's no need to worry about that so-called Four Nations Alliance. They're just a few pitiful creatures huddling together for warmth. As long as I have enough administrators, I'll kill every single one of them. To prevent them from doing anything rash, send someone to warn them. If they don't open trade routes with the Land of Fire, I'll kill their daimyo and kage one by one. Kagami, don't just casually say such terrifying things. Jiraiya grimaced. Kagami ignored him and continued speaking to Minato. Send someone to the orphanage to find a boy named Yakushi Kabuto. If he's not there, forget it. If you find him, bring him to the Uchiha clan compound. Oh, and what about Director Nono? Minato's smile was slightly different from usual. Bring her too. I have plans for her. Kagami knew Minato had misunderstood, but he didn't bother to explain. To destroy a country, all you need is one powerful enough warrior. But to rebuild it into a livable state requires a lot of effort. Architects, materials, craftsmen, money, administrators. Kagami destroyed Konohagakure in half a day, but it took years to rebuild. Susanoo can't handle the delicate work of bricklaying. Wood style could work. He should have asked Hashirama to open up more land in Konoha and use wood style continuous houses. Yamato could do it, so why wouldn't Hashirama? Forget it, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Having just revoked his citizenship, he couldn't exactly call him into work. From another angle, large-scale construction could attract people to come and settle in Konoha. Kagami stopped thinking about such matters. He still preferred solving problems with his fists. As for construction, he'd leave that to others. He turned to Tsukumo. Among the Root members you took over, is there anyone with the code name Ko? Around 10 years old. Tsukumo thought for a moment and shook his head. There's no one with that code name, but there is one around that age. He's a direct umbu under the third Hokage called Tenzo. Is there anything special about him? Because he's so young, I considered letting him leave the umbu. He didn't want to leave, so I kept him at headquarters doing odd jobs. Honestly, the timeline was a mess, and on top of that there were multiple names. Have him change his name to Yamato. It's easier for me to say. And send him to the Uchiha clan compound too. Kagami wanted to train some juniors over the next few years. Among the non-Uchiha, only Yakushi Kabuto met his requirements. That kid had a strong learning ability and a high ceiling. As for Yamato, combined with White Zetsu, he might be able to pull off some interesting tricks. Worth a try. Within the clan, Tetsuka and Inabi were decent juniors too. Wait, they seemed to be a year or two older than him. No matter, since they were this weak, they might as well be juniors. What Kagami wanted was the growth of the Uchiha clan, the strong leading the weak, creating a virtuous cycle. He wouldn't lower himself to become Hokage, but the position should at least be fairly contested by Uchiha members. Otherwise, it would remain a lingering regret for them. Kagami's preferred candidate was Shursue, depending on whether he had the ability. Seeing that they had finished discussing matters, Jiraiya spoke up. Kagami, the great Toad Sage wants to see you. No. Kagami didn't hesitate for a moment. Sigh. But the great Toad Sage said it's about a prophecy concerning you. Kagami was silent for a while, then looked at Jiraiya with a hint of disgust. The era of mutual understanding between people will never come. How long are you going to let that toad manipulate your life with prophecies? Slap. Kagami grabbed Jiraiya by the collar and glared at him fiercely, truly disappointed in his inability to learn. Thud. Jiraiya was slammed to the ground, looking lost. If you can't figure it out, then go do what you said you would. Travel with that blonde gambler. There is no child of prophecy. Stop bringing up this nonsense with me. Jiraiya-sensei, at least lie for yourself once. The Land of Rain. Zetsu, with his black and white striped pitcher plant head, slowly rose from the water's surface. Standing around on the water were Nagato and the others who had been waiting. The Land of Birds was not far from the Land of Rain, and the earlier meteor shower and the commotion caused by Senju Hashirama had been too loud. Zetsu, responsible for intelligence gathering, naturally had to make this trip. Everyone, what I'm about to say, you mustn't be afraid. Obito snorted coldly. Even if it's Uchiha Kagami, we're not afraid. What could possibly make us fear? Tendo Pain also regarded them with indifference. Aside from the dejected Kakuzu, every member of the Akatsuki clearly expressed their attitude. In the land of birds I saw people who should have died. I saw the past Hokage including Senju Hashirama. Zetsu tried to organize his words then gave up. Chakra shaped a mirror on the water's surface, and he used a jutsu to project an image. See for yourselves. The image began with the falling meteor. In the scene, Uchiha Kagami, facing a formidable being descending from the heavens, who could even summon meteorites, displayed an almost overwhelming power. Then another unknown powerhouse appeared, instantly piercing through Uchiha Kagami's heart, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. Uchiha Obito's heart gave a violent twitch at the sight. Impossible. This is fake. Uchiha Kagami cannot be killed by someone like that. Let's watch first Obito. The truth is more terrifying than we imagined. Zetsu sighed. He too wished these images were fake. Looking again, dense black mist spread from Uchiha Kagami's body, forming a black sphere. What happened inside was unseen, but one thing was certain. Uchiha Kagami was indeed not dead. The power displayed by Otsutsuki Jiren also sent chills down their spines. Such techniques that could split mountains and tear the earth were anything but ninja-like. However, his attacks fell upon the black sphere to no effect. Then, Senju Hashirama appeared. The image of this man was familiar to anyone with even a basic knowledge of the ninja world. The Hokage Rock of Konoha and the colossal statues of the Valley of the End all bore witness to this legendary god of shinobi. Bursting onto the battlefield, Senju Hashirama launched a thunderous assault against Otsutsuki Jiren. Then the scene cut off. Zetsu explained, Senju Hashirama's would release has too vast a range. Once he started moving, I could no longer observe the battlefield. There's still more footage. When the picture became clear again, the battle was already over. On the battlefield covered in giant trees, Uchiha Kagami and Senju Hashirama stood facing each other. Their words were inaudible, the distance was too great, and even lip-reading was impossible. Then, Senju Tobarama Sarutobi Hiruzen Orochimaru. Namake's Minato Hataki Sakumo. Each name represented a powerhouse renowned throughout the ninja world. At their current stage, the Akatsuki organization paled in comparison to such a lineup. These people, they couldn't have allied, could they? Conan's voice trembled. No matter how much faith she had in Nagato, she didn't believe he could stand against such a combination. No. Just Uchiha Kagami alone had already annihilated them once. Although that was their incomplete strength. But was it that they didn't want to go all out? No, they simply didn't dare. The good news was that these people had fallen out. The bad news was that Uchiha Kagami's power once again shattered their worldview. The legendary god of shinobi was not even a match for Uchiha Kagami in a single exchange. That's too fake. But such a reality was right before their eyes. Before the image vanished, Uchiha Kagami's spinning Sharingan gazed directly at the screen. It was as if he was staring straight at them through the water curtain. It was no coincidence. The disdain in that gaze left no doubt. He had seen white Zetsu. As if saying, you rats in the gutter can only look up to me. Very much in character for that bastard Uchiha Kagami. Every Akatsuki member present had suffered persecution from Uchiha Kagami to varying degrees and knew well his malicious nature. A new god of shinobi has been born. Kakuzu spoke in a dull voice. He was the only one present who had personally fought against both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Kagami. Regardless of the outcome, he had survived. He had the right to say that. Kakuzu gritted his teeth. He is stronger than Senju Hashirama and more evil than Senju Hashirama. With such a monster around, how could he ever save money properly? Can this ninja world ever be peaceful? Give me back the world without Uchiha Kagami. What about Senju Hashirama and the others? Tendo Pain looked at Zetsu and asked. Not sure. It should be that Orochimaru used some forbidden technique to summon the past Hokage from the Pure Land. They are heading to the Land of Wind now. I dare not approach any closer. Senju Hashirama has also detected me. White Zetsu felt deeply frustrated. His proud intelligence-gathering ability had been detected twice in one day. But then he thought. After all, it was Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Kagami. Being discovered was only natural. Unlike the self-consoling white Zetsu, Black Zetsu was now extremely worried. In his heart, he bitterly cursed the Sage of Six Paths. The descendants of Hamura have been wiped out, and you still haven't acted, you bastard. Get out here and kill Uchiha Kagami. Drag Senju Hashirama back to the Pure Land. How are you managing things? Unfortunately, the Sage of Six Paths was probably unable to hear his younger brother's curses. He had thought that with the appearance of the Rinnegan, the 1,000-year wait had finally seen the dawn. But reality was a mountain range blocking his path. Would Black Zetsu give up? Absolutely impossible. I will break through every obstacle. I will definitely rescue Mother. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat oppressive. If this continued, the Akatsuki would truly become a small organization. Everyone's mind was racing, each trying to find a way to carve their own path in this oppressive era. Just then, a white Zetsu clone poked its head out and spoke in a frivolous tone. Obito, Kakashi and a guy with a bowl cut and green tights have found the Land of Rain. They're your classmates, aren't they? Want to go meet them after so long? Kakashi. Obito couldn't help but sneer. He is not worthy of seeing me. Sasori, go kill him. He is the son of your enemy, isn't he? Sasori snorted. Uchiha Obito, who do you think you were trying to order me around? If I were to kill him, I would do so after killing Hatake Tsukumo. Attacking the weak because you can't beat the strong. That defiles my art. As he spoke, Sasori thought of something. That Kakashi is your former teacher, isn't he? You should go pay him a visit. Obito spat out each word, his killing intent overflowing. You want to die. Creak. An enormous puppet loomed beneath the water's surface, faintly visible. This was the powerful puppet Sasori, crafted from materials salvaged from the ancient land of Lulan. Those materials still retained a trace of dragon vein power, and combined with his own kin, this puppet was his masterpiece that surpassed the third Hokage. Sasori showed no fear. The only Uchiha who could make him wary was Kagami. What achievements do you have, Obito, to speak to me like this? Oh, you were driven back by Hatake Tsukumo. How I fought Tsukumo to a draw, you little trash. Enough. Tendo Pain snorted coldly. Our enemies are already that strong, and you still want to fight among yourselves, eh? Kakuzu, go drive those two away. Kakuzu nodded. Perfect, I'll vent my anger on Uchiha Kagami's junior brother. I want his heart. Tendo Pain's forehead creased with black lines. I said just drive them away. He didn't want to provoke Uchiha Kagami now, as that would plunge the entire land of Rain into an abyss of destruction. Able to suppress his hatred for Hanzo, and wait until he had enough strength to retaliate, Nagato was not lacking in patience. He shook his head helplessly. Conan, you go too. Tell that brat Kakashi not to come again. At the border of the Rain country, Kakashi and Might Guy stood in the drizzle, their hair soaked. Guy, you should go back. This is my own affair. The road ahead will be dangerous. Might Guy flashed a grin. What are you saying, Kakashi? Obito is your friend, but he's mine too. We will definitely bring Obito back to the village. That's a man's promise. Kakashi's demeanor turned somber. The innocence in his eyes had completely faded. Just like Obito, he had also been slow to realize the truth of what Kagami Uchiha had said, as he had once spoken. I failed to protect Obito and Rin. But the fault is mine, not Obito's. I cannot let you continue down the wrong path. Even if I have to break your arms and legs, I will drag you back to the village. Even if it costs me my own life. Obito, you are a hero of the village. If you turn back now, it's not too late. Kakashi no longer tried to persuade Might Guy, knowing that Guy's will could not be shaken by words. Thank you. God. He extended his palm, sensing the faint chakra in the rain. Have I been discovered? Over these years, Kakashi had not been idle. He knew that to bring Obito back, he needed the strength to defeat him. He had asked his father how he, without the Sharingan, could ever reach the level of bloodline prodigies like Obito and Kagami. His father gave him the answer. According to Tsukumo Hatake, the only non-bloodline ninja who had ever defeated a Mangekyō user was one, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju. The Hatake swordsmanship was not inferior to the Senju's. What he lacked was the Flying Thunder God technique, a technique that tested talent. How talented was Kakashi? Tsukumo Hatake was certain that Kakashi possessed talent surpassing his own. When a genius devotes himself entirely to one pursuit, the results are staggering. The foundation for learning the Flying Thunder God technique was a gift for space-time, ninjutsu, extraordinary perception, and abundant chakra. Kakashi possessed all these. As the Hokage, Minato Namikaze had the authority to teach the Flying Thunder God technique. He had promoted Genma Shirinui Rado Namishi and Iwashi Tatami as his guard, and taught them the technique. However, their chakra was limited and they could only perform the Flying Thunder God formation together. Individually, it was impossible. Driven by a strong resolve and the solid foundation laid by Jiraiya and Tsukumo Hatake, Kakashi had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. But he was still not proficient enough to integrate it into his swordsmanship. For now, its only use was for travel and escape. Yet neither Kakashi nor Tsukumo knew that the Flying Thunder God technique alone did not counter Obito Uchiha. It merely brought him to a comparable level. What truly countered Obito was Minato with his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. In the rain, Kakashi and Might Guy suddenly stopped. A few meters above the ground, sheets of paper coalesced into a humanoid shape, like a spreading angel. Kakuzu's form slowly emerged, blocking their path. Clang. Kakashi drew his short sword, and Might Guy assumed a fighting stance. Konoha brats. Kakuzu's voice was filled with resentment as he unfastened his coat. I heard you're Kagami Uchiha's junior. Let me see how you compare to him. At this, both Kakashi and Might Guy tensed up. They knew Kagami's nature well. When dealing with ninja from other villages, he almost always went for the kill. This man's rancor seemed genuine. He had survived an encounter with Kagami. Their nerves stretched to the limit. Might Guy muttered, Kakashi, I can only open the 6th gate at most. If worst comes to worst, use the Flying Thunder God and get out of here first. Don't be ridiculous. I'd rather die than run away alone. As the tension grew, Konan spoke. Hatake, Kakashi, did Jiraiya-sensei ever mention us? Jiraiya-sensei. Kakashi's eyes flickered. The Rain Country Jiraiya-sensei, and Konan's distinctive appearance. You're Konan-senpai. Disbelief filled Kakashi's eyes. But Jiraiya-sensei said you died in the war. The three of us did die. Konan's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Go back. There is no Obito Uchiha here for you to find. Only the Akatsuki's Sora. In Konan's view, Kagami Uchiha would surely have shared information with someone close like Kakashi, so there was no need to conceal certain matters. She decided to speak, plainly hoping Kakashi would stop coming. Obito didn't want to play with him anymore. But Kakashi knew nothing about the Akatsuki. He had only deduced from fragmentary intelligence that Obito might be in the Rain Country. The enemy he had expected was Hanzo of the Rain Country. What was the Akatsuki? Was Hanzo its leader or a member? The unknown strongman before him, Konin-senpai, and Obito. This was hardly the kind of formidable force a small ninja village should possess. What is the Akatsuki? Might Guy blurted out. You don't know about the Akatsuki. Konin frowned, realizing she had said too much. Kakuzu's mind worked faster. That brat Kagami Uchiha didn't take us seriously at all. That bastard. I'll hang him with my earth grudge fear one day. Hiss. Black tendrils emerged from Kakuzu's arms. Beat these clueless brats half to death, then let Konoha come pick them up. And then I'll empty your pockets and make your family pay ransom. Whoosh. Kakuzu shot forward his massive water-release ninjutsu, causing the water beneath Kakashi and Might Guy to surge. Konin sighed. She could see from Kakashi's eyes that simple words would not dissuade him. So it had to come to a fight. Whoosh. A lightning-infused slash parted the great wave as Kakashi and Might Guy burst forth. 8 gates. Fourth gate, Gate of Hurt, open. Might Guy's skin turned crimson, veins bulging as violent chakra erupted. At his current strength, he could instantly open the 4th gate and gradually unlock the 5th. If forced to the brink, he might manage the 6th gate, though he had never tried. Boom. Kakuzu and Might Guy collided, sending up a great spray of water. Kakashi approached Konin with his blade drawn, but did not strike immediately. Konin-senpai, what is going on? Can you tell me? I'm really tired of not knowing anything and being powerless. Konin shook her head, her figure drifting as sheets of paper scattered. Kakashi, I have long stopped trying to explain to those who live under protection like you. If you refuse to leave on your own. Whoosh. Countless paper blades shot toward Kakashi. Like sharp blades, the countless sheets of paper hurtled toward Kakashi. After the fierce battle, Might Guy, having opened the 6th gate, slumped weakly against Kakashi. Kakashi was in a terrible state, as well his body covered in severe wounds, blood staining the water beneath his feet. Breathing was difficult, his lungs were injured. Opposite them, Konin was in relatively good condition. 2 of Kakuzu's earth grudge hearts floated on the water's surface, indicating he had lost 2 of his hearts. Hey Konin. Forget the white-haired brat, I want the heart of that green-skinned guy. Kakuzu panted heavily, never expecting that 2 youngsters could put him in such a difficult position. Kakashi gripped Might Guy with one hand, preventing him from slipping off his back. For Obito's sake, he could sacrifice himself. But he would not allow Might Guy to fall into a deadly situation, so until now he had retained enough chakra to use the Flying Thunder God technique once. His gaze shifted between the 2, finally resting on Kakuzu. Kakashi couldn't help but speak. I might have figured out why a guy like you is still alive. Kakuzu mused, waiting for Kakashi's next words. Probably something like, you're so strong it's normal you survived, and so on. Hey, even if you say that I'm still taking that green-skinned brat's heart. Under his mask, Kakashi let out a soft laugh. You're too weak and too ugly. Mirror probably found it beneath him to kill you. Washing his hands might take longer than finishing you off. What did you say? In a rage, Kakuzu attacked, ignoring Konin's attempts to stop him, his composite ninjutsu technique creating a massive surge. When the wave of fire was almost upon them. Obito, I'll be back. Swish. Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi and Might Guy vanished. The fire wave dissipated and Obito's figure twisted into existence. His gaze fell upon the spot where the 2 had disappeared. Is that the Flying Thunder God technique? Kakashi, what meaning does learning that technique now have? You and I are the same. Both regretting our incompetence only after losing something. After a few seconds of silence, Obito's figure vanished. He appeared in a hidden room. Zetsu's figure emerged from the wall, and the 2 sat down. I can sense it. Nagato is losing confidence in the plan to collect the tailed beasts. Black Zetsu spoke in a low voice. Not to mention the others, the most important one, the 9 tails, is in Konoha. Uchiha-jing is a colossal obstacle. After a moment of silence, Obito asked, has the 5 tails revived? A few years ago, the 5 tails Jinchuriki and the 3rd Raikage were slain by Uchiha-jing, which also meant the death of the 5 tails Kokuo. White Zetsu, no? The time it's taking for Kokuo to revive is already longer than the combined revival time of the 8 tails and the 3 tails. There's no pattern to it. According to records, the longest a tailed beast has taken to revive is a little over 10 years. Black Zetsu stated calmly. In his 1,000 years of existence, the one he had seen die most often was the 6 tails Saiken, which took at most a decade. Black Zetsu's obsession with collecting the tailed beasts ran deeper than Obito's, and he would never give up. In a short time, he had already formulated a plan. The prerequisite for collecting the tailed beasts is having enough power. Let alone Konoha, even against the alliance of the 4 great nations, we lack the strength to defeat them. They have the most tailed beasts. Orochimaru's forbidden techniques gave me an idea. Perhaps we don't need the 9 tails. Before the 5 tails revives, we need to gain the power to defeat the 4-nation alliance. Collect the 1st through 8th tailed beasts as quickly as possible without giving Konoha time to react. Once the 10 tails is revived, even Uchiha-jing will be no match for us. Black Zetsu possessed fragmented memories of the 10 tails. Though Uchiha-jing's performance was formidable in Black Zetsu's eyes, it still fell short of the 10 tails, which was known as the Great Earth Demon 1,000 years ago. That was the power of a god capable of changing heaven and earth. Obito lowered his head in contemplation. He had a clear understanding of his own abilities. Originally he didn't. Only after awakening his Mangekyō and still being crushed by Uchiha-Jing did he realize his inferiority. Against the ninjas of the Four-Nation Alliance in a one-on-one duel, he feared none. But comparing high-end combat power, Inoki that man had been brutally beaten by both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha-Jing and still survived. Truly worthy of the title of the strongest Tsuchikage, and the Reikage the Mizukage the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Due to the rapid formation of the Four-Nation Alliance, the Land of Water had escaped Uchiha Madara's control, so Madara never mentioned the affairs he had stirred up in the Land of Water. Obito had also considered taking revenge on the Land of Water, but after a visit he found it meaningless. The elite ninjas and clans with bloodline limits had all gone to the Land of Lightning. What was the point of killing the old weak women and children to vent his anger? After a moment of thought, Obito said in a deep voice, "There are still some of Madara's legacies I haven't mastered. If the Five Tails revives before we have enough power, we'll find it and kill it first. If it gets captured by any side, it's bad for us. We need time." Black Zetsu nodded inwardly. The once naive Uchiha who had little sense had now matured after facing reality. Uchiha-Jing and I are the only Mangekyō users. Once my abilities are fully developed, even if I can't match him, I won't be far behind. Then there's one more question. Obito looked at Zetsu and asked in a low voice, "How much do you know about Nagato's situation? How long will it take for him to master the Rinne rebirth technique?" Zetsu shook his head. The Rinnegan has too many abilities. The Rinne rebirth technique is a deep-level dojutsu. I can't yet see the exact time when he will master it. Most importantly, his injuries from the battle with Hanzo were severe. He also has to control the 6 paths of pain and nurture the Rinnegan. All these factors have slowed his progress in developing the Rinnegan. After a moment of silence, "Let's transplant white Zetsu cells into Nagato. That will speed up his recovery," Obito said in a low voice. He himself had been healed quickly after a serious injury, thanks to white Zetsu. "Huh." White Zetsu cried out, "I don't mind my clones, but Nagato is already a descendant of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. If he adapts to white Zetsu cells and awakens would release, he'll be too strong. Can we still control him?" Black Zetsu pondered Obito's suggestion. The current situation was too unfavorable for him. Their main combatant Nagato was indeed starting to seem inadequate. But if Nagato became too strong to be restrained, could they still use the curse mark to force him to revive Madara? Black Zetsu needed the Ten Tails and a Madara with the Rinnegan to bring back his mother. Obito's next words made up his mind. No matter how strong he gets, can he be stronger than Uchiha-Jing? If worst comes to worst, we can force him to revive Uchiha Madara when he's on the verge of death. He had to admit, "Obito, your mind is working quite well now." Obito's suggestion is good. Black Zetsu's voice was hoarse. "I have a way to bypass the 9 tails, and he doesn't know. After collecting 8-tailed beasts, he will inevitably have a battle with Uchiha-Jing. If he loses, we'll manipulate him to revive Madara. If he wins." Black Zetsu couldn't imagine Nagato winning, so he changed the subject. "Obito, your Mangekyō abilities are highly regarded, even by Madara. Believe in yourself. You have potential no less than Uchiha-Jing's. Perhaps his potential has already peaked. We will eventually defeat him. Time is on our side. Defeat Jing." To be honest, Obito didn't hold much hope for defeating Jing. Perhaps what he truly yearned for was Uchiha-Jing's recognition. It was months before Uchiha Kagami returned to Konoha. During this time, he had wandered through the Land of Fire, a journey that bore some resemblance to an incognito inspection tour. He had taken such interludes every year in the past. He was well aware that governance was not his forte. He grasped the broad direction, but the minutiae of implementation was a different matter entirely. Uchiha Kagami reveled in battle, yet abhorred senseless slaughter. He still yearned for a peaceful place to call home. It was simply unrealistic to expect the entire populace of the Land of Fire to prosper within just a few short years. Yet compared to the war-torn years of the past, they no longer lived in daily dread, and the oppressive rule of the great nobles had been lifted. In a world brimming with the superhuman, true equality was a cruel joke. The presence of relative fairness was already a rare and precious commodity. Farmers no longer forfeited 80% of their harvest to the nobility, a mere 20% tithe, as land rent was now the norm. A prospect the people of the Land of Fire would never have dared to imagine before. The very nature of being a shinobi was transforming. In the past, villages pooled their funds, or nobles, and merchant caravans paid to hire ninja for specific tasks. Now mission proceeds were dispensed directly from the national treasury under the authority of the Hokage. Even the daimyo was now little more than a financial officer subservient to the Hokage, let alone the other ministers. They were kept in place for now, as the next generation of administrators had yet to mature. A clean sweep would only cause chaos, and there was no guarantee new appointees would be any better. Once a sufficient pool of talent was ready, the vast majority of current officials would be purged. On the major trade routes, caravans no longer needed to hire ninja as escorts. Instead, the ninja were responsible for the safety of the entire road, with the caravans paying a toll for passage. Only those venturing into unstable territories would commission ninja escort missions. This new model didn't reduce the mission load, in fact it increased it, with a shortage of manpower nearly everywhere. Most missions were now issued directly by the Hokage, ranging from construction projects to border defense. To put it simply, Minato was now the prime minister of the Land of Fire and Hatake Tsukumo the head of its military. Ninja had also taken on the additional role of leaders within the regional defense forces. Were it not for their extraordinary physical constitutions, both of them would have buckled under the sheer weight of such high-intensity work. Uchiha Kagami rarely involved himself in daily decision-making, preferring to leave such matters to the professionals. His role was to serve as the Land of Fire's mobile strategic deterrent. He was the bedrock upon which the Land of Fire's stability was built. External powers were all too aware that their geographical circumstances meant they could never outpace the Land of Fire in development. Yet with Uchiha Kagami present, they dared not make a move. Upon concluding his inspection of the past few months, Kagami felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Things were certainly improving year by year. One's stance dictates one's attitude. In the past, he only cared for Konoha. But now with the entire Land of Fire under Uchiha control, it was only natural to take pride in protecting what was his. Uchiha Kagami, is this truly the right path? Sukuna's deep voice echoed. Now it's this nation. If you continue and pacify the entire ninja world, have you considered that our very source of power is the overwhelming negativity of this world? If that were to vanish after Ishiki Otsutsuki's energy is fully drained, we would lose our path to ascension. Uchiha Kagami's lips curled into a smile. Are you worried about being out of a job? That's very diligent of you. Commendable. Don't worry, I have no intention of letting you be idle. This world still has many treasures left for us to unearth. With that, Kagami mingled with the crowd and stepped into Konoha. His identity tag was that of an ordinary Konoha citizen, so there was no chance of him flashing his credentials and receiving a hero's welcome. Such cliches were too hackneyed to offer him any sense of satisfaction. To witness him showing off, one would have to be at least a Jonin's level. Dressed in simple clothes with a small ponytail tied at the back of his head, he simply appeared to be a handsome young man. Apart from those who knew him, no one would connect him with the legendary leader of the Uchiha clan. While strolling aimlessly, Kagami was suddenly struck by a craving for grilled meat. With his ability to manipulate yin-yang medicine had no effect on his body anymore, nor did ordinary physical training. His appetite had been suppressed for so long that he decided to indulge himself. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a toad-shaped wallet. It had been pilfered from Jiraiya. Ever since Jiraiya had tried to shift the blame onto him and Kakashi for the hot spring peeping incident, Kagami had made it a habit to empty his pockets thoroughly every time they met. Your royalties are better spent on your disciple here than on wine and women. It was a habit he intended to keep. When it came to grilled meat, the Akimichi clan was the definitive choice. Though the civil war had caused heavy casualties among the ninja, they were far from wiped out. Minato's offers of reconciliation had allowed the clans to preserve a sliver of their strength, but they were forced to surrender their secret techniques. He pushed aside the Norin curtain. Welcome, Kagami. My lord. The grilled meat restaurant was a vital source of revenue for the Akimichi, managed by an elder of the clan who naturally recognized Uchiha Kagami. The full course, 3 servings to start, please. Kagami found a seat and sat down. It was his first time dining at a shop outside the clan's compound. He hoped the old chef at his usual place wouldn't be too upset. Despite his fear, the Akimichi clan member personally rushed into the kitchen to supervise, ensuring only the finest cuts of meat were prepared and sent out. Fresh meat slices sizzled on the grill, fat slowly rendering and releasing a tantalizing aroma. He watched the meat change from red to brown, its edges curling slightly, and felt a sense of anticipation. A thick slice of beef was grilled to perfection. Kagami picked it up with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. The rich, savory flavor burst across his palate. Tender, juicy with just the right amount of chew. The deep satisfaction that food could bring. It had been far too long. Kagami had arrived well before the dinner rush. By the time he was on his 7th portion, other customers began to trickle in. Many patrons marveled as the servers continually brought out new plates of meat. This seemingly slender young man certainly had an impressive appetite. The kitchen was in a frenzy, abandoning any pretense of elegant presentation. That lord probably doesn't care, just slice it and get it out there, they thought. Kagami didn't mind the curious gazes. People gathering to watch was a sign of a safe environment. On a battlefield, such curiosity would be a death sentence. Is that Kagami? Hearing a vaguely familiar voice, Kagami looked up. He saw a man bearing a resemblance to a younger Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shinosuke, it's been a while. Kagami was about to lower his head and continue eating when he abruptly snapped it back up. He noticed the person Shinosuke was holding hands with. A woman with a gentle, lovely face. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, the telltale blush of someone caught on a date by an acquaintance. Hadzuki. Wani-san. Uchiha Hadzuki, mother of Uchiha Izumi, was also the proprietress of the breakfast shop Kagami frequented. Shinosuke rubbed his nose and chuckled. I met Hadzuki at the hospital. We're dating. As he spoke, he proudly raised his hand, intertwined with Hadzuki's. A gesture that made her shyly turn her head away. After the great battle ended, members of the Uchiha clan had also taken part in the rebuilding efforts. It was there in the temporary hospital that the severely injured Sarutobi Shinosuke had met Uchiha Hadzuki, who was volunteering as a nurse. One an open and earnest man, the other a gentle and virtuous widow who had lost her husband years ago. They had grown close over time. Uchiha Kagami rubbed his temples. In the shinobi world, starting to date was equivalent to a formal commitment, a step towards marriage. According to clan rules. Uchiha Shinosuke. Uchiha Baruto. This is too surreal. Big brother, why are you standing there? Sit down, a clear yet slightly hoarse boy's voice rang out. As Asuma drew closer, he caught sight of Uchiha Kagami. It was like stumbling upon a rattlesnake in the desert, sending a jolt of terror through him. Asuma Meito Gai and the others had not participated in that civil war from years past. However, the terror Uchiha Kagami instilled in Asuma was something he had felt since childhood. Uchiha Kagami's gaze flickered toward Yugao and Rin, who stood behind Asuma. One of the primary post-war policies was population growth. Not only were civilians encouraged to have children, but the same applied to ninja. Some eligible ninja were even assigned to matchmaking events as part of their duties, hoping to find a suitable partner. Against this backdrop, Asuma and Rin, who already harbored mutual interest, naturally drew closer. They were around 15 or 16, about the right age, especially since ninja mature faster in this world. Uchiha Kagami wiped his mouth. I'm about 3/4 full. You can join me at this table. 3/4. Asuma glanced at the towering pile of empty plates and couldn't help but whistle softly. Was Kagami a big eater? Had that been part of his characterization before? He did seem quite protective of his food. As they waited for the table to be cleared, Uchiha Kagami's eyes shifted between Sarutobi Shinosuke and Hazuki. Shinosuke, you should know Hazuki's family situation, right? It was common for ninja to grow up without parents. Hazuki was one such example, though after her husband died, she returned to the clan with her daughter. As clan head, Uchiha Kagami felt it necessary to step in as Hazuki's guardian and understand the circumstances. Shinosuke and Hazuki both sat stiffly, visibly awkward, as if meeting the parents for the first time. Even Asuma and Rin felt a bit uneasy. Yes, I've spent time with Izumi. She's a good girl, and I'll work hard to earn her trust. Uchiha Kagami nodded, his gaze locking onto Shinosuke. I will not allow you to toy with Hazuki's feelings, nor will I permit her to marry outside the clan. Are you truly prepared to give up the Sarutobi name and become a matrilocal husband in the Uchiha clan? The two exchanged a glance, and Uchiha Hazuki offered a gentle smile. Shinosuke-kun has already discussed this with me. He is willing to join the Uchiha clan, and we have decided to hold the wedding during Izumi's vacation. We also invited Asuma and Miss Rin today to ask if they would serve as best man and maid of honor. Uchiha Kagami took a deep breath. He thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should he ask that old man to make an exception and return for a visit to see his son joining the Uchiha clan? The Senju and Uchiha were historical rivals, and in truth the Sarutobi and Uchiha had their own tensions. During the Warring States period, the Sarutobi and Senju had been allies. Do as you see fit, Uchiha Kagami said, raising his hand to summon the owner. From now on, all of Shinosuke and Hazuki's yakiniku meals will be on my tab. I'll send someone to settle the bill at the end of the year. Understood. He stood up and smiled at Hazuki. I may not be able to attend your wedding, so consider this a gift in advance. Sister Hazuki, I have to take my leave. Enjoy your meal. Take care on your way, Kagami-kun. As soon as Uchiha Kagami stepped out the door, a sneaky figure crept up beside him. Hey Kagami. Asuma leaned in close to Uchiha Kagami's ear and whispered, about that. What did you mean back then? Ever since he and Rin started dating, Kagami's words from childhood would occasionally surface in his mind. He often wondered, would he die young, leaving Rin to marry into the Uchiha clan? Or would they break up and she would end up with an Uchiha? Asuma was one of the few people who felt no distance around Kagami. After all, he and Obito had been beaten by Kagami for over 2 years. Normally someone of his rank as a jonin should address Kagami with honorifics. But Kagami didn't care how others addressed him. Names were meant to be called, there was no need for excessive titles. It was just a childish joke, Kagami replied. Really? Uchiha Kagami paused, beginning to reflect. Had he really lost all credibility? If you don't believe me, I can kill you right now and let Rin marry an Uchiha. I believe you. With that matter settled, Asuma brought up another topic. His tone grew serious. Kagami, do you know about Kakashi and Meito Gai? They recently returned from severe injuries. I don't know the specifics, but it's likely related to Obito. Uchiha Kagami paused for a few seconds, then pulled out his wallet to buy candied apples from a street vendor. Jiraiya's wallet certainly hadn't covered it. He'd have to send someone later to settle the bill. Kagami, you know, don't you? They're currently taking a bite of the apple. Uchiha Kagami said calmly, they're playing games of bond. You should focus on your own romance. Asuma and Uchiha Kagami walked side by side, with Asuma talking to himself. Kagami, what do you think is most important to the village? The Hokage or the villagers? The most important thing is me. Uchiha Kagami finished the candied apple in a few bites, even eating the core. Right, except for you. Asuma pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Uchiha Kagami. Kagami had no such habit. His gaze drifted to other snacks in the street market. Asuma lit his cigarette, his expression deep. I've thought about it carefully, replaying events since the start of the Third Shinobi War. I used to hate you, wondering why you destroyed a peaceful village. But when I started going on missions, almost everyone feels that Konoha is better now. The centralization and redistribution of power have helped ninja redefine their roles. We are meant to protect civilians and the next generation, not serve as weapons for the nobles. Haha, because big brother and sister Hazuki are dating, I've learned more about your clan. I've realized that you and Obito are complete opposites. Obito is too naive and kind, you are too intelligent and cold. Most Uchiha are like us, just a bit more proud. But when I was young, I often heard those old men talking to the old man say that the Uchiha are a clan that needs supervision. I admit I also had prejudices against the Uchiha when I was young. Sorry about that. No need. Your opinion doesn't affect me in the slightest. Uchiha Kagami packed up some braised dishes planning to try Ichiraku ramen later. He looked at Asuma with growing impatience. If you don't leave now, I'll beat you up. Asuma instinctively jumped back a step. He lowered his eyes, his expression complex as he looked at Uchiha Kagami. Kagami, do you think a life like this can last? You'll bring peace to this war-torn shinobi world, right? I won't make any promises. Pushing Asuma aside, Uchiha Kagami headed toward Ichiraku ramen. Don't have such cowardly thoughts. If you want to maintain your life, work for it yourself. Without needing to approach closely, Uchiha Kagami spotted the plump figure sitting in a special chair, its orange fur prominently displayed. The sound of slurping noodles could be heard from far away. Honestly, were they all so idle that they kept running into acquaintances and familiar cats? Boss, 20 more bowls of tonkatsu ramen, meow. Same here. Put it on Kagami-sama's tab, he won't mind, meow. The scene concluded with the cat enthusiastically ordering ramen, while Uchiha Kagami prepared to enjoy his own meal at Ichiraku. Lord Zuolin, how generous. A cold voice came from behind, and Zuolin didn't react for a moment. He slapped the table with his paw. Haha, it's nothing. Sit down and have a bowl. It's on me. Oh, so is it on you or on me? Zuolin gradually sensed something amiss, and stiffly turned his head. Jing, 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 Jing. Lord Jing. Uchiha Jing looked at Zuolin expressionlessly, his indifferent gaze causing the entire cat to tremble. I was wondering how you got so fat so fast. Ordering 20 bowls at a time, oh no. Just now you said another 20 bowls, right? He leaned in closer, and the terrifying pressure made Zuolin tremble even more. Tell me, how many debts has our Lord Zuolin charged to my name? Thud. Zuolin fell off his seat and lay on the ground like a wriggling fat caterpillar. Lord Jing, I was born with a big appetite. I'm terrified of hunger. And the more I eat, the faster I run. It's my innate ability. I do it so that Lord Jing can ride me more comfortably and quickly. Uchiha Jing kept watching him, and seeing that Zuolin was about to wet himself in fear, he sighed helplessly. He gave him a light kick. All right, this big lump rolling around, don't scare the others. If it were anyone else, even Shursue, they would have earned a beating. Because this fat cat's weight fluctuated wildly, and aside from speed, it had almost no combat ability. Uchiha Jing was afraid that if he misjudged the force of a punch, he might kill him with one blow. Shouta squinted and smiled, nodding at Uchiha Jing. Hello, Lord Jing. What would you like to eat? Uchiha Jing pulled out a chair. One of each to start. It was mealtime, and a few villagers were eating noodles nearby. Friend, your Zuolin-chan's summon partner, an elite ninja of the Uchiha, right? After all, you can afford to keep such a large ninja cat, and you have a huge appetite too. Truly impressive. In recent years, the commoners' change in attitude toward the Uchiha was partly due to the ninja cat clan. Many ninja cats from the cat village had settled in Konoha. Surely few people could dislike talking cats. Over time, they became familiar with the cat's partners, the Uchiha clan members. Facing this unknown villager, Uchiha Jing responded indifferently and waited for the food. Compared to the past, when he deliberately kept his distance from villagers, his attitude now was already quite good. If he had been willing to lower his stance like this in earlier years, Yuanfei Risen would not have often worriedly asked the portrait of the previous Hokage what to do. Yao ramen. How to put it? It could be called delicious, but it fell short of expectations. It was worth the price, but not a culinary masterpiece. Perhaps. For Naruto back then, it was indeed a special taste. Because there were no strange looks. That child would soon be born. He hoped the child could grow up normally without needing to become a savior. Zuolin nervously finished 20 bowls of noodles, quickly looking at Uchiha Jing pitifully. How much do you eat in a day? Well, maybe about 130 to 40 bowls. You just broke future Hinata's record of 46 bowls. Wait, wasn't hers 46 bowls in 30 minutes? Are there other shops that charge to my account? Zuolin quickly shook his head. No, and I don't come every day. At most, 3 times a month. Uchiha Jing calculated. That would be about tens of thousands of ryo each month. He reached out and pinched Zuolin's cheek. You stupid cat, you've learned to charge things to my account. Who taught you? Zuolin was terrified but clenched his teeth, looking determined to say nothing. Uchiha Jing released his hand and patted his fat face. Alright, I know it was Shursue. I'll go back and break his legs. Meow. No, it wasn't little Shursue. Well, it was. Zuolin's little brain spun rapidly, but he couldn't think of anyone else he knew. That's it. It was the Hokage. The Hokage taught me. No matter what, he couldn't betray little Shursue. Swoosh. The figure of Bluffing Shuemin appeared in an instant. Zuolin turned pale. No. Are you some kind of ghost Hokage? Why do you appear whenever you're called? Jing, do you have time to talk? Shuemin's expression was serious, as if about to discuss something important. Wait for me in the office. The Hokage's office. Apart from Shuemin and Shimao, there was also an old woman with brown hair looking about 50 years old. Jing, long time no see. The old woman nodded. Uchiha Jing nodded back. Since it's you, is it about Jujutsu? Yuanfei Pipa, who wife of Yuanfei Risen. When Jiraiya took them training they had met a few times. She was a stern, unsmiling person. She served as the director of Konoha Hospital and was responsible for Jujutsu's safe delivery. In the original timeline, she died on the night of the Nine Tails rampage. Yes, Lady Pipa, who said Jujutsu should give birth by the end of this month. Shueimon was a bit nervous. Jing, if you hadn't come back, I would have gone out to find you. Uchiha Jing calculated the time. It's only the beginning of the month. Why are you so anxious? Jingquan, you don't have a wife, yet so you don't understand Shueimon's feelings. Chimu Shuomao chuckled lightly. Since last month, he hasn't let me leave the village. Jiraiya is also in the village. After all, the possibility you described is too terrifying. We must not let that disaster happen. I roughly understand the situation. Yuanfei Pipa who spoke. Yuzhibo Daitai possesses time-space ninjutsu. Shueimon has developed a space-sealing barrier within a limited range. Do you think it can stop him? Uchiha Jing raised an eyebrow. With such a busy job as Hokage, you still manage to find time to develop this advanced technique. Jujutsu really gives you endless motivation, Shueimon. Try using it. Shueimon nodded. Formed hand seals and dense sealing formulas covered the room. As an invisible ripple spread, the space of the Hokage's office seemed to take on a strange feel. Uchiha Jing's eyes manifested Magatama, and he examined it carefully for a while. It can have some effect, but Daitai's strength is greater than I originally foresaw. I'm not sure if it can stop him. Uchiha Jing stroked his chin and said calmly, actually, I think if he had any brains he wouldn't be thinking of causing trouble in the near future. Shueimon, I didn't tell you before because I thought there wouldn't be any Nine Tails incident again. There's no need for you to be so nervous. Shueimon shook his head gently. The best outcome would be that everything I do is in vain. I just hope Jujutsu and the child can be safe. During Jujutsu's delivery, I will stay by her side every moment. Jing, I'll entrust you to wait outside the door. That sounded a bit off. Alright. By the way, Zwilun said you were the one who put him up to charging the noodles to my account. Use your salary to cover the debt. Huh. Shueimon was a bit puzzled, but nodded anyway. No problem, it's a small matter. It was just yao ramen. Even if eaten 3 meals a day it wouldn't cost much. The details were discussed until dusk. After bidding farewell to the few present, Uchiha Kagami rose and headed home. As he approached the clan district, a boy walked toward him from the opposite direction. Instead of hiding, he chose to confront me directly. Hihi Shirsue, you really aren't afraid of my discipline, are you? Before Kagami could even bring up the revolver incident to reprimand him. Shirsue, sensing his approach, quickened his pace and abruptly drew a short blade, swinging it down at Uchiha Kagami. Clang! Kagami blocked the blade with a single finger, gazing at Shirsue, whose 3-tomo Sharingan had already awakened. I told you before, when your body isn't ready, don't rely so heavily on the Sharingan. I hope you haven't neglected your taijutsu training during this time. Shirsue remained silent, his short blade flashing in afterimages. A passing clan member glanced at the scene, but continued on his way without comment. Sensing the resentment laced within Shirsue's attacks, Kagami's brows furrowed slightly. He's nearly 10 years old now, and I've only been gone a short while, yet he's already brimming with such hostility. You rely on me too much, Shirsue. Damn brother. Shirsue shouted curses as he slashed. I'm still attending the ninja academy. You assign a girl to help, that's one thing, but Sasuke is so young. I have to look after him too. Do you have any idea how hard these past few months have been for me? Damn it. Idiot. Irresponsible, evil, black-haired natural curl. Uchiha Kagami pinned the blade between 2 fingers, suddenly remembering that matter. Thump. He kicked Shirsue away and walked toward home, his expression unchanged as he said, we Uchiha naturally have curly hair, none of us are bad guys. Besides, your hair is a bit curly too. Enough, why so full of resentment at your age? Didn't I leave you money? Didn't you know to hire someone to help care for Sasuke? Shirsue got up, brushed the dust off his pants, and naturally fell into step beside Kagami. I wouldn't feel at ease leaving him to others. Sasuke is so cute. What about Longshi? How did you two get along? Shirsue fell silent for a moment. She must have gone through something painful. She's reluctant to speak, and I suggested she enroll in the ninja academy, but she refused. Bang! Shirsue cried out in pain, clutching his head. What was that for? What position do you hold that gives you the authority to arrange someone's enrollment? Swish! Shirsue pulled a credential from his chest. I'm the student council president, of course I have that authority. You really know nothing, do you, stinky brother? The student council? Does the ninja academy even have such a thing now? Uchiha Kagami took the credential and examined it. Originally, the academy principal was concurrently held by the Hokage, but with increased responsibilities, Minato no longer had time for the part-time role. Since the academy is of paramount importance, it must be managed by someone trustworthy. After discussion, Minato recalled Shinhua, who had been guarding Pingjing, to serve as principal, assigning some Jonin to oversee Pingjing instead. As the former leader of the Uchiha radical faction, Shinhua was still capable of handling this position. However, his teaching methods were slightly more aggressive than in the past. The academy now had a ranking system with a placement tournament held each semester. The top-ranked student became the student council president, while ranks 2 through 5 formed the student council. They enjoyed certain ninja privileges. If one remained first place for 3 consecutive semesters, the privileges would upgrade to special Jonin level. Since Shursui enrolled, he had been undefeated across all grades from 1 to 6, serving as student council president for 7 terms in a row. His power and influence were immense. Even at school, no fewer than 20 people followed him when he went to the restroom. Kagami returned the credential to Shursui and began to ponder. Shursui's current combat strength had reached the Jonin level. What he lacked was practical experience and an instinct for battle opportunities. In the original timeline, he underwent his transformation right at the end of the Third Shinobi World War. But now there was no suitable battlefield. Kagami himself had developed some skills through combat. Such experience could not be taught merely by words. Sending him against organizations like Akatsuki would be nothing more than feeding him to the wolves, lacking any real value. If Kagami trained him personally, Shursui would subconsciously sense no real life-threatening danger. What if they instigated a localized war and threw him into it for experience? Uchiha Kagami formed a rough plan. As they thought, the two arrived home. In the courtyard lawn, she held little Sasuke staring blankly at the rockery and flowing water, a picture of tranquil peace. Longsha, let's eat out for dinner, my brother is treating. Watching Shursui step forward so naturally, Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but recall a certain phrase. With a sister in a house, yet parents dead. This kid even has an older brother who gives him allowance. He was feeling somewhat displeased with him. Longshi snapped back to reality. Unable to bow properly while holding Sasuke, she simply nodded and lowered her waist. You have returned, Lord Kagami. Only after settling into Konoha and becoming familiar with the surroundings did she realize what a monumental figure she had encountered. He had driven and exterminated all the demons and monsters within the land of fire, preventing rogue ninja from stepping foot here, balancing the 4 great nations single-handedly. The strongest in the land of fire, the patriarch of the ninja world's most prestigious clan. If not for the several months of buffer time, she might not have been able to maintain such a peaceful state of mind. Are you getting used to living here? Shursui hasn't bullied you, has he? Longshi shook her head, her falling white hair brushing against little Sasuke's sleeping face, causing his small hands to twitch unconsciously. Brother Shursui takes very good care of me. Good. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Consider it a formal welcome party for your new family. Longshi thought for a moment, saying whatever was fine would just pass the problem back to Uchiha Kagami, which wasn't appropriate. I'd like Ichiraku ramen, is that okay? I just ate there. Fine, get ready. Take your time, Shursui, and I will wait for you at the door. They waited at the door for a while. Shursui wore a troubled expression, but couldn't help but speak up. Brother, I know you want to talk about Uchiha Itachi, right? Uchiha Kagami said calmly, this is my decision. If you wish to change it, come defeat me. Shursui took a deep breath. Then what about Sasuke when he grows up? You're adopting him, yet his father and brother are nearby, yet he has no freedom. What will Sasuke think? Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. What he thinks doesn't matter, the principle remains the same. If you have the strength to defeat me, things will develop according to your wishes. Right now I am the strongest, so everything must go according to my will. Shursui, remember one thing. Acting according to one's desires is the privilege of the strong. You are my younger brother, I will not interfere with any decisions you make, but do not stop growing stronger. Uchiha Kagami gently stroked Shursui's hair, his voice soft. Grandmother has passed, you are the most important person to me. I do not want you to experience the feeling of powerlessness. If there is something you wish to protect, the fundamental requirement is possessing strength yourself. If one day I am gone, the only one you can rely on is yourself. Shursui pushed away the large hand on his head, pouting with disdain. You're lying again. You're never going to die. In the end, Ryuhaku agreed to send him to the Ninja Academy. As for Sasuke, Uchiha Kagami hadn't expected Kyumo to be so forthright, actually bringing the child to his doorstep on the spot and dropping him off without even checking if Kagami was home. After some thought, Uchiha Kagami ordered a house to be built near his residence, allowing Uchiha Mikoto to raise the child there. He also located Yakushi Kabuto and Yamato. Kabuto now shuttled between the Yakushi Nonoya orphanage and the Uchiha compound, caring for the children. Uchiha Kagami sought out Nonoya. Lord Kagami. Even with years of experience as a spy facing Uchiha Kagami directly, Nonoya felt as though invisible ropes bound her entire body, stiff as a statue, every movement agonizingly difficult. Uchiha Kagami revealed no outward aura, yet her innate perception of danger as a former infiltrator screamed warnings. She felt like a young rabbit sitting across from a ferocious dragon. Tension was only natural. Yakushi Nonoya. Rather than your stealth abilities, I value your talent with children more. Uchiha Kagami sat casually, legs crossed, hand resting on his knee. Someone suitable will manage the orphanage. I intend to select a group of children to train within the compound, and you will reside here to care for them. Nonoya understood this was not a request, but an order. She could negotiate with Danzo, but before this man, obedience was her only option. I understand, Lord Kagami. May I ask about that child Kabuto? He is a talented individual. Uchiha Kagami stated indifferently. You need only attend to your duties. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Understood? Yes. Uchiha Kagami nodded. You may leave. Bring the one outside in. Mikoto looked haggard. Oh, any other woman in her situation might have lost all will to live. Her family had been effectively placed under house arrest, and now her youngest son was being taken away. Had it not been for Itachi's comfort that Sasuke would be safe, she would have sought out Uchiha Kagami to commit seppuku in atonement. Kagami Dano. Uchiha Kagami tapped his fingertips, his tone cold. Sasuke requires a mother's care. He has already lost his father, but do not let him lose his mother as well. I can tell you this, Sasuke is a disciple I have high hopes for. He is different from those two destined for a bright future. For Sasuke's sake, you know what you must do. Mikoto shuddered, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. Combined with her haggard appearance, the sight was deeply pitiable. Her hand drifted to her waist, gripping her obi. Uchiha Kagami frowned, releasing a trace of killing intent that froze Mikoto in place like ice. Who do you take me for? His words carried a hint of murderous intent as Uchiha Kagami rose to his feet. Foolish presumption. Do not engage in such actions that tarnish the Uchiha name. It makes me genuinely sick. Uchiha Kagami left in anger. Only after stepping outside did he realize something was off. In his mind, his words meant Mikoto should simply care for Sasuke and leave Fugaku and Itachi alone. But, considering her perspective, his words might have been somewhat ambiguous. Never mind. There was no need to explain. Uchiha Kagami soon recalled another matter. Uchiha Obito. He looked down upon the so-called Four Nations Alliance, but he took the Akatsuki organization very seriously. If Obito was determined to develop in the shadows, finding him would not be easy. With his Anaji and the dual Kimyui, as long as he played it safe, Obito's survival capabilities were no inferior to Orochimaru's. As for seizing the Rinnegan from the Land of Rain while he had the chance, Uchiha Kagami disdained such tactics. He was also anticipating the return of Uchiha Madara in his prime to continue the unfinished battle. Against other enemies, Uchiha Kagami had no qualms about using despicable means. But against Madara, he truly desired to defeat him honorably. Soon the end of the month arrived. Regardless of whether Obito would appear with Kushina nearing her due date, Konoha entered a state of high alert. Minato directly chose the Uchiha compound as the delivery location. A newly built courtyard housed Yakushi Nonoya and Mikoto along with the two children Yamato and Kabuto and the swaddled Sasuke. Before being led into the delivery room, Kushina nervously grasped Mikoto's hand. Mikoto-ne, childbirth is painful, isn't it? Uchiha Mikoto gently stroked her forehead, comforting her softly. It will be fine. Think about it. Naruto wants to meet his mother soon. Okay. Kushina, unusually displaying a fragile side, looked toward the anxious Minato. Minato, I'm a bit scared. No matter how strong one was, fear of death was natural. Uchiha Kagami's prophecy had genuinely frightened them. Moreover, more than her own death, Kushina feared what would happen to Naruto if she died. Minato forced a smile to conceal his worry. It'll be fine. I'll be right beside you. A trace of scarlet chakra leaked out, carrying an extremely fierce aura. During the delivery of a Jinchuriki, the seal would loosen. Hurry and bring her into the delivery room. Establish a barrier to stabilize the seal. Sarutobi Biwa cried out. Minato, however, looked toward Uchiha Kagami, who was yawning on a nearby lounge chair. Kagami, please. Use your Sharingan. Are you a Pokemon trainer or something? Sighing, Uchiha Kagami shook his head. Free Tomo spun within his eyes. A projection shaped by ocular power crashed into the Ninetales seal space. Some chains binding the Ninetales had already loosened. The struggling beast paused upon sensing an intruder. Madara. Shut up. Are you Hashirama Senju or something? Always spouting that line. They exchanged a glance. Free Tomo also appeared in the Ninetales' eyes, and the fox calmed down. Attribute counter, that simple. Moreover, their power completely dominated it. Outside, sensing the Ninetales was more subdued than even when sealed, Kushina sighed in relief. She forced a smile to thank Uchiha Kagami. Thank you, Kagami. Uchiha Kagami yawned. At this hour, he should normally be asleep. Hurry up and give birth. Afterward, I still need to sleep. You brat, don't make childbirth sound so easy. Minato followed inside. With a potential crisis looming, he no longer cared about such formalities. The moon above was full and round. Uchiha Kagami leaned against the lounge chair, gazing upward. This creation of a sealing technique resembled a giant eye watching over the shinobi world. He looked down, lost in thought. At both ends of the eaves, Jiraiya and Hatake Sakomo crouched. Not far away on the open ground, several giant toads rested. With such a lineup, if Obito dared to show his face, he would indeed be brave. Uchiha Mikoto held Sasuke, who had suddenly begun crying, and watched the interior with worry. After setting up the spatial barrier, Minato tightly grasped Kushina's hand. A long while later, as a cry emerged from within the room, the constantly crying little Sasuke suddenly fell silent, as if listening as well. Naruto had been born. Uchiha Kagami, rocking the lounge chair, paused. He sensed a glimpse of observing eyes flash by. Was it the Sage of Six Paths? A cold smile touched Uchiha Kagami's lips. Old man, the only difference between you and Jiraiya is power. You are both obsessed followers trapped by prophecy. That night, nothing happened. That night, nothing happened. The 56th year of Konohagakure's founding. A few years prior, on a single night, both the daimyo of the Wind Country and the daimyo of the Water Country were found dead, their corpses gruesome beyond description. From that day forth, the Four Nations Alliance opened comprehensive trade with the Fire Country. The Third Shinobi World War, with this as its turning point, was formally declared over. Yet the rulers of the Four Nations did not each return to their own lands. The newly ascended daimyos of wind and water in particular refused at all costs to return to their homelands. It was the emergence of another faction that forged the alliance's friendship into something unbreakable. Hashirama Senju, the legendary god of shinobi, has returned from the Pure Land. He constructed an oasis in the Wind Country which had been reduced to nearly a wasteland, and named it the Fire-Hidden Village. Originally Tobarama had wanted to name the newborn village after the leaf, insisting that that nest of Uchiha was the fake leaf. But Hashirama disagreed. Hashirama Senju still identified with Konoha of the Fire Country, for it was the village he and Madara had built together. He had originally had no desire to be a leader until Orochimaru laid out the pros and cons for him. Only by announcing to the shinobi world under his name would those seeking peace come to him. Thus the first Hokage was born. The first Hashirama Senju. In a shinobi world overrun by a parade of 100 ghosts, countless souls seeking refuge began to traverse the desert, hoping to find that oasis of tranquility. Hashirama excelled in wood release, hence the village was named after the leaf. Madara excelled in fire release, hence the village's leader was titled the Hokage. And now Hashirama Senju had named the village after his friend's fire release and named himself after his own wood release as the leader. Tobarama harbored deep resentment, yet once Hashirama made a decision, there was no swaying him. At first the people of the shinobi world refused to believe it. With a let's just see attitude, the 4th Tsuchikage Inoki and the 4th Kazekage Rashi traveled to the Wind Country. Upon seeing an oasis several times larger than the original Sunagakure, the thought of any conflict simply did not arise. Not even a hint of it. The original Suna residents also expressed hostility toward the Kazekage for having left with the elite ninja. They prayed Rashi would never return, declaring themselves the most loyal followers of Lord Hokage Hashirama Senju. Inoki paid his respects to Hashirama Senju and confirmed that this was indeed the former god of shinobi. He immediately proposed that the Four Nations Alliance would fully assist Hashirama Senju in restoring his nation. They would drive the evil Uchiha Kagami out of the Fire Country. Hashirama Senju refused. After Inoki droned on about principles for a long while, Hashirama simply stated, "I have already fought Kagami. I was defeated by him, which is why we could not return to the Fire Country. If you believe your alliance has the strength to help me, why don't we spar first to test it, Inoki wisely kept quiet. At the same time, a clearer perception of Uchiha Kagami's terrifying power took hold. Even the former god of shinobi was no match for that man. After that battle years ago, had he grown even stronger? Inoki suddenly remembered. That man was only about 20 years old. At this realization he felt a deep sense of despair. In this old man's lifetime, would he ever have the chance to return to a Wagakure? Inoki's mind raced, and he wanted to persuade Hashirama Senju to build the village elsewhere. Go to a Wagakure. If you move to a Wagakure, I would dare to return home. After summarizing the intelligence, Inoki concluded that Uchiha Kagami had defeated Hashirama Senju yet allowed them to act freely. This meant that although the two were not allies, they were not enemies either. Uchiha Kagami would not attack Hashirama Senju's faction, nor would he act as he had toward the Lightning Country's Four Nations Alliance. One could never tell when a daimyo or a Kage's corpse might be collected at dawn. Hashirama Senju certainly would not change his settlement based on Inoki's few words. After firmly refusing them and seeing them off, it was because over a year after building the village in the Wind Country, they discovered the waning legion surging forth from the Ghost Country. While Hashirama Senju and the others maintained stability in the fire-hidden village, they were simultaneously holding back the waning army. This made Hashirama Senju feel even more certain that he should remain in the shinobi world to contribute what he could. Occasionally he would wonder why so many chaotic abominations were appearing. After investigating, Tobarama provided the answer. It was because the Uzumaki clan had been exterminated. The Uzumaki had sealed countless demons, but the Four Nations had united to wipe them out. With no maintenance for so many years, it was only natural that the seals had broken. Yes, this blame fell upon the Four Nations. Hashirama Senju and Tobarama would not blame Danzo, they did not understand the specific circumstances of that time. But Mito Uzumaki certainly did. To speak plainly, Hashirama, Tobarama, Mito, and Danzo all shared the same attitude toward rescuing Uchiha-sama. If I have the ability, I will save them. But if rescuing Uchiha-sama endangered Konoha and led to an all-out war, then they would not save them. Regarding Danzo's decision to the death, Hashirama Senju only ever reprimanded him on one point. Danzo had secretly hoarded Sharingan eyes and suppressed the Uchiha, which greatly displeased Hashirama Senju. Tobarama, however, cursed him for a different reason. He cursed Danzo for driving away Tsukumo Hatake. He had known Tsukumo's father, a man who held firmly to the Bushido code. Tsukumo Hatake would be no different, though for a man like that, tarnished honor was tantamount to a death sentence. As for the matter of conducting wood-release experiments, well, Tobarama was the one who started it, so if anyone was to be blamed, it should be Tobarama. Hashirama had simply grown too tired of scolding. After years of turmoil with the presence of past Hokage, the fire-hidden village developed rapidly. Edo Tensei was deeply uncomfortable for Hashirama Senju. He could neither eat nor sleep, and his body was extremely fragile. But for Tobarama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi, it was not so. Tobarama was enthusiastic about his work, and Hiruzen was also happy to continue serving by his teacher's side. The most troubling matter was, His son Shinosuke no longer bore the Sarutobi name. He had heard that his grandson was born and named Uchiha-sama. Unfortunately, he could not see him. He was not permitted to enter the Fire Country. And outside the Fire Country was too dangerous. Shinosuke would never bring his son to visit him. Hiruzen Sarutobi often faced the direction of Konoha late at night. Puffing on cigarettes that held no flavor, he longed for his son, his wife, and his grandson. Incidentally, Tsunade had officially joined the Fire-Hidden Village in the Wind Country, making her another person forbidden from entering the Fire Country. After growing accustomed to the presence of the two grandfathers, she sought out Orochimaru, hoping to see Katsuyu and Rashi. Tobirama Senju stopped her. Edo Tensei was not a pleasant experience. It was like being trapped in a pile of rotting wood shavings with one's soul feeling discomfort at every moment. If not for Uchiha Kagami in the shinobi world, and the impending revival of Uchiha Madara, he and Hashirama would not wish to remain in this world. A single meeting could not mend regrets, it would only deepen the pain. Let the dead rest in peace. These words hardly sounded like they came from Tobirama, the man who played with souls. It was a measure of Tobirama's compassion for Tsunade, hoping she would soon emerge from her gloom. He felt that Orochimaru, this young man, was quite suitable for his granddaughter. And so the Fire-Hidden Village enjoyed 6 years of peaceful development, until a tall white-haired figure arrived through the wind and sand bearing heavy news. Konoha, Uchiha clan compound near noon. A red-haired girl carrying a lunchbox skipped across the street. Little Xianglin going to deliver lunch to Zuozhu again. Yes, it's a love lunchbox. Xianglin was neatly dressed, her face beaming with a happy smile. Seeing you makes Annie so happy. That red hair is really full of vitality. Here, I'll give you a flower. Its flower language suits you perfectly. The florist handed Xianglin a white-green flower. Xianglin took it, tilting her head curiously. What's it called? And what is its flower language? Bending down, the florist whispered. It's Eustoma. Its flower language is eternal, unchanging, pure love. Bang. Xianglin's face instantly flushed red, both excited and shy. Thank you, Annie-Jiua. I want to give it to Zuozhu-kun. With that, Xianglin ran even faster toward the training ground inside the clan compound. Yuzhibo-Jiua covered her face, watching Xianglin's bouncing back, revealing a doting smile. Inside the training ground. Is that all you've got, Zuozhu? A boy with a yellow spiky hair shouted from the field. Opposite him, a black-haired boy with a bare upper body and clearly defined muscles stood up, supporting himself on his knees. His small body bore many scars, a testament to his rigorous training. Spitting, Zuozhu said disdainfully. You're just relying on the Xuanhua clan's physique. Wait until the ninja tool showdown. I'll pierce a few holes in you. Mingren laughed with hands on his hips. Ha ha ha. Yuzhibo, Zuozhu cursed your pitiful fate of not having the Xuanhua physique. When it comes to taijutsu, no matter how hard you try, it's useless. Ahaha, Shua. Taking advantage of Mingren's laughter, Zuozhu used body flicker to close and grab Mingren's neck and slammed him to the ground. Bang. His other hand was only half an inch from Mingren's face. I win, Mingren. You cheated. How could you attack while I was laughing? Zuozhu snorted disdainfully. Attacking when the opponent is off guard is what our master taught us. You haven't remembered a thing. It doesn't count. You cheated. One more round. Getting off Mingren, Zuozhu clapped his hands and said calmly, next time, Mingren. I need to eat. He had already spotted Xianglin running over her red hair, too conspicuous. Although this girl was annoying ever since she started delivering lunch, his mother had stopped making it for him. Helpless Zuozhu had to eat what Xianglin brought. The most crucial rule of Yuzhibo Jing's lineage was to eat well. At mealtime, the scattered trainees would gather to eat. Although training was harsh, they were given at least an hour for lunch and rest. Zuozhu-kun, today, I made pork cutlet, rice, tonkatsu ramen, and okonomiyaki. And also, this is the Eustoma for you, its flower language is. Zuozhu completely ignored the rest of Xianglin's words, opened the 8-tiered lunchbox, and started eating quickly. As for the flower, he didn't even glance at it. What use is a flower? It's not edible. Mingren glared at Zuozhu resentfully, then looked around and spotted a figure behind a large tree. Chutian, could you bring me my lunchbox? Honestly, my mom is always lazy making you carry such a big lunchbox. It's fine. Chutian's voice was barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Even when Mingren leaned closer, he couldn't hear clearly. If he leaned any closer, Chutian seemed ready to blush and faint, so Mingren gave up trying to hear. He picked up the lunchbox, almost as tall as himself, and dashed to sit opposite Zuozhu. Zuozhu, you're so weak, your lunchbox is this small. Mine has 14 layers. 14 full layers. Zuozhu couldn't be bothered to respond, but Xianglin grew anxious. She stepped forward and shoved Mingren's shoulder. Mingren, do you have a problem with the lunch I made? Mingren's momentum instantly deflated. No, Xianglin Jia. Facing Xianglin, Mingren felt like he was facing a mini version of his mom. Scary when she was angry. Alright, hurry up and eat, then rest a bit. There's training this afternoon. A young man with black-rimmed glasses and silver-gray hair, tied back, approached. Beside him was a stocky-looking youth. Daiji, Doji. Zuozhu shoveled rice and asked, wasn't Jishuei supposed to return today? Hasn't he come yet? Do smiled faintly. Jishuei went to the Hokage's office to report the mission first. He should come with Jing-sama. Master is coming too. Mingren shuddered, recalling the shadow of being beaten up. Seems like there's something to announce. As they talked, more and more people gathered. Eating together was more fun, and they could see what others had in their lunchboxes. Yuzhibo Quan, Yuzhibo Tiahua, and Daohua naturally sat down beside Zhuizhu. Shutian, what are you doing here? Come on over. Hyuga Ningxi put on his coat, revealing skin covered in scars. On his forehead, only sweat from training was visible. Ningxi knew his sister too well, and didn't bother to say more, pulling her over to sit beside Mingren. A group sat together, some chatting and laughing, others eating silently. Shutian was very quiet, she had already eaten at home. Bringing food for about 50 people wasn't convenient to carry to the training ground. Everyone present except for Yao Shirdo was either a bloodline limit ninja or had special lineage, forming what Yuzhibo Jing had assembled as an elite class. However, only Mingren Zhuizhu and Xianglin were official disciples. 5 years ago, Wolfing Shuimin accepted Ji Shui as his disciple, his only official disciple. He also requested Yuzhibo Jing to take Xuanhua Mingren as a disciple. Yes, Mingren's surname remained Xuanhua. Although Qian Sui and Xianglin were also of the Xuanhua clan, they no longer used that surname. To make Jixinai less lonely, Shuimin decided that Mingren would carry the surname Xuanhua. He planned for the second child to be named Wolfing. As for Xianglin, her talent was formidable. In the original timeline, despite suffering such treatment and never having properly trained, she still possessed considerable strength. If she had been born a decade earlier, perhaps Ban would have chosen her to nurture the Rinnegan. Among the current trio, Xianglin was actually the strongest. Zhuizhu and Mingren were still in the foundation building phase, while she had already started playing with the adamantine ceiling chains. There was also a younger one, Mai Wan, who would join the training camp next year. Hokage Building. Conference Hall. Not only Shuimin and Shuamao, but all the Konoha Jonin had gathered. Yuzhibo Jing sat at the head, propping his chin, with one hand, speaking calmly. Announced to the ninja world. The Land of Fire does not recognize the title of Kage for anyone except Senju Zhujian, Wolfing Shumin, and Shimu Shimao. I have decided to hold the Great Ninja Tournament. Redefine the ranks of ninja. Land of Wind, Hidden Leaf Village. The Hokage's office. Hashirama Senju and others gathered, listening to Jiraiya. Aside from the first Hokage, all of you are eligible to participate in this martial arts tournament. The victor will receive substantial rewards and a title officially recognized by the Land of Fire. Tobarama Senju snorted coldly. Since when does his word determine whether one is a Kage or not? This is merely an upgraded version of the Chunin exams, something I played with long ago. Jiraiya shook his head with a grave expression. It's not quite the same. At the very least, second Hokage, third Hokage, and Orochimaru, you three must participate. If you refuse, Kagura says, he will send you back to the Pure Land. On what grounds? Jiraiya shrugged helplessly. The same applies to the Kage of the other four nations. Anyone bearing the title of Kage must participate. Kagura-sama is screening to see who is worth preserving. Orochimaru spoke faintly. Does he intend to unify the shinobi world? Jiraiya shook his head. I don't know. I'm merely a messenger. By the way, Orochimaru Tsunade, you two should also notify your contracted sacred grounds. Dragon Sanctuary and Shikatsu Forest must also participate. I've already notified Mount Miyaboku Sage Fukasaku, and Sage Shima will attend. If they refuse, their sacred grounds will be attacked. Jiraiya nodded with a bitter smile. That is Kagura's meaning. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then grinned. Given Kagura-sama's personality, the rewards must be extraordinarily generous. Tsunade frowned, looking at Orochimaru. Do you really want to participate in this so-called tournament? It might be a trap set by Uchiha Kagura to lure you in. No, Kagura-sama would never stoop to such tactics, Orochimaru said, calmly shaking his head. First, we must understand one thing. Kagura-sama possesses the power to destroy all major factions single-handedly. Even the first Hokage at his peak did not possess such strength, let alone Kagura-sama. I rather believe that choosing a tournament to filter those worthy of survival aligns perfectly with his nature. Thud, thud. Hashirama Senju had remained silent, his expression deep as he tapped his fingers on the table. Let's put that aside for now. Why can't I participate? I want to go to the Land of Fire too. Excuse me, first Hokage. I forgot to inform you first. Jiraiya handed an invitation to Hashirama Senju. Kagura invites you as an honorary guest. As the Hokage recognized by the Land of Fire, you are welcome to attend. Hashirama Senju took the invitation and glanced triumphantly at Tobarama. Tobarama, you should go. It's rare for Kagura to allow you into the Land of Fire as a contestant. It seems unavoidable. Tobarama sighed and asked, what are the rewards? Jiraiya produced a list. The tournament is roughly divided into 3 stages, though I don't know the specifics. Those who pass the first 2 stages will receive monetary rewards, materials, and jutsu scrolls. In the final stage, there will be 5 slots. The winners. Let me clarify, I will participate alongside the 2 sages of Mount Miyaboku. There are no restrictions on this rule. I'm quite tempted myself. Everyone's gaze converged on the top of the list. First, an officially recognized title by the Land of Fire, along with a bonus of 2 billion Ryo. In addition, 2 items can be selected from the special tier prize pool. 1. Secret Scroll of Dust Release Cultivation. 2. Wood Release Cultivation Scroll, Flying Thunder God Technique. 3. Lava Release Cultivation Scroll, 8 Trigram Seal. 4. Dragon Vein Crystal. 5. Yin Yang Release Secret Art. 6. Hatake swordsmanship 8 gates formation Uchiha-style ninjutsu and taijutsu. How dare he? Is he serious? Even Tobirama Senju could barely conceal his astonishment. Intelligence is the life of a shinobi. These rewards included the signature jutsu of the Land of Fire's 3 great sages. If hostile factions obtained these techniques, wouldn't they be able to develop countermeasures? Dust Release Severing. This is the strongest Kekkei Mora capable of directly destroying Dust Release. The Inyang Release secret art. Tobirama Senju had experienced it firsthand. It was simply the bane of all shinobi. He didn't know what the Dragon Vein Crystal was, but since it was offered as a standalone option, it must hold equal status to the Dust Release Severing. And Wood Release and the Flying Thunder God technique belong to us. Tobirama, you're still so petty. What's the harm? Hashirama patted his younger brother's shoulder. Besides, I think Minato's Flying Thunder God is faster than yours. Shut up, brother. Inyang Release. I desire it greatly. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes filled with deep longing. He had a premonition that if he mastered Inyang Release, his quest for immortality would reach a more perfect state. Tobirama Senju stared at the Dust Release Severing. He had never personally experienced Uchiha Kagura's severing attacks, but from the title alone, he could deduce it was his most proficient technique. Severing Akame. Perhaps he could reverse engineer a counter-elemental release from it. Truly, the ambition of a new generation of shinobi god. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed deeply. They were well aware of the changes in the Land of Fire over recent years. Even Tobirama felt that the current model of the Land of Fire was superior to the one country, one village system of the past. Thus the Land of Wind and the Hidden Leaf Village now centralized military, political, and financial powers. Nominally, the Hokage held the highest authority, but in practice affairs were mainly handled by him, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru. It was almost a replica of the Land of Fire's model. Hating someone and learning from someone are sometimes not contradictory. Hiruzen Sarutobi would definitely participate, not for the title or rewards, but simply to see his wife and children. Jiraiya, you mentioned earlier that you would participate with the sages of Mount Myoboku. Does this mean ninjas and summon animals can cooperate, or can ninjas form teams among themselves? Orochimaru began asking about the details. You may form teams before the tournament begins. For example, you and the old man could team up. When the final 5 slots are determined, one of you will receive the title and the right to choose rewards. How you divide the rewards is your own affair. Jiraiya spoke confidently. The 2 sages desire the Dragon Vein Crystal, claiming it is very useful for Mount Myoboku. As I said before, you should talk to the sages of Dragon Sanctuary and Shikatsu Forest and persuade them to participate. Otherwise, that brat Kagura will genuinely destroy the sacred grounds. Specific details will be explained later. The rules are quite broad. One could say, this is a war among the strong, not an ordinary ninja mission. Tobirama Senju frowned, his voice heavy. Uchiha Kagura. Is he still growing stronger? Uchiha Kagura's actions were forcing all the powerful figures of the shinobi world to gather. Was he not afraid that the other strong ones would join forces to kill him first? Normally, a great demon king would divide and conquer opposing factions. He, however, actively tied all hostile forces into a single rope. Tobirama Senju considered Uchiha Kagura evil, but not stupid. To do something like this meant he had the confidence to defeat all the strong ones of the shinobi world single-handedly. Thinking of this, he spoke up. It's a pity. If my brother could participate, we could at least secure 1 slot. Are you never going to stop? You come every year. Do you take this for a New Year's pilgrimage? The Land of Rain. Most of the members of the Shao organization were on missions, and Shao Nin was barely enough to handle the current Kakashi. Changmin had no choice but to send Tiandao Pei'an out. Kakashi raised a token. Carved upon the token was the clan emblem of the Uchiha, with the Konoha headband seal below it. This time I am not here for Dai 2. By order of Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Jing, representing the Land of Fire, I wish to speak with the leader of the Land of Rain. Are you the leader of the Land of Rain? Come in and let's talk. Kakashi conveyed the situation, and after he left, Changmin assembled the members of the Shao organization. The injury to his legs had healed, and his hair color had recovered somewhat, though he still primarily moved through the body of Tiandao, Pei, and in daily affairs. In Changmin's heart, Mi Yen would always be the leader of the Shao organization. Above the outer path, demonic statue phantom figures began to appear. Many members were executing tasks elsewhere and gathered using the illusory body technique. Pei'an, why have you summoned everyone? Show some respect to the leader Dai 2, brat. It seems your puppet wants to be shattered again. Enough. Pei'an spoke in a deep voice. Today Kakashi arrived. Doesn't he come every year? What's so unusual about that? Jiao Du snorted disdainfully. That brat only relies on the Flying Thunder God technique, otherwise I would have torn his mouth apart long ago. Shao Nin, you explain. After the Shao organization members heard Shao Nan's account, they fell silent. I will participate, Pei'an said solemnly. The reward was secondary, the most important thing was, if he did not participate, Uchiha Jing would destroy the Land of Rain. That was the message Kakashi conveyed. This was the sorrow of a small nation. Even though he had become powerful enough to carve out a territory in this chaotic world facing the Land of Fire, he still appeared weak. Furthermore, this was also a good opportunity. Under normal circumstances, he dared not enter the Land of Fire in his true form, but now that Uchiha-jing was publicly holding such an event. If he were to strike anyone, it would truly ignite a great war within the Land of Fire. He believed Uchiha-jing would not do that. Dragon Vein Crystal. Xian pondered. Just a fragment of the residual dragon vein allowed him to maintain his existence until now, though he could fully imagine what kind of power the treasure known as the Dragon Vein Crystal possessed. The fact that the reward did not include the Sharingan made Xian somewhat willing to trust Uchiha-jing once more. 2 billion. 2 billion. 2 billion. 2 billion. Xiaodu repeated those words like a broken record. Among the rewards, what tempted Dai too was the Zhanduan. His thoughts aligned with Senju Tobarama. He hoped to use it to probe Uchiha-jing's weaknesses. He already possessed Yin-Yang Release and Wood Release. If possible, he wanted to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique as well. Could this be a trap set by Uchiha-jing? He is not a good person. Heiju spoke. He did not want any of those rewards. He only wanted the eyes of the Rinnegan to remain safe. In the worst-case scenario, he could preserve the Rinnegan and wait until Uchiha-jing died of old age before making a move. After all, the nine-tailed beasts and he himself were immortal. He has invited Senju Hashirama, Pei-in said indifferently. If it truly is a trap, that would be even better. We could take the opportunity to unite with the Kage of the Land of Fire and join the Four Nations Alliance. If all else fails, let us initiate the Fourth Shinobi World War right here in the Land of Fire. I don't think it's a trap, but I don't understand why Jing is doing this. Dai Tu frowned in confusion. After a brief silence, perhaps it is to bring about change. Xian said calmly. I spent some time with him. He is a man who detests a predetermined future. He likely wishes to change the ninja world system. Pei-in and Shaonan felt a sense of understanding. You are overthinking it, Xian. Jiao Du sneered contemptuously. That selfish man Uchiha-jing would never care about any system. In my opinion, he is merely doing this so the young people of Konoha can gain experience. Or perhaps this entire event is held specifically for his younger brother and disciples. Jiao, do you underestimate Uchiha-jing too much? Pei-in shook his head, disagreeing with Jiao Du's words. Indeed, a powerhouse like him would not possibly stir up the entire ninja world over something of this magnitude. Yes, I think Xian makes a valid point. Hearing even by Ju agree with Xian's viewpoint, Heiju felt something was off. He actually felt Jiao Du's interpretation was more credible. The Uchiha clan was like that. For one person, they could plunge the entire ninja world into chaos. From Indra onward, they had always been this way. The Land of Lightning. Uchiha Shinhua drank tea calmly, sitting opposite the Four Kage. This is Lord Jing's order. If you participate and luckily secure a spot, I will grant you a little more time to linger on. Otherwise, wait for destruction. Bang! The Raikage angrily smashed the table, and Shinhua turned his head to avoid the flying wood splinters. What kind of joke is this? Our titles were inherited from the previous generations. What right does Uchiha-jing have to strip them away? Even if I must die, I will die in battle under the name of Raikage. Yu and the others wore grim expressions. Their sentiments matched the Raikage's. Rather than humiliatingly participating in this so-called martial arts tournament, they would rather declare open war against the Land of Fire. Then let us go to war. War? Let us fight Uchiha-jing to the death. Don't think the ninja world is ruled solely by Uchiha-jing. The scene grew noisy, eventually converging on a consensus. That was to immediately ignite the Fourth Shinobi World War. Shinhua took out a pocket watch from his sleeve and glanced at the crowd. 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes to make your arrangements. What do you mean? On Shinhua's aged face, smiles piled up into deep wrinkles. Lord Jing invites you all to witness a magnificent spectacle. Please proceed to the open ground. The border between the Land of Soup and the Land of Lightning. A slender figure hovered in midair, his black robes fluttering in the wind. He slowly drew a long sword, strands of black and red energy swirling around it. Boom! A pillar of fire erupted from the earth, engulfing his figure. The scorching flame flow surged toward the sky, unseen at its end before slowly receding. The color of the flames deepened as they condensed, eventually turning black-red. Molten rock flowed over the black-red chakra armor. The massive chakra fluctuations stabilized with layers of shockwaves rippling outward. A terrifying war god hundreds of meters tall stood upon the earth. Below his feet, the flame flow began to sweep across the land, creating forest fires. Lord Shinhua's location is. Then I shall restrain my powers slightly. The movements of the Susanoo matched Uchiha-jing's exactly as he slowly raised his long sword. The long sword fell. A crescent-shaped blade, edge 100 jong wide. Emitting a ghostly blue glow, it descended upon the mortal realm like a crescent moon in the night sky, possessing a cold beauty, yet brimming with danger. Fierce black-red lightning protected the blade edge, advancing alongside it. The heavens and earth grew dark, colors stripped away. Everything in its path. Mountains, rivers, towns. Wherever it passed, everything was swept away by immense power, falling into ruin. Great and profound cracks appeared upon the earth, as if the mark left by a giant hand from beyond the heavens, telling tales of ancient myths. This brilliant and terrifying beauty extended all the way to the cloud-hidden village. Half the village was split in two, and many ninja and civilians who failed to dodge in time perished. The seawater churned within the massive crevasse, roaring loudly. In the deep sea, faint flames could still be seen. Triggered the eruption of an underwater volcano. The earth began to tremble. Amidst such a natural disaster, Shinhua's smile remained unchanged. Behind him the ghostly blue slowly dissipated. In the eyes of the onlookers he appeared like a demon king bringing destruction. Facing the crowd with faces ashen with despair, he spoke slowly. Lord Jing gives you 1 month to handle the disaster relief. Remember, this is Lord Jing's will. You have no right to refuse. If one were to press for a reason behind Uchiha Kageme's decision to hold the Ninja World Martial Arts Tournament, it would be both a momentary impulse and a long-planned scheme. Uchiha Kagami had always believed that only in true combat could the strong grow stronger. Shisui and his clan were what he cared about, and even Minato was. He also wished to have someone he loved and children of his own. But until everything was settled, he would not create weaknesses for himself suppressing such emotions. At least, until all the so-called Otsutsuki were utterly annihilated. He had already forged a new path and could see the road ahead. Shisui still had only 3 Tomo Sharingan, a result of Kagami's deliberate suppression. Although Shisui had not suffered any major trauma, the accumulated Yin release chakra was already sufficient for him to awaken the Mangekyō. Uchiha Kagami had studied Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyō and verified his hypothesis. In the ninja world, only 2 pairs of eternal Mangekyō had ever existed. The first was Uchiha Madara, and the future would see Sasuke. They shared a common trait: they were reincarnations of Indra's chakra. Uchiha Itachi claimed that 2 Mangekyō from close bloodlines would fuse into 1 eternal Mangekyō based on Uchiha Madara's case. But before that there was only Madara as a single example. It could not be concluded as a rule. Is it possible that only the Mangekyō of an Indra reincarnate when absorbing the ocular power of another Mangekyō can achieve such evolution? 2 Mangekyō from close bloodlines alone cannot fuse into an eternal Mangekyō. The Mangekyō itself is an imperfect evolution. Hence Uchiha Kagami never considered his own eyes as eternal Mangekyō, but rather perfect Mangekyō. The eternal Mangekyō and the Rinnegan are evolutionary paths exclusive to Indra's reincarnates. Ordinary Uchiha clan members have no right to touch them. Uchiha Obito, who briefly obtained the power of the 6 paths, possessed Kimui with the ability to traverse between 2 worlds. Kakashi, granted dual Kimui, could even damage Kaguya, who possessed the bloodline net. Kimui was still Kimui. This was the effect Uchiha Kagami anticipated. The Mangekyō Sharingan was a manifestation of its owner's intense desire. The known abilities of the Rinnegan, though powerful, did not exhibit such a characteristic. Could it be said that Sasuke's desire was to swap positions? The Rinnegan is the eye of the Otsutsuki clan. The Sharingan originates from the divine tree. Combining both Kaguya with her Rinne Sharingan could perform the infinite Tsukuyomi that covered the entire planet. She had succeeded once. Why did she fail? It was because of her 2 children. Whether the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother were born from Kaguya's union with a man or born from the prayers of the people, both scenarios contained a crucial point: the ninja world. The Sage of 6 Paths and his brother were already semi-native lives. Whether in Uchiha Kagami's original world, the Jujutsu world, or the ninja world, they all seemed to follow a rule balance. Once a catastrophe that could destroy the world emerged, corresponding lives would be born to prevent it. There is a term for this phenomenon arising in response to the times. Looking backward from the result, the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother were born to prevent Kaguya from destroying the ninja world. In the Jujutsu world, Gojo Satoru's birth also seemed to be meant to prevent Sukuna from destroying the world. Normally that would be the case, but the plot there derailed and Sukuna killed Gojo Satoru. But at least Sukuna was gone too. In the original timeline, Sasuke and Naruto happened to grow up at the right time and sealed Kaguya. After that, perhaps Boruto would play such a role. Against this backdrop, combined with the wish-like mechanism of the Mangekyō mentioned earlier, Uchiha Kagami speculated that the world possesses a will. It is not an entity that can be precisely described, but a rule that maintains its own existence. The Warring States period lasted 1,000 years, yet not a single Mangekyō appeared. The Uchiha clan's records clearly state that Uchiha Madara was the first Mangekyō user. Even the Uchiha ancestor Indra did not have a Mangekyō. The world seemed to foresee that it would again face a crisis of destruction and wished to take self-rescue measures. In the past, it had chosen the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother, as well as Hama, the current Great Toad Sage. Now, it might be the Mangekyō. Neither the Otsutsuki nor the divine tree possessed the Mangekyō. Looking backward from the ending, the Kamui Mangekyō indeed played a crucial role in sealing Kaguya. Dual Kamui seemed to replace the role of Hama in history. Dual Kamui Obito withstood a fatal all-killing ash bones for the savior. Dual Kamui Kakashi then severely wounded Kaguya, creating an opportunity for sealing. This hypothesis arose because Uchiha Kagami had awakened his Mangekyō in a calm state. He had carefully experienced that feeling. When the time came, heaven and earth united in strength. The rapid collision of thoughts, suddenly understanding what was previously incomprehensible. It was as if an inexplicable force joined in following your own desires and gave you a powerful push. Based on this hypothesis, he attached great importance to Shisui's awakening. The original Shisui, torn between his clan and the village seeking to avoid conflict, had awakened Konoha Tsukumi. Now, without such a dilemma, whether he could awaken Konoha Tsukumi is unknown. A mere Mangekyō Kodoamatsukami could not affect a Rinnegan-level powerhouse. The energy levels of ocular power were vastly different. He intended to guide Shursui onto his own path of perfect Mangekyō. Moreover, when Shursui awakened his Mangekyō, there must be no emotions of anger or revenge. Otherwise, awakening Amaterasu would be a disaster. After all, even the eternal Mangekyō-level Amaterasu had limited effectiveness against the Otsutsuki. Uchiha Kagami preferred that Shursui, like himself, awaken a self-enhancing or supportive ocular technique. When one's own combat power is sufficient, supportive techniques are the most useful. For instance, Otsutsuki Ishiki's ability to shrink and enlarge at will combined with taijutsu was incredibly powerful. As for Sasuke, Uchiha Kagami would not expend much effort on him since he already had a natural path of evolution. One eternal Mangekyō and one Rinnegan would be fine. He just needed to enhance his physique. It would be best to arrange for him to awaken an ocular technique that enhances his own physique. To this end, Kagami had the two young Uzumaki clan members constantly stimulate him in terms of physical fitness. Such as the Uchiha. Their relatively insufficient bodies cannot bear the rapidly growing ocular power. But there is a way to solve it. The child of Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata inherited both physique and eyes. What about the offspring of Uchiha and Uzumaki? Uchiha Makoto had no authority to decide whether to cook for Sasuke or not. It was Uchiha Kagami who was matchmaking Sasuke and Karin. Gazing at the seemingly endless Rift Valley, Kagami dismissed his Susanoo. He flew toward Konoha intending to summon everyone and announce his decision. The Uchiha clan's training ground. During the afternoon break, the overly energetic Naruto always sought something interesting. Naruto-kun, what are you looking at? Hinata approached, looking up at Naruto, who was staring at the tree. To be precise, Naruto was watching the cicada chirping on the branch. Hey Hinata. Naruto said casually, still looking up. Cicadas are so pitiful. Mom said they stay underground for years, and when they finally crawl out they only live for a very short time. They see the outside world, and then die so quickly. Hinata didn't quite understand, but if Naruto-kun thought it was pitiful, then it must truly be pitiful. Why do you think a cicada's life only begins when it emerges? A familiar voice came, and a warm hand rested on the heads of Naruto and Hinata. Uchiha Mirror looked at the cicada and said calmly, perhaps for them their entire life is spent underground, and they live happily there. This final period of emergence is merely for the continuation of their species. To be able to complete their mission and then pass away, I think a cicada's life is perfect and joyful. Naruto turned his head, a clear stupidity in his blue eyes. Really? Uchiha Mirror smiled and shook his head. I don't know. I'm not a cicada. I'm just telling you, don't judge other creatures by your own standards. And don't seek validation from irrelevant people. Naruto's brows furrowed. I don't understand, Master. What are you talking about? Uchiha Mirror ruffled Naruto's hair and gave a light tap on the back of his head. No need to understand. Just remember it. Master. Sasuke came over, making his presence known. Uchiha Mirror looked at Sasuke and nodded. This kid was hardworking, and Uchiha Mirror trained him exactly as he himself had been trained in his youth. Mirror had only been able to sustain such training through both internal and external pressure. The most satisfying aspect of Sasuke for Uchiha Mirror was his pride in his clan. Moreover, his combat intelligence was excellent. Sasuke learned all the dirty tricks Uchiha Mirror taught him very well. It was a pity that Shursui wasn't as obedient as Sasuke. Uchiha Mirror crouched down and pinched Sasuke's frame. In the ninja world, children didn't suffer from stunted growth due to early training. With rigorous exercise and medicinal baths, Sasuke's physical strength at his age was only slightly inferior to Naruto and Karin. Genius coupled with hard work. Truly an unbeatable combination. In a while you can go train the 8 gates technique with my guy? I don't want to. I want to train with Master. Sasuke was familiar with the green spandex that often ran around the village. It simply didn't match his aesthetic. What he wanted to become was a powerful and beautiful Uchiha, like Master. Uchiha Mirror gently shook his head. You are too weak, Sasuke. I have already taught you the basics. You must at least reach the level of opening the 4th gate before you are qualified to receive my next stage of instruction. Sasuke pouted with a hint of discontent. Clatter. A series of chain sounds rang out. Curly-haired big devil, taste my adamant sealing chains. Slap. Uchiha Mirror grabbed the chain and casually flung it aside. The red-haired little girl was thrown into a tree, sending leaves flying everywhere. Karin stopped mimicking Kushina's way of speaking. You don't have a husband who knows the flying thunder god. Ouch. Karin pulled her head out of the tree trunk and shook it. Hearing Uchiha Mirror's words, her face flushed. She looked at Sasuke with a lovesick gaze. Sasuke-kun, will you learn the flying thunder god for me? Sasuke's face darkened. I want to learn it, but definitely not for you. I also want to learn the flying thunder god. It's my father's jutsu, so I should learn it first. Sorry, Naruto. With your thick-headedness, you'll never be able to learn the flying thunder god. Even if you did, it would be useless. First master the orb technique passed down in your family. Uchiha Mirror looked around. Originally, only Naruto, Sasuke, Karin, Hinata, and Neji were at the training ground. The others were already of age to go on missions. Shursui had asked them all to come today. By the way, a few days ago, Shursui inexplicably received a sword named Sodi no Shirayuki as a gift. Because according to the original timeline, that day was his death. Shursui, you explain. At 17, Shursui was already a jonin of Konoha. Even without the Kotoame Tsukumi, he was far stronger than in the original timeline. He knew the Flying Thunder God. While Kakashi was still stuck at the Flying Thunder God / level, Shursui had already caught up and mastered the Flying Thunder God second stage. Simply put, he could flash again after flashing. His reaction speed was only slightly inferior to Minato's. After all, he was the one who had earned the title of Shursui the Teleporter. Of course, his title had now changed. It was called the Uchiha Black Flash. Along with the Yellow Flash of Konoha and the Orange Flash Revolver of Cat Village, they were known as the three great flashes of the Land of Fire. Originally, Shursui was unconvinced, but without using the Flying Thunder God, he couldn't even match Revolver's speed in a straight line. That guy had indeed not lied. The more he ate, the faster he ran. Revolver, now weighing half a ton, had hit a bottleneck and couldn't gain any more weight no matter how much he ate. Brother has decided to hold a grand martial tournament across the entire ninja world. No age limit, no strength limit, teams allowed, everyone can participate. You already know about the ranking system at the Ninja Academy. The tournament is divided into 3 stages. Any ninja who survives the first stage, even foreign ninjas, will have the right to choose to become a registered ninja of Konoha in the Land of Fire. Shursui spoke slowly, leaving pauses for questions. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses. Is this a screening? May I boldly guess that Miru-sama intends to use this as a preliminary step to unify the ninja world? Shursui looked at Uchiha Mirror. Kabuto's question was too high level for him to answer. Uchiha Mirror shook his head. The obstacle to unifying the ninja world has never been the so-called Four-Nation Alliance, or the First Hokage. Oh, I should call him with Shadow now. The naming is really uncreative. Don't think too much about it. For me, it's just because I'm too bored, so I'm organizing a stage play to watch. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with stars. Yes, this was exactly what he aspired to be, his ultimate form. The mere ninja world was just a stage for the Uchiha. We can participate too. Naruto clenched his fists, extremely excited. I will prove to everyone that I will become a greater ninja than my father. We haven't even graduated yet. You're not even a ninja. Sasuke poured cold water at the right moment. I said there are no restrictions. Naruto, of course you can participate. Uchiha Mirror chuckled lightly. Not letting Hashirama Senju participate was partly due to his strength. More importantly, his personality. If he joined such a competition, many people wouldn't be able to fight fiercely. Shursui looked troubled. Brother, are you serious? And what about Naruto and the others? They were only 6 or 7 years old. Uchiha Mirror remained unruffled. When I was a little older than them, I was already on the battlefield. That said, Uchiha Mirror only wanted to give these little ones a taste of controllable risk. Once a fatal crisis arose, he himself could stay calm, but Minato wouldn't be able to sit still. Shursui, you are my true target, yet you're still foolishly worrying about others. Amid the snow-capped mountain range bordering the Land of Fire, a procession of fully armored warriors emerged. This was the Land of Iron. Long ago, the shinobi nations had agreed never to raise their hands against this land, and as a neutral state, it had weathered the storms of several great ninja wars. But this time neutrality was a luxury they could no longer afford. The colossal rift carved into the Land of Lightning was visible even from the high peaks of the Land of Iron. A display of power from an entirely different dimension. It was nothing short of a divine miracle. When the emissary of the Land of Fire demanded that the Land of Iron dispatch its strongest warriors to the tournament, Mifune, the commander-general of the Land of Iron, agreed without hesitation. Even the demigod Hanzo had never managed to bend him to his will. Yet, Uchiha Kagami was a true calamity walking upon the shinobi world. He wielded strength of mythic proportions, yet possessed none of a deity's compassion. In the Land of Marshes, Morio continued its endless war against the fire-hidden village of the Land of Wind and the priestess of the Land of Demons. Upon learning of the tournament, Morio recalled its legions of terracotta puppet soldiers. It channeled a vast torrent of energy into its devoted follower Yomi, commanding him to seize one of the coveted slots, the Dragon Vein Crystal. So it was truly that man who had extracted the Dragon Vein all those years ago. Once I obtain the Dragon Vein Crystal, I shall be able to devour the priestess completely. And then, Uchiha Kagami, you may keep your Land of Fire, but all the other lands shall be mine. In the Land of Waterfalls. The hidden village concealed behind its immense waterfall was surrounded by 4 nations. Yet its unique geography had ensured that the waterfall hidden village had never once been invaded by outsiders. But now they too emerged from behind their watery veil. They had not been invited to participate, and yet, the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki of the waterfall village had been abducted. She was being offered as one of the tournament's prizes. They attempted to secure her release through diplomatic channels, but if that failed, they would have to pledge allegiance to one of the powerful factions, whatever it took to bring their Jinchuriki home. The Land of Fire. How utterly overbearing. They were completely unreasonable. In the Land of Bears lay the Star-Hidden Village. It was a minor shinobi village, yet every generation of its leaders had proudly claimed the title of Star Shadow. They were not among the invited nations, but the tournament's rewards stirred their ambitions. They couldn't fully appreciate the value of techniques like the slash release, but a title recognized by the entire shinobi world. If they could secure one of the final slots, the name Star Shadow would become an official honor. With our entire village fighting together as one, how could we possibly lose to scattered squads? Let's fight for it. In the land of wind. Tsunade, I'll leave the village affairs to you. And please no drinking while I'm away. Hashirama Senju hefted a massive pack onto his shoulders, a grin he couldn't suppress spreading across his face. Just go already, you're so annoying. That village held nothing for Tsunade but painful memories, nothing worth lingering for. Tobarama Senju traveled light, while Hiruzen Sarutobi had packed a considerable amount of luggage. He was bringing back local specialties for his grandson, his enthusiasm for the tournament itself rather lukewarm. Hiruzen occasionally cast sidelong glances at Orochimaru, a hint of envy in his eyes. 3 serpent princesses of breathtaking beauty adorned in resplendent attire surrounded him. Orochimaru, are you an idiot? Master our combined technique immediately and absolutely do not lose to those 2 wretched toad's disciples. Orochimaru's expression was one of irritation. Lady Taijin Shinju, even Jiraiya spent decades learning it. Expecting me to master it in a few days is rather unreasonable, wouldn't you say? Indeed, Orochimaru had already achieved sage mode, but most of his time was devoted to researching the art of immortality. To him, Senjutsu was merely one piece of a larger puzzle. He had already deduced that unless he completely abandoned his humanity and transformed into a serpent, sage mode would never grant him eternal life. Given the choice, he would still prefer to remain human. Of course, if there was no other way, becoming a snake was acceptable too. Taijin Shinju fell silent for a moment, then changed the subject. Orochimaru, what exactly is this Uchiha-Kage? What manner of being is he? I've never witnessed the white snake sage regard any human with such wariness. Kagami Kuina. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest. Now this was a topic he found truly fascinating. He is, in my estimation, the most perfect human being. A genuinely supreme warrior. Overwhelming power and unbreakable spirit. Incomparable talent, absolute self-centeredness, and unwavering faith in his own strength. From body to soul, he is a perfect circle. He is my ideal. Perhaps flawless is indeed the most fitting word. Taijin Shinju's brow furrowed deeply. I'm not asking for your praise of him. I want to know if he has any weaknesses. He dared to threaten our sacred Ryuchi cave. I intend to teach him a lesson. Orochimaru's smile faded. I don't know. And since we're somewhat acquainted, I'd ask that you strip me of my title as Ryuchi Cave's disciple before you make your move. Is he truly that terrifying? Orochimaru, one of the serpent princesses who looked like a young girl, spoke up. Ichikishimaheim said casually, the Senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave is quite effective against the Sharingan, you know. I recall about a century ago we toyed with a man named Taijima, was it? He was also the clan head of the Uchiha. Orochimaru couldn't be bothered to argue further. You'll understand once you meet him. In the land of lightning. After a grueling month of relief and rescue operations, the exhausted alliance of 4 nations could only press on, weary as they were toward the land of fire. A single strike from Uchiha-Kage had rendered their years of research into the chakra cannon a complete mockery. All their efforts, it seemed, had been utterly meaningless. Their adversary had never even regarded them as worthy opponents on the same level. Inoki hovered with a grim expression. Chiyo had offered to craft him a pair of puppet prosthetics earlier, but he had adapted to life without legs, and his combat prowess had scarcely diminished. Inoki Raza and Yagura Karatachi led the way, followed by a vast entourage of elite shinobi from the 4 nations. There were 5 final slots to be had, and in their estimation, only the fire-hidden village might secure one. They planned to split into 4 teams determined to reclaim the titles handed down by their predecessors. The stripping of the Kage titles was no mere formality. The daimyo of each nation had issued official decrees formally revoking the 4 leaders' Kage designations. Though Uchiha-Kage had never demanded such action, they were terrified of him. The daimyo of the land of wind and the land of water had been dead for mere years. Some had even begun to whisper that the title god of shinobi was no longer sufficient to describe Uchiha-Kage. In the land of rain, led by Pain of the 6 Paths, the Akatsuki organization, save for Obito and Zetsu, had all decided to journey to the land of fire. Konan and Nagato operated in the shadows. Zetsu had no desire to involve himself in such matters, and Obito, after careful deliberation, chose to abstain as well. He cared nothing for empty titles. What he needed now was to continue amassing strength until the time came to resurrect the Ten Tails in one decisive stroke. He would remain behind to guard the land of rain. In return, Nagato had promised to select a scroll of the /release after securing his slot. Obito had been nothing if not devoted to their partnership, even providing white Zetsu cells to restore Nagato's condition. Setting aside that arrangement, the strongest secret technique in the shinobi world was something he found deeply intriguing. Nagato's objectives were the /release and the additional prize that had been thrown in the 7 Tails Jinchuriki. It was worth noting that they did not intend to compete as a single team. The 6 Paths of Pain would form one unit with Nagato and Konan. Kakuzu and Sasori paired up, determined to claim a share of the 2 billion. Their target rewards were the Inyang release secret technique and the Dragon Vein Crystal. Kakuzu wanted no extra prizes. He was there purely for the 2 billion. Come to think of it, Kakuzu was probably the only one genuinely motivated by the monetary reward that had been tacked on as an afterthought. Even a minor power like the Star Hidden Village cared more about the Kage title than the gold. From the land of frost, the land of rice, fields, the land of rivers, the land of snow. rogue ninja who had survived by clinging to the edges of smaller nations and demons and spirits with enough wit to sense opportunity, all began their march toward the land of fire. Among them were former rogue ninja of the Hidden Leaf. The shinobi world began to stir with restless energy. 8 official roads led to Konoha. Not only were the ninjas from minor nations present, even figures like Inoki walking on the dozens of meters wide smooth ground were rendered speechless. Most crucially, despite traveling with constant vigilance, they had not encountered a single bandit along the way. In the outside world, such a scenario was simply unreasonable. Busy carriages traversed the Grand Avenue carrying tourists and merchant caravans alike. Inoki and the others were well aware of Fire Country's rapid development. After all, the beef and liquor of Lightning Country were forcibly exported to Fire Country. Merchants who had visited spoke endlessly of how fast and prosperous Fire Country had become. Yet hearing about it and seeing it with one's own eyes were two entirely different things. When Inoki saw the Konoha skyline in the distance, it was as if he had stepped into another world. Between dozens of story skyscrapers, tracks were laid out and various vehicles moved through them like fish swimming freely. The avenue was teeming with countless pedestrians, bustling and deafening with noise. His Tsuchikage attire, which he had always been proud of, seemed inferior to the elegance worn by the majority of the crowd. Most importantly, he noticed that passers-by could instantly distinguish whether he was a Konoha resident. That confident glint in their eyes, something he had only rarely seen in exceptional geniuses. Every youth here possessed such confidence. This profound sense of dislocation made him feel as though something were lodged in his throat, rendering him unable to speak. He couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps it would have been better to leave the ninja world to Uchiha Kageme's rule. That thought flashed for only an instant. No. The village established by the first Tsuchikage. I will never surrender it. Uchiha Kagami, if you want the ninja world, you'll have to take it from this old man's corpse. Inoki's gaze gradually hardened. He would not bow down merely because he had witnessed Konoha's current prosperity. His only desire was to strive on his own to transform a Wagakure into a place of similar splendor, even if it meant being called stubborn. Hey old man, is this Konoha? It's huge. A boy with a golden single ponytail jumped up, grabbing the hem of Inoki's floating robe. Wow, it's so big. So many people. If I threw a bomb. Bang. Inoki punched the boy squarely, sending him tumbling down. Chocho, behave yourself. It hurts, old man. Watch out, or I'll blow you to pieces. A large hand seized Chocho by the shoulder and flung him back into the ranks of their group. The Raikage. No, he could no longer be called Raikage. He was simply a. He walked up beside Inoki, gazing at the bustling streets of Konoha, his voice low. Not just militarily, but economically and culturally, Fire Country is far ahead as well. With someone like Uchiha Kagami holding things together, Konoha currently has no chaotic political issues. Inoki-senpai, do we still have a chance? A's heart wavered. Inoki shook his head. Let us first focus on the task at hand and reclaim our titles. This old man can only say that if the day ever comes when Fire Country annexes all nations, this old man will return to IWA to meet his death. At the very least, I will die as an IWA ninja. Inoki-senpai, don't be so pessimistic. Kizumaru Yagura said calmly. Actually, I think Uchiha Kagami may not even be interested in our territories. After this incident, I plan to withdraw from the alliance. Elder Genji also believes that rather than lingering in Lightning Country, it would be better for me to return to Water Country to oversee matters. Among the 4 great nations, Alliance Water Country possessed the largest number of elite ninjas. After all, they had Kekkei Genkai clans. Just as 3 Tomo in the Uchiha clan guaranteed at least Jonin rank bloodline limits, like the Shikatsumiyaku and Hayaton once developed to a certain extent produced elite units. With Fire Country's dominance as the backdrop, Kizumaru Yagura had gone to Lightning Country even before being manipulated by Obito. This also allowed him to avoid the tragic fate of becoming a puppet in his original timeline. Raza grew anxious. You Kizumaru Yagura have a home to return to, I do not. If the alliance dissolves, where are we Sand Village supposed to go? Mizukage, our 4 nations have been closely united for nearly a decade. How can we? Hold it. I am not Mizukage anymore. Kizumaru Yagura raised his hand, having noticed the Uchiha clan members patrolling nearby. He did not wish to give anyone ammunition against him. Move aside. A indifferent voice rang out. Everyone turned around to see a group of ninjas wearing black robes with red clouds. The first thing they noticed was their headbands. Leading them was Aim Village. What was going on? Had Hanzo's subordinates become so arrogant that they dared to order them to make way? Soon they realized something was wrong. You are Sasori. Grandmachi spotted her grandson in the crowd and exclaimed in shock. Because Sasori had previously tangled with Hataki Sakumo, the fact that he possessed the 3rd Kazakage's puppet had long been exposed. However, Suna village had neither the time nor the courage to hunt him down. It is Grandmachi. It has been a long time. Sasori's expression remained flat as his gaze shifted to Raza. To let this man become the village leader, Suna has truly declined. What did you say? Enough? I said. Move aside. Pain disregarded everyone, his Rinnegan radiating an eerie and terrifying aura. Inoki, with his wealth of experience, was the first to realize what those eyes were. Rinnegan. Such eyes truly exist. The legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, the eye that controlled life and death among the 3 great dojutsu. Who? Are you? Pain did not answer. Leading the Akatsuki members, he walked straight through the ranks of the four nations ninjas. For these powerful ninja from major nations since the day his parents died, he had harbored intense hatred. With his current strength, he was fully confident he could crush the four great nations excluding Fire Country. He let them experience the suffering of minor nations this time. Fire Country. Fire Country had already endured Uchiha Kageme's version of that pain. Look how well it has turned out now. Indeed, his philosophy was correct. Unfortunately, Uchiha Kagami, you possess the power of an ultimate weapon, yet you refuse to bring peace to the ninja world. Then it shall be I Pain who will do it. Only when the Akatsuki members had passed through did everyone return to their senses. That ocular power. Inoki's voice trembled slightly. He recalled the day he had lost his legs. This man's ocular power, in his perception, had reached the level of Uchiha Kagami from that night. When had such a terrifying powerhouse emerged in the ninja world? Even someone like Sasori is willing to follow behind him. Grandmachi murmured. Hanzo hasn't shown his face in a long time. Judging by that headband. Since he didn't come, he must be dead by now. A furrowed his brows. I've never heard of such a person, but if he weren't trying to avoid trouble, I'd really like to beat up such an arrogant guy. Just then another group approached. At the front was an elderly man who appeared to be in his late 50s or early 60s. He had long whiskers on his mouth and chin, and his head was wrapped in bandages. He wore green layered lamellar armor and carried a katana. He stopped. I am Sunju of the Land of Iron. Greetings, everyone. It's Sunju. Even you have come. Inoki's words carried no disrespect for Sunju's strength. It was merely that even the Land of Iron and neutral nation felt compelled to participate in this conflict. No doubt all those renowned in the ninja world would be gathering here. At the center of Konoha stood the Hokage building. Compared to its current grandeur, the previous Hokage building was nothing more than a small mound. After multiple renovations and expansions, the Hokage's office now spanned nearly 1,000 square meters. Senju Hashirama's head swayed like a windmill left and right up and down as he marveled in amazement. In the vast Hokage's office, the only seats available were the Hokage's desk and a single sofa against the wall. He gazed at the splendid view beyond the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, feeling deeply gratified. Turning to look at Uchiha Kagami, who was lounging on the sofa, he said, Kagami, Minato told me that many things were guided by you. Why don't you become the Hokage? Minato is fine, but I think if you became Hokage, Madara would be pleased. You could definitely surpass me. Uchiha Kagami, flipping through an entertainment magazine, replied indifferently, surpassing you. I already did that long ago. You never had much talent anyway. Oh, I just have no interest in being Hokage. Surpassing you. I already did that long ago. You never had much talent anyway. Oh, I just have no interest in being Hokage. Senju Hashirama Sigma. Kagami. At least toward the first Hokage. At least don't be so blunt. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a wry smile. Senju Tobarama was not present, so Uchiha Kagami held no resentment toward Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen. He closed the magazine. It's you old-timers who always like to act superior and say things like that. Alright, enough reminiscing. You and Orochimaru leave. The real event won't start for a few days, we have matters to discuss with Senju Hashirama. With the former Hokage present, Minato felt too embarrassed to sit. He smiled apologetically as he escorted Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru out. Watching the door automatically close and lock, Senju Hashirama found it fascinating. Though it was only his first day, he already felt reluctant to leave. There were too many novel and intriguing things here, and most importantly, on the way here he had glimpsed a lavishly decorated casino. Unbeknownst to him, Konoha normally had no gambling houses. The relevant departments had considered that the visiting foreign daimyo might have such needs. To make them experience Konoha's hospitality, you came by palanquin. On your way back, we'll buy you a train ticket. The room was left with only Minato, Kagami, and Hashirama, and his expression turned serious. Kagami, do you want to rule the ninja world? I can help you. History had proven that his own approach was wrong. It wasn't that he was foolish, it was the limitations of the era. And during his lifetime, the ninja world had achieved a certain degree of peace, which made him believe everyone could coexist peacefully. Now a similar moment lay before him. He believed that the ninja world would be better led by someone righteous. When true peace arrived, he trusted that even if Madara returned, he would do nothing. Even if he did something, I don't think Madara could beat Kagami. I don't need your help. I didn't keep you here for that. Uchiha Kagami pulled out a massive scroll and tossed it in front of Senju Hashirama. The forbidden scroll was taken by Orochimaru. The wood release we found is incomplete. Write down your wood human, wood dragon, thousand-armed cannon, and everything else. Huh? What huh? I didn't even ask for the forbidden scroll back. Just writing a few techniques is nothing. Oh. Senju Hashirama obediently began writing down the cultivation methods for his wood release secret techniques, then looked up and asked, You're not going to make Tobarama write down the flying thunder god later, are you? If you want, I could have him write it, then I'll bring it over. I'm afraid he might. You know. No need. We have no use for his outdated version. First Hokage-sama, please forgive him. Minato, seeing Hashirama's dejection, forced a smile to console him. Senju Hashirama wrote down all his wood release secret techniques, without reservation, even including the new applications he had developed in recent years. Then can I ask, what's the plan for this tournament? Senju Hashirama asked with a hint of caution. He felt that Kagami's temperament was somewhat like a mix of Tobirama and Izuna. Elimination rounds semi-finals finals. First, throw all participating teams into the forest of death. When only 32 teams remain, I'll arrange another venue. Senju Hashirama frowned slightly. Kagami, I sensed several terrifying chakras among the participants. The forest of death is too close to the village. The aftershocks of the battles could affect the village. Uchiha Kagami looked at Senju Hashirama as if he were an idiot. Did you really serve as Hokage? Haven't you learned the 4 red yon formation? Alright. Senju Hashirama counted on his fingers. Yumi Minato. Minato, your chakra reserves can't sustain the 4 red yon formation for long, can they? Since it was a tournament, the barrier would need to be maintained for a long time. How about we let Monkey and Tobirama skip the competition? They're reanimated bodies, they can sustain the chakra consumption. Uchiha Kagami waved his hand. Enough, don't worry about it. Go out and play. Senju Hashirama. Now only 2 people remained in the Hokage's office. Minato looked at the participant list, frowning slightly. Sasuke, Naruto, Karen, Hinata, Niji. Kagami, I have no objection to letting them participate, but putting these kids on one team. How about letting Kakashi or Shursui lead them? Relax. It's just to let them gain some experience. If a fatal situation arises, I'll intervene. Minato said bitterly, but the rules state that deaths are allowed and the entire event will be broadcast live. If others see us breaking the rules. What rules? Uchiha Kagami picked up the entertainment newspaper again. There was a report that caught his interest, a documentary about the founding of Konoha by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, emphasizing their equal status and the legitimacy of the Uchiha ruling the land of fire. Uchiha Kagami had never concerned himself with such matters. He hadn't even concealed the fact that he had led an invasion of Konoha. What was this? Once I take the reins, there will be scholars to justify my actions. Uchiha Kagami said casually, Minato, we make the rules. Even if I break them right in front of them, what can they do? If I'm willing to grant them relative fairness, they should be grateful. I'll handle the tournament. You and Tsukumo focus on security during this time. As I said before, if anyone wants to cause trouble, just kill them. Konoha has no prison prepared for them. Just as he finished, a frantic knock sounded at the door. Hokage-sama. Someone attacked Uchiha Tetsushin and stole one of his eyes. Lord Jiraiya is leading a pursuit, but the culprit is too fast. Suspected swift release bloodline. Boom. The door of the Hokage's office was shattered by a violent surge of air. The messenger, Shinobi, trembled in fear. In his memory, even when the Hokage-sama was furious, he had never destroyed the door. From his perspective, the setting sun's glow was behind that figure. His silhouette was somewhat blurred in the backlight, indistinct. One scarlet Sharingan slowly rotated. A chilling voice rang out. How interesting. Beilu Hu, a rogue ninja of Mu Yi from many years ago. This name had been forgotten by many. He was once a contemporary and friend of the 3 ninja, but his talent was inferior to theirs, and he felt resentful in his heart. To compensate for his innate deficiencies, he secretly researched combined ninjutsu and conducted human experiments. After being discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he dispatched the 3 ninja, including Orochimaru, to pursue him. In fact, this shows that Sarutobi Hiruzen intentionally let him off, hoping he would reform. Otherwise, why would he send his contemporaries to chase him? It would be strange if they didn't go easy on him. However, Beilu, who showed no sign of repentance, and continued his research on the combined secret technique Goei Luo Ya. Taking advantage of the chaotic times in the ninja world, he managed to obtain plenty of materials. The development of the Goei Luo Ya technique was extremely high. He had already acquired 4 types of Kekkei Jinkai. As long as he obtained the 5th and awaited the arrival of the golden solar eclipse, he would gain an immortal body. Amidst the dense forest, a small white-haired ninja in a high-collared cloak swiftly advanced. His hand tightly gripped a blood-stained eye. Xia Luin Yen, the most powerful Kekkei Jinkai. Once I fuse the Xia Luin Yen during the solar eclipse. At that time, I will become the perfect ninja and the master of the ninja world. What are the 5 great nations, or Uchiha Kagami, and Senju Hashirama? None of them will be my match. Orochimaru Tsunade. Jiraiya. I will surpass you all. I am a true genius. With the existence of Uchiha Kagami, the Xia Luin Yen is recognized as the strongest ocular Kekkei Jinkai. Beilu, who had integrated 4 Kekkei Jinkai, also considered lurking and waiting for an opportunity to ambush a lone Uchiha clan member. He tried it, but it didn't work. The Uchiha patrolling outside Mu Yi were all very strong, and they usually traveled in groups accompanied by members of the Hyuga clan. He would be detected before launching an attack. With their prior vigilance, he was confident in defeating the team, but had no chance to prevent them from destroying the eyes. In fact, Beilu, who had attacked Uchiha clan members outside Mu Yi. But strangely, they seemed to have a very eerie technique. No matter how meticulous his preparations after killing them, they would revive again. In that battle, all his subordinates died, and he himself nearly perished. In the end, all he gained were a bunch of useless eyes, and the Hyuga's eyeball also exploded. This situation made him even more obsessed with the Xia Luin Yen. Just then, he usually only dared to wander on the border of the country of fire, but this martial exhibition allowed him to infiltrate Mu Yi. Now his body was very small, so he pretended to be a child and approached a patrolling Uchiha clan member. After swiftly seizing one Xiaolun Yin, he activated Sun Dan with all his might and fled without any hesitation. What a pity. If the final reward included the Xiaolun Yin, I would have been willing to participate in this grand event. Let you all know how strong my Gue Luoya technique is. He looked back. This place was already far from Mu Yi, and Jiraiya had been left far behind, no longer visible. Hee, you can't catch up to me with my Sun Dan. Jiraiya had dealt with a large number of bizarre fused summoned beasts standing in a pool of blood as he gazed into the distance. That guy. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. He was about to continue the pursuit. Whoosh. Two figures appeared beside Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya-sama. Minato Namikaze and Shursui arrived. In an instant their expressions serious. Minato Shursui. You came just in time. The enemy fled east, you go after him quickly. Jiraiya was willing but unable. His speed was not his weak point, but he couldn't keep up with Bei Lu, who had Sun Dan. Minato shook his head and said solemnly, Kagami knows. He will take action personally. Jiraiya's pupils contracted, and he sighed softly. Then things have escalated. I hope Kagami can restrain himself. Oh, after all, this is still within the country of fire. As if sensing something, the three of them looked up simultaneously. In the sky above, it was like a crescent moon emitting a cold and mysterious light, seemingly slow yet swift. It slashed from the heavens toward the distance. On the crescent moon a figure could faintly be seen, infinitely small compared to the overwhelming slash. But its intense presence pierced into everyone's heart. This scene was visible even to the people from various countries within Mu Yi. Among the mountains, that crescent moon was eerily beautiful. Even from afar their eyes were stung by the sharpness of the slash. This is Jean Dan. A power like a god. This is Uchiha Kagami. I must obtain Jean Dan. Who is his opponent? Why is he acting? I heard someone stole an Uchiha clan member's eye. Is he that bold? Who is so foolish? Just came out of a mountain valley. This rift valley by Mu Yi and the lightning country. Sorry, Cloud Ninja brothers. No, this is Mu Yi. What are you staring at me for? If you dare hit me. If you hit me, I'll lie down, and you'll be waiting to be chopped to death. Ninjas from various countries came in droves. The strongest among them remained calm and wouldn't reveal their information now. The lower-ranked ones were just there to watch the excitement and behave themselves. Quite a few mid-level ninjas stirred up trouble, so Mu Yi designated a special area for beheadings. In half a day, several hundred people had been executed. Tisk the blood in the stone crevices was so dark, it was terrifying. Bei Lu, who looked at the enormous slash falling from the sky. He stood frozen. Black-red lightning like a furious beast tore at the curtain of space, emitting explosive roars. His proud Sun Dan had lost its effect. Freeze response. The freeze response is a self-preservation instinct controlled by the brain's limbic system, helping individuals reduce movement to avoid attracting predators. This phenomenon is not only present in humans, but also in many animals. For example, elk freeze when they see car headlights, rabbits play dead when frightened, etc. Faced with such an attack, his brain forcibly suppressed Bei Lu, whose thoughts of using ninjutsu. Gang Dan. Can't block it. Sun Dan. No. Can't escape. Ming Dan, which absorbs ninjutsu. It's meaningless. Stay where you are. Don't move. Death will come quickly without pain. This was the optimal solution offered by his brain. Shriek. A piercing sonic boom shattered Bei Lu, whose eardrums. That eerily beautiful enormous slash less than a meter away from him shattered into pieces and drifted away like twinkling stars. Bei Lu, who? Uchiha Kagami hovered above Bei Lu, who speaking with no emotion. Good, since it's you, there is a better way to die. A vermin coveting the Xiaolin Yin, do you think you deserve a painless death? Bei Lu, whose dark red eyes trembled violently. He had a strong premonition. He would regret not having mustered the courage to charge into that slash earlier. Chi. A prolonged black rod pierced through his cheek. In an extremely humiliating posture like a dead fish, he was dragged toward Mu Yi. The Leaf Square. This vast square capable of holding hundreds of thousands was crowded with people. The Akatsuki shinobi from 4 nations, Hashirama Senju and Yomi, possessed by the evil spirit. Everyone was waiting for a result. No one believed that fellow could escape Uchiha Kagami's pursuit. What they were curious about was what the consequence would be for seizing a Sharingan. If it was merely a clean death, there was no shortage of desperados among shinobi, who wouldn't be tempted by that invincible bloodline limit shared by an entire clan. Soon a streak of light appeared above the crowd. Orochimaru's high-collared coat was torn off, revealing a frail body wrapped in bandages. That mouth, like a slit-mouthed woman, was pierced through by a black rod. His cold crimson eyes swept over the crowd. Even Nagato with his Rinnegan unconsciously averted his gaze. Uchiha Kagami saw Orochimaru in the crowd along with Jiraiya and the others who had hurried back. Orochimaru, Jiraiya-sensei, do you remember this fellow named Orochimaru? Orochimaru. Orochimaru murmured, as if recalling something, his pupils suddenly constricting. Orochimaru. How did you end up like this? Jiraiya finally understood what that strange familiarity was. The gentle boy who used to follow the 3 of them, then the Leaf Jonin Orochimaru, and then the rogue ninja Orochimaru. The gentle boy who used to follow the 3 of them, then the Leaf Jonin Orochimaru, and then the rogue ninja Orochimaru. With the black rod piercing his gaping mouth, Orochimaru could not produce a complete sound, only a whimper. He desperately tried to shrink his head, not wanting his former acquaintances to see him like this. Those pitying, puzzled, and confused gazes were killing him. Uchiha Kagami faced the crowd and spoke coldly. There was another vermin before who coveted the Uchiha's Sharingan. He pointed to a corner of the square where a skeleton was supported by several black rods in a black cage. Shimura Danzo, some of you might have heard of him. His soul is still there. If you get closer, you should be able to hear his wailing. The Uchiha clan is not a fragile flower. I can accept you killing Uchiha, even using schemes and tricks. But I will not allow the Sharingan to appear in inferior beings. What a pity. Uchiha Kagami glanced at Orochimaru. You are a lone wolf without family, so this sin will be borne by you alone. Whoosh. The black rod shot out with Orochimaru landing beside Shimura Danzo's cage. The black rod twisted and deformed, binding his limbs, leaving him spread-eagled. An invisible hand extracted broken corpses from him. Those were the bloodline limit shinobi he had devoured and merged. Did you want to use this technique to reach a higher realm? Uchiha Kagami ruthlessly denied everything about Orochimaru. Crudely stitching together, briefly gaining a bit of power. Did it give you the illusion that you were a genius? You are no different from before. No, now you are even uglier. Now you will keep company with that vermin here. Orochimaru constantly endured physical pain. Corporal punishment meant nothing to him. You wanted to prove yourself, so I deny everything about you. Uchiha Kagami's wide sleeves fluttered, and his clear voice reached everyone's ears in the dead silent square. Those who seize the Sharingan are enemies of the Uchiha clan to the death. That was the old rule. Now I will explain the new rule. If a non-Uchiha seizes the Sharingan, no matter who he is, if he appears in the land of water, I will destroy the land of water. If he appears in the land of lightning, I will annihilate the land of lightning. As he spoke, Uchiha Kagami revealed a slight smile. The Uchiha are the most noble clan in this world. You lot should know your place. I didn't want to say such boring things, but there are always idiots who don't know themselves. If you are dissatisfied, then come at me together. No need for this so-called tournament. I will kill you all. Dead silence. Uchiha Kagami did not release any imposing aura. He simply stood there like a willow swaying in the wind, and no one dared to move. Counting them, Uchiha Kagami had never been defeated since his debut. After fully occupying the Land of Fire, he had already earned the title of the new god of shinobi. Ordinary shinobi feared his status as Uchiha clan head and de facto leader of the Land of Fire. But those with true strength could better understand the gap between themselves and Uchiha Kagami. After mentally simulating the consequences of a rush, they might cause turmoil in the leaf, but in the end they would all die under his slashes. Before coming, some had speculated that the so-called tournament was a trap. The Land of Fire would use the event to eliminate dissidents or create rifts among major powers. No, he simply didn't care about such things. It was like, if you cooperated obediently, there would be a stage for you to perform. If you disobey, kill them all and start over. Compared to humans, some beasts had a keener sense of danger, like snakes. The snake princess of Ryuchi Cave, who had originally shown defiance toward the Uchiha clan, now kept her head deeply bowed beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru could feel them trembling. Too terrifying. Even the white snake sage was far less fearsome than this man. How could such a human exist? He could no longer be human. A full minute of silence. No one dared to make a sound, fearing they would be targeted. The slashes that descended like the moon from the sky were right before their eyes. On the way to the leaf, they had also seen that long and wide river. Not to mention, the great rift that split half of the Land of Lightning. The earth itself had become a plaything to be arbitrarily cut by this man. Uchiha Kagami looked around at the crowd. I gave you a chance. Since you are not planning to cause trouble, then I will consider you as guests sincerely attending the event. As everyone knows, I, Uchiha Kagami, am a peace-loving person. Having eradicated the daimyo who poisoned the people of the Land of Fire, ended the brutal Third Shinobi World War, and specially convened the Shinobi World Tournament, hoping to allocate resources through competition and reduce unnecessary sacrifices. I hope you all understand my good intentions. Since you are all here, let me add a few prizes to the final reward. Uchiha Kagami lightly raised his hand. Suddenly, among the crowd in corners of gambling dens or taverns, the daimyo of various nations and their attendants quietly turned into puffs of blood mist. Uchiha Kagami smiled slightly and said softly, the territories of the Land of Earth, Land of Lightning, and Land of Water are also added to the final reward. Everyone in this world should be ruled by the strongest. This is the world of shinobi. The outcome of battle will decide the fate of this world. Many did not agree with Uchiha Kagami's view. How could a 1,000-year-old system of concepts and institutions change overnight? But after the previous silence, no one dared to voice opposition. Even Tobarama Senju, who detested Uchiha Kagami, could not help but feel admiration. This man, truly sharp and domineering. In the following 2 days, participants from various countries exhibited high-quality behavior. No more scenes like, what are you looking at? What's it to you occurred. Also, they personally experienced that Konoha's superiority lay not only in its hard power, but in all aspects. Amusement facilities, cultural heritage. They even saw academies established for ordinary people. They simply couldn't understand why with such resources they wouldn't train ninjas, but instead train ordinary people. Night fell. Konoha was still ablaze with lights and bustling with noise. The Uchiha police force also withdrew into the shadows to avoid putting too much pressure on the visitors. Regarding Uchiha Tetsushin, the punishment was to return to the clan grounds for a year of reflection, and he was banned from rejoining the police force for 5 years. As a patrol member, one must always be on guard, ready to use Izanagi at any moment. Whether for the village police force or the Fire Country Patrol team, the standard was the 3-tomo Sharingan and mastery of Izanagi. At the top floor of the Hokage building, Uchiha Jing Minato and his wife, along with Orochimaru and the 3 snake princesses, gathered together. Jin-kun, long time no see. What do you want from us? Before meeting Uchiha Jing, the 3 snake princesses had been mocking Orochimaru for his cowardice. But now they were trembling, while Orochimaru remained elegant and composed. The martial exhibition officially begins tomorrow. Tonight there should be an opening ceremony performance. Uchiha Jing looked calmly at the 3 snake princesses. I recall you can construct quite magnificent mirages. What is the maximum range? The 3 snake princesses nudged each other, and finally the eldest-looking Kaguya Shin, Noheim, was pushed forward to respond. Our reporting to Lord Jing, if the 3 of us combine our strength, we can probably create a mirage covering half of present-day Konoha. But it has no offensive power, only a little deceptive effect. In the eyes of your Sharingan, it's just a child's trick. He nodded faintly, and turned to look at Kushina. Release the 9 tails. What? Kushina and Minato were shocked. What are you doing? If I release the 9 tails, I'll die, you brat. The 3 snake princesses couldn't help but glance sideways. This woman is the 9 tails Jinchuriki. To dare be so rude to Uchiha Jing, could it be? Jing, what do you mean? Minato quickly caught on. He trusted that Jing would not harm Kushina. Kushina, you are not suitable to be the 9 tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Jing said slowly. Like Uzumaki Mito, Kushina can forcibly draw the 9 tails power with her strong, innate ability. Under such circumstances, it is difficult to reach the stage of a perfect Jinchuriki. It's hard for you to reconcile with a beast that is mutually wary. In the original timeline, Minato reconciled with the 9 tails. Naruto had the advantage of his talk no jutsu, and another important factor was the external pressure from Uchiha Madara. So strictly speaking, Minato Namikaze had better compatibility with the 9 tails. The 9 tails clearly represents negative energy, yet under Minato's guidance, it became even better tempered than the young 9 tails. Minato, nearing 30, had developed Sage Mode to a certain extent, reaching the limit of his raw power. What limited his strength was chakra reserves. And in that regard, Kushina was not lacking. Having the 9 tails sealed in her only added a long-range attack via Tailed Beast Bomb, but was otherwise useless. In high-level matches, if she encountered a Mangekyō, the 9 tails would become her weakness. I have a way to extract the 9 tails while preserving Kushina's life. I want to give the 9 tails a new host, you Minato. The 9 tails inside Kushina began to roar. Bastard. What host? I don't need to dwell inside a mere human. Damn you, Uchiha Madara. Don't think you can control me. Minato was silent for a moment, then smiled. All right, thank you, Jing. He wanted to free Kushina from her life as a prison. If he could take her place without harming her, Minato was more than willing to do so. Kushina frowned. Jing, the 9 tails power is 2. She trailed off, falling silent. The 9 tails is indeed very strong. But every time the 9 tails faced Uchiha Jing's Sharingan, it was just as helpless as ordinary ninjas. The 9-tailed fox that she and Granny Mito found extremely troublesome, requiring all their focus to seal. In Uchiha Jing's eyes, it was merely a toy to be toyed with. She turned to Minato and shook her head. Minato, you don't have to do this for me. Sealing the 9 tails is a very unpleasant experience. It's okay for. Enough, stop acting out a romance drama, Uchiha Jing said impatiently. I'm giving Minato a power-up, though otherwise he can't keep up with the others, and what right does he have to be Hokage? Isn't the 9 tails just a chakra charger? What are you guys fussing about? Heaving a sigh, Kushina's consciousness entered the seal space, looking up at the 9 tails bound by chains. 9 tails? Foolish woman, are you really going to listen to that guy? The 9 tails sneered coldly. Don't you understand? He's tricking you into voluntarily releasing the seal, so he can seize my power. He tried to do that when he first awakened the Mangekyō, but he failed back then. Now he has the power to devour me, but he doesn't want to bear the responsibility of killing you, so he's tricking you into walking to your death. Wake up. Kushina, are all you ninjas fools? Being duped by Uchiha Madara. Kushina rarely showed a smile to the 9 tails, like a farewell to a longtime rival. I believe in Jing, and I believe in Minato. I also want to believe in you. But I can't dispel your hatred. I don't have that ability. I am very happy now, 9 tails. A peaceful village. Minato, though busy, still makes time for me. Naruto can be mischievous sometimes, but he's a good child. I love him very much. It was Minato who saved me from the abyss of suffering. I believe he can also relieve your pain. Goodbye, 9 tails. Roar. A heaven-shaking roar silenced the bustling streets. Before panic could spread, a tall masked man with white hair stood atop a flying toad. He struck a no-theater opening pose, his voice spreading across Konoha via ninjutsu. I am the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, the Toad Immortal known as Jiraiya. Now presenting to you, the Ninja World Grand Martial Exhibition Opening Ceremony Performance Event. 9-tailed Fox vs. the Divine General of the Outer Realm Maharaga. Enjoy the show. In the night sky above Konoha, a dreamlike mirage unfolded. Pavilions, towers, mountains, and waterside pavilions were beautifully illuminated by the moonlight. Boom. A colossal nine-tailed fox crashed into the mirage. Attentive observers could notice 3 tomo in its pupils. After a strange fluctuation, Maharaga with a size of dozens of meters emerged from the shadows. A sinister ghostly aura enveloped it, exuding a terrifying presence. Bang! The 2 behemoths collided violently under the moonlit night within the mirage. The ceiling space. Behind the vermilion doors, Sukuna sat atop the box of bliss, resting his chin on one hand, a faint enigmatic smile playing on his lips. The strongest Shikigami of the Jujutsu world versus the strongest beast of the shinobi world. How interesting. Having encountered the Nine Tails for the first time, Sukuna viewed its defeat as his destiny, driven by an intense desire to cleave it apart. But now the feeling was different. When he first seized Uchiha Kageme's body, he had been confident in his ability to defeat the Nine Tails. Now, having assimilated the karma seal of Kagaya Ishiki, the outcome was entirely different. To him, the Nine Tails was nothing more than a trivial matter. Sensing the contempt in Sukuna's tone, Uchiha Kageme remarked calmly, "Sukuna, do you believe we could have defeated Ishiki back then?" After a moment of thought, Sukuna spoke. "It still requires time to fully digest him. If you are referring to the strength he displayed at the end, we are still somewhat lacking." Uchiha Kageme's lips curled slightly upward. If the Nine Tails had found a suitable Jinchuriki, it could have unleashed power far surpassing that of Ishiki at that time. When Naruto entered the Baryon mode, he had straightforwardly suppressed Ishiki. It was akin to the Nine Tails opening its death gate. "Are you serious?" Sukuna sounded skeptical. "That kind of creature?" After all, in the face of the Sharingan, the Nine Tails had always lacked any semblance of dignity. That beast can burn its soul and risk its life. If my initial partner had been the Nine Tails, I would have chosen to reconcile with it, regarding it as a true companion. Uchiha Kageme turned his head, casting a slightly mocking glance at Sukuna. "You, a creature without a heart, are the real monster. Even the name Sukuna is merely a title derived from a fictional demon god. It has a name, it is called Kurama. By what right do you presume to judge the Nine Tails from the perspective of an audience? Tailed beasts are the servants of the Mangekyō Sharingan, and your position is no different. When I say we, do you truly believe you exist on equal footing with me?" Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless endless slashes rained down upon the ceiling door. The half of the mental space belonging to the cage shook violently. The sea of blood churned, and the dragon vein wailed. Yet that vermilion door remained immovable. A black curtain slowly descended, and Uchiha Kageme's final gaze was etched into Sukuna's eyes. "How about this, Sukuna? Once Ishiki is completely decomposed, I will grant you a chance to leave the seal. You lack one thing. A genuine crushing blow." The perspective returned to the skies above Konoha. Under Uchiha Kageme's control, the Nine Tails drove Madara's creature Manda into a steady retreat. A giant fox displayed extraordinary taijutsu prowess rather than relying solely on swiping claws and tail strikes. Manda, having fought Ishiki previously, now possessed the strength to stand toe-to-toe with the Nine Tails even without the Susanoo enhancement. Uchiha Kageme controlled the Nine Tails to start with low-level tailed beast balls, gradually increasing the firepower to allow Manda sufficient time to adapt. Meanwhile, above the Hokage monument, a clone of Uchiha Kageme placed his hand on Kushina's abdomen, slowly injecting a mass of scarlet chakra. For an ordinary Jinchuriki, extracting the tailed beast would be fatal. Rescuing them would require a life-for-a-life technique. But Kushina was different. She had ample time to wait for rescue. However, to rescue her, a portion of the Nine Tails chakra needed to be sealed within her body, combined with the Inyoung release secret art to sustain her vitality for a period. Then, relying on Kushina's own powerful life force, she could survive this period of weakness. Uchiha Kageme had calculated that safely extracting the Nine Tails posed no issue. He cared little for Kushina's life or death, but if she died, Minato would likely suffer as well, making it difficult to find another such diligent tool. Once he possessed the Nine Tails chakra, Minato Namikaze could also be utilized in high-level battles. Had he been before absorbing Ishiki, Uchiha Kageme would have chosen to use the Nine Tails himself. But Ishiki was essentially a free bonus. Once digested, he could locate another 10 tails. In Uchiha Kageme's eyes, the Nine Tails had become secondary equipment suitable for discarding to subordinates and his younger brother, just as he had given Senbonzakura to Shursui. The longsword Narukami and Orochimaru's Kusanagi were now of little use to him, yet they were still very cool. At the very least, they retained value as decorative items. As the shadow clone withdrew its hands, a hint of color returned to Kushina's pale face. Minato held her hand tightly, his expression relaxing slightly. He did not understand medical ninjutsu well, but he could tell Kushina was out of danger. "Kushina, how do you feel?" Kushina breathed slowly several times, offering Minato a gentle, beautiful smile. "Minato, it's so quiet. The quietest it has ever been since that day." Tears slipped from both their eyes. The shadow clone, unable to bear the sentimentality, dissolved itself. Aside from this clone, 4 other shadow clones of Uchiha Kageme were positioned at the 4 corners of the village. A massive scarlet barrier like a platform shrouded the skies above Konoha. 4 red yang formation modified the flat yang shield. Withstanding the ferocious attacks of both the Nine Tails and Manda, this scarlet barrier rippled only slightly. Below among the crowd, Hashirama Senju, having just lost everything at the gambling den, looked up at the scene. He's sustaining the 4 red yang formation alone. Kagami, your chakra might even exceed mine. Truly impressive. Having known the Nine Tails for some time, he found it novel to see it standing upright and wielding taijutsu. Noticing the Tomo in the Nine Tails' eyes, Hashirama Senju smiled bitterly and shook his head. You and Madara have been too harsh on the Nine Tails. I don't think I'm in a position to say that. He gazed at Manda. That terrifying appearance. It's obviously not something good. Compared to it, even the tailed beasts seem cute. Is that a cursed creature tamed by Kagami? Hashirama Senju recalled a family from the Warring States period rumored to have kept such cursed creatures. That clan was eventually wiped out by a joint effort of several ninja clans, with some remnants reportedly fleeing to the country of hot water. He had only heard about it from Uchiha Madara, so he wasn't entirely sure. Never mind, I won't think about it. I'll ask Tobirama for more money. My luck is just starting to turn, and I'll definitely win it back. Across the entire Konoha, only a few addicted gamblers and revelers in the sake houses had not gone out. Gamblers, lechers, and drunks had their own channels. Among the high-rises, the powerful ones occupied the best vantage points, their auras keeping ordinary ninja at bay. The ocular power to control the Nine Tails. And that monster was also mentioned in the intelligence leaked by the Four Nations Alliance. It is said that back then it could barely block a few strikes from the Nine Tails, yet now it has grown to this level. Pain Nagato Konan. The trio from years past, the Akatsuki, gathered atop a water tower on a high-rise building. Swish. Jiraiya removed his mask and approached the three, his gaze falling upon Yahiko's corpse, now transformed into pain. His eyes held profound sorrow. Nagato. Konan. Yahiko. He. Nagato did not turn around, speaking calmly. Jiraiya-sensei, you once told us that an era where people understand each other would come. Yahiko died because of that. Now, do you still have the nerve to say such things? Hey. I know. It's too late for any words. I am a failed teacher. I failed to protect you. Now may I help you and help Kakashi as well. I will team up with you for the tournament. Oh, I hope you can allow Obito to see Kakashi. How about reorganizing the Toad Squad? Yahiko. Nagato Konan. Nagato slowly turned his head, his pale purple Rinnegan showing no obvious emotional fluctuation. Jiraiya-sensei, you have changed. Jiraiya broke into a broad smile. Right now I am doing what I want to do. Uchiha Kagami's eye power combed through the Nine Tails from the inside out, including its memories. There was no sign of the so-called heavy particle mode. It seems to have been developed later, a capability that must interact with Naruto's chakra to be utilized. As for Makura on this side, as the battle progressed facing the Nine Tails, it was not at all falling behind. This was also its limit. Through its own growth, reaching the level of a single Nine Tails was already the peak. Uchiha Kagami had also tried feeding techniques to Makura, testing slashing power from small to large. But it could only adapt to ordinary slashes. When using black slashes, no matter how many times, it could never adapt. The so-called adaptability to all things in the world was only relative to the Jujutsu world. After all, it was a Shikigami without independent consciousness, so reaching this level was not bad. If draped in Susanoo, it could serve as a meat tank against the Otsutsuki. For the ninja of various countries, as long as they could ensure their own safety, watching such a giant beast battle would never grow tiresome. However, Uchiha Kagami was getting a bit tired of it. His main purpose was to find the heavy particle mode. Since it wasn't there, he might as well end this early and go home to sleep. Rustle. Black-red chains spread from Uchiha Kagami's palm, wrapping around the Nine Tails in layers. The Nine Tails, controlled by Genjutsu, offered no resistance and obediently accepted the bindings. Uchiha Kagami's gaze shifted to Minato Namikaze. Minato took off his coat and lifted his shirt. I'm ready. Having recalled Makura, Uchiha Kagami offered a reminder. The Nine Tails' name is Kurama. Only a perfect Jinchuriki can unleash its true power. Minato, you can do it. At least in the future, I foresaw you achieved it. Minato looked somewhat puzzled. In that future, didn't I die? Explaining would be too troublesome. Anyway, you achieved it after you died. Uchiha Kagami dragged the Nine Tails, compressing its massive body step by step. The crimson torrent of chakra poured into Minato's abdomen like an hourglass. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone present. Kakuzu was flipping through his little ledger in the corner. The previous price for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kushina was 600 million Ryo. It's certainly not worth that much now. Minato Namikaze's previous black market price was 500 million Ryo, but it should be around 800 million now. Sasori heard his muttering and turned to say, there's a bounty for the Hokage on the black market. What's so strange about that? There's also one for Uchiha Kagami. Now, it was 3 billion a few days ago, and it should have gone up by now. Sasori let out a scoff. People really do put bounties on Uchiha Kagami. Who would be foolish enough to accept a mission to assassinate the god of shinobi? Snap. Kakuzu closed his little ledger, his voice muffled beneath his mask. As long as one is human, there is always a most vulnerable moment. The gap in combat power between someone sleeping alone or being seriously ill and aged, and someone fully concentrated and on guard, is quite significant. Sasori nodded. What you say is correct. That is why a perfect immortal state like mine is the most perfect. Old man Kakuzu, would you be interested in? No interest. Kakuzu interrupted Sasori's sales pitch for puppet techniques. My Earth Grudge Fear is also close to an immortal state. I feel like I won't die even after your puppets have rotted away. In that case, I'll take your heart. By the way, do you still have a heart? Kakuzu, my art is immortal. I will turn you into a puppet sooner or later. If you can do it, I don't mind much. Kakuzu said indifferently. Anyway, let's deal with the 200 million Ryo job first. It probably won't be easy. Although Tsunade would not participate, the other Kage of the Fire Country were not to be ignored. Many had noticed the three great snake beauties. They had always followed Orochimaru. Now that they could cast such a large-scale mirage almost indistinguishable from reality, their identities were obvious. The snake sages of Ryukin Cave. How about trying to find allies? I only need 2 billion. Sasori pondered his main goal was the Dragon Vein Crystal. If it could increase their chances of victory, he didn't mind teaming up with others. Konoha, openly changing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Inoki murmured seeing Kushina standing by Minato. And the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is still alive. It's highly unreasonable, but if it's Uchiha Kagami, I can understand. As the Three-Tails Jinchuriki Kotetsu Hagoromo knew well that since becoming a Jinchuriki, if the tailed beast were stripped away, one would absolutely die. The Jinchuriki's chakra and the tailed beast's chakra were intertwined, and chakra was a combination of spiritual and physical energy. Stripping the tailed beast was draining the Jinchuriki's life force. The ninja of the Four Nations Alliance had not yet dispersed, maintaining a fragile alliance. Killer Bee's tone was no longer frivolous. He spoke with unusual gravity. Hachibi says that Uchiha Kagami's sealing chains give him a very ominous feeling. That kind of thing is a hard counter to tailed beasts. Things that counter tailed beasts among the Uchiha. Aren't there plenty? Rasha frowned, looking at his son Gaara in the crowd behind him. Should he let Gaara participate? What if the Uchiha of Konoha wanted to seize the One-Tails? But if they couldn't secure a quota in this martial arts tournament, where would Suna go from there? They wouldn't be able to return home. Now even the Earth, Lightning, and Water nations were placed on the auction block, and the Four Nations Alliance didn't even dare to speak. This damn alliance was basically finished. If the Four Nations joined forces competing for only 1 or 2 quotas, it would still be a sure thing. But everyone wanted to reclaim their own title and territory. The rewards also included other tempting things. Once the quota was reclaimed, it wasn't just the title of Kage. Now that there were no daimyo, as long as they returned, they would be the de facto rulers of their nations. Uchiha Kagami didn't covet those lands, so how could they give them up? Rasha's thoughts raced. Inoki and those guys had clear goals. They would go all out to seize a quota. At least one of the rewards would be chosen as territory. If he joined one of them, it would be useless anyway, as the Land of Wind was not on the reward list. Damn it, I am the Kazekage, yet you Konoha are assigning the Land of Wind to the Hokage. There was only one way. Find a suitable ally to cooperate with. I want the title and the Land of Water. Ei and Inoki had the experience of fighting Uchiha Kagami together, and their relationship was good. It was estimated that even if the Four Nations Alliance disbanded, those two would still unite. The only one they could attack was the Land of Water. Even if there were subsequent competitions, Rasha dared to compete with Kotetsu Hagoromo. There were quite a few people with similar thoughts to Rasha. When there was only one essential item in the rewards, they all wanted to find a group of similar strength to ally with. This wasn't the Chunin exams, with no limit on numbers. Naturally, the more the better. Rasha, harboring his concerns, led the Suna ninja to leave first. As he passed through an alley, a man in black robes walked straight toward them. He emitted an unfathomable, chilling, ghostly aura. So you are the ninja leader of the Land of Wind, right? Your ancestors also caused me a little trouble. I'm short on subordinates. I've taken a fancy to your group. Rasha frowned tightly, saying coldly, "What kind of thing are you to dare to speak so arrogantly to me?" The black-robed man grinned, utterly chilling. Rich dark aura spread from behind him. My name is Mangekyō. I am the hegemon who will establish the kingdom of 1,000 kings in the future and stand as an equal to Uchiha Kagami. The alleyway did not turn into a close-quarters battle. Neither Huangquan, possessed by Wang Liang, nor the Suna contingent dared to engage in combat within Konohagakure. Killing the enemy wasn't the issue. Accidentally injuring a bystander and attracting the security force would be disastrous. Rasha's expression darkened. The Wang Liang from the Numura country. I know you. Do you think I would trust an evil entity like you? Wang Liang sneered. Who else can you turn to? I have observed this. The chakra of the Rinnegan user is terrifying, and their organization is formidable. The Senju Tobarama of the Fire Shadow Village are old rivals as well. I believe those two groups can secure 2 quota spots. The fact that you are not with the Kumo contingent indicates you are not allies. If the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth ally, they will inevitably seize 1 spot. If they remain scattered, they might even take 2. As for the remaining spot, Wang Liang curled his lip in disdain. Even with the Water Country added, I am confident I can defeat you all. Rasha's expression grew increasingly grim. Then stop wasting words and let the battlefield decide. The Suna ninja will surely defeat you. Enough. I am here to discuss this seriously. Do not waste my time with such rhetoric. Wang Liang waved his hand dismissively. Surely you haven't overlooked Konoha. Even if Uchiha Kagami Namikaze Minato and Hatake Tsukumo do not participate, are there no other strong warriors? My guess is that at least one of Uchiha Kageme's quotas is reserved for Uchiha Shursui. Who in the shinobi world does not know that Uchiha Kagami is domineering and protective of his clan? If the entire Uchiha clan competes to support Shursui, that would be a terrifying force. Even I would need to gather skilled fighters to have a chance at securing a spot. Most importantly, our goals differ. Wang Liang grinned wickedly, his eyes as black as ink. I only want the Dragon Vein Crystal. The title of Kage and the other rewards are yours. Moreover, if our cooperation goes well this time, we will have opportunities to collaborate again. I can help you reclaim the Land of Wind, and you help me conquer the Land of Earth. Rasha sneered. You cannot even pass the Oni country, yet you speak such nonsense here. If the Fire Shadow village had not appeared suddenly, I would have already conquered the Oni country and the Land of Wind. Wang Liang spoke indifferently. The fact that I could withstand Senju Hashirama for so long proves my strength. In truth, Senju Hashirama had hardly lifted a finger. It was only when Wang Liang invaded the Land of Wind that he had repelled Wang Liang's forces. Senju Hashirama had realized that Wang Liang and the shamaness were one and the same. Destroying Wang Liang would also kill the shamaness. He had originally intended to help the shamaness suppress Wang Liang, but Tobarama and Orochimaru had stopped him. After the shinobi world plunged into chaos, there were indeed many innocents, but there were also criminals who had chosen their own downfall. The Fire Shadow village could not directly execute them, for if the news spread, no one would dare to defect to Konoha. They could only round everyone up first, screen out the most heinous offenders, and send them to the battlefield against Wang Liang's forces. Those who survived would atone for their sins, those who died would pay with their lives. It was necessary to maintain a certain opposing force. This was the lesson Tobarama learned after his brother's death. Konoha, accustomed to long peace, could not suddenly cope with war. The Land of Fire did not count as opposition. If they attacked, it would be called an overwhelming crush. In truth, Senju Tobarama realized that Uchiha Kageme's proposal for the Shinobi World Tournament likely had these reasons as well. Prolonged inactivity leads to forgetting the art of war. As the non-Uchiha who understood the clan best, Tobarama knew that if the Uchiha grew neglectful of combat, they would severely degenerate over a few generations. The Third Shinobi World War had nurtured a monster like Uchiha Kagame. Finally, the Sand Village reached an agreement with Wang Liang. Leaving aside future plans, they only agreed to cooperate during this tournament. Wang Liang would take the Dragon Vein Crystal, and Suna would take the Land of Water. Rasha had already decided that once the quota spots were secure enough, he would betray Wang Liang. He believed Wang Liang was thinking the exact same thing. Then, it would depend on who would claim victory in the end. Neither side noticed a miniature puppet hidden in a crevice of the rocks. No, Chiyo had noticed, but she kept silent. This was a bit of grandma's selfishness, perhaps. In the dark room, a miniature puppet climbed on a Sasori's palm. As the chakra threads connected Sasori's, I projected an image. It showed only the conversation between Suna and Wang Liang without any sound. However, both Kakazu and Sasori were veteran ninjas. A lip reading was a basic course. Sunagakure has allied with that thing called Wang Liang. Kakazu sat on the bedside counting money, sneering. I was originally looking to cooperate with that monster. Impossible. His goal is the same as mine, the Dragon Vein Crystal. Sasori shook his head. In truth, he had been monitoring the Suna group to find an alliance with Chiyo and Ebisamururo. These two veteran powerhouses were, in his eyes, stronger than all the trash in Suna combined. By the way, what exactly is this Dragon Vein Crystal? Is that why you were so obsessed? Is it valuable? Sasori remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. I do not know either, but since Uchiha Kagami has set it as a separate reward, its value is at least equivalent to one of his Zon-Eaten training scrolls. The Dragon Vein is an immensely vast source of power. I once believed no one could tame it, but he succeeded. As for the Dragon Vein Crystal, I think it amounts to at least the chakra quantity of one-tailed beast, and it possesses even more functions. Then this thing must be very valuable. Kakuzu nodded, looking up at Sasori. Can we find anyone else to cooperate with? Relying only on the two of us, I feel it will be tough. Let's find someone else to partner with. I only want money anyway. Sasori pondered for a moment, and said, how about we approach the Land of Water? We just need to show them the footage of Suna and Wang Liang's secret negotiation. In my calculations, the alliance of Suna and Wang Liang is the easiest to deal with. That works. Let's agree first the money. Alright, I got it. That night no one slept. Countless ninjas ran about forming alliances. Perhaps they had come with confidence, but after truly witnessing the strong warriors of the shinobi world and realizing their own insignificance, they began to band together, hoping to pluck a fruit from the great tree of the Land of Fire to satisfy their hunger. Clan District. Uchiha Kagame's residence. Kagami, Kakashi, and Shursui sat facing each other. Kakashi, have you found teammates? Uchiha Kagami took a sip of tea and asked indifferently. Kakashi looked at Shursui. I came here specifically to invite Shursui. What do you say? Shursui smiled bitterly and shook his head. No can do. Brother asked me to team up with Ryudo. Alright then. The teammates I have found so far are Gaia Suma, Kurina Yamato, and Kabuto. Kakashi said, pausing for a few seconds before looking at Uchiha Kagami. Kagami, do you know where Master Jiraiya went? Jiraiya had just given an opening speech and then disappeared. Kakashi had been looking for Jiraiya to lead a team. He went to form a team with the Akatsuki. Do you mean? Senior brother Nagato and senior sister Konan. Kakashi's pupils contracted. Even Shursui frowned. Shursui was Minato's disciple and understood Jiraiya's strength, not to mention that uncle with the Rinnegan. Tisk with that kind of strength, how could they compete? It seemed that if a free-for-all broke out they should avoid that team first. Kakashi, go find your father. Uchiha Kagami said. Tsukumo told me he also wants to participate. After so many years without battling strong opponents, his sword has grown a bit dull. Kakashi's eyes lit up. He had thought his father would not participate. With his father added, their team might have a chance at victory. The items and the rewards were not enough to make Kakashi desperate, for he knew some things would be useless even if he obtained them. But at such a highly focused event involving the entire shinobi world, he wanted to show off a little. Especially Guy. His training intensity had already been inhuman, and during this period it had doubled. Even Kakashi had gotten a bit fired up. After Kakashi left, Kagami and Shursui sat facing each other, and Uchiha Kagami spoke indifferently. Shursui, this is the trial I have prepared for you. I will protect you, you will have no possibility of death. However, Ryudo needs your own protection. Protect the people you cherish, and make a name for yourself, Shursui. The next day, a registration platform was formally set up in my square. Uchiha Kagami served as the registrar in person. To prevent riffraff from joining, there was still a basic ninjutsu and taijutsu test, which any ninja could pass. From the registration queue, a vague order of strength began to emerge. Nagato and his group were not the first to arrive, but the crowd instinctively made way for them. Not only because Nagato possessed the legendary Rinnegan, but also because everyone knew that Jiraiya was Uchiha Kagami's teacher. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, Jiraiya, and those puppets, right? Uchiha Kagami glanced at the several pain avatars and singled out Yahiko. Yes, the team's code name is Akatsuki. In public, Nagato always spoke through the Tendo pain. This was a promise he made to himself. The leader of Akatsuki would only be Yahiko. Uchiha Kagami registered them and said in a low voice, the first match location is the Forest of Death. The competition officially starts tomorrow. Konan, if you want to make any small moves, you can do so tonight. Konan shook her head. Kagami, you really do know everything. For the first match, I shouldn't need that jutsu of mine. I trust Nagato and Jiraiya-sensei. As you wish. By the way, Uchiha Kagami pulled a scroll from his sleeve and tossed it to Konan. The mutual multiplication explosive tag technique. I think it pairs well with your jutsu. Best to use Nagato's puppets as sacrifices. Konan stared at the scroll at a loss for words and could only murmur a thank you. Jiraiya grinned and sidled up. Kagami, you're quite generous. Any gifts for your teacher? Before his hand could land on Uchiha Kagami's shoulder, bang. The stone pavement plowed into a trench, and Jiraiya didn't stop until he crashed into the wall at the edge of the square. You think this is a game? Trying to curry favor. Next team. Those behind who witnessed this didn't know what to say. This registrar clearly favored that blue-haired woman. That scroll definitely contained something valuable, perhaps even something to cheat with. But then Uchiha Kagami's treatment of Jiraiya. That blow would have severely injured an ordinary jonin, right? Kagami, here is our roster. Hiruzen Sarutobi handed over a list. Someone had not come along, which showed some self-awareness. Looking at Uchiha Kagami, studying the list, Hiruzen sighed and spoke. Actually, Kagami, I have seen Konohamaru. Now I have no regrets, and I'm not very keen on participating in the Ninja World Tournament. Why don't I just return to the Pure Land? Uchiha Kagami did not look up. Then why don't you just undo the Impure World reincarnation yourself? Of course, Orochimaru was not controlling the Hokage. The three resurrected bodies were already in a released state. If they wanted to return, they could go back to the Pure Land anytime. Hiruzen's smile was the same as when he first met Uchiha Kagami, like looking at a troublesome child. I wanted to say a proper goodbye to you, and also to ask you to let Dan. Enough? Don't mention that name. Uchiha Kagami said calmly. Tell you what, I'll give you an extra reward. If you can win, I'll torment him for 2 fewer years. Since you care so much about him, try your best for his sake. Let me see the so-called hero of the ninja style. By then, Uchiha Kagami had finished reading Hiruzen's roster. Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, the 3 snake sisters, and Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Apart from the 4 snakes, not a single living person. And their team name was Fire. Will-o'-the-Wisp. Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but chuckle. That Tobirama Senju was truly malicious. Here is our competition roster. In the end, Inoki and AI decided to form an alliance. To ensure the recovery of the territories of Earth and Lightning, Inoki and AI had reached an agreement. After obtaining a slot, Inoki would reclaim the title of Kage. After Inoki died, the younger generation of Awagakure would compete with Kimogakure. If they lost, the title of Kage would be inherited by AI. This was a necessary measure to reclaim their homeland. Only by joining forces could they be certain of winning a slot. The team code name was Lightning Earth. Participants: AI Inoki, Killer Bee Kitsuchi Rashi, Yujito ni Two Tails, Jinchuriki Samui, Yellow Short Hair Buxom. Darui, the original 5th Raikage Dodai Lava, release Mabui AI's secretary, Silver Hair Dark Skin, and the youngest, Deidara. This also showed the severe talent shortage in Awagakure. Inoki brought Deidara to gain experience, planning to let him withdraw after the first match. At least he was confident in protecting Deidara during the first match and thought it good for him to see the world. Next, codename Wind. Tsunagekyu's Razuchiyo Ebizo, and a bunch of Sunakanon fodder. What caught Uchiha Kageme's interest was that Morio and Gaara had also joined. Raza, what could I say about you? Truly foolish on par with Fugaku. Greetings Kagami-sama. Pleased to meet you. Morio showed a sincere smile and bowed in greeting. Uchiha Kagami looked at Morio with interest. This creature he had originally planned to kill as a passing snack. You were saved by a Shiki, weren't you? The first match doesn't start until tomorrow. You still have time. Uchiha Kagami said flatly. Have someone send more power. With this little strength, what can you do? At least make it somewhat interesting for me. Morio was taken aback, clearly sensing a predator's aura from Uchiha Kagami, and replied with a flattering smile. My apologies Kagami-sama. This body from the underworld can only bear this much of my power. Uchiha Kagami slowly raised his hand. Zzz. A black rod pierced Morio's chest, causing those around him to scatter, afraid of being splattered with blood. But Morio's body did not explode as imagined, instead a strange aura slowly emanated. Crack. A piece of the black rod broke off inside Morio. Alright, this will keep your body stable for a few months. Give it your all. Don't disappoint me. Morio's face lit up with surprise. This is your Yin-Yang release secret technique. So miraculous. So powerful. Morio silently resolved to kill his teammates after the second match. He wanted the Dragon Vein Crystal, and he must choose the Yin-Yang release secret technique. Uchiha Kagami waved his hand. Next. Was that even possible? Could a few flattering words get you an enhancement? Where was the fairness of the tournament? Well, it seemed. That guy didn't care about fairness either. It was like he was just watching for entertainment. Could it be that the struggle of the ninja world's heroes was just a performance? Anyway, overthinking was useless. Kagami-sama, you know I've been your most devoted fan since childhood. I'm always agonized that I wasn't born in the land of fire, unable to bask in your glory. My greatest wish in life is to be a sweeping servant outside the great Uchiha clan compound, so I could daily admire the footprints of the beautiful Uchiha. Who are you? I am Fuma Rei of the Fuma clan. Uchiha Kagami nodded. You are not bad. You don't need to compete. Go to the cat's place in Konoha and find Zwaluan. From now on your clan will assist the ninja cats. Infinite gratitude. At dusk, Uchiha Kagami finished the registration. The square of Konoha was still crowded with people waiting, but they were directly dismissed. Those were all rogue ninjas and mountain bandits that Kagami deemed unworthy. These people dying in the forest of death would still be too filthy for Kagami's liking. Thus a total of 472 participants joined the battle. Apart from the well-known major powers, there were also members of assassination organizations such as the Benoshu Xianyuan Shu and the Three Evil Ninja. For them, it was a great place to boost their reputation. They had no intention of achieving ultimate victory, only to make a name for themselves. Even the Underground Exchange House sent a mysterious team. In fact, Kagami had always suspected that the mastermind behind this organization was Black Zetsu. The Underground Exchange House's transactions spread across the ninja world, demonstrating its exceptionally high intelligence capabilities. Few in the entire ninja world could accomplish such a feat. Kagami had no intention of seeking out Black Zetsu for now, nor did he bother collecting the tailed beasts. He simply wanted to give this filial son some room to maneuver lest he be cornered into completely going into hiding. Personally, Kagami hoped that Kagaya Otsutsuki would break free from her seal. As for Kagaya, who had devoured the chakra fruit, setting aside her combat power, at the very least her energy level was definitely above that of a Shiki. She was the only Otsutsuki apart from the Otsutsuki god known to Kagami to have consumed a chakra fruit. This creature is certainly more delicious than a Shiki. Kagami even planned to lend Black Zetsu a hand at the right time. He wanted Kagaya's abilities. However, he didn't want her to be reborn through Madara Uchiha's body. His obsession made him long to fight Madara at his peak, to utterly crush this legend of the Uchiha. As for Kagaya, he would see then. If all else failed, he could catch an Otsutsuki with a Rinnegan to serve as Kagaya's vessel. Time was on Kagami's side. He would wait until one fine meal was digested before cooking the next delicacy. In the center of Konoha, a building belonged to Kagami. Shursue, through his own efforts, bought a house across the street. Sometimes Kagami would stay in the modern penthouse suite. Kagami leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the bustling crowd. The empty room was quiet. How strange. I clearly don't like loneliness. A faint smile appeared. But this feeling of watching others' liveliness is also quite nice. As his strength continued to increase, some of Ishiki's memories were extracted. According to Ishiki's speculation, the Otsutsuki god was no longer present. Theoretically, it might have been killed by someone else, or it had devoured too many fruits and repeatedly reincarnated, eventually transcending dimensions and surpassing the concepts of life and death. Thus, it no longer needed to rely on a vessel for reincarnation and voluntarily abandoned its physical body. Human ambition knows no bounds. Having gained power, one craves even greater power. Kagami was no exception. He had prepared for all known enemies and had absolute confidence in his victory. Sooner or later, he would want to break beyond the current dimension. Knowing that there was a higher realm, how could he not pursue it? That would likely be his final battle in this world. Life or death, victory or defeat, Kagami could accept either. Dying on the path of pursuit would be a splendid exit. This was also the reason he wanted to cultivate Shursui. The Uchiha clan was important, but it could not occupy his entire life. I was always the most important. As long as Shursui possessed the power to protect himself and the clan, and wouldn't be killed by some random deus ex machina, Kagami could face the future without restraint. He would not be bound by Shursui. If he laid the groundwork and Shursui still failed to grow up, then the one who should be ashamed was Shursui. Poof! After a puff of white smoke, a white slug with blue stripes on its back appeared. Are you ready? Kagami looked out the window and asked calmly. Everything is ready, Lord Kagami. The slug's voice was gentle like a kind elder sister. When this is over, I will help you reshape your body and change your self-destructive predicament. I am truly grateful, Lord Kagami. Don't thank me, in fact this is also a kind of killing you. Kagami smiled faintly. Both you and that toad are in bad shape. What about the snake in Ryuchi Cave? The slug paused for a moment. The white snake sage is the most successful among us in evolution. If she can transform into a dragon, she will completely break free from the shackles of lifespan. She will live and die with this planet. I see, so she didn't dare to come for fear that I would hinder her evolution. She underestimates me. I am actually quite interested in helping her shed her serpentine body. Kagami stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Since you mentioned it, I'll go to Ryuchi Cave and make arrangements. As for that dim-witted toad, forget it. He'd probably die as soon as he leaves Mount Myaboku. Isn't she still quite robust? Yet she sent only 3 little snakes to deal with me. You sanctuaries have connections, right? After you go there, use reverse summoning on me. Please wait a moment. Summoning you requires time to accumulate chakra. After waiting for an hour, Kagami felt the fluctuations of the summoning technique. Although the slug used a large amount of chakra, if Kagami had the slightest thought of resistance, this summoning technique would not succeed. Poof! Faint lanterns illuminated the temple beneath the earth. Before the temple, an old woman in a white robe leaned on a cane with orange hair, yellow eyes, and a gentle smile. Greetings, Lord Uchiha Kagami. Nice to meet you. I am White Snake. Kagami nodded. Greetings, White Snake Sage. His words were polite enough, but his next action was not. 3 tomo appeared in his eyes, and instantly a chilling dojutsu power enveloped the humanoid form of the White Snake Sage. Even the snakes who favored coldness could not help but feel a bone-piercing chill. Kagami saw through the White Snake Sage's genjutsu. The White Snake Sage before him was not the real body, but merely a special clone formed from a mass of sage chakra. Her real body was connected to the temple, extending infinitely, probably tens of thousands of meters long, or even longer. Apologies, my real body is too huge to be suitable for welcoming guests. The White Snake Sage put aside her pride and forced a smile to explain. Ryuchi Cave, representing the natural energy of the earth; Shikatsu Forest, representing the ocean; Mount Myaboku, representing the sky. Kagami chuckled. You are also the beloved children of the ninja world. Kagami folded his arms and looked into the temple where the real White Snake Sage resided. How about cooperating with me, the savior of the ninja world? I have no ill intentions toward you. I can even give you a dragon vein crystal that will allow you to transform into a dragon. You have such a kind heart. Upon returning to Konoha, Sukuna let out a cold sneer. The natural energy concentration of that white snake is second only to the dragon vein. I thought you would have eaten her. I'm not someone who accepts just anything. As for an ornament, your functionality is quite decent. I sincerely intended to help that old woman transform into a dragon. There are only 2 dragon vein crystals, and I truly plan to give her one. Dragon vein crystal. Just as the divine tree absorbs natural energy to produce the chakra fruit, this is something similar. It is a crystal refined by Uchiha Kagami, who buried parts of the dragon vein into the earth of the land of fire, extracting natural energy without damaging the land of fire's origin. Normal dragon vein energy is extremely violent. Even a genius like Sasori could only use diluted scraps. The energy of a dragon vein crystal is far inferior to that of the chakra fruit, but it is still a top-tier treasure usable by normal life forms. If a normal ninja obtained a dragon vein crystal, there is a suitable example. Fumajiraya. A dragon vein crystal allows a ninja to enter sage mode. If the output frequency is not too high, it serves as a near-infinite supplier of natural energy. Moreover, it would not cause a rampage due to uncontrollable power, unlike Fumajiraya. The power of the dragon vein crystal is stronger and more stable. In simple terms, one dragon vein crystal is equivalent to at least a powerful shadow-level expert who knows sage art. Especially for a life form like Wangliang, the dragon vein crystal can complement its shortcomings. He might become strong enough to reach the level of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. If the white snake sage transforms into a dragon, she might become even stronger, considering her current power is comparable to Nagato's. She would rank among the strongest in the ninja world. Combat power is a mysterious thing for ninjas. The vast majority are glass cannons. Only ninjas who develop ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu comprehensively with a strong physique are considered truly powerful in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. In terms of genjutsu talent, Shursui is the strongest Uchiha Kagami knows. Now the ocular power accumulated by his 3-tomo Sharingan has reached the level of Uchiha Kagami's 3-tomo. If Kagami hadn't been suppressing it, Shursui would have naturally awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Shursui's weakness is his body. Even though Shursui has trained since childhood, his durability will be surpassed by Sasuke in a few years. Shursui and Itachi can be considered the Genjutsu-oriented Uchiha, leaning towards emotion. Uchiha Madara and Sasuke focus on comprehensive development. Perhaps it is the influence of Indra's chakra that causes them to awaken only after their bodies can withstand the Sharingan. While Uchiha Kagami was pondering how to tailor Genjutsu for Shursui over at Shursui's place. Uchiha District. Shursui was staying at the residence flipping through a scroll. It was unmistakably the Yin-Yang release secret technique, one of the final rewards. After Uchiha Kagami summarized the Yin-Yang release secret technique, he taught it to Shursui. Shursui learned the Yin release knowledge quickly, but the Yang release was quite a struggle. The most common Yang release would be medical ninjutsu and the Nara clan's expansion jutsu. Specialization varies. Shursui could master the incredibly difficult flying Raijin, but he was at a loss for Yang release. Yang release is the power of Yang sourced from the body energy, governing life, granting form to life. Besides his eldest brother Shursui still had several people around him who knew Yang release. Tatsuya's Dragon Life Rebirth Jutsu is a hereditary technique similar to a Kekkei Genkai, a high-level Yang release secret art, but there was no possibility of learning it. He couldn't very well ask them to demonstrate it, as using it would cost them their lives. There was one more person. Gunmetal. Gunmetal's talent for converting fat into power was essentially the primitive version of the Nara clan's secret art. It was also a manifestation of Yang release. Shursui had also tried eating voraciously, but unfortunately his body's digestion couldn't keep up. Being able to eat is also a strong talent. At the training ground in the district, even Niji, who had the smallest appetite among the few, ate more than Shursui, let alone Hinata. Shursui was somewhat troubled and didn't notice Tatsuya entering with tea and snacks. Tatsuya was born in the same year as Shursui and was now 17 years old. Her white hair reaching her waist was tied in a low ponytail, and her face remained as cold as ever. Eat something first. The martial arts tournament starts tomorrow, right? Rest early tonight. Tatsuya had always lived here. Compared to Kabuto, who still had a foster mother, she was truly alone in the world. Years of living together had not led to any romantic feelings. Shursui and Tatsuya's relationship was more like siblings. They were just used to each other's presence. Shursui rubbed his forehead looking at Tatsuya with some melancholy. Thinking back to Uchiha Kagami's words, it was a strange feeling. Shursui understood very well that his brother did everything for his own good. As long as he followed his brother's arrangements, he could possess powerful strength second only to his brother's. Shursui did not resent such arrangements, but he was very clear about Uchiha Kagami, except for a very small number of people. In his brother's eyes, others were just chips on the scale. To achieve his goals, he would not care about their lives or deaths. If becoming stronger required Tatsuya's death, brother would definitely do it. Knowing that such a future might come, Shursui knew he would not hate his brother. Just as Uchiha Kagami considered Shursui the most important. In Shursui's eyes, Uchiha Kagami was also the most important. He began to recall the battle that occurred in Konoha that day. His grandmother never knew about that incident until her dying breath. Even he only learned of it when he officially started executing the mission. What should I do to follow my brother's arrangements while protecting Tatsuya? Wish. Shursui covered his eyes. When one realizes their own powerlessness, they can pray to the Sharingan. The Sharingan, the eye that reflects the soul. But brother, since you wanted to create an environment that would make me awaken the Mangekyō, why did you tell me these things in advance? I don't understand. Do you want me to follow your arrangements, or do you want me to break the habit of relying on you? Never mind. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'll know then. Namake's residence. In the spacious and bright living room, 5 children and a huge orange fat cat sat in a circle. Crunch, crunch. Gunmetal held a large bag of dried fish, constantly digging with his paws and shoving handfuls into his mouth. Stop it, Gunmetal. Your chewing noise is making it impossible for us to discuss tactics. Naruto jumped onto the table, one hand on his hip, pointing at Gunmetal. Crunch. Gunmetal took his last bite, his dark eyes looking at Naruto. You guys talk. I'm storing fat for tomorrow. We can eat tomorrow morning. I've already contacted Tuchi-san, and there will be 300 bowls of ramen tomorrow morning. But dried fish supplements protein, while ramen is mainly glucose and trace elements. Fat needs to be accumulated from a diverse diet. Meow. Sasuke and Niji exchanged a silent glance. Among the circle of people and the cat, he and Niji ate the least, which often troubled them. After much discussion about food, Naruto and Gunmetal reached a consensus. Slap. Karen slapped her small hand on the table. Alright, let's first choose a team captain. I choose Sasuke-kun. No, I want to be the captain. We're the Uzumaki team. How can an Uchiha be the captain? It's because you rode Gunmetal and ran faster to sign up first. It should be called Sasuke-Karen team. Seeing the 2 young Uzumaki about to start arguing, Uchiha Sasuke crossed his arms and snorted coldly. So childish. I think Niji's abilities make him suitable as captain, Sasuke said calmly. He was confident in his own strength, but for team coordination, the calmer and more perceptive Niji was more suitable. Since Sasuke chose it, meant Karen's vote also went to Niji. Hinata wanted to choose Naruto, but Gunmetal voted for Niji first. Gunmetal and Naruto had played together since childhood. He knew well whether that kid was reliable or not. Finally, the captain of the Uzumaki team was Hyuga Niji. Minato, returning home after a busy day, saw Kushina covering the 5 sleeping children and the fat cat on the sofa with a blanket, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Children from different ninja clans could also live and cooperate harmoniously. How nice. At dawn, many had lain awake all night. At the top of a towering building, Uchiha-Kagami slid open the floor-to-ceiling window and stepped forward slowly, his hand forming a single seal. An invisible ripple spread outward, and every shinobi with any sensory ability was shaken by the sheer terror of the chakra fluctuation. With a whoosh, a line of fire erupted from Uchiha-Kagami's mouth. It ignited the entire sky. A low rumble of thunder echoed from within the sea of flames, drawing every gaze upward. That man, he sure does love a grand spectacle. Starting with a battle against a Nine-Tails-level monster as the opening act, and now this kind of entrance. This sea of fire isn't going to fall on us, is it? That would be deadly. Are you stupid? If we were outside, we'd be dead for sure, but this is Konoha. To destroy Konoha just to kill us. I don't think I'm worth that price. You're right. Even if we can't compete, seeing such a magnificent sight makes this journey worthwhile. Indeed. What a pity. Getting citizenship in the Land of Fire is too difficult. I've heard quite a few participants plan to withdraw after surviving the first round, which grants them the eligibility to join the Land of Fire. So envious. I'm not envious of them. I envy the Fuma clan. Damn it, why can't I say nice things like that? What the hell? Maybe start by changing your habit of swearing. A roar. From within the sea of flames, streams of fire surged and converged. A colossal fire dragon roared forth. Minato, who had just arrived at the Hokage's office, smiled wryly and scratched his temple. If it weren't for what happened last night, setting the stage, the streets would be in chaos right now. The Uchiha are always like this, loving their pointless grand displays. Humph. From within Minato's sealing space, the Nine-Tails let out a cold snort. Though he was still displeased, Minato's seal was far more comfortable than Kushina's had been. The adamantine sealing chains were primarily for binding and restraint, but the space woven by the 8-trigram seal was far more accommodating. At the very least. After all these years, Kurama could finally lie down. Haha, don't say that. Sometimes a sense of ceremony is important. Especially for humans. Kurama, you'll understand someday. Don't call me by that name. Damn it. How do you, a yellow-haired brat, know my name? It was Kagami who told me. It's a wonderful name, Kurama. You fool. I told you not to call me that. Damn it. I'll eat you. If you've got the guts, let me out. Not yet. Minato Namikaze stood before the Vermilion Gate, gazing at the Nine-Tails fox lurking in the black and crimson shadows behind it. I hope that one day we can understand each other. When that day comes, I'll release you. But not yet. There are too many coveting you. I'll help Kagami deal with them. One day. Minato offered a gentle smile. I look forward to the sight of you running free across the land. Humph, naive brat. That Uchiha Kagami is the greatest evil in the shinobi world. You possess sealing arts nearly on par with the first Hokage, yet he has deceived you so thoroughly. I trust Kagami. Even if he were deceiving me, I would still believe him. Minato's figure slowly faded from the sealing space. At the very least, you now believe he isn't Madara Uchiha, don't you? No different. He's just as detestable and evil Uchiha as the rest. The colossal fire dragon, thousands of meters long, coiled high above Konoha. Waves of scorching heat rolled outward, dispelling the morning mist. Earth release could achieve a technique of equally grand scale. But to wield fire release with such mastery, it was simply unheard of. His skill with jutsu has already surpassed my master's, Onoki mused, tilting his head skyward. Mu the second Tsuchikage, who created dust release from nothing, possessed unprecedented talent in jutsu. The discerning see the craft, the casual see the spectacle. The fire release Uchiha Kagami displayed was the ultimate expression of chakra nature transformation. It was pure showing off. This style perfectly matched the shinobi world's stereotype of the Uchiha. They fought with flamboyance, insisting on dazzling their opponents before finishing them off. Combined with the jutsu that sealed the Nine-Tails last night, and that terrifying bizarre summoning beast, Onoki's mind drifted back to the night Uchiha Kagami first awakened his Mangekyō. The wound the Third Hokage had fought desperately to inflict had closed in an instant on that body. Uchiha Kagami truly had no weaknesses. He was the most perfect shinobi in history. Perhaps he embodied the very limits of what a shinobi could be. And he kept pushing beyond them. Onoki's feelings toward Uchiha Kagami were complicated. On one hand, he feared and loathed him. On the other, he couldn't help but admire this young man who relentlessly shattered his own limits. Recounting the final battle of the Third Great Ninja War, Onoki could discern that Uchiha Kagami had paid an enormous price, risking everything to obtain such power. That first encounter with this brat, the kid had pretended to be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to force his hand. It was full of holes in hindsight. But in that urgent situation, this brat dared to take the risk. It was precisely because Onoki couldn't sense any fear from Uchiha Kagami that he believed the boy held all the cards. Thus he missed his only chance to eliminate him before his time. Why weren't you born in the land of Earth? If you had been, I could have entrusted everything to you and gone to meet the two predecessors in peace. With a sigh, Onoki turned his gaze to Deidara, whose eyes were practically sparkling with stars. So cool. That's so cool. It'd be even cooler if it exploded. Hey, old man, do I have fire nature chakra? I want to incorporate fire release into my explosive release. I can definitely do it. Looking at Deidara's resolute gaze, Onoki felt a sense of gratification. He certainly wouldn't compare Deidara to Uchiha-Kagami. These past few days he'd seen the young people of Konoha. Setting aside numbers, at least Deidara, when taken alone, could measure up against them. Uchiha-Kagami, by all means grow even stronger. So strong that the shinobi world holds no meaning for you. You should never have existed in this world. The colossal fire dragon spiraled several times before diving toward the forest of death. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Four enormous black rods pierced the forest floor at the four corners of Konoha's outskirts, erecting a crimson barrier that rose into the clouds, enveloping a vast area, including the forest of death. Boom. The fire dragon slammed onto the crimson barrier, dispersing into a continuous line of flame that wrapped around it layer by layer. Flame stream, 4 crimson suns formation. Uchiha Kagami's voice resonated across the sky. From this moment the duration is 3 days. At most 90 participants may advance to the second round. If more than 90 remain at the end of the third day, I will eliminate the excess at random. The original 32-team format no longer applied as the massive gathering of shinobi had reduced the number of teams. But that was fine. Rules were always subject to change. Now then, the shinobi world martial demonstration. Begin. Beneath the crimson sky the forest of death lay shrouded. According to the item you gave me earlier, the Akatsuki base is 6 kilometers directly ahead. A black and white wolf dog clad in a ninja vest stood upright, like a human towering 2 meters tall. He returned the frog-shaped wallet to Chimu-shomao. Thank you, Jack. Leading the team, Chimu-shomao along with Kakashi Maite Kayasama Shiri Hongdae and Yao Shirdo formed the 7-man squad codenamed Fong. Oh, and we must also count the ninja dogs Jack and Paik. The Inazuka clan of Konoha was renowned for raising dogs, while the Chimu clan also held a contract with the Canine Ninja tribe. The wolf dog Jack possessed long-range olfactory perception and formidable combat prowess. In contrast, Paik's combat abilities were negligible, but his mid to short-range perception was far more detailed. It could even pinpoint the number and speed of enemies. Father, are we heading straight for the Akatsuki right after entering? Kakashi was somewhat taken aback. Among those present, he and Kai knew the Akatsuki best. They visited them roughly once a year. Each time senior sister Xiao Nen would drive them out with a few people, or the Deva path himself would appear. It was no secret that the Rinnegan could control corpses. Each path possessed a unique ability. Adding the original wielder Chongmen, as well as teacher Zilai and senior sister Xiao Nan, Kakashi felt that this lineup could even rival the first Hokage. Call me captain when on a mission. Chimu-shomao scolded coldly. He turned to address the group in a grave tone. Let me be clear, this is no game for us. I firmly believe that when the number of participants exceeds the designated limit, the mirror will randomly eliminate any one of us. This is our own choice with a high probability of death. If anyone wants to withdraw, I can request the mirror to let you drop out now. The price is that you can never be a ninja again. How could a ninja ever flee from battle? That's so unyouthful. Captain, Kai raised his arm, weeping tears of joy. This is the most perfect stage of youth. How could we ever retreat? Yes, this is our own choice. Asama stubbed out his cigarette, his eyes resolute. As each person declared their stance, Chimu-shomao's stern expression suddenly relaxed. Haha, I was just joking. I wouldn't dare ask the mirror to let us drop out. I've confirmed your resolve as ninjas. Now let me teach you something. His expression turned serious again. This is a truth I learned during my travels. As ninjas, there are times we must face difficulties head-on, but sometimes retreat is not shameful. It's quite useful. Chimu-shomao pointed to the side with 2 fingers. We'll avoid the Akatsuki and prioritize engaging ninjas from other villages. Hearing this, Kai had been ready to open the 7th gate and clash with the Akatsuki. The corners of Chimu-shomao's eyes crinkled with a smile. Comrades are the most important. I will protect you all, rest assured. You are the future of the village, and you must carry on the spirit of your predecessors. For Chimu-shomao, participating in this martial tournament held little meaning. He was already a high-ranking Leaf Shadow handling Fire Country affairs. Minato was more of a friend of Yuzhibo Jing, while he himself was Jing's retainer. Whatever he wanted, Yuzhibo Jing would not begrudge him. But he had realized that he was growing old and his strength had plateaued. Compared to the prodigiously talented Minato, even the White Fang of Konoha seemed inferior. He needed to cultivate outstanding successors to inherit his position. Words alone were useless. Chimu-shomao intended to lead by example. He was even prepared to die in this tournament. In truth, his most favored candidate was Maite Kai. Kai's personality and strength made him well suited to be the Leaf Shadow guarding the Fire Country. But there was a serious problem. Kai was somewhat forgetful. If he didn't meet someone often, he might forget their name and face. He could pass as an executor, but as a leader this was a fatal flaw. When the match began, the lower layers of the 4 red sun formation opened on all sides, and everyone entered from different directions. For the first half-hour, battles occurred. On the colossal screen in Konoha's Plaza, 36 small squares monitored every scene in the Forest of Death. The ninja world was not short of surveillance devices, but achieving such clarity relied on the technical support provided by the former Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The telescope technique, truly an indescribable jutsu. Near the edge of the Forest of Death, a towering tree grew overlooking the entire forest. At the top of the tree, 2 seats were woven from branches where Qinsho Zhujian and Yuzhibo Jing sat. Jujian's expression still showed a hint of disappointment. The reincarnated body didn't need sleep and had no sense of taste. With nothing else to do, he had gambled until dawn. Well, he had lost all the silver his brother Feijin had brought with him. He had even tried to steal the bankbook, but Feijin caught him and gave him a beating. Yuzhibo Jing, chin resting on his hand, said calmly, a group is about to approach. Qinsho Zhujian, care to wager. Bet on how long the first battle will last. Qinsho Zhujian shook his head with a wry smile. I don't want to gamble with others' lives. That's not right. Ridiculous. Is gambling with money any more noble? Is there any money in a ninja's hands that hasn't been stained with blood? Yuzhibo Jing's lips curled, his voice cold. The first of the 3 ninja prohibitions is money, isn't it? For a ninja, proposing such a bet doesn't break the rules. Qinsho Zhujian, you always think yourself noble, but you are ignorant and foolish. Stop scolding me. I know I'm ignorant. Fine, let's bet. If I win, you tell me when Ban is coming back, okay? Agreed. A faint elusive smile appeared at the corner of Yuzhibo Jing's mouth. If I win, you'll do one thing for me. As long as it doesn't harm my comrades anything. In the forest, the first encounter was between the team from the Bear Country's Star Shinobi Village and the Water Country's Mist Village. That headband, it's from the Water Country. The third-generation Star Shinobi Village leader was an old man over 90, followed by 30 or 40 people, one of the largest participating teams. A bunch of small fry taking up so many slots. From the Mist Village team, Jiao Do sneered coldly. Clearly the earlier visual recording had worked. He and Xia had successfully infiltrated the Water Country team. Beside the Star Shinobi leader, a middle-aged man with light purple hair stepped forward, his cold gaze sweeping over the Water Country group. Only a dozen people. Let us show you the peacock mystic art. Qi Xing, stand down. The old leader barked, then bowed to the Water Country team. I am the third-generation Star Kage of the Star Shinobi Village. Everyone, if battle breaks out, even if we cannot defeat you, you will suffer losses. How about we each withdraw and seek other teams? This old fool, where does he get the confidence? Even Goju Shirtsong didn't dare call himself Mizukage, yet this old man dared to style himself a Kage. Mizukage-sama, let me handle this. Behind Goju Shirtsong stood a beautiful woman with emerald eyes and long curly red-brown hair, but it wasn't her voice that spoke. From behind her stepped a white-haired boy with a blank expression, 2 red dots on his forehead, quite conspicuous. Jiao Do did not underestimate him. Because of his youth, his eyes narrowed. A brat from the Kagaya clan, huh? With that level of chakra, you're about to die, aren't you? Zhao Meiming placed her hand on his shoulder, frowning. I'm already annoyed that you insisted on coming. I won't allow you to fight. I brought you to find a cure, not to battle. Jun Malu shrugged lightly to free himself from her hand, and said flatly, it's fine. My purpose is to clean up such trash for the Mizukage-sama. I won. Uchiha Kagami said calmly. Senju Hashirama leaned forward, marveling. I thought that kid would win too, but I didn't expect him to finish the fight in 10 minutes. This kind of flashy and brutal fighting style. It really reminds me of Madara. Uchiha Kagami glanced at him and shook his head speechlessly. You two really can't stop talking about each other. Disgusting. In the forest of death. Crack. Kimimaro broke off a damaged bone and tossed it away, retracting the other bones protruding from his flesh back into his body. Before him lay the corpses of the Star Village ninja. As he pulled on his outer garment, his body trembled violently, followed by a harsh cough that spewed a mouthful of turbid blood. Terumi Mei hurried over to rub his back, trying to ease his pain. Kimimaro, you really can't use your Kekkei Jinkai anymore. You'll die. Wiping the blood from his lips, Kimimaro silently retreated behind Yagura Karatachi. When Yagura returned to the Land of Water to recruit participants, he had taken Kimimaro away from the Kagaya clan's imprisonment. Just that. Just a glimmer of light. That was enough for Kimimaro to die, for Yagura Karatachi. The distortion of the ninja world made many suffering children willing to give everything for just a little warmth. Even someone like Danzo was a savior in the eyes of many rude orphans. I have a way to treat him. Sasori's eyes lit up. What limited Kimimaro's growth was his body, a common phenomenon in the ninja world. A bloodline ability too powerful led to bloodline disease. Essentially, a frail body cannot bear immense power. Just switch to a new body. A human puppet has no such worries. If it breaks, just replace the parts. He could even preserve the third Kazakage's Kekkei Genkai, so the Shikatsu Miyaku should be no problem. If your treatment plan is to turn Kimimaro into a puppet, please spare me. Yagura Karatachi said flatly. Kimimaro was a useful weapon, but fragile. If Sasori treated him, that weapon would no longer be his. Kakuzu's beady eyes flickered with thought, but ultimately said nothing. Anyone could see that Kimimaro was not long for this world. He considered bargaining for Kimimaro's heart, but decided against it. Jiangu wasn't incapable of seizing a Kekkei Jinkai ninja's abilities, but the current balance of 5 elements was optimal. Adding a Kekkei Jinkai would disrupt the balance, potentially reducing combat power. Moreover, the Shikatsu Miyaku was like a virus, better to avoid it. Having been beaten multiple times, Kakuzu, who wasn't overly obsessed with power, began to think about how to strengthen himself. The foundation of Jiangu was already a well-developed technique. The path of evolution. Perhaps only Yin-Yang-released secret arts could make me stronger. His beady eyes scanned the people of the Land of Water with ill intent. Sorry, but I never keep my promises. I want the money, and I want the reward too. At the other end of the forest, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others crouched on Zotan's back, moving cautiously alert to every sound. Their team was the youngest among all participants. The combined age of the 5 of them was less than that of a single normal participant. At a turn, the cat carriage team encountered another group. Both sides tensed up. Leaf Ninja. That headband. It's from the hidden waterfall village. Niji, with solid theoretical knowledge, recognized their headband. He immediately activated his Byakugan to check their chakra levels. Good. Of these 8 people, only one had chakra at the Jonin level. The rest were basically Chunin or Jinin. It seemed his father was right. Even across the entire ninja world, the number of Jonin was limited, not like the Uchiha clan compound, where they were everywhere. As the team leader, Niji spoke quietly. Karen, Naruto, you take the lead. Follow Plan A formation. Plan A meant they could try fighting. Karen and Naruto, with their strong physiques, would charge first. Niji and Hinata would look for opportunities to pick off enemies one by one, while Sasuke provided fire support with ninjutsu and tools. Zotan would be on guard. Plan B was if the enemy's chakra was too great to confront, a Zotan would quickly flee with the team. There was also Plan C. If escape was impossible, they would reveal their identities. Among them were 3 disciples of Uchiha Kagami, one of his summoning beasts, and 2 core members of the Hyuga clan. Come on, try it. Seeing Karen and Naruto charge with enthusiasm, the leader of the hidden waterfall village quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Hold on. Leaf Ninja. We mean no harm." Naruto and Karen's movements didn't stop. They charged like 2 little lions into a flock of sheep. Why would they stop just because the opponent called a halt? They were all participating in the tournament with only 90 survival slots in the end. There was no foundation for cooperation. Uchiha Kagami's disciples had been exposed to bloodshed since they were 5 years old. As long as they weren't fellow villagers, they wouldn't hesitate to strike. Damn it. Leaf Ninja are so rude, the hidden waterfall leader roared. Not only did they take Fu, but even these brats are so fierce. Attack. Subdue them. Watch out for that black-haired, black-eyed kid. He's wearing Uchiha clothes. Don't hurt him. They didn't recognize the Byakugan, but the Uchiha clan crest was unforgettable. That day, several men in similar clothes with black hair and black eyes had easily captured Fu. Between the giant trees, figures clashed in chaos. Bang, 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 bang. Multiple shadow clone technique. Dozens of little Narutos overwhelmed with numbers. With abundant chakra, he could do whatever he wanted. The compatibility between a thick skull and multiple shadow clones was terrifyingly high. The backlash from shadow clones dissipating was just a minor inconvenience to him, but others dared not use it like he did. Karen was still young and hadn't learned many ninjutsu. She wielded an adamantine sealing chain, her small figure trailing a red light. Once Karen's chain bound someone, several Narutos would swarm in and beat them unconscious. In the initial clash, 2 of the caught-off-guard hidden waterfall ninja were taken down. These brats are no joke. Attack together. The hidden waterfall leader, at least Jonin level, soon turned the tide against Karen and Naruto. Bang! A small fair hand sent a hidden waterfall ninja flying, the one about to attack Naruto, slamming him into a large tree. Such ferocious strength shocked not only the hidden waterfall ninja, but also made Naruto shiver. Hinata, you're so strong. Hinata's face flushed red, and she shyly lowered her head. A gap. A hidden waterfall ninja seized the opportunity, lunging at Hinata with a kunai. Whoosh! Aya! Suin. The hidden waterfall ninja, named Suin, was pinned to the ground by 2 arrows through his shoulder. On Zotan's back, Sasuke and Niji, each holding a bow, exchanged a silent glance. Their thoughts were the same. You've been secretly practicing archery without telling me. Wow, Sasuke-kun is so cool. Karen cheered for her idol amidst the chaos. Thank you, Niji and I. Hinata, this is a battle. Don't get distracted. Niji scolded sternly. Wait. The hidden waterfall leader urged, can't we talk first? Suddenly a blue light flashed before him. Naruto held a spinning azure Rasengan, charging straight for his face. We'll talk after I beat you. Take this. Rasengan. As for the substance, known as chakra, some individuals are born with a quantity far exceeding that of the majority of ninja. The Uzumaki clan exemplified this trait. Free from the interference of the Nine Tails, and having undergone the elite education imparted by Uchiha Jing and Bluffing Shuumin, their potential was further refined. Moreover, having been well-nourished since childhood, and possessing a temperament slightly tinged with irascibility under the influence of Jikusenai, it stands to reason that a 6-year-old Naruto could defeat the leader of a minor ninja village with a single spiral sphere. The leader of the Takigakure, having taken the spiral sphere directly to the face, suffered a concussion of the brain and fell into a state of dizziness. Whoosh! The adamantine chains wrapped around him like a dumpling, the timing exquisitely precise. With the leader defeated, the others soon found themselves unable to hold out. Within minutes, a group of Takigakure ninja were docilely bound in a line, the most severely injured being Shui Yin. This was the very individual who would later betray Takigakure. Now I can have a word with you all. Xiang Lin clapped her small hands together, looking at the Takigakure group with a hint of confusion. I mean, if you're this weak, why would you even participate in such a competition? Even we wouldn't dare to enter without a few trump cards up our sleeves. The awakened Takigakure leader was on the verge of tears. I didn't want to either. We pulled many strings just to get in touch with the wooden leaf ninja guarding the gate. But as soon as that man heard our request, he immediately ignored us and didn't even return the gifts we had brought. He then went on to recount the tragic plight of Takigakure village. They had been minding their own business behind the waterfall when suddenly several Uchiha clan members burst in and captured their important Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. That Jinchuriki had even become one of the final rewards. Having witnessed the strength of ninja from other villages, they had no intention of competing. Seizing the opportunity to meet Uchiha Jing, they intended to use the village's treasure, the hero's water, to exchange for fu. However, Uchiha Jing, seeing that the sun was about to set and eager to leave work, simply listed them as the last group of participants. After that, they didn't dare to refuse entry. Abiding by the rules offered a slim chance of survival. Defying them meant that the Uchiha patrolling outside had their blades pressed against their necks. So that's it. You came for your comrade. Naruto stroked his chin, somewhat troubled. If it were for fame or rewards, he could steal his heart and send them off. But now, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Swish. Sasuke drew a short blade from his waist. No matter what your reasons are, since you've entered the competition, you should have the resolve to die. Naruto, if you can't bear to watch, I'll do the deed. Sasuke was already quite annoyed. These bastards had been slandering the Uchiha clan, which greatly displeased him. As everyone knows, tailed beasts were originally the pets of the Uchiha clan. Why else could the strongest of them, the Nine Tails, be so easily controlled by the Sharingan? We Uchiha are merely taking back what belongs to us. How is that theft in your mouths? Niji remained silent, inwardly agreeing with Sasuke's sentiment. His mind was heavy, contemplating more deeply. He had vaguely guessed at some of Uchiha Jing's intentions. The primary reason was undoubtedly Shisui, but perhaps they themselves also played a part. If they failed to grow through this martial exhibition, Lord Jing would surely be somewhat disappointed. Niji had always kept his father's teachings close to his heart. No matter what one does, the most important thing is never to disappoint Lord Jing. This was not merely a personal matter, but one that concerned the entire Hyuga clan. Wait. Naruto raised his hand to stop Sasuke. What are you waiting for? Let these scum occupy the slots. Even if we don't kill them, others will. Sasuke's eyes were cold as he advanced with his blade toward the terrified Takigakure group. I'll be quick, there won't be much pain. Naruto quickly grabbed Sasuke's hand. Hold on, let's loot their belongings first. Sasuke turned to look at Naruto, his eyes unreadable, as if scrutinizing whether this was truly Naruto. He could accept Naruto stopping him from killing since the guy had a soft heart sometimes. But looting before killing. Naruto, are you sure you're not the Uchiha here? Noticing the strange looks from his companions, Naruto realized his words were odd. He scratched the back of his head and explained, I have a way to send them out. That way they won't take up the slots. But before that, their hero's water seems pretty useful. Let's get some of that. What do you mean? Sasuke frowned. I remember the staff at the entrance said that even reverse summoning and flying thunder god can't escape the barrier's range. Naruto then pulled out a handful of talismans inscribed with the words, Sword of Ninja Love, numbering around 100. Ordinary space-time ninjutsu can only enter but not leave, but mine is different. Just stick this talisman on your body and activate it with chakra, and you'll appear outside the barrier. Dad said that teacher left a back door. His flying thunder god can trigger it. This thing is called something like instant back and forth ninja love thunder god. Too long, can't remember. Isn't this cheating? Niji was somewhat speechless. Naruto rolled his eyes at Niji and pouted. What else? What if someone really wants to kill us? Know your place, Niji. We're just kids. The teacher didn't say it outright, but he clearly sent us here to experience things. We're not even ninja yet. What's wrong with a little cheating? It's fine. So Shueimon gave you that sort of thing. Zhuolun yawned, pulling a metal ball from his layers of fat. Actually, Lord Jing also prepared protective measures for you. I originally wanted to create a bit of tension and not mention it first. Watching this scene, the Takigakure group could only think one thing: different people, different fates. Just what level of young masters were these that even that lord would prepare safeguards for them? No. Could you be the legendary Orange Flash of the cat village? One of the Takigakure exclaimed. According to legend, years ago there was a ninja cat. It traveled alone, eating its way across the ninja world. When the shop owner came to collect payment, all they saw was a fleeting flash. Then a note would be left on the table saying to settle the bill with the Hokage of Wooden Leaf. Even the bun shop in Takigakure, hidden deep within the waterfall, had such a legend. The fat cat stood on its hind legs, put its paws on its hips, and laughed. Hee, that's me, this humble one, meow. Zhuolun, is he some kind of big shot? Xiang Lin looked at her companions in confusion. I don't know. Isn't Boss Zhuolun just a fat cat who loves to eat? Sasuke glanced at Zhuolun. I only know he's the teacher's pet. I've heard from my father that Lord Zhuolun was the Minister of Construction during Wooden Leaf's reconstruction, making tremendous contributions to the post-disaster rebuilding. Niji said slowly. Moreover, the mere fact that he is Lord Jing's summoning beast is enough to attest to Lord Zhuolun's legendary status. The Takigakure leader's eyes lit up. Lord Zhuolun, we have long heard of your prestige. Could you please entreat that lord to return food to us? Zhuolun slowly lowered his front paws like a fat tiger, coldly staring down the crowd. Who do you think you are to have the right to ask me for anything? Hand over the hero's water obediently, and then get lost. It's only because Naruto, this kid, is willing to spare you. If it were up to me, I'd kill all of you who can't recognize your place. Don't think just because I'm broad-minded and fat I'm some kind of nicey nice mister. Cat. Most teams, so long as they had a censor-type ninja, would instinctively avoid the Akatsuki. Yet there were always exceptions. Some even sought them out deliberately. On a forest path, the two groups collided unexpectedly and came to a halt simultaneously. Jiraiya, you've really joined the Akatsuki. Orochimaru's voice was chillingly cold, a smile present, yet devoid of any warmth. Orochimaru. I haven't joined the Akatsuki. We've merely reformed the Frog Squad. Jiraiya stepped forward, correcting his old friend's misunderstanding. Is this the child of prophecy you've been searching for? The Rinnegan? It's that brat from back then. Orochimaru crossed his arms and sneered. Even with the Rinnegan, how could it ever compare to the mirror? Jiraiya, you truly are incorrigible. If a child of prophecy truly exists, it can only be Uchiha-Jing. Jiraiya shook his head and offered a goofy grin. I've stopped searching for the child of prophecy. That sort of thing can go whichever way it pleases. I merely owe Nagato and the others too much, so I cling to them shamelessly, hoping to make amends in some small way. Orochimaru's expression faltered. A strange smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. People really do change. I felt something was off when I last saw you. I thought your stupidity would follow you to the grave. What exactly went wrong to make this idiot suddenly see the light? Jiraiya's expression drooped. Don't say that. The third and second Hokage are here along with my disciples. Show a little respect, will you? Hashirama Senju's gaze swept over the assembled group. Monkey, your disciples' disciples. They're all quite extraordinary. Minato Namikaze and Uchiha-Jing were already known to be Jiraiya's students, and now the Rinnegan wielders stood before them. Counting all of Jiraiya's disciples, if Konan was excluded, even Kakashi had become a ninja of renown. Hiruzen Sarutobi scratched his head awkwardly. Master Tobirama, perhaps this is simply a matter of extraordinary fate. Tobirama stepped forward and spoke. Nagato, I know who you are. To avoid the prying eyes of certain individuals, I will employ the darkness transition jutsu. Do not be alarmed. His hands moved through a series of seals, and an abyssal darkness began to spread. Nagato watched the enveloping gloom with an expressionless face. Just this. Through the Rinnegan's vision, everything remained perfectly clear. Since their techniques shared a common origin, there was at least a foundation for pre-battle conversation. Hashirama's expression grew grave as he spoke steadily. You must have realized by now. This tournament was orchestrated by Uchiha-Jing for his own selfish ends. We were forcibly brought in. What is your purpose? If there is no conflict, we can cooperate. How do you propose we cooperate? We join forces and eliminate the ninja elites of the four great nations. Hashirama's face was grim. I despise Uchiha-Jing, but I acknowledge the order he has brought to the Fire Nation. Yet after all these years, he has shown no intention of bringing peace to the shinobi world. He clings only to the Fire Nation, possessing the strength to unify the shinobi world, yet taking no action. What a waste of such power. Nagato fell silent, unsure how to respond. If you had asked me to conspire against Uchiha-Jing, I would have found that more reasonable than whatever you just said. I have tried discussing peace with him. Nagato sighed. He is indeed selfish. Clearly, if he were to deal devastating blows to all the great nations and then rebuild the shinobi world from the ruins, peace would arrive. It was now Tobirama's turn to fall silent. I only wanted to ally with you to assassinate the high-ranking officials of the four nations and reshuffle the leadership. And you want to deal devastating blows to entire nations. Are all the shinobi of this new era this volatile? He's even more ferocious than Uchiha Madara. After a pause, Tobirama carefully chose his words. For the sake of argument, let us say our objectives align. If we eliminate the high-ranking ninja of the Lightning and Earth nations, it will force Uchiha-Jing to act and begin unifying the shinobi world. Nagato shook his head. That is entirely your own fantasy. Merely killing a few individuals will never be enough to make them understand true suffering. Nagato fixed his cold gaze upon Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi, do you still remember the Uzumaki clan? I only came to understand later why my mother refused to speak of her homeland. Why were my parents so afraid when they saw the Konoha forehead protectors on you? You betrayed the Uzumaki clan. Hashirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, you can never comprehend the suffering of small nations. Uchiha-Jing is far too gentle toward you. Boom. A furious repulsive force tore the darkness transition jutsu asunder. Nagato's palm faced Hashirama, his voice icy. You have no authority to command me, and far less to dictate the future of the shinobi world. Only I and Uchiha-Jing hold that right. Shinra Tensei. Hashirama felt a powerful attractive force pull him toward Nagato, and immediately drew several specially marked kunai from his coat. Noticing the distinctive patterns on the kunai, Nagato naturally recognized them as Tobirama's signature technique, the Flying Thunder God. Bang! The attraction ceased, and a wave of repulsive force sent the kunai, and Hashirama, flying. Hashirama steadied himself upon a great tree and spoke coldly. Strange. What connection exists between the Rinnegan and the Sharingan? Such vicious ocular power. It carries a certain resemblance to that man, Uchiha Madara. Nagato, have you not noticed that your personality is being influenced by those eyes? Or have you always been this way since childhood? Jiraiya frowned slightly. The Nagato of his childhood would never have behaved like this. Nagato shook his head. It is not these eyes that have changed me. It is the twisted shinobi world you have created that has given me these convictions. That sense of self-righteousness as if he were blameless and the world at fault. That crimson hair of his. Surely he is of the Uzumaki clan. Why does he feel more and more like that person every day? Hashirama's brows drew together tightly as he summoned 2 coffins. One bore the character gold, the other silver. Within the flame stream 4 red yang formation summoning jutsu could still be performed. Entry was possible, but not exit. Monkey, go speak with your disciple. Good heavens, why does the other side always lose their temper whenever I open my mouth? I haven't said anything disrespectful, have I? Hiruzen looked helplessly toward Jiraiya. Before he could speak, Orochimaru interjected. Enough, old man. Your way of thinking is already behind the times. Orochimaru licked his lips and grinned sinisterly. Even if cooperation is desired, the prerequisite is the display of strength. Click. He bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Jiraiya mirrored the action. Boom. The 2 sage masters of Mount Myaboku and the 3 snake maidens of the Land of Snakes made their entrance. Jiraiya, let me see what you're capable of now. Heh, I've always wanted to fight you properly. The reason I lost before was simply because I was holding back. Konan Nagato, buy me some time. I need to enter sage mode. Old man's second Hokage, let's move. Jiraiya pressed his palms together and retreated behind Konan. Orochimaru's body erupted with white phosphorescence as the 3 snake maidens silently took position behind Hiruzen. Bang! Hiruzen gripped his golden-banded staff, lacking any fighting spirit. Why exactly am I fighting this battle? I'd rather be back in Pure Land. Jiraiya-sensei dependent on his disciples for protection. How unusual. A faint, elusive smile graced Konan's lips as her body dissolved into countless paper fragments enveloping the battlefield. Pain of the heavenly path. No, it is Yahiko. He charged forward, first black rods sprouting from his palm and thrusting straight toward Hashirama's face. This brought forth unpleasant memories for Hashirama, who instantly vanished in a flash step. He clapped his palms together, and the lids of both coffins burst open. Am I not already dead? Kenjutsu, even you. The twin-horned brothers of gold and silver emerged from their coffins. It's you, Hashirama Senju. What a despicable technique. To be summoned by a defeated subordinate like you is nothing short of humiliation. Hashirama wasted no words with the 2 and drove kunai embedded with special sealing tags directly into their brains, achieving complete control. His gaze turned icy cold. As for suffering, I have known it intimately since childhood. Rather than stabilizing the greater picture with minimal losses, you seek to provoke war. Nagato, I cannot accept your philosophy. Tobirama Senju, there is no doubt that his death truly embodied his own will of fire. To protect his subordinates, he willingly served as bait and trusted his will to the next generation as the Hokage and sacrificed himself, while covering their retreat until he was utterly exhausted. Among them was the grandfather of Uchiha Kagami. This was also the reason why, despite his obvious dislike for Tobirama Senju, he simply ignored him as long as the latter did not provoke him. Uchiha Kagami was not an ungrateful person. He was willing to repay the debts owed by his predecessors. If he were not such a person, he would not have developed a sense of identity with the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he never believed that Tobirama Senju's actions were wrong. If their positions were reversed, he would only go further than Tobirama Senju. At the center of the Forest of Death, with Nagato and his group as the epicenter, boundless repulsive force swept through like a hurricane, uprooting mountains and giant trees, hurling them all into the air. The terrifying power flattened everything for miles around. This massive tremor caught the attention of everyone within the barrier. That direction. Is the Akatsuki fighting someone? The Lightning Earth Allied Force, or the few from Konoha? Based on available intelligence, most believe these 3 groups possessed overwhelming tiered strength. Tobirama Senju, leading Hiruzen Sarutobi and the 4 Snakes combination, executed a spatial transfer, manipulating Kinkaku and Ginkaku forward through the repulsive force. The impure world reincarnated Kinkaku and Ginkaku were not as strong as when alive, but they were still sufficient for reconnaissance. A technique utilizing repulsive and attractive forces. Is it the power of the Rinnegan? The intensity was passable, certainly enough to deal with ordinary shinobi, but in Tobirama Senju's eyes, it was merely SOSO. He needed one hand to form seals controlling Kinkaku and Ginkaku, while the other hand shaped several seals. Water-style water riding wave. On the once waterless earth, waves suddenly surged. The technique's range is too vast, the Preta path can't absorb it in time. Nagato frowned slightly. That is the second Hokage after all. No matter how highly we estimate him, it's never enough. Jiraiya grinned, jumping onto the summoned giant bird of the animal path along with the others. Jiraiya-sensei, how much longer do you need? A few minutes, it'll be quick. Look, that Orochimaru over there isn't ready either. Little Jiraiya, little Nagato, be careful not to be marked by the flying thunder god seal. Fukasaku, perched on Jiraiya's shoulder, said in a low voice. Tobirama Senju once severely wounded Uchiha Azuna with the flying thunder god, leading to his death. And that was a Mangekyō Sharingan level existence. Nagato shuddered, immediately checking his pain puppets for any flying thunder god marks. Currently, only 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan existed in the ninja world. They were Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Obito. They did not yet know that Kageme's Mangekyō was different. But even using Obito as a standard, the power of the Mangekyō was unmistakable. Even Nagato found that bizarre space-time ability extremely troublesome. The Mangekyō that Fukasaku was familiar with belonged to the era of Uchiha Madara, and his concept of the Mangekyō was benchmarked against that formidable figure. Fortunately, Fugaku's Mangekyō remained unknown to the world. Otherwise, the reputation of the Mangekyō in the ninja world would have plummeted. The second Hokage and the old man are both in pure world bodies. Even that guy Orochimaru managed to survive against Kagami. Go all out, Nagato. You don't need to tell me to do that. After confirming there were no marks, Nagato stepped forward with the Azura path, the flesh on his palm splitting open to reveal a metallic sheen. His head cracked open like a watermelon, revealing a deep cannon barrel. Boom, 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 boom. Countless missiles, rockets, and even laser beams shot out. Under the devastating firepower, Kinkaku and Ginkaku were immediately blown to pieces. To deal with impure world shinobi, you must use a sealing technique after destroying them, otherwise the battle will never end. Sealing technique. Not necessarily. For dealing with things like this. Swoosh. The human path pain appeared in an instant before the slowly reforming Kinkaku and Ginkaku, extending his hand, grabbing both of their heads. A strange humming sound, and the souls of Kinkaku and Ginkaku were gradually being pulled from their impure world bodies. What is this ability? In the face of the Rinnegan, this mere impure world reincarnation is nothing. Nagato snorted, pouring more chakra to accelerate the extraction of Kinkaku and Ginkaku's souls. Boom. Suddenly violent chakra erupted from Kinkaku and Ginkaku, forcibly breaking free from the human path. Above the lake created by Tobarama Senju, crimson chakra enveloped them both with several massive tails swaying behind them. What's going on? How could these two be Jinchuriki? Nagato and Jiraiya were astounded. The Akatsuki's goal was to collect all tailed beasts, and they knew the general intel on each Jinchuriki, if not every detail. These two weren't even on the list. Kinkaku and Ginkaku, I've heard of them. The wisdom of having an elder at home came into play. Fukasaku squinted his frog eyes and said solemnly, the two brothers possessed the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, capable of manipulating the 5 great treasures of the Sage. They obtained Nine Tails chakra by devouring its flesh. They were revered as the two lights of the clouds. Because of their crime of murdering the second Raikage and the second Hokage, they became the most heinous criminals in Kumogakure's history. Nagato's eyes glittered. Fukasaku-sama, do you mean? They possessed Nine Tails chakra. His greatest concern was how to obtain the Nine Tails from Konoha. If there was another way. He exchanged a glance with Konan. They absolutely had to seize Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Even if it meant using that technique, it would be worth it. Above the water below, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, now in Nine Tails chakra mode, retreated to Tobarama Senju's side. That technique that extracts souls. Tobarama Senju frowned deeply. The Rinnegan had too many abilities, including a means specifically targeting souls. We need to take down that Rinnegan clone first. If he manages to extract my soul, it'll be trouble. Orochimaru, are you ready? He turned around. At that moment, Orochimaru was in a completely inhuman form. 2 sharp horns grew from his forehead, and several serpentine, transparent chakra emanated from his entire body. Purple eyeshadow extended to cover both cheeks. His exposed skin was covered in white scales, and the 3 snake princesses transformed into blue-green and orange massive serpents coiling around him. Sage mode. Those with unyielding perseverance are the key to becoming a sage. Orochimaru tied back his disheveled long hair, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I'm ready. Never been better. Your sage mode is a bit different from my brother's. Tobarama Senju sensed Orochimaru's greatly increased chakra, comparing it to his memory of Hashirama's appearance. The Ryuchi Cave's sage mode is stronger the more inhuman one becomes. It's entirely different from Hashirama-sama's. Orochimaru explained, looking up at the tall figure atop the giant bird. Speaking of which, I've never seen this form of yours before. It's quite ugly, Jiraiya. Haha, you're not much better yourself, Orochimaru. Swoosh. Jiraiya, accompanied by the 2 great sages, descended forcefully, completing the technique mid-air. Sage art. Gomen. Oil wind style, fire style. The 3 combined, and a scorching wave of boiling oil swept down like a tidal wave. Sage art, inorganic reincarnation. This is a reincarnation ninjutsu that can bestow life upon inanimate inorganic objects and control them. It is not a simple technique that uses chakra to control matter. Water, too, is an inorganic substance. The lake whipped up massive waves which, under Orochimaru's control, formed a colossal water serpent that collided with the overwhelming tide of oil. Boom. The exploding liquid splattered outward with the farthest drops even hitting the edges of the 4 red sun formation and being scorched into a cloud of vapor. Sage art, white stimulation technique. Walking on the waves, Orochimaru released a glowing red dragon from his mouth. The red dragon held a black orb. The red dragon spun rapidly around the black orb, and then the red light dragon drilled into the black orb. Boom. The black orb exploded, releasing a blinding light and a piercing sound. Even Nagato's Rinnegan could not directly gaze upon such intense white light. At the same time, the air vibration made several people feel a numbing sensation in their bones, slowing their movements. Orochimaru could use a snake's cornea to ignore the blinding light, and Tobirama had also developed a similar technique. It was just a matter of not relying on sight. If he couldn't even do that, how could he fight the Uchiha? Seizing the opportunity created by Orochimaru, a high-pressure water jet shot from Tobirama's mouth. It cut the strange bird in the sky in half. Monkey. Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a massive Earth-style wall. Shadow clone technique. With 4 consecutive bangs, 5 Sarutobi Hiruzens stood atop the Earth-style wall. Wind, fire, lightning, earth, water. 5 elements, great combo technique. Little ones watch out. Boom. 5 different nature transformations converged at the same point, creating a devastating explosion that could be seen for dozens of miles. The nearby Inoki and his group. He looked up at the exploding scene and frowned. A combination of 5 different nature transformations. That's Sarutobi Hiruzen. This level is about the same as his prime, isn't it? Impure world reincarnation and such. How unfair. A raised his hand to deflect the flying wood debris and turned to look at Inoki. The ones fighting should be the Akatsuki and the fire team. Senior Inoki, do you have any intel? Inoki pondered for a moment and then spoke. I don't know the full extent of the Rinnegan's abilities, but legends say it is the supreme eye with the power to reverse life and death. The superiority of a dojutsu bloodline limit goes without saying. You can compare him to Uchiha Kagami, who just awakened his Mangekyō. A's heart clenched. Mentioning that name reminded him of his father, who died in that battle. I don't know about that blue-haired woman. As for Jiraiya, he was the one in charge of your front back then, so you probably know most of the intel. Senju Tobirama. He is a ninja with almost no flaws. Even my teacher, the second Hokage, said that among the second Hokages of his era, he was the strongest. Although your clouds Kinkaku and Ginkaku killed him, you must never think he was weak because of that. I shook his head. How could I think that? Our second Hokage also died at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Rather than saying Kinkaku and Ginkaku defeated them, it's more accurate to say Senju Tobirama lost to the Six Paths tools. I brought the amber purifying pot this time. Even if we encounter them, I can suppress them. Inoki nodded and continued. Senju Tobirama is most famous for his flying thunder god technique and powerful water release. Now that he is an impure world reincarnation body, Master Mu mentioned that we must never let the revived ninjas summoned by Senju Tobirama get close. If they get tagged with explosive tags, the battle is over. Why? Master Mu didn't explain clearly. I asked him at the time, but he only told me this much. In any case, we need to keep our distance from Senju Tobirama. Don't engage in close combat. He has too many strange tricks. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a master of the 5 nature transformations. As you saw, the power of that attack just now was no less than a tailed beast ball. He has honed all 5 nature transformations' secret techniques, taijutsu and jinjutsu, to great proficiency. He has thoroughly studied all the techniques of Konoha. I have fought him directly. We had mixed results. If a fight breaks out, I am confident I can hold him off. As for Orochimaru, Inoki frowned. I thought he was just so-so, but he survived the struggles in Konoha and even assembled a team of past Hokages. He's quite a figure. We need to pay more attention. The two were talking. Killer B leaned in. Hey yo. Don't be impatient. AB brothers, Inoki-san invincible. As long as we don't run into Sharingan, we'll be fine. As soon as he finished speaking, a black-haired, slightly curly-haired youth suddenly appeared on the tree branch in front of them. He was wearing Uchiha attire with a short sword at his waist. This appearance nearly triggered a stress reaction in Inoki. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not that person. Uchiha Shursui. Even though it was only Uchiha Shursui alone, they did not act rashly. A sneered. As that person's brother, you can get anything you want. Why bother participating in the tournament? Shursui wore a gentle smile similar to Minato's. Do you feel dissatisfied, fourth Raikage? Click. A gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Are you provoking me? No, I'm just showing respect. A felt even more humiliated. Our titles were stripped away, and we can't even call ourselves by them. Yet you can say it so easily. You who were born with everything can never understand our pain. It glared at Shursui and said coldly, you're just a brat protected by Uchiha Kagami. What right do you have to stand before us? Shursui put away his smile and slowly drew his short sword. Yeah, I have always lived under my brother's protection, but it's unreasonable for you, Cloud Ninja, to say that to me. You once tried to abduct Minato-sensei's wife. Acts of stealing others' secret techniques and bloodline limits have been numerous, haven't they? Relying on strong power to bully the weak. Isn't that the philosophy you uphold? What when my brother does something similar, it makes you feel pain, Shursui held his short sword horizontally before his eyes. A pair of crimson eyes lit up. This world is unfair, life is unfair. I was born with everything. Even if I don't ask, as long as I show a hint of desire, the most precious things will be delivered to me. I won't hypocritically hate this privilege. This was earned by my brother through immense effort for us. So get used to it. Whoosh. Shursui appeared before A with a body flicker like a black flash. He slashed down. Black-red flames coiled around the blade, already showing a hint of the slash release. This is my trial. I will prove it. I am worthy of my brother's expectations. That day AI recalled the sensation of being dominated by fear. True Shandun belonged exclusively to Uchiha Kagami. Under normal understanding, bloodline delimitations are the product of fusing 3 chakra natures. Shonen was different. Uchiha Kagami had explicitly stated that Shonen was a bloodline delimitation combining the powers of two worlds. That is the fusion of Mangekyō Sharingan and Sukuna's slashing strike. Over the years, Uchiha Kagami had also compiled a set of Shonen secret techniques suitable for ordinary Uchiha clan members. Similar to the colorless and formless A-rank ninjutsu wind release dust haze style, the sever slash used by Uchiha Kagami in his childhood required a certain level of proficiency in swordsmanship and the opening of the Sharingan. In plain terms, Uchiha Kagami's Shonen was an exclusive premium version while his clanmates had the youth edition. And Shirsui's cultivation lay somewhere in between, considered the standard version. By applying the eye power of the Sharingan to invisible slashing strikes combined with specific force-generating techniques, one could achieve the preliminary level of Black Slash. The difficulty of cultivation was far greater than that of the Flying Thunder God technique. Absolute control over one's own power was merely the basic requirement. The Shonen cultivation secret scroll that Uchiha Kagami produced was the standard version. If one possessed eyes and abilities identical to Kagami's, they might also reach his level. Of course, only in theory. Just as Yamato possessed Hashirama's cells and learned would-release techniques, yet was still worlds apart from Senju Hashirama. Shirsui's Tanto swung with impenetrable density, each slash carrying threads of black-red lightning. Mirroring this was AI's lightning release armor. Shirsui's slashes from all angles were blocked by his arm guards. The attack frequency of both was too fast, leaving no room for others to intervene. AI's lightning release armor, whether in attack or defense, was inferior to his father's. Only in speed did the student surpass the master. The range of black-red lightning and azure thunder expanded ever wider, as if storm clouds were converging here, sweeping through with hurricane force. Swish, 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 swish. Although it was a one-on-one battle, it was as fast as hundreds fighting in a chaotic melee with sonic booms and airwaves rising one after another. In close combat, AI could keep up with Shirsui's speed, but the gap in their perceptual insight was too vast. With Shirsui's 3-tomo Sharingan, his perceptual insight was already comparable to that of a typical Mangekyō. In other words, apart from lacking the exclusive ocular techniques of the Mangekyō, his Sharingan-based statistics were at the Mangekyō level. As slashes accumulated continuously, AI could no longer block them all with his arm guards. The blade halos tore his clothing and carved several shallow wounds. It could be seen. AI's exposed upper body was covered with countless blade scars. The fine wounds were dense and numerous. The most terrifying was a massive slash mark on his chest stretching from his left shoulder down to his lower right ribs. He glanced down at his wounds and sneered. This is Uchiha Kagami's gift. After that battle, I have constantly been licking the pain of my crushing defeat. Someday I will. Speaking such words only reveals your incompetence. Shirsui interrupted AI's speech with a disdainful smile. Someday what? Do you dare say that in front of my brother? And calling it a gift? You really know how to flatter yourself. Just surviving under my brother's casual slash meant for shooing away flies makes you that proud. You arrogantly consider my brother your enemy. But ever since my brother surpassed you, he no longer pays you any mind at all. An eagle soaring in the sky does not care about the ants in the mud. Not just AI, but also Inoki and the others felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Shirsui casually glanced at the group, a light smile on his lips, his meaning unmistakable. Ridiculous. Threatening the Uchiha. We don't buy that. Damn it. AI roared, swinging his fist straight up. Shirsui changed his strategy, shifting from offense to defense, while his mouth kept chattering. Already losing your temper. Wasn't this your trash talk session? You're cursing after just a few sentences. It seems Kakashi-senpai's evaluation of you was quite accurate, a bunch of black-skinned monkeys with underdeveloped cerebellums. AI's face turned dark red, his movements growing increasingly ferocious. If both parties possessed unwavering will, verbal attacks would be useless. But AI clearly still had significant psychological flaws. When facing the Uchiha, he always positioned himself as a victim and an avenger. From the first battle, where the Uchiha caused Barari's death, to the second time, he witnessed his father dying before his eyes. Although he refused to admit it. But regarding the Uchiha, he had truly developed psychological trauma. For 10 years, he had not paused for a moment, training daily with the conviction of certain death solely to stand before Uchiha Kagami with dignity. He wasn't trying to boast about how great he was. He simply wanted to prove that the son of the Third Hokage also had the courage to face you. But now, he couldn't even defeat that man's younger brother. AI's movements grew faster and more frantic. The more anxious he became, the more mistakes he made. When fighting Uchiha, there was a prerequisite: do not look directly into the Sharingan. AI had always adhered to this basic principle, maintaining his vigilance. But as he failed to gain an advantage for so long, he relaxed for a single instant. Just one instant. Shirsui seized the opportunity. Both Minato and Uchiha Kagami had emphasized the importance of seizing battle opportunities. In battles between opponents of equal rank, victory or defeat was decided in a single instant. He twisted his body at an incredible angle, and through the reflection of the blade, the scarlet glow of his eyes shone directly into AI's pupils. Jinjutsu Sharingan, Hyoka Suigetsu. It wasn't a particularly sophisticated secret technique, it was simply casting Jinjutsu through blade reflection. Simple did not mean ineffective. AI's eyes darkened, his movements halted. Swish! Shursui, without hesitation, slashed at AI's neck. Clang! A sword-like needle blade flew in, deflecting Shursui's slash. Killer Bee shrugged, crimson chakra spreading across his body. Yodu, don't do such dangerous things to my big brother so casually. Oi. Shursui looked at the approaching crowd. Previously they had hesitated to intervene, partly because the two were entangled in close combat, and partly to respect AI's dignity. After all, AI had once been the leader of a great ninja village, one of the recognized strongmen in the ninja world. Shursui was the younger brother of that man, but his reputation was limited only to the Fire Country. Attacking from the start would have looked too unsportsmanlike. Now that AI had failed, there was no choice but to begin the righteous gang beating. Shursui retreated 2 steps and smiled faintly. You don't know that I can use the Flying Thunder God, do you? Swish! Shursui's figure instantly appeared on a tree branch at a slightly greater distance. A Flying Thunder God user with no attachments was simply the most difficult type of opponent in the ninja world. Sheathing his sword, the 17-year-old boy tilted his head, with a light smile radiating unparalleled confidence. Let's call it a day for now. The score is currently 1-0. Remember my name, Uchiha Shursui. Your new nightmare. Leader, they've made their move. Dozens of kilometers away, Kakuzu and Sasori gazed into the distance. The center of the forest of death was already shrouded in immense clouds of dust. The air itself was thick with terrifying chakra. Amidst a vast expanse of water, Tobarama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi rode the gold and silver brothers, their massive chakra claws extending to repel the attacking paths of pain. This Nagato fellow. He seems to have his eyes on the gold and silver brothers. It started when they unleashed their Nine-Tails chakra. So, does Nagato want Tailed Beast chakra? Given the power he's displayed, he's already on par with the Nine-Tails. It can't be just for some Tailed Beast chakra. Lacking crucial intelligence, I can't figure out his true objective. But his idea is to spark a great war. As long as we stop him from achieving that, it's fine. Tobarama Senju wasn't the hot-blooded type. He kept gathering intel and formulating counter-strategies. Unless it's someone like Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju, who can overpower everything with sheer force. If you carefully target someone, even the once supposedly flawless Uchiha Izuna fell to his schemes. After several exchanges in the destruction of a few paths, Tobarama Senju had already gathered considerable information. First, the shared field of vision of the Rinnegan. Nagato is undoubtedly the original body. The 6 Rinnegan-controlled puppets share his field of vision, with omnidirectional vision and the failure of the Bringer of Darkness technique earlier. Tobarama Senju had initially targeted the human path, which could extract souls as his primary objective. He found an opportunity to kill it twice. But it was repaired by the Hell Path. The animal path summoning the Azura paths, weapons, the Preta path's absorption of ninjutsu. Tobarama Senju's gaze fell upon the Deva path. From the expressions Nagato and Konan showed during the battle, he deduced the Deva path's uniqueness. So far he knew it possessed powerful, repulsive, and attractive ninjutsu. Having experienced being pierced by Uchiha Kageme's black rods, Tobarama Senju knew they were products of Yin-Yang release. Nagato's black rods were far less pure than Kageme's, but they were the same thing. Thoughts collided rapidly, and Tobarama Senju spoke softly to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Monkey, later I'll attack that path that seems to be the leader. When Nagato and Konan come to its rescue, you destroy the one that can repair the other paths. Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped the adamantine staff, hesitating. Sensei Tobarama, that should be Jiraiya's disciple Yahiko. If you do this, things will really escalate. He could see that on the other side of the battlefield, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were fighting fiercely, but neither was going for the kill. Well, not exactly. Jiraiya was going for the kill since he knew that even if he killed Orochimaru, he could be revived. Most importantly, if Jiraiya didn't fight with the resolve to kill Orochimaru, he wouldn't stand a chance against him. Even if Orochimaru didn't know about the 2 sages of Mount Myaboku, he knew Jiraiya inside out. At least twice Orochimaru had the chance to gravely wound Jiraiya, but didn't, earning him a barrage of mockery from the 3 snake princesses. He is Uchiha Kageme's teacher. With that single sentence, Orochimaru silenced the 3 snake princesses. Fear of Kagami was only a minor factor. Orochimaru, being a researcher, was truly uninhibited. To this day, he still coveted Kageme's body. If he had to, he'd dare to go after other outstanding Uchiha, but he wouldn't be as reckless as Nono Yakushi. The main thing was he genuinely had no intention of killing Jiraiya. They had that bond from the old days. Because Jiraiya's injuries would burden the team. When he tried to kill him back then, that fool just smiled at him dumbly. Bonds are not good things. However, unless Jiraiya obstructed his pursuit of immortality, he actually enjoyed this kind of conflict. Tsunade had lost her own aspirations and no longer deserved to be called one of the 3 ninja along with them. Jiraiya's transformation pleased Orochimaru greatly. I just want to keep living forever. Learn all the techniques and witness countless fascinating things. Monkey, you've become more and more indecisive. Tobarama Senju lowered his brow and said in a deep voice, are you still worried about angering the enemy? It's because of your wavering attitude that your Hokage rock has been chiseled now. Sensei Tobarama, you really do care about the Hokage rock, don't you? Hiruzen Sarutobi dared not argue and obediently bowed his head to be scolded. You heard what that kid said just now. He harbors deep hatred for the ninja world. I know he must have experienced great pain. His disgust towards us is also obvious. I've had enough of the tragedies of the Warring States period. The system of one country and one village is also wrong. The most enduring and perfect method I can think of. Tobirama Senju took a deep breath as if making a difficult decision. Unify the ninja world and place it under the rule of Uchiha Kagami. We need an absolute powerhouse like that one who disregards resource interests to serve as the world's balancer. Once such a future comes to pass, there will be no more great ninja wars. At most there will be sparring matches like the current one. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Tobirama Senju in disbelief, unable to imagine such words coming from his sensei's mouth. Tobirama gazed deeply at Hiruzen. Do you know why I think this way? When the Uchiha lose love, they give rise to extreme hatred. Madara Uchiha is an example, and recently there's also Obito Uchiha. I despise Uchiha Kagami, but I believe he will not lose his way. Just a few days ago, I made the final decision to implement this plan. Kill all the powerful shinobi in the current ninja world except those from the Land of Fire. Tobirama Senju's words carried a bone-chilling coldness. That way the Land of Fire will naturally take over the ninja world. We can rest easy and return to the Pure Land. Even if Madara Uchiha revives again, it won't be our concern. Sensei Tobirama, didn't you say you would never acknowledge Kagami? Tobirama shook his head. I still don't acknowledge him now. I'm just choosing a path that minimizes sacrifices and extends peace in the ninja world as long as possible. It may be unfair to some, but it ensures fairness for the majority. A strict rule is better than the chaos of the current ninja world. Hearing this, Hiruzen understood. It was the lesser of two evils. However bad Uchiha Kagami might be, at least he hadn't caused any trouble over the years. If Madara Uchiha and the Nagato before them possessed Kagami's power, Tobirama trusted his judgment of people. Those two would at least kill half the ninja world's population. This was a lack of intelligence. If Tobirama Senju knew that the source of the chaos in the ninja world was Kagami's extraction of the Dragon Pulse. Outside the barrier, Hashirama Senju caught a glimpse of Kagami's Sharingan and asked curiously, how are things looking? I can't see clearly anymore. Kagami ignored him. The entire arena was within his barrier. If he wished, no one's words or actions could escape his perception. Neither Tobirama Senju nor Nagato could stir his emotions. They were on different planes. Uchiha Kagami had higher aspirations. In the mental space, above the dome, a blood-red sky bore 4 magnificent black tomo. Black threads surged and seemed ready to transform into a new form. The Flying Thunder God technique is too troublesome. Nagato attempted multiple times to use the planetary devastation to seal Kinkaku and Ginkaku. However, the prelude of the planetary devastation was long enough for Tobirama Senju to fly back and forth several times. He did not believe that someone with Tobirama's intellect would foolishly remain in place waiting to be sealed. He needed to find a way to separate Tobirama Senju from Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Let me go, Konan said in a low voice. I will use that technique. Nagato frowned slightly. You have mastered it. That technique is not difficult, it's merely a fixed point summoning. The key is having enough explosive tag reserves. After I attach the explosive tags, you summon me using the animal path. Alright. Watching Konan's retreating figure, Nagato felt an inexplicable premonition of misfortune. Without time to dwell, he summoned the animal path to his side. Konan flapped her wings to evade the massive chakra hand. Under the cover of several paths, she closed in on Tobirama Senju and the others. Approaching me willingly. Tobirama Senju frowned. His intelligence on Konan was limited. Her previous interventions had only been mediocre paper release techniques. He held an explosive tag in his hand. This woman was Nagato's comrade. Perhaps he could use her to force a halt to the battle. After failed negotiations, Tobirama Senju had already decided to eliminate the others, first gather more intel, and then deal with Nagato. In his eyes, Nagato was not yet an insurmountable foe. The Rinnegan possessed numerous abilities, but had yet to display a decisive finishing move. With the advantage of the impure world reincarnation, he could simply wear Nagato down. The prerequisite being that what Nagato had shown so far was his full arsenal. Disciple of Jiraiya, do not come closer. Whoosh. The extending golden staff. Hiruzen Sarutobi aimed to repel Konan, having already guessed something of Tobirama's intentions. Bang. The golden staff shattered Konan into a flurry of paper scraps. Such a lifelike clone technique. Hiruzen Sarutobi was slightly surprised, his gaze quickly shifting to the water surface beside him. His perception was far inferior to Tobirama's. By the time he sensed that Tobirama had already struck, Konan, emerging from beneath the water, met a pair of crimson eyes. Slap. Slap. Both extended their hands simultaneously, each pressing an explosive tag onto the other's wrist. Tobirama also took the opportunity to etch the Flying Thunder God seal. Sensing a familiar fluctuation, Tobirama Senju's pupils dilated. How do you know that technique? How do you? Konan was equally shocked. This is my technique. Swoosh. Tobirama Senju instantly teleported a distance away, severing the arm with the explosive tag. Without a moment's hesitation, Konan activated the formula. If Tobirama used Flying Thunder God again, the technique would be useless. Watching the explosive tag begin to smolder, Tobirama grabbed the severed arm and teleported away. Hiruzen Sarutobi could be overlooked, but if this girl had a large stockpile of explosive tags, they were still too close to Orochimaru. Simultaneously, he pressed the hand seal. He adjusted the number of summons, calculating that it would be enough to injure the girl. If he truly killed her, the trouble would never end. Konan was about to follow Tobarama's example, severing her arm, before Nagato could summon her. Swoosh! Nagato appeared beside her in an instant, reached out to tear off the smoldering explosive tag, and held Konan tightly. A row of wooden pillars sprouted around Nagato, curving into an arch. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Two violent explosions made Jiraiya and Orochimaru halt, turning their attention to the scene. This is the mutually multiplying explosive tags technique. Why are there two explosions? With the heightened perception of Sage Mode, they quickly identified the individuals within each explosion. Orochimaru and Jiraiya simultaneously rushed toward Nagato's location. The Rinnegan. As a substitute before acquiring the Mangekyō Sharingan, it was not a bad choice. The power Nagato displayed ignited a fervent desire in Orochimaru. He had always held a special fascination for dojutsu users. The Byakugan did not interest him, nor did ordinary Sharingan. But with the 3-tomo Sharingan Izanagi was standard, he would not waste effort on a troublesome acquisition. The Rinnegan. Since it was hailed as the supreme, perhaps it could bring me closer to Lord Jing. Orochimaru, what are you trying to do? Seeing Orochimaru charge toward Nagato, even faster than himself, Jiraiya grew anxious. You haven't grown much, you're still so naive. Stop him. The three-colored serpent coiled around Orochimaru, suddenly grew colossal, lunging at Jiraiya with fangs bared. Orochimaru dashed toward the dwindling smoke, greed gleaming in his eyes. A gentle breeze swept through, thinning the smoke and revealing the scene within. Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply. That is, would release. Crack crack. The arched wooden pillars slowly opened, revealing Nagato's icy gaze fixed on the approaching Orochimaru. He slowly raised his palm. Almighty push. A terrifying repulsive force erupted, an invisible shockwave that ripped through the water surface and the earth beneath. Sensing danger, Orochimaru hurriedly bit his finger, attempting to summon Rashomon for defense. But it was too late. The advantage of hand-seal-free techniques was overwhelming. If the three-headed serpent were still on Orochimaru, it could have bought him time to defend. Boom! A series of massive explosions. The invisible repulsive force carved a chasm nearly 100 meters wide and of unfathomable depth across the land, stretching all the way to the barrier. All the lake water that Tobarama Senju had created was swallowed by the deep chasm, revealing the earth once more. This blow, delivered with Nagato's wrath, was nothing less than a full-power almighty push. Along that straight line, many unfortunate shinobi were utterly obliterated. On the ravaged earth, Orochimaru's body was twisted into a grotesque mess, clearly ruined. Crack! A pair of hands pried open Orochimaru's mouth, and a new Orochimaru covered in slime emerged. The horns on his head were gone. The Sage Mode had been forcibly stripped away by Nagato's attack. Tobarama Senju, having reformed his body, appeared beside him. But Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Kinkaku, and Ginkaku were near Nagato. They were bound by a small wooden dragon. How is this possible? The mutually multiplying explosive tags technique is one thing. But why can you use wood release? Wood release was not something one could learn simply by having the training method. No one understood its difficulty better than Tobarama. To unravel the secrets of wood release, he had even experimented with his brother's body tissues, yet after years of effort, he still could not grasp its essence. The mere combination of water and earth release was entirely different from his brother's wood release. According to Tobarama's speculation, his brother's wood release, which possessed life characteristics, involved yang release. Perhaps it was not quite at the level of Kekkei Tōta, but it far surpassed ordinary Kekkei Genkai. Based on the intelligence Tobarama Senju had gathered, there was also a wood release user in Konoha named Yamato. That was the normal wood release. His brother's version could perhaps be labeled as yang wood release. He stared intently at the wooden dragon binding the others, its vitality, its suppression of chakra. Without a doubt, it was the same caliber of wood release as his brother's. How is it possible? Unfortunately, Tobarama Senju did not have the Sharingan. Otherwise, he would have seen the white Zetsu cells beneath Nagato's skin. I'm sorry, Nagato. Konan felt a pang of guilt. I exposed your wood release. Nagato shook his head. A bit of intelligence is nothing compared to you. Swoosh swoosh. The three-headed serpent returned to Orochimaru's side, allowing Jiraiya to break free. His eyes darted around, and his voice was hoarse. Nagato, could you be a descendant of the first Hokage? Tobarama Senju was jolted, the possibility dawning on him. That's right. Only this explanation made sense. Perhaps his brother had an illegitimate child outside. Nagato, could you also be my grandson? Tobarama's emotions were suddenly in turmoil. Nagato, who is your father? It has nothing to do with you Konoha shinobi. Nagato cut off Tobarama's words sharply. Outside the barrier, Hashirama Senju frowned deeply, rubbing his chin. Red hair of the Uzumaki and capable of wood release. Tsunade, did she have more than one brother besides Nawaki? What happened after my death? That one named Nagato is quite formidable. In terms of chakra alone, he's nearly half as strong as me. Hashirama Senju turned to look at Kagami. Hey Kagami, do you know him? Could he really be my grandson? Uchiha Kagami smiled faintly. Want to go have some fun? Nagato's strength slightly exceeded his expectations. It seemed his would-release development had surpassed Obito's, truly worthy of the Uzumaki bloodline. Most importantly, the white Zetsu cells had enhanced Nagato's physical resilience, allowing him to develop the Rinnegan more deeply. That last almighty push, a directional super almighty push, didn't even strain Nagato much. With a few capable allies, Nagato might actually stand a chance against Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju thought for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, I'm not interested. By the way, are you planning to hold the second round here as well? If Nagato launches a few more attacks like that, there would be too many ravines around Konoha. That wouldn't be good. I have a location in mind for the second round. As for the destruction, it doesn't matter. I'll use Earth Release to reshape the terrain, and you can plant trees. That's also why I called you here. Even I have to admit your talent for greening. This is rare. Finally something I do that earns your recognition, Kagami. Uchiha Kagami gazed at the Forest of Death where many teams were hiding from the battle between the Akatsuki and the Fire Team. Some intended to simply wait out the 3 days gambling on luck to be among the 90 survivors. A little dull. Uchiha Kagami extended one finger and murmured, Bruru be Yura Yura. In an instant, a colossal Maharaga dozens of meters tall manifested, its eyes on each side of its head towering several times the height of a man. So this is the demon you've been raising. Hashirama Senju mused, sensing the Maharaga more clearly up close. Its energy leaned toward In release, but with a certain difference. In terms of raw power, it was clearly comparable to the Nine Tails. If this ferocious beast didn't belong to Uchiha Kagami, Hashirama Senju would have sealed it without hesitation. What are you planning? To add a little spectacle to the game. In a flash, the Maharaga's massive body was hurled into a corner of the Forest of Death. Some keen-nosed shinobi spotted it from afar. The next moment, Uchiha Kagami's voice echoed within the barrier. I'm adding a temporary rule. The Maharaga will sweep in from the edges. In simple terms, you either gather toward the center or prepare to kill it. There was a hint of amusement in Uchiha Kagami's voice. Feel free to try. No matter the method, if you kill the Maharaga once, I'll grant the final slayer an extra ultimate reward. What about the prize money? Does it double? Uchiha Kagami paused, noticing Kakuzu shouting from atop a massive tree. They exchanged words across the distance. Kakuzu, where do you get that confidence? That's none of your business. I'm just asking, does the prize money double? Uchiha Kagami was silent. He had always thought Kakuzu's love for money had its limits, merely a way to fill the emptiness inside. Could he really be as one-dimensional as a comic relief with eyes only for cash? But now in Kakuzu's eyes he saw a will as pure as Orochimaru's. So that's how it was. Uchiha Kagami smiled. How about this, Kakuzu? If you can kill the Maharaga, I'll give you 5 billion. Deal? It's settled. Uchiha Kagami thought for a moment, then voiced his confusion. Kakuzu, aren't you afraid I'll rob you again? Kakuzu was silent for a moment. Does that mean I should stop amassing wealth just because you might rob me? If you've got the guts, kill me. In my long life, the only time I feel any emotion is when I count money. Then good luck, Kakuzu. Hashirama Senju also noticed Kakuzu, recognizing the Takigakure ninja who had once attempted to assassinate him. Those green eyes. I remember him. He's still alive. Such a long life. Hashirama Senju was delighted to see someone he had met in his prime aside from Tsunade. Uchiha Kagami recalled something amusing and turned with a smile. I heard Kakuzu once tried to assassinate you. How did that go? Hashirama Senju fell into memories, speaking slowly. In that era, many such assassins came for me. Establishing a new order was never simple. Those with good hearts, I always let them go. They were just pitiful souls pressured by their superiors. Kagami Madara and I spent our whole lives striving for peace. I don't know what his method was, and I couldn't think of a better one. Hashirama Senju tried to resume the conversation that had been interrupted by Tobarama's interjection years ago. Kagami, do you know what Madara plans to do? A jinjutsu that covers the entire shinobi world. Oh well, if you don't want to. Hashirama Senju's eyes bulged wide. He had never expected to get an answer from Uchiha Kagami. What did you say? What is Madara planning? Uchiha Kagami smiled faintly. In simple terms, he wants to kill everyone. Can you understand? It took a while for Hashirama Senju to digest this massive revelation. His expression grew extremely grave. Kagami, you know the future. Why didn't you stop Madara? How do you know I didn't stop him? Because you. Does stopping him mean I have to chase him all over the world? Uchiha Kagami said calmly, the future is unobservable. I never believed in predetermined fate. With my presence, the future has long since changed beyond recognition. What I need to do is not to set up traps according to the original timeline. As long as I am the strongest and possess the strength to face any situation. Uchiha Kagami's gaze seemed to pierce through the barrier, looking not at the people and events inside, but at his own vision of the future. Whether it's Madara or the Sage of Six Paths, I won't bother with their schemes. The only one I need to surpass is myself. In that indifferent gaze, Hashirama Senju saw determination and resolve that moved him deeply. After a long silence, Hashirama chuckled. Kagami, I'm starting to want to fight you. But unfortunately my current body is too weak. Who was Hashirama Senju? The man who ended the 1,000-year warring states period, revered as the god of shinobi. He could humble himself for peace. He was a brother who cherished his sibling, a husband who loved his wife. He was the benevolent Hokage in everyone's eyes at the founding of Konoha. Beyond these identities, he had one purest role, the strongest of his era. Madara Uchiha with awakened Mangekyō was no match for him, nor was Madara with the eternal Mangekyō. Madara still had someone to chase. There was no one above Hashirama Senju. The strong are not necessarily lonely, but they are always hungry for battle. Fighting against heaven and against men. That is the nourishment for a strong person's growth. Uchiha Kageme's words stirred the dormant fighting spirit within Hashirama Senju. Sensing the shift in Hashirama's attitude, Uchiha Kageme's lips curled slightly. Just wait. I don't want the grand opening scene to be missing you, an interesting character. I hope you'll be worthy as the stepping stone for me to cross this world. Exchange, Tobirama Senju said, coldly pointing at Konan. I've branded her with the Flying Thunder God seal. I can remove it for her, and you'll release Danzo and the others. Before outsiders, he could not directly call Danzo by his nickname. The chill in Nagato's eyes deepened. You are threatening me. Tobirama's words brought back his most painful memories. Konan tore off her long sleeve, about to sever her own arm. Tobirama was even more anxious than Nagato, and raised his hand to stop her. Don't. I'll help you remove it. Why is everyone so rushed? Haven't you learned basic negotiation skills? Nagato tightly grasped Konan's hand, his voice cold. I won't release a single one of them. If you dare use the Flying Thunder God to approach Konan, I'll kill you too. Don't think that because I'm an Edo Tensei body you can't do anything about me. I have plenty of methods to deal with souls. Tobirama had no choice but to believe him. Nagato had already demonstrated earlier. He had to change the subject, trying to make his tone gentler. The shinobi of this new era were too hot-tempered, prone to losing control at the slightest provocation. You heard Uchiha Kageme's words. The power of that monster is evident to all. If we continue fighting, even if you win, have you considered whether you'll have the strength to deal with that monster? Based on my understanding of Uchiha Kageme, if no one can defeat that monster, he might directly order that monster to kill everyone and end this training exercise. Nagato frowned in silence. If he were in full condition, he would still have confidence against Makagenoshi. It was at most a Nine-Tails level combat power. He could definitely seal it with Chibaku Tensei. But to execute a sufficiently powerful Chibaku Tensei, he needed to conserve a large amount of chakra. Jiraiya was clearly inferior to Orochimaru, and on his side, Konan had been branded with the Flying Thunder God seal. He needed to reserve part of his strength to suppress the Kagaya brothers and Sarutobi Hiruzen, making him restrained when dealing with Tobirama Senju. Jiraiya truly had not taught them negotiation skills, but after that negative example, Nagato understood. The more you care, the more you should pretend not to. He said expressionlessly, it doesn't matter. My original purpose was to see the gap between myself and Uchiha Kageme. Whether this training exercise ends or not has nothing to do with me. Senju Tobirama, didn't you want to kill those people? Why are you considering their lives now? Nagato. Jiraiya hesitated, wanting to persuade him to at least release the old man. But Nagato's gaze alone made him swallow his words. The once introverted Nagato now exuded such overwhelming pressure. It seemed that Yahiko's death had truly devastated him. Jiraiya sighed inwardly, his guilt overwhelming. If only he had been firmer and taken them away back then, or if he hadn't left in search of the child of prophecy. Would Nagato not have become like this? Jiraiya jumped beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, you're quite lame. You've been arrested. I see. This time you chose to stand by your students again. Sarutobi Hiruzen, bound by the wooden dragon, showed a smile. To trust your students completely, Jiraiya, you've truly grown. If only I had handed over Konoha to you and Orochimaru earlier. Perhaps things would have turned out better. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Tobirama Senju. Teacher Tobirama, in this new era there is no place for me anymore. Orochimaru, thank you for giving me the chance to properly bid farewell to Biwa and the others, and to see the lovely Konohamaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's Edo Tensei body began to crack apart inch by inch, his soul seemingly trying to break free from the wooden dragon's binding. Nagato also sensed something was wrong, and with a thought prepared to use the path of human souls to extract Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul. Swish! Sarutobi Hiruzen dodged Nagato's hand with incredible speed, his spiritual body emitting a faint blue light. This is soul transformation technique. Both Tobirama Senju and Orochimaru recognized this jutsu. Nagato thought the battle was about to resume, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul instantly floated dozens of meters away. Wonderful, I knew this technique would come in handy. I finally learned it. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore an incredibly relaxed smile. By using the soul transformation technique, the spiritual body can sense other people's souls regardless of distance. Although restricted by the barrier's sensing range, the person he wanted to see was right there. Goodbye, Orochimaru. Jiraiya, teacher Tobirama. I want a vacation. I haven't rested in a very, very long time. I'm so tired. Sarutobi Hiruzen's spiritual form transformed into a white ray and vanished from their sight in an instant. Jiraiya experienced for the second time the feeling of his teacher passing away, and he had a premonition that he would never see Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Tobirama Senju's words confirmed his premonition. That old monkey has no regrets left. Edo Tensei has a little-known casting condition. A soul that has no lingering attachments to this world cannot be summoned through Edo Tensei. In a corner of the death forest, Tsukumo Hatake and the others were moving stealthily. Without his ninkin noticing, he was the first to sense something was wrong. Raising his hand to signal everyone to be on guard, he stared fixedly at the source of his unease. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared before the group. Third Hokage. Tsukumo Hatake's pupils dilated, unable to hide his astonishment. After all, this was his lord whom he had served for decades. Kakashi's gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen was complex. He had already understood what had happened back then and felt resentment toward his father's treatment. He also felt disgust towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others' rejection of the Uchiha. Two of his best friends were Uchiha. Tsukumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows were tightly furrowed as if filled with endless sorrow. What happened back then? I was wrong. I should have trusted the younger generation more, just as teacher Tobirama trusted us back then. Kagami said that in the future he saw you would have died back then and the Uchiha clan would have been destroyed. I'm relieved that such a future didn't come to pass. He looked at the young people behind Tsukumo Hatake, his brows relaxing, a smile appearing on his aged face. We misunderstood teacher Tobirama's ideals and nearly brought Konoha into grave danger. Tsukumo, you're a good man. Don't be like me, don't be like Danzo. He spoke slowly, and his listeners were equally quiet. Finally, he looked at Asama in the crowd. Asama, take good care of your mother. You've already become an outstanding shinobi. Seeing your growth makes me truly happy. Goodbye, everyone. Farewell, Third Hokage. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen's departing spiritual form, Tsukumo murmured with his head bowed. He still remembered when he was just a child that broad-shouldered elder speaking to him about the will of fire. This was something he would carry in his heart for a lifetime, something he had never forgotten. Sarutobi Hiruzen's spiritual form continued flying toward his final destination. In the forest, Revolver was carrying the 5 little ones in circles toward the center. This was the most effective way to stall for time, with Makagenoshi behind them and a battle between super powerful fighters ahead. Revolver had complained more than once that Kagami was causing too much chaos with no sense of game experience at all. Squeak. He slammed on the brakes, suddenly nearly throwing the children on his back off. A ghost. Revolver gritted his teeth, his plump body trembling uncontrollably. Sarutobi Hiruzen's translucent spiritual form floated before the group, introducing himself with a bitter smile. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, children. You may not know me, but I mean no harm, so please don't worry. No, I know you, Niji said. I have studied the records of Konoha. You were the 3rd Hokage of the village and served as Hokage for the longest tenure. Speaking of which, we are also your juniors, Hiruzen-sama. Sarutobi's expression shifted, resembling a chaotic interwoven oil, painting his eyes filled with both anticipation and unease. His lips trembled slightly before finally curling into a kind smile. So there are still children who remember me. Sasuke scrunched up his small face. He was also a top student, and it wasn't just Niji who knew history. In fact, only Karen and Naruto among those present were still oblivious to the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what are you doing here? Sasuke didn't just know Konoha's history, he had also read the Uchiha Chronicles up to 100 years before the village's founding. The Sarutobi and Uchiha clans were sworn enemies. If it weren't for Sarutobi Shinosuke having taken the Uchiha name through marriage, thereby easing tensions between the two clans, Sasuke would have already attacked. Sasuke, such a nostalgic name. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him and smiled. My father was also named Sasuke. I heard your name was derived from Kagami. Sasuke felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Grandpa, do you know Sensei Kagami? And Sasuke too. Naruto, perched on Ryogen's back, soothed his companion while curiously watching Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sasumi shot him a withering glance, somewhat ashamed to be on the same team as such an idiot. Didn't Niji explain everything clearly just now? Were you even listening? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the group, took a deep breath, and spoke. Time is short. Before the Madara arrives, I must complete this final task. Karen, Naruto, Sasuke. I owe your parents and clans a debt. Apologies hold no meaning now. Consider this my atonement. I will pass on my lifelong understanding and knowledge of ninjutsu to you through chakra. Whoosh! Sarutobi Hiruzen's spiritual body simultaneously rushed into the mental worlds of the three. The powerful surge of spiritual energy caused Sasuke to instinctively awaken his Sharingan. The single tomo in his eye slowly manifested a second tomo. An immense volume of ninjutsu knowledge flooded his mind, all related to lightning release and fire release, along with some applications of yin release. As for Naruto, he received the Shadow Clone, Jutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu combat experience and knowledge regarding the nature transformation of the Rasengan. What was taught to Karen was a vast array of sealing jutsu, with every seal character deconstructed and analyzed. Apparently, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already conducted detailed research on each of them, providing the most suitable knowledge. Acquiring this knowledge through normal study would have taken years, if not decades. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained every ninjutsu in the simplest, most understandable way, sacrificing his own spiritual body to allow them to comprehend it rapidly. Minutes later, the reappearing Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared increasingly translucent. One could almost clearly see the trees behind him through his spiritual body. This is actually possible. Naruto's eyes widened. The sensation of knowledge being poured in through such a cunning method was truly peculiar. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a playful smile like an old child at heart. I do bear the title of Professor of Ninjutsu. Karen looked at the unfamiliar old man before her. She possessed the Byakugan's sensing eyes, granting her perceptual abilities surpassing most I-type ninja. This old man's chakra, although it was fading, it felt incredibly warm, like a campfire, a fire about to burn out. His final gaze fell upon Naruto. He felt there was a special connection between him and this child. Everyone, the last thing I wish to say to you. In the sunlight, Sarutobi Hiruzen's form disintegrated piece by piece, drifting away like falling leaves. Grow up well and live your lives well. Farewell. The complete disappearance of his spiritual body was as if he had never existed at all. It was only their first meeting. They hadn't exchanged many words. Yet Naruto felt as though someone important was passing away, a sudden, unexplained pain piercing his heart. To make such a decision, Hiruzen, you were a worthy Hokage. Hashirama Senju sighed. The will of fire was proposed by him and Madara. The original wish was simply to hope that the village he founded would prosper continuously, allowing future generations to live in peace free from war. However, they eventually diverged. Uchiha Kagami watched the place where Sarutobi Hiruzen had dissipated, his eyes calm as still water. The third Hokage ultimately failed to display the dominance of a ninja sage. But he perfectly embodied the title of Professor of Ninjutsu. In Uchiha Kagami's view, the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer suited to be Hokage. As the supreme leader, indecisiveness was his greatest flaw. But if he were merely a teacher at the Ninja Academy, he would excel beyond anyone else. Ninja Academy Principal Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perhaps a tombstone with such an inscription could be erected in the Konoha cemetery. There was no time for Naruto to indulge in sorrow. Karen urgently tugged at Ryogen's fur. Ryogen, run fast. I sense that behemoth approaching. Boom boom. Madara crashed through the giant trees without any intention of dodging. Everything in its path, whether massive trees or boulders, was ruthlessly smashed to pieces. Its movement speed was terrifying. Some ninja who failed to escape in time were crushed to death as easily as ants. Ordinary ninjutsu couldn't even cause it to pause. Having undergone relentless torture, Madara had already ascended to the ranks of the ninja world's top combatants. Boom. From several kilometers away, an endless pillar of cyan-purple chakra erupted, interlaced with black lightning arcs, its power terrifying. Pow! Madara instinctively raised his arms to block. The pillar slammed into his forearms, exploding into countless sparks and billowing smoke. His legs pierced into the earth like swords, sliding back hundreds of meters before he could mitigate the massive impact. Following the principle that smoke means no injury, Madara merely shook his head to recover. Compared to the tailed beast ball of the Nine Tails, this attack was barely a nuisance. In the distant forest stood a colossal humanoid puppet, nearly 100 meters tall, smoke still dissipating from its open mouth. On the giant puppet's shoulders stood Sasori and Kakazu, along with several Kiri ninja. Such powerful attack, comparable to my tailed beast ball. Hojo Yagura pondered his wariness towards Sasori, deepening. Kakazu narrowed his beady eyes and said gravely, "It's effective. Fire a few dozen more shots." Sasori glanced at him coldly. "Do you think I can use such attacks casually?" The source of such firepower was the life energy of many clan members within the puppet, guided by Dragon Vein energy. Sasori named this attack the Dragon Vein Cannon. It required a long charge time to fire one Dragon Vein cannon, consuming the already scarce Dragon Vein energy. Once used up, it would be gone. This was also why Sasori was so eager to obtain the Dragon Vein crystal. "I'll take over next. Let's probe this monster from a distance first. If it's hopeless, we abandon the hunt." Crimson chakra covered Hojo Yagura's body, with yin-yang chakra particles converging before him. "Could be more confident. That's 5 billion. Sasori glanced at him disdainfully. "You'd better have some use first. Let's get this straight. If we kill this thing, I want the corpse." Right as agreed earlier. The extra reward goes to Kirigakure, the corpse is yours, and the bounty goes to Lord Kakazu. Mei Terumi even used an honorific for Kakazu. This guy actually dared to clash with that Uchiha Kagami face to face. And he walked away unscathed, as if he had received that person's approval. Things having come to this, everyone was in the same boat now. They had no choice but to try and fight Madara. An overwhelming sense of oppression swept through the air, which seemed to tear apart with a sharp, piercing howl. Amid a deafening roar, the tailed beast ball shot forth like a high-caliber cannonball. Bang! The ground trembled violently wherever it passed, rocks and earth flying, as a powerful shockwave radiated outward. Boom! Maharaga neither dodged nor evaded, charging head-on into the tailed beast ball. Schwa, raising its right arm entwined with the exorcism sword, it cleaved the tailed beast ball in two. Boom boom boom! The split-tailed beast ball exploded violently, kicking up clouds of dust. Within the haze, like a stampede of elephants, Maharaga's feet slammed into the ground, leaving massive footprints as it rapidly closed in on the one who dared to attack it. It was a Shikigami devoid of self-awareness, acting solely on Yuzhibo Jing's commands. Slaughter anyone who appeared in its sight. It's charging. Damn, the monster Yuzhibo Jing raised can even use the cutting escape. How can it split the tailed beast ball? Calm down, what's the rush? Goju Shirtsong possessed a composedness that belied his babyish face. Even in his half-tailed beast form, he maintained clear thinking abilities. Of course, part of it was due to the three tails Isabu offering little resistance. In the few years since the Four-Nation Alliance was formed, those who had benefited the most were likely Goju Shirtsong and the Hidden Rocks Lousy. The Land of Lightning had a wondrous place like Turtle Island, and the Truth-Seeking Falls greatly aided Jinchuriki cultivation. Aisabu was considered a relatively mild-tempered tailed beast. Although it had died an inexplicable death alongside Yu and Lin, it didn't care much. It just wanted to live in peace. Freedom was fine, but the shinobi world was too chaotic now. Having a comfortable Jinchuriki was like having a swimming pool. It was impossible to become brothers like Gyuki and Killer Bee, but when Goju Shirtsong needed to borrow its power, Aisabu adopted a whatever-you-want attitude. As for Lousy, it was a case of shared hatred. When two parties hate the same target, reconciliation becomes easier. Guijiao, make your move. At Goju Shirtsong's command, a tall shark-faced man stepped forward. What range, Lord Shirtsong? As much as you can. Understood. On the shoulder of the giant puppet, a surge of intense chakra erupted, even more astonishing than Goju Shirtsong's half-tailed beast form. Gonshir Guijiao. With his naturally immense chakra reserves, he was called the tailless tailed beast. Watching Gonshir Guijiao, who was rapidly refining chakra with his hands clasped, Jiaodu clicked his tongue. Such formidable chakra, every subordinate under Lord Goju Shirtsong is a skilled hand. He swept his gaze over the Mist Village's contingent again. After over half a day of contact, the two sides had exchanged some basic information. The Kagaya prodigy with the deadbone pulse, Huey Junmalu. The new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, Guadang Manuel, wielder of the twin blades Hairame. The lightning prodigy, new owner of the lightning swords, Kiba Linchin Yuyuli. This Gonshir Guijiao should be the strongest of the new 7 ninja swordsmen. What was the name of the owner of the executioner's blade again? Oh, called Zaibuzan. His reputation wasn't great and his chakra seemed mediocre. He even brought a little girl about the same age as Junmalu. How did he think this was a family trip? Jiaodu finally turned his gaze to Xiaomei Ming. Goju Shirtsong had not disclosed her information publicly. Judging by their interactions, Jiaodu surmised that Shirtsong was grooming her as the next generation. To stand out among such a group of monsters, she must have some real skills. Just as Jiaodu was pondering who to backstab first when the time came, Gonshir Guijiao leaped into the air and made his move. His hand seals were swift and precise. Jiaodu recognized it. Isn't that the water release exploding water collision? I can do that too. But in the next moment, Guijiao overturned Jiaodu's common sense. Rush! An endless torrent of water cascaded down instantly, as if a hole had been torn directly into the sea to let the water pour out. A massive elliptical water sphere covered a kilometer ahead, causing even Maharaga's enormous body to stumble. Jiaodu pulled up his collar, trying to hide his greedy gaze. High-quality water release heart, I choose you. He glanced sidelong at Linchin Yuyuli. There was also a premium lightning release heart. Choosing to cooperate with the mist was indeed the right decision. It was like a treasure trove. Wonder what kind of heart that woman Xiaomei Ming could yield. A bit exciting. Roar. Another earth-shaking bellow interrupted Jiaodu's thoughts. Goju Shirtsong had fully transformed into a tailed beast. A massive 3-tailed turtle covered in spikes, charging into the water and bearing Maharaga down. Both Goju Shirtsong and the 3-tails Aisabu could greatly boost their combat power in water. Slaps, swipes, headbutts, bites, and tail strikes. The two colossal beasts reverted to the most primal form of combat, a pure contest of strength. Thump thump, bam bam. Before long, the 3-tails fell into a disadvantage, flipped over and pinned down by Maharaga, whose fierce fists hammered its back. Fortunately, the 3-tails was a resilient type, unlikely to be beaten to death anytime soon. With great difficulty, Goju Shirtsong shouted through gaps between punches. Attack together. Are you waiting for me to be killed? Almost habitually let the commander solo. Realizing their massive oversight, the Mist Ninjas quickly joined the fray. In such an environment, only Guijiao and Guadang Manuel could provide close support. Guadang Manuel transformed into a giant with the hydrification technique, shoved Maharaga away, giving Goju Shirtsong a chance to breathe. Guijiao summoned a swarm of sharks to tear into Maharaga. Little miss, aren't you going to join? Jiaodu asked Xiaomei Ming with ill intent. Xiaomei Ming replied with a forced smile. I was hoping to witness the prowess of Lord Jiaodu. After all, you are a powerful figure who has fought 2 gods of shinobi and walked away unscathed. Humph. Jiaodu snorted inwardly. She's just wary of us making a backstab, keeping an eye on us. But since the little girl wanted to see, he would give her a little demonstration. Twisted black tendrils exuding an ominous aura burrowed into the earth. The battle on this side was spectacular, drawing the attention of the surviving powerhouses. That Goju Shirtsong is actually joining forces with the Akatsuki. When the Akatsuki arrived, they were together. Why did they split up for the competition? Daimyo snorted coldly. Just want more rewards. How arrogant. That Rinnegan user is one thing, but what makes Chishazhixi and that bounty hunter so confident? Do they really think that just because Yuzhibo Jing let them off a few times like a joke, they have the qualifications to compete for a spot? AI pondered for a moment, then said, should we join in? After securing their spots, they would definitely demand territories from the Land of Lightning and Land of Earth. It felt like working to buy back their own homes. If they could get an extra reward, the trip wouldn't be wasted. Daimyo was tempted. If he could strike with dust release while they were worn down, wouldn't he get the final kill? It had potential, worth a try. But at that moment, Schwa, Yuzhibo Jishue appeared before them. That same careless faint smile instantly ignited rage in Daimyo and the others. Yo, everyone seems quite free. This time I challenge Senior Daimyo to a one-on-one. How about it? Arrogance. Daimyo roared, his small body shooting forward like a bullet. At the same time, in another part of the Forest of Death, Chimu Shuamao and his team, having just taken out a bounty hunter group, saw a group of people emerge from the shadows. Whoosh whoosh. The flying Senbon were coated with pitch-black poison. White Fang of Konoha. The deep-seated resentment in the voice almost overflowed. It was Chindai. Sarutobi Hiruzen's departure plunged the battling parties into a momentary stillness. Under such circumstances, neither Jiraiya nor Tobirama harbored any inclination to continue the fight. Tobirama furrowed his brow slightly. Nagato, can you truly not return Kinkaku and Ginkaku to me? Unbind them, and ask for yourself whether they are your men. Nagato responded with a cold sneer. Tobirama sighed, now suspecting that Nagato might be the son of his own nephew, and thus decided to let the matter slide. Once I get out, I'll investigate thoroughly. If Nagato truly is my brother's grandson, at least he can be a companion for Tsunade. Tobirama no less than Hashirama grieved for Tsunade's current plight, though he was not adept at verbal expression. Very well, I'll leave these two to you. Without the six paths tools, Kinkaku and Ginkaku were not weak, but they were hardly indispensable assets. Consider them a gift of introduction. Shall I remove the Flying Thunder God mark now, eh? Nagato felt that Tobirama must have misunderstood something, but he was too lazy to explain, let alone expose the existence of the white Zetsu cells. No need. A mere Flying Thunder God mark. I have my own ways to deal with it. He was certain that Inyang release could dispel the mark. Nagato was not about to let Tobirama near Conan again. As you wish. Orochimaru, let's go. Tobirama placed his hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. As he vanished, Nagato's brow tightened. The Flying Thunder God technique was truly vexing. He turned to Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, how much do you know about the Flying Thunder God technique? Do you know how to practice it? Jiraiya shook his head. Minato learned it directly from the Scroll of Seals. None of us three, including the old man, have the talent for it. Now the only ones who possess the Flying Thunder God technique are probably the Konoha high-ranking officials and the Hidden Leaf Village. Master Jiraiya, aren't you considered a Konoha high-ranking official? Conan found it rather strange. Jiraiya scratched his head, awkwardly grinning with a wide smile. I'm only not branded a rogue ninja thanks to Minato and Kagami's influence. Moreover, he raised a finger and spoke earnestly. In truth, the Flying Thunder God technique is not an invincible ability. Preset ceiling barriers and large-scale attacks can counter it to a certain extent. An ordinary Flying Thunder God user doesn't have the same instantaneous reaction speed as Minato or the second Hokage. The range of movement depends on one's perception ability. Fundamentally, it's just a space-time type of body flicker technique. Nagato nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, there was another example. Even when Kakashi used the Flying Thunder God technique, he remained within the range of Nagato's Rain Tiger, at will allowing him to sense it. He simply had no desire to kill. What should we do now? Asked Jiraiya, consciously placing himself in the role of a squad member. Sarutobi Hiruzen's final words had deeply moved him, strengthening his resolve to trust his student. Nagato's gaze shifted to the still-roaring Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers. Keeping them bound is troublesome. To prevent Senju Tobirama from undoing the impure world reincarnation, I will refine them into 6 paths of pain. We'll wait here. With our strength, we're sure to secure a spot. This place was the very center of the barrier, and Nagato had already secured his advancement. He had no intention of killing the others within the barrier now. Or rather, he felt that killing only these people would be futile, insufficient to make the ninja world feel the sting. Only by rebuilding Konoha like Uchiha Kagami, and by eradicating the remnants of Hanzo to rebuild the Land of Rain like himself, could a new order be established. Just as the fighting in the Akatsuki sector ceased, fierce battles erupted on other fronts. In a vast expanse of water, a group of powerful shinobi had managed to suppress Maharaga to a certain extent. But they had failed to achieve a decisive victory for a long time, and discovered a despairing situation. He is gradually adapting to our techniques. The damage we can deal is getting smaller and smaller. 3 heads are better than 1, especially when a group of elite shinobi from the upper echelons of the ninja world was gathered. Maharaga's traits were quickly identified, and even a solution was conceived. We must kill it in one shot with a technique it hasn't yet adapted to. I know that. But even a tailed beast ball can't kill it. What technique could possibly work? Dust release would release. I know that too. Can any of you here actually use them? Kakuzu said with a dark expression. There is another way. Combine ninjutsu. You mean? Kakuzu looked at Sasori. How much energy can your puppet carry? Sasori frowned. You want to use my puppet as a conduit to gather everyone's power and attack. Impossible. Overloading it will destroy this puppet. Kakuzu let out a sinister laugh beneath his mask. Can this puppet of yours compare to Maharaga? If we succeed, you'll acquire a 9-tails level calamity human puppet. That's not entirely unreasonable. Combined ninjutsu involves too many issues. We've never collaborated before. How can we achieve the necessary synchronization? That's exactly why we need this puppet as a conduit to adjust discrepancies. Kakuzu spoke with professional flair. I have extensive experience with combined ninjutsu. Tell me your abilities and chakra levels, and I can devise a suitable plan. We'll fight while retreating, buying me time to think. His confident tone and gaze convinced the others. After all, he was even older than the Elder of the Mist, and while the Elder was decrepit, Kakazu was still hale and hearty. His combat prowess was also impressive, though not as overwhelming as the rumors suggested. Perhaps he was holding back. Yagura Karatachi, having received the message, agreed to Kakuzu's plan after brief deliberation. They adopted a kiting tactic. Sasori sealed the giant puppet back into the scroll. It was too easy a target. He summoned the third Kazekage human puppet, soaring into the sky as the others stood on it, fighting while retreating. The third Kazekage's iron wings were large, but with so many people standing on them, it looked quite incongruous. Should the Sand Shinobi ever witness this scene, they would surely be furious enough to spit blood. Such an insult to the strongest Kazekage. Mahoraga, faithful to its design, did not chase them relentlessly. Instead, it continued to eliminate ninjas along the way who thought they were safe by hiding like ostriches. On the Sand and White Fang front, the first step in a battle between powerhouses is to clear the area. The surrounding trees had been flattened, and on the open battlefield the first to be eliminated were the Sand Zumbu. A few members of the White Fang squad were wounded, but there were no fatalities. The black miasma of Morio spread across the battlefield, taking the form of a pitch-black dragon, exuding an ominous and evil aura. Hatake Tsukumo stared intently at Morio. For years he had been collecting evil artifacts for Uchiha Kagami, so he naturally had intelligence on Morio. But the distance was too great. The Land of Demons Shrine Maiden still had diplomatic relations with Konoha, and she had claimed she would handle it herself, so he had not led a force to encircle and destroy it. Now Morio had come, but the Shrine Maiden had not. Had Moroku of the Land of Demons died? That didn't seem right. I recall that last year the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons had come to pay respects to Kagami, hadn't she? Far from the two battling teams, another squad lurked. They had been moving stealthily since the start of the competition, engaging in no combat. This squad was entirely composed of Konoha's dojutsu clans. Lord Genka, Lord Yunjian, should we intervene? Hyuga Hizashi quietly inquired of the two at the front. Genka and Yunjian were Uchiha Kagami's personal guards, holding an exalted status even within the Uchiha clan. They obeyed only Kagami's orders, their devotion bordering on fanaticism. If Uchiha Kagami ordered Genka to kill his own father, Kagami would not hesitate. No need. Lord Kagami's order is to prevent Morio from being eliminated. It seems he can hold out. Beside him, Hyuga Hayashi's eyes widened. What? We're not supposed to help Lord Tsukumo, but to protect Morio. Yunjian turned his head calmly, his scarlet Sharingan fixing Hyuga Hayashi with an emotionless stare. Do you have any objection to Lord Kagami's order? Hyuga Hayashi, know your place. If not for Lady Hinata, you wouldn't even have the right to leave the Hyuga clan grounds. Hizashi, control your elder brother. This time we'll let the finger-cutting go. The first match of the martial arts tournament. The third day. If we go any further, we might enter the detection range of the main gate. Revolver said, slowly decelerating to those on his back. Do you mean that powerful figure with the Rinnegan? Niji frowned. Although they were still some distance from the central area, the chakra responses from several miles behind were equally terrifying. They were currently situated between two ultra-dangerous zones, caught in a dilemma. My suggestion is to withdraw from the competition, Niji said solemnly. Over the past 2 days they had encountered several scattered teams. If they couldn't win, they would simply signal Revolver to flee. Plus, with the gifts from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Niji felt that his mission as a companion student had been accomplished quite well. Only they had the option to withdraw at any time. Hinata lacked strong opinions, and Karen followed Sasuke's lead completely. Their gazes converged on Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto scratched his head, but ending it like this feels like something is missing. I still want to participate in the second round. Crunch. While eating his meal, Revolver said, Actually, it's not impossible, meow. I know Konan, that beautiful woman with blue hair. She even treated me to grilled fish, meow. Revolver-chan, you really are a big shot. Karen's eyes sparkled as she looked at Revolver. How do you know people everywhere? Revolver puffed out his chest proudly. Of course. Otherwise, how do you think I earned my reputation? I've run all over the ninja world, gaining it one meal at a time. Are you sure there won't be any danger? Sasuke wore a stern expression, arms crossed. Nagato's strength is undeniable. If he harbors ill intentions toward us, even the flying thunder god symbol won't give us enough time to escape. After all, it wasn't an active skill. Their symbols had a brief activation time. For ordinary strong ones it would suffice, but if they approached someone at Nagato's level and then activated it, it would be too late. Sai, normally you're quite brave, Sasuke. Why are you so timid now? Unexpectedly, those were Naruto's words. Sasuke snorted coldly. Going into battle when you know you can't win. I'm not such a hot-blooded fool as you. Huh? What did you say? Naruto slammed against Sasuke with a thud, splattering saliva onto his face. Didn't Master teach us that cool line? It's the ninja way I aspire to follow. Even if the mountain holds tigers, one must still head toward the Tiger Mountain. Quite passionate. Sasuke wiped the saliva from his face, unmoved. Master also said that a wise man adapts to the times. One must analyze specific situations specifically. When faced with difficulties, overcome them rather than seeking trouble for oneself. Sasuke rejected Naruto's persuasion, refuting him with facts. It's possible there are fewer than 90 participants now. We can find a place to hide and still advance, rather than foolishly seeking out the strongest known opponent. Naruto's little face scrunched up. You make a valid point, but don't you want to see the strength that created such a massive rift? The deep ravine caused by Nagato's Shinra Tensei had become a new landmark in the Forest of Death. What's there to see? Haven't we seen enough of such things? Not to mention, Master, I think the Hokage is stronger than him. Uchiha Sasuke crossed his arms and tilted his head slightly, saying proudly, the true strong ones are those observing from outside the barrier. I will surely become such a strong person one day. Tap tap. Just then a few drops of rain fell on Sasuke's face. Is it raining on? Sasuke found it strange. Before the competition, he had done his research. Konoha should have been experiencing clear skies these past few days. Looking up, he realized a pair of pure white wings blocked his view. Whoosh. Sasuke immediately drew his blade and activated his Sharingan. The others with excellent combat instincts also prepared for battle. Naruto already had a Rasengan forming in his hand. He couldn't have condensed the Rasengan so quickly normally. It was due to Hiruzen Sarutobi's gift. Wait a moment. Cough cough. Revolver hurriedly swallowed his meal wrap, speaking somewhat indistinctly and choking. Cough cough. Don't be afraid. Konan isn't a bad person. Sasuke didn't lower his hand signs, remaining on alert. Through the Sharingan's vision, this woman's chakra flow was very abnormal, not the standard 5 natures. Revolver, you actually made it in 2. Who are these brats? Nagato had just finished modifying Kinkaku and Ginkaku, expanding the Rain Tiger Freedom technique to increase his sensing range. He had detected a familiar chakra signature. Konan had been inseparable from Yahiko and Nagato since childhood. If she knew Revolver, Nagato certainly knew him as well. It was just that Revolver disliked this perpetually gloomy man with a death-like face. Long time no see, Konan. Revolver paused for a moment, patting his chest. I'm a disciple of Lord Kagami. Don't do anything foolish, okay? We have our trump cards, meow. After stopping the others from making a move, Revolver also issued an appropriate warning to Konan. Konan descended slowly, speaking in a cold tone. I am not so desperate as to kidnap a few children to threaten Lord Kagami. Rest assured. Or rather, kidnapping people for leverage was something Konan detested most. Tap. Sasuke stepped forward, pointing his short sword at Konan. Hey, use an honorific when addressing Lord Kagami, you woman. Naruto hastily dispersed his Rasengan and tugged at Sasuke's collar. Sasuke, don't act impulsively. Who is it that just said a wise man adapts to the times? However, that guy was too rude, big sister. Although he thought Sasuke's words were too blunt, Naruto decided to stand by Sasuke's side after a moment's thought. They could argue among themselves normally, but when facing outsiders they needed to present a united front. Seeing the children united in hostility, Revolver began to mediate. I actually think Lord Kagami wouldn't care about such matters. Besides, this lady is Lord Kagami's senior sister. I forgot to tell you all. Nagato and Konan are also disciples of Lord Jiraiya. Karen's mouth hung open. I thought that white-haired uncle who wanders idly around the streets had defected, which is why he joined a team from another village. Wandering idly around the streets. That's completely slander, young Miss Karen. Jiraiya appeared from behind Konan. It's one thing for you brats to enter the competition, but why haven't you left yet? I remember giving Minato the exit key for you, right? Oh, it's the perverted sage. It's not the perverted sage. It's the toad sage. Smack. Jiraiya flashed beside Naruto and vigorously kneaded his blonde hair. Stop messing around. The shampoo I use is expensive. Don't ruin my smooth hair. Only when Jiraiya appeared did the atmosphere ease. He gazed into the distance, saying seriously, what comes next isn't suitable play for you brats. Hurry and leave. The time had come to the final 3 hours of the countdown. Several battle zones had already reduced the Death Forest to a wreck, truly worthy of being a living legend of the shinobi world. Shursui looked somewhat disheveled, a kunai hole torn in his shoulder, and several sunban embedded in his body. His navy blue combat uniform was stained with blood. Ninjas were not unchanging machines. Ever since Shursui's initial challenge, they had anticipated how to counter the Flying Thunder God technique. They would not show mercy to Shursui out of fear for the Uchiha Kagami. Had the enemy come killing at their doorstep, would they simply lie down and wait to be slaughtered? Nagato was willing to spare Kakashi time and again, because Kakashi posed no threat to their lives. Even when Hashirama Senju was invincible, countless ninja assassinated him. The solution they devised was to seal Shursui using the Amber Pure Vase. Fortunately, Shursui had always been vigilant regarding this Six Paths ninja tool of the Cloud Village escaping at the last moment. However, he paid a price. A momentary lapse in focus left him injured. Though saying this might sound a bit pretentious. Shwick. Shursui pulled out the kunai, a thrilled smile curling his lips. This is the first time I've been injured outside of training. Everyone is truly remarkable. Shursui formed a hand seal with one hand, while holding his sword level with the other. Shwa shwa. Unlike the smoke effects of shadow clones, Shursui clones emerged from his body, as if stepping out slowly. Soon they filled the entire battlefield, numbering in the hundreds. Inoki looked toward the sensory ninja in his ranks. Shadow clones. The sensory ninja's pupils dilated, cold sweat pouring down his face. His lips trembled as he spoke. No, that's not right. In my perception, none of them have any chakra response. Even the original has disappeared? Inoki frowned. Without an original, they were phantoms, illusions like the mirage created by the second Mizukage. It didn't matter, as long as they were all within the attack range. Inoki extended both hands forward. Dust released boundary separation jutsu. A massive pure white cube encompassed all the Shursui clones within its attack range. But the next scene horrified everyone to their core. One by one the Shursui clones charged out from within the dust release, slashing at everyone with expressionless faces. They're fake. Jinjutsu. No physical entity could withstand dust release. Even Uchiha-Kage would need to use slash release to cleave through it. They refused to believe anyone could survive dust release. Then there was only one possibility: these were all constructs of Jinjutsu. Clang. Samui's dagger met Shursui's Snowfrost sword, producing a resonant clash. No, they're real. Before she finished speaking, Killer Bee's 7 swords passed straight through the Shursui clone. Baka Yuru Komyuru. Little Samui, they are phantoms that can attack. Schwa? Samui hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, and a Shursui clone thrust his sword toward her heart. Bang! Killer Bee flew forward, blocking the fatal strike for Samui. Don't get distracted during battle. How many times have I taught you this? Haunted by the shadow of his teacher Brue's death, Killer Bee cared deeply for his comrades, monitoring everyone's condition. At the same time, he had to contend with attacks from more than 10 Shursui phantom clones. Killer Bee, you are strong. Shursui rarely smiled during combat. Is that so? Young man, can you explain how this technique works? Sure. Phantom Flying Thunder God 3 styles: Chaotic, Snow, Moonflower. Every one is a phantom, yet every one is a physical entity. Hey, I suppose I should say it's only fitting for a disciple of the fourth Hokage. Shursui's lips curled. A fine name, quite up to Minato-sensei's standards. Boom. Killer Bee unleashed his bijou power, forcing the phantom clones around him back. Everyone stay back. Against a foe like Shursui, who possessed high mobility and bizarre ninjutsu, they could only rely on area of effect firepower. Killer Bee was about to use the 8 tails, 8 jackets. All right, Lord Kaku. Terumi, May panted, her tone urgent. Kakuzu narrowed his small green eyes and tucked the paper and pen in his hand into his robe. Done. Gather around me. I will coordinate your ninjutsu output. Sasori summoned an ultra-giant puppet, a hint of reluctance in his expression. After this strike, this precious puppet would likely be ruined. But if they could capture the Mafuba, it would be worth it. At the same time, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. Could it be that I can only pick over the leftovers of Uchiha-Kage? He shook his head slightly, pushing the thought out of his mind. Soon everyone gathered atop the ultra-giant puppet, putting distance between themselves and the Mafuba. The Mafuba ignored the poised group, acting like a cleaning robot, diligently chopping at the forest before it, searching for any fish that had slipped through the net and escaped its slaughter. We have the most water-style ninja among us. Let's lead with water style, combining it into a water dragon bullet assisted by lightning release coordinated with the dragon vein cannon. Kizurama Hoichi released the tailed beast ball 1.5 seconds after my attack, then Terumi, may you use boil release. Kakuzu quickly explained the details. Kisame Hashigaki grinned. If we pull this off, the power would be terrifying. Lord Kakuzu, what should we call this jutsu? Kakuzu shot him a sidelong glance. Chakra barrage. It's just mixing various chakras together, why bother giving it a special name? Cut the chatter, prepare. An enormously vast amount of chakra converged toward the giant puppet, emitting a sound like cracking ice. The sound of turning gears intertwined with the hum of surging energy, sending shivers down their spines. The puppet opened its mouth, shining with fierce metallic luster. Water vapor filled the air, obscuring visibility. Boom! A massive rumble. Roar. A colossal water dragon burst from the mist, its roar shaking the surrounding fields. In terms of size, it rivaled Uchiha-Kage's flame dragon. Lightning crackled and popped upon the water dragon as it charged straight toward the Mafuba. It was like a second shot. A surge of power rushed into the water dragon, coloring it vibrantly. After a brief fusion, the azure water dragon was dyed black, radiating intense heat. Sudden acceleration. Boom. Finally fused into a pillar of light, it tore through the darkness like lightning, roaring forth with irresistible momentum. As if capable of splitting the earth in two. Kirigakure Konoha Alliance. Chakra barrage. Boom, 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 boom. The massive pillar of light pierced through the Mafuba's chest, its momentum undiminished, spanning tens of kilometers before violently colliding with the 4 red yang formation barrier. The barrier wall trembled, causing more turmoil than Nagato's previous strike. This was the power of unity. The Mafuba swayed as if about to topple. This strike's power had nearly killed it instantly, but it was still a little short. It wouldn't do. The massive hole in its chest slowly healed. It looked as though it was recovering. Schwa. 2 figures appeared before it, not giving it a moment to catch its breath. Sage Art Inorganic Rebirth. Water Release Hard Whirlpool Water Blade. The waters scattered around the Mafuba happened to serve as weapons for both techniques. Boom. A massive, magnificent water vortex spiraled rapidly, scraping away the last bits of the Mafuba's health layer by layer. From afar, Sasori looked at that white-haired figure, his energy core twitching fiercely. The Mafuba. My Mafuba. Another white-haired Konoha bastard. Hashirama Tobarama. His shout carried endless grief, indignation, and resolve. His voice was hoarse and shrill like the final roar of a wounded beast in desperation. The strike that nearly slew Makura had drained nearly all of their chakra. Even the chakra of the Three Tails Isabu was completely depleted. They could only watch helplessly as Senju Tobarama and Orochimaru stole the final blow. There's still time. We must claim Makura's corpse. Sasori roared, forcing himself to extract a trace of chakra through sheer willpower and propelled the third Kazekage, human puppet, forward. After that strike, his giant puppet was reduced to near total wreckage. If he failed to obtain Makura's corpse, he would have nothing left. But no one answered him. The group was engulfed in profound disappointment. Kakuzu in particular stared with dilated dark green pupils utterly devoid of life. The water vortex subsided, and Orochimaru awaited the prize of Makura's corpse. He was certain they had killed the creature, a monster capable of rivaling the Nine Tails. Heavy rain poured down. Upon the shattered earth there was nothing. As a product of Uchiha Kageme's technique, Makura left no physical corpse. What Sasori sought had never existed from the start. Poor Kakuzu was the one who suffered. Was it not a real entity, or did Kagami withdraw it? Orochimaru murmured to himself, showing little disappointment. 5 billion in experimental funding and an extra reward were already generous. Turning to see a furious Sasori steering the human puppet toward him, Orochimaru grinned. Consumed by rage, have you, Sasori of the red sand? His serpentine chakra transformed into countless tiny snakes, shooting outward. A series of explosions engulfed Sasori in smoke. Without Makura, your body intrigues me as well. I'll capture and study it. Orochimaru's insatiable curiosity for all jutsu extended to the art of human puppets. Suddenly a massive roar shook the earth. The bellow of Gyuki resounded. A colossal beast with a bull's head and octopus tentacles roared to the heavens, its violent winds felt even from afar. Then its entire body wrapped in octopus tentacles began to spin. Sand and stones flew, giant trees were uprooted. A terrifying tornado leveled what little remained of the forest. Orochimaru and his group were forced to halt their assault and employ their defensive measures. Impressive power, said Nagato, standing atop a strange bird in the distance. After turning Kinkaku and Ginkaku into the 6 paths of pain, Nagato gained a clearer understanding of tailed beast chakra. And this was only a fraction of the Nine Tails chakra. Through the Renegade's vision, the 8 Tails chakra far exceeded the 9 Tails chakra he currently possessed. If he could gather all 9 such tailed beasts and bring the legendary 10 Tails into the world, he would surely surpass Uchiha Kagami in power. The strange bird beat its wings and flew toward the 8 Tails. Nagato's initial target had been the Lightning Earth team, which held at least 3 tailed beasts. This tournament gathered most of the Jinchuriki, and Nagato dared not act too rashly, fearing Uchiha Kagami would discover his intentions. But claiming that the Rain Country lacked tailed beasts and attempting to capture the 8 Tails for study might not arouse suspicion. First capture the troublesome 8 Tails. He would consider the rest later. Ideally, he would eliminate them all at once. He wondered if the chakra from Kinkaku and Ginkaku would be sufficient. If not, conflict with Konoha would be inevitable. Nagato would no longer rely on negotiation to achieve his goals. Kakuzu, however, still possessed a resolute mind. The last hit meant 5 billion, a boss he had painstakingly whittled down to a sliver of health through his own schemes. A normal person would have gone mad from having it stolen or ended up like Sasori. Kakuzu's earth grudge fear tendrils restrained the still charging Sasori, and he snapped coldly, calm down. Failure is failure. You look pathetic right now. What do you know? Sasori's face showed more emotion in a single day than in the past decade. You lost nothing. Do you know what I've lost? Especially because it was the white-haired man. Sasori detested people with white hair above all else, second only to those with red eyes. And now a white-haired, red-eyed man had appeared, snatched away the prize he had schemed and sacrificed so much to obtain. This hatred and immense psychological gap was enough to drive anyone mad. The fact that he hadn't lost his mind yet was a testament to his emotional stability. I have lost something too, Kakuzu said, his voice low. You should understand what losing 5 billion means to me. But, even after being treated so cruelly by Uchiha Kagami, I didn't give up on myself. Sasori's expression froze. Having been partners for years, he knew well Kakuzu's money above all philosophy. Kakuzu, you can actually endure this. I understand. Sasori took a deep breath, even though he no longer needed to breathe. Kakuzu-san, you are a true shinobi. I have learned my lesson. No matter the difficulty, I will remain calm. My earlier outburst was unbecoming. Kakuzu nodded approvingly, as if to a teachable pupil. Behind his back, one hand was fiercely pinching the soft flesh of his waist. Only the pain kept him from fainting. As the tornado's range expanded, the group spotted the strange bird flying against the wind with Nagato and his companions standing atop it. The leader. Is he going to capture the 8 Tails? Sasori whispered, returning to Kakuzu's side. Kakuzu frowned slightly. Isn't it too soon? Wouldn't that expose our organization's true purpose? Let's wait and see. With the leader's strength, he shouldn't need our help. In my long life, only 2 people have surpassed him in power. The 8 Tails tailed beast 8 Tails vortex was so vast that it obliterated all of Shirsue's shadow clones. When the tornado ceased, Shursui emerged from the earth on the spiraled ground covered in dust. A woman with long white hair wearing a Konoha Jonin vest appeared beside him. Ryu said nothing, placing her hands on Shursui to perform the mystical palm technique. Shursui frowned. Are all the marks I left gone? He had considered using the flying thunder god to retreat, but he could no longer sense any of his marks. Makura's sweeping destruction and the battles of other powerful shinobi had made this vast arena, which could host thousands of shinobi, feel cramped. Ryu shook her head. Only the one on me remains. I was nearly caught in a jutsu from another battlefield, so I came to you. Stay close to me. Shursui had already instructed Ryu that if she sensed danger she should come to him. With her by his side, he could still contend with these powerful foes. If she were captured alone, it would be over. At any rate, he himself would not die. He believed his brother was watching over him. If a fatal situation arose, his brother would surely intervene. But there was another possibility. A thought struck Shursui. He remembered Ryu's inherited technique. Could it be that his brother intended to let him die once, then have Ryu revive him? Probably not. His brother had said that the Mangekyō's evolution didn't necessarily require grief or similar stimuli. Shursui's mind was turbulent, and he stopped Ryu's treatment. He gripped Ryu's hand firmly, his voice low as he stressed again, "Do not leave me." Okay, Ryu responded calmly without the shyness of a young girl. Shursui was her family. Such an action was only natural. 7th Killing Gate. Day Tiger. A super high-speed straight punch concentrated at a single point compresses the air before detonating instantaneously. The air cannon resembling a white tiger blasted the mutated monstrosity, Mangekyō, hundreds of meters away. Even the dispersed shockwaves made it difficult to stand firm. Phew. Sakashige looked at Mato Guy, whose body was enveloped in steaming blue flames, and managed a faint smile. Thank you, Guy. Sakashige lacked the means to deal with large-scale monsters, especially Mangekyō, a creature with no fatal weakness. After days of fierce battle, Ihara Kurara fell in combat. Raza, under the siege of Kakashi, and others had an arm severed. Surrender. You have lost. According to my intelligence, he is not only the One-Tails Jinchuriki, but also your son, isn't he? A cold voice echoed. Yakushi Kabuto tightened his grip around the child's neck, a kunai pressed against his forehead. Surrounded by them was a vast expanse of sand. Compared to other battlefields, the appearance and disappearance of the One-Tails had not caused much commotion. Only Yakushi Kabuto and those who fought him knew the immense effort it took to subdue this brat. Raza, half his body submerged in the sand with a severed arm, watched his son with fearful eyes. You are truly a useless waste. Snorting contemptuously, Raza sneered. Just kill me if you must. I was planning to hand over the Jinchuriki role to someone else anyway. Hearing these words, the last trace of emotion in Gaara's eyes gradually faded. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and chuckled lightly. Can you still go to the Land of Wind to capture Shikaku now that it has been revived? Raza fell silent. It was common knowledge that Shikaku's revival would occur in the deserts of the Land of Wind. But the current Land of Wind, would the reborn Shikaku even accept him? It would likely be crushed by wood released before it could even emerge. Give me Shikaku and we will retreat. After a moment of thought, Raza spoke with a heavy voice. I've changed my mind. Yakushi Kabuto moved the kunai closer, shifting his grip on Gaara from choking him to embracing him from behind. You are unworthy of being this child's father. I shall adopt him instead. You bastard. Shikaku belongs to the Sand Village. Yakushi Kabuto's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold sneer curling his lips. If you had called him Gaara, I might have been interested in negotiating. He whispered softly into Gaara's ear. Can you feel it? The profound love within the sand that protects you. Gaara turned his head in confusion. Yakushi Kabuto offered him a warm smile, just like in his fantasies. His mother's smile. I am certain your mother loved you deeply. Even after death, she chose to become sand to protect you. From now on, you will be my younger brother. A life treated as a weapon is too cruel for you. Very well. Gaara, what are you? Raza's furious scream was interrupted by the sudden arrival of Kakashi. Kakashi wielded his sword ruthlessly, his gaze piercing. Someone like you, do you even deserve to be a father? Within the entire barrier, not a trace of green remained. Upon the ruined earth, the various battle groups were clearly visible. Even without sensory ninja abilities, one could roughly count the number of people within sight. Probably only about 100 left. Nagato struck decisively, displaying power that stunned the Kumobikure forces from the onset. A massive wood dragon coiled around the eight tails, instantly establishing dominance. This would release. Impossible. Not only the Rinnegan, but also would release. My chakra is being rapidly absorbed. Think of something quick. Not only did the wood dragon possess its inherent chakra-draining ability, but it also incorporated the path of Azura's Deva Path technique. This absorption was too fast. Ushimaru cried out in terror. The six paths of Sage was a father-like figure to their tailed beasts, so he had never used Rinnegan abilities against them. Swish! A blazing white light swept through the air, shattering the wood dragon that bound the eight tails. On top of the clay bird, the powerless Daihara leaned against Daidara, speaking weakly. Haha, have you witnessed it? My dust release. Even wood release can be shattered. Abandon your unrealistic fantasies and learn to master dust release. Deidara frowned slightly. But, you can't defeat Uchiha Kagami. I still find explosive release more interesting. Damn it. Crack. Overwhelmed by intense emotion, the furious Deidara twisted his waist while turning to scold. Sigh, old man, you've lost both your legs and still have back pain. Deidara trembled in pain too weak to curse Deidara. Just then, a bolt of lightning stepped upon the massive body of the Eight Tails, soaring straight toward Nagato on the monstrous bird above. What do you intend to do to my brother? Boom. Angry thunder rose from the earth as they struck with furious force. Nagato reached out expressionlessly. Shinra Tensei. Bang. The lightning fell. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of ghostly blue flames flew in resembling mice. Casually dispersing the fire mouse bombs, Nagato looked at the girl wrapped in blue flames on the Eight Tails. The Two Tails is here too. I'll capture them all at once. Rumble rumble. Another wood dragon erupted from the ground. A blazing figure collided with it just as it broke through the earth, shattering it. Melt release old purple. Boom. The earth rose, forming a massive hemispherical structure that suppressed the regenerating wood dragon. Bang. Mountain earth technique less. The Kumogakure and Iwagakure ninja clashed with Nagato while Shursui remained a spectator. Thud. Shursui summoned a giant crow taking flight, with Tatara watching the battlefield from afar. Even he was seeing this level of chaotic battle for the first time. The enemies my brother once faced, were they like this? Tatara frowned slightly. Such terrifying power. Could Lord Kagami's organization have lost control of this exercise? Shursui had rarely seen Uchiha Kagami fight, only witnessing it a few days prior alongside everyone else. The moonlight slash among those mountain ranges, and the miraculous flame dragon art. Honestly, its visual impact seemed slightly inferior to Nagato's current dominance over the crowd. No, Shursui stated firmly, my brother is invincible. No matter what happens, everything is within his control. Tatara also recalled her first encounter with Uchiha Kagami. That city encompassing firework resembling a divine miracle. Yes, after all, that is Lord Kagami. The battle did not last long before it turned into a one-sided slaughter. Even without Jiraiya intervening, Nagato alone suppressed the elite combatants of two major ninja villages. The 6 paths of pain equipped with Kinkaku and Ginkaku completely overwhelmed the elites of both villages except for their absolute strongest fighters. Several Kumogakure ninja had already died at the hands of the paths of pain. Enraged Killer Bee vented his frustration with tailed beast bombs. Missing Nagato, he ended up killing several bystanders, such as the bounty organization Xinyuan Zhong. Those who had been hiding until now were wiped out in a single-tailed beast bomb. Exhausted from the massive consumption, the Eight Tails was entangled by wood release, unable to move again. This time, everyone else had been driven back, and no one was quick enough to save him. Nagato descended from the sky, stepping upon the Eight Tails. Eight Tails captured. He was about to press his palm down. But, in the west, the last rays of sunlight sank into the mountains. Roar. A crimson barrier erupted into the sky, creating tremendous commotion and causing everyone to freeze instantly. Nagato realized something and accelerated, attempting to perform the sealing jutsu. Time's up. 82 remaining. The voice appeared right beside his ear. Very close. Uchiha Kagami hovered behind Nagato, his voice indifferent, looking down from above. The first round is over. What else do you intend to do, Nagato? Nagato's hand poised to strike hesitated for a few seconds. Finally, he slowly straightened his body. Nothing. Uchiha Kagami stood there quietly. Lacking the strength of a Kage, one could not even bear to look directly at his figure, perceiving only an aura of nothingness. It was as if time had been forcibly paused, everything frozen at the moment of his appearance. Whoosh! The figures of Minato Namikaze and Hashirama Senju appeared at his sides. Looking around, Minato smiled bitterly and shook his head. The ecosystem of this area has been completely destroyed. Even if Hashirama's would release, could rebuild the greenery, the dead animals could not be restored. Restoring it to its pre-destruction state would be a project of at least 20 years. Kagami, should I use creation of all things now? Hashirama Senju also felt heartbroken looking at this. This area was the very forest he and Madara had seen on the rock wall. Not for now. Uchiha Kagami's gaze shifted, spotting Shursui on the crow. Honestly, Shursui's performance was mediocre and did not satisfy him. If he could not achieve a transformation in the second match, Kagami would have to resort to coercive measures. Hiss. The body of the Eight Tails slowly shrank, depriving everyone of a foothold. Kagami and Nagato both possessed the ability to hover, descending slowly. Minato Namikaze and Hashirama teleported to the ground below, while the surviving participants slowly gathered around. A hugging Killer Bee the Rakage looked at Uchiha Kagami's back with complex emotions. This man who had killed his father had indeed just saved his brother. Although he knew that saving Killer Bee had nothing to do with Uchiha Kagami's kindness, it was simply that Killer Bee had been lucky enough to survive until sunset. Brother. Lord Kagami. Shursui and Tange approached Uchiha Kagami, lowering their heads in shame. Having defeated the former Rakage in single combat and stirred unrest among the ninja of two great nations, Shursui knew that despite achieving such feats, he still fell short of his brother's expectations. Uchiha Shursui had his own pride, his demands on himself, and the standards he held himself to were all benchmarked against Uchiha Kagami, who had taught him as much. Kagami had already been chasing and killing these people when he was several years younger than Shursui was now, whereas Shursui still had to rely on the flying thunder god technique to maneuver. Seeing Shursui in this state, Kagami sighed lightly. Next time do not disappoint me. Hearing these words, the crowd fell silent. Defeating a Kage-level ninja at 17 and displaying unparalleled talent and strength. What exactly are you disappointed about? Uchiha Kagami himself could not explain what he was disappointed by. He had not arranged every step for Shursui like Uchiha Itachi had for Sasuke. He had built a stage hoping Shursui would undergo a transformation through battle, lending a helping hand as he ascended to the Mangekyō Sharingan. It was like he had given Shursui startup capital hoping he would achieve some results. And at critical moments such as an IPO he would give him a push. But now there were no signs of such growth. Shursui's development leaned toward that of an ordinary ninja, much like Minato, always in an upward trajectory, very steady. However, the Uchiha were not meant to be a steady clan. Due to their unique bloodline, Uchiha strength grew in explosive phase-based increments. Uchiha Kagami with 3 Tomo was not even the strongest among Kage-level ninja, but after obtaining the 4 Tomo Mangekyō, he instantly became the strongest in the world, even forcing Uchiha Madara to relocate out of fear. If Shursui still cannot find this turning point in the next step, then we will simply have to arrange more incidents. What else could he do? Abandon Shursui. Uchiha Kagami flicked his finger, shooting a wisp of yang release chakra to restore Shursui's injuries. He spoke in a clear voice. Since everyone is here, let us not waste time. Let us begin the second match directly. Shouldn't you say something like this before helping your younger brother recover? Playing such obvious favorites. Don't we need healing and time to recover our chakra too? However, no one dared to object. They hurriedly used the time, while Uchiha Kagami explained the rules to heal their wounds and concentrate on refining chakra. I will place 10 tokens in the second match arena. Over the course of 2 days, the 10 individuals who possess these tokens may participate in the third match. Uchiha Kagami spread his palm, revealing an azure blue crystal. A dense aura of energy radiated from it, containing extremely powerful chakra. Dragon Vein. Sasori couldn't help but speak. He was too familiar with this energy. After 10 years of close proximity, he had only just lost it. The energy contained in this single crystal was greater than what he had used in 10 years. Could it be? This is a Dragon Vein crystal. Glancing at him, Kagami said calmly, "This is a fragment of a Dragon Vein crystal containing approximately 1/30th of the energy of a complete crystal. Consider it a reward for those promoted in the second match. Seeing you fight so fiercely, it would be rude not to give you something first. You're the one who feels sorry." Sasori stared fixedly at the crystal. Just 1/30th. Contained more than what he had used in 10 years. He more concretely understood the gap between himself and Uchiha Kagami. "Kagami, I have a question." Jiraiya raised his hand to ask. "You said the 10 people possessing tokens. Does that mean a single team can hold multiple tokens? If one team collected all 10 tokens, could they directly declare the competition over?" Uchiha Kagami stuffed the crystal back into his pocket and said indifferently, "If one team can snatch the 10 scattered tokens, then it is over." Looking around, Kagami said calmly, "I have already accommodated the weak as much as possible. If you cannot even protect a single token for 2 days, it would be better to abandon your unrealistic fantasies and die sooner. Do not feel it is unfair. Honestly, Nagato is willing to compete alongside you. You should feel honored." Nagato, who possessed wood release and abundant chakra, had reached Uchiha Kagami's standard for a strong warrior, and his words carried recognition of his strength. Nagato, who had previously felt resentful, saw his tightly furrowed brows relax upon hearing this. Uchiha Kagami paused for a moment, his gaze falling upon a group in the crowd, whose clothing was exceptionally neat, looking more like tourists than combatants compared to the majority. Sensing Uchiha Kagami's gaze, that group immediately stepped forward in unison. Jinka Kumobikura, the Hyuga brothers, Tetsuka Uchiha, Izumi, and others. There were more than 10 people. It was the team protecting Shursui, wasn't it? Many thought to themselves. Shursui himself would not think so. As a dojutsu ninja, if he had such a team around him, he would have noticed long ago. "You may withdraw. You are no longer needed for the second match." "Yes." Uchiha Kagami's gaze shifted as he said faintly, "Let me state this in advance, the survival rate in the second match will not be this high. Those who wish to withdraw may speak now." Inoki breathed a sigh of relief. The second match immediately followed the first, and he had thought there would be no withdrawal option. He pushed Daidara. "You withdraw from the competition." "Huh, old man, I haven't even blown anyone up yet, and you want me to quit like this?" The quiet atmosphere was instantly shattered. He wanted to shout more, but suddenly his throat felt as if it were stuffed, unable to produce sound. Struggling to turn his head, he discovered it was his previous enemy, Uchiha Shursui, standing with his back to him. Shursui forced a smile. "Brother, he is just a loudmouth brat. Let him go this once." Through Shursui's back, Deidara was completely stunned. In his vision, the world lost its color. Only a pair of scarlet, magnificent Sharingan eyes remained. The sky covering scarlet faded, and Uchiha Kagami's calm voice sounded. "I am no great villain. I only wish to give him a small lesson. Since you spoke up, let it go." "Lord Kagami, we withdraw as well." Yakushi Kabuto led Gaara with Yamato following behind. Starting to adopt orphans at such a young age, one might say, he truly is the adopted son of Yakushi no. What you say, Gaara is not an orphan? With a father like that, he would be better off as an orphan. Seeing Yakushi Kabuto about to take Gaara away, Rasha grew anxious. Covering his severed arm, he hurriedly said, Lord Kagami, Gaara is my son, the treasure of the sand-hidden village. Whoosh! A colorless, invisible line sliced Rasha cleanly in two. The look of terror in his eyes flickered and then faded. His torso fell precisely to either side, limbs scattered. Blood pooled everywhere. The leader of the sand-hidden village, the man who had been the fourth Kazekage just over a month ago, was dead. Uchiha Kagami's indifferent gaze fell upon Shio. Does the sand-hidden village have any objections? Not long ago, his younger brother had died at the hands of Konoha ninjas, and before that Sasori's parents had also been slain by Konoha blades. Now, with Shikaku stolen and the Kazekage dead, Shio's heart sank further, seeing no possibility of Sand's revival. Yet she could not even express her desolation. She had to answer. Otherwise the last flicker of sand would be extinguished. The sand-hidden village has no objections. The demon lurking in the crowd couldn't help but sneer. These ignorant humans actually dared to provoke that man. He was a monster whom he himself, even after obtaining the dragon vein crystal and devouring the shrine maiden, would not dare to oppose. Several more heavily injured participants chose to withdraw, including Mado Guy. Originally he had not wanted to quit, but the after effects of opening the 8 gates left him exhausted, and entering the second round immediately would have been too dangerous. Hataki Sakumo made the decision to withdraw on his behalf, as did Asuma and Red and others. The first round had been this brutal, it was foreseeable. The death rate in the second round would be even higher. Lord Kagami, may I claim the extra reward now? If I die in the second round, wouldn't it be a pity to miss out? Orochimaru said with a light laugh, somewhat nervous. Uchiha Kagami's method of executing Rasha was completely beyond his and Hashirama Senju's comprehension. If the roles were reversed, he felt he would also be instantly killed. Fortunately, with numerous soul seals dispersed, he dared not ask for the reward so soon. Uchiha Kagami stroked his chin and nodded. Very well, what do you want? Severing style training secret scroll. Orochimaru answered without hesitation, naming the thing he desired most. In his view, whether it was Yin-Yang release or the dragon vein crystal, their value paled in comparison to the severing style. He had self-awareness, possessing the cultivation method did not guarantee he could master it. But this was the only way to glimpse the power of the gods. He believed that with Uchiha Kagami's ambition, he would never offer something worthless. Since it ranked first among the final rewards, it must hold corresponding value. All eyes fell upon Orochimaru. It felt like watching someone else win the jackpot. Some groups' eyes burned with fire. If they could act, they would have torn Orochimaru apart and eaten him by now. Fine. Uchiha Kagami looked at Shursui. Give him your scroll. Oh, I will write another for you later. Shursui summoned a slightly worn scroll and handed it gently to Orochimaru. Orochimaru received it with even more care, as if holding a priceless treasure. No, not as if. It was truly priceless. Though it seemed casually bestowed, everyone understood the importance of this secret scroll. Judging by Uchiha Kagami's words, this might be the unique severing style cultivation manual. The crowd's gazes grew fervent, not just one group, but everyone showed greedy looks toward Orochimaru. Almost everyone made their decision at the start of the second round. Forget about the tokens. Kill Orochimaru first, and seize the severing style. Noticing the crowd's stares, Orochimaru knew he had become a target of greed. He dared not open it now. In front of everyone, he summoned a white snake. After wrapping the scroll in several layers, he placed it in the white snake's mouth. With a puff of smoke, the white snake vanished. Does he really think this makes him safe? Nagato narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself. If Orochimaru did not hand it over willingly, he would extract his soul and search his memories. He was confident in securing the final spot. Originally his plan had been to obtain both the severing style and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Adding the severing style to his options would only make things better. He would choose the dragon vein crystal, then its chakra energy was indeed powerful. Now, may I ask Lord Kagami to give me the prize money? Orochimaru had already anticipated that the second round might cost him a life. But it didn't matter. The Konoha participants had been forced to enter, having already obtained the severing style. Withdrawing was no big deal. Plus 50 billion in research funds would make it a great profit. Prize money. What prize money? Uchiha Kagami frowned in confusion. The temptation of huge funds made Orochimaru unable to hold back. It's the 50 billion ryo you promised earlier. Uchiha Kagami nodded. You mean that? That was a bet with Kakuza. What does it have to do with you? When did I say anyone who killed the Mahiru would get 50 billion? Kakuza, you tell him, did I say that? Kakuza stepped out of the crowd. He exhaled deeply, feeling some of his pent-up frustration ease. Uchiha Kagami never said that. Understood. I misunderstood. I apologize. Uchiha Kagami clapped his hands. Good. Those who wish to leave may go. The rest of you are the brave ones participating in the second round. Bang. After a cloud of white smoke, a giant scroll unfolded before Uchiha Kagami. Everyone noticed 3 large characters written on the mostly blank surface. Shikatsu Forest. Wasn't that one of the 3 great summoning holy lands? Could Uchiha Kagami also be a contracted summoner of the Holy Land? Orochimaru and Jiraiya had seen Tsunade's summoning scroll. It wasn't like this. They noticed two small characters beneath the three large ones. Katsuyu. No. Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged glances, realizing something. Uchiha Kagami had not contracted with Shikatsu Forest. Instead, Shikatsu Forest already belonged to Uchiha Kagami. Katsuyu was the name of the slug sage. No wonder. No wonder this tournament had no mandatory requirement for Shikatsu Forest heirs to join. They already belonged to Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. Ordinary grounds cannot withstand your havoc. I have discovered a good place. There you may slaughter each other to your heart's content. Snap. Uchiha Kagami clapped his hands together. An incredibly terrifying chakra shockwave sent those nearby flying. Even Senju Hashirama had to raise his arm to resist. Summoning jutsu. Shikatsu Forest. The sky and earth changed, a bone-white hue began to spread. Enormous branches the color of bone blotted out the sun. The air was filled with a lethal dose of pale blue poison mist. An incomprehensibly massive shadow occupied everyone's vision. Standing atop the slug sage's head, Uchiha Kagami looked down at the crowd. With a wave of his hand, 10 azure crystals shot out in all directions. Then the second round of the Shinobi World Tournament begins. Upon the pallid earth, bones stood like a forest. The dense noxious mist, nearly liquefied, clung to the branches of the bone forest and dripped down. The damp bone forest lived up to its name. Jiraiya and Orochimaru found it hard to imagine that the slug sage with such a gentle voice and kind disposition could inhabit such a place. This terrifying realm resembling a hell of bones. Crack. The colossal slug sage erupted with a thunderous boom, splitting into countless smaller bodies. Each of these smaller bodies was the size of a house, imbued with dense natural energy. Even after splitting into thousands of entities, the slug sage's main body remained as imposing as a mountain. For the 48 hours from now on, those who hold the tokens will advance. Beyond that, there are no rules. The slug may heal you, or it may attack you. You are also permitted to attack the slug. Orochimaru's expression soured. The three sacred lands of the ninja world maintained a certain balance of mutual restraint. Toads fear snakes, snakes fear slugs, and slugs fear toads. This saying was widespread because the slug's venom was highly corrosive to snake skin. The three snake sisters following behind him had felt extreme discomfort upon entering the Shikatsu Forest. The great sages of the three sacred lands were equals. Facing the slug sage directly gave them a suffocating sensation akin to facing the white snake sage. Wait. The three snake sisters' pupils contracted sharply, sensing something. Slightly later than them, the others also perceived an incredibly terrifying aura approaching. Something was coming. The earth rumbled. Boom. A section of the ghastly white ground split open, and a colossal, white serpent burst forth from beneath. That's the white snake sage. Hashirama Senju frowned, pressing his palms together. Kagami, is it an enemy? In his sage mode perception, the natural energy of this great serpent was extraordinarily powerful. To think, you could actually summon the Shikatsu Forest to the earth. Uchiha Kagami-sama, you are truly a second sage of 6 paths. The white serpent spoke in human tongue, filled with delight. The great toad sage is aged, and the slug's main body cannot leave its sacred land. Among the three sages, she was the only one who could move freely and also in the best condition. The essence of transcendental advancement was devouring and fusion. Just as the Otsutsuki clan herded the Ten Tails to absorb natural energy and obtain chakra fruits, Uchiha Kagami absorbed spiritual energy and converted it into chakra. On a microscopic level, humans also sustain life by eating. The white snake sage was at a critical juncture. She needed vast amounts of natural energy to complete her evolution into a dragon. Her original target had been Mount Myaboku. She was wary of the great toad sage who had ties to the sage of 6 paths. She planned to invade Mount Myaboku once that old toad died. The Shikatsu Forest, however, was not on her menu. The slug sage couldn't leave the forest, but within it, she wasn't confident of victory. The great toad and she had both given portions of their natural energy to their clans, but this slug was a single entity free of such burdens. Who knew how powerful she truly was? The white snake sage greedily absorbed the natural energy of the Shikatsu Forest, visibly thinning the dense mist. But soon faint blue star-like spots began to appear on her massive white serpentine body. She was poisoned. It didn't matter, she could just digest it. Since the Shikatsu Forest was now on the earth, it had become her meal. Just as she was about to continue absorbing unknowingly, her orange-yellow serpentine pupils were overlaid with the crimson of the Sharingan, revealing 3 tomo. How rude. Uchiha Kagami walked across the slug's body, stepping towards the immobilized white snake sage. I haven't given you permission to eat yet. Rumble. The white snake sage's enormous body was pulled from the earth, stretching tens of thousands of meters without its tail in sight. Uchiha Kagami nodded in satisfaction. After feeding her the dragon vein crystal, she should serve as a stepping stone. In his dim right eye, tomo appeared one by one, 4 tomo connecting to form a crown of thorns. A black-red pupil mark landed on the white snake sage's forehead. Jomo. Total domination. As the black-red completely dyed the white snake sage's pupils, everything about her came under Uchiha Kagami's control. The terrifying length visible on the ground was only a small part of her. The vast majority of her body remained within the Ryuchi cave. That's about enough. Uchiha Kagami looked up at the moon, a faint smile playing on his lips. I'll be coming for you soon, just wait. The white snake sage lay quietly prostrate before Uchiha Kagami, were it not for the vast difference in size. Her posture resembled a pet snake awaiting its master's caress. No matter how incomprehensible the events once associated with the name Uchiha Kagami, they became plausible. Even being able to fully summon the Shikatsu forest and subjugate the white snake sage. Perhaps it wasn't that hard to accept. Like hell it was. The three snake sisters were so panicked, they couldn't maintain their human forms. What's going on? The boss had just come out of seclusion only to be swallowed up by someone else. What were they the subordinates supposed to do? Kagami-sama, you. Once again Tendo Shinko was pushed forward to speak. She called out, but dared not continue. Not knowing what to say, Uchiha Kagami slightly turned his head. It's you. You did well in your previous tasks. Once this is over you can take over the Ryuchi cave. The white snake sage won't be returning. Understood. The Ryuchi cave will surely follow your will and look to you for guidance. No need. Do as you please. Uchiha Kagami held little regard for these three little snakes. They were adequate for occasional artistic performances, but otherwise useless. The white snake sage's colossal body coiled around the slug sage. Uchiha Kagami with a mere thought looked at the still stunned crowd and said calmly, what are you looking at? The competition has already begun. Only then did the group snap back to reality. Scanning around they realized several people were indeed missing. Especially that white-haired crimson-eyed fellow who had vanished the moment Kagami cast out the crystal. The three snake sisters turned back and realized that Orochimaru had also disappeared long ago. They had been so shocked by the white snake sage that they had forgotten the most crucial matter. Nagato clasped his hands in a hand seal. After a moment he frowned. What's wrong? Conan asked with concern. The anomalous energy here is too dense. I can't use the rain tiger at will technique. Uchiha Kagami looked at Nagato thoughtfully. In terms of life force Nagato might even surpass Kushina and Karen. Yet he hadn't awakened the adamantine sealing chains they both possessed. Otherwise he wouldn't have failed to use them against the Eight Tails earlier. Was it because he bore the Rinnegan? Uchiha Kagami had no interest in delving deeper. With Nagato's would release awakening the adamantine sealing chains wouldn't significantly enhance his power anyway. Nagato's abilities were already too numerous and disparate. In Uchiha Kagami's view his own configuration of dojutsu was the most straightforward and efficient. Sealing, Black Slash, served as his primary offense with Yin-Yang release for auxiliary buffs and healing. Zhangma was for control, and Tsukuyami-san provided localized spatial temporal confinement. That was sufficient. Kagami's focus had always been on enhancing the limits of these abilities or developing interactions between them. There was no need for flashy techniques. As long as he could cut down others while ensuring he wasn't cut down himself, that was enough. He had clear plans and steps for his evolutionary path. This tournament wasn't held solely for sure sway. This too was part of the plan. Deep beneath the Shikatsu forest, in absolute darkness, faint blue sparks of fire flickered. The strong who had died in the tournament so far, except for Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had voluntarily dispersed himself, all their souls were imprisoned here. Souls are excellent fuel. Uchiha Kagami. Amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the two-faced, four-armed demonic ghost called out this name. Since you could lift the seal on me at any time, I am curious. Why did you not attempt to subdue me with the Scarlet Demon? Your previous handling of Itachi's jail of hell was likely preparation for dealing with me, was it not? Uchiha Kagami's spiritual form appeared before the Vermilion Gate, gazing at Sukuna from a short distance away. I did have such thoughts, but people change. As time passed, my perspective gradually shifted. Uchiha Kagami approached the gate. And then, he walked straight through the threshold, entering the interior of the sealing gate. Sukuna's four eyes snapped wide open, his bones cracking audibly, as if he were about to pounce and kill in the next instant. However, he restrained himself. Uchiha Kagami leaned against the gate frame, arms crossed, and smiled faintly. This is the reason, Sukuna. Sukuna waited silently for the rest, understanding Kagami's manner of speech. In truth, you had several opportunities to interfere with me, even to seize my body, did you not? You are skilled at enduring. Before you possess absolute certainty, you do not act rashly. I greatly admire that trait of yours. The ninja world is too small. The feeling of everything going according to my will is pleasant, but after a long while it becomes tedious. The reason I do not tame you now is to create an insurance policy. The gods of this universe are already dead. If the other Otsutsuki are only of the known caliber, then it would be far too boring. I still believe that only through the collision of sufficiently powerful individuals nourished by the defeat and demise of one side can one ascend to a higher realm. Sukuna looked at Uchiha Kagami with a cold sneer. Is it like in those biographical tales? You feared the loneliness of being too invincible, so you sought to cultivate a rival of equal strength. I recall the words of a foolish woman. Absolute power. The loneliness born of absolute power must be taught to those you love. Uchiha Kagami smiled, interrupting Sukuna. That was that woman, Wan, who said it, wasn't it, Sukuna? I know everything about you. I have no need for anyone to teach me about love. There is no need for all that messy nonsense, loneliness, love, and the like. nor am I cultivating a rival of equal strength. Uchiha Kagami lowered his arms and walked step by step toward the demonic ghost upon the pile of bones. Although he was looking up, his eyes held a malice deeper than the sea of blood laced with bone-chilling contempt. His mouth curved upward, infinitely resembling a madman's laugh. There is no need for equal strength. So what if I grant you greater power? I am Uchiha Kagami. I am incapable of losing. Sukuna relaxed his body and sat down slowly. He had heard similar words before. What if you were to die beneath my slash, what would your dying words be? This was what he was curious about. To this day, he did not know Gojo Satoru's final thoughts imprisoned within this cage. After years of day and night together, his memories of Gojo Satoru were slowly fading, leaving only the man before him lingering in his heart. Uchiha Kagami's smile slowly faded, and the malice in his eyes gradually receded. It was the fake smile Sukuna hated most. Despite being a complete monster and madman, he always wore such a smile, appearing like a normal person. He had never felt even a trace of kindness in Uchiha Kagami's smiles. I do not know. I suppose I would curse you. Uchiha Kagami turned and walked out of the ceiling gate, speaking indifferently. The story begins with you and me. At the end, only one of us can remain. We are not two sides of the same coin, we cannot reconcile. Finally, Uchiha Kagami turned his head and smiled. Sukuna paused, slightly stunned. For the first time, he had perceived human emotion in Uchiha Kagami's smile. What emotion was it? Sukuna could not say. Prepare yourself. Within these few days I will open the seal and welcome our formal meeting. If you are too weak, then you will simply end up like that old snake. Good luck, Sukuna. Sukuna understood a little. It was anticipation. This time he felt no anger or shame. Supporting his cheek with one hand, he smiled. I am called Detenshi. It is a name I chose for myself. Uchiha Kagami did not turn back. I already knew. It does not matter. Just as I have already forgotten my original name. I am Uchiha Kagami, and you are Ryomen Sukuna. That is all. The ceiling space grew increasingly vast, nearly boundless. Even the dragon veins in the sky could not illuminate such a wide area. Sukuna let his mind go blank. He waited quietly. Countless spiritual encounters had occurred, and he had even once occupied Uchiha Kagami's body. But to truly meet that kid, for the first time in his life, Sukuna felt anticipation for seeing a person. No, Uchiha Kagami. We must be one entity. We are fates intertwined across time and space. I still firmly believe that eating you, we will evolve into the most perfect gods, into a realm beyond my current imagination. We will be together forever. Do not compare me to that snake. The Gokuraku no Hako within the ceiling space emitted a low, prolonged resonance. Sukuna accelerated his devouring of Itachi. This feast was about to reach its end, and was about to reach its climax. Kagami, is something wrong? Minato looked at Uchiha Kagami, who had his eyes closed as if in false slumber, his voice tinged with concern. He had assumed that Uchiha Kagami had overextended his visual prowess while subduing the White Snake Sage. As a Uchiha himself, he had some understanding of the side effects of the Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami slowly opened his eyes and smiled. I am fine. I merely went to send out an invitation. Minato did not understand Kagami's meaning and did not ask further. He glanced at Hashirama Senju, who had run below to chat with a slug, and spoke in a low voice. Kurama just told me that Gyuki contacted him. Nagato's suppression over the tailed beasts is second only to your Sharingan. The combination of the Rinnegan and wood release is terrifying. He lowered his voice further, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The Akatsuki has gathered several powerful rogue ninjas. It is unreasonable to claim they are merely managing the land of Rain. They have not accepted civilians and closed their borders years ago. Such behavior, plus his haste to refine Kinkaku and Ginkaku into puppets. Minato's brows knit tightly, his voice cold. I believe their goal is to collect the tailed beasts. Uchiha Kagami raised an eyebrow. Kurama told you. No, we have not been together long. He only told Eight Tails, who told me. When I asked him further, he ignored me. From what you're saying, you already knew what they intended to do. Yes, so what? Uchiha Kagami looked indifferent. Then we. Minato hesitated slightly. Given the current intelligence, if these were unrelated individuals, he would already have enough reason to gather forces and attack the land of Rain. But Nagato was after all their senior brother. Should we try to talk to Nagato? Minato did not fear war, but special cases required special treatment. If Nagato could be brought into the Fire Nation's camp, the ninja world situation would truly stabilize. Uchiha Kagami let out a light laugh. He originally wanted to talk to me, but I refused. Rest assured, Jiraiya was nothing more than the double agent you sent out. If they take any action harmful to the Fire Nation, I will eradicate them. Let them be for now. If the Fire Nation faces no external threats at all, that is not a good thing either. Minato pondered for a moment and nodded. If it were only himself, he would certainly find a way to eliminate the Akatsuki's threat as soon as possible. But with Kagami present, there was no problem. The first clash clearly demonstrated the strength of each team. The Akatsuki organization was undoubtedly the strongest by a wide margin. Next came the evil scientist duo Tobarama and Orochimaru. The Lightning Earth duo boasted 2 Kaga-level fighters and 3 Jinchuriki, with Hiruzen's Earth-style techniques far surpassing ordinary Jonin. The Mist Ninja were also formidable. As for the White Fang squad, only Tsukumo Hatake and Kakashi remained essentially a white-haired father-son pair. Shui was in the best condition, single-handedly capable of ranking among the top combatants. Having lost Rashi and Gaara with Ebizo dead and Chiyo wounded, she would have withdrawn her forces if not for the lingering hope of securing a spot to gain territory. She knew the odds were slim, but without continuing there would be no hope at all. She was a lonely yet brave old woman. Ahead lay a bewildering future, behind loomed the covetous specters of the dead, making every step treacherous. Teams confident in their strength either pursued Orochimaru or extended their senses wide to search for the Dragon Vein Crystal. Uchiha Kagami withdrew his perception from Shikatsu Forest and focused on the White Snake Sage. Under the power of his Crimson Demon, the White Snake Sage's soul was completely suppressed. Unless Uchiha Kagami's ocular power dwindled to the point of failing to maintain the minimal cost of Crimson Demon, she would remain a puppet for life. Minato, keep an eye on things for a moment. I have something to do. Uchiha Kagami sat cross-legged atop the White Snake Sage's head, his eyes closed as a faint spiritual essence merged into the serpent's body. This was the White Snake Sage's mental space. A colossal white serpent bound by countless black chains shrieked madly as it saw Uchiha Kagami's spiritual form approach. Uchiha Kagami, didn't you promise to help me transform into a dragon? What is the meaning of this? Release this Jinjutsu at once. You cannot trap me. The White Snake Sage's voice grated like two rusted blades scraping together. Uchiha Kagami casually picked his ear and smiled. It's just that controlling you and dragging you here was a hassle back then. I won't deceive you. I will indeed help this body shed its serpentine form. He scanned the mental space and saw many human souls wrapped in flesh. It was reminiscent of what Sasuke had seen in Orochimaru's forbidden reincarnation space. Such sights combined with what he knew of the original timeline only strengthened Uchiha Kagami's suspicions. Souls in the ninja world also possessed chakra. The strongest spiritual entities like the Sage of Six Paths could observe the world in a state beyond life and death for 7 years. Even Himura Otsutsuki on the moon hadn't had his soul completely disperse. The complex principles were beyond words, but one key point sufficed. Souls were also a vital source of energy, more comprehensive than negative emotions. Whether reincarnation existed in the original world Uchiha Kagami didn't know, but in the ninja world there were only two, Indra and Azura. Other powerful souls slumbered in the Pure Land, neither disappearing nor reincarnating. In the final battle the Sage of Six Paths even summoned them to aid Naruto and others. Years ago Uchiha Kagami had stopped having Tsukumo Hatake purge evil spirits. It was pointless. Plain logic, once you reach a certain level, grinding low-level mobs yields no experience. Uchiha Kagami then sought higher-tier energy sources. He suspected the Pure Land, the dwelling of souls, was likely created by the Sage of Six Paths. Myths spoke of the sage creating the world, but it wasn't the ninja world itself. Calling it the Pure Land seemed plausible. That wasn't important. Since predecessors had taken such measures and maintained them for 1,000 years, it proved effective. While Ashiki was being squeezed dry by Sukuna, Uchiha Kagami hadn't been idle. He found Shikatsu Forest and subdued Katsuyo. He saw at once the problem with the slug sage. Her physical energy was so overwhelming that it crushed her mental energy. Unable to leave Shikatsu Forest, the immense natural energy caused her body to grow uncontrollably until her soul would be crushed into a lump of flesh, lacking even instinct. In short, she would die. That's why she was so eager to heal others, dispersing her excess physical energy. Why not then cultivate more disciples of the sacred land? She had tried. The many bones scattered across Shikatsu Forest were the result of her attempts to contract thousands. Not everyone was qualified to summon slugs. At least a certain amount of chakra was required, and many who met the criteria already had their own summoning partners. To curb this aberration, there were two methods. One was to strengthen the soul, the other to reduce physical energy. Uchiha Kagami could do both. The simplest was to administer a yin-yang conversion every so often, yielding an extraordinarily powerful sage. But Kagami wouldn't do that. Why should he? He wasn't the caretaker of every being in the ninja world. His partiality and leniency towards Shui and others was already the limit of his emotional investment. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Uchiha Kagami slowly raised his hand in the mental space. A black-red slash materialized, solidifying into reality. The White Snake Sage's curses abruptly ceased as realization dawned. Wait. Uchiha Kagami. No, Lord Kagami. I'm willing to submit just like that slug. I'll be far more useful than her. There's no need to go this far. I know countless secrets of the ninja world. Nothing that happens on the earth escapes my hearing. I'm very useful. I have little interest in the secrets of the ninja world. Uchiha Kagami chuckled. If you must know why I won't spare you, it's because your voice is too grating. With a roar, the black-red slash extended infinitely, shattering the White Snake Sage and all the human souls within. Blue sparks scattered across the space. Outside, the White Snake Sage's massive form trembled, seemingly unchanged. Uchiha Kagami slowly opened his eyes, holding a mass of deep blue energy in his hand. He swallowed it in one gulp. A refreshing sensation coursed through his body. His Mangekyō Sharingan manifested on its own under the surge of immense energy. He smirked self-deprecatingly. Now I truly resemble the legendary soul-devouring monster. He turned to Katsuyu, go do what I asked. Afterwards prepare for a rebirth. Understood. She split again, one special clone glowing bright blue and emanating a terrifying aura. Shikatsu Forest was her territory, how everything that happened there was within her perception. Found. The only other Uchiha present besides Uchiha Kagami. Hand over the dragon vein crystal. For Mr. Jing Sake, I will spare your life. Black-purple energy coiled around the battlefield like great serpents. Momori and Suna concealed themselves surrounding Uchiha Shursui. He sneered, extending his hand and opening his palm. A cluster of shuriken etched with special seals scattered from his grip. I've been following you all this way, and I've eradicated every flying thunder god seal along the path. I say, you foolish man. Why struggle with us when you could simply ask and receive what you want? Shursui gripped the crystal tightly, his brows furrowed as he surveyed the crowd. To prevent anyone from using reverse summoning to teleport the crystal directly outside, just as Orochimaru had done. Uchiha Jing had imposed seals on every crystal, making it impossible to store them even within a storage scroll. Shursui didn't know if it was sheer luck or fate, but he had been running in a single direction, hoping to first place Longshi in a safe location. And there he had found a crystal, just as both sides were at an impasse. Whoosh! A bizarre serrated greatsword severed one of the black-red serpents, and several figures entered the battlefield. Well, if it isn't that young man from the Uchiha. Need some help? Certainly. The payment will be whatever you hold in your hand. Shursui's frown deepened. It was Kiri. What should I do? Shursui knew the most prudent course of action was to throw the crystal and let the two factions fight over it. Then he could seize the opportunity to escape. But he suspected that this crystal had been deliberately placed there by his brother. If he chose to abandon the crystal, what would his brother think? What on earth should he do? Tap. Longshi's hand rested gently on Shursui's shoulder. Shursui, what are you contemplating? Her voice was cold and emotionless. Shursui shook his head, trying to smooth his furrowed brow, but it tightened instinctively. Longsha, how can I make brother satisfied? Shursui, you are different. Longshi spoke softly. Actually, when Lord Jing allowed us to enter the tournament together, I already knew. No, I should say I have known my purpose since long ago. Stop it, Shursui interrupted solemnly. I have never considered you a trump card for resurrection. Your jutsu will never be used in this lifetime. Longshi shook her head, displaying a rare smile. No. What I mean is, why are you so entangled? You are Lord Jing's younger brother. No one dares to kill you, so why must I follow you? Longshi took Shursui's hand. Lord Jing has never forced you to choose. Or rather, whatever choice you make, he will support you. There are no predefined options. Whether you abandon me or protect me, whether you flee or fight to the death. There is no concept of right or wrong, as long as you grow through this process. A gentle breeze lifted Longsha's white hair, her eyes cast downward. She seemed burdened by thoughts she had never shared with anyone. Such enviable favoritism. Even within the shinobi world, Lord Jing is but one side of the scales. You are never placed upon those scales. You are each other's only. So, Shursui, follow your intuition. Understand what you truly wish to do. Shursui's confused eyes gradually cleared. He began to recall the first time his brother had asked for his opinion. What had his answer been? Shing. Shursui tightened his grip on Sodi no Shiryuki, a smile gradually forming on his lips. I have no dream of my own, I only wish to protect my brother's dream. It doesn't matter if I have no name of my own. Being called Uchiha Jing's younger brother is enough. His eyes grew brighter like a lamp lit in a dark alley at midnight. Didn't I decide since childhood that all I needed to do was follow my brother's will? I will pursue the legend, I do not need my own path. Walking the same path as my brother is enough to bring me joy. Longshi, I am here. Shursui did not look at her, his voice low. I'm sorry I can no longer protect you. But don't worry, I won't die. I won't give you the chance to use that jutsu. Shursui raised his head, surveying the crowd with unparalleled arrogance. I will complete this trial and obtain eyes just like my brother's. Thank you all for being my kindling. Consider yourselves honored. You will witness the descent of a new Mangekyō Sharingan. Shursui swallowed the crystal whole and charged at the crowd with his blade raised. Abandoning the flying thunder god, he pressed forward relentlessly. That child's ocular power is far stronger than Madara's at the 3-tomo stage. Why is he still at the 3-tomo stage? Senju Hashirama asked, somewhat puzzled, looking toward Uchiha Jing, standing beside him. The two stood atop a colossal tree of bones, gazing towards Shursui from afar. And your Mangekyō? How should I put it? It feels different from the eternal Mangekyō Madara described. I can't explain it to someone without the Sharingan. Uchiha Jing stated indifferently. Some things must be said by others. I've explained it so clearly, yet that little mind of his still fails to comprehend. Prepare yourself. Prepare for what? Senju Hashirama looked utterly bewildered. Uchiha Jing shook his head in disgust. Talking to a natural airhead is such a bother. Didn't I ask you to infuse the crystal Shursui holds with senjutsu energy? I recall you have a method to resonate with your own senjutsu energy, don't you? I will help Shursui advance. If he cannot withstand that power, you will use senjutsu energy to suppress it for him. Oh, understood. Senju Hashirama wore a gratified smile reminiscent of a mother watching her child. You truly love Shursui, just like He stopped mid-sentence recalling the past, and fell into his own melancholy. Uchiha Jing silently gazed into the distance. All I can do for you has reached its limit. To truly catch up to me, you will need to rely on your own efforts from now on, Shursui. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Senju Tobarama was struggling to break the seal on the crystal in his hands, attempting to teleport it away. Swish! The 6 paths of pain appeared standing at the 4 corners. Noticing the crystal hanging from Nagato as he looked at the appearing figures, Tobarama said gravely, I already gave you the golden and silver brothers. You have your own token. Why still try to steal ours? They were taken by me. Don't make it sound as if you were bestowing a charity. Nagato looked at Orochimaru coldly. Hand over the destined blade. I will spare you. Orochimaru's smile didn't reach his eyes. Then there is nothing to discuss. Nagato, you are not Jing. You lack the impunity to act without consequence. The Rinnegan and Wood Release are not without weaknesses. 2 sharp horns slowly emerged from his forehead. Orochimaru had prepared to enter Sage mode at any moment since the second round began. Senju Tobarama performed a summoning jutsu. 3 coffins rose. Inscribed upon them were first, second, and third. When he had stolen tissue samples from the Golden and Silver brothers, Tobarama had also pilfered remains from every raikage. Humo had raided Konoha many times with little gain. Yet Tobarama had dug up their ancestral graves. In a single day, skirmishes erupted across all battlefields, signaling the early determination of the final qualifiers. Outside the Whetbone Forest, it was already the dusk of the second day, with night about to fall. Uchiha Kageme's gaze was fixed on the battle that was gradually drawing to a close. Shursui was already in dire straits. When a fight truly ignited, no one cared whose relative or friend you were. Fortunately, the Wangliang group and the Mist were also tripping each other up, which allowed Shursui to barely hold on until now. Blood oozed from his eyes, and the extreme exertion of his pupil power made them burn like fire. But now, Shursui felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Among the Uchiha, his personality was already considered gentle, except for occasional sharp remarks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have instinctively saved Deidara. But no matter how kind an Uchiha might be, deep in their bones lies a streak of wild obsession. For ordinary people, emotional loss of control is momentary, but for the Uchiha, once their emotions spiral out of control, their entire temperament undergoes a drastic change. Uchiha Kagami narrowed his eyes slightly. He stood at the highest point, and around him a scorching fiery current gradually rose. He slowly raised his hand, and at his fingertip a pure black energy sphere condensed, radiating terrifying might. The crimson fiery current converged toward the sphere. Whoosh! The extreme heat instantly evaporated the poisonous mist that had permeated the Whetbone Forest. The deep, eerie red flames seemed to sear the hearts of all, and everyone's gaze involuntarily swept toward that spot. Except for Uchiha Shursui. At this moment, he was completely immersed in his own world, feeling that some wondrous change was taking place. That is. Scorpion retreated behind Kakazu, murmuring softly. What the hell? Is Uchiha Kagami really trying to kill us all at once? Kakazu wanted to tell Scorpion from his experience that it wouldn't happen. If Uchiha Kagami truly intended to attack them, he could have done so on the day before the contest began. There was no need to wait until now. But on second thought, Uchiha are utterly unreasonable creatures. Maybe he would just take a whim and annihilate everyone. Perhaps. We shouldn't have ganged up on this Uchiha brat. Is Uchiha Kagami so petty? Kakuzu felt less confident. Flame release Red Lotus Hell. The Red Lotus Sun shone upon the Whetbone Forest with Uchiha Kagami as the origin point. The sky above this land was divided into 2 colors. One side was the bright, Yang, and the other was the dim Yin. Yin and Yang divided the dusk and dawn. He was the towering mountain that separated light and darkness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nagato and Orochimaru had also stopped frowning as they gazed at the blazing sun above. Tobarama Senju snorted coldly. Breaking the rules again, are we? Setting your own rules, yet easily intervening and changing them at will. Orochimaru looked at the sky, feeling extremely uncomfortable. In his perception, that flame seemed hostile to him, who possessed natural energy. The truth was exactly as he perceived. As that sun grew larger, the forest of white bones in the Whetbone Forest cracked inch by inch, turning to dust. The inexhaustible natural energy was swallowed and refined. This was not a technique of destruction. Rather, it was a method of refining the Whetbone Forest by combining flame release with yin-yang release. Simply put, this was Uchiha Kagami's divine tree. Uchiha Kagami ignored the 48-hour time limit he had set. Since Shursui had reached this point, the mediocre second round could end. Those who survived afterward, Uchiha Kagami was willing to take them to the final arena of martial arts. Boom! The immense white serpent's body approached the fireball, stopping about 100 meters away, and strands of pure red energy seeped into its body. Uchiha Kagami had summoned the white snake sage, and as promised helped it become a dragon. But it would become my dragon. Below, among Nagato and the others, a small flame suddenly ignited, forming the image of Uchiha Kagami, and everyone looked as if they faced a great enemy. Kagami, you wouldn't attack us now, would you? That would be too unseemly. Orochimaru swallowed nervously. He could still dare to fight Nagato, but the pressure Uchiha Kagami gave him was entirely different. He was now more than 10 times stronger than during the Uchiha Civil War in Konoha. But the monster before him had grown even more. Uchiha Kagami ignored him, coldly staring at Tobirama Senju. Hiruzen Sarutobi's final choice made me decide to give you a chance to atone. Tobirama Senju frowned deeply. He didn't think he had any sin to atone, for his actions might have been despicable, but they were in pursuit of his own ideals. But Uchiha Kagami's next words shook him. As a Hokage, you once covered your subordinates' retreat and sacrificed yourself. My grandfather also sacrificed himself for his comrades. I'll give you a dignified end. Dedicate everything you have for Shursui, for the descendant of your subordinate. You? What are you planning? Uchiha Kagami turned to look into the distance. I want Shursui to obtain the same eyes as mine. No. Tobirama Senju shook his head, said in a deep voice. I know something about your eyes. You have no brother to transplant eyes from, yet your pupil power surpasses Madara's. I know you have walked a new path. What I want to ask is, what do you want to do in the future? Uchiha Kagami turned his head, said indifferently. As for future ideals, I only speak with those I'm willing to talk to. I am graciously giving you a choice, not asking you to question me. It's either to burn yourself like Hiruzen Sarutobi, or to keep company with Danzo Shimura. You can only choose one. Orochimaru was speechless. Isn't that a death sentence either way? Being with Danzo would be worse than death. Wait. Strictly speaking, the second Hokage was already dead. Tobirama Senju was silent for a few seconds. He handed the Dragon Vein Crystal to Orochimaru, then gave a resolute smile. I've been ready for a long time. You brat are not a forgiving person. Failing to handle the Uchiha problem was my responsibility, but if time turned back, I would still do the same. Uchiha Kagami, without you the Uchiha clan should not have existed in the first place. It's not because of you, and I'm not afraid to accompany Danzo. It's just that you've won. I haven't admitted defeat. Impure World Reincarnation Release. The paper flakes of the impure world covering the soul fluttered away. Under normal circumstances, after releasing the reincarnation, the soul would spontaneously return to the Pure Land, also known as Ascension, or becoming a Buddha. But within the wet bone forest, souls could not be liberated. Tobirama Senju, unlike his brother, didn't need Uchiha Kagami to guide him step by step. He sensed Shursui's location and flew over. At the same time, this clone of Uchiha Kagami dissipated into a handful of sparks. Nagato and Orochimaru exchanged a silent glance. Boom. Nagato struck without warning. Having learned from the previous lesson, he now wanted to seize Orochimaru quickly before Uchiha Kagami announced the end. Uchiha Kagami's main body hovered between the white serpent and the sun. His thoughts raced, calculating the energy proportions required for each step. The natural energy contained in the entire wet bone forest was, of course, not something Shursui could bear. This was what Uchiha Kagami needed himself. Shursui, I have prepared a path for you, the one most suitable. Now, Uchiha Kagami's voice suddenly resounded in Shursui's heart. Empty your mind. Don't think about anything, don't do anything. Let me take control of your body. Many elders who care deeply for their juniors will pave the best path and choose the best partner for them. But many juniors are unwilling to accept such a life. They want to walk their own path. Uchiha Kagami did not force Shursui. From the moment his pupil power could manifest within Shursui's body, it showed that Shursui was willing to accept Uchiha Kagami's arrangement. I understand, brother. One of Shursui's eyes was completely dyed black-red with no tomo visible. Jiangemo, Shua? Hashirama Senju appeared with a solemn expression. Has it started, Kagami? Shursui's voice hadn't changed, but his tone had become much colder. Everyone could clearly see that person's shadow on him. Let's begin. First, Shursui's body vanished instantly, faster than when he himself used Flying Thunder God. Duh. Wang Liang looked up in terror, meeting Shursui who had appeared before him. From his soul's perspective, this was not Uchiha Shursui at all. It was Uchiha Kagami. His mouth opened to scream, but what greeted him was an impenetrable barrage of black-red slashes accompanied by lightning flashes. In an instant, not only the body but even the soul was sliced into fragments. A figure suddenly appeared. It was a stunningly beautiful woman with a pair of purple-red wings like an angel. Someone recognized her. It's the Shrine Maiden of the Ghost Country, Miroku. Why is she here? Is this the time to think about that? Miroku clasped a transparent bell in her hands, emitting a faint red light. The light, like threads, intertwined with Wang Liang's shattered energy, forming an inexplicable force. Shursui's eyes were like a vortex, swallowing the torrent of energy. Wang Liang and the Shrine Maiden were symbiotes. Miroku's figure gradually faded, but she had no fear of vanishing, smiling as she said, Thank you, Lord Kagami. The fate of the Shrine Maiden and Wang Liang ends here. Cheyenne can live as a normal child, happy and content. Without paying heed to Miroku's last words, he turned to look at a mass of blue soft tissue surging from the ground. Extremely dense natural energy was rampaging, and the flesh mass proliferated wildly, horrifying to behold. The soul of Katsuyu had already departed, sending its body here. Placing one hand on the twisted mass of flesh, Shursui's body absorbed the natural energy and patches of skin began to petrify. Hashirama. Got it. Hashirama Senju's eyes developed black lines beneath, entering sage mode. Boom. A giant wooden golem rose from the ground, mimicking Hashirama's movements. One palm pressed down on the blue tissue mass, suppressing its proliferation. At the same time, the dragon vein crystal within Shirsue's body emitted a faint glow, achieving some resonance. Tobirama Senju arrived. This was the first time he had seen Uchiha Shirsue up close. He really looks like Kagami. So this is it, breaking through the barrier of the Mangekyō in one go and reaching the stage of eternal pupil power. Slap. Tobirama Senju pressed his palms together, and his spiritual body dissolved, raining down a gentle drizzle. It nourished Shirsue's soul. Hashirama was caught off guard by his brother's soul's dissipation. This wasn't what they had agreed upon. But within Shirsue's body, there was still his sage chakra, and understanding what Kagami was doing, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Dong. Every living being in the wet-bone forest felt their heart beat in sync with an inexplicable drumbeat. To this, Inoki and the others were all too familiar. They were to bear witness once again. Witness the birth of a pair of divine eyes. Within Shirsue's eye sockets, the fourth tomo slowly formed. The terrifying vortex forced everyone to retreat. Uchiha Kagami carefully observed the evolution of Shirsue's eyes. With his current strength, he could clearly perceive that invisible line. He had truly validated his hypothesis. The advancement to the Mangekyō Sharingan involved the will of the world. The resonance he felt during his own ascension appeared. His gaze pierced through the wet-bone forest, landing on Naruto and Sasuke in Konoha. Tracing the origins, he saw all the way to Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of six paths, standing between life and death. Transcending the boundaries of time and space, crossing the distance between life and death. Uchiha Kagami's four-tomo Sharingan met those pale, purple Rinnegan eyes. He sat coiled in the void, his pure black staff by his side, and the Dembura spinning behind him. Kagami. He had always imagined that given Uchiha Kagami's strength, the two of them would eventually meet. He just hadn't expected it to be now. Both parties understood the original future of the shinobi world, so there was no need for excessive words. The Sage of Six Paths spoke first. Was it the clan members your mother feared that you sealed back then? Uchiha Kagami did not answer, but instead asked in return, I thought you would be some hidden mastermind. Do you really only have this little strength left? The Sage of Six Paths' lips moved slightly. It cannot be helped. I have entrusted everything to the children. In Gamamaru's and my prophecy, my descendants will always find the correct path. However, the prophecy seems to have erred. You are not the boy with green eyes. Nor did he have the appearance of frolicking joyfully with the tailed beasts. Of course, the prophesied child of your prophecy is Uzumaki Naruto, not me. The Sage of Six Paths shook his head. Gamamaru's prophecy has changed starting from the moment you awakened these eyes. You are the prophesied child. Uchiha Kagami let out a derisive chuckle. Enough. It is annoying to speak with fatalists like you. Since you guard the Pure Land, you must have also comprehended the mysteries of the soul. If the prophesied child fails, this is the trump card you use to seal Kagaya, isn't it? No. I believe the prophesied child can seal Mother again. This is the power I have accumulated for the shinobi world. I and Himura were born amidst the blessings of all living beings. The shinobi world gave me life. I deeply fear the clan members whom Mother dreaded. Uchiha Kagami silently gazed at the Sage of Six Paths. After a long while, he finally understood something. It's you. Uchiha Kagami gradually comprehended everything. I always wondered, even if the world possesses a will, how could it precisely select the Mangekyō? It is because the Sharingan belonging to In release made it easier for you to manipulate, wasn't it? Back then, you helped me advance. Just as I am helping Shirsue now. The Sage of Six Paths did not deny it. I saw Madara summon the Ten Tails vessel. As you can see, without utilizing the Pure Land, it is difficult for me to manifest in the living world. I felt that something was manipulating Madara from behind. Over the past millennium, this sensation has grown increasingly intense. And you seem to know what that unknown entity is. Uchiha Kagami fell silent for a moment. The Sage of Six Paths was unaware of Black Zetsu's existence, but had vaguely sensed something. The Akatsuki's activities of collecting tailed beasts in the original timeline could not have gone unnoticed by the Sage of Six Paths, especially with the Outer Path Demon statue. In fact, even if the Sage of Six Paths suffered a sudden stroke, he could have deduced what they intended to do. Yet he did not intervene to stop them. The revival of Kagaya Otsutsuki in the original timeline involved too many coincidences. Any single link failing would have resulted in her revival failing. The Sage of Six Paths spoke eloquently about entrusting all power to Naruto and Sasuke. However, he later appeared again to summon them back from the space-time ninjutsu barrier. This indicated that he possessed the power to interfere with the living world. At the very least, if he had simply seized a few tailed beasts first and hidden them for decades, Akatsuki would have aged to death and accomplished nothing. Fishing. The old sage was not afraid of his mother emerging. He wanted to find that mastermind. In other words, in the original timeline, sealing his own mother together with Black Zetsu was the Sage of Six Paths' true objective. Uchiha Kagami remained silent for a long time, and the Sage of Six Paths' voice sounded once more. So Kagami, the person you sealed, is he the mastermind behind the Millennium War between Indra and Asura? No. Uchiha Kagami had no habit of being cryptic. His name is Otsutsuki Ishiki. He is Kagaya's superior. The pale purple Rinnegan visibly trembled. Kaguya was already the strongest being the Sage of Six Paths had ever seen. Even Uchiha Kagami seemed inferior to his mother at her peak. But Uchiha Kagami had actually sealed his mother's superior. What was going on? Enough. I have no time to discuss such matters with you. I will not need your help this time. I will customize Shirsue's ocular technique. Wait. The Sage of Six Paths nearly rose from his seat. What exactly does that Otsutsuki Ishiki mean? Wasn't Mother afraid of the clan members from beyond the heavens? Or have those people long since descended upon the shinobi world without my knowledge? Uchiha Kagami's ocular power slowly receded. Since you cannot make the correct decision rather than overthinking, you might as well bestow the Inyang power upon Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. I have already said it, the future of the shinobi world will be decided by me. You, a immortal dead for 1,000 years, should simply remain content living within myths and legends. Uchiha Kagami withdrew his consciousness. For the people in this realm, time had not passed. Nor could anyone detect that Uchiha Kagami had just visited the boundary between life and death. He began to organize the energy converging within Shirsue's body. If Shirsue were to operate this power himself, it would be enough to cause his body to burst dozens of times. The first one. Shirsue's left eye's four tomo spun rapidly, forming the pattern of a wheel blade. The difference from his original timeline Mangekyō was that the hollow center was larger and the outer edge of the wheel blade was not composed of windmill-shaped curved blades, but rather four shuriken tip-like shapes. Gas began to steam from Shirsue's wounds as they healed at an extreme speed. The knowledge required for Inyang transformation was too vast. Uchiha Kagami had attempted to teach Shirsue, but failed. After all, not every doctor can produce another doctor. He could only take a step back. Mangekyō Sharingan technique, early dawn Amber Lord. Using the body of the Toad Sanzu as an energy source grants not only self-healing capabilities comparable to Senju Hashirama, but also a significantly extended lifespan. At least several centuries. The second ocular technique of the left eye. Flying Thunder God / Tobarama. A soul-cleaving strike that transcends time and space. Wherever the gaze falls, the spectral Tobarama can instantly manifest. Damn it. The voice of Senju Tobarama resounded. Why haven't I dissipated? You should have at least erased my consciousness. Uchiha Kagami's voice was frivolous. Since I am making Shirsue replicate my ocular techniques, I must also provide him with a pet. Senju Tobarama, even during your battle with Uchiha Madara, I acknowledged your tactical prowess. I will teach you everything to Shirsue, and afterward I will grant you release. Boom. Uchiha Kagami carved a sealing array locking Senju Tobarama's consciousness within Shirsue's eye. After that he left the rest to Shirsue to handle. Then, it was the right eye. His right eye slowly opened. Kami Kikushi. Shirsue's greatest talent lay in Jinjutsu. Uchiha Kagami had compensated for his weaknesses and now sought to amplify his strengths. Activating Kami Kikushi could weave an illusory world from which ordinary beings could not escape. Creatures trapped within that illusory realm would gradually forget their own names, ultimately becoming Shirsue's puppets. Indeed, it was the combined effect of Tsukuyami and Kotoeme Tsukumi. The extent of its power would depend on Shirsue himself. One final technique. Bishamonten Kagami. An ability that constructs a real tangible individual using ocular power. The strength of this construct was determined by the user's ocular might. If the previous techniques had accounted for Shirsue's own traits, this final one was something else entirely. In simple terms, a level 60 Shirsue could summon a genuine level 60 Uchiha Kagami clone. If Shirsue ever found something more suitable, the technique could be replaced. Yet Uchiha Kagami doubted he would ever wish to. Having completed all of this, even Uchiha Kagami felt a certain weariness. And so, Shirsue, the path ahead is yours to walk alone. As Uchiha Kagami's consciousness withdrew, Shirsue regained command of his body. Boom. The suddenly erupting chakra sent the colossal wooden giant staggering back. Shirsue instinctively looked up, stunned at Hashirama Senju, standing atop the figure. He was still within his Mangekyō state after all. Whoosh. A pale blue figure appeared without warning above Hashirama Senju's head, twin blades, descending in an instant. Caught off guard, Hashirama's raised arm was severed paper scraps scattering in the air. What are you doing, Tobarama? Hashirama shouted, staring at his brother's vacant eyes. At that moment, a dull voice echoed in Shirsue's mind. Kid, shut off the Mangekyō first. Don't wander your gaze around carelessly, or someone will die. Hearing this, Shirsue covered his eye with one hand, realizing his brother was gone. His brain began to process the state of his body. Surge. A wave of unimaginable pain assaulted his mind, crashing like raging torrents. It felt as though every single cell contained a maddened, gnawing ant. Aya. Shirsue was a capable shinobi, yet faced with such agony, he could not suppress his screams, his face twisted in utter anguish. When Shirsue finally managed to calm down, the voice spoke once more. This is merely the aftershock. Uchiha Kagami endured pain tenfold greater than what you are feeling and completed your ascension. Tobarama Senju had witnessed Kagami's entire operation, even playing a part in it himself. Something eluded him. How had Uchiha Kagami managed to arrange every step with such precision while enduring that extreme, soul-rending agony? As though he were a machine devoid of emotion. But that was a paradox. If Uchiha Kagami had no feelings, how could he go this far for Shursui? Uchiha Kagami. Tobirama was beginning to understand why Orochimaru, despite once dying at Uchiha Kagami's hands, held him in such high regard. That incomparable force of will was truly beautiful. You're Tobirama Senju. No. In my current state, I am unworthy of the name Tobirama Senju. But you are Kagami's child, so show me some respect. Within Shursui's sea of consciousness stood a white-haired man, arms crossed, face stern. Looking closer, black chains coiled around his feet. Shursui, still processing the incoming ocular knowledge, retorted, "You've got it wrong. I'm his brother, not his child. Idiot. I'm talking about your ancestor Uchiha Kagami. Have you forgotten your own grandfather's name?" "My apologies." Shursui offered a perfunctory apology. Then, having learned the function of those chains, he submerged Tobirama's consciousness beneath the surface. "Alright, I've apologized for my slip of the tongue. Now you pay the price too. You're just a tool my brother gave me. Don't put on airs like an elder." As consciousness faded, Tobirama's final thought: Shursui only bore a slight resemblance to Kagami. His personality was simply a smaller version of Uchiha Kagami. Both equally insufferable. Damn wicked Uchiha. "Shursui, are you alright?" Dragon Tongue's long hair hung loose, her body covered in grime. Despite being a Jonin-level shinobi, she had been unable to even approach during the earlier storm. The scarlet in Shursui's eyes receded, returning to his normal black pupils. But in Dragon Tongue's eyes, even without the Sharingan, Shursui now seemed unreal. He looked at his own hands, opening and closing them slowly. "This might sound arrogant, but I've become terrifyingly strong." The onlookers had no words, their gazes fixed on Shursui with a similar sentiment. Nothing but envy and jealousy. Born into the right bloodline, and you can truly do whatever you please. The mere stinging sensation they perceived told them Shursui was now far stronger than before. Especially just now. With a single glance, he had severed the arm of Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. They couldn't even see Tobirama, so they naturally assumed it was Uchiha Kagami's /release. And without those black-red special effects, it was utterly impossible to guard against. Rumble. The wooden giant collapsed. Hashirama Senju, his body restored, leaped down before Shursui. He patted Shursui's shoulder with a complex expression. "In a sense, that makes you my little brother too." Then a simple, honest smile broke across his face. "Hey there, Uchiha little brother." Shursui disliked Hashirama's lifeless hand, shrugging his shoulder. "You may be the first Hokage, but please don't act so familiar. I have only one brother." Disappointment. Suddenly, the earth rumbled. Everyone's gaze turned toward the sky. That blazing sun was still hanging there. Uchiha Kagami's work was not yet finished. Or rather, he was now doing what he truly wished to do. A sapphire crystal materialized in Uchiha Kagami's palm, tracing a perfect arc before landing upon the white serpent's forehead. The entire Shikatsu forest shrank steadily under the blazing flames. The natural energy within the white serpent accumulated to a terrifying degree. Crack. A single scale suddenly fractured. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Countless white scales peeled away. What came into view were massive silver-white scales arranged in perfect order, gleaming with a mysterious and majestic radiance. The newborn scales seemed to carry the weight of time itself, ancient and legendary. Like countless dazzling gems embedded into a colossal body, radiating a kaleidoscopic brilliance that left onlookers spellbound. Dragon Ascension. The white serpent slowly opened its eyes. They were a pair of beautiful azure pupils. The crystal on its forehead spread and grew, forming a pair of sapphire dragon horns. Roar. A high-pitched dragon's cry tore across the sky, piercing the very soul. Any summoned beast present prostrated itself in trembling fear. Even many of the shinobi world's elites were deeply shaken. The white serpent began transforming from the head. Its head gradually became a dragon's maw, swallowing the blazing sun in a single gulp. Boom. Terrifying waves of pressure radiated outward, shattering what remained of Shikatsu forest entirely. The earth turned over. Uchiha Kagami stood between the dragon's horns. "Those who possess the dragon vein crystal, follow me. The final round of the grand exhibition will be held on the moon." Boom. The white serpent, no, the white dragon, broke free from the earth's grasp and soared toward the moon. The earth dragon ascended. The pure white sacred dragon body coiled and rose into the sky. Between heaven and earth, a single white rainbow. It began with the people of Konoha. Gradually, the land of fire, all the people on this land witnessed this scene. As if time froze at this moment, their eyes widened, mouths slightly open, wanting to exclaim, yet unable to utter a word. Such a sight had surpassed their comprehension. The atmosphere was torn apart. The clouds were shattered. Those clinging tightly to the white dragon's body gazed into the distance and saw the sun that had long set. Even Inoki, with his extensive flight experience, had never overlooked the ninja world from such a height. He turned his head to look at Uchiha Kagami, standing alone on the dragon's head. The last trace of obsession in his heart vanished completely. Hatake Tsukumo gripped his short sword tightly. He and Kakashi had obtained crystals, and an inexplicable force connected them to the white dragon. "Kakashi, there is truly nothing in this world that Kagami-sama cannot accomplish." Kakashi pulled his mask up slightly, as if casually saying, "I have known that longer than you, father." Nagato and Orochimaru, being engaged in battle, were also close to boarding the white dragon. Unlike most who focused on the dragon's head, Orochimaru pressed against the white dragon's scales, sensing the vast majestic life force like a mountain range. This was the ultimate form he sought. The final fantasy of all serpents, the dragon. Nagato's confidence was also shaken. Whether his envisioned ultimate weapon could surpass this terrifying white dragon was uncertain. Moreover, the man who controlled the white dragon, the moon created by the legendary Sage of Six Paths, was drawing closer and closer. Nagato had never imagined humans could achieve such a feat, crossing the infinite distance between the earth and the moon, ascending to that mythical land. Under the dim sky, a full moon had shone upon the ninja world for millennia. Suddenly, countless flames lit up around the dark moon. They were burning meteors, tens of thousands filling the view. They were like furious heavenly arrows of punishment, wanting to chastise the reckless beings of the earth. What is this? No perception ability was needed. Anyone with eyes could see the meteor shower hurtling toward the white dragon. Nagato recalled a scene monitored by Zetsu. Uchiha-Kagami had once fought against a mysterious powerhouse descending from the sky. That mysterious powerhouse had the ability to control meteors. Therefore, the one who fought Uchiha-Kagami came from the moon. Kagami-sama. The white dragon emitted a gentle female voice. Clearly, it was the soul of the slug sage that occupied this body. It was not so much occupying this body was a newly created sage's vessel. She might be called the White Dragon Sage. Do we need to avoid it? Uchiha Kagami heard this and shook his head, gently gazing above the moon. Among the continuous palace halls, a terrified boy stood under the giant reincarnation eye, desperately channeling its power. He slowly raised his hand. Boom. The meteor about to collide burned even more intensely and exploded instantly. If it were on the earth of the ninja world, one could see a series of brilliant fireworks around the moon. A truly magnificent sight. Passing through the flames as they approached the moon, the white dragon's body gradually shrank to only a few dozen meters in length. The people aboard were also lifted by an invisible force and slowly descended. Despite being reborn, the white dragon remained as gentle as ever. On the lunar surface, the vast plains were like a silver ocean, serene and desolate. The pockmarked craters were marks carved by time. It exuded a cold, lonely beauty. After all, it was not true outer space. This moon was merely a sealing creation of the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. Apart from barrenness, basics like oxygen were no different from the ninja world. Really? We really reached the moon. Is this the legendary world created by the Sage of Six Paths? Little Jiraiya, I heard from the great elder that it was created by the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. Fukasaku Sage remained on Jiraiya's shoulder. Like the three snakes on Orochimaru, Jiraiya carrying two toads was also considered one person. At this point, the third round of the Ninja World Tournament gave birth to 10 finalists. The following rankings do not represent strength. Akatsuki Nagato with 6 Paths of Pain, Yu Akatsuki Konan. Akatsuki Konoha Jiraiya with Fukasaku and Shima Sages, Konoha Uchiha Shursui, Konoha Hataki Sakumo, Konoha Hataki Kakashi. Hidden Fire Village Orochimaru with 3 Snake Princesses, Land of Earth Anoki, Land of Lightning Killer Bee, Land of Iron Mifune. This does not mean these 10 are the strongest among the participants. There was an element of luck. For instance, Mifune almost had his token seized by a bounty hunter. Under normal competition time, he could not have defended it. Similarly, Hataki Sakumo. Yes, not Kakashi, but Hataki Sakumo. The father and son were besieged by the Lightning Earth Alliance, who wanted to grab more tokens. Kakashi could still escape with Flying Thunder God, but Hataki Sakumo was in danger if he continued fighting. At that moment, the White Dragon ascended. The only token from the Land of Lightning was with Killer Bee, so the 4th Raikage withdrew from the final round. The unluckiest were the people from the Hidden Mist. In terms of strength, they could have easily obtained several tokens. But because they stubbornly fought Shursui for a whole day and Uchiha Kagami ended the round prematurely without honor, they were all eliminated. The Mist withdrawal was regrettable, but the Sands was not. Whether the Sand organization would still exist after the tournament remained uncertain. Besides, there was the special guest Hashirama Senju. He was grabbing a handful of lunar soil, examining it closely. What do you need to check the soil quality for your wood style? Not really, just curious. Hashirama Senju answered Kagami, then suddenly remembered something. He quickly walked up to Nagato and looked him up and down. You do? Look a bit like me, though. Child, do you remember who your parents were? Such a question might seem strange to normal people, but for someone like Hashirama Senju who came from an era of war, it was perfectly normal. Many children lost their parents before they could remember. Knowing Nagato was also born in turmoil, he asked this. Nagato snorted coldly, understanding Hashirama's implication. Don't say I have any connection with you. Even if my parents were somehow related to you by blood, they died at the hands of Konoha ninja. What right do you have to ask their names? Hashirama Senju pursed his lips tightly and stepped back. Then under the shocked gaze of everyone, he bowed deeply to Nagato. Forgive me. It is my fault that you were caught in such a cruel war. Don't be so arrogant and don't put on such a show. Uchiha Kagami's indifferent voice rang out. The tournament is not over yet. He pointed to the distant palace complex barely visible in outline. There is a brat over there. Capture him alive. This is not the official 3rd round. It's only to weed out the imposters among you. Before the shrine housing the colossal reincarnation, I stood a pale-skinned child, with pale blue hair appearing about 10 years old. Clad in loose white garments, a Mangekyō pattern adorned the exposed nape of his neck. He perceived, no born without eyes, he sensed many powerful chakras approaching rapidly. Fortunately, the most terrifying one had not come. The filth-born of the ninja world had finally arrived. Ever since his father failed to return, Otsutsuki Tonari knew he had perished in the ninja world. He had anticipated that this day would come that the beings of the earth would dare to invade the moon. For this reason, he had severed the passage between earth and moon, yet he never expected that the fearsome villain would ascend to the moon using such a method. Otsutsuki Tonari had already resigned himself to death. Even if he trained relentlessly wielding the power of the reincarnation, far more than his father, through his pure Otsutsuki bloodline, he could never be a match for that man. There was absolutely no chance of victory. Creak. Otsutsuki Tonari gritted his teeth fiercely, even knowing he would lose since you dared not come in person. Then I will kill your subordinates, and you will regret underestimating me, Otsutsuki Tonari. A vast golden light of the eye poured into his small frame. He pressed his palms together and shouted summoning technique. Those rushing toward him suddenly sensed a powerful surge of chakra. The lunar surface trembled as an enormous stone statue descended. The statue's face bore the likeness of an old man with a pair of small horns on its head. A Mangekyō shape adorned its chest, its upper body massive, and its colossal arms seemed to contain infinite strength. Boom. The statue threw a punch, and a thunderous sonic boom erupted. The statue of Himura possessed the terrifying power to suppress the nine tails. Rumble. The best means of testing was long-range attack. All were top-tier experts of the ninja world. Without discussion, they employed the appropriate tactics. Killer Bee entered a partial tailed beast form and fired a tailed beast ball. Boom. Yet the enormous stone statue exhibited an unnaturally swift reaction, sidestepping the tailed beast ball and driving its massive fist straight at Killer Bee. I'll handle it. Inoki glanced at Nagato and Shisui, who showed no intent to strike first and had no choice but to block before Killer Bee. He could only trust Killer Bee as his ally now. He stretched both hands forward, and a dazzling white rainbow shot forth. The statue, faced with the dust release, dissolved like snow. Is that all? A smile had just appeared on his lips when the next moment the statue regenerated at incredible speed and sent Inoki and Killer Bee flying with a single punch. As the battle commenced over their Uchiha-Kagami, began his own actions. Now that he had ascended to the moon, how could he not go and see that person? Release cicada's mournful cry. A wisp of blue smoke drifted from Uchiha-Kagami's body and sank into the earth. Hashirama Senju nearby heard a faint chirping of cicadas and turned to look at Uchiha-Kagami, but found nothing. Uchiha-Kagami's consciousness traversed layer after layer of darkness. After an unknown time, he touched a layer of black solid substance. It seemed to possess an infinite attraction, suppressing all power that approached. So this was the Six Paths Chibaku Tensei. It must be said that the Sage of Six Paths was a genius. In terms of raw strength, Kagaya Otsutsuki was undoubtedly far stronger than the Six Paths brothers, let alone Naruto and Sasuke of later generations. Yet she had fallen to sealing techniques twice. Uchiha Kagami had long realized that sealing techniques held an exceptionally high priority in the ninja world. But one could not deny the Sage of Six Paths' talent for developing a technique that could seal the Kekkei Mora. Uchiha Kagami hovered outside the black sphere. As a spirit body, he extended his hand and pressed it against the surface. He could cut through it. If his physical body descended, it would be enough to break this seal. But there was no need. Kagaya, without the Ten Tails Jinchuriki as a vessel, was merely a heap of empty data, likely able to wield little power. Uchiha Kagami had no interest in helping Black Zetsu split the moon to save his mother. The Kekkei Mora represented the combination of all seven chakra natures, a standard trait of powerful Otsutsuki. Over the years, Uchiha Kagami had not deliberately pursued this realm, just as he did not acknowledge the Rinnegan as the superior form of the Sharingan. Neither did he believe that the Kekkei Mora was necessarily the evolutionary path of Kekkei Tōta. Influenced by his past life's thoughts, he considered Yin and Yang to be abilities that surpassed other natures. Based on Yin-Yang release, one could develop even greater power. His release was an extension of Yin release, the materialization of spiritual energy. His flame release, after integrating Yang release, gained the miraculous effect of refining natural energy. He knew that once he broke through his current realm, his own Yin-Yang release would rival, even surpass, the Kekkei Mora. The world was composed of positive and negative Yin and Yang, void and substance, the two poles. Other elements could be factors constituting the world, but at the root, void and substance could encompass all phenomena. Ultimately, strength was the foundation. As long as he could overpower a Kekkei Mora user head-on, he would prove himself right. While contemplating, Uchiha Kagami opened an extremely minute hole on the surface of the black sphere. His spirit body turned into a wisp of smoke and drifted inside. Then the black sphere instantly healed. In the midst of darkness, the only point of light, Uchiha Kagami saw that person, or rather that god. Pure white hair cascaded behind her like a flowing galaxy. Her features were pale and delicate, carrying an unthawable chill like the most fragile ice flower porcelain in the world. She bore a pair of horns, symbolizing her bloodline. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a vertical mark on her brow, even though her eyes were closed as if in deep slumber. That aloof, otherworldly aura could inspire a sense of cowardice of unattainability. Of course, Uchiha Kagami was not included. He examined her for a moment. Indeed, after being stripped of the 10 tails and sealed for 1,000 years, Kagaya's power had waned greatly. Hey, wake up, Kagaya Otsutsuki. For the first time in 1,000 years, a voice other than her own echoed in the silent space. Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Boom. A vast life-withering pressure blew Uchiha Kagami's spirit body unsteadily. You are. She seemed to be struggling to regain the ability to speak. Hagoromo's chakra. For beings of her level, identifying a person was not by face, but by piercing to the essence looking at the chakra. Shush. Without warning, a pale hand reached for Uchiha Kagami's face. An invisible slash severed the outstretched hand. Kagaya Otsutsuki withdrew her hand in pain, and it regenerated in an instant. She stared blankly at Uchiha Kagami. What is this? Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. Uchiha Kagami's spirit body wavered as he said calmly, I am Uchiha Kagami, the master of the ninja world. Kagaya Otsutsuki frowned. You are Hagoromo's child. You inherited the ninja world. No, the ninja world is my garden. Kagaya Otsutsuki spread her arms wide like a fierce tiger, or like a white rabbit. Uchiha Kagami shook his head helplessly. 1,000-year-old crone, there's always a generation gap. I didn't strike first, giving you plenty of face. You and that Otsutsuki both don't understand human speech. In the original timeline, Kagaya's formidable display was predicated on her occupying Uchiha Madara's body as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and activating the infinite Tsukuyami, drawing upon the chakra of all living beings in the ninja world. Her theoretical peak state was before she gave birth to the Hagoromo brothers, when she had consumed the chakra fruit, and her power remained undivided. Of course, she was merely a pure numerical powerhouse, judging by her battles with Naruto and the others, it was evident she possessed virtually no combat intelligence. Her sneak attack on Ishiki seemed less like a calculated move and more akin to a cornered rabbit biting back. Without the Ten Tails, no divine tree to provide chakra, and not even black Zetsu. As the nominal progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki now had less chakra than Uchiha Kagami, especially given the vast disparity in combat experience. Kagaya Otsutsuki was far easier to deal with than Ishiki. Faced with her myriad techniques, Uchiha Kagami employed nothing but the unadorned solution black slash. It wasn't that Uchiha Kagami looked down on Kagaya. Well, perhaps he did look down on her a little. With her current chakra and abilities, if they were wielded by someone like Uchiha Madara, even Kagami would have to proceed with caution. His spiritual form flickered, evading the ash bones. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. You truly are not suited to be a final boss. He extended a single hand, revealing a black cross-shaped eye in his palm. Kagaya's pupils dilated sharply, her cold face etched with terror. Otsutsuki Ishiki. She would never forget. That was Ishiki's eye. In that moment of distraction, a pure black spear pierced her chest, pinning her in place. Really? Not only are your skill chains riddled with errors, but you also lose focus mid-battle. It's a wonder Black Zetsu went through all the trouble of scheming for 1,000 years on your behalf. Ishiki. You. Kagaya's voice trembled. The reason she was so eager to execute the infinite Tsukuyami was partly to guard against the clan's impending reckoning, and partly out of fear that Ishiki still lived and needed to be rooted out and killed. Now her worst fear had materialized. Ishiki had indeed come for her. Another black spear pierced through Kagaya Otsutsuki at an angle. Kagami's tone grew impatient. Stop putting on a show like the Nine Tails. Do you think Ishiki has taken over my body? As if a mere Otsutsuki is worthy of coveting my vessel. I've already told you. I am Uchiha Kagami, the sole sovereign of the ninja world. I will eradicate every last Otsutsuki from beyond the sky. You are after all a distant ancestor of the Uchiha. Stay here quietly, and I'll deal with you later. For black spears materialized out of thin air, impaling Kagaya Otsutsuki. At the tips of the spears, crimson flames ignited. Kagaya Otsutsuki struggled in vain, feeling her consciousness slowly sink into a deep abyss. Uchiha Kagami formed hand seals and let out a cold shout. Prison Abyss, 6th Staff, Flame Prison. With the seal completed, Uchiha Kagami's spiritual form grew noticeably fainter. He exhaled slowly, the corners of his lips curling upward. Uchiha Madara, I've gone this far for you. Don't let me down. Inoki. Two-headed Inoki. His half-destroyed body lay slumped in a crater, gasping for air. After days of intense combat, and having just been struck squarely by the stone statue of Himura, he lacked the strength to even rise. A figure stood before him, blocking the light. He forced his eyes open and gave a self-deprecating smile. Not only can't I die in a Wagakure, but I can't even manage to die in the ninja world. Nagato stared down at him coldly. Not going to ask why I want to kill you. Inoki shook his head. The 3 great ninja wars that killed your parents, the siege that destroyed the land of whirlpools. Your desire to kill me is more than justified. Do you regret it, eh? Nagato's voice was low. It's because of power-hungry wretches like you that the ninja wars keep recurring, leading to countless tragedies. Inoki shook his head again. In your eyes, I am an enemy. But I have no regrets as the Tsuchikage of IWA. I have no reason to consider your pain. I only care about IW. Where there is victory, there is defeat. Where there is joy, there is those who bear pain. Inoki struggled to prop himself up, grinning. I too am a stone that has been polished through constant suffering. I am the third Tsuchikage Inoki, inheritor of my predecessors. Don't underestimate me. Light burst forth from Inoki's small frame. The final, particle style. On the moon, a point of blinding white light appeared, visible even from the distant ninja world. Light is a sheet of paper, scattering without direction. The light flashed and vanished, brilliant yet fleeting. Nagato's figure materialized completely unharmed. Not only because the Rinnegan had the ability to absorb ninjutsu, but more importantly, the vast majority of this final particle style's power was directed at Inoki himself. Having witnessed the gold and silver brothers turned into puppets, Inoki would rather be shattered to pieces than become such a pitiful thing. Shinobi World Martial Arts Final Match. First casualty. Third Tsuchikage Inoki. Nagato turned expressionless, looking toward the location of Killer Bee the Eight Tails in the distance. He would continue his unfinished business. Nagato had begun to realize there was no need to hide his intentions. Uchiha Kagami had many titles and epithets, one of which was Eye of Foresight. With such overwhelming power and an unassailable will, that man could not possibly be unaware of what he intended to do. Being secretive would only invite ridicule. Uchiha Kagami would not fear the emergence of the Ten Tails. In fact, he had refrained from attacking the Land of Rain and seizing the Gedo statue because he was looking forward to the birth of the Ten Tails. In the ninja world, in a corner of Konoha, two figures materialized on a large tree in a most peculiar manner. They were Zetsu and Obito. Black Zetsu, what's wrong? Though there were two individuals, three consciousnesses were present. White Zetsu sensed Black Zetsu's unease and asked out of concern. Black Zetsu ignored him, lifting his gaze to the bright moon in the sky. He did not know what was happening there, but a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Mother, are you alright? After making up his mind, he spoke. This is a good opportunity. In the current ninja world, Obito, you are the only Mangekyō user. It's the perfect time to act. We should seize the tailed beasts. You want me to steal the 9 tails from Minato Namikaze's body? Obito was confident, but not confident enough to take on a Flying Thunder God user. If the 9 tails were still inside Kushina, they might have held on to a sliver of hope. But after the Jinchuriki transfer, they had already decided to use the 9 tails chakra from the Gold and Silver brothers. However, the frustrating part was that before they could even plan the impure world reincarnation technique, the Gold and Silver brothers had been summoned by Tobirama. Although Nagato ultimately succeeded, their original plan had been to keep the final step of reviving the Ten Tails in their own hands. The Akatsuki was a complex organization. With fewer than 10 members, there were multiple factions. Zetsu and Obito were in one group. Digging deeper, Black Zetsu was a faction unto himself. As the plan to collect the tailed beast progressed, each person's goals diverged. Nagato's faction sought deterrence and control, while Obito aimed for the infinite Tsukuyomi. Black Zetsu's goal was simple: save his mother. Let's forget about the 9 tails for now. But right now there are several tailed beasts over there. 1 tail Shikaku, 2 tails Yujito ni, 3 tails Yagura Karatachi. 3 years ago, Obito and Zetsu found the revived 5 tails and sealed it within the Kamui dimension. One could say that aside from the 8 tails currently on the moon, virtually every other tailed beast is now in Konoha. There's no need to capture the 9 tails. Since Nagato has already captured Ginkaku and Kinkaku, he must realize their chakra is usable too. Black Zetsu spoke in a deep voice. At least concerning the collection of tailed beasts, our goals align with Nagato's. He will definitely seek an opportunity to capture the 8 tails, and he certainly has the strength to earn a spot and obtain the 7 tails held by Kagami Uchiha. I've already notified Kakazu and Sasori to find a chance to strike at Yagura Karatachi. The ones we truly need to deal with are just those folks from Kimogakure. The troublesome one is Shikaku. It was brought into the Uchiha clan grounds, the most forbidden of forbidden places. The White Zetsu clones absolutely cannot infiltrate it. Obito fell silent. The place where he grew up with its achingly familiar streets and clansmen. Now he couldn't even set foot inside. It wasn't just the White Zetsu, he had tried as well. Even Kamui couldn't grant him entry into the Uchiha clan grounds. A barrier there severed all space-time abilities. This gave him a clear understanding. Kagami Uchiha wasn't incapable of killing him, he simply hadn't bothered to come for him. In Kagami's eyes, he was probably nothing more than an annoying fly. Not worth targeting specifically. Just put up a barrier over what you care about, keeping it from being tainted. How arrogant. You've been like this since we were kids. Looking down on me like this. Obito's eyes turned fierce and he said in a low voice, let's capture what we can first. Begin the operation. If Minato Namikaze intervenes, I'll hold him off. With Kagami Uchiha and that lucky brat Shursui absent, I am an insurmountable existence. There were also Hashirama Senju Nagato and others, but listing too many names at once would undermine his imposing presence. At the ruined former forest of death, Minato shook his head, helplessly gazing at the moon in the sky. His mind was turning. Perhaps this area could be leveled out to build a factory and dormitories for migrant workers. Whoosh, thud. A streak of orange suddenly halted. Revolver, what's the matter? The orange cat caught its breath and said, the mark left by Lord Kagami has been triggered. He instructed me to tell you something. As for what happens next, as long as it doesn't endanger Konoha, just don't get involved, meow. I see. Understood. Minato had a vague suspicion of what was coming, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Kakazu and Sasori in their black cloaks with red clouds. The Akatsuki was about to make its move. Minato placed his hand on Revolver's back and smiled warmly. Revolver, thanks for making the trip. Let me treat you to some grilled meat. Grilled meat. Revolver's eyes lit up, but then looked at Minato with suspicion. Can you afford to treat me? Last time you said your salary was barely enough to cover your tab at Ichiraku Ramen, meow. Minato cautiously glanced around, then leaned in and whispered. It's Naruto. He swiped a passbook from Kushina's savings box and wants to treat the kids to grilled meat. Let's go together. Revolver rolled his eyes at Minato. So that's it, meow? If it's Naruto, he'd definitely invite me along anyway. And here you said you were treating me. Turns out you just wanted to mooch a free meal, meow. Don't say that. I've covered the bill for you plenty of times. Okay, meow. Hop on, I'll give you a ride on the Orange Flash. Alright, here we go. Fires Night Wheel Orange Flash Comet Charge. Meow. I'm fired up. Minato, you're a genius. AI's expression was grim, his eyes fixed on the moon above, fists clenched tightly. He wished he could smash the moon to pieces. He was burning with anxiety, a deep sense of foreboding gnawing at his heart. Boom. He slammed his fist into the ground and roared. You damned Uchiha. There's a limit to doing whatever you please. B. You must survive. Stop your shouting, you monkey. Space twisted and Obito Uchiha's figure materialized before the assembled Kumogakure shinobi. He held a samurai sword, idly swinging it back and forth. Within his eye sockets, a pair of three-tomo Sharingan regarded the crowd with indifference. Damn Uchiha again. AI's blood boiled with fury, his hair standing on end. Kagami Uchiha and Shursui were one thing, but who was this Uchiha from some godforsaken corner daring to humiliate him like this? Lightning straight. The azure lightning rent the night. It passed straight through Obito Uchiha's body. As he turned back in surprise, AI found himself face to face with a crimson pair of Mangekyō Sharingan bearing a three-bladed pattern. He still hadn't learned. Never looked directly into a Sharingan. This time there was no brother to save him. Whoosh! Obito Uchiha's blade thrust toward AI's chest far too fast for anyone else to react. The tip sank into AI's flesh. With a sharp clang, the blade snapped. A detailed account of that instant. Though AI never learned his lesson, having been caught in Sharingan Jinjutsu many times, he had developed a modicum of resistance. The sting of the blade jolted him out of the illusion, and he swung his arm to break the sword. AI roared, exploding with chakra. Don't think I'll go down that easily. Who do you think I am? Obito, expressionless, tossed away the broken blade. Just a sword picked up at random. Just a Jinjutsu cast on a whim. You black-skinned ape. What are you so fired up about? Obito Uchiha's Mangekyō spun, its ocular power manifesting. AI felt a lethal crisis and scrambled to move his body. Rip. One of his legs was twisted clean off as he moved. Lord AI. Lord Raikage. In their panic, someone blurted out the title. Obito Uchiha watched, as if observing a circus act, offering a faint contemptuous smile. Keep running forth, Raikage. In the eyes of us Uchiha with our Mangekyō, you so-called former Kage, are nothing but clowns. With the only one he feared, Minato Namikaze, gone, everyone present was in Obito's view nothing more than chickens and dogs. Boom. The already shattered ground was ravaged once more. The moon. Shursui as the main force quickly suppressed the Hamura statue, while the Hitaki father and son had closed in on Tonari Otsutsuki. With Tonari Otsutsuki trying to fight on two fronts, it was only a matter of time before he was captured. Had Kagami Uchiha not ordered him taken alive, the battle could have ended even sooner. A brief note: Mifune of the Land of Iron died in the ensuing shockwaves. Konan, even with Jiraiya protecting her, had several close calls. Kagami Uchiha's gaze shifted toward Nagato's direction. Nagato's hand rested on Killer Bee's head. Bee's eyes were vacant, kneeling with both knees on the ground. Chakra surged in torrents into Nagato's body. A gravely wounded Eight-Tails Jinchuriki was no match for Nagato in peak condition. As if sensing Kagami's gaze, Nagato turned his head. They locked eyes across a great distance. After barely 2 seconds, Nagato found himself looking away. Kagami Uchiha shook his head with a faint smile. Still not enough. Nagato, you will never reach the heights I had hoped for. It seems you serve only that single purpose. In the early stages of the battle, Shursui held back. He needed time to adapt to his evolved eyes. To draw an imperfect analogy, if his previous three-tomo Sharingan were a pistol, his current eyes were a missile. Shursui was proficient with a gun, but had no experience launching missiles. Recklessly activating the Mangekyō would, as Tobirama said, bring death to all he laid eyes upon. Even Hashirama Senju was caught off guard and struck, let alone the others. After completing his initial adaptation, at least managing to control whether or not to trigger the flying rage in Tobirama, Shursui activated his Mangekyō and joined the fray. Instantly, they gained the upper hand over the Hamura statue. After all, it was a puppet controlled by the power of the Tensigen. The unfolding of Kamikakushi interfered with the Tensigen's control, causing its movements to slow. Shursui's current ocular power was stronger than that of Kagami Uchiha when he first obtained his Mangekyō. His configuration was far superior to Kagami's at that time. Shursui stood on the shoulders of giants. The ultimate ocular technique dwelling within the Mangekyō Susanoo. Shui thought to himself, possessing knowledge of both the standard Mangekyō and his brother's Mangekyō. He even knew that Madara Uchiha's evolutionary path led to the Rinnegan. These were two different routes. To put it in an illustrative way, without comparing combat power, the three tomo of the Sharingan corresponded to Super Saiyan forms 1 through 3. Madara's evolution was akin to Super Saiyan God and Blue, while Kagami Uchiha was developing along the Super Saiyan 4 route. Regardless of the path, the fundamental nature of the Sharingan remained unchanged: ocular techniques. A deep green tangible chakra surged from Shusui's body. The heavy energy fluctuations swept through like a hurricane, dominating all directions. Nearby, Orochimaru's heart trembled, his pupils contracting sharply. That is the very technique that made me feel death for the first time. His voice hoarse with a hint of excitement, he said, the trump card the Uchiha have prided themselves on for generations. Will you also wield this power, Shursui? The one hailed as the power of a god. Susanoo. Boom. The violent chakra sent the Himura statue tumbling. Amidst the thick smoke, a verdant long blade pierced through, cleaving the statue in two. Under the suppression of Kamikakushi, the statue's regeneration was agonizingly slow. A gust of wind blew past, revealing a towering dark green war god, standing dozens of meters tall. With Shursui's ocular power, he could easily manifest a Susanoo hundreds of meters tall. But this size was most suitable for him, maximizing both offensive and defensive capabilities without compromising speed. Whoosh! The Susanoo spread its wings. A flash of emerald light tore through space and time, appearing before the shrine in an instant. The tip of Susanoo's blade hovered a mere centimeter from Tonari Otsutsuki's forehead. Shursui looked at him calmly. You are the descendant of Himura Otsutsuki, my brother mentioned. Surrender. Facing the power of the Uchiha, your defeat is inevitable. Are you kidding me? Tonari Otsutsuki roared, the giant Tensigen erupting with ocular power, an energy torrent flooding into him. SSHHG, a slash that transcended space and time cut through the torrent. Though Tonari Otsutsuki had no eyes, his perception allowed him to vaguely sense. Something had appeared without warning, severing his connection to the giant Tensigen. What was that? Bereft of ocular support, Tonari Otsutsuki collapsed weakly. After all, he was but a child. Merely controlling the Himura statue had drained him mentally, let alone dealing with the Hataki father and son. Now the power Shursui displayed had utterly shattered his conviction. Father, descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, too strong. Shursui did not answer, instead using Susanoo to seize his body, spread its wings and fly towards where Kagami Uchiha was. The others exchanged silent glances and followed. Orochimaru paused for a moment, staring intently at the giant Tensigen. He could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within this giant eye. If he could seize this eye, he would evolve to an extremely high level in a short time. Not to mention Kagami Uchiha. He knew Hashirama Senju's strength. But with this eye, he was confident he could defeat Hashirama Senju. Clang. Just as he was about to make a move, a black spear pierced into the metal ring surrounding the giant Tensigen. He glanced back. Orochimaru sighed helplessly and shook his head, giving up. Is this your prey, Kagami? You have already surpassed the god of shinobi, and with this, what heights will you evolve to? Tonari Otsutsuki. A representative of bloodline reversion, possessing a clan identity acknowledged even by Urashiki Otsutsuki. The initial eye of the Otsutsuki is the Byakugan. Ishiki's 6 tomo, Imamashiki's golden Rinnegan, Urashiki's blue Rinnegan, or even the Tensigen, all are direct evolutions of the Byakugan. In Kagami Uchiha's view, Tonari Otsutsuki's current condition was like an ink painting half finished running out of ink. That was why he couldn't grow eyes. You earthly being, you killed my father. He shouted at Kagami Uchiha, struggling desperately. Kagami Uchiha had no interest in arguing with such a brat. The reason for taking him alive was not to keep this Otsutsuki as a pet. He approached Tonari Otsutsuki, placing a hand on his head. From his sleeve slithered a small white dragon. Ishiki Otsutsuki's black 6 tomo, I had the ability to change size at will, but it couldn't be used on living beings other than himself. The birth of the white dragon involved the white snake sage providing the body Katsuyu as the soul, and the Ryomayaku and Shikatsu forest as refining materials. Kagami Uchiha's Inyang release molded it all together. In a sense, the white dragon was also an extension of Kagami Uchiha's life. Just as the Sage of Six Paths created the tailed beast, Kagami Uchiha created the white dragon. From the small dragon's mouth extended a pale purple chain connecting to Tonari Otsutsuki. Others couldn't see it, but Nagato could. That white dragon was devouring Tonari Otsutsuki's soul. This was the power of the Rinnegan. No, more accurately, a power similar to the Rinnegan. Nagato watched Kagami Uchiha, his wariness deepening. He had also witnessed the power Shursui displayed, forming the impression that this man is not inferior to me. The Mangekyō Sharingan. Truly formidable. Thud. Soon Tonari Otsutsuki's soul was completely devoured, and he collapsed to the ground. No one present had anything to say about it. They were all shinobi. What was killing one person? Even if it was a child, it wasn't like they hadn't done it before. Even Hashirama Senju wouldn't rebuke Kagami Uchiha over someone he didn't know well. Kagami Uchiha scanned the crowd. Only 3 died. 7 people. Well, that wasn't too embarrassing a number. He placed his hand on Tonari Otsutsuki's corpse and said calmly, I have changed many rules, but the final 5 spots, I won't change those. Hashirama Senju, I allow you to participate in the battle, but you won't count towards the final spots. Wisps of black and red energy made everyone deeply uneasy. Kagami Uchiha smiled faintly. There is no time limit. The 5 who survive, I will declare their victory. Be prepared. Don't get several of you killed at once. That would be no fun. Black and red patterns gradually covered Tonari Otsutsuki's body. The hollow pupils condensed into an extreme blackness. Faint myriad wails lingered around the ears of everyone present. Instinct drove their nerves to tautness. Something was about to emerge, utterly malevolent. Ryomen Sukuna. Black-red smoke billowed upward. Eerie, unsettling notes leaped in no discernible rhythm. The silver-gray surface of the moon seemed tainted with a faint blood-red hue. Murderous intent maddening and almost tangible. Orochimaru drew a deep breath and retreated behind the others. Within Uchiha Kagami's body lurked a terrifying monster. On that night, he had clearly sensed its presence. For a time that monster had even taken possession of Uchiha Kagami's body. Back then, Orochimaru had fled the scene with Jiraiya. He had assumed that given Kagami's current strength, he would have long since expelled that beast, had he completely tamed it, and kept it housed within him. Orochimaru could not guess the exact situation, but he knew that keeping a little distance now would do no harm. The mental space. Boom. The heavy seal gate burst open and an endless sea of blood flooded the entire space. Upon the 6 paths, steely Uchiha Kagami extended one hand and smiled. How do you like the vessel I prepared for you? Tap, tap, tap. Wading through the blood sea, Sukuna stepped through the seal gate. No wild laughter, no roars. Sukuna looked up at Uchiha Kagami, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Compared to your body, this one is far inferior. Uchiha Kagami tilted his head with a faint smile. Don't speak such nonsense. No one is worthy of comparison with me. Black-red flames completely enveloped Otsutsuki Tonari's body. That blazing fire flickered, and gradually a towering figure materialized within it. Thump. Every organ convulsed violently, not only Orochimaru, but everyone sensed a lethal crisis. Snap. Nagato grabbed Konan and Jiraiya and leaped into the air. If he were alone, he would not fear fighting that terrifying existence. But with Konan here, he could not go all out. Hashirama Senju frowned deeply, then spotted Orochimaru retreating using Earth Release and immediately pursued him. Do you know what that thing is, eh? Orochimaru's expression was grim. If my deduction is correct, just like the sacrificial vessels of the village's Kagami-kun is an unknown Jinchuriki. That thing is the monster that dwells within Kagami's body. Seeing Nagato and Orochimaru's reactions, even the densest understood it was time to flee. In an instant they also grasped how the final round would play out. A game of tag. That monster was no opponent they could take on together. The key to this final stage was to ensure one was among the last 5 survivors. Shursui did not recklessly stay. He immediately grabbed the Hataki father and son and used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the scene. Step. Whoosh. One foot stepped out of the flames and a sudden gust of wind scattered the fire. Ryomen Sukuna. The evil god soaring over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood for the first time. Truly separated from Uchiha Kagami, touching this world. Violet-red short hair, twisted 2-faced 4 eyes. A towering frame, 4 thick arms covered with mysterious black patterns. A massive mouth on his abdomen opened and closed as if chewing something. He was so tall that he had to bow his head slightly to meet Kagami's gaze. How beautiful. Seen from this angle. You are simply a perfect, exquisite treasure. Sukuna's voice was hoarse, yet filled with admiration. Uchiha Kagami smiled, eyes narrowing slightly. Who allowed you to look down on me? You mongrel. Boom. The crushing weight of heaven descended, as if the entire world. Bang. Sukuna's knees slammed into the ground, gouging out a massive crater. To put it simply, he was kneeling before Uchiha Kagami. Bastard. Sukuna roared in fury, and the mouth on his abdomen emitted a strange syllable. Fizz, fizz. Black-red slashes shot from the abdominal mouth, unmistakably the dismantled black slash. 2 black slashes spun and merged into a single pitch-black colossal slash, tearing the atmosphere and triggering a sonic boom. Crack. Uchiha Kagami raised his hand and caught the solidified slash. Crack. Starting from Uchiha Kagami's fingertips, the giant slash shattered inch by inch. Clatter. The black fragments fell like broken mirror shards. Uchiha Kagami extended 2 fingers and swept them downward. Crack. Lightning split the void and a blade like a guillotine fell upon the nape of Sukuna's neck. Pressing down heavily. Bang. Sukuna's head met the ground in a close encounter. Kagami's contemptuous voice reached Sukuna's ears. Is this all you've got, Sukuna? If this is your limit, you don't even deserve to look me in the eye. Swish. Sukuna's body vanished instantly, and the next moment he appeared before Kagami. One of his eyes was etched with 6 black lines forming a shape like the character Mi. The black eye of Otsutsuki Ishiki. A massive fist slammed into Kagami's chest, producing a sound like a mountain collapsing, sending him flying hundreds of meters. At the same time, the sky above Kagami darkened, and a pure black lid appeared. In an instant, the lid combined with the coffin below, snapping shut, trapping Kagami inside. Snap. Sukuna pressed his 4 hands together in prayer, chanting loudly. Murkiness. Obscurity. The twin stars fallen sky resonance. 8. Not only was it the sealing cauldron of Ishiki's ability, but once the seal was formed it would trigger the 8 slash against space, shattering everything within the seal, including time and space. The power of this technique surpassed all of Sukuna's previous abilities. In short, it was a closed domain of only the 8 slash. No one understood Uchiha-Kagami better than Sukuna. There was only one chance to strike, against him no probing was needed. He used the strongest power at his disposal from the very start. He was also not worried about damaging Kagami's precious body, because, crack, a massive crack split the sealing cauldron. Uchiha-Kagami placed one hand on the edge of the crack, revealing his face. His clothes were slightly torn, exposing delicate skin, with a few faint white marks. Dragon scale, rebound, twin meteors. Without a single moment of hesitation, the moment Kagami appeared, the fully chanted space slash descended. Boom! Uchiha-Kagami raised his hand, and drew a black-red slash meeting slash with slash. Bang! Like a typhoon sweeping across the lunar surface, raising endless dust. Splashing slashes landed, creating bottomless fissures. Sukuna expressionlessly unleashed an ultra-high-frequency slash to counter the aftermath of Kagami's attack. His 4 arms assumed a bow-drawing stance, flames flowed like a fluid wrapping around him and forming an arrow. After completing dismantle and 8. Open. The hellfire arrow left the string, and heaven and earth were of that single color. Uchiha-Kagami unhurried formed a single-hand seal. Cut release 8. A fatal slash adjusted according to the energy difference. Swish. The colorless formless slash cut through the flames with devastating force. By the time Sukuna realized the slash existed, it was too late. A bloodline appeared from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. As his upper body began to slide off, a hand grabbed his hair. An icy voice came. Didn't you say I was merely a mortal who stole your power? What's wrong? Your slash now is so feeble. This was an indescribable emotion. Tsunua had tasted the flavors of countless powerful beings, granting many a satisfying death. He looked into Yuzhibo Jing's eyes. It was not mockery or ridicule. It was genuine disappointment. How could this be? The flesh at the severed wound reknitted. No, it's absolutely not over. For a millennium-old wish to die without even satisfying one's opponent, such a death would be too disgraceful. I absolutely will not admit defeat like this. Black flames began to burn from Tsunua's body, not pure black, but tinged with specks of blood-red light. If hell existed, the flames of karma would surely look like this. A powerful surge of energy erupted as Tsunua's vast cursed energy completely transformed into the ultimate in-release chakra. Yuzhibo Jing. Answer me. A fierce roar. A maniacal laugh. Countless black hands with sharp claws ablaze with karmic fire madly clawed toward Yuzhibo Jing. Space twisted. Yuzhibo Jing's expression finally shifted slightly. With a hint of a smile, he wove among the countless black hands like a butterfly among flowers, a specter drifting through the shadows, turning the horrific bizarre battle into a dance. Schwa. A long blade slid from his sleeve, its body coated in the black of yin-yang release. Facing the endless black hands, Yuzhibo Jing remained unhurried. Dim swordlight flickered, severing and reaping one after another of the serpentine eerie palms. Clang! Yuzhibo Jing raised his sword to block as Tsunua, wielding a pitch-black trident with both hands, swung down with savage force. As everyone knew, Tsunua had 4 arms. The other 2 hands, one thrusting with a blade-like Vajra weapon, the other forming seals. Chua! A crimson line of fire shot from the gaping mouth on Tsunua's abdomen, carrying an extreme cutting force that tore through the atmosphere. Yin-yang release, fire release. Tsunua could use them as well. Only by coding Flying Heaven and Divine Martial Solution with yin-yang release could they be wielded in such a battle. The existence of the one style allowed Tsunua to fully grasp the essence of chakra. Yet, even his most fundamental slashes had been defeated by Yuzhibo Jing. Using abilities developed by Yuzhibo Jing, not every knockoff can surpass the original. Seemingly slow, yet swift. The time around Yuzhibo Jing seemed frozen, everything slowed down. This was not the power of time. Rather, his movements were so fast that in Tsunua's eyes it was like watching a video clip played at high speed. First he cut the trident. Then with a leap upward, he effortlessly dodged the Vajra and the fire release beam. Even with Tsunua's reflexes, all he could do in that instant was tilt his head slightly upward and see Yuzhibo Jing holding the blade with both hands raised high, about to strike down. In his field of vision were the pitch-black blade and the scarlet eyes. Billowing black hair strands seeming to have a life of their own, dancing wildly under the pull of an invisible force. It gave an inhuman, unreal sensation. Black energy flowed through the air like ink. Behind him, amid rolling flames, a colossal gate of hell seemed to loom. From a crack in the hell gate, endless wailing could be heard. Keep your breath, calm. Don't forget this pain. Let pain guide you to a higher realm, until you become my stairway to divinity. Slash release, hell gate. The gate of hell swung open. A slash beyond Tsunua's comprehension. A slash that bridged 2 realms. A devastatingly beautiful slash of annihilation. Great sound is silent. Heaven and earth lose their color. The slash descended, leaving a long scar on the moon's surface. The black radiance stretched endlessly, annihilating every visible meteor until nothing remained. Gradually, as the black light faded, even the sound of rolling rubble and the whisper of wind became distinct. Yuzhibo Jing took a deep breath, his body swaying slightly as the scarlet faded from his eyes. Not far away, Su Nuo cleaved in two, silently gazed into the void with his 4 eyes. He paid no heed to the life ebbing away, nor to his bisected body. He savored the slash just delivered. He had felt Yuzhibo Jing's slash. It was fundamentally different from his own slash meant for killing. What kind of person was Yuzhibo Jing? Vile, shameless, domineering, selfish, arrogant, malicious, greedy. His flaws were endless. Su Nuo admired such a villain. Yet in this slash, Su Nuo sensed no malice. In his eyes, Yuzhibo Jing, holding the blade with both hands, was not cutting a person. Rather, it was as if he was praying. To whom was he praying? A proud being like him could never pray to a so-called god. Oh, it must be praying to himself. If I die, it only means I was nothing more than this. Su Nuo recalled Yuzhibo Jing's words once spoken. Any thinking being changes over time, shaped by different experiences. Villains may lay down their butcher's knives, and good people may sink in a moment of weakness. Su Nuo believed Yuzhibo Jing could change too. After all, he had already attained such immense power and fulfilled his original ideals. If you want, this world can be yours for the taking. Still not satisfied? Yes. Of course I will never be satisfied. Su Nuo was almost moved to tears. He finally understood the only common ground between him and Yuzhibo Jing. Never being satisfied. His split open mouth roared. I cannot die. Not yet. Yuzhibo Jing. Before I kill you completely, I absolutely refuse to die. Save me. Begging for help from the one who dealt the fatal blow. How strange a thing this was. Tap. 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 Yuzhibo Jing walked to his side, crouched down, strands of hair falling. He smiled. He smiled with utter joy. Clutching at life, groveling to survive. Good Su Nuo. Su Nuo's split mouth grinned, a terrifying sight. I'll admit it. We are indeed different. I also want to see a realm beyond the world. I really am so happy. Unbelievable. You from the very beginning wanted to transcend this world. Yuzhibo Jing placed his hand on Su Nuo, and wisps of blue-white breath flowed from the white dragon's mouth. His expression was calm, neither joy nor sorrow, not exactly. It's just that I care more about the scenery along the way than the destination. Su Nuo's wounds slowly healed. Even if I ultimately die by your hand, and you ascend to a higher realm, that would be fine too. That sounds like the arrogant villain who would eventually fall. Yuzhibo Jing slowly rose and gazed into the endless deep cosmos. He had gained family friendship. He himself was not a soulless, desireless seeker of the Tao. No lofty ideals. If there was a reason for doing this, it was just stubbornly. But I simply want to do this. I want to witness with my own eyes the breathtaking view beyond the world. Sukuna pushed himself up from his knees, flexing his arms slightly. Though reluctant to admit it, he knew he would inevitably follow the path Uchiha-Kagami had laid out for him. Like a hunting dog with a preset route. Yet it was not quite the same. A normal hunter would not feed the hound too well, lest it lose its hunting instincts. Uchiha-Kagami's actions seemed more like preparing for a beast-fighting arena. An old trick. Back then he had used the pressure from Kurama and others to break through his limits and acquire the Mangekyō Sharingan. Now he intended to repeat the tactic to transcend the boundaries of this world. To find life through death. A cornered beast struggle. Such phrases might explain Uchiha-Kagami's behavior. With this thought, Sukuna's eyes glazed over with chilling, murderous intent. Was he not also a beast in the arena? Uchiha-Kagami turned his head, as if dismissing a servant. What are you still standing there for? Did I not make myself clear? Your task is to kill a few people and end the Shinobi World Martial Arts Tournament. Sukuna did not move immediately, instead offering a sinister smile. I'm starting to understand a bit. There was no need to hold such a tournament, no need to involve so many people. You could have achieved what you wanted without all this. A sense of ceremony. It's your farewell party to this world, isn't it? Uchiha-Kagami pressed his lips together and shook his head. I said, even if you win, it doesn't matter. You actually think you'll win. You don't even understand reverse flag planting. For a curse from that place, you're quite dense. His body slowly rose, flying toward the giant Tensigen. Sukuna, now fully immune to this level of mockery, sneered, aren't you afraid? I'll kill Uchiha Shursui. No matter how cold you are, your concern for that kid is genuine. It doesn't matter. Go ahead and kill him. Uchiha-Kagami did not look back. Dying once will be a valuable experience for him. As he approached the giant Tensigen, a golden glow bathed Uchiha-Kagami. This eye, which had gathered countless Byakugan, possessed immense power. It was one of the objectives of Uchiha-Kagami's operation. A vague, ethereal figure gradually solidified before the Tensigen. It appeared translucent, neither quite a soul nor a mere projection. An aged face, pure white pupils, pale blue hair, and 2 sharp horns on the forehead. Otsutsuki Hamura, the legendary figure who, alongside the Sage of Six Paths, sealed away Kagaya Otsutsuki a millennium ago. With a troubled expression, he spoke in a deep voice. Descendant of Hagoromo. Whoosh. A tearing wind sound. Before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha-Kagami waved his hand, destroying the apparition. He spat. What is this? A mere fragment of consciousness, and it still wants to deliver a line. Uchiha Kagami stepped onto the platform, the tomo in his eyes spinning as he activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. Black-red ocular power began to stain the Tenseigan. In the gap between cycles, the Sage of Six Paths watched the moon with an expressionless face. He could not comprehend Uchiha Kagami's actions, nor fathom his purpose. But there was nothing he could do. He lacked the power to stop Uchiha Kagami. Unless he were to entrust his power to Ashura. Suddenly a mass of azure light invaded this space. A spiritual entity resembling Hagoromo. The consciousness I left on the moon was destroyed. Brother, do you know what happened? Just as the chakra of Indra and Ashura could persist for a millennium, Hamura, equal to the Sage of Six Paths, could also exist in chakra form. After his death, he had been sleeping peacefully in the Pure Land, awaiting the enemy that their mother feared might appear. The Sage of Six Paths paused, touched his staff, and a stream of information merged into Hamura's consciousness. You actually allowed such a monster to grow to this point. The Sage of Six Paths wore a pained expression. Kagami isn't a bad child, just sometimes. I'm not talking about him. Hamura pointed at the image of the moon. I'm talking about that one named Sukuna. You saw it long ago. That monster is not from this world. And the war between your two sons that has lasted a millennium. How many deaths has it caused in the ninja world? Hamura berated him. I have not done well. The Sage of Six Paths looked at Hamura with a complex gaze. But your descendants have done worse, haven't they? Hamura fell silent. After his physical death, unlike the Sage of Six Paths who roamed the ninja world, he had left only a fragment of consciousness on the moon and slept soundly in the Pure Land. The destruction of that consciousness awakened him, leading him to seek out the Sage of Six Paths for an explanation. The state of the ninja world angered him, but considering the tragedy on the moon, his brother's descendants still had many, while his own descendants on the moon seemed to have all perished. Only the branch family of the Byakugan remained in the ninja world, and they held no significant position. Then what do we do now? The Sage of Six Paths was silent for a long time. Unless absolutely necessary, we should not make an appearance. I still believe that the future of the ninja world should be left to the later generations, for we cannot exist forever. Hamura mused. Your descendant has awakened a completely different eye. If he fuses the power of the Tenseigan, he might reach the level you once achieved. The Sage of Six Paths' peak state was naturally when he defeated Kaguya, extracted the Ten Tails, and became its Jinchuriki. The ninja world was special. Though the Otsutsuki clan hunted many planets, most could only produce chakra pills. It was exceedingly rare to form such a massive chakra fruit. Kaguya, who consumed the chakra fruit, gained true immortality, leaving no option but to seal her. Strictly speaking, if Kaguya had not dispersed her power and instead focused on developing her own abilities, at least the first few waves of Otsutsuki pursuers would have posed little threat to her. Unfortunately, events cannot be undone. Nor was Kaguya Otsutsuki originally an evil goddess bent on destroying the world. When she first gained power, Kaguya pacified the chaotic world and was revered as the rabbit goddess. It was fear of the unknown that gradually transformed her thoughts. I don't know. He has chosen a path I never envisioned. The Tenseigan, which was supposedly inaccessible to anyone not of Hamura's lineage, had its barrier become as thin as a cicada's wing under the assault of Uchiha Kagami's ocular power. Black-red engulfed the golden Tenseigan like a deep abyssal beast licking a delicacy. The ocular power accumulated over a millennium by the moon's Otsutsuki lineage was immense, enough to move the moon and destroy the ninja world. Moreover, unlike an entity like a Shiki, it possessed no subjective will. It was merely a vessel for ocular power. Over time, the giant Tenseigan shrank. It was being digested. Within Uchiha Kagami's pupils, the Mangekyō pattern resembling a crown of thorns rotated and split into four tomo. He sensed it. That feeling, he had grasped it. What he had done with Shursui and Byakugan had become crucial experience for this transformation. His eyelids lowered, slowly closed, slightly trembled, slowly opened, as if the boundless black ocean was stirred. A blood-red full moon rose from the sea. Whoosh, roar. Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but tilt his head back, a thunderous roar erupting from his eyes. A crimson dragon and a black dragon burst forth from his eyes, intertwining and merging into a colossal black dragon with red eyes. The mountain-sized black dragon circled once, then dove down. It swallowed Uchiha Kagami in one gulp. Its massive body coiled into a sphere, compressing further. A sphere covered in black-red scales hung, suspended. Thump, thump, thump. The sphere pulsed as if it had a heartbeat. The sky was covered in endless blood-red. Orochimaru looked up at the sky. A blood-red sky. Even someone like him, who viewed flesh and blood as nothing and dared to touch forbidden arts, felt a chill of terror from such oppressive pressure. Kagami, your evolution, is it truly endless? On the other side, the moon's surface. Whoosh, boom. The emerald Susanoo blade snapped. It crashed to the ground, embedding itself into the rocky soil. Within the Susanoo, Sakumo Hatake and Kakashi keenly sensed the gap in strength. So powerful, effortlessly shattering the Hamura statue that had thwarted many powerful warriors. This was the world's third Mangekyō Sharingan. Shursui, the direct disciple of Uchiha Kagami and Minato Namikaze, who had just displayed invincible prowess. Against that monster he fell into absolute disadvantage in a single exchange. The two-faced four-armed demon seemed indifferent to the giant before him, turning his head to gaze into the distance. The gap has widened further. Uchiha Kagami, what method will you devise to help me catch up to you? Sukuna felt no shame in this. Having fully acknowledged himself, he understood. If Uchiha Kagami's conviction was to break without rebuilding, willing to die without regret, then his own was to survive by any means necessary. To survive alone. In his philosophy, the strong do not fear loneliness, need no understanding from any creature. They kill when they want, devour when they want. Total and absolute freedom. Nor would he flee from Uchiha Kagami now. Escape was impossible, but more importantly, he knew Kagami would help him grow stronger. Only by killing Uchiha Kagami can I gain true freedom. A grin spread across his face. I will savor this battle. I will praise you over your corpse. Turning to look at Shisui, who stood on guard, Sukuna's expression instantly shifted to one of disdain. Uchiha Kagami did so much for you, and this is all you've become. Kagami at your age was far stronger than this. Cold sweat dripped down Shisui's forehead. Facing Sukuna directly, he sensed that insane killing intent even more clearly than Kakashi and the others. It was utterly pure, a gaze that completely refused to regard humans as kin. This was his first time facing such an enemy. Suppressing his nervousness, he forced a smile. That comparison doesn't hold. Such words won't make me feel ashamed. Not just me. In the entire history of the ninja world, there has never been anyone who could compare to my brother. Sukuna paused briefly, a faint elusive smile tugging at his lips. I like those who know their limits. I wasn't going to bother killing you, no fun in it. But now, I'll graciously cut you down. Boom. Sukuna took a step forward and black-red lightning crackled in midair. Black flash. So fast. Thanks to Uchiha Kagami's use of it, the term black flash was not unfamiliar to the ninja world. Minato Namikaze had once spent time learning black flash from Uchiha Kagami. He understood the principle but couldn't apply it effectively. The power ceiling of black flash depended on physical strength. The black flash Minato could produce was weaker than a point-blank wind release Rasengan. Minato had also mentioned this technique to Shisui, who for similar reasons chose not to practice it. Instead, Sukuna appeared before the trio in an instant, raising a hand against the massive Susanoo. His lips moved slightly. Hachi. Whoosh. A slash even larger than the Susanoo came down diagonally. It shattered the Susanoo's armor with irresistible force. Boom. The immense impact sent the Susanoo hurtling back thousands of meters. Watching the emerald giant being slashed away, Sukuna raised an eyebrow. He had adjusted the intensity of Hachi. That attack should have been enough to cut down all three within the Susanoo. They shouldn't have been sent flying like this. The dust cleared. The Susanoo stood tall, bearing a massive gash. But the once deep green Susanoo was now covered in black patterns. Natural energy, huh? Sukuna muttered, familiar with it. The dragon vein on the cell's upper bunk was an aggregation of immense natural energy. Inside the Susanoo, black patterns emerged beneath Shisui's eyes as he entered sage mode. Previously, he needed to gather for a long time to achieve this state, and it didn't last long. But now, having absorbed the slug's molted body, he could enter this state at will. His Senjutsu chakra was also enough to coat the Susanoo in an extra layer of armor, which was how he barely blocked Sukuna's slash. Tsukumo-senpai, Kakashi-senpai. Shisui gripped his Hakusekin tightly, speaking in a low voice. I won't be able to protect you in the coming battle. Run. Understood. Kakashi didn't hesitate, placing a hand on his father's shoulder and using Flying Thunder God to escape. Were it not for insufficient chakra, Kakashi would have wanted to bring his father back to the ninja world. The moon was too terrifying, far beyond their league. Just avoiding the shockwaves of the powerful warrior's battle left him exhausted. He thought of the ninja world. And in the ninja world, someone was thinking of him. On a ground littered with corpses and flesh, only 4 figures in black cloaks with red clouds stood. A few rats got away. What a pity. Kakuzu retracted his tendrils from the corpses, stepping on the holder of the lightning blade Ringo Amuri. TCH, only 1 heart harvested. What was the point of coming to this so-called tournament? His words dripped with resentment and dissatisfaction. Clatter. Sasori manipulated his puppets, carefully storing away 2 of them, and looked in a certain direction. He had deliberately let Chiobie go, so the core he thought lacked emotion could still be moved after all. Father and mother. Storing the 2 puppets properly, Sasori said calmly, anyway, we've achieved our objective. After extracting the tailed beast, give me the body of that lava-release ninja. At Obito's feet, 3 people lay unconscious, bound by chains. Yujito ni Yagura, Karatachi, and Rashi. With this, Biju 2 through 4 had all been captured by the Akatsuki. Obito placed his hand on them, storing them in Kimui's space, and said indifferently, we'll discuss that later. White Setsu has already located the 6 tails Jinchuriki's position. We'll capture it on the way out. He looked up at the moon, using the moon as the final stage for the tournament. Quite whimsical, just like Kagami. Kakashi, what kind of scene are you witnessing right now? Are you lamenting your own weakness? Speaking of the moon, Black Zetsu's sensitive side began to act up. He spoke with slight urgency. Let's hurry and capture the 6 tails. Once Nagato returns with the chakra of the other tailed beasts, we can revive the 10 tails as soon as possible. Even without the 1 tail, it should be fine. Black Zetsu was anxious. If absolutely necessary, he would contribute a portion of his own chakra to substitute for the one tail. Uchiha Kagami was on the moon right now. What if he discovered Mother? Black Zetsu was truly afraid. Mother must be very weak right now. If that unfilial descendant found her, it would be a disaster. The Akatsuki operated by collecting tailed beasts, and both Sasori and Kakuzu knew they were reviving some terrifying monster. But, Zetsu, do you honestly think that after all our hard work reviving a tailed beast with an extra tail, it can be compared to Uchiha Kagami? Kakuzu sneered with disdain. If you ask me, we should learn from Hashirama Senju. Just sell the tailed beast for a good price, why bother with all this trouble? Obito and Zetsu naturally wouldn't explain in detail. We won't know until we try. Uchiha Kagami has a Mangekyō, and so do I. I might be able to reach that level too. He's a man, and I'm still a man. Kakuzu sneered inwardly, but said nothing. Although Obito was far inferior to Uchiha Kagami, the combat prowess he just displayed had startled him. He had almost single-handedly crushed the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Mist, and Hidden Stone. Among them there were two former Kage. Not far away, AI's body was pierced by wooden stakes. The corpse was a gruesome sight. I don't know whether to hide or go help. On the left was the battlefield where the impact was gradually spreading, and on the right was the blood-red sky expanding endlessly. Jiraiya, who was at the center, was in a difficult position. It was the first time he had maintained sage mode for so long. If not for the two sages helping him regulate natural energy, he would have long collapsed. But the current situation was that the two toad sages Shima and Fukusaku dared not separate from Jiraiya. In their view, the two great sages of Mount Myaboku had been devoured alive by the Uchiha brothers. Little Jiraiya is after all the teacher of that person, so there's some bond. If we don't take this chance to get more familiar, what if Uchiha Kagami gets a sudden impulse and kills the great toad sage? Although, in the great toad sage's prophecy, Uchiha Kagami was the child of prophecy who would bring change to the ninja world. Really, if only we had chosen Minato later, we could have waited a few years. The two toad sages exchanged a glance. Fukusaku looked at Nagato and said solemnly, "Little Nagato, I know you're worried about Konan. We have a way to send her to Mount Myaboku. Let's go help Shursui." Nagato gazed at the battlefield between Sukuna and Shursui. With his Rinnegan, he could roughly make out some scenes. Shursui, who had awakened his Mangekyō at the end of the second match, displayed ocular power no less than his own. But now he was being overwhelmed in a one-sided manner. What kind of monster was that? He turned to look at Konan, whose eyes were full of worry, then back at Fukusaku. "Then I'll trouble you all." Any perceptive person could see that Sukuna was the monster dwelling within Uchiha Kagami's body and could be considered part of Kagami's power. The Akatsuki had tried to negotiate with Uchiha Kagami, but failed. Since then, no matter how strong Kagami became, Nagato never gave up opposing him. Nagato's goal was peace in the ninja world, while Uchiha Kagami only cared about the Land of Fire, utterly indifferent to the suffering of other regions. In the eyes of the people of the Land of Fire, Kagami was an absolutely revered guardian deity. But to the vast majority of others in the ninja world, this human god showed not a shred of tenderness. They had tried multiple times to join the Land of Fire, but were rejected, even driven away or hunted. Otherwise, why would the people of the ninja world be foolish enough to cross deserts and seek refuge in the Hidden Fire village instead of going to the Land of Fire? Only the damned lucky Fuma clan made it, and countless others cursed inwardly. They just didn't dare say it to their faces. No matter how trashy this clan was before, they had now climbed up the high branch of the cat village, not to be trifled with. On the ground, Obito and the others assumed that Nagato would secure the 8 tails in exchange for the 7 tails. Nagato likewise believed they would not pass up such a golden opportunity and would surely collect all the tailed beasts. Once back in the ninja world, he would pour the tailed beast chakra into the demonic statue of the outer path, and the mythical 10 tails, capable of destroying the world, would be reborn. He still clung to a faint hope. With his Rinnegan, he could no longer see any way to close the gap with Uchiha Kagami. He could only place his hopes on the 10 tails. That would be the Akatsuki's final charge against Uchiha Kagami's tyranny. Knowing full well that failure was likely, Nagato would not step back. Willpower was influenced by the body. With a healthy body, Nagato's resolve was now unwavering. Seeing the two sages teleport Konan away, he finally relaxed. Since he regarded Uchiha Kagami as an enemy, then, now going to fight that monster was a good opportunity to gather information. He clearly saw that Sukuna used a slash release similar to Kagami's, but its completion was on a whole different level from Shursui's. Perhaps, maybe, there was a chance to find a flaw in the slash release. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Akatsuki moved together. Nagato and Jiraiya cautiously lagged slightly behind, while the Deva Path Yahiko and the Hell Path Pain were also in the safe positions of the 6 paths formation. Obviously, they planned to use the pains made from Kinkaku and Ginkaku as cannon fodder first. Sensing 2 powerful chakra approaching, Nagato turned to look. He saw Hashirama Senju waving. "Yo, Nagato, Jiraiya, are you going to help too?" Hashirama closed in with several body flickers, and Nagato tensed up, almost attacking involuntarily. Fortunately, Hashirama noticed his aversion and stopped at a distance. "First Hokage-sama, do you intend to make a move?" Jiraiya was a bit emotional. After all, the 3 Sannin had grown up hearing the legends of the first and second Hokage. Tsunade was the first granddaughter, so she wasn't as impressed. Orochimaru had gotten used to it after years of contact. But when Jiraiya first met the first Hokage in the Hidden Fire Village, he almost knelt. Hashirama laughed heartily, scratching the back of his head. It's a bit embarrassing to say this, but I'm not really worried about Uchiha Shursui. Even I can tell that Kagami won't let him die. Kagami is far stronger than me. Well, haha, at least I want to give it a try. Jiraiya suddenly fell silent. Right. How could Kagami let Shursui die? So what was I worried about just now? Idiot, what are you spacing out for? A familiar voice rang out. Orochimaru brushed past him. That's a monster who has learned true/release, not like Shursui's half-baked version. Orochimaru didn't mind losing a life as long as he could experience /release a few more times. He held the secret scroll of /release training. With more personal experience, he might have a chance to learn it. Nagato turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, aren't you coming to see the /release for yourself? What the hell would I see in the /release? No. I've seen Kagami's /release plenty of times. It's something that absolutely no one else can learn. Jiraiya said nothing, following the others. Inwardly, he and Orochimaru cursed each other as idiots. A huge crater several kilometers in radius appeared on the lunar surface, covered in countless slash marks. The Susanoo was in tatters, and Shursui inside it panted heavily. Maintaining the Susanoo's strength to block slashes of that level required too much chakra. Keep it up, I'm not done having fun yet. Sukuna casually shot out slashes like a cat playing with a mouse. Sukuna had never possessed any air of a strong person. Having been humiliated by Uchiha Kagami, it was at least some consolation to take it out on Shursui. This battle, where he was in complete control, restored Sukuna's long-lost confidence. He turned to look at Hashirama and the others arriving on the battlefield, sneering disdainfully. I'm only not strong enough to beat Uchiha Kagami. Do you really think that by banding together you can stand against me? Do you really think that I've been idle for the past 20 years in the sealed space? Would release tree world birth. Would release would golem technique. Sage art bright divine gate. Vermilion Tori gates descended, and Sukuna's eyes were filled with disgust. Things like this reminded him of bad memories. Shoo! Slash blades tore through the atmosphere, shattering the Vermilion Tori gates. Sukuna clasped his hands in the Marisai seal. Drip, like a drop of thick blood falling onto a calm lake surface. A sinister shrine rose from the still lake, hideous and terrifying. As far as the eye could see, endless corpses formed a throne on a dais. Hashirama sensed something was wrong, and exchanged a knowing glance with Orochimaru. They both slammed their palms on the ground. 5-layered Rashomon Gate. 5-layered Rashomon Gate. Nearly draining the 3 snake princesses, Orochimaru also performed a summoning of the same level as Hashirama's, protecting everyone from front and back. A piercing roar sounded. In just an instant, the 2 outermost Rashomon gates were shattered. Then another 2. 4. The 5-layered Rashomon Gate, which could alter the trajectory of the Nine-Tails tailed beast ball, was now as flimsy as paper. Demon subduing kitchen. The sky above the moon was dyed in vast swathes of crimson. Sukuna's domain expansion tore open a region of space, and countless slashes crackling with black-red lightning rained down like a torrential storm. Everyone clustered together. Against an assault with no blind spots, scattered defense would only lead to being cut down one by one. Hashirama Senju leaped onto the shoulder of the damaged Susanoo and poured a massive amount of chakra into Shursui's Susanoo. Chakra possesses excellent conductive properties. After all, when the Sage of Six Paths distributed it across the world, his original intention was for people to understand one another. It is a power that enables communication between hearts, which is why in battles between true masters words become unnecessary. Each can perceive the other's thoughts. Yet somewhere along the way, chakra came to be used solely as a means of attack. After signaling the others to gather, Hashirama Senju clapped his hands together. Wood Dragon Technique. Roar. 9 wooden dragons burst forth from the sea of trees, simultaneously intertwining and braiding together to form a circular barrier. The top of the circular barrier resembled a snarling, fanged demonic visage. Sage Art 9 Wood Dragons rank formation. Boom. The slashes struck its surface, sending wood splinters exploding in every direction. Within the thick layers of wood, not a single ray of light could penetrate. Fortunately, Shursui's Susanoo emitted a faint glow, casting the space in an eerie green luminescence. Hashirama spoke urgently. Honestly, that bastard has more chakra than I do. With the lethality of his release, I can't hold this for long. If we want to defeat him, we need to devise a viable strategy right now. Everyone's gaze turned to Shursui. He was the only one among them with more knowledge about their enemy. He is called Ryomen Sukuna. My brother mentioned him to me. He's like a companion beast to my brother. In fact, aside from Mangekyō Sharingan techniques, he possesses nearly all of my brother's abilities. Then what's the point of fighting? Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru and proposed his battle plan. Konan has already been sent away by the 2 sages. Orochimaru, just die once, and this sparring match will be over. Orochimaru's face darkened. Idiot, why can't you be the one to die? Jiraiya shrugged nonchalantly. It'd be a shame if I died. Countless fans are still waiting for the next installment of Make Out Paradise. Dying once is no big deal for you. Don't tell me you can't come back. Orochimaru's composure was remarkable. Even now, he didn't lose his temper with Jiraiya. He replied in a sinister tone, "You can die too, you know. I'll just perform Edo Tensei to bring you back, and you can still write that whatever it is." "It's not whatever it is, it's called make out." "Enough. Jiraiya-sensei." Nagato cut him off. His deep eyes fixed on Shisui. "Have you tried Genjutsu on him?" Shisui shook his head. "I haven't had the chance. His attack frequency is too high, and every time I output more chakra his slashes grow stronger. Clearly he's not fighting seriously." "What is your dojutsu?" Nagato asked matter-of-factly. Shisui glanced at Jiraiya, then turned to Hashirama. Noticing Shisui's hesitation, Nagato took the initiative. "I possess a dojutsu capable of creating a powerful seal. Legend has it that the moon itself was forged by the Sage of Six Paths using this very technique. When facing an enemy, the standard protocol of shinobi was if taijutsu and ninjutsu fail, fall back on jinjutsu. If jinjutsu proves insufficient, then sealing techniques were summoned. For that technique to take effect, we need to immobilize him for at least a few seconds. The weakness of Nagato's Chibaku Tensei was that before the technique fully formed, the gravitational core could be destroyed by long-range attacks. Of course, the gravitational core would disrupt chakra flow. An ordinary person would never have the ability to destroy it. But Nagato didn't believe that someone of that monster's caliber would fail to notice such a vulnerability. The two sages' magical toad song and Orochimaru's white rage technique. Those should be worth trying. First disrupt his hearing, then look for an opening. Jiraiya said seriously, "Shisui, you don't need to explain your dojutsu in detail. That's your secret. But can you tell us what effects it can produce?" Seeing Jiraiya speak up, Shisui nodded. He hadn't wanted to say it, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Actually, explaining in detail is fine. I have 4 dojutsu techniques. The other 3 have all been used with no effect. Even flying Raijin slash Tobarama had been effortlessly crushed by Sukuna. So then, I can summon a true clone of my brother with chakra equivalent to my own." "Then why haven't you used it?" Orochimaru clicked his tongue. "Kagami-kun truly dotes on you too much." In his eyes, the current Shisui was a more suitable vessel than Uchiha Kagami himself. Because in his view, the further evolved Uchiha Kagami, that body was already beyond his ability to control. However, making a move on Shisui, the risk, might as well go directly after Uchiha Kagami. From Orochimaru's understanding of Uchiha Kagami, even if he openly asked for his body to his face, the worst outcome would simply be dying once. But if he dared to lay a hand on Shisui, Kagami-kun would truly hunt him across the world, refusing to rest until every last soul fragment was erased. A cold glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Wait, perhaps there'd be an opportunity to obtain some of Shisui's blood. Back in the day, he and Danzo had conducted research on Hashirama's cells. Now with Uchiha Kagami, he dared not entertain such thoughts for now, but a sample of Shisui's cells was worth a try. He was after all utterly obsessed with the power of the Uchiha. The group exchanged a few more words and settled on their strategy. In total, only a minute or 2 had passed before the wooden dragon barrier was completely shattered. Sukuna stood with his 4 arms crossed, sneering down at them. "Decided on your plan. Who volunteers to die first?" The moment the words left his mouth, whoosh, countless slashes burst forth from behind Shisui, carving an opening through the slashes within the malevolent shrine's domain. Like 2 currents of different colors colliding head-on. Sukuna's pupils contracted sharply. He laid eyes on the figure standing behind Shisui. Black-red currents of energy coiled around a tall, lean frame, long hair, and a dark blue robe billowed without wind. Eyes utterly devoid of emotion stared back at him silently. Within those sockets were the very eyes he knew best, Uchiha Kagami. "Impossible." He jerked his head upward, gazing into the distance. The endless crimson showed no sign of receding. "No." Sukuna quickly caught himself. That man. How could he only possess this much power? Was it some special transformation technique? Even the slash release. TCH, that was his technique. What nonsense was a slash release? In that instant of hesitation, a cacophony of grating toad croaks assaulted his ears. At the same time, a crimson light dragon shot toward his face, exploding in a blinding flash and piercing shriek. Slam. Hashirama pressed his palms together like in prayer. The remnants of the tree sea spared from the slashes converged into a colossal cannon statue, standing hundreds of meters tall. With this body, he couldn't manage the true several thousand hands. 100 hands would have to do. Would release was awfully convenient. Sage Art would release 100 armed cannon. Sage Art Susanoo Bishamontan, flying Raijin slash. Countless giant wooden palms descended from the heavens, their surfaces heating to the point of sparking from sheer speed. Directly beneath Sukuna stood Shisui and Kagami, clad in Susanoo, swinging their blades in perfect synchronization. An unremarkable black sphere slowly rose into the air, concentrating everything into a single point. Boomed. An earth-shattering roar. Nagato clasped his hands tightly, veins bulging. Amidst the explosion, smoke and dust, a black sphere radiated light. Chibaku Tensei. The ultimate sealing technique that, according to legend, created the moon. The pinnacle of ninjutsu, a spectacle of utter destruction and creation. The tiny black sphere resembled a mysterious star in the dark night, exuding a bizarre and powerful gravitational pull, drawing everything around it involuntarily closer. Boulders from the ground tore free from the lunar surface's grasp, surging like a torrent toward the black sphere. Even light itself was warped as if it were a black hole. Forewarned, Shursui instantly executed the flying thunder god technique to escape. Before departing, he launched another Yasaka Magatama at Sukuna, who stood in the center of the smoke. Returning to the group, Shursui gazed at the black sphere radiating boundless gravitational force and praised, "What a formidable sealing technique." Nagato did not reply. Hashirama Senju's hand rested on his back, providing a steady stream of colossal chakra. A figure could be seen being drawn together with the smoke toward the black sphere. Bang! Bang! Massive boulders crashed down, quickly burying that figure. Shursui breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive pressure Sukuna had exerted on him earlier was immense. He glanced at the vacant-eyed brother beside him. Indeed, it was merely a clone possessing his brother's abilities and combat instincts, lacking autonomous consciousness. Withdrawing his ocular power, the Bishamontan's mirror quietly dissipated. Shursui's ocular power could not sustain the manifestation of this clone for long. Just then, swish, a flash of blood. A hand with 5 fingers bearing long black sharp nails pierced through Shursui's chest. It seized the fiercely beating heart in its grasp. The others were stunned with terror. Slap. Without hesitation, the heart was crushed instantly. Shursui turned his head with difficulty, seeing Sukuna with only half his calves still buried in the earth. A chilling laugh came. He. Ha ha. Sukuna grinned savagely, striking when the opponent thinks they have won. That's a trick you ninjas like. How did I do? Now, Orochimaru roared, catching sight of Shursui's spilled blood from the corner of his eye. Nagato's pupils contracted sharply. He could clearly sense the terrifying chakra within the Chibaku Tensei. If he did not suppress it, it would surely burst forth. Sukuna shoved Shursui, whose eyes were gradually losing focus, away, pulled out his hand, and flicked off the blood that Orochimaru treasured as if it were a precious gem. It was far more than just crushing the heart. As his hand pierced through Shursui's body, he had executed several dismantle slashes. By now Shursui barely maintained a human form. His internal organs, bones, and even brain were ground into mincemeat. Even Zaujin Happozu's rapid regeneration would be too slow to recover. Sukuna turned to the others, grinning coldly. Alright, I'm bored with this game. I'll just kill you all at once. I won't bother with Uchiha Kageme's rules. He raised his hand, fingers pressed together like the sharpest blade in the world. Hashirama Senju, however, was staring at something behind him, his eyes filled with complex emotions. So, that's how it is. Madara. Sukuna's pupils contracted. He spun around abruptly. Clang. Uchiha Shursui's blade struck Sukuna's raised nails, sparking a shower of light. Missing his strike, Shursui instantly shined away. One eye in his socket was gradually losing its light. Thank you for the reminder, Tobarama. Shursui's voice echoed in his own mental space. Tobarama Senju's spiritual entity snorted coldly. Never let your guard down until the enemy is confirmed dead. That's a ninja's basic discipline. Sukuna eyed Shursui with keen interest. A moment's thought allowed him to grasp the problem. Is an Uchiha. If it were a 3-tomo Sharingan, my slash wouldn't have been rendered null. A Mangekyō, such an unreasonable thing. It made my ambush fail. How boring. Shursui grinned wryly. Don't say that. To survive, I had to sacrifice one eye. Sukuna shook his head indifferent. What's the point? It only prolonged your death by a little. I told you I'm already bored. Sukuna's terrifying aura fully receded, yet it felt even more unsettling than before. His pressed palms slowly pushed forward from his chest. So slow. It looked so slow. Yet everyone's minds grew sluggish, their eyes fixed only on the black and red lightning flickering at Sukuna's fingertips. Compared to my fight with Uchiha Kagami, this playtime with you is utterly dull. A slash that tore through everything followed the motion of his hand. It fell. A crescent-shaped slash rippled through the fabric of space-time. This was certain death. As the blade edge drew near, even Shursui could no longer use his Anaji. Thought completely ceased. There was absolutely no way to avoid it. In the next instant, everyone would be cut in half. But fate did not favor Sukuna this time. Thump, a tremendous heartbeat. Like a funeral bell. Like the collapse of a star. The moon trembled with this pulse. Everything stopped. The crimson in the sky instantly faded and converged. The moon's faint glow was wiped away as if erased, plunging into dead silence and darkness. Between the void and the lunar surface, a massive tornado vortex formed. Everything was devoured. Thud. Sukuna, drained of strength, collapsed to his knees. He raised his head with difficulty, staring at the center of the vortex, his eyes blazing with blood-like light. Compared to Sukuna, the others fared far worse. Having their chakra drained in an instant would be fatal for an ordinary ninja. Even they lay helplessly on the ground, barely able to breathe. Orochimaru desperately squeezed every ounce of his life force. He forcibly turned his head. He had to witness this. Even if he died for it, he didn't care. No. To die witnessing the birth of a god. What an honor. At the epicenter of the turmoil, the black-scaled sphere cracked open with a snap. The pressure of a higher life form flooded the lunar surface like a torrent. Thump. The sound of a fetal pulse. The enormous tornado vortex vanished without a trace. Above the moon, a pair of crimson eyes materialized in the void. Cold, indifferent, devoid of any living emotion. Within those crimson eyes, Magatama appeared one by one. As if the world were being created. An indescribable resonance. a stream of light bearing 10,000 colors. The radiance shone upon the cracked black sphere, causing it to melt away like snow. A slender figure stepped forth, treading on air, yet making the earth tremble. Every muscle and sinew of the naked body was flawlessly proportioned. On the forearm, there was an incredibly lifelike white dragon tattoo. Black hair reaching to the tips of the toes broke off at the waist, then danced and shifted, as if alive, forming a robe on his body. The white dragon on his arm detached grew larger and swam behind him, emitting a faint glow. After stretching his arms, he swept the hair away from his face, and a hair clasp naturally formed, tying the long hair into a ponytail, revealing a pair of crimson Sharingan. 5 Mangekyō rotated, linking into a lotus-like multi-bladed form, with a faint blue-golden glow at the edges, dreamlike and ethereal. His body slowly rose, and he raised a hand to the sky. A crimson sun ascended. The mutual interaction between yin and yang is known as sympathetic resonance. It refers to the interplay of these two concepts intersecting and oscillating against one another. Yang transforms into chi, yin into form, marking the beginning of all things. Uchiha-Kage maintained his raised hand, a crimson, blazing fireball swelling in size as it ascended. The red glow illuminated the moon. Viewed from the shinobi world below, it resembled a blood moon. As time passed, 2 blood moons appeared in their eyes. Only those on the moon knew that the second was not the moon at all. What are you planning to do? Sukuna, barely having regained a shred of strength, tilted his head back further, his gaze tracking the ascending crimson fireball. Uchiha-Kage certainly had no intention of answering his question, even if he could hear Sukuna's voice. He looked up, watching until the distance became sufficiently vast. Snap! Uchiha-Kage clapped his hands together, unleashing an endless surge of chakra. It formed a pure black strike, terrifying and devouring of light, like a catastrophic slash. The black moon slash tore through space-time, colliding with the crimson sun. Boom! The sonic explosion in space could not reach the moon. In the void of space, starting from a single point of red light, layers of black-red halos rippled outward, resembling the explosion of a planet. Radiance burst in all directions like a lighthouse in the dark cosmos. In the interval between life and death, Hamura stared in dumbfounded shock at the scene, his clenched hands trembling involuntarily. What is he trying to do? How dare he? Only they who knew a fragment of the Otsutsuki clan's secrets understood the terrifying nature of Uchiha-Kage's actions. He was declaring to the Otsutsuki clan, who hunted planets, that the shinobi world was right here. This was nothing short of treason against the entire shinobi world. It went far beyond simple betrayal of a village or nation. Even the Sage of 6 Paths clenched his staff, though he was calmer than his younger brother. Do not be impatient, Hamura. What is destined will come. I believe Kagami also has some confidence, which is why he acts this way. One can steal 1,000 times, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. The chakra of Indra and Azura has already been reincarnated, and there is even someone like Kagami who surpasses me. While we are still, perhaps, we can end the Otsutsuki threat in this generation. Hamura was not as optimistic as his elder brother. He spoke deeply. I admit that the current Uchiha Kagami is extremely powerful. The pressure he gives off is comparable to that of Mother back then. But brother, that is a terrifying existence that even Mother feared deeply, one she was willing to turn the entire shinobi world into a weapon to oppose. With our current strength, can we really resist the invasion of that clan? Ashura fell silent for a moment, then looked at his younger brother. What else is there to do, he countered. If you go to the moon now and tell Uchiha Kagami to stop and ask if he will listen, try it. Hamura's lingering consciousness had been eradicated before he could even finish a single complete sentence. Now asking him to go to the moon to meet Uchiha Kagami, he was truly afraid the kid would scatter his soul without a second thought. Seeing his brother fall silent, the Sage of 6 Paths sighed. Of course we cannot let everything follow his will. Hamura, I hope you will help me. Bestow our power upon a more suitable person as a restraint on Kagami. Hamura nodded helplessly. Sai, originally that child Shiranui would have been suitable to inherit my power and might even have opened the Tensigen. I will find one of my descendants. No, the Sage of 6 Paths interrupted him, his voice heavy. You inherited Mother's Yin release. Seeing Kagami today, an idea has come to me. Yin-yang release may be another path beyond the Kekkei Mora. There is a special reincarnation of Azura who might. I do not know how much time had passed. The people on the moon gradually regained a little mobility. Jiraiya struggled to lift his feet, walking over to Orochimaru's twisted corpse. His neck was twisted 180 degrees, the corners of his mouth frozen in a stiff smile, his eyes dull. Because of his death, the 3 snake maidens automatically ended their summoning. Who knows if their powerless bodies would be treated as food by the serpents of Ryuchi Cave. With a long sigh, he lowered his body. Jiraiya reached out and closed Orochimaru's eyes, forcing him to find peace in death. If even Jiraiya could move, the others were no exception. Konan and the others watched the standing Sukuna nervously, but Sukuna's gaze did not fall upon them. Tap! His toes touched the ground, making a light sound. Yo, it took you this long to kill just one Orochimaru. Are you even trying, Sukuna? Uchiha Kagami walked over leisurely. Sukuna grinned. It's all your fault, Uchiha Kagami. Before I kill you, I hardly felt like killing anyone at all. His forearms stretched out, and Sukuna said nonchalantly, "Alright, lock me back up. Now I find your body far more interesting than the outside." Uchiha Kagami shook his head. "I don't want a guy as ugly as you living inside my body. I have prepared a more comfortable dog cage for you." Sukuna's brows knitted tightly. "I wasn't even planning to resist this time, and you dare refuse to let me go back. I wanted to personally experience how much you have evolved." "Hey, Uchiha Kagami." It was the same nasty habit of not letting others finish their sentences. Uchiha Kagami raised a finger, and Sukuna's mouth snapped shut violently, nearly biting his own tongue off. All over his body, only his 4 eyes could move freely. Unfortunately, Sukuna did not possess Uchiha eyes and could not speak through them. So amazing. Hashirama Senju praised sincerely. "Kagami, I completely cannot see through your strength." "Thanks for the compliment." He gave a perfunctory response. Uchiha Kagami brushed past Hashirama Senju and walked up to Nagato. Nagato swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm. "I count as a participant, right? The martial arts exhibition is already over. The implication was clear: you cannot kill me. It was agreed there would be 5 remaining, and I have a slot. Don't be nervous, I am not some demon." Uchiha Kagami raised his hand, pointing at Nagato's face. "I'm just borrowing your Rinnegan. That's no different from killing me." Nagato wanted to express strong protest, but found he couldn't even blink. What kind of jutsu is this? Shoo. He felt no pain. Nagato only saw his own eye being gouged out by Uchiha Kagami. Holding it in his palm for a moment, Uchiha Kagami formed hand signs with his other hand. Boom. A massive head suddenly appeared on the lunar surface. Its shape was bizarre. It was the materialized summon of the Rinnegan connecting to the Pure Land, the King of Hell. The King of Hell opened his massive mouth, revealing an endless dark purple abyss. Uchiha Kagami moved 2 fingers, materializing a black spear that pierced Sukuna's chest. The tremendous force dragged Sukuna into the King of Hell's mouth, heading toward the Pure Land. Shoving the Rinnegan back into Nagato's socket, Uchiha Kagami disdainfully shook the blood off his hand. His gaze swept over the crowd, sensing the Hitaki father and son hiding deep within a lunar crater. "The proportion of Konoha ninja is a bit high. It makes it look like I'm throwing the match." "Never mind, it doesn't matter. Let it be like this." The languid voice announced the end of the Shinobi World's greatest gathering. "The Shinobi World Martial Arts Exhibition is over. Celebrate, for you are the ultimate winners. Let's go back." White hair. On a circular platform suspended in midair stood Uchiha Kagami and the others. Gazing at the 2 white-haired figures in the depths of the crater, Kakashi was one thing, but Tsukumo had earned his keep. He couldn't just be abandoned. Kakashi relaxed completely, and with the distance short, a bit of restored chakra allowed him to appear on the platform with Tsukumo in an instant. Jiraiya bore his flying thunder god mark. Looking at Kakashi with disdain, Uchiha Kagami curled his lips and said, "The fact that a scumbag like you managed to survive really lowers the bar of this martial exhibition." After all these years, had he not grown accustomed to Uchiha Kagami's way of speaking, Kakashi would have died of anger long ago. With a light chuckle, Kakashi said nonchalantly, "As Uchiha Kagami's junior, surviving is only natural." "What thick skin. I'll wait until you get back and hear about the little stun Obito pulled. See if you're still smiling then." Even while on the moon, Uchiha Kagami had left a contingency in the Uchiha clan grounds. If Obito and his crew didn't know their place, they would surely meet their end. As it turned out, they were smart enough not to attempt seizing the One Tail. According to Uchiha Kagami's plan, he would gather all opponents in the ninja world and settle everything in one stroke. He had no interest in playing cat and mouse with them. Instead, it was like raising goo worms, letting them compete and merge, amassing great power. Then, with overwhelming force, crush it all. He cast one last glance at the moon, reinforcing the seal with newly born ocular power. Confirming all was secure, he raised his fingertip and traced a line in the air. SHHHH. With a strange sound, a dark crack tore through space. Those present were all elites of the ninja world familiar with space-time jutsu, and they could see what Uchiha Kagami was doing. This was not something that could be called a jutsu. It was the forcible destruction of space using pure chakra. "Let's go." Uchiha Kagami was the first to step into the dark void, with the others following closely. The ninja world. Fire Country, Konoha. The opening act of the Ninja World Martial Exhibition was Ninetales vs. Makura. For the closing ceremony, Uchiha Kagami had entrusted Minato Namikaze with the preparations. In matters of state, rituals and warfare are paramount. Warfare represents conflict, and military might always of utmost importance. The original sacrifices over time had gradually evolved into ceremonies. These too held great significance in showcasing national strength. The elites of the ninja world understood Konoha's overwhelming military superiority, but the vast majority of civilians and low-ranking ninjas lacked a clear perception of it. Every couple of years, some administrator from various regions would lose their mind and begin paying lip service to Konoha's orders. Never underestimate the depths of human stupidity. Therefore, it was necessary to flex their muscles from time to time to keep them in line. During the martial exhibition, the various daimyo had been casually eliminated by Uchiha Kagami. During this period, among ordinary people in the ninja world, wars had begun to break out, with factions vying for power. Minato Namikaze had captured all the leaders of notable armed groups and brought them to Konoha. He felt the time was ripe. He could use this to establish the overall order of the ninja world, and with Kakashi's generation having grown up, they could be deployed to stabilize the regions. His dream was finally on the verge of becoming reality. Minato Namikaze placed great importance on this closing ceremony, intending to use Uchiha Kageme's prestige to chart the ninja world's future. Minato Namikaze residence. You weren't this nervous even at our wedding. Kushina, with a slight bulge in her lower abdomen, chided him affectionately while helping arrange his clothes. Minato Namikaze looked at Kushina with immense tenderness, one hand gently resting on her belly. Of course I'm nervous. Our child won't have to go through the harsh wars we did. What a wonderful future that is. With such a future right before me, how could I not be nervous? After the last transfer of the Nine Tails, Kushina's recovery had been slower than expected by a few days. After Minato had her examined, they discovered she was pregnant. Kushina was always a bit oblivious. She had already had one child, yet with the second pregnancy, she didn't realize it, simply assuming she'd gained a little weight. Kushina smiled serenely and leaned against Minato's chest. Have you thought of a name for the child? Minato pondered for a moment. I haven't settled on a boy's name, but if it's a girl, I'd like to call her Ryofu. Namikaze Ryofu, ha. As long as the name wasn't made up out of thin air, Kushina was fine with it. Ryofu was the name of Uchiha Kageme's grandmother. For their first child, the name came from a revered teacher. For the second, Minato Namikaze wanted to pay tribute to Uchiha Kageme's grandmother. He wanted to thank her for giving Uchiha Kageme his bonds. Better not, though. I've borrowed names from ancestors myself, but I'm not really fond of such customs. Uchiha Kageme said calmly, leaning against the doorframe. Oh, you little brat. When did you get here? Even as an old married couple, Kushina's face flushed as she pulled away from Minato's embrace. I knocked, but you two were too absorbed in your lowly desires to notice. What do you mean lowly? Kushina strode quickly toward Uchiha Kageme, intending to grab his collar as she had when they were kids. But she realized the height difference was too great, and raising her hand so high would be unsightly. Thump! Without ceremony, she punched Uchiha Kageme square in the chest. Ow! That hurt. You little brat, are you wearing armor? Ignoring Kushina's antics, Uchiha Kageme casually settled onto the sofa. You're just about ready, aren't you? Uchiha Kageme wasn't asking about the closing ceremony preparations. He was asking about Minato Namikaze's preparations to rule the ninja world. Uchiha Kageme had no interest in ruling. His ambitions had already transcended this world. After the anticipated final battle, win or lose, he would not remain in the ninja world. Before leaving, eliminating enemies that the younger generation couldn't handle at their current stage, and helping Minato fulfill his wish was just a matter of convenience. Whatever difficulties arose afterward would be for them to handle themselves. He couldn't afford to stop his own journey for their sake. Minato Namikaze sat down opposite him and said in a low voice, I've dispatched ninja forces to various regions, and I've given them the authority to act as they see fit should uncontrollable situations arise. There won't be a better opportunity than now. We will firmly establish a ninja world structure with the Fire Country as the ruling core. In my plan, it will take 5 to 10 years to complete the integration, and once everything is fully stabilized. What do you think of Shursui as the next Hokage? At least before he aged, Minato could guarantee he wouldn't be corrupted by power, but he couldn't be certain that his mindset wouldn't change when he grew old. After all, even Hiruzen Sarutobi had shown some signs of it in his later years. If the future structure was set, the Hokage's power would be too immense, practically able to decide anything except for the supreme authority of Uchiha Kageme. It was necessary to maintain the youthfulness of the position, so Minato decided he must step down before turning 40 and preserve this tradition. Unrestrained power is the greatest enemy of peace. With this thought, Minato felt grateful that Uchiha Kageme could still serve as a check on him. Hearing Minato's words, Uchiha Kageme shook his head. Don't predetermine a specific candidate. That would be no different from the old traditions. Since you aim to unify the ninja world, then everyone within your domain should have the right to vie for that position. If you have high hopes for Shursui, you can nurture him, support him, but don't decide unilaterally. To be honest, compared to Shursui, I have higher hopes for Sasuke. A faint smile played on Uchiha Kageme's lips. What we can do is give them the opportunity to choose, isn't that right? Minato Namikaze smiled in relief. Yes, I almost became set in my ways. Thank you for reminding me. The Pure Land. A silver-gray prairie stretched across the horizon, countless luminous flowers drifting like ethereal fireflies. The atmosphere was serene and tranquil, imbued with an infinite peace. Yet a sudden pitch-black tower shattered this harmony. Sukuna sat cross-legged within the tower like an old monk lost in deep meditation. The floating soul flowers of the prairie, each one intensely fragrant, descended into his mouth and abdomen. Thoughts clashed, memories were absorbed. It was an extraordinarily peculiar experience, akin to savoring a millennium of the shinobi world's history. Sukuna cast aside all irrelevant thoughts, fully immersing himself in this grand feast. The interstice between life and death. The Sage of Six Paths and his brother gazed at the Pure Land, their brows furrowed with worry. This is our last bastion. Hagoromo's voice was hoarse. He was dissatisfied with his brother allowing his sons to fight, yet he could understand. Their mother sought to turn the shinobi world into a nursery to confront the Otsutsuki. The Sage of Six Paths was not that ruthless. He devised a compromise. He created the Pure Land, gathering the souls of the deceased from the shinobi world. This was not coercive. For example, in the original timeline, Tsukumo Hatake, who died, did not go to the Pure Land, but waited. And if a certain evil Senju with white hair invented impure world reincarnation, the Pure Land did not interfere. Provided one had sufficient chakra strength and an unfulfilled desire, they could also undergo reincarnation like Indra and Ashura. This was the resting place the Sage of Six Paths prepared for the departed. In times of dire necessity, he would also borrow their power. The Sage of Six Paths remained impassive, gazing at the flickering soul flame on his staff. When he saw Kagami Uchiha summon the King of Hell, he sensed trouble and quickly retrieved several souls. Among them was Madara Uchiha. He was well aware of Madara's schemes for the Rinnegan could not be obtained without his permission through the power of all-encompassing. His thoughts churned. The Sage of Six Paths spoke gravely. Hagoromo, take my yang release power and find Ashura's reincarnation, the one named Hashirama Senju. Tell him everything. The threat of the Otsutsuki clan and the deeds of Kagami Uchiha. It is clear now. Kagami Uchiha to evolve further intends to raise this demonic deity to a terrifying level. He can see the future. Perhaps he can truly deal with the Otsutsuki from beyond the heavens, but this monster is the result of his deliberate indulgence. If this monster kills Kagami Uchiha, we must consider that possibility. In any case, only by possessing strength can one have the confidence to turn the tide. Hagoromo looked at him deeply and snorted, finally decided to act. Brother, I thought 1,000 years had completely eroded your decisiveness. The Sage of Six Paths' gaze dimmed, and he sighed. I am merely afraid of the unknown. Kagami has his pursuits, but I cannot gamble the survival of the shinobi world on it. It was not that the Sage of Six Paths was ignorant, but Kagami Uchiha's ambition lay here, and his shinobi world also lay here. Both sought to resolve the calamity of the shinobi world, one radical, the other conservative. Konoha. The morning light spread, carrying a hint of chill. But soon the clamorous sound of drums and gongs dispelled the cold. A procession advanced from the main gate of Konoha. The leader had black hair and crimson eyes, his figure slender. Uchiha Genka. After years of training as one of the earliest personal guards of Kagami Uchiha, he had also come to understand the secrets of the Mangekyō. But he lacked the talent to unlock a perfect Mangekyō. Even if Kagami Uchiha were willing to help, he could not harness such power. An ordinary Mangekyō was still within his reach. His ocular power had accumulated to a critical point. With a slight stimulus, awakening might be possible. He wore a form-fitting black leather armor with a silver-white longsword at his waist. The Uchiha behind him were similarly attired. At the rear of the procession were carriages escorting the feudal lords from various lands. In name it was an escort, but in truth it was more like a convoy. Some Uchiha, who could not hide their excitement, were barely contained. They knew. The moment of Uchiha's dominion over the world had finally arrived. It was not only people like Tobirama Senju who hoped Kagami Uchiha would rule the shinobi world. Many Uchiha also wished for Kagami's rule to extend across the entire shinobi world. They did not consider issues like governance, economy, or such. Their simple minds held only one thought rule. Isn't it just about having a bigger fist than the opponent? Their thinking could not be called entirely wrong. But earlier, when Kagami Uchiha had not yet risen to power, they dared to hold clan meetings and spar with Fugaku. Now that was different. Without Kagami Uchiha's word, they dared not utter a sound. The steady footsteps echoed a resonance of power among the gathered crowd. Naruto pressed down on Sasuke's shoulder, trying to get a better view, shouting excitedly, so cool. I want to join the Uchiha police force too. Bang. Karen slammed a fist on Naruto's head. Stay away from Sasuke-kun. And you're from the Uzumaki clan. You should inherit the Uzumaki name, not talk about joining the Uchiha. Her face suddenly flushed and she changed her demeanor, leaning close to Sasuke, cooing. I should be the one joining the Uchiha, right, Sasuke-kun? Glancing at the two Uzumaki brats, Sasuke looked at Uchiha Genka at the front of the procession. He silently resolved, one day, I will stand in that position too. No. I will stand higher. The Konoha Plaza had a raised platform with many seats arranged before it. Uchiha members escorted the invited feudal lords to their seats, separated from the platform. The divide was clear. On the platform, there was only a long table with 8 seats. At the head of the table, Kagami Uchiha sat in the center. To his left was Minato Namikaze, to his right Tsukumo Hatake. On the sides of the table were Jiraiya, Kakashi, Nagato, Hashirama Senju, and Shursui. Knock knock. A soft tap on the table. The noise of the crowd, numbering tens of thousands, ceased abruptly. All eyes turned to the platform, awaiting the speaker's words. First, I formally bestow upon you all the title of Kage, Kagami Uchiha said slowly, leaving no room for dissent. Jiraiya, you will govern the land of lightning, to be known as the Cloud Kage. Shursui, you will govern the land of earth, to be known as the Rock Kage. Nagato, I permit you to incorporate the land of birds and other territories into your domain, to be known as the Rain Kage. Hashirama Senju, you will govern the land of wind, to be known as the Wood Kage. Kakashi, you will govern the land of water, to be known as the Water Kage. By the time of this enfeoffment, all necessary discussions had been concluded. Aside from accepting, no one had any other reaction. The specially crafted Kage hats were distributed by Uchiha Kyumo. The crowd below held their breath witnessing this moment that would surely be recorded in the history of the shinobi world. Among the 7 Kage, the Hokage holds a half rank higher with the authority to dismiss the other 6. Kagami Uchiha continued his tone flat, as if stating something trivial. His gaze swept over the crowd, lingering on Nagato. Kagami Uchiha smiled knowingly. Of course you may continue to pursue your own desires. Building world-ending weapons is fine. Lingering in the Pure Land to await old friends is also acceptable. The struggle is far from over. No, the struggle will never end. I sincerely hope that when the bell of the final battle tolls at the end of the century, I will still see you all. Finally, begin selecting your victor's rewards. Kagami Uchiha sat leisurely with his legs crossed, a stark contrast to everyone else who sat upright. He was like a deity descending from Takamagara, fulfilling the wishes of mortals. 3 years had passed since the conclusion of the Ninja World Tournament. The situation in the ninja world had settled into a tranquil calm. Under the leadership of the Hokage of Konoha, the forces of evil were swept away, peace was restored, and a new order was established. With the presence of that certain individual in Konoha, even the most ambitious schemers dared not show their faces. The Land of Rain, a country that had long been weeping, had undergone tremendous changes in recent years. First, Uchiha-sama provided a full year of unconditional aid, extending the forests of the former bird country into the Land of Rain, merging the two terrains. When it came to the use of wood release, Nagato was naturally no match for this grandmaster of the art. However, the village hidden in fire located in the Land of Wind did not suffer any loss. With Orochimaru, who had been reincarnated once again, serving as the overseer, the project to divert the waters of the Land of Rain westward was set in motion. The Deva Path Pain Yahiko, leading the 6 paths of pain, forcefully blasted a massive river channel. To be honest, watching the lives of the Rain country's inhabitants improve day by day, the Rain Shadow Nagato had grown reluctant to carry out his plans of military deterrence. He had never been particularly resolute. Having witnessed the divine power of Uchiha Kagami and received guidance from Jiraiya, perhaps this life was not so bad. This won't do. Nagato has grown weak. In the dim underground chamber, Zetsu, Sasori, and Obito were holding a secret meeting. Even Kakuzu has forgotten the tenets of our organization, fawning over his former enemy, Senju Hashirama. Sasori said indignantly. He had once deeply admired Kakuzu's will, but now merely a bit of monetary gain from the canal had caused him to abandon his very self. How contemptible. Obito glanced at the two and said flatly, "A few days ago Nagato spoke with me. He wants to heed Jiraiya's words and set the tailed beasts free." "Absolutely not." Black Zetsu hissed, gnashing his teeth. "Foolish beyond belief. Merging the Ten Tails is our final trump card against Uchiha Kagami. Since Nagato is being ungrateful, we must resort to backup measures." Obito smiled enigmatically, "Like the cursed seal Madara left on my heart." Zetsu fell silent for a moment. Since such a thing could not be concealed forever, he might as well admit it openly. It is a necessary measure. I hope you understand. It doesn't matter. Obito said calmly, indulging in this fleeting peace. Nagato still fails to grasp the truth of this world. For Obito, the cause he fought for was not merely about Rin. Rather, it was the sight of Rin actively throwing herself onto Kakashi's blade that had utterly shattered his worldview. As long as institutions like villages and shinobi existed, tragedies would never cease. Everything now was merely like the era of the first Hokage, a superficial peace forcibly maintained by an absolute powerhouse. Yet, even under this surface peace, the casualties of the Ninja World Tournament were not few. People cannot understand one another. What truly drove Obito to despair was the world itself. The infinite Tsukuyami was the beautiful world that would save all beings. Both he and Madara firmly believed in this. The Uchiha were like that, never changing their convictions until they suffered a great defeat. Black Zetsu breathed a slight sigh of relief inwardly. As long as Obito remained unshaken, the plan could still be carried out. He continued, not only the means left by Madara-sama, but the white Zetsu cells implanted into Nagato can also be controlled. Nagato has always been under your control, Sasori said thoughtfully, his tone ambiguous. Zetsu turned to him and said gravely, Sasori, the reason we let you know this is because we recognize your will. We promise you that we will help remove all obstacles, allowing you to have a one-on-one battle with Hitaki Tsukumo. Hatred sometimes is more steadfast than ideals. Sasori was a man who had even rejected Uchiha Kagami's invitation to continue his own revenge. That alone was enough to earn trust. I have the 2 tails here. Nagato has the 7 tails and 8 tails, as well as the chakra of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Most importantly, the Rinnegan. Obito stood up, his voice cold. At the next meeting we will end Nagato. Who told him to start dreaming such impossible dreams? Atop the central tower of the Land of Rain, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan gazed into the distant sunset. Konan squatted, wrapping her arms around her knees like a little girl, her eyes shimmering. Nagato watched her back. He could clearly sense that Konan was gradually emerging from the shadow of Yahiko's death and beginning to hold hope for the future of the Land of Rain. Good. He turned his gaze to the Deva Path Pain, standing like a statue beside Konan. Yahiko, only you standing by Konan's side seems so fitting. Only you can give Konan happiness. He gently removed his rain shadow hat, and in the shadow of the brim, he smiled softly. Wait a little longer. When everything stabilizes, When I have made Obito and the others let go of their hatred, I will bring you back Yahiko. The Rinne rebirth technique. Perhaps I possess these eyes for your return. You are the one truly fit to be the Rain Shadow. If this is my destiny, I accept it gladly. Even if death follows, I have no regrets. Even with his Rinnegan, he could not see. Far above the sky, a pair of Byakugan filled with immeasurable malice watched this place. Konoha, the Uchiha clan compound. Training ground. Yo, Sasuke, you're still training today. 3 years later, with ample nutrition and the finest medicinal herbs, Naruto was much taller than the average 10-year-old. At first glance, he looked like a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Though he was meticulous about hair care, his daily training volume was so high that he inevitably had a bit of bedhead. At that moment, a little girl of 2 or 3 sat on his shoulders, gripping Naruto's hair with her small hands. She had a head of soft, bright red hair, big sapphire blue eyes, and was as exquisite as a doll. Namake's Hinari, the 4th Hokage's daughter. The blonde-haired ones were of the Uzumaki clan, and the red-haired ones were of the Namake's clan. Acquaintances often teased the 4th about this. Hello, Sasuke and I-san. Little Hinari blushed and spoke timidly. Sasuke wiped the sweat from his face. His bare upper body was covered in scars. It was not just simple physical training. Over the past few years, Sasuke had joined the demon extermination squads and endured countless bloody battles. Naruto was already tall among his peers, but compared to the approaching Sasuke, he was still half a head shorter. He clicked his tongue in surprise. How strange. How can you and Uchiha train to be more muscular than me? Sasuke lowered his head and wrapped his hands in bandages, saying flatly, "Don't disturb me for no reason." As he drew closer, Naruto could feel the terrifying power contained within Sasuke's body. Ever since he could maintain the 4 gates as a constant state, he had officially trained under Uchiha Kagami for a year. Naruto always felt that his master played favorites, but there was no helping it. He didn't have the Sharingan. He had to settle for special training with his parents. Looking at Sasuke's muscular physique, Naruto reached out and poked him. "It's hard to believe. You're only turning 10 today." 10. Sasuke had long stopped paying attention to his age. "Yeah, Aunt Mikoto specially invited us, saying she wanted to throw a party for you. Didn't you know?" "Boring. Naruto, it's because you care about things like this that you can't keep up with my pace. Your purity is too low." Naruto tilted his head in confusion. "You haven't surpassed me by much, have you? We've fought before. It's at most a 4-6 split." After wrapping the bandages, Sasuke wanted to continue training. "Shirsu and I and the others came back specially, and I heard Master is coming too." Sasuke paused at the training equipment, then opened his bag and put on a jacket. "What a hassle." "Mother, I'm home." Sasuke's residence was situated near the Uchiha Mirror Estate, occupying a considerable area. The property prices here were beyond what mere money could measure. Shursui had been dispatched to the land of Earth, serving as the Earth Shadow. Those with keen insight were already speculating that this was preparation for his eventual succession as Hokage. Then, who would lead the transcendent Uchiha clan? Uchiha Mirror increasingly seldom appeared before ordinary clan members. The clan's attitude toward him had shifted from that of a respected patriarch to something akin to worship of a deity. In simple terms, the Uchiha clan required a daily administrator. Currently, that role was filled by Genka and Kamoma. Though their strength surpassed all other clan members, it had not yet reached the point of absolute dominance. Genka, who had already awakened his Mangekyō, was particularly criticized by the clan members. Not to mention comparing him to Lord Mirror. Genka's Mangekyō prowess in their eyes was not even half of Shursui's. You call that a Mangekyō? At best, it's a mutated 3-tomo Sharingan. Even if it's somewhat stronger than ours, the difference is limited. Genka had grievances he couldn't voice. His eyes had been certified by Lord Mirror as Mangekyō, though admittedly with an imperfect prefix. This also made Genka realize his own mediocrity, prompting him to pour his efforts into nurturing Sasuke. Not in terms of combat ability, but in daily administration. It would be strange for any group to lack internal factions. When Uchiha Mirror involved himself, the entire clan naturally aligned as the Mirror faction. As he increasingly withdrew from management, the Uchiha clan split into the Shursui faction and the Sasuke faction. The reason the Sasuke faction could contend with the Shursui faction was primarily due to Genka and Kamoma's alignment, leading some Uchiha members to speculate that this was Lord Mirror's tacit signal. The so-called faction division was merely minor skirmishes, comparing which side had better performance over drinks and idle chatter. This kind of harmless, healthy competition helped them vent their energy, so no one intervened. Shursui and I. Sasuke, the head of the Sasuke faction, had just entered when he saw Shursui sitting on the living room sofa and greeted him warmly. Shursui was browsing through a book, its cover reading, Productivity and Relations of Production, comprising the mode of production on the application of Ninja Productivity Section 3, authored by Orochimaru with friendly polishing by Jiraiya. Closing the book, Shursui turned and smiled. "You're already on Section 3. Orochimaru-sensei's theories are quite profound. Yes, my understanding is still quite shallow." Sasuke sat down and began discussing questions with Shursui. Naruto, standing nearby, along with Karen on his shoulder, had eyes spinning in circles, utterly unable to comprehend their conversation. Although he had seen that book on his father's bookshelf. Thud. Suddenly a girl with fiery red hair pounced onto Sasuke, inhaling deeply. Wow, such a rich scent of sweat. Sasuke's sweat smells incredible. Sasuke lifted Karen with one hand and tossed her away. She landed squarely on a fat cat that was munching on food, its flesh sinking deeply under the impact. Meow. Little Karen, what are you doing? Hearing the commotion, Mikoto peeked out from the kitchen, smiling serenely. Sasuke, your bath is ready. Go soak yourself first. I understand, mother. Shirsu and I, please excuse me. On a branch not far away, a boy with two prominent tear troughs watched this scene through the window from afar. An involuntary smile crept onto his lips. Itachi-kun. Below the tree, a girl leaned against the trunk, gazing at the boy with a look of tenderness and pity. Actually, we could tell Sasuke the truth, sincerely request Lord Mirror. No. Uchiha Itachi cut off Izumi's words decisively. I'm already more than content. It doesn't matter if I never leave this place. As long as I can occasionally see Mother and Sasuke, see them living happily, I am immeasurably satisfied. Sasuke doesn't need to know about Father and me. To him we are nothing but stains. Uchiha Itachi propped his chin on one hand, smiling with narrowed eyes. If there's one wish I still have, it's I wish to die as someone useful to Sasuke. Then what about me, eh? The girl voiced the question from the depths of her heart. The boy was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Izumi, you don't need to fixate on someone like me. You deserve a brighter future. Uchiha Izumi said no more, leaning against the tree trunk, quietly watching him. Trying to change the mind of an Uchiha. How difficult that was. Unknown time-space. On an ancient stone platform. The following scene is a scene from the perspective of an ordinary observer. A colossal demon with crimson eyes and jet black hair used the massive stone platform as its dining table. Using its sharp claws as knife and fork, it carved up a grotesque creature with 10 tails lying upon the stone platform. The creature shrieked in terror, its tails flailing wildly like writhing tentacles. Swish! The pitch-black claws cleanly sliced through it, the viscous juices seemingly exuding a rich fragrance, causing the demon's long tongue to lick the fangs at the corners of its mouth. Soon, this dish was devoured completely by the demon. The following is the actual scene. Black spears pierced through at odd angles, impaling the massive body of the 10 tails. This was precisely as small 10 tails that Ishiki had concealed. Uchiha Mirror stood at the tip of one spear, his immense chakra surging forth. Unlike what Kagaya and the Sage of Six Paths had done, implanting the 10 tails into their bodies to become its Jinchuriki, Uchiha Mirror absorbed the 10 tails as pure nourishment, planting the divine tree, siphoning the natural energy of the ninja world, and harvesting chakra fruits. That was something only ordinary Otsutsuki clan members would do. How could Uchiha Mirror, who held the Otsutsuki in contempt, ever stoop to such methods? Leave those low-level collection steps to others. What Uchiha Mirror sought to exploit was a far higher tier. Devouring the 10 tails was not a difficult task for Uchiha Mirror, and he had long since learned the coordinates of this pocket dimension from Ishiki's memories. The reason he had waited until now to act, it was simply because he had only just fully mastered the power he had gained after his ascension. To put it in more mystical terms, he had spent several years stabilizing his realm. You can't become fat in one bite, progress step by step. This remained Uchiha Mirror's guiding principle. When the 10 tails roars within the pocket dimension ceased, an abrupt silence fell. Uchiha Mirror sat on the stone platform, as if needing to sit a while to digest after a hearty meal. He sensed something and looked up. You've been here for a while now, yet still dare not come down. How timid. Are you waiting for your companions to arrive before making a move? Very cautious indeed, Urashiki. Further out in space beyond the moon, a crimson sun had been radiating light there for 3 years. On a meteorite not far away, Otsutsuki Urashiki, with pallid skin, pale blue hair tied in a high ponytail, and a cold stern countenance, gazed toward the ninja world from afar. Occasionally, he would also glance at the moon. Kagaya sealed away the divine tree, dismantled the Uchiha's aberrant eyes, and the Rinnegan. This place called the ninja world is far too bizarre. Better to wait until they arrive before deciding. He suddenly turned his head in alarm, staring at that crimson fireball. Was it just my imagination? I feel like someone is watching me. After taking a bath, Sasuke walked out in loose loungewear. He skillfully placed a hand on Karen's face, noticing two people who looked somewhat surprised. Fourth Hokage-sama, Aunt Kushina, hello. Minato Namikaze, carrying a gift bag, smiled and said, Happy birthday, Sasuke-kun. Receiving the gift, Sasuke nodded politely and thanked him. It's not a big deal, I'm sorry to trouble you to come all this way. Oh, Sasuke-kun is so polite. You're so sturdy. That brat Naruto is so skinny because he doesn't eat his vegetables. Naruto, sitting on the sofa, turned his head and protested. Mom, what are you saying? I do eat vegetables. And I'm already considered a strong build. Sasuke has turned into a devilish muscle man. Shut up. Call me dear mother, don't corrupt little Huali. Little Huali had no interest in the argument between her brother and mother. Her eyes were filled with the sight of Sasuke, just out of the bath with his hair still clinging together. So handsome. So cool. So stylish. Minato picked up his daughter and noticed her staring intently. He chuckled and said, Do you like Sasuke? And I want him to hold you. Huali was about to nod, but everyone's attention was drawn by the sound of the door opening. Creak. Uchiha Kagami was changing shoes at the entrance, then looked up at everyone. Is today some special day? Why are you all here? Huh? Naruto, leaning on the back of the sofa, said, Master, I heard from Shura and I that you were coming to Sasuke's birthday party today, so I came. Otherwise I wouldn't want to celebrate this conceited guy's birthday. Uchiha Kagami looked at Shursui. Shursui scratched his head and said, I thought you knew today was Sasuke's birthday, so you chose this day to talk to me. Putting on plush cat head slippers, Uchiha Kagami said calmly, I just wanted to talk to you and Sasuke about something. Since it's a birthday, let's talk about it tomorrow. Also don't act like I'm some missing person returning. I come back every month, don't I? Moi. Uchiha Kagami was very sensitive to gazes. From the moment he entered, a pair of eyes had been staring at him intently. He met the eyes of their owner, which were sparkling like stars. Little girl, who are you? It's Huali. You saw her when she was born. Kushina's voice was still as loud as ever. Uchiha Kagami looked at Huali, then at Chisui, who was helping Mikoto in the kitchen. She had no hair when she was born. With this kind of chakra, I thought Chisui had given birth to another one. It had to be said this little girl's bloodline concentration was very high, showing signs of atavism. Uchiha Kagami could almost foresee her future. She would awaken abilities no less than Karen's. You little brat, what do you mean? Do you think I can't give birth to a cute red-haired daughter? Uchiha Kagami picked his ear. Minato, it's a wonder your ears haven't gone deaf after all this time. Minato gave a wry smile. Actually, Kushina has become very gentle. Kagami, have you ever considered that it's you who is too easy to provoke anger? Over the years everyone had changed, but Uchiha Kagami's mouth was still just as sharp. Compared to Kushina, I'm the gentle one. Uchiha Kagami picked up his tea and met Huali's gaze. Still staring. What's there to see? You're good looking. As soon as Huali said that, she blushed and buried her face in Minato Namikaze's arms. Apart from your strength, you're just a handsome guy with a nasty personality. Kakashi said while peeling an orange, performing a quick trick of lifting his mask, eating the orange, and pulling the mask back down. So you do know my strength. As soon as Uchiha Kagami finished speaking, Kakashi felt his hands go limp and his mask was still in the lifted position. Everyone looked at him curiously. Even Minato had only seen his true face once when he was young. A handsome face with a perfectly placed beauty mark at the corner of his mouth. Oh, so this is what Kakashi-senpai looks like under his mask. I thought you'd have sausage lips or buck teeth or something. Yeah, although I don't think he's as handsome as Sasuke-kun, he's still a top-notch handsome man. Why does he wear a mask? Uchiha Kagami crossed his legs and said disdainfully, maybe he thinks it's cooler to wear a mask. Before reading Make Out Paradise, this guy liked reading novels about how ninjas die, full of Shinibu vibes. Hey, stop it. I'm the Mizukage after all. Hatake Kakashi, who had specially returned from the land of water to visit, brought a bodyguard. An unwritten rule: the bodyguard was the top candidate for the next Kage. Terumi Mei, who had been holding her breath the moment Uchiha Kagami entered, now stared at Kakashi's face, lost in thought. To be fair, Uchiha Kagami was still a bit more handsome than Kakashi, but she didn't dare to look directly at Uchiha Kagami's face. Only an innocent little girl like Huali would dare to stare. Uchiha Kagami sneered. Haven't you figured out why you were made Mizukage? Because you're a fake. Kagami, I challenge you to a duel. No thanks. Tsukumo is still alive, and I don't want him to have to bury his white-haired son. The birthday party was very lively. Except for Terumi Mei, the others didn't feel constrained by Uchiha Kagami's presence. To them, Kagami was a friend, a brother, a strict yet gentle master. He was a human, not a god as outsiders saw him. I didn't prepare much. This might not be of much use to you, but it's a keepsake. Uchiha Kagami took out an old worn scroll from his bosom and handed it to Sasuke. Minato recognized what it was. Kagami, that is. Yeah, it's a gift from the old pervert for my 10th birthday. Sasuke received it with both hands, as if it were a treasure. I will keep it safe. Thank you, master. The fact that Uchiha Kagami had kept it since he was 10 made everyone realize how important it was to him. Sasuke wouldn't be hypocritical and refuse to accept it. He just resolved to absolutely preserve this treasure. Naruto looked at Sasuke with envy. Although he acted carefree, he was actually quite sensitive. From Uchiha Kagami's usual behavior and his current gesture, perhaps Sasuke was the master's most beloved disciple. He didn't say anything, but his mood couldn't help but sink. Slap. A large hand landed on his head. What are you feeling down about, kid? Uchiha Kagami chuckled. When you turn 10, if I'm still around, I'll prepare a gift for you too. Huh. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply. He didn't care about the gift, his focus was on Uchiha Kagami's words. If I'm still around. His eyes brimmed with tears. Master, why would you not be around? Are you going to die? Uchiha Kagami gently ruffled Naruto's hair. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. In the Wind Country, the Hidden Leaf Village, Senju Hashirama sat alone on a cliff, gazing at the prospering village. Strictly speaking, he was not alone. One was a spirit bound by impure world reincarnation, the other a soul. I've told you countless times. If you try to return to the Pure Land now, you'll be walking right into a trap. Hamura's voice rang out, filled with frustration at his stubbornness. This reincarnation of Ajura was utterly thick-headed. No matter how many times he explained that the Pure Land had been seized, he just wouldn't listen. If you would only accept the Yang release from my brother and the Yin release from me, you could break through your limits and become a being comparable to, even surpassing, the Sage of Six Paths. Why can't you understand? Senju Hashirama's expression dimmed. Great Elder, you said the Pure Land is dangerous. That's exactly why I must go to help. Help what? Help them fill their bellies. Hamura fumed, then calmed himself with a long sigh. I know what you're thinking. All I can tell you is that Uchiha Madara is with my elder brother. Also, strictly speaking, you should call me second elder. Hashirama's eyes lit up, but just as he was about to ask for details, Hamura's expression in the mental space suddenly shifted. He's truly coming, the celestial being. For the most supreme beings of the ninja world, their gaze was never confined to a single nation or village. Urashiki could gather intelligence from the outer realms, and Uchiha Kagami could sense his presence the moment he appeared. The Sage of Six Paths before Hamura had already detected Urashiki beyond the heavens. Senju Hashirama. Hamura's voice was stern and unyielding. The disaster that will decide the fate of the ninja world is upon us. You are the one my brother and I deem most suitable. You must accept this power. Hashirama hesitated. But, isn't there Kagami? He is far stronger than I. Hamura paused, fixing his gaze on Hashirama. That fellow might be the very root of the calamity. Not now, but when he truly decides to act, and we lack the power to stop him, it will be too late. Resist no more. Having power but not using it is a different matter from having no power at all. You should understand this principle. Konoha, Uchiha Kagami's residence. 10-year-old Sasuke, 20-year-old Shisui, 26-year-old Uchiha Kagami. To an outsider, they might mistake Shisui as the eldest, while Sasuke and Kagami would be hard to tell apart. Brother, don't you age? Shisui marveled, recalling that since he was 10, Uchiha Kagami's appearance had never noticeably changed. Uchiha Kagami sipped his tea calmly. If I were one to make jokes, I'd say we scions have exceptionally long youth for fighting. You're still making jokes anyway. Shisui knew what scions were. His brother had mentioned them many times in his childhood. Whenever Shisui tried to slack off in training, Kagami would say, someone like you couldn't even beat Yamcha. Glancing at the bewildered Sasuke, Shisui decided to drop the topic and got straight to the point. Brother, what did you call us for? Uchiha Kagami produced a nutrient container in which a pair of Sharingan floated in pale green liquid. These are. Not only Sasuke but even Shisui was unaware of the past events, yet he sensed a dojutsu power distinct from ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. If anything, it resembled the eyes of Genka. It happened a few years before Sasuke was born. Uchiha Kagami looked at Sasuke's eyes and spoke plainly. These are your father's eyes. I took them out. Sasuke's pupils contracted, his hands clenching. Every time he asked his mother about his father, she told him not to ask. He thought she simply didn't want to dwell on painful memories, so he had stopped asking. Yet he always felt something peculiar. He felt he wasn't his mother's only son, that there should have been a close elder brother or sister. The warmth of that embrace, so small. It was well known that no Sharingan had ever been lost outside the Uchiha clan. The few preserved within were either from those who died of old age or those who handed them to kin before falling in battle. So, is my father dead? Sasuke's voice trembled. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. No, he has always been in the Uchiha compound. Then why? Oh. Sasuke's outburst of emotion was cut short as he realized he should not be disrespectful to his master. Please, tell me the truth. It's too complicated to explain in detail. Relax your mind. Uchiha Kagami's eyes flashed crimson, and Sasuke was drawn into a space of blood-red hues. Part of this is reality that has occurred, part is the future of an alternate timeline. Sasuke, you are my disciple. I won't keep things from you under the guise of for your own good. You have the ability to judge for yourself. I will respect your choice even if that choice means opposing me. In the visions Sasuke witnessed, Uchiha Kagami did not vilify Fugaku. He presented events from Fugaku's perspective, his helplessness in the face of the clan's loss of control, the pressure from the Third Hokage, and the awakening of the Mangekyō after witnessing his friend's death until Kagami took his eyes. Then the story unfolded from Kagami's viewpoint. Sasuke's birth was the starting point, a timeline without Uchiha Kagami. The Nine Tails rampage, the murder of Uchiha Shisui, the awakening of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyō. Uchiha Itachi struggled painfully between his clan and the village. Until the night of the massacre. After a long time, dusk fell. Tears streamed from Uchiha Sasuke's tightly shut eyes. When he opened them again, Mangekyō Sharingan. Brother. Shisui looked at Kagami in surprise. He had thought his brother would arrange for Sasuke to awaken a perfect Sharingan, just as he had done for Shisui. Uchiha Kagami took a sip of tea and said calmly, Sasuke is different from you. He can follow the native evolution path. It may not be inferior to yours. We couldn't take that path, so I forged a new one. He looked at Sasuke and spoke softly. Sasuke, in this choice between clan and village, I made my decision. That is the clan. I am strong enough, so I am the victor. I don't need you to choose. I just feel a little pity for you. For the life that would have been manipulated by Uchiha Itachi. I will continue to teach you, though not for long. You may hate me, you may wish to change things. Just be able to defeat Shisui after I am gone. Uchiha Kagami pushed the nutrient container forward. I have arranged for Kabuto to perform the surgery. Watching the sunset, his final words were not only for Sasuke, but also for Shisui. This world is too small for me to feel free. If possible, I would like to see you both again in a new world. Uchiha Kagami lowered his gaze, piercing through countless layers of earth, gazing at the planet's core. I already know that you are there. Outer space. Urashiki, lying on a meteorite, opened his eyes. How is the intelligence gathering going, Urashiki? Momoshiki had the pale skin characteristic of the Otsutsuki clan, with long gray-white hair, and two rabbit ear-like hard horns curving forward on his head. He wore a noble-style haori and looked like someone who could be associated with the word arrogance just by his appearance. The kamise sitting beside him was an unremarkable large figure. "Yo, little Momo, little kin, you're here." Urashiki's address was very frivolous, raising his hand to greet. "Don't talk nonsense, tell me the current situation of Ishiki and Kagaya." Momoshiki frowned slightly, looking at the blazing fireball in outer space. They and Ishiki's team were god tree planting squads in the same direction. Normally they would meet once every few hundred years to submit the god tree's fruit to the higher-ups of the Otsutsuki clan. Having lost contact for over 1,000 years, they received orders from the higher-ups to search for Ishiki and Kagaya. Urashiki's dojutsu was extraordinary, and in terms of intelligence-gathering ability, he was the strongest among them. His status within the main family was also the highest. He did not bring subordinates, because he had no mission to plant god trees. Exploring the universe was more like a journey for him. Ishiki and Momoshiki belonged to the martial faction of the Otsutsuki clan, while Kagaya and Kints were mere tools. Urashiki was silent for a moment. "Hey, little Momo, I suggest reporting to that lord. This world is too strange, not something we can handle." Momoshiki narrowed his eyes. "Are you serious?" Urashiki's Byakugan transformed into a red six-tomo Rinnegan, presenting the intelligence gathered over this period in the form of images. It mainly started from the shinobi world martial arts. White Dragon ascending the moon, Uchiha-Kagami reinforcing Kagaya's seal. Finally, a crimson sun was launched into outer space. It was precisely because of this signal source that they could so quickly find the world where Ishiki and the others had gone missing. Mr. Ishiki should have been killed by Uchiha-Kagami long ago. His black eyes appeared in the eye sockets of that ugly four-armed monster. Urashiki's face darkened as he cared deeply about fellow clan bonds. The immortal Otsutsuki clan had actually been killed by natives, causing not only anger, but also shame. Precisely because of what he saw, Urashiki did not dare to act hastily. In terms of combat power alone, Ishiki was one of the top among them, and even he had fallen. More importantly, Uchiha Kagami clearly knew of their existence and actively provided them with a location. It was like fishing using the shinobi world as bait to hunt and kill Otsutsuki. This world had given birth to a terrifying monster. After digesting the intelligence, Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at the moon with a gloomy gaze. "Kagaya, this disgrace to the clan. Let's unseal her first, and then learn more about the situation. If we rashly notify that lord, our abilities will also be questioned." Momoshiki glanced at Kints. Their tacit understanding needed no words. Kints' Byakugan rippled eerily, and they crossed space with Momoshiki, heading to the moon. Meanwhile, Urashiki stepped back and entered a black spatial portal. Yamatsu Hirasaka. A black circular membrane obstructed the three's vision. This feeling is a sealing ability developed based on the Rinnegan. Momoshiki pressed one hand on the black membrane and turned to look at Urashiki. "That Uchiha Kagami doesn't have a Rinnegan, does he?" Urashiki shook his head. "I don't know, but according to the rumors circulating among the people of the shinobi world, this seal was made by someone called the Sage of Six Paths. This Sage of Six Paths is actually Kagaya's son." "Son?" Momoshiki's disgust deepened. "What is going on? As a member of the Otsutsuki clan to bear children in this world of lowly creatures?" "We'll find out by asking." Urashiki placed his hand on the black membrane, and black squares appeared one by one, opening in the seal. He was afraid of failing if he acted alone, but with Momoshiki present, even if Uchiha Kagami was hiding inside to ambush, they had confidence in escaping. In the dim ceiling space, Otsutsuki Kagaya was pierced by 6 black spears, their tips bearing flickering crimson flames. In the center, Kagaya held her hands over her heart, head bowed, hair falling down, as if in slumber. What a hideous posture. Momoshiki snorted, raised his hand, and unleashed a chakra shockwave. Boom. The chakra torrent caused a huge impact. But before it even touched the black spears, it vanished like a stone dropped into the sea, disappearing in an instant. Only the flickering flames grew a bit larger. This situation was as if Momoshiki's chakra was being absorbed, used as fuel for the sealing flames. Momoshiki tried several more times, but the result was the same. Uchiha Kagami. Isn't he supposed to be Kagaya's descendant? Why is his power completely unfathomable to us? Urashiki, carrying a fishing rod on his shoulder, said in a deep voice, "Who knows? There has never been a situation like this before." Momoshiki's expression changed. "Let's try it. Break this seal by force regardless of Kagaya." Just as he was gathering power, Urashiki spoke up. "Better not. After all, she is a fellow clan member. There is another person with a Rinnegan in the shinobi world. We can find him and ask." Momoshiki frowned. "Why bother with all this trouble? Just go straight to that Uchiha Kagami. A mere lowly creature. How strong can it be?" At that moment, the silent Kints spoke up. "Lord Momoshiki, I dare to suggest it would be better to follow Lord Urashiki's idea. Hearing the name Uchiha Kagami gives me a sense of foreboding. After all, Lord Ishiki is missing and Kagaya has been defeated. TCH, how cowardly. Fine, as you say, let's capture that guy with the Rinnegan first." Rain Country. Orochimaru as the representative of Konohagakure, Kakazu as the representative of Mangekyō, and Jiraiya, who was visiting, as the then Raikage of Kimogakure. 3-party talks. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kakuzu asserted firmly. Our Rain country clearly dispatched 2827 Chunin and above to participate in the construction of the Wind and Rain Grand Canal. According to the agreement, the canal's profits should be distributed based on labor, and we should take at least 72. For 50-50. Orochimaru, do you think this is haggling in the black market? No professionalism at all. Orochimaru waited until Kakuzu finished, then calmly said, the registered Chunin in Rain country are only a few hundred. I don't want to dwell on this issue anymore, Kakuzu. Don't be too greedy. Greedy? Kakuzu slammed the table in fury. What nonsense are you saying? If anything, it's our water resources that nourish the Wind country. You should be grateful, but instead you want to share the canal profits with Lord Rain Shadow. Declare war, Orochimaru. Seeing Kakuzu getting more and more agitated, Jiraiya grabbed his arm and advised, Kukan, don't get excited. You're old, don't ruin your health. Orochimaru sipped his tea, not caring much about such matters. Suddenly, his dark golden pupils contracted sharply, and he looked up at the sky. From the dark black hole that opened, three figures stepped out slowly. The pressure of their life levels fell like a massive mountain crashing down. In a corner of the Land of Rain. What's wrong with you, Black Zetsu? White Zetsu asked in unison. Black Zetsu's state was far too peculiar at this moment. He was supposed to be the embodiment of Madara-sama's will, yet he had lost his usual composure, trembling in sheer terror. He muttered under his breath. It's here. It's really here. How could this be? What? Mother. Black Zetsu resolutely separated from White Zetsu, dissolving into a pool of black liquid as he fled. No, I absolutely cannot sit idly by. I must find a way. I will definitely rescue you, Mother. You are immortal. Even those beings from beyond the heavens cannot kill you. Kakuzu struggled to lift his head under the overwhelming pressure. What are these guys? The sheer force of this pressure far surpassed what he had felt facing Hashirama Senju. Whoosh bang. Compared to Kakuzu, who could barely move, Jiraiya and Orochimaru reacted swiftly. Orochimaru's body was wreathed in pale green, serpentine chakra flames. Over these 3 years he had never given up studying the art of severing, though he could never master it. Yet by drawing parallels from that knowledge, he had accelerated his analysis of the dragon vein crystal fragments. This allowed him to enter sage mode almost instantly, and his power had grown immensely. Jiraiya summoned the two-toed sages, and in the brief moment before entering sage mode asked, You two, do you know who these people are? Fukasaku furrowed his brow. Byakugan. In the hundreds of years that the old lady and I have lived, I've never seen a Byakugan user of such power. Mamashiki, seated on Kinshiki's shoulder, gazed down at them with contempt, then turned his eyes toward the central tower of the Land of Rain. Kinshiki, go kill those ones. As you command. Wait. Urashiki looked at Orochimaru with keen interest. Is that an application of natural energy? I'm quite intrigued. Leave him to me. Shing. He flicked the fishing rod in his hand, the line stretching out instantly, threading through Orochimaru's raised arms and piercing straight into his heart. In an instant, a mass of emerald energy was pulled out by the fishing line, and Orochimaru was forced out of sage mode. His pupils shrank in shock. What is this? Shing. Urashiki appeared before them, resting his rod on his shoulder, wearing a feigned smile. It's nothing impressive. If I recall, you're called Orochimaru. And the other one is Jiraiya-sensei, the mentor of Uchiha-Kagami. We have a missing comrade, and we'd like to have a word with Uchiha-Kagami about it. But as you know, Kagami-san has a rather short temper, so please cooperate with us a little. Time itself seemed to freeze solid. Their bodies began to freeze from the feet up. Swish! A black rod shot through the air. It pierced Jiraiya's thigh, halting the temporal freezing. They all turned to look. On the roof of the nearest tall building stood 3 figures in black cloaks with red clouds. Nagato Konan and Tendo Pain. Who are you? Why did you attack Jiraiya-sensei? Tendo Pain asked coldly. Mamashiki spat, sneering. Red-haired Rinnegan, are you playing at puppetry? And those aren't even your original eyes. How pathetic. Zayap. A black rod shot toward Nagato at breakneck speed. Startled, Nagato swung his own black rod to intercept. Crack. Unsurprisingly, it was Nagato's rod that shattered. The gap in yin-yang release mastery between them was like heaven and earth. Thunk. Nagato's chest was pierced by the black rod, his chakra flow turning sluggish. This sensation was all too familiar to him. How could this be? Bang. Mamashiki appeared in an instant amid them, casually shattering Tendo Pain with a wave of his hand. Yahiko. A heart-wrenching scream tore through the air. Nagato gripped the black rod with both hands, desperately trying to pull it out. Mamashiki looked down at him with contempt. Don't bother. These Rinnegan have exceptional purity. Wasted on a wretch like you. Hand them over. Might. Mamashiki glanced at his waist. An explosive tag. Konan held Nagato tightly, tears streaming down her face. I've already lost Yahiko. Nagato, I absolutely cannot lose you too. Sizzle. The explosive tag detonated. Mamashiki scoffed in disdain. What does this toy even hope to accomplish? He took a calm step forward, intending to chase after that woman. But then, boom 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 boom. An unending chain of explosions centered on Mamashiki. A full 15 minutes. Urashiki floated into the air, watching the scene with amusement, no longer paying attention to Orochimaru and the others. A few insignificant nobodies. Watching Momo make a fool of himself is far more entertaining. The buildings were annihilated, and even the nearby sea boiled from the sheer force of the blast. Boom! A mighty gust scattered the smoke. Momoshiki stood completely unharmed though his feathered robe had been burned to ashes. His expression was utterly foul. TCH. Mere lower life forms. He slowly raised his hand. A deep crimson chakra orb rapidly condensed in his palm, growing larger and larger. I can't be bothered to chase you. I'll just destroy you along with this entire nation. Conan, you need to leave now. A terrifying wave of chakra pronounced the death sentence upon the land of rain. Conan desperately tried to pull out the black rod embedded in Nagato, but the moment her hands touched it, her entire body went weak. She couldn't even break it. The rod's hardness far exceeded Nagato's own. No. Conan tried again and again. I absolutely will not abandon you. You're all I have. Nagato. Conan wept in helpless despair. And yet the land of rain had just begun to improve. Everything was finally moving toward a brighter future. Why must my hope be shattered at a time like this? Gods, what did I ever do wrong? Stop crying, Conan. A low voice spoke. Black Zetsu's figure appeared. He reached out and grasped the black rod embedded in Nagato. Without the slightest hesitation. Swish! Like a hero pulling the sword from the stone, he granted a glimmer of hope to the despairing Conan. Black Zetsu, how did you? Nagato stared in shock. Only he who understood yin-yang release could grasp how inconceivable Black Zetsu's feat truly was. Without exaggeration, the mastery Black Zetsu displayed in yin-yang release surpassed even that terrifying Byakugan user. I am the manifestation of Uchiha-Madara's will. Nagato, time is short, so I'll tell you the truth plainly. You just heard it yourself. Your Rinnegan were not originally yours. The true owner of the Rinnegan is Uchiha-Madara. Madara-sama awakened the Rinnegan in his old age. He initially wished to choose a fellow Uchiha as the inheritor of his will, but neither Obito nor Uchiha Kagami had the capacity to inherit the Rinnegan. You were never the sage of six paths choice. You were Uchiha Madara's choice. All his life Uchiha Madara longed for a peaceful world. He entrusted the Rinnegan to you who yearned for peace and created me, to safeguard his remains while also bearing the mission of assisting you. Obito and I share the same purpose to help you become the sage of six paths of a new era and create a peaceful world. But now, Black Zetsu's tone turned grave. Nagato, you have failed. Faced with that world-ending calamity, you couldn't even put up a fight. The land of rain is about to be destroyed. What more can you do? You are powerless. We poured everything into this. Madara-sama placed all his hopes upon you, yet you can accomplish nothing. Black Zetsu's words struck like thunder, each one deafening. No, I still have a way. Nagato gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze on Black Zetsu. You just said. You still have Uchiha Madara's body. I can't do it, but if it's the true owner of the Rinnegan. Conan clutched Nagato's hand tightly. What are you planning? Nagato. Nagato's expression was complicated, but at last he smiled with relief. I've wanted to do this for a long time. It's alright, Conan. I'm going to bring Yahiko back. And Uchiha Madara. If it's truly Uchiha Madara, the legendary wielder of the Mangekyō perhaps, then we can ask Uchiha Kagami to save the land of rain. Black Zetsu remained impassive. Well, as long as he falls for it, I won't have to resort to underhanded means. He mused inwardly. Perhaps it's better to delay reviving Mother until Kagami has dealt with everything. Even he who so feared the Otsutsuki clan's manifestation of Kagaya's will did not believe that Momoshiki and his ilk could destroy a shinobi world that possessed Uchiha Kagami. Nagato clasped his hands together in a seal, his immense chakra whipping up a gale. Outer path. Samsara of heavenly life technique. From the cracks of the ruined building, an endless flood of white light erupted, proclaiming the arrival of a legend. The power of the eyes has finally recovered. At the border of the fire country, Shursui was hurrying back to the earth country to continue his great endeavor as the rock shadow. He sensed the resurgence of the technique within his pupils and breathed a sigh of relief. 3 years ago, to survive Sukuna's assault, Shursui had used his Anaji. Normally, even Madara Uchiha's eternal Mangekyō only regained its vision upon ascending to the Rinnegan. In terms of raw ocular power alone, Shursui's eyes were not yet comparable to Madara's Rinnegan. But he had an older brother. Kagami Uchiha did not directly restore Shursui's sight. Instead, he taught him a technique to repair the eyes using yin-yang release. It took Shursui 2.5 years just to learn the technique, and only a few months for the actual recovery. Now the grass country, the bird country, and others had been annexed into the rain country. That meant Shursui on his way to the earth country would inevitably pass through the rain country's territory. As he approached the rain country, from afar he sensed a terrifyingly immense chakra. The tomo in his eyes spun and connected into a four-bladed Mangekyō pattern. He saw it, the dark mass of chakra rising from the earth. That aura completely surpassed the tailed beast ball of the Nine Tails level. What is that? Shursui knew Nagato's chakra. That was definitely not something Nagato had created. If that thing exploded, Shursui could foresee the destruction of the entire rain country. The rain country lay at the crossroads of wind, fire, and earth. Its annihilation would trigger a massive chain reaction. Whoosh. Without hesitation, sensing his flying thunder god mark within the rain country, Shursui used body flicker and vanished. The gap between life and death. The soul fire atop the six-path sage's staff flickered violently. Soon a tall man materialized. He leaped out of the soul fire perceiving a summons. The Rinnegan, emitting a faint glow, turned to gaze at the six-path sage. They locked eyes, and a faint smile curled at the corner of Madara Uchiha's lips. So, it's the six-path sage. I shall fulfill your long-cherished wish and bring eternal peace to the shinobi world. The six-path sage looked at Madara Uchiha with a complex expression. How do I explain to you that the stone tablet you saw was tampered with? That was not my true intention. But, it's too late. He extended his palm, and a black crescent moon sank into Madara Uchiha's spirit body. This was the release power he had preserved. Madara, you should have sensed it. You are my child, the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. Hashirama Senju. Is your brother the reincarnation of Ashura? You will reunite in the shinobi world. I entrust you to save it. Madara Uchiha's spirit body gradually faded, heading toward the real world. At last, Madara Uchiha turned back with a smile. I am not Indra, and Hashirama is not Ashura. Your words remind me of something a brat once said. I am me. Madara Uchiha. Rain country. Dark clouds pressed down on the city. Momoshiki sneered as he hurled the chakra sphere, barking grimly. Let's say hello to the shinobi world. Boom. The massive dark rotating chakra sphere hurtled straight toward the Rain Ninja village. Everywhere it passed, it unleashed powerful shockwaves, triggering violent explosions and evaporating water, like an apocalypse descending. Light. Azure light bloomed from within the Rain Ninja village, like a comet rising from the earth, piercing through the endless dark clouds. All who beheld it were awed. Finally, its fearsome form emerged. An ancient martial god walking among mortals. Susanoo. Its savage chakra tore apart the dark clouds with utter disregard, suddenly whipping up a hurricane. A man clad in dark red plate armor of the Warring State style stood within the azure giant, his jet black hair flowing without wind. His eyes were closed, in unparalleled pressure drawing the heavens into its sway. Merely standing there inspired awe. This was not an innate aura, but a crushing presence forged through 1,000 battles. Boom. 100 meters Susanoo blade swept upward from below. A dazzling edge of light struck the underside of the massive chakra sphere. Boom, 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 boom. A thunderous explosion. The chakra sphere altered its trajectory, shooting upward. Thud. After a brief pause, the blast wave shook every tower in the Rain country to its foundations. This is Madara Uchiha. Nagato's life force was extremely faint. His once vibrant red hair, symbolizing vitality, had turned gray. A hand caught his tottering form. Nagato turned his head in desperate hope. Was it him? But what met his eyes was Konan, tears streaming uncontrollably. Why didn't Yahiko return? Nagato couldn't understand. With resentment and regret, the light faded from his eyes. Suddenly, the space around him twisted and a hand reached for Nagato's eyes. Crack! That hand stopped mere inches from the Rinnegan. The clatter of armor rang out as a figure grabbed that hand and yanked him out of the intangible space. What do you think you're doing, Obito? Madara Uchiha's eyes were shut, a scornful smile on his lips. Obito, sprawled on the ground, looked grim, one hand clutching his chest. Was that the effect of the curse mark just now? Nothing. I just wanted to help you retrieve the Rinnegan. Madara Uchiha shook his head in disappointment. Only one's own eyes are the strongest. Why can't you understand? If you could break through your limits like Kagami did, how could you have only this level of power after all these years, eh? Obito bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What right do you have to judge me? Madara Uchiha gently pushed Konan aside and retrieved his own eyes from Nagato's sockets. He said unhurriedly, by what right? By the right that I am Madara Uchiha. Boom. The Rinnegan's power crashed down on Obito like surging waves. At that moment, black Zetsu liquefied and coiled around Madara Uchiha, murmuring, the tailed beasts missing from the demonic statue of the outer path are in Obito's Kamui dimension. Madara Uchiha silently watched Obito. Without needing Obito's consent, his pupils transformed into the Mangekyō, and the tailed beasts in the Kamui dimension burst forth in an instant. Oh, so these are the physical chakra dispersed from the divine tree. Not bad. You natives of the shinobi world can actually do something interesting. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Urashiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki. 3 gods descended upon the shinobi world, looking down upon the crowd. Hasty attacks did not suit divine elegance. Momoshiki's cold gaze eventually settled on Madara Uchiha. Yo human, your eyes are interesting. They qualify you to be my servant. Madara Uchiha let out a soft laugh. He clasped his hands in seals. I don't know what you things are, but wait a moment. It won't take long. Maybe a few seconds. Boom. A massive plume of smoke rose, and the terrifying demonic statue of the outer path descended. Purple chains extending from the statue's mouth coiled around the tailed beasts' necks, forcibly dragging them into the statue. The husk of the 10 tails. Momoshiki narrowed his eyes and gently floated up from Kinshiki. Understanding his partner's intent, Kinshiki grabbed his crimson axe and charged toward Madara Uchiha, who stood atop the demonic statue of the outer path. A verbal jab was one thing, but would they really wait for their opponent to finish transforming? Madara Uchiha remained expressionless, waiting for Kinshiki to step within the attack range of the limbo border. Just after being revived, Madara perceived that the chakra of these three individuals surpassed his own. Only that bulky one was on par with him. Though he had no idea where these fellows had come from, their appearance bore some resemblance to the Sage of Six Paths apart from their eyes. Black Zetsu pondered how to provide Madara with some information without exposing himself. The cunning of a millennia-old puppet master was evident. Lies rolled off his tongue effortlessly. Lord Madara, they might be the Otsutsuki clan from the moon. According to our intel, they could be descendants of the Sage of Six Paths' brother. Fortunately, Black Zetsu and Madara communicated mentally, so Momoshiki and the others couldn't hear. Otherwise, they'd surely vaporize this black slime on the spot. Madara noticed the Byakugan in their eyes and murmured to himself. The Sage of Six Paths' brother. Had the Byakugan, did he? Senju and Uchiha were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, while that unknown sibling's lineage bore the Byakugan. Regardless, let's test them. Limbo Border. This is Madara Uchiha's exclusive Rinnegan ability, which splits off shadow clones of equal power. Those without the Rinnegan or the Six Paths power cannot even perceive their existence. Two Limbo clones closed in on Kinshiki, but just as they were about to strike him away. Whoosh. Kinshiki swung his axe, actually knocking both Limbo clones aside. The Crimson Battle Axe came straight down at Madara. Clang, a piercing clash. Kinshiki was repelled by the invisible clones. There are 4 Limbo clones after all. Madara's expression shifted slightly. From that brief contact, he sensed the immense monstrous strength this giant possessed. More importantly, he could see the Limbo clones. Kamikaze. Kinshiki, having retreated, transformed into a purple lightning bolt and charged forward irresistibly. The Otsutsuki clan had no concept of jutsu, their application of chakra blunt and straightforward. That was because they didn't need it. Compared to their innate abilities, ninjutsu was feeble, pitiful, and helpless. After all, even Indra, the originator of ninjutsu, created it to let weaker beings use chakra effectively. Momoshiki and Urashiki watched leisurely, sneering. What a weak Rinnegan dojutsu, just creating a few clones of similar strength. Such a dojutsu was utterly meaningless against those with equal visual prowess. Momoshiki had never seen such a low-level Rinnegan technique in his life. Its only virtue was looking graceful when bullying the weak. It seems you're unworthy to be my servant. Splash. Purple chains poured all the tailed beasts into the mouth of the demonic statue of the outer path. The statue roared fiercely, its form beginning to transform violently. The Ten Tails. Momoshiki and Urashiki exchanged glances, smiling. Coming here and finding someone already collecting the Ten Tails saved them a lot of trouble. And this Ten Tails, compared to a normal one, it was far more powerful. This world might be able to produce a true chakra fruit. Their hearts raced with excitement. Across the entire Otsutsuki clan, only the legendary god had ever consumed a chakra fruit, and none had been produced in nearly a millennium. Momoshiki wouldn't dare embezzle a chakra fruit, but if he could deliver one to that lord, the clan's rewards would be substantial. Meanwhile, Kinshiki, as a purple lightning bolt smashed straight through Madara Uchiha, the legendary ninja known as the ghost of the shinobi world, crumbled at the first touch. No. Kinshiki turned his head. The sensation just now didn't feel like flesh and blood. He saw wood shavings scattered in the air. That was what he had shattered. Tap. A tall black-haired man in red armor stood atop his head, arms crossed, sneering. You can see the Limbo clones, but not a wood clone. Humph. Kinshiki twisted mid-charge with unnatural agility and swung his axe. Boom. This time the voice came from below. Overestimated you. Not even a wood clone. You can't see through that guy's shadow clones either. Your visual prowess is truly strange. You seem like a reclusive clan that never took part in this millennium of shinobi warfare. Your use of dojutsu is as naive as a child's. Madara conveniently forgot that he couldn't see through shadow clones either. Using clones to probe for information, Madara hadn't fought this way in a long time. But just because it had been a while didn't mean he'd forgotten. A true shinobi must utilize every ounce of their power. If the enemy is stronger, gather intel and win with wisdom. Yes, Madara admitted these fellows had more chakra than him. But so what? Throughout the first half of his life, there had always been someone who crushed him with sheer chakra volume. Was a battle decided merely by comparing chakra reserves? By now, Madara had already gathered valuable information. Those 2 unknown figures were after the Ten Tails, seemingly waiting for it to complete its transformation. Since they were the Byakugan clan from the moon, their heritage would be more intact than the war-torn shinobi world closer to the mythic era. They likely had records of the Ten Tails too. So, did they also aim to become its Jinchuriki? Huh. Madara was not flustered at all. Unexpectedly powerful foes had appeared, but he hadn't fought an easy battle in decades. This pressure only excited him. Yet he wondered, how was that kid Kagami doing now? Boom, boom, boom. Kinshiki kept shattering Madara's shadow clones, growing more frantic. What on earth was this? They were flimsier than paper, yet they looked exactly like that man. For a moment, he deliberately let one Madara approach him. Then, Sage Art Stormlight Fawn. A purple laser nearly severed his head. Fortunately, he twisted his head at the last second, only his horn being shattered. From then on, he dared not let his guard down. The Taijutsu specialist wisely distanced himself from Madara. However, the Limbo border wasn't merely about creating invisible clones. The Limbo clones could instantly swap positions with the original. In other words, an infinite flying thunder god within a limited range. Madara's 4 Limbo clones had already sealed off Kinshiki's escape routes. Shing. Madara appeared behind Kinshiki, forming a single hand seal. Since your master sent you to die, I'll take your head first. 6 Black Magatama appeared in one of his Rinnegan. 6 Paths in power. A pitch-black truth-seeking orb materialized into a scythe in his hand. Like the Grim Reaper, the descending blade slashed toward Kinshiki's head. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's Byakugan possessed an intangible turning ability similar to Obito's. During their earlier clash, Uchiha-Madara had already discerned this. Yet his ability did not function like Kimui in direct combat, it was more of a repositioning technique. Perhaps he had never thought to develop it in that direction. Given his formidable taijutsu prowess, he had no need for such an evasive approach. Boom. The truth-seeking orb scythe struck Kinshiki's neck. It was like the violent collision of 2 mountains. The blade sank an inch deep, then lodged fast. Hard as iron. Uchiha-Madara exerted force through his arm, driving it another inch deeper. Humph, not exactly indestructible after all. Whoosh! With Kinshiki's roar, crimson chakra erupted. The tips of his 5 fingers ignited with scarlet flames, and he slammed down fiercely. Boom! The savage shockwave forced back Madara's main body and his Limbo clones alike. Madara adjusted his footing, landing atop the demonic statue of the Outer Path, whose form had undergone a drastic transformation. 10 tails thrashed wildly as countless buildings across the Land of Rain collapsed in ruin. Konan had long since retreated far away with Nagato's corpse, watching the devastated Mangekyō, her eyes gradually losing their light. Massive amounts of vapor rose, causing a drizzling rain to fall from the sky. The Land of Rain wept once more. Such was fate. When you are filled with hope for the future, it deals you a devastating blow. Conversely, just before utter despair takes hold, a glimmer of opportunity may yet appear. Whoosh! Several figures materialized beside her in an instant. Dark gold serpentine pupils glinted with a faint light. Thanks to his Uzumaki clan constitution plus some things I can't quite make out. He's not dead yet, but if no one tends to him, he'll be dead within 2 minutes. I'm counting on you, Orochimaru. Jiraiya lifted Nagato's lifeless body, his expression grim beyond measure. Whoosh! A white serpent extended from Orochimaru's palm, sinking its fangs into Nagato's neck. Orochimaru smiled darkly. Whether I can bring him back, I dare not guarantee. I'll take this opportunity to collect some experiment material. Urashiki's dojutsu came to an abrupt halt due to Nagato's intervention. Yet the several who had been mostly frozen sank helplessly into the water, unable to muster any strength. It was Shursui. Jiraiya bore the flying thunder god marks of every living user in the world. He was not only Shursui's teacher's teacher, but also his elder brother's teacher. Sensing Jiraiya's location, Shursui acted immediately to rescue them. As for Orochimaru, given his complicated relationship with Jiraiya, saving him was a matter of convenience. As for Konan, to hell with him. Do you understand the current situation, Konan-senpai? Shursui's Mangekyō manifested as he gazed toward the distant battlefield. The terrifying chakra signatures there. Each one surpassed his own. How had the shinobi world suddenly produced so many monsters? I don't know. Those 3 appeared out of nowhere. One of them a black one, probably Zetsu. Said the Rinnegan wasn't Nagato's, that Nagato used the Rinnegan's technique to revive Uchiha-Madara. Konan's brow furrowed, deeply infinite sorrow in her eyes. Rather than asking this woman, you'd do better to go ask Uchiha Kagami in Konoha. Tobarama Senju's voice rang out. He scoffed. That man knows everything. He certainly knows the origins of those 3. And also, that bastard Uchiha-Madara. Right, I can just go fetch my brother. Shursui's mind raced, but he halted mid-step. His brother surely knew what was happening here. This was not mere speculation on Shursui's part, but a judgment grounded in his knowledge of Uchiha Kagami's strength. As formidable as these opponents were, they still fell far short of the pressure his brother exerted. If these fighters were left to continue, they would eventually threaten the Land of Fire. What? Hadn't his brother come? Shursui's thoughts churned. Uchiha Kagami had emphasized again and again that he would not remain for much longer. Shursui didn't know where he was going, he only knew that with his current power, he could never hope to keep pace with his brother's steps. He drew a deep breath. Shursui turned his gaze toward the raging battlefield. His brother was invincible. But his brother could not protect him forever. He had his own dreams, his own path to pursue. I must eventually face danger alone. To catch up to your footsteps. Whoosh! The emerald Susanoo spread its wings wide and surged toward the battlefield. Like a fledgling taking flight for the first time, leaving the shelter behind. Uchiha-Madara traded blows with Kinshiki evenly, yet the greater part of his attention remained fixed on Momoshiki and Urashiki. He had already deciphered Kinshiki's attack patterns and abilities. If Kinshiki were the only enemy, Madara was confident in victory. Those 2 watching from the sidelines demanded even more wariness. Boom! An enormous emerald Magatama tore through the smoke, racing toward Kinshiki and striking him dead on. Thud! Kinshiki's body was hurled into the rubble. A faint smile tugged at Madara's lips as he studied Shursui within the Susanoo with keen interest. You must be Kagami's younger brother, Shursui. Uchiha Kagami raised you well. Shursui regarded the legendary Uchiha Madara-sama, seems to know of me. Madara replied calmly despite the chaotic situation. To prevent harm between brothers, Uchiha Kagami once sought me out. It seems I was manipulated by him once as well. Uchiha Kagami. Kinshiki emerged from the rubble but did not resume the fight, instead answering a summons to return to Momoshiki's side. Since the battle began, neither side had engaged in formal introductions. Apart from a few exchanged taunts, there had been little communication. The conversation between Shursui and Madara had leaked some intelligence. Truth be told, Madara hadn't imagined anyone in the shinobi world wouldn't recognize him. Uchiha. Momoshiki narrowed his eyes, speaking low. That Rinnegan is one thing, a product of atavism. But that green human's eyes bear some resemblance to the power that sealed Kaguya. Momoshiki-senpai, didn't you hear? Urashiki laughed flippantly. He's Uchiha Kagami's little brother after all. It's not strange he'd have similar power. No, it is very strange. Momoshiki's expression darkened. If it were a single individual's mutation, it could be dismissed as an anomaly. But if such eyes form an entire clan, that is a threat to the Otsutsuki clan itself. They must be eradicated. Act now, Urashiki. The Ten Tails amalgamation is nearly complete. Kill the Rinnegan user. Don't damage the green human's eyes. I need to study them. Alright. Urashiki grinned. I'm quite interested in that green giant myself. Leave it to me. Gazing at the three Otsutsuki poised to strike, even Madara felt a measure of wariness, his gaze flickering toward the Ten Tails. Just a little more time. Without the One Tails chakra, the conversion was slower than anticipated. Suddenly, Madara lifted his head, gazing into the distance. He sensed it. That immeasurably familiar chakra approaching at tremendous speed. You bastard. Exhilarating battle lust filled Madara's eyes, and a wild grin stretched across his face. Hashirama. Shursui, that boy, how is Kagami doing now? Uchiha Madara suddenly asked, breaking the silence. He's doing well. My brother sometimes speaks of you, Madara-sama. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what does he say? Shursui couldn't help but smile. Nothing pleasant. I suspect you wouldn't enjoy hearing it. Truly an arrogant brat. Whoosh. Before the three Otsutsuki, Uchiha Madara launched the first strike. A word of advice, use shadow clones against them. Conventional jutsu won't work. If you've mastered sage art, use it. If that fails, fall back on taijutsu. Meanwhile, within Shursui's ethereal mind space, Tobarama Senju offered his own commentary. Even a fool could see that without being told. Using shadow clones to counter the Byakugan is basic knowledge even for genin. Listening to Tobarama's mocking tone, Shursui countered with a dry retort. Tobarama, you really despise the Uchiha, don't you? It must be truly difficult for you being bound within an Uchiha's body. No. I simply despise Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Kagami. It's just that. These fellows now give me an even more repulsive feeling. The Uchiha merely hold weaklings in contempt. But these beings seem to harbor a profound disdain for the very essence of humanity. Shursudano, what are you pondering? Shursui's pupils contracted sharply. The voice was far too close. Urashiki had bypassed the Susanoo entirely, appearing directly behind him. Had the man not spoken, Shursui wouldn't have even sensed his presence. Urashiki tilted his head, a smirk curling on his lips. This is called Susanoo, isn't it? It's quite useful in special situations. But your combat experience is lacking. Haven't you noticed that Madara-sama over there isn't even using his Susanoo? Whoosh. A fishing line snapped through the air, aimed directly at Shursui's face. Swish. Urashiki's expression turned grave. Within his field of vision, a towering spectral figure with white hair and crimson eyes cleaved through his fishing line with a blade. This. You possess an ability similar to Madara-sama as well. But your ocular power is somewhat inferior to his. Shursui gripped the hilt of Sodi no Shirayuki and let out a cold laugh. Enough with the veiled insults. Your mockery is grating. The Susanoo dissipated silently, and simultaneously black eyelids traced beneath his dual Sharingan. Oh, is this the same application of natural energy as that other one? Urashiki with a grin produced a wad of pale green energy and popped it into his mouth. After swallowing, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Quite the exquisite energy. Remarkably pure. I must have a taste of yours. Whoosh. Whoosh. Shursui used the body flicker technique to evade while Urashiki pursued relentlessly. Meanwhile, on the other front, Madara clashed with Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Madara could still hold his own against Kinshiki, but fighting 2-on-1 even with the aid of his limbo clones, he gradually began to be pushed back. Momoshiki and Kinshiki, having crossed dimensions, had consumed a vast amount of chakra. Otherwise, the current Madara alone would hardly warrant a coordinated assault. Both sides kept their focus on the Ten Tails. Madara needed it to complete his ascension, Momoshiki needed it to replenish his chakra. And once he absorbed that power, Momoshiki was confident he could confront this so-called Uchiha Kagami. How dare a lowly mortal imprison a noble Otsutsuki? Even if it was Kaguya, the shame of their clan, it was an inexcusable offense. It was an affront to the divine. Unlike the shinobi world's exhibitions, this clash of the ninja world's absolute pinnacle was unbound by any rules. Within moments, the sheer residual force of their energies had laid waste to most of the land of rain. Once again, this nation was forced to endure the agonies of war. The countless cries of anguish echoed around Nagato. I cannot. I must not die. There are still those I must protect. Yahiko is gone, and I must carry on his will. Hot tears of sorrow traced down his cheeks. Drip. A hand reached out, gently wiping the tears from Conan's face. The other hand began forming hand seals. Orochimaru frowned. Don't move. I can only use natural energy to sustain your life force. You haven't escaped the jaws of death just yet. It doesn't matter. Nagato's voice was barely a whisper. His hair, which had just regained a hint of color once again, turned a stark white. His hollow eye sockets were fixed on Conan. Though he had lost his eyes, never had he seen more clearly than he did now. Conan, you above all else must survive. No matter how much pain you face, you must live. Because you are mine and Yahiko's. Nagato's voice abruptly ceased. His body began to violently contort and surge. Pale blue branches erupted from his very flesh, feeding on Nagato's body as their nourishment. Wood-style advent of a flowering tree world. Countless thick vines instantly gave birth to a vast forest. As if imbued with life, they sought out the wailing civilians, sheltering them beneath their canopy. Ruins and roots intertwined, painting a scene beyond words. Upon the decaying earth, flowers blooming as an emblem of life. Vivid crimson. With the blossoming of the flowers, Nagato vanished completely. Jiraiya's fists were clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood he didn't even feel. He had witnessed too many tragedies. Why doesn't Kagami act? He clearly has the power to stop all this. But Jiraiya did not harbor such thoughts. Everyone has their own path to walk. Kagami had taught him that lesson. Jiraiya turned and ran headlong, even knowing he was outmatched. Knowing he would likely die, he would still avenge his disciple. Orochimaru watched Jiraiya's figure sprint away and let out a resigned sigh. Still a fool no matter how many times you teach him. Still, those fellows should provide some excellent specimens. Boom. Shursui was blasted into a pile of concrete rubble, smoke rising from his wounds. Rapid regeneration. That rivals our clan's recovery abilities. Urashiki rubbed his chin in no hurry to kill Shursui, instead probing his ocular powers step by step. That incorporeal flash and that jinjutsu that can even affect my emotions just a fraction. Shursui-dano, is there any other amusing ability you're hiding? If you don't mind, perhaps you could tell me about Uchiha Kagami's abilities. Shursui spat out a mouthful of blood and gave Urashiki a chilling smile. Explaining is too troublesome. Why don't you experience it firsthand? Besides the first time he'd used it, Shursui had never encountered a situation requiring his fourth ocular technique. With my current ocular power, perhaps I can finally do justice to my brother's strength. Boom. Shursui poured all of his ocular power into the technique. Vairava Kagami. At that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. Urashiki's pupils dilated and his Azure Rinnegan activated involuntarily. Momoshiki and Madara, locked in combat, also found their gazes drawn to the scene. His black garments rustled in the wind, wreathed in faint crimson sparks. Within his lowered crimson eyes, black lotuses seemed to bloom at their edges, traced with a glimmer of blue and gold. Those eyes, ethereal and dreamlike, mysterious and beautiful. He raised his hand with an air of indifference, and everyone else seemed to be frozen in place. Swish! There was no grand spectacle. A thin black line appeared from his fingertips, slicing through the air with silent grace. Snap! Urashiki's eyes were filled with utter disbelief. How is this possible? How? I rewound time. Such a slow attack should never have been able to touch me. And then, his lower half cut with perfect smoothness tumbled from the sky. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Urashiki stared at his own lower body, falling stunned and lost in shock. He did not even think to catch it and reattach it immediately. Even Shursui could not believe that he could accomplish such a thing. Of course he could not. The Vice-Ravana mirror, executed based on Shursui's ocular power, was fundamentally incapable of reaching such a level. Within those indifferent eyes, a glimmer of vitality gradually emerged. Though positioned below everyone, he seemed to be looking down upon them. The consciousness belonging to Uchiha Jing descended. Uchiha-ban, you have returned. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ignoring the powerful Otsutsuki, Uchiha Jing's gaze met Ban's. Hey, you don't even use honorifics anymore. Uchiha-ban couldn't help but admire. You bastard. Have you already evolved to a level surpassing the Six Paths Sage? Uchiha Jing curled his lips downward and chuckled lightly. Starting your comparative arguments again. Alright, kill these few Otsutsuki and show them the power befitting an Uchiha. I cannot let such arrogant words go unheard. Momoshiki's face twisted in fury, his form like a streak of light instantly appearing before Uchiha Jing. His 5 fingers merged like a sword, thrusting toward Jing's chest. Just a lowly inferior creature. Chi. Momoshiki's movement halted abruptly, a black line suddenly appearing before his eyes. This was, for the second time, Momoshiki finally realized what this was. A slash imbued with the laws of nature. Like a natural law, once it appears it inevitably strikes. This was divine art. The so-called ninjutsu is actually the phenomenon of divine arts reproduced by refining chakra and forming hand seals. Regardless of power, divine arts are abilities that do not require hand seals. They can be used as long as chakra energy exists. A divine art possessed by all pure Otsutsuki is the karma. Otsutsuki can engrave a karma on a vessel awaiting resurrection and reincarnation. Ishiki's Sukuna Hikona and Deikokuden are also divine arts. All divine arts originate from the Otsutsuki god. Blood spurting from his forehead stained Momoshiki's eyes red. Impossible. How could a being like you possibly use divine arts? Faced with a power you cannot comprehend, you label it as divine. Uchiha Jing silently retreated, his figure growing fainter. I was careful not to shatter your eyes. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, devour Kinshiki, and face me seriously. In the future you lost to the reincarnations of those two brothers. I hope you can show a different performance this time. Slowly rising, what finally vanished were those magnificent Mangekyō Sharingan eyes. Uchiha Ban Senju Hashirama Momoshiki. It doesn't matter who. Those who survive will have the qualification to participate in the final battle of the ninja world. Momoshiki's mind was thrown into complete chaos. Compared to the bewildered Otsutsuki trio, the people of the ninja world had already begun to act. Uchiha Ban charged toward the gradually forming tintails, his hands forming seals. The power displayed by Jing did not crush his fighting spirit. This is getting more and more interesting. I underestimated you, Jing. Not evenly matched. You are an opponent I must fight to the death to have a chance against. You have exceeded my expectations. Meanwhile, a distorted space-time vortex appeared on Urashiki's lower body. Not far away, Uchiha Obito made his move. He intended to use Kamui to seize the Otsutsuki's remains. Chua! Suddenly a silver streak tore through the ruins incredibly fast. It sliced Urashiki's lower body in half. The source of the silver light was Orochimaru holding a sword. Unable to truly master the slash-release, the brilliant Orochimaru took a different path, using the secret scrolls of slash-release training to develop a method to enhance his own swordsmanship. When activated in Sage mode, it possesses a thrust speed surpassing sound. Sage Art Aim no Murakumo Slash. A giant serpent instantly swallowed one of Urashiki's legs and vanished with a poof. Vanishing at the same time was Orochimaru. As said, his goal was to gather some materials. A thigh was the quickest thing to take and enough for his purposes. He was no longer a hot-blooded kid to play at revenge with Jiraiya. Orochimaru, who didn't want to die in every major battle, stopped while the going was good and used reverse summoning to go to Richie Cave. Everything happened too fast. Even Obito, who had seized the moment, didn't react in time. When he tried to use his left eye's Kamui to look at the leg, whoosh! A purple chakra torrent rushed toward him, forcing him to stop and use intangibility. Vermin, how dare you humiliate me like this? Urashiki, who had always seemed cynical, was now completely enraged. Uchiha Jing's strength was too terrifying, leaving him momentarily unable to react. But a mere lowly snake, a mere unknown Sharingan user, dared to lay hands on his body. A great humiliation. Boom. The purple torrent exploded, unleashing terrifying might. Yet, the unharmed Uchiha Obito stood upon the ruins after the explosion. Kamui, eyes that transcend causality and the horizon from the divine realm. Even against the all-encompassing Otsutsuki Kagaya, they perform excellently. His cold eyes fixed on Urashiki. I've had enough. Uchiha Jing is one thing, Uchiha Ban, and you lot. What right do you have to judge me? Chua. Uchiha Obito raised his hand and pierced his own heart. Along with the cursed seal and his own heart, he crushed them with one hand. The mental training Uchiha Jing had given him since childhood bore fruit at this moment. Ban's pupils contracted slightly. He never expected Obito to forcibly break the curse seal's suppression through sheer willpower. Haha. Haha. Uchiha Ban couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. I acknowledge you, Obito. No. You don't need my acknowledgement. Come on. Let these so-called Otsutsuki witness the power of the Uchiha. Snap. Uchiha Ban clapped his hands together. 6 pads, 10 tails, coffin seal. The massive 10 tails surged toward Uchiha Ban's body. Don't think you'll succeed. Momoshiki roared as he charged. He could make it in time. He could definitely stop this guy from merging with the 10 tails. Sage Art Myojin Gate. A bold shout rang out. A vermilion torii gate descending from the sky slammed onto Momoshiki's body. Boom. Momoshiki shattered the gate with a wave and charged again. What he saw was a tall man riding a wooden dragon standing before him with arms crossed. But he did not look at Momoshiki. Instead, he turned his head. Long time no see. Ban. Fluttering white feather crystals like a dream. A pure black staff symbolizing the authority of the sage. All phenomena gathered into 12 rotating truth-seeking balls behind him. Long white hair fluttered. It seems you have also gained new power. Hashirama. Roar. The wooden dragon roared as if recalling an ancient rival. It was no longer the wood dragon technique. It was a true living wooden dragon. Inyan creation. From the current Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara vaguely sensed a hint of the divine aura of Uchiha Kagami. Recalling his own words from the past. Truly, it is not that you resemble us, but that we are pursuing you. I heard from Black Zetsu that you were driven out by Kagami and built some kind of hidden fire village. Possessing unprecedented power, Uchiha Madara did not hasten to display it, but instead conversed calmly with Senju Hashirama. Scratching his head, Senju Hashirama said somewhat awkwardly, since I had nothing better to do, I figured I might as well find something to occupy myself. Originally, I wanted to ask why you were resurrected, but now that I'm resurrected too, it's a bit awkward to bring up. Uchiha Madara sneered disdainfully. You will know what I intend to do later. In short, let me first deal with those troublesome guys, then I'll settle with you. Schwa. Even with Momoshiki's insight, he could not catch Uchiha Madara's speed. One hand pressed against his face. That big fellow is Kinshiki. I heard from Kagami that you can absorb his chakra to replenish yourself. Go on. Right now you are not worthy to dance. Momoshiki was about to curse, but an overwhelming force struck his face. Boom. His body hurtled backward, uncontrollably crashing into Kinshiki. Then both of them were blasted several kilometers away, shattering countless trees from Nagato's final flower tree world. Senju Hashirama frowned deeply, murmuring to himself, "There are still many people. I'll transfer them first." Senju Hashirama formed hand seals, and countless branches writhed like giant serpents, wrapping around the civilians and fleeing in all directions. Nagato's sacrifice was not in vain. It was with his life that he bought the chance for countless people in the Rain Country to survive. A branch snaked around Jiraiya, who was hiding in the shadows. Senju Hashirama's voice came from within the leaves. "Little Jiraiya, I know about Nagato. In short, this is not a battle you can participate in. Leave." Jiraiya gripped the branch tightly, trying to break free. Again, it was the same before, and now it's the same. Never had Jiraiya yearned for power as much as he did at this moment. On the other side, a branch coiled around Shisui, and a warm chakra surged in like a torrent, calming his rapid breathing. "Shisui, will you leave?" Shisui rubbed his eyes and grinned. "I am Uchiha Kagami's younger brother. At least let me witness whether you are worthy to challenge Big Brother." "Is that so?" "Indeed." Senju Hashirama murmured softly, gazing at Uchiha Madara, who stood alone against the Otsutsuki. "Brothers. Madara, you too trust me like a brother. This time I will try to understand you, support you. Because we are brothers too." Konoha. While the land of fire was engulfed in war, Konoha remained as peaceful as ever. Within the Uchiha compound, Kagami's residence, black and white stones were scattered on the go board. It was not go but Gomoku. The players were Zwaluin and Namikaze Huali. Tap. The white stone fell 5 in a row. "Yeah, I won." Huali raised her fist and cheered. Zwaluin rubbed his face in frustration. After losing to 4-year-old Konohamaru, he had now lost to 3-year-old Huali, setting a new record. Inside the hall, Uchiha Kagami and Namikaze Minato sat facing each other. Namikaze Minato wore a slightly worried expression. Through Kurama's perception ability, he could somewhat sense what was happening in the Rain Country. The appearance of the Ten Tails made Kurama bristle. A mass of orange chakra seeped out of Namikaze Minato's body, forming a fox head. "Uchiha Kagami, do you not understand the seriousness of this?" I sensed Uchiha Madara, and he has become an old man, Ten Tails Jinchuriki. So what? Uchiha Kagami played with the little orange cat that had come to visit with Zwaluin, not even looking up. This little one was Zwaluin's child. Much cuter than Zwaluin and cuter than the fox. Not enough yet. The current Uchiha Madara still lacks something. Kurama frowned. "Uchiha Kagami, you are playing with fire." Uchiha Kagami looked up and chuckled at Kurama. "You fear Uchiha Madara, yet you dare to shout at me. What do you think I'm a pushover? Maybe I should just erase your consciousness." How utterly clueless. With that he slowly raised his hand. "Enough, Kagami." Minato quickly intervened, pulling the Nine-Tails chakra back into his body, and said with a wry smile, "You know, Kurama is just anxious." He meant no disrespect. Uchiha Kagami lowered his hand indifferently. "I am not about to get angry over a beast. Actually, what he said is what you wanted to ask, isn't it?" Minato was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Kagami, you want to lure all the enemies out and catch them in one net, don't you? I believe you will win, but can the shinobi world truly withstand your battle? Uchiha Kagami continued to lower his head, kneading the little orange cat's head with both hands, making her tiny paws scratch wildly. "It doesn't matter. Even if it's destroyed, I can rebuild it." Minato's pupils contracted sharply. Uchiha Kagami smiled. "Just kidding. Relax. Who would destroy their own home just to deal with a few thieves? I only intend to thoroughly cleanse the shinobi world." Uchiha Kagami's spiritual space. Utterly silent. In the pale golden spiritual ocean, Uchiha Kagami's astral body stood before a vermilion door. The box of ultimate bliss, the dragon vein, the 6 paths tablet. All were ground down into the most primal energy and merged into the pale golden ocean. Only it remained. The sealing gate. It had been kept until now. It was this gate that helped Uchiha Kagami bind Sukuna, getting him through his weakest period. As his power grew, Uchiha Kagami had come to know its origin. Omnipotence. Originating from the authority of the Otsutsuki god. After the Otsutsuki god transcended dimensions, and its consciousness ascended to a higher plane, the remnant lay within the shinobi world. Originally, this free-floating power would be attracted by the Otsutsuki god's genetic code, eventually falling on a girl named Ida in later generations. Omnipotence could materialize anything, turning one's thoughts into reality. It was the power of a god to create worlds. A peculiar chain of causality caused this power to fall into the body of an Uchiha child. Based on the deepest desire, it took the form of a gate, imprisoning ghosts and gods. Uchiha Kagami gently pressed his hand against the gate, pursing his lips in a faint smile. How ironic. I who thought myself beyond the Otsutsuki relied on Otsutsuki power from the very beginning. Isn't this just as laughable as discovering that all my efforts came down to bloodline? The vermilion gate emitted a faint glow as if speaking. Omnipotence, you are calling to me to merge with you. Perhaps this way I could follow the path of the Otsutsuki god. To transcend this world, spiritually ascending to a higher dimension. Uchiha-Kagami gently caressed the gate. Over these decades, thank you for your help. Without you, I might never have had the power to change everything. I understand your longing to seek your master. And thank you for choosing me. But I truly detest predetermined paths. Call it my arrogance, but for this final stretch, I want to walk it alone. I thank you, but I no longer need you. I will personally sever the world. Uchiha-Kagami's astral body emanated a faint black aura, gradually forming a slash. A slash unprecedented in history. SHI? The slash passed as if tearing and devouring everything. It fell silently upon the vermilion gate, spraying forth a light akin to the birth of heaven and earth. Instantly, endless light engulfed the spiritual space, obliterated it completely. Unity of spirit and flesh. At the end of the shattered golden ocean stood a figure in black robes and black hair atop the peaks of countless mountains. After splicing his own body parts together, Pu Shi approached Tao Shi with a grim expression. He turned his head to look at the composed Uchiha band. How could one describe this feeling? In the eyes of the Otsutsuki, humans were merely nutrients for cultivating chakra fruits, and the world was nothing but a nursery. Kaguya Otsutsuki, who had fallen to her descendants, was already regarded as a disgrace to the clan. Now, a descendant of Kaguya countless generations removed, when facing them, he should be wailing in sorrow, roaring in defiance. At the very least, you should unleash all your strength, adopt an attitude of sacrificing everything, and strive to defeat us. But why, eh? Why can you remain so composed? Who do you think you are? Pu Shi, who had been appearing indifferent to the battle, lost his composure even before the arrogant Tao Shi. How truly displeasing. Pu Shi let out a suppressed horse laugh. With a crack, he devoured his own fishing basket in a few bites, then reached out and gouged out his own eyes, swallowing them whole. As energy replenished, his missing torso rapidly regenerated, and he was enveloped in a golden radiance. So it's you who changes first. Uchiha Band hovered in midair, watching Pu Shi transform his combat mode within the golden light. Band. Senju Hashirama appeared beside him in an instant, and said in a deep voice, his chakra is skyrocketing. We shouldn't wait, we should strike now to stop him. What if, after they complete their transformation, their power surpasses ours? Uchiha Band turned his head slightly. How could you utter such disgraceful words? Don't you want to see how strong they can become? Senju Hashirama glanced at the devastated rain country and said in a low voice, if it won't endanger ordinary people, I don't mind. What if they flee to another place? Tao Shi, who had been hesitating, heard Senju Hashirama's words. He pressed his hand on Jin Shi's head. Jin Shi voluntarily formed a small chakra fruit. A bunch of lower creatures. How could I possibly flee from trash like you, bastard? Seeing Tao Shi also begin to transform, Senju Hashirama glanced at the unmoved Uchiha Band and shook his head helplessly. With a bang, he formed hand seals, creating 4 wood clones which swiftly positioned themselves around them. With a roar, a crimson, transparent flame barrier spread out in 4 directions. Leave the top to me, Band. Uchiha Band spat disdainfully. How boring. Despite his words, he manipulated several truth-seeking balls to form a massive net above the 4 red sun formation. While the two constructed the battlefield arena, Pu Shi and Tao Shi completed their transformations. The raging chakra blazed like fire, scorching and distorting the very space itself. What a ridiculous move. A golden rinnegan unfolded on both of their foreheads. Tao Shi raised his palm toward one side of the flame barrier, and a terrifying black energy sphere erupted. Don't misunderstand. I won't flee. I merely want to prove that a mere barrier cannot trap me. Boom. After the violent explosion, the 4 red sun formation remained intact. Tao Shi's expression shifted slightly. Impossible. Just a mere ninjutsu. Senju Hashirama grinned. Mr. Otsutsuki, it's sage art. I infused the 4 red sun formation with sage chakra. It seems the stability is quite good. Tao Shi smiled coldly and quickly adjusted his mindset. I'll give you a little praise. You lot can be considered monkeys that know how to use fire. Ready. Uchiha Band crossed his arms, the Magatama in his pale purple rinnegan rotating. If you lose again, I hope you won't make any excuses. Clench. Tao Shi gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Arrogant fool. Do you think your Uchiha mirrors? Boom. Raging chakra erupted within the 4 red sun formation, and 4 figures clashed in an instant, light and shadow intertwining. In a corner, the distance between Shisui and Obito was not far. Shisui was Minato's disciple while Kakashi was Obito's squad leader. Strictly speaking, they were contemporaries. Shisui looked at the clansman's Mangekyō with some curiosity. He actually had a faint impression of Obito, since Obito's house was only a few hundred meters away from his when they were children. Noticing Shisui's gaze, Obito snorted coldly. Kid, what are you looking at? Shisui smiled warmly. Why so irritable, disciple of Kakashi-senpai? Precise. Shisui precisely struck Obito's weakness, dealing critical damage. In an instant, their Mangekyō met. Shisui sensed the distortion of space before him. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and the invisible figure burst from his eyes, cutting through the distortion and instantly descending upon Obito. Swish. The invisible slash severed Obito's arm. In the spiritual space, Tobirama felt a refreshing pleasure like drinking ice-cold soda on a summer day. Finally, this dojutsu named after himself had struck an Uchiha. Obito-senpai. Shursui appeared before Obito in an instant, speaking calmly. How dare you with your imperfect Mangekyō meet my gaze? I know a bit about your situation. Since Kakashi-senpai can't persuade you back, I'll take control of the rest of your life. Divine concealment. Before he could even slip into the Kimui dimension, Obito's defeat was sealed the moment he met Shursui's gaze. His mind was trapped in a world of illusions. In the end, he would become a puppet controlled by Shursui. But before that, he could spend the life he fantasized about in the illusionary world. It could be considered getting what he wished for. In a certain corner, Kakuzu, who had recovered some strength and crawled out of the water, saw the fire that filled his vision. After a pause of 2 breaths, he sank back down. The world above the water was too dangerous. Between life and death. The Sage of Six Paths watched the cataclysm in the ninja world, his brow furrowed in constant worry. Suddenly, he sensed something. He turned his head. From the shadows, a tall figure slowly emerged, possessing 4 arms like a demon god. Feeling the dense, almost transcendent aura of coldness, the Sage of Six Paths remained unperturbed. Sukuna, can you tell me what Uchiha Mirrors intends to do? The 2-faced 4-armed demon revealed itself and sat cross-legged opposite the Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths, or Otsutsuki Hagoromo. How should I address you? It doesn't matter. Perhaps. A smile appeared on Sukuna's lips. That is also my answer. What he intends to do is not important. Because I will kill him absolutely. I will prove that I am the curse he cannot escape. I despise humanity. To have taken such a liking to someone is a one-time thing. Help me give Uchiha Mirrors a sufficiently magnificent death. Black and red spread, filling the space. It was like an extremely terrifying demon opening its ferocious maw. In the unseen realm, a bell tolled. Inukai Kenmei. Using earth-natured chakra, a monstrous entity with a dragon's head and serpentine body emerged, locked in a fierce struggle with the wooden dragon. A colossal pheasant formed entirely of flames soared into the air, radiating extreme heat. Swish! With a wave of his staff, Uchiha Band shattered the pheasant instantly. Amidst the bursting flames, a massive fist of a lava giant swung toward him. A fusion of fire and earth chakra. Yuanyan. The 9 tails was needed as a reference once more. The lava giant possessed the power and speed to easily suppress the 9 tails. A colossal Buddha arose from the earth, so vast it blotted out the entire field of vision. Sage art would style true, several thousand hands top of the Buddha. Before this immense Buddha, even the wood dragon and Yen seemed minuscule. Then, the Buddha's lowered eyes slowly opened. Those eyes were like the blue sky and azure sea. Merely gazing upon them brought an involuntary calm to the mind. Uchiha Band stared at the faintly glowing blue eyes of Hashirama. What is this? Senju Hashirama shook his head. I don't know either. Old Master Air calls it the pure eye. As for its effects, it seems about the same as the Byakugan, I guess. Not as useful as your Sharingan. Old Master Air. The Sage of Six Paths' younger brother. By the way, Madara, they said. Spare me the nonsense. Just use your technique to clear the field. Uchiha Band snorted, recalling unpleasant memories as he looked at the Buddha. Times have changed, Hashirama. Such tricks won't work on me anymore. In the distance, both Momoshiki and Urashiki's expressions shifted slightly. The Hagoromo lineage had records of the pure eye, and how could the Otsutsuki not know of it? Like the black eye of Otsutsuki Ishiki, the pure eye was also a rare mutation of the Byakugan, not the Rinnegan. And it was even more uncommon. Urashiki in particular felt a sense of panic for the first time. He knew the pure eye's ability. Even if the barrier couldn't be broken, they could always escape using space-time techniques. The pure eye could see through space-time movement. The two atop the Buddha finished their conversation. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together and smiled. You're beside me as I use this technique against an enemy. It's a first. Well, at least I don't have the problem of being unable to fight when someone's watching from behind. Uchiha Band tightened his grip on his staff, his face darkening. Of course, you're the one who could kill his own brother and child for the sake of the village. Senju Hashirama, who had tried to tease Uchiha Band, deflated entirely upon hearing those words. I'm sorry. Stop talking crap and get on with it. Urged by Uchiha Band, thousands of Buddha's fists descended with a thunderous crash, like falling stars. Unstoppable. Boom, 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 whoosh. Momoshiki, without attempting to absorb the technique, directly fired a deep red energy sphere. Just from hearing what that guy shouted, it was clear that this wooden thing was also a sage art infused with natural energy. Those two opponents not only possessed eyes rare even among the Otsutsuki clan, but they also wielded that disgusting sage art. The most terrifying thing was that this world could produce an abnormal monster like Uchiha-kyo. The crimson energy sphere tore through the Buddha's hands, visibly being worn down, yet the endless stream of palm strikes showed no sign of ending. At the corner of the 4 red sun formation, Shursui stood within his Susanoo, gazing at the battlefield. In his mind, of course, his brother was invincible under heaven. However, witnessing such raw, violent ninjutsu still gave him a great shock. Unlike Uchiha Ban's aggressive domineering aura, the man standing atop the Buddha exuded a different kind of presence. A majestic radiant and overwhelming valor. Like a demon-subduing deity descending from heaven, truly a god of the mortal world. Truly, the god of shinobi of the past generation. Shursui couldn't help but admire. Big brother has become stronger than in his prime, Tobirama said in a low voice, a flicker of hope rising in his heart. Perhaps, now Big Brother could stand against Uchiha-kyo. The limitations of his perspective prevented him from understanding the realm Uchiha-kyo had reached. On the battlefield, without a doubt, it was Uchiha Ban possessing the Ten Tails, and the Rinnegan with Tomo who was the strongest. In terms of insight, Momoshiki was the broadest. Both of them understood perfectly the realm Uchiha-kyo had attained. That was also what Momoshiki found most incomprehensible. Energy followed the law of conservation. Given the scale of the ninja world, the emergence of a powerhouse like Uchiha Ban was already an extraordinary rarity. How could there possibly exist a being that touched upon the very rules? Aim no Inori Ryugu. A massive black-violet oarfish surged from Urashiki's body, spitting out a purple-red chakra sphere that carved a vacuum zone through the unrelenting assault of Buddha's palms. His voice grew urgent. Momoshiki, let's go first. Our chakra is insufficient. Find the ten tails that Ishiki brought and absorb it. Momoshiki's face darkened. Do you think Ishiki's ten tails is still there? There was no need to guess. Everything Ishiki had was devoured clean by Uchiha-kyo down to the karma seal, and even the final mental transmission couldn't be sent. He looked at Uchiha Ban, who seemed too proud to intervene, and sneered. No matter. I've seen something interesting. That black mass residing within Uchiha Ban. Kagaya wasn't a complete idiot after all to create a karma with self-awareness. You hold off that plant, man. I'll go have a word with Uchiha Ban. Momoshiki burst through the Buddha's palms and charged straight at Uchiha Ban. Urashiki, 2 against 1, and I'd already want you to retreat, and now you want me to fight one-on-one. And you're going to pick a fight with someone with even stronger chakra. Are all the combat fanatics in the clan like this? Damn it. Urashiki spat. It was Momoshiki who said he wouldn't run, not him. A black space-time portal appeared behind him as he activated Yamatsu Hirasaka. Without hesitation, he leaped inside. Boom, 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 boom. Within the Yamatsu Hirasaka, famed as the gate of the underworld, the black void violently trembled. Cough. Urashiki's figure had just vanished when it reappeared, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked up in disbelief at the tall man descending from above. Huh, what a novel experience. I can see it, you know. You slipped into a black passage. What nonsense. Urashiki roared. Even the pure eye ability recorded in the clan could only see the landing point of Yamatsu Hirasaka. To throw me out of Yamatsu Hirasaka directly. How is that possible? Very unreasonable beyond comprehension. Unfortunately, this was reality. Urashiki, already irritable and prone to rage after his transformation, grew even more frenzied from repeated suppression. He spread his arms into wings, his feet became like eagle's talons, growing increasingly inhuman. You bastard. Don't act so nonchalant. I am the noble Otsutsuki Urashiki. After the ninja world's martial arts exhibition, a vast disparity emerged in the power of shinobi. In short, the power scaling collapsed. For instance, Kakashi's strength now rivaled that of previous Kage-level fighters. Minato Namikaze, having become a perfect Jinchuriki, was arguably the strongest Hokage since the first capable of contending with the two titans of the Warring States era. The power Nagato and Shursui displayed in the later stages of the exhibition was no less than that of the reanimated Senju Hashirama, and Tsukumo Hatake, whose swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Orochimaru endlessly evolving. Jiraiya likewise bearing the title of the Sannin. Obito Uchiha wielding dual Kemui and possessing white Zetsu cells. Among the new generation Sasuke, Uchiha the strongest was on the verge of acquiring the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. It was as if a world with a general energy level of 30 had suddenly produced many beings with power levels exceeding 80, creating a vast chasm between them. Among the countless powerhouses there were 2 transcendents whose combat power was measured in the hundreds. For a millennium in the ninja world, through countless reincarnations, these 2 brothers still stood at the zenith. Uchiha Madara Senju Hashirama. Why were they fighting against the Otsutsuki who had descended from the heavens? Everything originated from that monster who rose like a comet and single-handedly dominated the ninja world. He achieved fame in his youth and never tasted defeat. His name had become synonymous with invincibility. Perhaps after many years that name would be gradually forgotten, and what would be remembered was a title like the Sage of Six Paths. Momoshiki recalled Uchiha Kageme's words. It seemed his fate was to be defeated by these 2 brothers. Did Momoshiki believe in fate? Of course he did. His eyes possessed the ability to see through others' destinies. Among the threads of cause and effect, he could touch upon a blurry future. But this ability failed the moment he laid eyes on Uchiha Kageme. It was not because of a clone or something similar. The Otsutsuki recognized people by their chakra. What had just happened was Uchiha Kageme's chakra descending and borrowing Shursui's ocular power to construct a physical form. Not being able to see even a hint of the future had never occurred, not even when facing the high-ranking members of his own clan. Unless it was that legendary figure. Momoshiki already had a foreboding feeling and decided to deal with Uchiha Madara before him, then send word to the elders. Yes, he already had a way to eliminate Uchiha Madara. With a bang, he was sent flying again by Uchiha Madara's taijutsu. Expressionless Momoshiki charged once more. Uchiha Madara did not dodge, their fists collided, creating a massive shockwave. With a swift motion, Momoshiki clenched his hands, and a long spear radiating crimson light materialized out of thin air. The jet-black staff clashed against the spear, sending sparks flying. Momoshiki was not like Kaguya, who was designated to feed the Ten Tails. He was a warrior sent to conquer and plunder. Thousands of years of combat had endowed him with formidable taijutsu skills. And Uchiha Madara. He had not lived as long as Momoshiki, but throughout his path of growth he had always faced equally matched opponents, something Momoshiki lacked. Your speed and technique are quite good. Uchiha Madara fell into his old habit of commenting. With a clang, he pressed down on the red spear with his staff and sneered. But your power is still insufficient. Momoshiki grimaced. If I had a 10 tails of that magnitude, trash like you would have been ground into dust by me long ago. Allowing you to devour my subordinates is already the greatest concession I can make. Don't be so naive as to expect me to abandon my superior strength and engage in a so-called fair fight with you. Struggling to hold on, Momoshiki suddenly grinned ferociously. That won't be necessary, because you've already lost. With a shrieking sound, invisible ripples spread out, freezing time itself. Time stop. Now, Kaguya's will. In just an instant, Uchiha Madara broke free from that eerie stasis. With a slash, a black hand pierced through his chest. Having consumed a complete chakra fruit, Kaguya, despite having the poorest combat experience, was the highest-ranking being among the known Otsutsuki. Even Uchiha Madara, who had received the Six Path Sage's gifts and merged with the Ten Tails, could not resist the erosion of this higher-level chakra. Black lines slowly began to spread. Uchiha Madara turned his head expressionlessly and looked at Black Zetsu. Having schemed for a millennium and finally succeeded, the urge to confide was irresistible. Madara, I am not your will. I am the will of Kaguya. Everything I have led you to do was to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya. Although I couldn't gather all the chakra of the ninja world, you are now sufficient as Mother's vessel. Uchiha Madara remained motionless as if bound by some mysterious force. Momoshiki and Black Zetsu burst into manic laughter simultaneously. Well done, Kaguya. The black fluid gradually spread across Uchiha Madara's entire body. Momoshiki snarled. I'll set aside your guilt for now, though I will report to the elders. Once we kill Uchiha Kagami. Who are you calling? Uchiha Madara said impassively, having never shown any surprise or panic from the beginning. Black Zetsu sensed something was wrong. He could feel that his yin-yang release power had eroded Uchiha Madara, but where was Mother's will? Why hadn't it descended? The Karma Seal was a compression package for the Otsutsuki's reincarnation. Otsutsuki Kaguya, having been sealed, had no time to engrave the Karma Seal on the Six Path Sage, so she separated Black Zetsu as a data carrier for her resurrection. Now Black Zetsu had inserted himself into the device of Uchiha Madara and released the data. Under normal circumstances, Otsutsuki Kaguya would be reborn within Uchiha Madara's body. But nothing happened. Uchiha Madara lowered his eyes and said with a deep laugh, "What are you expecting? Black Zetsu, do you know? Before my resurrection, the Six Paths Sage warned me to be wary of you. After all, the power I gave you was not strong enough to pull out an Otsutsuki-level black rod." The urge to confess after a successful scheme was universal. Originally, I intended to strip you away directly. But that guy Kagami said to me. Uchiha Madara revealed a sinister smile that sent chills down Black Zetsu's spine. He said you were the last power he had prepared for me. Now I know what this is. Madara slowly extended his hand. Black Zetsu sensed something was wrong and tried to detach from Madara, but now he was the one frozen. His palm pressed against Black Zetsu's head. Otsutsuki Kaguya's power, I will accept it. With a surge, a torrent of black energy rushed into Uchiha Madara's body. With a crack, the horned armor on Uchiha Madara's forehead split open, revealing his brow. At the center, a fissure appeared like a tightly closed vertical eye. Even before it opened, an endless tide of terrifying ocular power surged forth like a river breaking its banks. Momoshiki made a snap decision and turned with extreme speed. He charged toward Urashiki, who was being beaten by Senju Hashirama. Urashiki, exhausted from fending off attacks, hadn't noticed the change, and seeing Momoshiki rushing toward him, thought he was coming to save him. He shouted, "Save me, Momoshiki." A powerful pull came, and Urashiki, overjoyed, did not resist, and went with Momoshiki's Bancho Tenin. Only when he got close did he realize something was wrong. That hand. Which hand is that? It's the sacrificial alchemy pill. No. The Otsutsuki clan absolutely must not prey on their own kind. I am not a servant like Kinshiki. I am a pure-blooded Otsutsuki of the main family. I haven't left a Karma Seal yet. What are you doing? Damn you, Momoshiki. How dare you? Urashiki's screams didn't last long. Under Momoshiki's ability, he was transformed into a chakra fruit much larger than Kinshiki's. But Momoshiki did not choose to devour it. Instead, he clapped his hands together and shattered the chakra fruit. Under the pull of chakra, the scattered flesh-like fruit gathered into a six-pointed star array. Given the extremely disadvantageous situation, it was too late to merely notify the elders. Only by sacrificing a pure-blood Otsutsuki could they project their power across time and space into the ninja world. The eerie formation emitted a terrifying crimson glow. This time Uchiha Madara did not wait arrogantly. He had begun pursuing from the moment Momoshiki acted. Sage Art In released lightning style. A deep purple lightning inferno struck the glowing six-pointed star array to no effect. Momoshiki clasped his hands in reverence. I humbly invite the divine descent. With a boom, time and space shattered like a mirror. From within the six-pointed star array, a deep purple chakra tide surged forth. An overwhelmingly powerful force crashed into Momoshiki's body. In an instant, the sky lost all color, turning stark white. The terrifying energy burst was so intense that even Uchiha Madara had to raise his hand to shield himself. At the same time, from Konoha in the land of fire, a black-red slash tore across the sky. Upon the blade stood a slender figure. Uchiha Kagami. He had set out. The land of rain. Above the water lay a ruined wreckage. The four-sided yang fire array stood firm. The sky was a pale white. Momoshiki's appearance had undergone a tremendous transformation. Indistinguishable as male or female, this was a face of exquisite beauty, as delicate as porcelain. Pure white hair cascaded down the back like a flowing Milky Way. The nails had turned from black to deep purple, dotted with starry blue glimmers like the deep void. The enormous horns had compressed into a pair of small pure black horns, exquisite and beautiful. Momoshiki's original golden Rinnegan had also changed, purple spread, dyeing them a purple-gold hue. Faint purple flames flickered around him. Within the purple flames, Momoshiki gave off an ethereal, illusory sensation. The mere act of opening his eyes unleashed a mighty pressure that rippled outward as a shockwave. Divine might like a prison. With a bang, Uchiha Madara held his staff horizontally before him, blocking the shockwave. Frowning, he said in a deep voice, "Is it still Momoshiki? How should I address you, O mighty one?" He slowly raised his hands, glanced at them, then slightly tilted his head, looking around. Not only his face, but his voice was also androgynous. "Yiyue, you may call me that. Datonmu Yiyue, the servant of the divine." Yiyue emerges. Momoshiki stared coldly at Uchiha Madara. Devoured Kaguya. This world has gone out of control. In a flash, Senju Hashirama teleported beside Uchiha Madara, frowning deeply. This guy might be even stronger than the mirror from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Uchiha Madara's expression shifted slightly. To be honest, the Datonmu before him did not give him an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Having absorbed the data of Datonmu Kaguya, he possessed many abilities that exceeded the standard. He trusted Hashirama's judgment, which made his heart feel even heavier. From start to finish, the opponent he had set his sights on was Uchiha Mirror. The so-called Datonmu were not even worthy of being his final opponent in deciding the fate of the world. If Mirror had already possessed this level of power 3 years ago, then after defeating the Datonmu before him, would he still have the strength to deal with Uchiha Mirror? "You are thinking about what happens after you defeat me." A clear, cold voice rang out, and Uchiha Madara's pupils contracted. The next moment, he heard the words, "Indeed, I possess the ability to read the thoughts of others. This is the true power of the eyes." Blaze. With a surge, Yu raised his hand, and the endless waters transformed into countless great dragons, roaring and howling. Immortal technique, Great Fire Annihilation. Immortal technique, Fierce Wind Palm. The difficulty of learning a ninjutsu does not represent its power, rather it depends on the user. And Wind Release can amplify a single fire release technique to its maximum extent. A sea of fire empowered by the fierce wind gained even more violent strength and collided with countless water dragons in a thunderous crash. Boom. A colossal explosion, endless rising steam. The two, who had never once fought side by side, achieved on their very first attempt a composite ninja technique that ordinary ninja could not accomplish in a lifetime. Not only because of their immense power, but more importantly, because of the karma that had entangled them for 1,000 years. With just a single simple probing exchange, the four red yang formation was torn apart. Such a terrifying momentum forced Shursui to drag Obito further and further away. This was no longer a battle he could observe. A single careless involvement might force him to use his Anaji to save his life. If this battle had taken place in the Leaf or the Hidden Stone, Shursui would not have chosen to flee. Even if death were possible, he would have guarded what was precious to him. But now, a faint smile curved on Shursui's lips. One of the basic prerequisites for learning the Flying Thunder God technique was an extraordinary perception ability. He had already sensed it. As the mist dispersed, Yu stared at the two, his voice still devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Ishiki and Urashiki are dead. I can sense it. Kaguya is still within the moon. Every Datonmu is a precious asset. You are Kaguya's descendants with a sufficient level of evolution. I permit you to follow Momoshiki and join the Datonmu clan. Huh? Senju Hashirama let out a short laugh, then shrugged and pushed forward the emblem on his armor. I am after all the last clan head of the Senju. I can only refuse your invitation. Uchiha Madara sneered with disdain. How dare something that is merely a pawn in Mirror's eyes attempt to recruit me? You mere outsiders of the heavens, stop spouting arrogant nonsense. Uchiha Madara threw a punch, compressing terrifying chakra to its limit before unleashing it. 80 Gods Vacuum Strike. Boom, 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 Countless giant fists rained down, leaving no gap whatsoever. Using the power of the immortal way, they shook the heavens and the earth. Yiyu's expression remained unchanged. Behind him, countless fist shadows appeared, as well exchanging blows with Uchiha Madara. With a clap, Senju Hashirama brought his hands together, and countless thick massive tree branches surged from beneath the ground, growing ever upward. The terrifying forest canopy blocked the light of the sky. After reaching a certain height, the tips bent downward, resembling spiral spears. The tips of the wooden spears were so intensely green they appeared like ink. As far as the eye could see, tens of thousands of grim wooden spears. Such a horrifying means would never have been developed if Senju Hashirama had not acquired the power of Himura, an advanced version of wood-style Hell's Chaos. Immortal technique wood-style Akala, Forest Hell. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Like a wrathful Vajra fiercely hurling, countless pitch-black wooden spears descended from the sky, aimed directly at the Tongmu Yiyu. At that moment, Yiyu's expression changed for the first time. His tightly closed lips parted slightly, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara also sensed something and looked that way. There the pale white sky was sliced open by a black-red crescent moon. A person appeared between the sea and the sky. There was no extravagant ornament. He wore a loose black robe, barefoot, with his hair casually draped behind his head. There was a relaxed ease, as if he had just opened his own front door. His indifferent scarlet eyes gazed at the three. Without a word, a torrential rain of black-red slashes fell like a storm. Illusory colossal fists, the boundless spreading forest. All were shattered. "Hey, what are you doing, mirror?" Senju Hashirama cried out. "Shouldn't we first defeat this outsider? I spent a lot of chakra to use that technique." "Stop showing off your stupidity," Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice. "Why would you think that Uchiha Mirror is an ally?" Uchiha Mirror, high in the sky, met Uchiha Madara's gaze. "Although we greeted each other earlier, this is our formal reunion, isn't it?" "Madara." Uchiha Madara squinted. "You could have come a little later. It wouldn't have taken long. Once I kill this Datomu, I would have come for you." "You? Who are you?" Yiyu's voice now carried some human emotional fluctuation, a hint of confusion. "You are merely a human, yet why do I feel a sense of familiarity? And why can I not see into your heart?" Uchiha Mirror flicked his two fingers. With a sharp sound, a pure black slash crashed down, striking Yiyu's shoulder. The immense force drove his knees to sink, bending them. "How heavy? Why is it so heavy?" Yiyu tried to straighten his body, feeling as if several mountain ranges were pressing down on him. Immense pressure, pain, numbness, and a drowsiness that assaulted his spirit. "What is this?" Yiyu fought off the drowsiness and saw black runes climbing up his body, faintly emitting a murky black light. /style Crimson Demon. "He won't interrupt our conversation for a while." Uchiha Mirror slowly descended, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Uchiha Madara silently watched Kagami, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "I have a rough idea of what you intend to do. You still seek to become stronger." Shaking his head, Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed slightly. "I don't understand, Kagami. You are already the strongest, knowing all things. You could easily absorb the power of Kagaya Otsutsuki yourself. Even those in the Pure Land. Momoshiki's current state is also a result of your deliberate inaction. Kagami, you had the chance to become a true god of the shinobi world. If it were you who completed the infinite Tsukuyami, I would willingly fall into that beautiful illusion." "Madara, so that's how it is." Hashirama's expression grew complex. Kagami had already told him that Madara's goal was to plunge the shinobi world into illusion. He hadn't confronted him the moment they met, intending instead to discuss the plan's feasibility or seek a compromise after the battle concluded. He had planned to bring Kagami along as well. If the three of them worked together, they could surely build a beautiful shinobi world. Unfortunately, perhaps Madara could still talk with him. An illusion world. Uchiha Kagami shook his head, his gaze shifting to Yatsuki, who was locked in a stalemate with Koma. "Having witnessed these Otsutsuki from beyond the stars, you still intend to do such a thing?" "Why not?" Uchiha Madara retorted. "Aside from us, everyone else can slumber in a beautiful illusion. As for external enemies, we can handle them." "Heh." Uchiha Kagami tilted his head with a light laugh. "That's true. Arbitrarily deciding the fate of others, even the shinobi world itself. You remind me of myself, Madara." "Little brat, you've got it backwards." Uchiha Madara's expression darkened. "I was the clan leader of the Uchiha before you." Kagami shook his head. "No, Madara. From the moment I forged a new path. I am the true ancestor of the Uchiha." The three tomo in his eyes spun, a fourth, a fifth. 5 tomo coalesced into a magnificent pattern, blooming like a flower. A torrent of ocular power like mountains and seas poured forth. The world lost its color. Mountains crumbled, seas split apart. The entire land of rain, viewed from beyond the heavens, collapsed as if a colossal being had stepped upon it. Boom! A surging tide of deep purple chakra erupted as Yatsuki finally broke free from Koma's restraints. Those purple gold Rinnegan fixed intently on Uchiha Kagami's pupils. "There's no mistake. That is the aura of a god." His expression turned fervent, the shift from stillness to frenzy stark and jarring. "Tell me, where lies the god's remains?" Devour it. And I shall become the new god. Extremely dense chakra coalesced into a colossal violet hand reaching toward Uchiha-Kagami. Release black slash. A black-red slash crackled with lightning striking the violet giant hand. Thud. The energy unleashed at the point of impact blasted a fathomless abyss into the earth. How fragile. This shinobi world. Uchiha-Kagami flew backward then turned and soared high into the sky. Follow me all of you. Stop spouting your grand ideals. Halfway up Kagami glanced back with a faint smile. You are the warriors I hold in high regard. Cast aside everything. Just remember one thing. Give it your all and kill me. Otherwise you will be the ones to die. Swoosh. A black rainbow pierced the atmosphere. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation Yatsuki transformed into a bolt of violet lightning and pursued. Uchiha Madara turned to Hashirama. Can you keep up? Don't underestimate me, Madara. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two streaks of light shot upward in pursuit. From the distant shinobi lands people could see 4 comets rising from the earth, dazzling and magnificent. Beneath the ruins of the land of rain, among the cracks between rocks and water currents, several black tendrils struggled to push aside the boulders pinning him down. He gasped for breath, utterly weakened. SSS. A white serpent slithered to his side, speaking in a human tongue. You're incredibly lucky, Kakuzu, to have survived even this. I'm quite interested in your techniques. How about a partnership? The white serpent opened a maw far larger than its body, swallowing the scattered black tendrils. Only a few dozen kilometers from the moon, Uchiha-Kagami halted abruptly, turned around. This distance should suffice. I can go all out now. Slap. Uchiha-Kagami clasped his hands together, unleashing a violent surge of chakra from every cell, forming a black-red tide. This was a battle demanding his absolute best. A battle he had anticipated for over a decade. It had been so long since facing Ishiki Otsutsuki. As the black-red tide expanded, even the light from space was swallowed. Uchiha Madara and the others, having just arrived, felt as though they had stepped into an endless abyss. Darkness spread, staining the nearby moon black. From the depths of that darkness, a voice echoed. Tsukuyami no Mikoto, Great Burial Mound. Countless ghastly white bones rose from the black sea, forming a staircase, extending all the way to Uchiha-Kagami's feet. Pure, undiluted killing intent filled the entirety of this space. Swish. 2 pitch-black long swords materialized in Uchiha-Kagami's hands. His crimson gaze fixed on the corners of his mouth, curling upward uncontrollably. All right. Let the slaughter begin. Uchiha Madara was the first to move. His limbo border jail clones charged at Kagami simultaneously. Those invisible clones were perfectly clear to Kagami's eyes. FSSSH. Countless spikes erupted from the black sea, impaling the limbo clones instantly. Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed. The instant destruction of his limbo clones didn't surprise him. What concerned him? He could sense those black spikes draining chakra from the limbo clones. Madara attempted to recall the limbo clones, but it failed. Uchiha-Kagami's voice drifted over. The Great Burial Mound has a simple rule. All substitutions, clones, reincarnations, and time-space jutsu are forbidden. Not just you. I too am bound by this rule. And to be clear, I naturally gain a power boost from these restrictions on myself. Kagami, wielding his twin blades, descended slowly from the bone staircase. Pure combat where every cut draws blood. Until I die, this space shall never be destroyed. I told you. We fight in our most primal forms. Now then, my first chosen opponent. Swish. Kagami's figure vanished in an instant. Not time-space jutsu, but sheer blinding speed. As if every frame of his movement had been excised, leaving only his sudden appearance at another point. By the time Hashirama reacted, his armor had been slashed open, a massive cross-shaped wound stretching from his shoulder to his lower abdomen. A chilling voice echoed in his ear. Stay focused, you fool. Cold eyes met Hashirama's stunned gaze, filled with genuine, undeniable killing intent. If you can't muster any spirit. Kagami flashed a sinister grin. How about I go kill Tsunade first? Bam! A heavy fist slammed into Kagami's blade, sending him drifting away like a willow catkin. Hashirama took a deep breath, pressing his hand against the wound on his chest. With his regenerative abilities, he couldn't even stem the bleeding. His gaze hardened, and Hashirama grinned wryly. Sorry, Kagami. I genuinely didn't react in time. Not for lack of focus. Madara, I think we need to work together. That bastard Kagami truly intends to kill me. TCHU airhead idiot. Uchiha Madara spat, placing a truth-seeking orb over Hashirama's wound. Kagami's gaze shifted to Yatsuki. The man who had been raving moments ago now wore a blank expression, like a textbook case of split personality. Yatsuki was analyzing the peculiarities of this space. Kagami made no move to stop him, giving them ample time to adjust. He looked up at the black moon within the space. How cold. I came all this way to see you, and you won't even greet me. Upon the black moon, a towering figure slowly materialized, 4 arms each gripping a differently shaped weapon. Behind his head hung a blood-red blazing sun. He grinned savagely. I was planning to ambush you, you know. Can't surprise a censor like you, huh? No fun. Sukuna lowered 2 of his weapons, pressing his hands together. Between us. This is how we should greet each other. Uchiha Kagami. Whoosh. The blood-red sun transformed into a searing slash illuminating the dark realm. Kagame's black blade ignited with crimson flames. In perfect mirror, 2 slashes redder than blood radiating endless killing intent. Slash release Crimson God. Slash release Crimson God. 26 years ago, 2 souls from different times and spaces converged in this unfamiliar world. In the vast cosmos with infinite dimensions, the probability of such an event was not merely slim. It was virtually impossible. Symbiosis. Archrivals. Jinchuriki. Such terms could hardly describe the relationship between Uchiha Kagami and Sukuna. Fear in childhood, then disgust, hatred, contempt. Until Uchiha Kagami thought, perhaps, I should give you a perfect ending. Let you reach your ultimate zenith. Then die by my hands. Clang. The black blade and trident crossed in a blur, their collision emitting a grating screech. Their movement seemed unhurried. Yet every strike carried the chilling intent to kill. The black blade traced a crescent arc aiming to cleave Sukuna in half at the waist. Boom. 2 arms seized the long blade tightly. Sukuna swung the trident crashing down like a collapsing mountain. Kagami twisted the hand gripping his sword, deflected the palm, and left a gash across Sukuna's chest before retreating. Simultaneously, the trident grazed his cheek, splattering a trace of blood. Uchiha Kagami wiped his face and stared at the fresh crimson blood on his fingers. Inhaling the fragrance of blood, he revealed an incredibly radiant smile, like a youth discovering something wonderful. Yes. Even now his appearance remained that of a young man. Time had not altered his appearance nor his thoughts. That's right. This is my pursuit. I have never feared death. I despise a peaceful and tranquil life. I was always a madman craving battle. Boundless fighting spirit materializing godlike and demonic. Within his black-red aura, Uchiha Kagami resembled a vengeful specter from the inferno. The Black Sea trembled also in fear. What are you all waiting for? Sukuna, his bloodied hands forming seals, sneered. We're facing Uchiha Kagami, an overwhelmingly powerful monster. Let's attack together. Let's slay a god. Whoosh. From the gaping maw on Sukuna's abdomen, a gaudy flame surged forth. The blaze spread like a phoenix's wings, boiling the Black Sea. Without pause, the maw chanted. Dragon scales, rebound. Twin meteors, full incantation. Black-red blood oozed from the mouth. Before even unleashing it, Sukuna suffered immense backlash. Space-time nullification. I refuse to believe such a thing. My slash can tear through everything. Above Uchiha Kagami's head, a crack appeared without warning, rending the dark space-time. It became the sole light in that realm. Simultaneously, the eye on Yami's forehead bloomed a resplendent rainbow. Uchiha Madara raised both hands, and several pale bone spikes shot from his palms. All-killing ash bones. Splash. Hashirama Senju, wielding a pure black greatsword, traversed the sea, approaching Uchiha Kagami. No tactical discussion, no attribute coordination needed. The attacks of the 4 masters were perfectly timed, interlocking seamlessly. In all the vast universe, who could withstand such an onslaught? Endless light engulfed Uchiha Kagami. 3 days passed. In the ninja world, countless people looked up at the black moon that blocked out the sunlight. That battlefield which determined everyone's fate was one they weren't even qualified to witness. Konoha. Atop the tallest building, Minato Namikaze and others looked up. Dad, will Master be okay? Naruto frowned, his eyes filled with worry. Minato didn't know what to say. His heart was in turmoil. That was his kindred spirit, a bond deeply forged. Already feeling profound failure for not being able to help Uchiha Kagami. Kagami-sama will not lose. Saying this in a low rumble, the wielder had been staring at the black moon, having not eaten for a long time. No matter the situation, no matter the enemy, Kagami-sama absolutely will not lose. At the broken border of the rain country, Shursui also looked up. He never doubted the outcome. It's just, he clearly sensed that after this battle his brother would truly leave. Through Shursui's gaze, Tobarama Senju remained silent. Hashirama and Madara joining forces was something he had once theorized. With their combined strength, they could easily pacify the ninja world. Yet now they were merely one component against that person. No one could see through the black moon, but the fact that it still existed already said much. Tsukuyami-san Terra no Ryu. It was an absolute domain isolating space-time, its time flow completely different from the outside world. If one measured by the common perception of sunrise and sunset, over 70 days had already passed there. Techniques considered hidden arts didn't even qualify to appear in a battle of this magnitude. Otsutsuki Yami, surrounded by purple flames, gripped a dark golden spear. Dazzling lightning bloomed from its tip. Behind him materialized a deep purple Dharma wheel inscribed with 9 tomo, spinning rapidly. Boom! The spear thrust forward. The surging pressure condensed into a massive dragon claw, crashing down. However, it wasn't an attack aimed at anyone. It was aimed at the domain itself. His body was already covered in countless wounds, his clothes stained with purple-red blood. He wanted to escape. Escape from this slaughterhouse. Boom! The colossal dragon claw slammed against the domain's edge, cracking the bone-white long staircase and making the Black Sea boil. But this cage didn't show a single crack. A nightmare voice echoed in his ear. Where do you think you're going? Blood-matted hair fell covering half of his eyes. A cold pupil glinting in the shadows stared at Yami. Thud! A hand landed on his shoulder, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. I am willing to serve you. Acknowledge you as the new. Shing. The black blade flashed the head, trailing silver-white hair, arced through the air. Swish. There it was. The first casualty. No chance of reincarnation. Uchiha Kagami, who had just beheaded Yami, suddenly convulsed. To his left and right, 2 hands pressed against his waist. 6 paths Chibaku Tensei. It was as if an invisible god brought their palms together. With Uchiha Kagami as the origin and existence, like a cosmic black hole formed. Powerful chakra was crushed, shattered. The ultimate technique that once saved the ninja world and sealed an evil god. Now the two controlling yin and yang had even surpassed Hagoromo and Hamura. Crack, something intangible broke. Madara and Hashirama had transcended the original 6 Paths brothers. However, Uchiha Kagami was not Kagaya Otsutsuki. Boom. A sound like a stellar explosion, a white dragon roared out from within Uchiha Kagami. The white dragon's roar clamping its jaws tightly onto Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Kagami instantaneously appeared before Hashirama Senju. His 5 fingers like blades pierced through the heart of the god of shinobi. It all happened in an instant. Before he could even bid farewell to Hashirama Senju, a crimson slash annihilated him. And with it, Uchiha Kagami's arm. Sukuna's most distinctive forearm feature was now reduced to 2. Half his face was carved away bone deep. If judged by the number of limbs of an ordinary person, he was the only whole one present. Uchiha Kagami stared at the severed arm. After his soul and body fused into one, his physical strength reached a terrifying level. Conversely, the chakra required to heal his wounds was equally immense. Clang. He raised his hand and summoned the black blade lying nearby. Gripping the sword with his severed arm, Kagami lifted his head and revealed a smile. No need to heal. Before my power runs out completely, I'll just take them all down. The white dragon tore into Madara Uchiha, enduring his heavy blows in return. Madara Uchiha, already on the verge of death, still held the upper hand against the white dragon in their clash. Sukuna and Uchiha Kagami locked eyes. No words were exchanged. No battle cries were raised. Their figures collided in an instant. Fists, elbows, knees, teeth, skull. Sukuna abandoned weapons entirely, transforming into a primal beast, fighting with every organ of his body. His throat burned like fire. Oh, so the throat bone was bitten through. Uchiha Kagami's face remained expressionless, his eyes deathly still. Strike after strike, his movements showed no trace of deviation. Boom. Huge chunks of the white dragon's flesh flew through the air. Madara Uchiha with a severed leg flew in and slammed into him. His long hair, which had turned snow white due to the transformation, had now reverted to black. The so-called 6 Paths attire had also reverted to crimson armor. He laughed wildly. Uchiha Kagami, as his body approached, his black hair continued to change the color, draining away into colorless, ghastly white. The Rinne Sharingan in his forehead closed. In his eyes there was a hint of crimson. He reached out his hand, his voice hoarse. He roared, he screamed. I will never become a memory. Like wind blowing through ashes. Madara Uchiha's body was disintegrating, finally transforming into a crimson beam of light, piercing straight through Uchiha Kagami's heart. Thump, thump, bang. Darkness shattered. The dim ninja world welcomed the light once more. The blackness that had covered the moon receded rapidly. It seemed Uchiha Kagami's presence was fading away. Swish! Sukuna raised his hand, and a blinding red light bloomed at his fingertips, pouring everything into it. The past, the present, the future. Everything, every single thing. I offer it all. Die. Uchiha Kagami. / release. Crimson Absolute. The people of the ninja world saw it clearly. Under the moonlight, the figure who fought to the very end. They saw the crimson crescent moonblade. Uchiha Kagami's thoughts came to a halt at the moment. His heart was pierced. Death. What is death? Is this it? He could perceive nothing, remember nothing. / release, flame release, yin-yang release. He couldn't recall any of it. Even the simplest 3 body techniques were forgotten. Who am I? No. At least this much I still remember. I am Uchiha Kagami. That is the name I acknowledge. I cannot die. I am the one and only mandate of heaven in this world. The black blade slipped from his palm. What he raised was just his hand, as if gently stroking a lover's hair, as if parting the willow catkins on the shore. As if. No need for as if. This is it, the / that annihilates all causality in this world. / splitting heaven and earth. The invisible blade devoured the bloody strike, extending, cleaving through gods and demons, cleaving through the full moon, reaching into the infinite starry sky. The sky began to drizzle with blood-red raindrops. The 2 closest to the heavens bathed in the blood rain. Sukuna slowly sat down. His vicious, terrifying face unexpectedly gave off a sense of peace. Kagami, from the very beginning, I was alone. We finally understand each other now. Did you think I'd say that? Sukuna seemed to try to stand, but struggled and failed. He roared with all his might, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. How pathetic, Uchiha Kagami. For the next 10,000 years I will curse you. You will surely die the most miserable death. Transform into a monster amidst loss and gain. Uchiha Kagami pressed his fingers against his throat, forcing himself to produce a sound. His voice was faint. Thank you, Sukuna. He looked up towards the dark starry sky, towards that place. I won't remember you for long. Perhaps you reincarnated might one day. Hear my name again. Is that so? All right then. I'll come and kill you again next time. Farewell. Kagami. Sukuna gave a relieved smile, his body growing fainter and fainter. He transformed into a massive soul flame. Whoosh. Countless souls flew out, soaring towards the boundless universe. The souls of the ninja world, no longer trapped in the Pure Land, free to reincarnate. Among the countless spirits, Sage of Six Paths Kaguya Hamura, one lingered. She wore her favorite emerald green dress, appearing as a young girl. From a great distance her gaze met Uchiha Kagami's. Their gazes gradually softened. A single tear silently traced down Uchiha Kagami's cheek. She raised her hand, waving vigorously, bidding farewell to her child. Kagami lowered his head, unable to bear looking. After countless spirits departed, only silence remained in the high heavens. Starlight scattered down, leaving one person alone between heaven and earth. Drenched in moonlight, there was a hint of desolation and loneliness. Uchiha Kagami slowly raised his head and saw the cracks split open in the distant heavens. His figure soared high, brushing past the broken moon, passing by the dim meteorites. Rising ever higher, endless starlight bathed the ninja world, and that figure was etched into legend. To break through the subdimension with just a physical body. Not bad, him. It's been a few thousand years since someone like you appeared. From beyond the massive rift in spacetime, infinite starlight burst forth. A voice came through. Uchiha Kagami gazed at the endless starlight, filling his vision. A speck of light coalesced in his eye socket, forming the sixth tomo. The starlight, like living branches, covered his scarlet eye with a hazy azure veil. Backlit by the starlight, the figure wasn't clearly visible. Only the slowly drifting silver-white long hair reflecting the starlight. Welcome to the stars. My name is Sora. The figure assumed a drawing stance. The next moment, a silver-white blade flash tore through the starlight. A smile reappeared on Uchiha Kagami's face. He laughed wildly. His laughter was so hearty, echoing through the starry sky. Come on. He spread his arms wide, and an endless torrent of slashes burst forth towards the stars, proclaiming the arrival of Uchiha Kagami. End of the book. There is no such thing as a perfect ending. This is merely where I felt it was time to stop. For now, Uchiha Kagami's story comes to a close. There might be afterwards and side stories later. As for the next book, it also starts from Naruto. After that, I'll be ready to handle a larger world. Give me about a week or so. I hope you'll all enjoy the next story. How well then, see you soon. It won't be long. And one last thing. I'll be shameless for once and hope for a little parting gift, haha laughs. Konoha year 70. Big brother. Get up for breakfast. How many times have I called you? Bang. Naruto's door was violently kicked open by bluffing Huali. However, no one was in the room. Huali hurried downstairs and asked Kushina, who was busy in the kitchen, Mom, big brother is not in his room. Kushina tapped her forehead with her fingertip, thought for a moment, and smiled apologetically. I forgot. He told me he would be staying at the Uchiha clan grounds for a few days to train. Really? Mom, you're so forgetful. Are you going through menopause? What did you say? Brat, come here. Uchiha clan grounds, large training ground. Bang. The lake water exploded and two robust figures collided within the steam at a speed beyond the naked eye. Until sunset, the two figures stopped their exchange. Not good, Sasuke. Your stamina is still inferior to mine. Already panting. Sasuke, now a young man, put on a short jacket and glared at Naruto. Don't act so tough. If you didn't use Sage Mode plus the 7th gate, I could take down an opponent like you in minutes, if not for the commotion of Susanoo. Naruto looked at him with a smile in his eyes. I already gave you face by not opening the 8th gate. TCH, is it worth it? Opening the 8th gate would kill you. I won't. Naruto leaned close to Sasuke and said with a grin, my dad and I derived a stronger Yang seal from the Yin seal. With the body energy I've accumulated, opening the 8th gate would only leave me weakened for a while. Sasuke's expression changed slightly. He had also trained in the 8 gates, but after mastering it to a sufficient level, he shifted his focus to developing his ocular techniques, which were the foundation of the Uchiha clan. If Naruto could open the 8 gates in Sage Mode, then that guy would indeed be an obstacle in his competition for the 5th Hokage. Yes. Recently, Minato Namikaze announced that he would step down as the 4th Hokage. To compete for the 5th Hokage, one must obtain at least 100 votes from Konoha ninjas as a qualification standard, and then compete in a battle selection tournament. In other words, as long as you don't make everyone dislike you, the strongest becomes Hokage. This should have been a grand event with many contenders, but it didn't cause much of a stir. After all, everyone knew that only a few people were qualified to compete for the position of 5th Hokage. It wasn't that Minato Namikaze had already chosen someone, but over the years the ninja world had basically been subdued by those few. The strength of the younger generation reminded many old ninjas of that legendary man. If the era of Uchiha Kagami was one man dominating the ninja world, now the younger generation overwhelms the older ninjas. Uchiha Konohamaru, proficient in all chakra natures, learned over 1,000 ninjutsu by the age of just over 10. Furthermore, he combined Storm Release, Blaze Release, Lava Release, Steel Release, and the Sharingan. He is an unparalleled top genius with 5 bloodline limits. And there are rumors that he has already begun developing Kekkei Tōta. As a child, he was guided by Uchiha-Kagami, and later he traveled to the Land of Wind to become Orochimaru's disciple. 2 years ago, Orochimaru publicly declared that Konohamaru had surpassed his power. The Hyuga Byakugan siblings. Last year, they also returned from the moon and awakened the legendary Tenseigan. Especially Hinata Hyuga, whose Byakugan purity is higher and her strength surpasses Niji Hyuga. Since years ago when Uchiha-Kagami shattered the Pure Land, all souls have been able to reincarnate freely. The energy once bound by the Pure Land has also begun to return to the ninja world, and all ninjas can feel their own power growing. However, this phenomenon is more pronounced among clans with bloodline limits. The Land of Water also saw the emergence of a supernova, Kimimaro Kagaya. After that world-shaking battle, his bloodline disease suddenly healed, and he grew a pair of small horns. Like the legendary Kinkaku and Ginkaku of Cloud Hidden, he exhibited atavism. As a disciple of the Mizukage Kakashi, he not only mastered the 5 basic nature transformations, but also developed his own bloodline limit, the Deadbone Pulse, to an extremely deep level. Moreover, with Minato Namake's permission, Kakashi taught him the Flying Thunder God technique. Karen of the Land of Fire. This woman is revered as a master of sealing techniques. Leaving Konoha at 12 to travel, she sealed all the evil spirits and demons of the ninja world in just 3 years. Single-handedly, she accomplished what the entire Uzumaki clan once could, considering that she was one of that person's direct disciples. Such a feat. Most people found it reasonable. The other two were even more dazzling existences among the terrifying new generation. Sasuke Uchiha, the young clan leader of the Uchiha designated by that person. In recent years, he has had no notable achievements because, at the age of 14, he defeated all the renowned strongmen in the ninja world except Minato Namake's and Shursui Uchiha. Even Kimimaro Kagaya of the Land of Water could not hold out for half a day under his assault. Many believe that he possesses power surpassing Minato Namake's, but refrains from acting out of respect for the Hokage's face. Naruto Uzumaki. This one's track record is even slimmer. He seems to have no interest in picking fights. But, just by being the opponent closest to himself recognized by Sasuke Uchiha, that alone is enough. Of course Naruto didn't think so. He believed that if they really fought he could kill Sasuke, because he had inherited from his father. The two were in a state of mutual defiance. They were hailed as the 2 demigods of the new generation of ninjas advancing side by side. The title of God of Shinobi due to that person's existence had been elevated infinitely, and no one thought anyone else could attain it. Compared to these super new generation geniuses like Darahaku and Hozuki Mangetsu, who were originally worthy of inheriting the Kage title, also paled in comparison. And in the current ninja world, the recognized strongest, the one closest to the realm of the God of Shinobi, only that one, the favored subject of the gods, Shursui Uchiha, the chief of the Uchiha, the foremost clan of the ninja world, the first Tsuchikage, the world's greatest Jinjutsu user, master of both Kimui and Flying Thunder God. Too many titles proclaim his overwhelming power. Minato Namake's once discussed with Shursui about him becoming Hokage. Shursui Uchiha refused. He inherited Uchiha Kagami's ideology. After his power reached a certain level, he restrained himself, acting as a restraining force of the world, not participating in governance. He only wanted to pursue that person, to see his brother again. Hokage's office. Minato Namake's was doing his final work, trying to minimize the pressure on the next Hokage. On the sofa nearby, Kakashi was peeling an orange. During a break in work, Minato Namake's had time to greet Kakashi. I heard you also stepped down as Mizukage. Kakashi lifted his mask, broke off a segment of orange, and chewed slowly. Yeah, after all, my title was just a figurehead. It didn't require the trouble of a Hokage election. Minato Namake smiled. You're still bothered by what Kagami said. He was just. I know. Kakashi turned to look out the window toward the sky. I know he's always been a foul-mouthed guy. I've known since childhood. He left so carefree, leaving us not even a keepsake. Minato Namake smiled wryly and shook his head. Don't talk as if Kagami is dead. Knowing him, he must be traveling happily in a broader world. Haha, I can already imagine that guy fighting his way through everywhere. Kakashi laughed, but there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. Kagami, how are you now exactly? Land of Wind. In the spacious and bright laboratory, Orochimaru, clad in a white lab coat with his hands in his pockets, gazed at the boy on the experimental table. The boy, shirtless, was covered in black curse marks and twisted, terrifying black tendrils. Leaf Naruto, are you really going to do this? With your ocular power, you could safely ascend to an ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan user, with Shursui guarding Mirakuin and Sasuke's pair of eyes. Actually, you still have your sister Uchiha Izumi. There is no need to take such a great risk. Give your sister some stimulation. There is a high probability she will awaken the Mangekyō. Discuss it with her. After Jinka, several other clan members had also manifested the Mangekyō. At that moment, the Uchiha clan finally realized Jinka's Mangekyō wasn't weak, rather that was the standard for an ordinary Mangekyō. Uchiha, Mirror, Shursui, and Sasuke were all on a level surpassing ordinary Mangekyō users. Leaf Naruto shook his head on the experimental table, a faint smile playing on his lips. Teacher Mirror is no longer with us. Shursui told me about the procedure, but he cannot help me. My sister is happy now. I do not wish for her to awaken the Mangekyō, nor could I ever take her eyes. I have inherited the names of Uchiha and Konoha. I am Uchiha Leaf Naruto. Red light burst from the boy's eyes, siphoning the black tendrils and curse marks on his body directly into his gaze. This is my own choice, and I will inevitably succeed. I will surely obtain eternal ocular power. Whoosh! Scorching flames began to burn Leaf Naruto's body, as if forging him. The few people by the experimental table quickly retreated. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Orochimaru with concern. After Leaf Naruto entered the Uchiha elite class, Kabuto had taught him most of the time, treating him like a younger brother. Mr. Orochimaru, will Leaf Naruto be alright? Orochimaru watched the boy who endured the burning flames without a sound, his eyes revealing appreciation and anticipation, as if witnessing the birth of a masterpiece. He will succeed. He is a man who possesses both the bloodline of Sensei Sarutobi and the Uchiha clan. I don't care whether he succeeds or not, but not a single penny of the Jigaku no Ko money will be missing. A middle-aged man with ordinary green bean eyes standing beside him snorted coldly. Orochimaru smiled faintly and nodded. Of course, I would never dare to default on my debt to Mr. Kakuyo. You are my most important employee. Don't get too presumptuous, Orochimaru. We are partners. I am not your subordinate. Alright, Land of Earth. Iwagakure was nestled among the mountains. The environment here, after being modified by Iwagakure's Shursui, had become very suitable for human habitation. There would no longer be rain of flying stones. But, whoosh! Suddenly a massive slash infused with white light slammed toward the Iwagakure administrative building. Damn you, Shursui. Witness my explosive release, dust release. Huh. Boom. The massive explosion echoed. As the smoke cleared the Iwagakure building was unscathed, a ripple of a barrier shimmering on its surface. Shursui pulled open the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at Deidara perched on a clay bird in the sky. Frowning, he said, that's just dust release in a different form, isn't it? Does it have as much in common with slash release as a fingernail thickness? If you keep making noise, I'll really lock you in the Tsukuyami Infinite Tsukuyami and never let you out. Damn you, Shursui. This is clearly slash release. And it's slash release that explodes. It's an upgraded version of slash release. You. Swish. Before he could finish his sentence, an invisible flying thunder god slash shattered the clay bird beneath him. As he fell, he grabbed the railing of the Iwagakure building, dangling in the air. Hey Shursui, I heard Konoha is changing its Hokage. Aren't you going? You guys are recognized as the strongest in the ninja world. I'm not participating. Shursui shook his head, smiling faintly. They consider me the strongest only because my ocular jutsu can summon that person. But the older brother I can summon now does not possess his consciousness. No matter how hard I try, it is useless. Just thinking of that person made Deidara shiver. Back then in Konoha, the scene of moonlit slashes covering the mountains was deeply imprinted in his mind. Shaking his head, Deidara said, back then I was still young, causing Aji-sama, Inoki, to lose face. If you're not participating, I will definitely take first place this time. I'm going to change the title of Hokage to Tsuchikage. Shursui watched him with a smile. Go ahead. As long as you win, you can call it Explosive Kage if you want. Deidara's eyes lit up. Right. Although it's a bit sorry for Inoki, but Explosive Kage does sound cooler. Shursui, you have good taste. Then I'm off. Watching Deidara fly away on his clay bird, a woman in a secretary outfit, Tsuchigamo Kuratsuchi, approached. He has no idea how high the sky is or how deep the ocean is. How could Brother Deidara possibly be a match for those monsters? Lord Tsuchikage, why didn't you dissuade him? Shursui shook his head and smiled. It's fine. The Hokage selection won't result in any deaths. Besides, he first needs to secure 100 votes from Konoha ninjas. It's better that he left. I can have a few days of peace. Land of Water. Having succeeded Kakashi as the 6th Mizukage, Teratama May saw them off at the village entrance. Speaking of which, among the 5 great nations, only the Mizukage and Kazekage positions maintained a tradition of succession. She adjusted Kagaya Kimamaro's collar, instructing him like an older sister. I've already sorted out the Konoha ninja votes for you. You just need to perform well. I don't expect you to win the title of Hokage, but you must return safely. Understood. Kimamaro nodded expressionlessly. Mei looked at Zabuza and Haku beside her. Kimamaro doesn't talk much, Haku. You must take good care of him. Adult Haku was still as beautiful as a girl. She smiled and nodded. I understand, Mizukage-sama. Zabuza spoke discontentedly. I'm the eldest among us, right? Mizukage, you should have asked me to look after them. Mei glanced at Zabuza and snorted disdainfully. I only asked Haku to go. When did I ask you? You begged and pleaded to come along. With that face of yours, it's a miracle if you don't scare people away. Huh. Haku grabbed Zabuza's arm and whispered, don't be angry, Zabuza-sama. Kimamaro has already left. Let's catch up quickly. Zabuza gave Mei a vicious glare over his shoulder. I'll settle this with you when I get back. Mei remained dismissive. She didn't want to speak to someone with such questionable orientation. Konoha. Izakaya. Today the establishment was booked by the Konoha Women's Society. Young women sat around a table, their delicate laughter constant. Karen, holding a small sake flask, her face flushed red, said, Hey Hinata, how's your side going? Hinata, who was devouring large chunks of meat, looked up. She was no longer as shy as before, at least except when facing Naruto she could eat and drink freely in front of others. Hinata knew what Karen was referring to, her face turning slightly red. Naruto-kun promised me that as soon as this Hokage selection ends he will date me. What? Karen slammed the table fiercely, saying angrily, "You're already at this stage, and you only tell me now." Hinata lowered her head in embarrassment. "Sis Karen, what about Sasuke-kun's side?" Karen shook her head in distress and took a gulp of sake. Auntie Makoto has even urged him. I feel like he doesn't dislike me either, but he refuses to accept my feelings, saying I would only affect his training speed. As she spoke, 2 streams of clear tears fell from Karen's eyes. It's so unfair. That kind of thing should only affect my training, like if I got pregnant or something. Up. Karen shook her head like she was drunk, and then slammed the sake flask onto the table. I've decided. I will definitely defeat everyone and become Hokage. And my first order will be to make Sasuke-kun marry me. Konoha, Ninja Academy. 2 children 6 or 7 years old formed the seal of confrontation. Yo, Uchiha-lan, this time I will definitely defeat you. The bowl-cut-haired boy shouted, charging forward with a wooden kunai in hand. The child named Uchiha-lan wore a dark blue traditional kimono tied with a violet silk sash at the waist, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Murin, you're still far from it. Their bodies collided. The exchange of taijutsu surpassed what children of their age should possess. After a fierce battle, the boy named Murin, relying on his innate strength, struck Uchiha-lan back with a single punch, raising his fist and laughing, "Aha! I'm stronger than you. Is that so?" Uchiha-lan looked up, a crimson hue emerging in his eyes with a single tomo spinning in his pupils. Sharingan. Murin was startled, momentarily stunned. In an instant, Uchiha-lan appeared before him, their eyes locking. Murin recalled the elder's warning about the taboo of gazing directly into the Sharingan and hastily closed his eyes. Bang! Uchiha-lan pinned Murin to the ground, the wooden kunai pressed against his neck. This time I still win, Murin. Lankuin is so cool. How awesome. This is the power of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. Lankuin, look at me. As everyone knows, the children of the shinobi world mature early. The girls cheered, making one silent figure stand out as different. She had beautiful silver-white long hair, skin as delicate as white porcelain, and a cool, aloof demeanor that gave her an ethereal quality. Hey, Hui-chan. The girl beside her gave her a gentle nudge. Don't you think Lankuin is super handsome? The silver-haired girl turned her head slowly, her voice soft. He's okay, but they're just children. What are you talking about? You're a child too. Hui did not respond, instead gazing up at the sky where a full moon should have been. Now in that place hung a shattered mass of giant meteorite floating in the sky, visible even during the day. She felt as if she had forgotten something. But she turned her gaze to the field. Lan was pulling Murin up, forming the seal of reconciliation. Why, looking at these 2 children gives me a sense of peace. No, why do I think of Lan and Murin as children? They are actually a bit older than me. How strange. Wind country. Laboratory. On the platform, the flames burning around Konohamaru grew lighter in color, yet the temperature rose higher. The critical moment was approaching. The dark gold snake eyes narrowed. Orochimaru performed hand seals and summoned a vat of nutrient solution. Inside the solution was a pale blue eyeball with 2 rings of patterns upon it. The blood of Shisui, a leg of Otsutsuki Urashiki, and the genes of an experimental subject named Shin. Orochimaru had fused these to create this defective Rinnegan. Konohamaru, I am far inferior to Kagami-kun. As your teacher, this is the power I can give you. The pale blue eyeball was cast into the flames. Konohamaru's eyes burst forth with a crimson light, instantly engulfing the pale blue eyeball. Orochimaru waited in silence. For the sake of the third Hokage, he had taken Konohamaru in and taught him diligently. But he also had his own selfish motives. He wanted to personally witness the evolution of this perfect Mangekyō and unravel its mysteries. I too shall surely obtain such eyes. Merely Otsutsuki cannot satisfy me. Moments later, a beam of black-red light pierced the laboratory dome, shooting straight into the sky. In the history of the shinobi world, the third pair of divine eyes was born. Earth Country. Shisui, who was idly daydreaming on a high building, suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. Without reason, a sharp pain surged in his eye sockets. What's happening? Over the years, Shisui had never fought anyone aside from missing his brother. He almost never used the Sharingan. But now, blood tears streamed from his eyes, and the Mangekyō awakened on its own. After the shock, Shisui's heart overflowed with ecstasy. Only one person could possibly do this. Brother. The eyes across time and space descended. In the mental space, Tobirama's voice trembled. You bastard. You can actually come back. The black-red flames slowly coalesced into a human form. Only the upper body, the lower part, was wavering black fire, unable to solidify. Shisui rushed into the mental space, weeping even as a spirit. Brother. The gradually solidifying features were exactly as Shisui remembered. Uchiha Kagami. He opened his eyes. The black in his pupils was like an abyss without bottom. Shisui. By the time of the shinobi world, over 10 years have passed, yet you haven't improved much. It was a familiar voice. Shisui wept with joy, crying like a child. Brother, without you I don't know what to do. Uchiha Kagami raised a hand and waved. The black shackles binding Tobirama disappeared. Tobirama knew what this meant and smiled faintly, finally willing to grant me release. He did not look at him. The moment he saw Shisui, Uchiha Kagami knew everything about Shisui over the years. Tobirama, I hope you will be reborn as an Uchiha in your next life. Oh, perhaps that will be interesting. This was merely Uchiha Kagami's mischievous whim, but at his level of power the world would bend to his will. An inadvertent thought could become reality. This is the realm of gods. Tobirama's spirit dissipated, and before Shisui could say anything, he was expelled from the mental space. The Tomo and the Mangekyō spawned, and without his control it performed. Virava Gate Kagami. Over the years Shisui had used this technique countless times, yet no matter how he called he received no response. This time was different. In the eyes of the real clone the light of human consciousness appeared. Just as in the past, confident to the point of arrogance, as if he alone stood supreme between heaven and earth. Uchiha Kagami raised a hand brushing through his hair, and half of his jet black locks fell away. A faint smile curved on his lips. I recently changed my hairstyle. I think it looks cooler now. What do you think? Shisui pinched the bridge of his nose, and choked out, your old hairstyle was cooler. Is that so? Then that's settled. Your taste has always been terrible. Uchiha Kagami looked into the distance, smiling lightly. Originally my plan was that after you broke through your current limits I could establish an anchor and my consciousness would descend. You are too weak, Shisui. I'm sorry. Shisui lowered his head, looking utterly remorseful. This made Uchiha Kagami, who had been teasing Shisui, feel a bit embarrassed. He added a sentence. Well, after all the time was short, it's normal that you couldn't do it. But I never expected that the appearance of the third pair of four Tomo would establish the anchor. Orochimaru, Konohamaru, you did well. Shush. A deep spatial gate silently appeared. Uchiha Kagami stepped inside. Without needing a special greeting, Shisui hurriedly followed. Crossing nations. The two appeared in the Wind Country. Human negative emotions generate cursed energy and cursed spirits, which can cause real-world harm and death. Consequently, a group of Jujutsu sorcerers emerged to wield cursed energy and combat them. This is a world cursed by fate and the origin of Ryomen Sukuna. As his consciousness returned to his body, Sukuna gazed upon Gojo Satoru, severed cleanly in two at the waist. An overwhelmingly complex expression surfaced on his face. It was not the joy of vanquishing a powerful enemy, nor the lingering emptiness felt at a rival's demise. It was an immense sense of loss regarding reality. Why did I return to this tedious world? Why didn't I die? What kind of joke is this? Could all of that have been merely a dream? What trash plot did some inferior author conjure up? No. Disregarding Gojo's corpse, Sukuna noticed. Within his spiritual ocean, that vermilion door. That aura was one he knew intimately. Countless nights when he snapped back from a daze, it was that vermilion door he saw. The power contained within it was earth-shattering. A maddening, grotesque grin spread across Sukuna's face, terrifying to behold. With no restraint, he let out a hearty roar to the heavens, his thrashing limbs making him resemble a child who had finally obtained something he had desperately begged for. It wasn't a dream. Everything I experienced was truly real. Kagami. Uchiha Kagami. My curse upon you is far from over. What are you laughing at? Does killing Gojo Satoru please you so much? Boom. Thunder roared. Lu Xun-e, the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer 400 years ago, whose lifelong obsession was to battle the strongest, was a pure martial maniac. Without hesitation, Lu Xun-e activated his strongest form, usable only once in a lifetime, Phantom Beast Amber. His flesh was wrapped in a storm of cursed energy with thunder sweeping through the skies. Watching the Thunder Beast descend from the heavens, Sukuna ceased his manic laughter, his eyes filled with impatience. It was the expression one has when, while savoring a grand meal, an annoying fly buzzes into view. Compared to the enemies I have faced, never mind. There is no need for comparison. Sukuna raised a single finger and gave it a gentle wave. Boom. A black-red slash shimmering with lightning completely swallowed Lu Xun-e's thunder, and then annihilated it. The onlookers from Tokyo Jujutsu High fell into dead silence. They had considered the possibility of Lu Xun-e losing, but they never imagined he would be so fragile, dying in an instant. After the silence. How is this possible? What kind of power was that? It was simply a combination of black flash and a slash technique. Sukuna possesses such power, why didn't he use it when fighting teacher Gojo? Hasn't he even used his full strength yet? Sukuna pressed his fingertip against the earth, spreading his perception infinitely. He could feel that his current self possessed the exact same power he had during his final confrontation with Uchiha Kagami. He also understood what was happening. The omnipotence that Uchiha Kagami had discarded had chosen him. You are like me, filled with resentment toward the one who abandoned us, aren't you? Sukuna muttered, his words tinged with barely concealed excitement. I will certainly catch up to him. This is our pact. As a price, I offer all the cursed energy of this jujutsu world. I promise you, I will traverse time and space to catch that man. And then, I will devour him completely and utterly. I will fully accept you, so become part of me. The vermilion door, as if receiving some revelation, transformed into threads of bright red. On Sukuna's body, this eerie crimson appeared simultaneously like blood, like butterflies. At this moment, Sukuna's overflowing aura alone caused the distortion of space and time. This world could simply not bear his existence. Sukuna looked up at the starry sky, his four eyes tinged with a gray-black hue. Emptiness. That was the passage connecting countless subordinate dimensions to the main universe. Like a membrane, it separated reality from illusion. There was no concept of time there. Two beings traversing the void might arrive in the main universe, separated by a millennium. Beside Sukuna floated a black-red butterfly, profoundly mysterious. Not only could others not see it, but even Sukuna himself could not discern its form. It was the essence of the soul, the source of all things. It seemed to emit a low hum, guiding Sukuna's direction. Sukuna clearly perceived that he was perhaps but a tiny drop of seawater within the consciousness ocean of some great, immensely vast entity. Guided by some destiny, he was reborn at this moment. It didn't matter. It didn't matter whose pawn he was. It didn't matter who manipulated him. Uchiha Kagami, I only wish to kill you. No matter how strong you become in the new world, even if you change your appearance and name, I will still follow the guidance of my soul to find you. No matter how many times I die, I will find you. I don't need any reason or meaning. To curse you and entangle you for eternity is the duty of my birth into this world. Bang! Space shattered before Sukuna, revealing a panicked Urom. Looking at Sukuna, before him Urom felt a sense of unfamiliarity. It was a strange feeling. In his eyes, Sukuna seemed colder than 1,000 years ago, yet also somehow gentler. Too strange. Urom, I had a pleasant dream. Sukuna's lips curled upward slightly, a smile that resembled someone greatly. I met a wonderful person, someone I have never seen before. He possessed all the base flaws of humanity, yet also held a pure, perfect madness that made me endlessly obsessed. I longed to pour out my heart to let others know what kind of person he was. It was just like, my vocabulary is truly too poor. I want so badly to let you know. Urom had never seen Sukuna like this before. It was as if he wanted to show off his perfect lover. Lord Sukuna, what exactly have you experienced? In the times I was unaware, did you go somewhere? Sukuna took one of Urom's hands, and the two slowly ascended into the high sky. Lord Sukuna, where are we going? Sukuna did not look back, his voice gentle, to find him. You are my important chef. We will go devour him or be devoured by him. Whichever it is, it will be an incredibly exquisite experience. I wish for you to feel it alongside me. I understand, Lord Sukuna. I will stay by your side forever. Such scorching love. What kind of person could make Lord Sukuna pursue him so fervently? Don't think you can escape. Sukuna. Someone from Jujutsu High flew toward them. Sukuna did not look. Slash techniques fell from the sky to the earth like a torrential downpour. Endless and covering the entire nation. This island nation was completely erased from that moment on. A terrifying whirlpool swallowed the fragments of the tectonic plates, but Sukuna had no interest in even looking back. The person he truly cared about was on the other side of the heavens. Author's note: there is still an extra chapter, but I haven't finished drafting the new book. I've been very busy these past few days traveling across provinces for work with no time at all. I struggled to squeeze in some time to write this to let you know I'm still alive, haha. Sorry, I've really been too busy. I am writing the new book. I'll advertise it once I have more words. It's pointless to advertise with so little content now. Long time no see. Minato. Minato, who had been bent over his desk processing documents, paused mid-stroke with his pen. That voice. There was no mistaking it. The ninja world had enjoyed years of peace without war, yet the sheer volume of work required to truly improve people's lives was monumental. Years of relentless day and night labor had carved traces of time onto Minato's face, with faint streaks of white beginning to appear at his temples. He struggled to lift his head. After a long moment, the corners of Minato's mouth turned upward, revealing his warm, gentle smile. I expected your expression to be a bit more exaggerated. Uchiha Kagami leaned casually against the sofa. I thought so too. You're exactly the same as back then, which makes me feel as if you never left at all. That remark is too ambiguous. Go tell it to your Kushina. Minato studied Uchiha Kagami for a long while before asking, is your true body not with you? Uchiha Kagami glanced out the window at the sky, a smile curling his lips. It's truly fascinating there. Is that so? That's wonderful. In my memory, you rarely smiled so happily. Could you share your journey with me? Given your level, it would be difficult for me to explain in a way you could understand. Minato didn't feel offended. Instead, he asked with a smile, then have you met someone you like? Surely that's a question I can understand. Uchiha Kagami seemed to recall something and shook his head. I can't explain that either. However, I did quite enjoy fighting that woman, though I still can't defeat her. Of course, if I wanted to run, she couldn't catch me. Minato's interest piqued. So in that world, there are even stronger people than you. In his perception, since Uchiha Kagami had awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan, he had remained the strongest in the ninja world with no enemy capable of opposing him. Of course there are an endless number of strong individuals and boundless stars filling the sky. Uchiha Kagami withdrew his gaze and met Minato's eyes, breaking into a brilliant smile. However, I will definitely become the strongest. Yes, I believe in you. I have always believed. Who are you? Konohamaru. It's Konohamaru. A vein throbbed on Konohamaru's forehead. It's only been a year or two, Naruto and I. How can you not recognize me? Naruto examined him carefully for a moment, then scratched his head. and smiled sheepishly. Sorry about that. You've changed so much I didn't recognize you at first. Wherever Naruto was, Sasuke was likely to appear nearby. Sasuke looked into Konohamaru's eyes with a profound gaze. Konohamaru, you have it too that. Konohamaru turned to Sasuke and smiled. Thanks to teacher Orochimaru's help I've managed to obtain it. Huh, obtain what? What are you two talking about? Naruto's gaze darted between the two, sensing something amiss in their expressions. It felt as though they were about to find a place to spar at any second. Is this some kind of Uchiha secret code? Don't exclude me. Hearing Konohamaru say this, Sasuke finally looked past him to Orochimaru, who was dressed in a plain white kimono. His brows furrowed. I remember. The village hasn't revoked your wanted status yet, right? Even if we wouldn't actually go after you, you shouldn't be strutting around Konoha so openly. That was all so many years ago. Orochimaru shook his head with a bitter smile. The one who issued the warrant brought me here. Perhaps they felt my atonement was complete. The one who issued the warrant. Sasuke seemed to recall something, his pupils contracting sharply. The voice coming from around the corner confirmed his suspicion. Long time no see, Sasuke. Naruto. You seem to have already guessed. Shursui emerged from around the corner smiling. It's my brother who has returned. Where is he? Overwhelmed by emotional turbulence, Sasuke unconsciously activated his Sharingan. Shursui pointed his thumb toward the Hokage's office. He should be. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of orange lightning streaked past, hurtling toward the Hokage's office. Sasuke watched that retreating figure with some astonishment. Such speed. He had almost thought it was Lord Revolver. Wait. That chakra. Naruto, when did he become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? The spacious Hokage office was growing cramped as more people flooded in, especially with several oversized orange cats squeezing through the door. Don't look at me with those eyes, I'm not the type to go soft for pets. Uchiha Kagami glanced disapprovingly at the tearful Lord Revolver. Lord Revolver wiped his tears with his thick cat paws, his voice trembling with sobs. Kagami-sama, why did you leave without even saying hello? Why did you leave me behind? Wah wah. It was evident that Lord Revolver wanted to hold back his tears, but he simply couldn't. A palm pressed against his forehead. You're so big now, and still crying. How embarrassing. Threads of peculiar energy flowed into Lord Revolver's body, restoring the faded orange hue to his aging fur. To casually reverse the flow of time, Lord Kagami, you have truly reached the realm of a god. Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh. Through forbidden jutsu, he had achieved rejuvenation and eternal youth. Precisely because of this, he could discern subtle clues, understanding just how miraculous Uchiha Kagami's actions truly were. Uchiha Kagami, who detested having so many people surrounding him, waved his hand dismissively. Aren't you supposed to be organizing the 5th Hokage selection? Do that quickly. Once it's done, I have some matters to discuss. As the crowd dispersed, Naruto with reddened eyes approached. He held out his hand. Where's the gift you promised me? Uchiha Kagami paused slightly, then smiled. I was very precise about what I said. If I were still here at the time, I would have given you your 10th birthday present. I don't care. Just consider it today. Tears that had been welling up in his eyes spilled over unbidden, yet Naruto still stubbornly looked up and held out his hand. Uchiha Kagami smiled helplessly, reaching out to cover Naruto's palm with his own. Between their palms, a thin crack in space appeared, leaking an oppressive aura that made the gathered ninja world experts feel suffocated. Tap. A crystal-clear, multicolored small egg landed in Naruto's palm. Inside this tiny egg, surging heartbeats could be felt, radiating an aura of mystery. Alright, scram and hatch it somewhere else. It should be something interesting. Inside Naruto, the Nine-Tails, which had been trying to lower its presence due to Uchiha Kagami's arrival. Wait until that egg appeared. Its supreme perceptual ability gave it a premonition. Something terrifying would emerge from within. Curly-haired Demon King. I want one too. Uchiha Kagami fiercely ruffled Karui's head. So annoying. What do you take me for? You two go prepare. I still need to assess your capabilities. If you're too weak, you won't qualify to follow me. With those words, everyone's eyes lit up. A newly started story was rejected, so I opened a new one. It's also Naruto-themed, just from another perspective, and already has 30 or 40,000 words. I'm too easily affected by comments, so I plan to release it after 80,000 words. The last struggle of a social recluse. According to my sweet plot design, the side story will conclude right around the time the new book reaches roughly 100,000 words for promotion. I hope I can still write a story that brings a smile to your face. The cosmic sea of stars and boundless dreamlike realms stretched endlessly within the embrace of space-time. Countless stars like precious gems scattered across a vast desert of sand, numbered in the hundreds of billions, each flickering with its unique radiance. Galaxies like colossal islands adrift in the dark ocean of the universe dotted the void. Each one harbored hundreds of billions of stars, revolving, evolving, and colliding, composing the eternal symphony of birth and demise. This was the ultimate destination of all space and time, supreme and sublime. The primordial river suspended high above the starry sea reflected countless epochs. The Hercules Corona Borealis region, known as the abode of stars, it teemed with countless living beings, including mythological grade entities of immense power. Within a spiral-armed galaxy of the region in the void, countless chain-like bridges interconnected to form a colossal spaceborne city. At the city's heart stood a rose-red statue towering over 10,000 meters. The goddess figure emanated an awe-inspiring presence accompanied by the resonant beat of drums that echoed across the divine domain. Alice Yuna, the goddess of fire and poetry. This was her divine kingdom. Since ascending to godhood 3,000 years ago, she had been appointed by the Empire to rule over this star system. Thousands of years of mundane existence had passed until recently, when an intriguing individual finally emerged. At first, she had casually dispatched her followers to handle him, but before long, within a mere decade or so, a mere blink of an eye for a deity, that fellow brazenly disregarded imperial law and ascended to godhood right within her territory. The most terrifying part was, he actually succeeded. Despite hailing from a lower dimension, despite his soul being that of an infant less than 100 years old. Ascending to godhood within a galaxy already ruled by a deity was undoubtedly a grave provocation sufficient to ignite a divine war. Alice refused to believe that the man was unaware of this. What infuriated Alice even more followed. The newly ascended deity established his divine domain less than 5 light years from her own. This was a blatant provocation. Alice, her fury burning, led her star fleet to confront him, determined to teach that insolent brat a lesson. Who builds their home right at someone's doorstep? You could have gone far away. The universe is vast and deities are not so numerous as to occupy every galaxy. Why here? Yet even Alice, a genius among gods, gifted by any measure, found herself unable to defeat him. In just 3,000 years she had completed her mythic codex and entered the mid-tier of divine ranks. Yet she couldn't overcome someone who had only just ascended. Considering his terrifying rate of evolution, Alice knew that if she didn't drive him away soon her entire star system might be seized by him. Kill him. That thought never crossed her mind. As the goddess of fire and poetry, she lacked the power to slay a god. Only a handful of battle-crazed zealots who delved into the destructive aspects of divinity possessed such capability. Ah, damn it. That brat was exactly such a maniac. The moment she first laid eyes on him, Alice had detected that his divine nature bore the hallmark of god-killing potential. This only intensified her urgency to expel him. Who could tolerate a potential criminal dwelling nearby? At the heart of her opulent divine palace, a circular pool glimmered. An elf with elongated ears rose from the water and handmaidens draped robes over her. She possessed hair as scarlet as fire and a beauty so profound that even the most learned scholars would struggle to describe it fully. Any response from that brat? Alice turned to ask her attendant, who was also one of her strongest guards. The guard and elf herself furrowed her elegant brows and shook her head. Lady Yuna, there is no response from the mirror realm. Tue, the stunningly beautiful goddess, spat a gesture utterly beneath her dignity. Keep broadcasting. 300 times a day. Annoy that brat to death. The attendant hesitated, then said softly, my lady, the broadcast ships we dispatched have all been shattered. There is a strange barrier surrounding the mirror realm, a kind of spatial slashing, and we lack the means to defend against it. Has the space stabilization device requested from the Empire arrived? No, my lady. The Empire said, they say you should handle it yourself. They have more pressing matters, and they've been kind enough not to conscript you. TCH. Useless when it counts. What's the point of joining this damn Empire? Lady Yuna, please mind your words. After a moment of silence, another attendant spoke, my lady, that one has already ascended. Only you can confront him. Our fleets lack weaponry capable of threatening a deity. Alice rubbed her head in frustration. I know, of course I know. It's not as if I haven't tried. I simply can't do anything about that brat. He created some mirror realm on a barren little asteroid and gave it a pompous divine kingdom name. What the hell? There are countless star systems in the barren cosmic belt. Why does he have to build his divine kingdom right here? Arg. So annoying. The more Alice thought about it, the angrier she became. Fetch my divine artifact. I'm going to give him another beating. And if he still won't leave, I'll contact the Goddess Mutual Aid Association. The planet known as the Mirror Realm. The entire celestial body was devoid of life, bearing only a crude structure of piled stones that could barely be called a dwelling. On the platform beneath the stone structure, an intricate and arcane barrier array was etched. Uchiha-Kagami sat on a stone chair outside the array, one hand propping up his head. Before long, the summoning array radiated a brilliant glow. Within the light, Shisui, Sasuke, Naruto, more and more figures materialized from the ethereal, gazing up at the primordial river that stretched across infinite distances, starlight cascading upon them. Every being arriving from a secondary dimension underwent a baptism of starlight, experiencing a profound transformation. A faint smile curved Uchiha Kagami's lips as he spoke calmly. This is the nearest space-time node I found to the shinobi world. I'm not well versed in space-time techniques. Orochimaru Minato, I'll capture some experts in this field for you. Quickly develop a technology capable of transporting a planet. I intend to bring the shinobi world here to build my divine kingdom. As you command, Kagami. Or perhaps I should now address you as my lord. Orochimaru's face burned with fervor as he felt the miraculous changes occurring within his body. In terms that shinobi might understand. He believed that simply by residing in this environment, even an ordinary person could attain a constitution rivaling the Uzumaki clans. What Orochimaru didn't yet know was that this planet was in fact a worthless, unwanted rock. Suddenly a deafening roar erupted from the sky and billowing flames obscured the entire view. Uchiha-Kagami, get out of here. A voice rang out above the sea of fire. A woman's voice. Was this the one Kagami had mentioned? Minato was curious and more than a little astonished. Such fire release blotting out the entire sky surpassed anything he had ever known. Noticing the other's gaze, Uchiha-Kagami shook his head helplessly and rose from the stone chair. She's here. I'll go deal with her. Honestly, I'm just borrowing her turf for a bit of business. I didn't even pick an inhabited planet. Just a worthless star? So stingy. Whoosh. Clad in a deep black robe, Uchiha-Kagami ascended instantly above the sea of fire facing the fully armed Alice Yuna. How many times must I tell you? I'll leave once my work here is done. Are you never going to stop pestering me? Alice's face was cold as frost. Then tell me how long. Haven't you any sense? I told you I don't know. It depends on my people's research progress. Alice was laughed out of anger. You're just stalling trying to swallow up my territory. Do you take me for a fool? And you even dare insult me? With that she raised her spear and thrust it forward with explosive force. Uchiha-Kagami's eyes narrowed, a crimson glint flashing within his sockets. He raised a hand, and from his fingertips erupted a blood-tinged, eerie slash. Slash released Crimson Dawn. Outside the planet known as Mirror Realm. Due to days of accumulated battles, meteorites, shattered gravitational fluctuations formed a ring around the planet. Diffused cosmic dust created an extremely thin dust cloud enveloping the entire planet. Above the ring dust, two figures stood in a vacuum, their terrifying power repelling everything from their vicinity. Battles between deities rarely lasted days. Normally a single exchange would take years and fights seldom threatened lives, mostly serving as sparring. But Alice looked at the crimson slash on her snow-white arm, a few drops of golden blood oozing from the wounds. Such things had become unfamiliar to Alice Yuna since her apotheosis. Turning her gaze, Uchiha-Kagami was in far worse condition, covered in scorch marks and several bowl-sized wounds. With knitted brows, Alice watched him, gasping for breath like a bellows. Is it worth it? Becoming a god is an arduous endeavor. Even the most inferior races can at least enjoy a lifespan exceeding 100,000 years. How long have you lived? Don't you know how precious gods are in this universe? After the Great Silence, there are countless unclaimed star systems. You could pick any godless galaxy teeming with billions of lives and become its master, reigning above countless trillions of beings. Uchiha-Kagami looked at her indifferently, then said coldly, So what? So why are you fighting me to the deaths? Alice's emotions were somewhat out of control. Although she only had that one wound on her arm, her physical state was far better than Uchiha-Kagami's. But her mental state seemed unstable. She tightly clutched the wound, unwilling to let a single drop of divine blood fall, and shouted, What the hell is this domain of yours? Saying substitutes and resurrection methods are all useless. Fighting with real weapons. Are you insane? I am stronger than you. Far stronger. Can't you feel it? If we keep fighting, you will surely die. So what? Uchiha-Kagami smiled faintly, tilting his head to look at Alice. You came to provoke me. I already told you I would leave once my business was done, but you insisted on provoking me. Then whether I live or die doesn't matter. Anyway, before I die, I will definitely kill you. In his calm eyes, a madness that chilled Alice to the bone surfaced. This guy is serious. This guy is a lunatic. Why does a lunatic get to become a god? Alice gritted her silver teeth, gripping her divine artifact tightly. You broke the rules first. It's fine if you ascend in my divine domain, but establishing a divine kingdom here violates the rules. I have never followed rules. Uchiha-Kagami slowly raised his hand, gathering an extremely terrifying black-red light at his fingertips. Stop the pointless bickering and don't fear injury. Dying by your hand means nothing to me. Dying here only proves I was no more than this. Wait. Seeing that ultimate edge about to shoot forth, Alice raised her hand and shouted. We can talk. No need for this. Do whatever you want, take as long as you need. But promise me don't harm the beings on nearby planets. If you kill too many, even gods will face sanctions. Uchiha-Kagami held his attack suspended, frowning. Why would you think I'm the kind of person who casually slaughters planets? You aren't. Brother, have you looked in a mirror recently? Look at your own blood-red, swirling eyes and that divine nature capable of killing gods. Who would believe you're not a crazed planet slayer? The followers I revived all say they've never seen anyone more brutal than you. I even suspect you slaughtered a subdimension and were forced to flee your original reality by its dimensional consciousness. Of course not. My hometown folks can vouch for me. I'm the kindest person in my village. Your village has only you, doesn't it? A village? What a tiny unit of measurement. Alice took a deep breath and said slowly, I believe you, but may I ask how long you plan to stay? Don't misunderstand, I don't mind. It's just that if the Empire sends someone to ask, I need to be ready. Otherwise, if we remain in the same divine domain for too long, they'll register us as partners and charge me double taxes. Uchiha-Kagami frowned deeper. What? Even gods have to pay taxes. Alice sighed helplessly, pointing to the endless star river above. When you first felt the life starlight, you also experienced a sense of life transformation, right? Uchiha-Kagami nodded. He knew it was called life starlight, and he knew it had an evolutionary effect on life. That was why he had thought of bringing his own homeland here. Back then when he broke through the boundary, he used it as an opportunity to condense his sixth tomo. After ascending to godhood, his life level rose again, and the visible change in his Sharingan was the appearance of 7 tomo-shaped marks. Uchiha-Kagami named it the 7-tomo Mangekyō. This form of the Sharingan would likely accompany him for a long time, being the perfect state he could imagine. Life starlight is not unowned, its energy drawn from the dark side of space by those beings to nourish the main universe. Those beings. Alice hesitated for a moment, then decided to explain clearly to Uchiha-Kagami, letting him know there are heavens beyond heavens. She was part of the system, had backing, and shouldn't be too presumptuous. Those beings are the attendants of the god above gods. They borrow the almighty power of the god above gods to construct and expand our universe. One of those attendants is called the Lord of Ultramarine, who is also the sovereign of the Ultramarine Empire I've joined. Another novel term. Uchiha-Kagami had been gathering information over the years. He knew he was within the Ultramarine Empire, but that god above gods. From the name alone, he could guess that entity's identity. A god of gods. How exaggerated. Uchiha-Kagami knew his own power. At the moment of his ascension, he had even thought the limit a living being can reach must be like this. How strong could one called the god above gods possibly be? Alice keenly noticed that Uchiha-Kagami's body was trembling slightly. A smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Scared kid. From now on, don't be too arrogant as a god. You see, I have no choice. Even gods must abide by necessary rules. But don't feel too constrained. As long as you don't go around slaughtering entire star systems consecutively, they generally won't interfere. Uchiha-Kagami. Don't tell me you're feeling discouraged. I was quite deflated when I learned such beings existed. I thought becoming a god would let me do anything. No. Uchiha-Kagami raised his head, his crimson eyes burning even brighter, staring straight at the heavens. His body trembled not from discouragement, but from excitement. Why feel discouraged? That gods are not the end is a truly delightful thing. Wonderful. I will surely reach that level and even surpass it. The endless star river shimmered faintly, as if echoing his words. According to ancient legends, when the 4 elements are gathered, the universe can resist the final entropy of destruction. The primordial star river suspended above the cosmos is the product of the assembled 4 elements sustaining the infinite expansion of the universe. Legend has it that in the Great War that forged the primordial star river, many deities fell, including supreme beings like the Lord of Ultramarine. The specifics can no longer be verified. Stellar historians mark the birth of the god above gods as the pivotal point. Everything before is called the chaotic era, and everything after the infinite era. Many beings also like to call the present age the great age of exploration. With the fall of countless ancient deities and the infinite expansion of the universe, nascent powers find boundless resources to explore and claim. 20 years later, Uchiha-Kagami succeeded in severing the ninja world from its subdimension, forging it into his own divine kingdom. From then on, the name of the ninja world ceased to exist, replaced only by the divine kingdom, known as Kagami's realm. Within the divine kingdom, Uchiha-Kagami reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard, casually steering his realm as he watched shooting stars streak across the sky in trails of light. Meow. Hearing the sound, he furrowed his brow and turned. Can you stop teasing him? It's annoying as hell. Alice, tickling a small orange cat with a straw, snorted coldly. If it bothers you so much, why not just shut off your hearing? Who are you trying to fool by playing the ordinary man? After 20 years together, the two had gone from trying to kill each other to merely finding each other insufferable. I left your divine kingdom as agreed. Why do you keep following me? Alice flicked her red hair and pursed her lips. You lived in my house for free for so long. I have to collect the life starlight tax back. Either pay me back right now, and I'll leave immediately. In the universe, the evolution of beings is not free. The life starlight descending from the primordial star river promotes the growth of energy in living creatures. Including Uchiha-Kagami, all life from the former ninja world had evolved to a certain degree. Apart from Uchiha-Kagami, the greatest beneficiaries were the 9-tailed beasts. Especially the 9 tails. In terms of pure combat power alone, it now approached the might of Kaguya Otsutsuki at her peak. According to Orochimaru's research, the life starlight likely judged the 9-tailed beasts as companion creatures of their home planet. Under the Star Alliance Treaty, life forms of that nature receive a share of starlight paid by the Star Alliance itself, commonly known as a subsidy. Uchiha-Kagami sneered disdainfully. What kind of excuse is that? Such a cliché plot. You obviously just fell for my good looks and are shamelessly clinging to me. Alice was so furious she laughed. She stood up and pointed at Uchiha-Kagami, cursing. You little brat who hasn't even grown your hair. You think I'd fancy a venomous-tongued, curly-haired, red-eyed freak like you? At first I thought it was just a few of you, so I let it slide. But you hauled an entire planet-level subdimension up here. That's a serious violation of imperial law. If you don't pay the taxes, the Empire will come and take you away. Do you have any idea how much tax I had to cover for you? 37 million star coins. Do you know how long I saved up for that? Uchiha-Kagami remained unmoved. I never asked you to pay it for me. Let them come. I've got no money, only my life. Taking a deep breath, Alice struggled to calm herself. When I tried to chase you away back, then did you leave? And when they show up, are you going to smash my divine kingdom to pieces, eh? I'm telling you, Either go out and earn the money to pay me back, or just kill me. Uchiha Kagami wasn't shameless enough to murder someone over a debt. He smirked coldly. We're gods with immense power, yet all you talk about is money. How disillusioning. Don't get smart with me. All taxes ultimately go to the god above gods. Do you think that being expands the universe out of charity? I know of an ancient god's ruin. Retrieve one item from there for me, and we'll call it even. Ancient gods refer to the deities who perished during the chaotic era, and those ruins are exactly where newborn gods love to explore. According to historians, except for that supreme being, the current universe's overall power doesn't measure up to the chaotic era. That was a savage, untamed age, one that could even birth natural-born gods. Unlike now, where every deity has painstakingly risen from mortality. Gods like Uchiha Kagami, who evolved from subdimensions, make up a considerable portion. Uchiha Kagami no longer tried to drive Alice away. His understanding of this universe was still lacking, so keeping her around as a guide would do just fine. He was also quite intrigued by the ancient god's ruin. As for whether he'd hand the item over to Alice after taking it, are you kidding? I got it with my own ability. Why should I give it to her? An indeterminable amount of time passed. Time became blurred during stellar travel. Finally, Kagami's realm descended into a crimson galaxy and came to a halt. Every planet in this galaxy was the color of blood. At the galaxy's center there was a deep red light distorting colossal, something hard to name. It resembled a black hole in shape, but calling it that wouldn't be right given its crimson hue. Alice stood beside Uchiha Kagami and spoke slowly. Legend has it that in the chaotic era the universe was split into two sides, light and dark. A supreme deity from the dark side seeped a force into the light side. They called it color. In that great war, nearly all the original supreme deities were annihilated. Most of their power was used by that being to forge the primordial star river, but traces of it were scattered across the new universe. This galaxy was stained crimson by a rage embodiment. We call that thing the Crimson Eye. Only gods possessing root-level traits capable of slaying deities can enter that place. Inside there's a burning flower called breath. It's very useful for my fire divinity. Pick 3 for me. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. Those flowers grow at the inner edge. Just grab them and come out. It won't be dangerous. In my whole life, the only time I've given flowers was at my grandmother's grave. Alice clenched her fists, veins bulging on her forehead. Every time I try to have a normal conversation with you. I'm the goddess of fire and poetry. Don't make me resort to foul language, you bastard. Uchiha Kagami stopped teasing Alice and turned his gaze toward the Crimson Eye, countless times larger than any sun, his crimson Sharingan gleaming within his sockets. He surveyed the war-tinged planets scattered across the galaxy where countless creatures under the crimson influence waged eternal, unending wars. There was no pull of fate guiding him. It just felt like, this place suits me. This place should be mine. Transforming into a streak of divine light, Uchiha Kagami shot straight toward the Crimson Eye. Passing through a viscous, blood-soaked membrane, a surge of killing intent flooded Kagami's consciousness. The urge to annihilate everything overwhelmed his mind. The moment he cast aside the chaotic thoughts from atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a voice, both familiar and foreign, reached him. I knew you would come. Our war has not yet reached its end. Uchiha Kagami laid eyes upon the four-armed demon god seated on the blood-soaked throne, and a grin spread across his face. So it's you. How persistent, crossing time and space just to chase after me. I'm almost moved to tears, Sukuna. Due to some personal matters, I dropped the book and fell into a period of confusion, unable to focus. Now I've pulled myself together, and this new book is still about Uchiha. I'll definitely deliver a complete story. I hope it can offer you all some entertainment and relaxation. Haha, as for this one, it truly ends here. It began and ended with that same person. In my view, it shouldn't continue any further. The new book might borrow some background settings from this side story in its later stages. I personally like it, but it won't feature encounters between the protagonists. I don't want to force a comparison, there's no need, and it would harm the experience. So then, I hope to meet you all again.